Ah Chen, your grandpa's already been buried. Now your uncle will divide up the inheritance. The old house goes to me. The land on North Slope goes to your third uncle. And as for you, you've eaten free rice for years like a parasite. You get nothing. Brother, why waste words on this little beast? Make him sign now, or he'll break his other arm too. Thud, thud, thud. Violent threats echoed alongside the sounds of fists and kicks. Muchen woke up in pain. Curled on the muddy ground, he stared at the burly man before him, head wrapped in a black cloth, and then at the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard standing opposite. Uncle? Third uncle? But weren't they both dead 20 years ago? Muchen was stunned. His bewildered gaze swept over their sun-darkened faces and finally landed on the funeral altar behind them, still undismantled. At its center hung Grandpa's yellowed portrait. This was the very day Grandpa was buried 30 years ago. He looked around frantically. The wooden old house, bare walls, empty shelves, it matched his memories exactly. Stop playing dead. Get up and sign, damn it. Third uncle kicked him roughly. You orphan bastard, your dad died young. Your mom remarried. If it weren't for the fact you were still useful these past 2 years, do you think would have let you stay by that old man's side? Hurry up. Don't waste our time. The sharp ache in his fractured left arm brought Muchen back to his senses. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to his feet and snatched the inheritance agreement his uncle thrust toward him. As his eyes fell on the words burned into his memory, a single thought exploded in his mind. I'll come back. I've been reborn. Reborn to the day Grandpa was buried 30 years in the past. November 11th, 1994. On this day, 20-year-old Muchen had just buried the grandfather who raised him and his younger sister. Only then did his long-absent uncle's uncle and third uncle return from neighboring villages. They'd beaten him senseless the moment they walked in, forcing him to sign away everything. Then they'd driven him out of Heiwu Miao village. Muchen would never forget how, years before Grandpa's death, his high school admission spot had been stolen by his cousin, the son of Uncle Dahad, slapped his face and sneered. Report us? We'll chop you to pieces. Third uncle had even broken 2 of his ribs. And after being exiled, his life spiraled into ruin. No education, no credentials, no connections, no money. He scraped by as a construction laborer, then became an indentured son-in-law in a county town, living like a beast of burden. Even the son he once bragged about to everyone turned out not to be his own. In the end, he was framed, crippled, and humiliated until his dying day. He could still see his snowstorm, the lonely mountain, freezing to death in bitter cold. Meanwhile, his uncles, though living nearby, hadn't visited Grandpa once in decades. Months before Grandpa's death, Muchen had begged them to come say goodbye. But Uncle Da's wife had shooed him away in Miao dialect. No time. He won't die yet. Stop bothering us. And third uncle had bellowed from across the ridge. Old man, did you only give birth to me, Mulao-san? What about second brother? You raised him, and when he died, you clung to his brat like a tumor. Why should we care for you in your old age? The whole village heard those words, and they crushed Grandpa's spirit completely. Now, the moment Grandpa was in the ground, these heartless ingrates returned not to mourn, but to loot and beat him in front of the undismantled altar. Disobedient children deserve divine punishment. Muchen knew their fates well. Uncle Da would later be hacked to death in a clan feud. Mulao-san, the thieving, scheming wretch, would be burned alive by villagers from another jay. When Muchen heard the news back, then still trapped as a spineless son-in-law, didn't shed a tear. Instead, he laughed out loud and spat. Serves you right. You reap what you sow. Now, lost in memories of his past life, Muchen's rage boiled over. He hated his former self so cowardly, despite knowing basic self-defense, always tucking his tail between his legs. He hated his uncles for their unfilial cruelty, their utter betrayal of Grandpa. Even lambs kneel to nurse, even crows feed their parents in return. But these 2 dogs? They'd sunk lower than beasts. This life, Thuft been given a second chance. No more weakness. No more submission. He would change his fate. He would not walk that tragic path again. Swallowing his tears, Muchen flipped through the forged agreement identical to the one from his past life. Snap. Sign. Now. Mulao-san flicked his yellowed teeth and slammed a pen onto the ground before Muchen. Muchen stared coldly at the 2 traitors and, without hesitation, tore the document to shreds. No. Now that had been reborn, why would he play the fool? You dare. They'll rip that hand off. Uncle Da roared. Third uncle drew his Miao knife. But the next second, they froze in shock. The boy had never fought backward, taken every blow, in silence snatched the knife from Mulao-san in a flash. Like the wind, he circled behind him. Crack! Mulao-san dropped to one knee, groaning in pain, the blade now pressed against his throat. It happened too fast. Uncle Da stood dumbfounded. Mu Lao San's face twisted in disbelief as if he'd seen a ghost. Ah Chun, we're your elders. This is unfilial. Uncle Da thundered. Unfilial? Mu Chen's young face hardened. If we're talking unfilial behavior, I wouldn't dare compare myself to the two of you. You little beast. You dare rebel. Mu Lao San finally snapped out of it and tried to struggle. Mu Chun pressed the blade. Deep hair, a thin red line appeared on his neck. Ah Chun, stop. Uncle Da shouted as blood welled. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower ones follow. So what if I rebel? Move, Mu Lao San, and I end you right here. The icy edge silenced Mu Lao San instantly. This timid nephew, how dare he fight back? Rebellion. Outrageous. Uncle Da stomped in fury. Mu Lao San trembled in terror. Mu Chen spoke calmly. For starters, you haven't cared for Grandpa in decades. And you both moved out of Heiwu village years ago. Your household registrations are gone. That means you're no longer villagers. So by what right do you claim his inheritance? And don't think he'll bow to your violence again. He turned to Uncle Da. Don't glare at me. I know exactly how you married Auntie using those despicable tricks. If she finds out, do you think her clan won't tear you limb from limb? Then to Mu Lao San. And you everything you stole from Heiwu village over the years? I've kept a list. If I step outside and shout your crimes, do you think the men here won't beat you to death? In his past life, Mu Chun had held all these damning secrets and still let them drive him out like a dog. What a coward. Not this time. He laid bare their darkest secrets, then strode to the doorway, slammed the Miao knife into the dirt, and roared. Leave. Now, or he'll call the whole village. He wanted to kill them, but Grandpa had just passed. During mourning, he couldn't spill blood. The two traitors paled. Seeing Mu Chun truly ready to shout, Mu Lao San's face twisted in panic. He grabbed his trembling elder brother and fled. You little bastard, just you wait. If you're not afraid of getting beaten to death, come ahead. Watching them run, Mu Chun let out a long, satisfying breath. From now on, he thought, my life will soar so high. You'll need 10 ladders and still won't reach my shadow. And you two Hell's Gates are already opening for you. Chapter 2. This Miao knife has an extraordinary origin. After the catharsis, Mu Chun stepped back inside, and his mood plummeted again. We're this poor? How are we supposed to survive? Heiwu village was the most isolated, impoverished Miao settlement within 100 kilometers, no contest. Hardworking villagers barely scraped by on meager harvests. Any misfortune meant hunger. Outsiders saw the locals as fierce, insular, and best avoided. Things wouldn't improve until after the year 2000, but even then, not for Heiwu. Still, the mountains were lush, the water pure. And now that had been reborn, Mu Chun refused to live in mediocrity. As he began dismantling the altar, one thought dominated his mind. Money, 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 money. Big brother. A soft, trembling voice interrupted his thoughts. Mu Chun turned to see an 11 or 12-year-old girl approaching. Her hair was thick and black, her eyes large and bright, but her Miao dress was patched beyond count. This was Duo, his half-sister. He had no memory of his birth, mother only rumors she'd remarried far away. After his father died, Duo's mother joined their home only to pass from illness years later. Since then, the siblings had lived with Grandpa. Duo had always been thoughtful, helping however she could with her small frame. In his past life, after he was exiled, he lost all contact with her. Years later, he heard she'd been sold by Mu Lao San to another province. Had confronted Mu Lao San, beat him bloody, but got ambushed and nearly killed in return. Much later, he saw Duo again as a famous actress on screen, living under a new identity. Big brother, please don't sell me, she whispered now, tears welling. I could do anything. I won't eat much anymore. Her plea shattered Mu Chen's heart. Nonsense. I'd never sell you. But Uncle said, Mu Lao San. So that's how he tricked her in the past. Mu Chen's teeth ground together, but he swallowed his rage, not wanting to frighten her. Don't listen to that liar. Come, help big brother clean up. You want to sell me? Not for 1,000 gold pieces. Now let's work. Duo smiled through her tears. After clearing the altar, Mu Chun left the finishing touches to her. He had to enter the mountains before nightfall. Live off the land, if we don't, we'll starve. The forest behind Heiwu was ancient and wild, rich with rare medicinal herbs. Finding even a few could ease their desperation. Grabbing his Miao knife and farming tools, he set off alone. In his youth, Grandpa had often taken him hunting and foraging. He knew these trails well. But winter had set in, most seasonal herbs were gone. Still, where there's life, there's hope. A grown man won't drown in his own piss. Though his body was weak from malnutrition and Duo needed proper food to grow. He fashioned traps, sharpened branches, hunter's rope, secret bait. Then he ventured deeper. Half an hour later, Having found only common herbs, Mu Chen stopped in a ravine to relieve himself and froze. Beneath a dead log, a cluster of leaves looked oddly familiar. He knelt, gently parting the grass with his knife. Wu Ling Ginseng. Enrich. Enrich. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. But when he tried to dig, the soil was rock hard. He pushed harder. Clang. A violent jolt shot up his arm. Before he could react, the knife flew from his grip. What the hell is buried here? This hard? He retrieved the knife, puzzled. Wu Ling Ginseng shouldn't be this tough. But as he took 2 steps away, the knife hilt suddenly grew scorching hot. A warm current surged from his palm into his arm, then flooded his entire body. At first, he ignored it. But when the heat rushed to his chest, spread through his limbs, and slammed into his brain, he realized something was wrong. His head exploded with pressure. His eyes burned fiercely. The sensation lasted over 10 minutes. Thin hissa, sharp pain sliced through his forearm. He rolled up his sleeve. There, etched into his wrist, was a 3-centimeter-long tattoo. It resembled his Miao knife. Simultaneously, a mysterious space and a flood of information appeared in his mind. The space resided within the mark. About 300 square meters, capable of nurturing and storing anything. The Shennong Space. Holy hell. Not only reborn, but with a cheat system too? Elated, Mu Chen rushed back to the digging site. Nothing there. Could it be the knife? In Miao tradition, when a boy is born, his maternal family gifts a piece of iron. It's buried in the mountains and reforged each year on his birthday 16 times total. On his comingafage, it becomes his Miao knife, worn for life. Accustomed thousands of years, old, symbolizing both reverence for weapons and a boy's journey to manhood. Grandpa once mentioned that the iron for Mu Chen's knife came from his mother who vanished after remarrying. He hadn't thought much of a tunnel now. As he prepared to dig again, he noticed something strange. His vision was sharper, and hovering above the Wu Ling Ginseng was a faint blue dot. He blinked, looked around, and saw more blue dots scattered through the ravine. A grin spread across his face. He dug. The ginseng was huge, elliptical, black-brown, glossy, nearly 2 pounds. With a flick of his wrist, it vanished into his Shennong Space. He followed the blue markers one by one. Every spot held treasure, more Wu Ling Ginseng. Dozens of roots, totaling nearly 20 pounds. Time slipped away unnoticed. By dusk, he headed back. At his trap site, 1 wild rabbit, 2 pheasants thrashing helplessly. Finally meet. The Miao boy is about to take flight. Mu Chen's heart swelled with anticipation for the vibrant life ahead. Chapter 3. The first pot of gold. As dusk descended, Mu Chen approached his home, retrieving items from the Shennong Space. Duo had long prepared a meal, awaiting his return. Leafy greens and corn rice were on the table, but not much else. Brother, hand over the goods. Hurry and prepare the meal. We cannot do it tonight. We shall slaughter tomorrow, Mu Chen said. Upon receiving the burlap sack, Duo glanced inside and gasped. Mountain chicken? Rabbit? In the year 1994, there were a few households in the Black Wu Miao village that raised chickens, but those were kept for laying eggs and hatching chicks. As for rabbits, while they existed in the mountains, they were notoriously difficult to catch. Hearing Mu Chen's intention to slaughter a chicken made Duo feel somewhat reluctant. In their Miao culture, chickens were only killed for guests. In his previous life, Mu Chen adhered to this tradition, but after decades away from the village, he had assimilated into Han culture. Though he retained the Miao respect for hospitality, it had become merely a vestige. Moreover, given their current impoverished state, they were among the poorest in the village. To him, being reduced to such poverty meant that no guests would grace their doorstep. Besides, he thought it better to nourish his sister and himself rather than please others. Brother, are you really going to kill it? Indeed. Seeing Mu Chen nod, Duo refrained from further inquiry, yet her heart remained heavy. Mu Chen noticed her sentiment and reassured her. Our days will improve. If you wish to raise chickens, I will buy you chicks later. Duo cheerfully agreed. After their meal, Mu Chen began to sort through the Wu Ling Ginseng. Duo, please fry 2 corn cakes for me to leave on the Kong. I must go to the town tomorrow morning. All right. The bed Mu Chen lay upon was frigid. It was merely a crude assembly of wooden planks, with a blanket so thin it offered little warmth. The house was drafty, with the wind howling through every crevice. Lacking any semblance of decent furniture, their poverty was stark. Tossing and turning, Mu Chen found sleep elusive, opting instead to explore the Shennong Space. The next day, just as the rooster crowed its first call, Mu Chen rose early. After giving Duo a few instructions, he took the corn cakes and the Wu Ling Ginseng, stepping out into the dawn. Be careful, brother. It's dark. Before the sun had risen, visibility was poor. Mu Chen relied on a torch to light his way. The journey was treacherous, traversing mountains and hills. The surrounding sounds of insects created an eerie atmosphere. The path from the Black Wu village to the nearest settlement was less than a meter wide, muddy and rugged. The town lay at least 17 to 18 kilometers away. Chen recalled that the roads near Black Wu village were only constructed and widened after 2008, drawing significant attention to the Miao villages. This ushered in remarkable transformations. And by 2020, they were renowned worldwide. Given his rebirth, Chen was determined not to miss such an opportunity. He aspired to be the pioneering son of the Miao people. But first and foremost, he needed money. He understood well that only their remote mountainous region remained impoverished, while coastal cities had begun to prosper. By the time he reached the town, daylight had fully emerged. Following the path his grandfather had taken him to the herbal shop, Chen navigated effortlessly to find the owner of the apothecary. Due to their familiarity, the price remained the same as what was previously offered to grandfather. However, this time the quantity was significantly larger, causing Chen to wait until noon to receive the cash. The 20 jin and 1 liang of black ginseng amounted to a total of 12,000. Child, are you here alone? The proprietor of the apothecary, a man of around 60 years, was also a member of the Miao family, like Chen. The elder glanced around, seemingly uneasy about entrusting such a substantial sum to a young lad. It is essential to recognize how low the consumption levels are in these times. A laborer can only earn a few coins in a day, and a mere few dimes can purchase a pound of rice. Those with secure jobs receive a meager monthly salary of around 200. Thus, 12,000 is indeed an astronomical figure. Do not worry, several brothers have accompanied me. They are waiting outside. Chen chose not to speak the truth. That is reassuring. The elder handed the money to Chen, reminding him to secure it well. Upon the completion of the transaction, Chen appeared to place the money in his pocket, but in reality, it was discreetly transferred to the Shennong Space. Before returning home, Chen purchased some essentials such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, and vinegar in town, along with a few yards of fabric for his sister, Duo. He bought whatever was useful for the household before heading back. The journey there and back had him arriving at Heiwu village just as the sun began to set. Brother, you are back. Duo's dark, sparkling eyes eagerly scanned the bags in Chen's hands, as she had never seen so many items brought home at once. Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, urging her to return inside first. Inside, Duo's eyes widened at the sight of the large sack of rice. Particularly, upon noticing the new fabric Chen had bought for her, an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. When she smiled, her little crescent-shaped eyes squinted, revealing 2 adorable dimples at the corners of her mouth. Truly beautiful. Thank you, brother. She cherished the fabric, holding it against herself, contemplating how to fashion it into a lovely dress. Eventually, she leaned closer to Chen and whispered, Brother, will we truly manage to get through this year? We will manage. Put away your little worries and focus on cooking. Duo was reluctant to cook the precious white rice directly. Instead, she mixed in half cornmeal. Despite being merely 11 or 12 years old, as a child of a poor family, she had already taken on the responsibilities of the household. Duo understood their family's dire financial situation, which made her exceptionally frugal. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so when she saw the rice. Tonight's meal, featuring chicken, rabbit, and rice, was a hearty feast for the siblings. However, as they dined, Chen's gaze fell upon several books resting on the wooden table, sparking a thought. Duo, after this year, how about I send you to school? Huh? Duo was momentarily taken aback. She had never attended school, but had secretly borrowed books from others to learn. The idea that there could be money for her education had never crossed her mind. And now, with her brother's suggestion, she was left speechless. Brother knows that you have been secretly reading. Promise me to study hard before the new year, and after, we will go to school. Duo was so excited that she could hardly find her words. Chen smiled and gestured for his silly sister to continue eating. After the meal, Chen packed a small bag of rice, approximately 10 jin, and headed to the neighboring elderly woman's house. He is set to venture into the mountains again tomorrow, returning at dawn and dusk, and he cannot help but feel uneasy about leaving his sister home alone. His primary concern lies with the 2 treacherous individuals from the Mu family, who might attempt to abduct Duo. Hence, he has enlisted the help of the old woman to keep a watchful eye on her. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. Moreover, the Miao people are not as unruly and unreasonable as the Han often claim. Upon departing from the old woman's residence, she and her 2 sons accompanied Chen to his doorstep, continuously remarking on how mature he had become, as if he had grown up overnight. Chen's maturation was a hard-won result of the harrowing experiences from his previous life. Once inside, He asked Duo for paper and a pen, and began to recall the significant events of his past existence. He meticulously documented everything he could remember, whether from personal experience or gleaned from the news, while simultaneously determining the course he should pursue moving forward. With 50 days remaining until the new year, he must amass 3 million to unlock the door to immense wealth. Chapter 4. The Scoundrel Returns. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen once again ventured into the mountains with his tools. For an entire month, he had been making this journey daily, returning home at night. Duo was puzzled. Her brother always came back with either wild chickens or doves, which held little value. Yet he still wore a smile. That day, while Chen was joyfully cradling a ginseng root deep in the mountains, he heard someone seemingly calling for him. Ah Chen, where are you? There's trouble. Ah Chen, there's trouble. Chen recognized the voice as that of the neighbor's grandson, Dog Dan. Here, Dog Dan. I am here. Soon, the two met. The 15-year-old Dog Dan was panting heavily, exclaiming, There's trouble. We must hurry. Slow down. What has happened? Your uncle. He wants to take Duo away. What? Chen took off running. He had believed that by being reborn, he could alter Duo's fate. But he never imagined that Mu Laosan would dare to come after her. At that moment, the entrance of Black Crow Village was blocked by dozens of Miao men. Standing firm against Mu Laosan, while desperately holding onto the weeping Duo, Mu Laosan was attempting to explain himself to an elderly man. Village chief. I've already stated my intentions to take this girl to the town for school. Why won't you believe me? Mu Laosan concocted his excuse. The village chief, the most esteemed elder of the Mu clan and the patriarch of Mu Chen's branch, was responsible for liaising with the town. He shook his pipe and cast a glance at Mu Laosan, saying, Wait for Ah Chen. If he agrees, these men will not obstruct you. Village chief. Ah Chen will certainly not object. He can barely support himself, let alone this girl. Your words do not hold weight. Wait, Ah Chen will arrive shortly. An old woman from the neighboring house brandished a sickle, pointing it at Mu Laosan and shouting, Let go of Duo, or I will end you. Grandma, Duo cried out. The old woman strode forward, her two sons following closely behind, brandishing their knives at Mu Laosan. Faced with such defiance, Mu Laosan dared not hold on to Duo any longer. Hastily releasing her, this scoundrel only dared to bully Chen. When confronted with true resolve, he quickly turned submissive. Before long, Chen arrived on the scene. As Chen rushed into the crowd, he beheld the tear-streaked face of Duo, and an intense rage surged within him. Are you all right? Chen crouched before Duo, checking for any signs of harm. Uncle said that you promised to let him take me away, she sobbed. Silly sister. I stand by my word. No one can snatch you away from me, he reassured her, tenderly wiping her tears away. The village chief interjected, Chen, this is a matter for your family. You must take a stand. Rising to his feet, Chen cast a grateful glance at the chief, then turned his icy gaze upon the arrogant Mu Laosan. I warned you, if you dare come to Haiwu's High to cause trouble again, I'll ensure you find it impossible to leave. With a firm grip on his machete, he advanced purposefully. What do you intend to do, you little beast? Came Mu Laosan's taunt. The response was swift and resounding. A sharp crack echoed as Chen struck him. Ah! Mu Laosan cried out, his intent to strike first thwarted by Chen's blinding speed. How dare you hit me? Have you lost your mind? He bellowed, clutching his broken bones. Grandfather said that scoundrels like you, who rob and plunder, are unworthy of returning to our Haiwu's High. Chen delivered several more resounding slaps to Mu Laosan, leaving him dazed and reeling. These slaps are for grandfather, he declared. You dare? Mu Laosan's face turned a deep shade of anger as he spat blood, two teeth among it. The onlookers from Haiwu's High were momentarily taken aback. The Chen they knew hardly resembled the fierce figure before them. Was this transformation due to his grandfather's passing? Chen retrieved 2 sheets of paper from his person and approached the village chief. Patriarch, a few years ago, our village suffered numerous thefts of chickens, ducks, and geese, including your cattle. All these were stolen by Mu Laosan, and he has likely sold them in these places. You speak nonsense. Mu Laosan jumped up, only to fall again mid-sentence. The thefts that had once instilled fear in the village had gone unresolved for years. Now, hearing Chen's revelations, several elderly women quickly gathered around. The village chief surveyed the crowd and asked Chen, How do you know this? I visited the town a few days ago, and while buying goods, I overheard some elderly women discussing it. Chen replied, cleverly omitting the truth. Though over 60, the village chief was no fool. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned several strong men to escort Mu Laosan away for verification. You little beast, you dare to harm me. I will not spare you, Chen. I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Mu Lao-san's screams faded as he was led away by the valiant youths of Hai Was High. Mu Chen called out, Mu Lao-san. Let Mu Lao know that I possess information regarding his misdeeds. If he dares to provoke me, I shall not spare him either. Aunt, was the money my family lost also stolen by Mu Lao-san? One woman inquired. I am not certain about the money, but I did not hear anything about it from those elderly women when I was in town, Mu Chen replied. The infernal wretch. If I discover that my family's money was pilfered by him, I shall not let him off lightly, even if I have to chase him to his very home. The matriarch's voice was laced with palpable fury. That Mu Lao-san is truly despicable. Indeed, he is unworthy of being one of us in the Black Crow village. Several women expressed their indignation. Fortunately, the clan's folk were aware of the discord between the Mu family and Mu Chun. Otherwise, Mu Chun would have surely faced repercussions. Soon after this farce, everyone began to disperse. On the way home, the matriarch grasped Mu Chen's hand with one and Dao Dao's with the other. Ah Chun, you spend all your days on the mountain, yet I do not see you bringing back any medicinal herbs. This is not a sustainable way to continue. Not bring back herbs. I have gathered far more than I did a month ago. Mu Chun refrained from elaborating. The matriarch continued, in just 20 days. The new year will arrive. Bring Dao Dao along, and we shall celebrate together. All right, Mu Chen acquiesced. The matriarch had a kind heart and had treated the siblings as if they were her own grandchildren for many years. Moreover, with the passing of their grandfather, it felt rather desolate with only the two of them in the household. Upon reaching the doorstep, the matriarch prepared to tend to the livestock. Mu Chen interjected, Grandma, I must venture out for a few days. I would like Dao Dao to sleep with you at night. All right, Mu Chen felt reassured. Once inside, he handed Dao Dao 50 coins. Take this. While I am away, if anyone comes into the village to sell goods, keep an eye on the purchases. So much money. Where are you going, brother? Dao Dao asked, a hint of fear in her voice, worried that their uncle might return. You wouldn't understand if I told you. But I shall bring you back a surprise. Think about what personal items you wish to buy, and let me know when I return. How many days will you be gone? If all goes well, 2 or 3 days. If not, it could stretch to 4 or 5. Then please be careful, brother. Mu Chen ruffled Dao Dao's hair. This time, he had procured a considerable amount of precious medicinal herbs, certainly not to be sold in town. Besides, this outing would determine whether he could unlock the doors to immense wealth. However, before departing, he had one significant task to attend to. This was also his first step toward rising in the Miao family. Chapter 5. Lin City, the dream of a simpleton. That evening, Mu Chun carried 20 pounds of rice and 2 chickens across half the village, arriving at the village chief's home. He knocked firmly on the door. Who is it? It's me, Ah Chun. The door was opened by the chief's eldest grandson, Ah Zhuang. Ah Zhuang was slightly older than Mu Chun, yet he was quite robust in stature. Ah Chun, what brings you here? Brother Ah Zhuang, I heard that the clan elder has returned. Is he at home? Yes. Come in quickly. Upon entering, Mu Chun saw the village chief seated by the heated brick bed, his expression dark as he puffed on his pipe. Evidently in a foul mood. The chief was known for his fairness and always took great care of every household in the village. Last month, when Mu Chen's grandfather passed away, he had overseen the arrangements from start to finish, earning the respect of all. What Mu Laosan has done has nothing to do with you, young Miao. He is no longer one of us in the Black Crow village. Why have you brought a sack of cornmeal and this mountain chicken? Take them back with you when you leave. Clearly, the village chief had already verified the misdeeds of Mu Laosan. On his way, Mu Chun overheard the villagers discussing how Mu Laosan had been brutally beaten by the village lads, leaving him in a dire state. Serves him right, he thought. Elder, I am here to express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your assistance, my grandfather's funeral would not have been conducted so properly. With the new year approaching, I have brought some rice for you. Please do not disdain it. Rice? The village chief was taken aback. In these times, everyone was subsisting on cornmeal, and even those fortunate enough to have rice would mix it half and half. Mu Chun presented 20 pounds of rice, and his generosity was indeed astonishing. You young lad, what a waste. Please, have a seat. As soon as he sat down, a Zhuang brought him a jug of freshly brewed rice wine, warm and comforting. The rice wine from the Miao family was exquisite, crafted from glutinous rice and embodying the essence of pure grain in every drop. The aroma of the newly brewed wine wafted through the air, glowing in the light of the hearth. Mu Chun downed a bowl eagerly. Much better. After a brief conversation, the village chief invited Mu Chun to bring Duo to celebrate the new year with them. Mu Chun smiled and nodded, assuring the chief he would come to pay his respects before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Elder, is the land to the west part of our village? The west? Are you referring to the stretch of land that extends from Bampo to the peak? Precisely. The chief pondered for a moment, recalling that during the day, Mu Chun could probably see the row of cedar trees atop the mountain. This side belongs to our Hai was Hai, while the other side belongs to Ke Dong Zhai. Why do you ask, Chun? Setting down his bowl, Mu Chun replied, well, it is a bit lacking, but still acceptable. Elder, I wish to rent that piece of land. Rent land? That is 100 acres. Do you find that insufficient? What do you intend to do with it? Grow some crops. Over the past month, Mu Chun had been digging for treasures while assessing the land. According to the information from the Shennong Space, it perfectly suited his needs, though the soil was not as fertile as that of Ke Dong Zhai. What requires such a vast expanse of land? That remains a secret for now. Elder, please consider whether you will lease the land to me, or if we will enter into a partnership based on land shares. Regardless of what I cultivate, profits will be divided according to the shares. What do you mean? The elder and a zhuang perked up their ears, intrigued. Mu Chun explained, if you choose to lease, I will pay you in cash each year based on the corn yield and its market price. However, if you opt for a shareholding arrangement, we must first negotiate the percentage of land shares. For instance, if the land accounts for 10%, whatever I cultivate on that land, if it earns 10,000, the village receives 1,000. If it earns 100,000, the village receives 10,000. Mu Chun endeavored to articulate his proposal in a straightforward manner. The village chief grasped the concept, albeit with a scrutinizing gaze upon Mu Chun. Finally, he inquired, young lad, regardless of the village's choice, you must pay the first year's fee up front. Can you afford such a sum? Without further ado, Mu Chun produced 20 crisp banknotes from his pocket. Goodness, lad. The elder was taken aback, and a zhuang was momentarily stunned. 2,000 yuan from 1994 is not the same as 2,000 yuan 30 years later. Its purchasing power is substantial. Mu Chun smiled broadly and said, Patriarch, I will leave this money with you for now. I am merely awaiting your decision. At this, the chief's expression towards Mu Chun shifted, and a zhuang held his breath in surprise. This matter was monumental. I must convene everyone for a discussion. The chief was also intrigued. As the leader of the Black Crow village, he had witnessed the prosperity of other well-positioned villages over the years. While feeling powerless to alter the poverty of his own, the thought alone was distressing. Now, with an opportunity at hand, even though he harbored doubts about Mu Chun, 2,000 yuan was by no means a trifling sum in this era. Even if he accompanied Mu Chun in a gamble for a year, it would still be worth it. Very well. You should gather everyone for a discussion, as I must step out tomorrow and will likely return in 3 or 4 days. By then, I trust you to provide me with the results. During my absence, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after Duo. Of course, no problem. With the chief and his men watching over Duo, Mu Chun felt reassured. Now regarding this money, please wait. I shall provide you with a receipt. The chief was straightforward in his dealings, quickly issuing a receipt for Mu Chun. When Mu Chun departed, he even asked a zhuang to escort him home personally. The following day, before dawn, Mu Chun set off. His destination this time was Lin City, the provincial capital. In 1994, transportation was exceedingly underdeveloped, especially in the impoverished southwestern province of Qian. Mu Chun first took a minibus from the town to Tianfeng County, then transferred to another vehicle to Lin City. The journey was bumpy, lasting 5 or 6 hours before he finally arrived in Lin City. Had he been traveling a decade later when the highways were operational, the drive from Tianfeng County to Lin City would have taken less than 2 hours by car. The conditions of that time were indeed quite grueling. Upon exiting the bus station, Mu Chun had already changed out of his Miao attire, now dressed like a migrant worker. Though he had the means to enhance his appearance, the security in the 1990s was not comparable to that of the post-millennium era. If he dressed too flamboyantly, would he not attract thieves? Nevertheless, the clothes he had purchased in the county were neat and tidy, and he had even trimmed his hair. At first glance, he appeared as a young and handsome lad, indistinguishable from a Miao youth. As for his Miao knife, he had long since concealed it. The government had explicit regulations stating that Miao knives could only be carried if they were unsharpened. Having already left Tianfeng County, Mu Chun was determined to comply with the law. Otherwise, he risked attracting undue attention from the authorities. As he walked along the bustling street, where vehicles flowed like water, he couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, he had been injured by Mu Laosan and expelled from the village, also coming to Lin City to work. At that time, he was merely a porter, engaged in arduous tasks such as carrying mud, transporting goods, and undertaking various heavy, dirty, and laborious jobs. The image of porters was ubiquitous on the streets of Lin City. They roamed from alley to alley in search of physical labor to sustain their livelihoods, becoming an indispensable part of the city's life. At that time, as a member of this group, Mu Chun had stood under the bridge in front of the bus station, where a group of porters gathered around a pile of firewood, creating a unique scene. Now, As he passed beneath the bridge, he observed the same group of porters gathered together, playing cards and engaging in games, and he couldn't help but reflect on his former self. As he exited the underground passage, he glanced back, seemingly looking at his past. The beef shop awaited him. As Mu Chen savored a bowl of noodles, he perused the map of Lin City he had recently acquired from a street vendor. In his previous life, this region had witnessed numerous significant events, one of which involved a family discovering 2 jars of silver dollars near the airport in their newly purchased plot of land. Although this incident occurred 2 years later, Mu Chen, now present in this timeline, was not one to wait idly. The moment those 2 jars were revealed, someone had offered an astronomical sum exceeding 100 million. At that time, while searching for work with a burden on his back, he had come across the news and discussed such sensational stories with his companions, indulging in daydreams about what they would do with immense wealth. The thought now seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 6. A million in earnings. Mu Chen's immediate desire was to venture towards the airport. However, he found himself lacking sufficient funds. He decided to wait until the following day to sell the spiritual herbs before making his way there. Yet, upon stepping outside, he noticed a lottery shop not far off, and an idea sparked in his mind as he approached it. In late 1994, during a time of hunger and desperation, he had heard on the news of someone winning several million from the lottery, prompting an involuntary exclamation of disbelief. How fortunate! He had memorized the winning numbers quite thoroughly, though 30 years had dulled his memory of one digit. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. Upon entering the shop, he requested the proprietor to print tickets based on the numbers he recalled, asking for 2 bets on each. The drawing was conveniently scheduled for the next day, not too late. Indeed, worried about misplacing the lottery tickets or falling victim to pickpockets, he promptly secured them within his Shennong Space. Subsequently, he found a modest inn to rest for the night. The following day, after a light meal, Mu Chen made his way to the herbal wholesale market, conveniently located about 7 to 8 kilometers from the airport. The entire street brimmed with a plethora of herbal materials. As he strolled past several vendors, a mere glance revealed that none of the herbs were wild, which eased his mind. After a thorough exploration, he settled on a shop with a respectable facade amidst the bustling crowd, deciding to test the waters by bringing in a small quantity of herbs in a black bag. Inside the shop, the aroma of traditional Chinese medicine enveloped him. A bald man in his 40s was attending to a customer, while a woman adorned in gold counted the accounts nearby. As Mu Chen scanned the room, it appeared no one paid him any mind, compelling him to approach the bald man and inquire, "Boss, I see your sign outside. You buy herbs, correct?" "Indeed," the man replied. "What do you wish to sell?" "Present it for my inspection." The woman cast a cursory glance at Mu Chen before returning to her calculations, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Mu Chen opened his bag and produced a century-old ginseng root, extending it toward the man. The woman glanced at it and immediately set her ledger aside. She scrutinized the ginseng and beckoned the bald man. "Lao Wang, come quickly." Lao Wang, a robust figure adorned with a large gold chain, approached with an air of authority. He examined the ginseng meticulously, and although his expression remained composed, Mu Chen noticed a flicker of astonishment gradually surfacing in his eyes. After a moment, Lao Wang raised his gaze, appraising Mu Chen, and inquired, "Young brother, is this yours? Dug from the mountains? How much do you wish to sell it for? Name your price, and if it is reasonable, we shall conclude the deal. If not, I shall take my item back." Mu Chen, unwilling to squander time, declared as he reached for his ginseng. However, the bald man clutched it tightly, insisting, "Let us negotiate." Sensing the wariness of the individual before him, Mu Chen demanded, "You may name your price." The bald man, noticing the caution in Mu Chen's demeanor, inquired, "You are from out of town, aren't you? What, trying to haggle? This fellow possesses a certain charm," he mused. "Old Wang, please invite our young friend to sit while we converse." The woman, now noticeably more courteous, beckoned. The bald man circled the counter, wrapping his arm around Mu Chen's shoulder, laughing, "Come, young brother, let us enjoy some tea as we discuss matters." Although Mu Chen took a seat, he remained vigilant, not even sipping the tea presented to him. In these times, one must be cautious. Observing Mu Chen's wariness, the bald man decided to get straight to the point. "Young brother, name your price. As long as it is not exorbitant, I shall accept it." Mu Chen held up 3 fingers. The bald man smiled. 30,000? Then quickly added, "You clearly recognize value. 30,000 it is, then." "No, you have miscalculated. You omitted a zero." Mu Chen promptly corrected him. "What? 300,000? The bald man faltered as the middle-aged man he had previously entertained gazed at Mu Chen in astonishment, questioning what treasure could command such a price. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen placed the ginseng on the table. The older gentleman nearby immediately began inspecting it, even employing a magnifying glass. The bald man exhaled heavily. Young brother, do you comprehend the current market? 300,000 signifies a substantial sum. As a businessman, you should be well versed in medicinal materials. I trust you are more aware than I of the worth of my goods. May I ask your name, young brother? Where do you hail from? Chen, of the Miao tribe. Miao tribe? The previously brash bald man's expression shifted upon learning Chen's heritage. A noticeable change mirrored in the demeanor of the woman beside him, as if to suggest that it would be best to avoid provoking the Miao people. This apprehension stemmed from a lack of understanding, as Han individuals had long harbored fears regarding the Miao, though they may not have encountered them directly. Tales from their forebears had instilled such trepidation. Indeed, the bald man appeared taken aback, prompting the woman to discreetly nudge him. Regaining his composure, he donned a friendly smile, exclaiming, "Ah, a young brother from the Miao tribe. My apologies. I was so absorbed in conversation that your tea has gone cold. Allow me to fetch you a fresh cup. Boss Wang, if this young Miao gentleman's asking price is not acceptable to you, I shall gladly take it." At that moment, the man assessing the ginseng spoke up. This ginseng is at least 300 to 400 years old. Observe the root. It is plump and displays a light yellow hue. The leaves are a vibrant green, exuding a fresh aroma, clearly harvested just days ago. It is truly wild and pure. Upon hearing this, Boss Wang realized that bargaining was futile. With Mr. He personally verifying its authenticity, I am at ease. Unbeknownst to him, the weight of Mr. He's name rendered the bald man immediately decisive. At that moment, it was imperative to accompany Chen to the nearby bank for a transaction. Boss Wang, is there anything else you require? Upon seeing Chen nod in affirmation, Boss Wang resumed his seat. Chen remarked, I perceive that you, Boss Wang, are a man of promptness. Hence I shall present you with a few more items, all of which are purely wild. With that, he extracted several more treasures from the woven bag, blood Ganoderma, Dendrobium, and even a wild ginseng specimen older than the previous one. At this, even Mr. He and the others gasped in astonishment. Young man from the Miao family, did you unearth all these from the mountains? Mr. He had come to Lin City in search of treasures and was pleasantly surprised to encounter such finds. He scrutinized the items Chen had produced, growing increasingly astonished. Even the middle-aged man in a suit, who had remained silent until now, regarded Chen with newfound respect. Before long, after a thorough discussion, the three precious items were sold for 3,500,000. At this juncture, Chen, having received their business cards, learned that Mr. He was named Miaojiang, an investor and collector hailing from a first-tier city. Boss Wang was called Wang Zhao. As for the taciturn middle-aged man, he was named Tianjing, the owner of a company specializing in fruits and saplings. Saplings? Wasn't that one of Chen's objectives for visiting Lin City? Soon, Chen opened an account at a nearby bank. 3,800,000 had been credited. Gazing at the string of numbers, he felt a surge of joy. His dreams now had the financial backing to be realized. Chapter 7. Treasures Beneath the Ground. When parting ways with Boss Wang Zhao, the latter was exceedingly cordial. He even expressed that should Chen unearth more valuable items, he should certainly inform him. If Chen lacked the time to return to Lin City, Boss Wang was willing to travel to the countryside. This was, of course, advantageous for Chen. However, now that he possessed startup capital, it was likely he would venture into the mountains less frequently in the future. Moreover, the area near Heiwu village had already been extensively excavated by him. Certainly, Brother Wang. I will prioritize you for future finds, Chen replied, having altered his form of address. Shortly thereafter, Chen purchased a mobile phone at a nearby store. As embarking on a venture necessitated a means of communication, he was uncertain when he would be able to receive a signal in the hollow of Heiwu village, but fortunately, connectivity was available at the mountain summit. Exiting the phone store, Chen familiarized himself with the flip phone and memorized the number. Young man, just after parting ways, Yuanshan and Tianjing returned. The two appeared to have coordinated their return, and Yuanshan, smiling, inquired, Surely you have even finer medicinal materials here, young man? Chen was taken aback for a moment, and it was this brief hesitation that revealed his intentions. Indeed, Yuanshan possessed a cunning grin. Although he was unaware of why this Miao youth harbored such wariness towards them Han individuals, he was genuinely impressed by Chen's composure at such a young age. He had merely been testing the waters, yet it seemed the Miao young man had retained something in reserve. If you have any, I would certainly purchase at a premium. What say you? Tianjing added. Conveniently, the bank is right next door. We can transfer funds to you immediately. Chen pondered for a moment before raising his eyes and stating, I possess a millennium-old ginseng and 3 blood spirit mushrooms, but the price will not be modest. Very well, let us see them. If all is satisfactory, we shall conclude the transaction immediately and transfer the funds to you. Mu Chen asked them to wait briefly before darting into a nearby alley. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, he returned holding a woven bag. This lad, keeping such precious plants in an alley, shows no fear of theft. Yi Tianjing silently lamented, little knowing that Mu Chen intended to conceal his true capabilities from them. Upon Mu Chen's return, he presented the items without concern for the possibility of the 2 men snatching them, for nearby stood Uncle Hat by the bank entrance. Soon, after a brief discussion, Mu Chen's bankbook swelled by several million. As he Yuanshan drove away, he gazed at Mu Chen's gradually fading figure and remarked to Yi Tianjing, "This fellow is quite enigmatic. I suspect we have yet to exhaust his resources. This young man from the Miao family, though not old, possesses a cunning wit. He is intriguing, yet I am curious about the meaning behind his earlier statement. Are you suggesting that he might surprise us in the future?" "Indeed. I eagerly anticipate his surprise." Having exchanged a substantial portion of his medicinal herbs for cash, Mu Chen naturally made his way toward the vicinity of the airport. He had a casual meal at noon before arriving at his destination. Although this area lay in the eastern outskirts of Lin City, it remained relatively impoverished. Were it not for the newly planned airport nearby, this locale would likely have remained undiscovered for much longer. Shengbazhuang. In his previous life, as treasures surfaced, so too did the history of this place. The village is situated less than 2 kilometers from the newly planned airport. Initially, the residents believed that with the airport's arrival, they would be relocated and compensated handsomely. However, construction of the airport commenced without any development in the village. It was not until 2 months prior that the authorities officially announced there would be no relocation. This revelation left the villagers in utter disbelief. Property values plummeted. Eventually, they learned that Shengbazhuang had long been commandeered by a certain warlord of the nationalist army for military purposes before the founding of the nation. The wealthiest household in the village, that of the landlord, had also been seized by the nationalists. Shortly thereafter, the landlord mysteriously disappeared. In the wake of the nationalists' defeat, the former landlord's ancestral home became imbued with an ominous aura, with descendants meeting untimely ends, leaving only one son to carry on the family line. Various tales circulated within the village regarding this matter. Yet today, the great-grandson of the original landlord, now in his 30s, indulges in debauchery, achieving nothing of merit, even resorting to violence against his wife and children. Just as Mu Chen followed the narrow path to the dilapidated wooden house, a cacophony of roars erupted from within. "Wretched woman, I will end your life. I have discovered your hidden $20. Do you dare conceal it further? And you, little beast, what are you crying for?" The sound of kicks and the mingling of the woman's shrieks with the child's cries filled the air. As Mu Chen entered through the crumbling stone wall, he ascended the uneven stone steps only to witness a scruffy man mercilessly beating a mother and her daughter. The woman bore injuries all over her body, while the terrified 2-year-old girl cowered in the corner, weeping. "Wretched creature, hand over the money at once," the scruffy man shouted, delivering a brutal kick. Taking advantage of the energy within the Shennong Space, Mu Chen scanned the dilapidated old house, which seemed on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, he discovered several red glimmers beneath a room adjacent to a large tree. Indeed, there was something hidden. Mu Chen felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, the long-haired man also noticed Mu Chen in the courtyard and, with a menacing expression, asked, "Who are you, kid? What are you doing here? Is this house for sale?" Mu Chen wasted no time, directly addressing the matter at hand. He had no intention of squandering time on such a lowlife. The long-haired man, desperate for money, was taken aback that anyone would consider purchasing his rundown property. Regardless of Mu Chen's youth, he boldly offered 50,000, and it's yours, including the land out front. "I won't give you more than 5,000. 5,000? Do you even know how much that is? Can you afford it?" In response to the long-haired man's skepticism, Mu Chen pulled out a wad of cash. The man's eyes widened in astonishment, and he immediately transformed his demeanor, feigning friendliness. "Brother, which path have you taken to amass such wealth at such a young age? I want to stick with you from now on." Mu Chen inquired, "So, 5,000. Do we have a deal?" "Of course, but you must pay in full up front." "Agreed. However, you must sign a transfer agreement and find someone of stature in the village to witness it." The long-haired man, who had previously resorted to violence over mere tens of dollars, could hardly resist the allure of thousands. He was oblivious to the treasures concealed within his ancestral home, nor did he realize that the value of this land would multiply significantly over the next decade. He repeatedly urged Mu Chen to wait while he went to summon witnesses. Mu Chen surveyed the property, estimating it to be around 300 to 400 square meters, plus the land out front, totaling at least 500 square meters. 5,000 was indeed a paltry sum. Yet, he offered that amount, for he had numerous expenses ahead, and despite knowing the future value of this land, he was unwilling to invest further here. You really think you can buy this 500 square meters of land and house for just 5,000? How can you live with yourself? The woman, though battered and bruised, was not lacking in beauty. She had a well-proportioned figure and appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old. Chen sat down on a nearby stone bench and remarked, "One is willing to strike while the other is willing to suffer. I did not force your husband into this. You may not have coerced him, but this is his family's ancestral home. I am still his wife, and I have a stake in this. If I do not sign, he cannot sell it to you." Chapter 8. Wealth and women. Oh, you understand this? Have you been educated? I attended university, but dropped out midway. Then I find it strange that with your looks and education, a university student like you would marry such a scoundrel. The woman maintained a cold demeanor and replied, "For this house, you should at least offer 6 times the price." 6 times? 30,000. Chen chuckled. "Sister, do I have 30,000 to buy a place like yours? What do you gain from this?" "What do I gain? Of course, I seek the fortune. Soon." The long-haired man returned with 3 or 4 middle-aged men. The signing of the agreement proceeded smoothly. The woman on the other side dared not voice her dissent in front of the long-haired man, likely out of fear from past abuse. However, she proposed that they first sign the divorce agreement. Divorce? The long-haired man yearned for it, with 5,000 yuan in hand. What joyous life could he not lead without a wife and her burdensome child? Chen, indifferent to how the divorce agreement was signed, had already entered the disordered room on the left. The interior was in utter disarray, overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had long been neglected. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once the people in the courtyard departed, he would commence his digging. Creaking, 10 minutes later, the long-haired man entered, handing the agreement to Chen. His eyes glinting with mischief. "Brother, it's settled. I'm off to get the divorce certificate with that woman. What concern is that of mine?" Chen retorted. "Let me tell you, that woman possesses both a splendid figure and striking looks. Her skills in bed are unmatched. If you fancy her, take her. You even get a child thrown in. It's a bargain. Get lost." With that, the long-haired man scurried away. 3 hours later, as Chen excavated the earth, he gazed into the pit filled with 6 large boxes and 4 jars, bewildered. Hadn't the newspaper stated there were only 2 jars of silver dollars? How could there be so many? He counted. 1 box of gold bars, 1 box of gold bricks, 3 boxes of silver ingots, and 1 box of assorted jewels. The 4 jars brimmed with silver dollars, meticulously categorized. At that moment, Chen realized the news he had seen in his previous life was likely misleading, deliberately concealing much of the truth. Without further ado, he waved his hand, collecting all the treasures into the Shennong Space, hastily refilling the muddy pit and covering it with debris. Chen calculated in his mind. He had amassed a fortune worth several hundred million at current market prices. In 30 years, it could multiply several times over. Yet, he worried that releasing such a vast amount of gold would undoubtedly attract trouble, especially if he remained in the same province. He could not afford to reveal himself. As time dragged on, the value of money would only depreciate. Thus, after much contemplation, a plan began to form in his mind. By the time he departed from the old residence, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As he emerged from the narrow path onto the main road, the long-haired man's wife returned with their child. It seemed she had successfully divorced him. With your 5,000 yuan, you can only acquire 500 square meters of land. Your heart is truly black. Yet, it has brought me freedom from that man's grasp. Should I hate you or thank you?" As she drew close, her face was cold, fixing a glare upon Chen. Her name was Chen. He had noted her elegant handwriting during the signing, and thus remembered her name. Chen replied, "You are entitled to voice any dissatisfaction before the agreement takes effect. I initially thought you were frightened, but it seems you genuinely desired the divorce." "Yes, I do seek a divorce. Therefore, I harbor equal parts hatred and gratitude towards you." Remarkable. Chen found himself somewhat admiring this woman. Chen glanced at the place where she once resided and remarked, "The new airport site is nearby. This location may not be developed now, but it certainly will be in the future. Within a decade, it will flourish. Unfortunately, that inept man cannot hold on to it." At her words, Chen, who had taken a few steps away, turned back. He assessed Chen from head to toe, genuinely surprised by her foresight. He then spoke, "This place, despite containing your livelihood, will only tarnish you if you return. If you are unafraid, follow me." Chen turned around, fixing her gaze on the rather grave Chen, and replied, "As a divorced woman, what do I have to fear? I currently have no place to go." "Very well. Let us depart. By the time they returned to the city, night had fallen. Mu Chun treated Su Qian and her daughter to a sumptuous meal before heading to a slightly better hotel in the city center. At the entrance of the hotel, Su Qian clearly hesitated to enter. However, if she did not go in, she would be left to wander the streets that night. Though she was unafraid, the thought of being preyed upon by social predators filled her with dread. When she learned that Mu Chun had booked 2 rooms, her anxious heart finally settled. Knock, knock, knock. When the door was rapped, Su Qian wondered who it could be. Upon opening the door and seeing Mu Chun, her displeasure was evident. May I come in to speak with you for a moment? Please do. Inside the room, her little girl was already fast asleep. Mu Chun sat down and directly inquired. What are your plans moving forward? What do you intend to do? Just a casual chat. If you prefer not to share, consider it as if I never asked. Take this money, and tomorrow, you and your child should leave. Su Qian gazed at the 4 stacks of crisp bills he had thrown onto the bed, her expression shifting. How much? 45,000. 45,000. Is that what I'm worth for a night? Am I still that valuable? You may rest now. Tomorrow. Check out from the 1st floor. As Su Qian noticed Mu Chun genuinely preparing to leave, she realized her misunderstanding and hurriedly called out before he reached the door. Wait a moment. Mu Chun paused and turned around. Su Qian gestured for him to sit before saying, What did you wish to discuss with me earlier? Did I not just inquire? Su Qian pondered for a few seconds, then met Mu Chun's gaze. I have arrived at this point through my own choices. I do not wish to revisit the past. As for the future, I will seek employment or perhaps start a small business to support myself. And your child? I will find someone to care for her. Su Qian glanced back at her daughter, who was sound asleep. This woman was intelligent. It was perplexing how she had ended up in such circumstances. She regarded Mu Chun once more and asked, You're coming here to discuss this with me. Is there no ulterior motive? Which university did you attend? What year did you drop out? What was your major? Chen University, Finance. I dropped out in my 3rd year. Chen University? Mu Chun was taken aback, for it was the finest institution in their province, without question. Moreover, finance was a highly sought-after field for decades to come. This reinforced his previous convictions, provided that this woman harbored no ulterior intentions. Su Qian, do you wish to return to complete your studies? What did you say? Mu Chun did not repeat himself, merely observing Su Qian's bruised face with a calm, steady gaze. Su Qian's reaction seemed to be one of struggle. She yearned to return and complete her studies, yet the question of funding loomed large. She pondered, but where would the money come from? She thought, but I have no funds. Is not 45,000 sufficient? It is. Yet, I must inquire. Why do you wish to assist me? Mu Chun shifted his position and replied, Before your graduation, provided it does not impede your studies, you shall work for me. Once you graduate, you will officially assume your position. We can discuss the specifics later. Are you serious? Do I appear to be jesting? After a moment's hesitation, Su Qian gritted her teeth and declared, Very well. I shall do it. Chapter 9. Another investment, the path to wealth. The following day, Mu Chun took Su Qian and her mother to a nearby breakfast establishment. Su Qian expressed her intention to quickly find someone to care for her child and inquired about Mu Chun's plans. Although Mu Chun had intended to wait until the new year to discuss matters, a visit to the airport the previous day had jogged his memory about something. If action was not taken soon, it would be too late after the new year. Thus, he composed a message that night and handed it directly to Su Qian. You reside near the airport. You must be familiar with this location, right? The Huiman restaurant? Su Qian glanced at it and replied, I know this restaurant. It's merely a breakfast shop situated on the main thoroughfare of the Ring Road. Aside from the chili made by the owner, there is nothing particularly special about it. Are you acquainted with them? Not very well, but I am familiar. That is excellent. What I desire is precisely that chili. You must persuade them to establish a factory, or even a company. I will provide you with 500,000, and you will hold 10% equity. 10%? Is that insufficient? No. It's just unexpected. Unexpected? You must realize that this humble breakfast shop will evolve into a private enterprise worth tens of billions in 10 years. This same chili will captivate the entire nation and reach global markets. Su Qian gazed at Mu Chun, feeling that this young man before her exhibited an unusual level of maturity and composure not typical for his age. Moreover, despite being a descendant of the Miao people, his accent bore no distinction from that of Han Chinese. Mu Chun refrained from elaborating further, but did inform Su Qian of certain matters to consider. For the female proprietor of this restaurant, even after 10 or 20 years, would still rank among the wealthiest in the province. This illustrates just how popular and in demand this chili sauce is. Understood. You can rest assured. Indeed, we must secure this matter before the new year. Afterwards, you will accompany me to the bank, and I shall transfer the funds to you. Very well. After finishing their breakfast, Mu Chen accompanied Su Qian to a nearby bank to complete the transfer and purchased her a mobile phone, urging her to swiftly resolve her personal affairs. Subsequently, Mu Chen acquired a newspaper from a newsstand. On the page regarding the lottery, the winning numbers had been announced. He silently counted and then compared them with his ticket. Goodness, I truly won. Due to the substantial amount, Mu Chen realized he would need to visit the provincial lottery center to claim his prize. However, the process was quite complicated. Thus, he purchased a mask and sunglasses to ensure his true identity remained concealed from the public eye. In such matters, discretion is the wisest approach. Otherwise, attracting the attention of ruthless individuals in this era could lead to significant trouble. Upon arriving at the redemption center, as he had anticipated, the media were already present. He verified the winning information once more before proceeding to the redemption area. Upon locating the staff and elucidating his purpose, he marked the back of the lottery ticket with his name and identification number. After verifying the accuracy of the details, he requested a tax invoice and proceeded to claim his prize. He then visited the bank to confirm the arrival of the funds, subsequently declining the financial products recommended by the bank. With a meaningful donation of 100,000, he finally managed to fend off the media that had come to interview him. Thus, the day came to a close. Yet Merchant found himself with an unexpected fortune exceeding 10 million. It was now the third day since he arrived in the provincial capital, and with the funds prepared, it was time to attend to serious matters. He retrieved his phone and contacted Yi Tianjing, whom he had met at the herbal market, arranging to meet at 10 in the morning. Jingfeng Fruit Farmers Company, located 6 kilometers from the herbal market and adjacent to the Ring Road, was a key enterprise supported by the city, genuinely aiming to uplift the farmers of Qian province. With a commendable reputation, Merchant chose this company without hesitation. Before long, he arrived at the company's entrance. The facade was modest, and the security guard was an elderly gentleman. Upon stating his intent, Merchant courteously offered a cigarette to the guard, who then relented. Inside the 6-story building, he was greeted not by Yi Tianjing, but by a mature and elegant young woman, dressed in professional attire, projecting an impression of competence and professionalism. Her accessories were meticulously chosen, and her makeup was refined, exuding a unique and charming aura. She introduced herself as the department manager. Surnamed Yi, are you Merchant? She inquired. Hello, Manager Yi, I am Merchant, he replied. The peculiar look in her eyes prompted her to exclaim. My father mentioned you were quite young. I didn't expect someone so handsome. Your father? Is this Yi Tianjing's daughter? Merchant thought, smiling at her compliment. You flatter me. Manager Yi, he responded. Shall we go? I wish to purchase some fruit seedlings, and my father has already gone ahead. Merchant followed Manager Yi to the car. An hour later, they arrived at the cultivation base in the eastern suburbs, an extensive area stretching beyond the horizon, featuring hundreds of greenhouses. Ha ha ha, brother seedling. Over here. Merchant spotted Yi Tianjing, who today was dressed like a rustic farmer. Beside him stood He Yuanshan, whom Merchant recognized. Greetings, Mr. He, Merchant said amiably, his demeanor both gracious and poised, which elicited laughter from both Yi Tianjing and He Yuanshan. Young Merchant, you mentioned over the phone that you wished to purchase fruit seedlings? Yi Tianjing asked. Indeed, I wish to grow them at home, Merchant confirmed. What purchase? Our base has a plethora of tree varieties. Come and see. Whatever you fancy. I shall gift you, Yi Tianjing declared, dismissing the notion of a mere few seedlings. Merchant tilted his head and smiled. Boss Yi, are you serious about the gift? Absolutely. I must insist. Yi Tianjing replied. I intend to acquire thousands of fruit trees. Will you truly gift them? Merchant teased, prompting a cough from Yi Tianjing, while his daughter looked on in astonishment. How many? Thousands of fruit tree seedlings? Which variety? She asked, incredulous. Mango, do you have any? Merchant queried. Father, do we have that many mango tree seedlings? She inquired. Yi Tianjing furrowed his brow and said to Merchant, Young Merchant, are you certain you wish to plant mango tree seedlings? You are not jesting with me, are you? I require at least 25,000 mango saplings, each standing between 1.7 and 2 meters tall, as well as 40,000 dragon fruit seedlings. Do you have them, Mr. Yi? What? These are what you seek. Yi Tianjing was astonished not only by the types, but also by the quantities. The climate in this region of Qian province is utterly unsuitable for cultivating these 2 varieties of fruit trees. Although his base does possess these seedlings, they are merely in transit to the southern regions. Brother Mu, you must be jesting. Does Mr. Yi truly have such quantities? Yes, I will take you to see. Inside the greenhouse, Mu Chan gazed at the neatly arranged fruit trees, scrutinizing them closely. He needed to determine whether they corresponded to the varieties mentioned in the Shennong Space. Though He Yuanshan was not well versed in fruit trees, Yi Tianjing's reaction had already provided him with the answer. Especially upon hearing Yi Tianjing mutter that these two types of seedlings could not be grown in Qian province, he quietly inquired, "Brother Yi, if others are unaware, should you not be enlightened? Why not offer a word of caution? It would be futile to mention it. The youth needs to accumulate experience." At this, He Yuanshan chuckled and fell silent. Soon, Mu Chun approached and stated directly, "I shall take all of these, Mr. Yi. What is the unit price?" Chapter 10. Returning to the Miao village. Brother Mu unleashes his prowess. "Since you are earnest in your request, I shall not charge you exorbitantly. Would you require delivery? If so, to where shall I send them?" "Yes, please deliver them to the Linchong in the eastern part of the city, approximately 30 to 40 kilometers away. I will provide you with the detailed address shortly. In that case, I will charge you 6 yuan for each mango sapling and 4 yuan for each dragon fruit seedling." Mu Yin slightly furrowed his brow. Noticing this, Yi Tianjing, concerned that the deal might fall through, quickly added, "Furthermore, I shall gift you 500 additional saplings. After all, we have made each other's acquaintance, and such goodwill must be acknowledged." "What do you say? Goodwill?" These merchants possess little in the way of goodwill, especially towards someone like Mu Chun, whom they have only just met. Mu Chun calculated silently and replied, "That is agreeable. But I also require nutritional fertilizers and a series of other items." "No problem at all. I will take you to see and provide you with a detailed introduction." This bustling activity continued until noon. Finally, Mu Chun had procured everything, spending a total of around 400,000. He would directly transfer the funds at the bank shortly. In this era, closing a deal worth hundreds of thousands brought immense joy to Yi Tianjing, the proprietor, although he could not foresee how Mu Chun would react when reaping the profits by the hundredfold. Even now, he found Mu Chun increasingly agreeable, though he wondered if he was secretly cursing him as a fool. "By the way, Mr. Yi, may I inquire whether your company would like the fruits once the saplings bear fruit?" "Yes, we certainly would," even if Yi Tianjing personally did not desire them. He could not express that at this moment, as payment had yet to be made. "Very well, if your company desires them, I shall reserve them for you. It is a promise, dear brother from the Miao family." With the business concluded, as Mu Chun rose to leave, he intentionally let a few silver coins fall from his pocket. The coins rolled right in front of He Yuanshan, who picked them up but quickly realized something was amiss. "These are." He immediately donned his glasses, and the more he examined them, the more astonished he became. Fengtian silver coins? There could be no mistake. He Yuanshan weighed them in his hand, and their weight was indeed correct. "Brother Mu, I shall not inquire about the origin of this silver dollar. I simply wish to ask one question. Is it for sale?" The reaction of He Yuanshan rendered both Yi Tianjing and his daughter uneasy. Indeed, Brother Mu promptly provided a rough account of the silver dollar's provenance. At this, He Yuanshan comprehended the situation. The old fellow gestured a number 4 towards Brother Mu. "1 piece, for 100,000. Whatever quantity you have, I shall take it all." Brother Mu nodded and pulled out over 20 silver dollars from his pocket, assembling a total of 30. "As Mr. He was so earnest, I shall part with these as well." Yi Tianjing felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. His gaze towards Brother Mu entirely transformed. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in profits of several thousand, unaware that this Miao youth had effortlessly secured over 10 million from old He. Truly, it is said that comparison renders one despondent. Exiting the bank, Yi Tianjing wore a strained smile, hastily excusing himself to prepare a vehicle for Brother Mu. He Yuanshan had matters to attend to, but not before reminding Brother Mu that should he possess any other silver dollars, he would gladly acquire them. "I shall search for more shortly. There should be some left." "More? Brother Mu, you must honor your word." Brother Mu realized that He Yuanshan had taken the bait with his words, and once in the vehicle, his dark, icy eyes narrowed slightly. Throughout the afternoon, Brother Mu roamed the city center, purchasing numerous essentials. He even visited the steel market, spending tens of thousands. After receiving a call from Su Qian, they met, and Brother Mu imparted some matters to her before heading towards the eastern outskirts of the city. Night had fallen. In this desolate expanse, truckloads of saplings and the items Brother Mu required arrived in succession. Under the cover of darkness, he transferred everything into the Shennong Space. The saplings needed genetic modification within, while the other supplies required storage. Otherwise, the location of Haiwuzhai would render the transport of such quantities impossible. There remained a multitude of tasks ahead for him. If all goes as planned, next year alone, this batch of fruit trees should yield several tens of millions. Thereafter, it would be an annual income. Upon completing all these tasks, Brother Mu returned to Haiwuzhai on the following evening. His expedition had consumed a full 5 days. That night, he fetched Duo back from the neighboring old lady's home. The eagerly awaited Duo, upon seeing her elder brother, nearly burst into tears. Not even the piles of clothing and food caught her attention until the next morning. As Brother Mu awoke, he found Duo had already organized the items, sitting contentedly before them with her chin resting on her small hands, grinning broadly. "Brother, you're awake?" While Brother Mu washed up, Duo followed closely, inquiring how much money he had earned and how he had procured so many things. Not only would there be enough for their needs, but also when you grow up, Duo, and boys come to court you with floral silver adornments, there will be more than sufficient. "Brother, you are truly wonderful." Duo had grown wiser, understanding the magnitude of changes within their home. This winter marked her happiest and most joyful year yet. "Once the new year passes, we shall rebuild our house. It will be perfect then." "Rebuild? Are we not staying here?" "We shall remain in the village, merely relocating. Even if this place were to be renovated, it is still too small." After Chun elucidated the matter to Duo, he cautioned her not to disclose it to anyone else. Duo nodded in agreement, but then recalled something. "Brother, the clan elder has visited several times. He inquires daily whether you have returned." "Is that so?" "Yes. I've heard from the ladies in the village that you should enjoy yourself during the festive days, eating and having fun. After the new year, you should devote yourself entirely to your studies. Do not worry about anything else. Just let me know if you need anything, understood?" Chen was aware of Duo's concerns. Although he had ceased attending school, her circumstances were different. He held high expectations for his sister. "Brother, I will study diligently and aim for a prestigious university in the future." "Good." After a light breakfast, as Chun made his appearance in the village, people of all ages gathered around him, inquiring about the 100 acres of land in the west. He asked everyone to wait momentarily as he headed to the village chief's residence. Despite this, they followed closely behind him. Grandfather, a Chen has arrived." "A Chen is back." From afar, Chun heard a zhuang's enthusiastic voice. Soon, the village chief appeared at the gate, his excitement palpable as he grasped Chen's hand. Reluctant to let go. "You lad, you were gone for 5 or 6 days. Come, enter the house. Everyone, come inside." Chen did not argue. In the past, when he ventured out for several days, the village chief had been concerned, but this time it was more pronounced. High consists of 200 to 300 households, with over 500 able-bodied individuals. However, only about 20 or 30 people gathered in the chief's main hall to discuss matters, with 5 serving as representatives. Among them, Chen was most familiar with Adong, the eldest son of the neighbor. Another was the village chief's youngest son, Chen. These individuals formed the core of High. Although Duo was initially unqualified to enter, her status as Chen's sister led the other ladies to usher her in, claiming the outside was too cold. Chun retrieved 2 packs of fine cigarettes from his person, offering one to each individual before placing the remaining in front of the village chief. "You lad, these cigarettes are expensive. How could you part with them? I brought these from my dealings outside, meant to impress. Do try them. They are 5 yuan a pack." Laughter echoed as, in those times, cigarettes priced at 50 cents a pack were already considered premium. Instantly, everyone busied themselves lighting the cigarettes, eager to experience the allure of the 5 yuan variety. The village chief's youngest son, Chen, even personally poured rice wine for Chun. "First, warm yourself." "Thank you." Uncle Chen, in his 30s and nearly 6 feet tall, possessed a robust physique. He appeared simple, yet was astutely shrewd, especially in matters of accounting. After a period of quiet conversation, the village chief raised his hand to quiet the assembly, turning to Chun. "Chun, the words you shared with me that evening have been relayed verbatim to everyone. So what do you think?" They all agree to grant you the land. But there are still questions they wish to pose before making a final decision. "Very well, who will ask first?" Everyone exchanged glances, until finally, Chen, the village chief's youngest son, broke the silence. "Chen, my father stated that for the 100 acres of land in the west, you have 2 options. Let us first discuss renting it. The rent will be based on the market price of the total yield of corn each year. How many years do you intend to rent it for?" "Let us start with a 20-year lease. In accordance with our past agricultural practices, 100 acres can yield 90,000 pounds of corn, which, when calculated at 20 cents per pound, amounts to 18,000. Chen replied with a smile. "Uncle Chen, have you considered that the land to the west remains underutilized by our village each year?" "You are right." Chen was about to inquire further when Chun directly retrieved a black bag from beneath his thick clothing. Upon opening the bag, 2 neat stacks of 100 yuan bills were revealed. This revelation caused a stir in the main hall, and within a minute, hundreds outside began to murmur restlessly. Chen's grand gesture resonated deeply within the impoverished and backward High, creating quite a commotion. Zhuang immediately positioned guards at the entrance, without my or Mu Chen's consent. No one is permitted to enter, the village chief declared in a flurry. Chapter 11. Shocking High was high. News of the Saintis in 1994 in Guizhou province. One could purchase 100 pounds of corn for merely 20 yuan. The 2,000 yuan that Mu Chen had given to the village chief not long ago was meticulously wrapped and even concealed within the folds of his trousers, in fear of losing it. Now, it was astonishing that Mu Chen carried such a substantial sum so casually. In the main hall, the eyes of the able-bodied men remained fixated on the stack of bills in Mu Chen's hand. Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. As Zhuang exited, he glanced back, his throat visibly tightening. Patriarch, you take this, Mu Chen offered to the village chief. The chief, momentarily taken aback, stammered, for me? Who else would it be for? Take it. Very well, I shall take it. I have never held such a sum in my life. The chief cradled the money with utmost care, even pulling his chair back, fearful that he might accidentally drop it into the fire. Qian, please continue with your inquiries. Mu Chen gestured for Qian to resume his previous line of questioning. With a rapid breath, Qian stammered, Mu Chen, what I wish to ask is, what do you intend to do with the land? This time, Qian's voice trembled slightly. Mu Chen replied with a smile, I plan to plant fruit trees. Will that be profitable? Came the voice of Dong, the eldest son of Grandma's family. I can only say it should not result in a loss. However, the exact profit remains uncertain at this moment. Mu Chen could not provide a definitive answer, for should problems arise, he would be held accountable. Yet for the young men of the Miao family in High was high, the choice was not easily made. Before them lay a staggering sum of cash. Particularly with the new year approaching, who would not desire a share of liquid assets? Cash in hand brings a sense of security. However, they were also apprehensive about the potential greater earnings promised by Mu Chen's second option. Finally, the village chief spoke up. Mu Chen, please be candid with me. Which option yields greater profit? Wasn't this akin to revealing his hand? Nevertheless, as High was comprised of their own people, he felt no desire to conceal the truth. Patriarch, since you have inquired, I shall not hide it from you. The second option should yield somewhat more profit, though I cannot specify the exact amount at this time. Very well, with your words, I trust you. We shall choose the second option. The village chief slapped his knee and, addressing everyone present, asked if anyone has differing opinions. Please voice them. Chen, should we opt for the second choice, any unforeseen circumstances could result in a significant reduction of our income next year. Indeed, the land is our lifeblood. Although everyone expresses their opinions differently, the essence remains largely the same. Mu Chen raised his hand to calm the group and declared, we, the residents of High, are one family. Since I wish to lead you all toward prosperity, if there must be losses, let them be borne by me. He continued, I possess a solution that can allay your concerns and assist you further. Allow me to share it, and you may ponder it at your leisure. He said, the clan leader has just stated we should choose the second option. For this 100 acres, I am prepared to invest 300,000. Our village shall contribute land as shares, and I shall allocate 1% of the shares to the village. We will commence work formally next year. But there are tasks to attend to in these final days of the year. For each worker, I propose a daily wage of 10 yuan. Should we incur losses next year, I will compensate everyone with 18,000 as per the first option. Conversely, if we profit, we shall distribute according to the second plan. What say you? Upon hearing this proposal, any astute individual could immediately discern its merits. Qian was the first to react, astonished by Mu Chen's plan. Chen, are you truly offering this to our village? At that moment, no one questioned how Mu Chen had acquired such wealth. As others processed the information, they gazed at Mu Chen in disbelief. He nodded, if you doubt me, we can formalize this with a contract. The 18,000 will be held by the clan leader for the time being. This is unacceptable. You have made such significant concessions. How could we treat you this way? Indeed, Chen, your goodwill in leading us toward prosperity deserves our trust, especially since you are educated. Yes, we shall sign the agreement. And you may take the funds back. With the possibility of earning money. Chen, how can we express our gratitude to you? Several representatives were deeply moved. Mu Chen nodded, very well. We shall designate someone to manage the accounts, and I will handle the matter at hand. Speak. The funds allocated for the land should be recorded on the books. However, as we intend to transport the fruits, the route from our side is both convoluted and steep. Recently, I have discovered that the most direct path is through the western Kedong's High. Moreover, my plan encompasses 300 acres, which necessitates utilizing 200 acres from Kedong's High. The total investment will amount to 1 million. Do you have any objections? 1 million in investment? In this impoverished and remote mountainous region, that is indeed a staggering sum. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Mu Chen continued, With a 1 million investment, Hai will hold 10%, equating to 100,000. As I previously mentioned, with payment for labor, you will incur no losses. This is my final concession, considering we are from the same village. As for Kedong's Hai, I shall not extend such leniency. They will only be allowed to choose between the initial two options. If Kedong's Hai agrees, we must initiate preliminary preparations before the year ends. As there is much to be done, should Kedong's Hai decline, I will have no choice but to seek out another village with 300 acres. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense with unease. Many individuals fail to comprehend the essence of investment and equity. They may receive a portion of 1 million, say 100,000, with the promise of future profits, which undoubtedly feels like a windfall. However, should they lose it all, regret would surely ensue. Thus, the village chief decisively made a decision. Since Chen was willing to invest 1 million and extend numerous concessions to our village, we shall proceed as he suggests. From this moment forth, regarding the 100 acres of land to the west, we shall follow Chen's directives. As for the matters concerning Kedong village, Chen, whenever you deem it appropriate to negotiate with them, I, the clan elder, will personally accompany you. Does anyone have any objections? The individuals present in the hall expressed no dissent. The chief then instructed them to immediately consult with those outside. The responses received bore no opposition. At this moment, the authority of the village chief was fully manifested. Chen also presented the invoices and lists for the saplings and other items purchased in the provincial capital, having opened a separate savings account containing a total of 1 million. Currently, there remained over 500,000. Look closely, everyone. Those who can read should explain to those who cannot. The chief stood up, his expression stern, stating, Chen traveled directly to the provincial city just a few days ago, and a mere child accomplished such significant matters. Pay attention. Each expenditure from the savings account is accompanied by receipts. After Chen calculated the accounts, he informed everyone of the results. Instantly, everyone expressed their willingness to follow Chen's lead. Very well, we'll proceed as such. Shortly, we will head up the mountain. And I will also trouble the clan elder to negotiate with the chief of Kedong village. Once they agree, we shall collectively sign the agreement. You can count on me, said the chief with confidence. Chen also specifically instructed that his concessions to Heiwu village should remain undisclosed, as revealing them could complicate matters for him. The chief acknowledged his understanding. If the Kedong village agrees, please send someone up the mountain to inform me, and I will come. After the agreement is signed, I will personally fund the construction of a road from Kedong village to facilitate our access to the town, thereby reducing our journey by at least 4 to 5 kilometers. What do you think? Excellent, splendid. Chief Dong left some of his men by Chen's side for assistance. He took Chen's savings account and the invoices, accompanied by his son, the adept accountant Chen, and a group of a dozen individuals towards Kedong village. At that moment, a Zhuang, who had been stationed outside, entered. He pulled Chen aside and whispered, Chen, I am aware of everything. I genuinely appreciate your efforts. But I have heard that your conditions for using the land in Kedong village differ from ours. Indeed, that is the case. Do you know the girl you are so infatuated with? She is the granddaughter of the chief of Kedong village, a revered maiden of our Miao clan. The maiden has returned. I heard she came back 5 days ago. The maiden? She has returned? Chen was momentarily stunned. Chapter 12. The attitude of Kedong village. That young lady is the sacred maiden of their Miao clan. Chen's lack of memory during this period stems from the sorrowful experiences of his past life. He is reluctant to associate his tainted past with the maiden, fearing it might tarnish her purity. His thoughts are equally unfit. Yet that maiden was the pinnacle of Chen's lifelong pursuit in his previous existence. In this life, as memories unfurl, the longing within Chen surges forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly crashing against his heart. The beauty of the saintess epitomizes the zenith of the Miao girl's allure. This beauty transcends mere appearance. It encompasses her grace in dance as well. She was also the science champion of the last year in Qiandongnan. If Chen's memory serves him right, the saintess was admitted to Tsinghua University 2 years ago and is now in her sophomore year. In his past life, Chen toiled day and night in a bid to catch up to their Miao saintess in academic achievements. Ultimately, however, he departed from the campus. A Zhuang, upon seeing Chen frozen in place with reddened eyes, immediately surmised the cause of his distress. Chen pinched the bridge of his itchy nose, shaking his head to signal that he was fine, yet the mist that flickered in his dark eyes betrayed him. Chen, if you wish, go meet her. Chen yearned to do so, yet even with his rebirth, he still felt unworthy of the saintess. That young woman was their Miao saintess. He was uncertain how to present himself before her. Perhaps, With this second chance at life, anything is possible. Zhuang, fetch me paper and pen, immediately. After coming to a resolution, Chen vowed that if the saintess's sash or silver necklace remained unbestowed, he would certainly claim her for himself. He must. The paper and pen were not for a love letter, but for something far more significant. For he believed that he and the saintess would meet. And he needed a special method to ensure she would remember him first. An hour later, Uncle A Dong, who had been waiting nearby, approached Chen as he rose. Chen, are you done? Everyone is waiting for you. When shall we ascend the mountain? Now let us depart. Shall we take agricultural tools? Not for now. Very well. Then let us go. On the slopes of the western mountain, Chen gazed down at the land that had nurtured him, feeling a profound warmth in his heart. The High village nestled between mountains and waters, embraced by towering peaks. The terraced fields ascended the hills, reaching towards the heavens. While the Bai Shui River meandered to the distant Kedongjai, the Miao village bore witness to the passage of time. With layers of gray-tiled wooden houses exuding a rich, homely aroma, Chen vowed that he would ensure High achieved global renown. Chen, the village chief has instructed you to identify the land you require, so we can secure it for you. A Dong approached. Chen retrieved paper and pen. Standing beneath a cedar tree, sketching as he spoke. Using this position as the center, extending north and south, it would encompass this area. Shall we measure it now? There's no rush. What if Kedongjai refuses to lease the land to me? I'm merely outlining a general idea for now. Such a favorable opportunity. If Kedongjai does not agree, it would unwittingly create enmity with High. A Dong, accompanied by over 100 Miao men following Chen up the mountain, was there to heed Chen's directives. Upon hearing this, they felt a wave of concern. Chen, the land adjacent to our village includes not only Kedongjai, but other villages as well. Shouldn't we accompany you to take a look? Very well. Let us ascend first, proceeding from the northern path. Gradually, an increasing number of young men and women from High ascended the mountain. Among them a modest yet graceful group of young ladies. Each Miao man wore a traditional knife at his waist, while the ladies donned elegant blue Miao attire, moving with a lightness that seemed to defy gravity. This magnificent scene quickly captured the attention of neighboring Miao villages. Upon learning that High's Awakens planned to bring wealth to everyone with 1 million, they were astonished and immediately sought to gather information. Subsequently, the village leaders from nearby settlements approached Miaojiang, expressing their desire for him to visit their lands, claiming they had ample territory. This elicited laughter from the Miao men of High. Miaojiang did not agree nor decline. For him, High and Kedongjai were merely the first steps. If successful, he envisioned expanding outward from these villages to create a picturesque Miao paradise, allowing the world to appreciate the rich culture of the Miao people, the unique architectural style, and the industriousness and warmth of its inhabitants. After hours of traversing the fields, Miaojiang had sketched a rough outline of his plans. In the afternoon, the winter air in the mountains felt less biting and more comfortable. Upon reaching the summit, he gazed at the breathtaking landscape before him, where layers of stilt houses were artfully scattered across the mountainside, surrounded by verdant hills and flowing waters, reminiscent of a hidden utopia. Even Kedongjai was faintly visible in the distance. Miaojiang took out his phone to check for signal, oblivious to the astonished gazes of the Miao people surrounding him. Fixated on the small device in his hand, Awakens, look over there, Uncle Adwa called out, rushing towards him and pointing south. Down the mountain, several hundred people are approaching. It seems to be the chief of Kedongjai and our village leader. Miaojiang squinted into the distance, gradually making out the figures of hundreds of Miao men and women. An hour later, Miaojiang could clearly see that it was indeed the chief of Kedongjai leading a group up the mountain. Kedongjai was not from the same village as High. High belonged to the Black Miao, while Kedongjai was predominantly composed of Red Miao. The attire of the Black Miao and Red Miao differed significantly. The Black Miao favored dark tones adorned with vibrant embroidery, while the Red Miao's garments were characterized primarily by their rich reds, showcasing a plethora of colorful elements. The young women of the Red Miao were renowned as some of the most beautiful among the various Miao clans. Awakens, the chief wants you to go to Kedongjai's fields to meet them, echoed a voice from afar. Miaojiang replied and proceeded with the group. As they drew closer, Miaojiang scanned the crowd of over 100 young women from Kedongjai, yet his heart sank slightly when he did not spot the goddess of his dreams among them. Awakens called the chief of High. Miaojiang hurried over, and the clan elder introduced him, saying, "This is the chief of Kedongjai. You may call him Elder Tang." Elder Tang, in his 60s, was clad in traditional Red Miao attire, adorned with symbolic ornaments at his waist, his face etched with the deep lines of time. Miaojiang greeted him. Aware that this elder was the grandfather of the saintess, and felt a flutter in his heart. Elder Tang nodded, scrutinizing the young man before him. At last, the intention was made clear. The chieftain of the Black Raven village has informed me that the 200 acres of land you require will not be rented from Kedong village. Not for rent. In the midst of his silence, Chieftain Tang continued, however, we can offer it to you for lease. As for how to proceed with the lease, you must first identify the 200 acres you need, and then come to Kedong village for a detailed discussion this afternoon. Lease. This term surely did not originate from Chieftain Tang. Naturally, it brought to mind the Holy Maiden, a true paragon of talent. Aiken, what are your thoughts? The clan elder, noticing Aiken's frown of contemplation, hurriedly inquired. At this moment, the gazes of all the Miao people from both the Black Raven village and Kedong village converged upon Aiken's youthful visage. After a moment of reflection, Aiken nodded in agreement and subsequently indicated the specific land he required. Chieftain Tang, being a straightforward elder, promptly approved, agreed. You may head to Kedong village right now. At this point, Aiken hesitated. He knew that by going, he would undoubtedly encounter the Holy Maiden. Chapter 13. The Aftermath of the Welcoming Wine. Kedong village, comprised of 3 villages and 13 hamlets, stands as the foremost Miao settlement, boasting over 2,000 households. Each hamlet is governed by its own chieftain, with Chieftain Tang serving as the head chieftain. In stark contrast to the Black Raven village, Kedong village is evidently more prosperous. It radiates the warmth of human life intertwined with ancient charm. Stilted houses are constructed along the mountainside, arranged in a harmonious manner. 3 crystal-clear rivers meander through the village, delineating its 3 communities. As the clan elder accompanied Aiken, along with Adong and Chen, and a dozen other Miao villagers approached Kedong village, melodious songs filled the air, accompanied by the graceful dance of the Lushing, instantly creating an ambience that was both ancient and mysterious. At the entrance to the village, a display of 12 welcoming wines awaited from afar. The first, congratulations wine. The second, kindness wine. The third, diligence wine. The 7th, wisdom wine. The 9th, generosity wine. The 11th, prosperity wine. The 12th, blissful wine. The Miao welcoming wine is a unique custom within Miao culture, wherein the most beautiful young women of the village are summoned to present wine at the entrance. The ceremony is particularly grand, with each offering symbolizing a warm welcome and heartfelt wishes for the guests, showcasing the traditional hospitality of the Miao people. As the honored guest of the day, Aiken was required to drink from a large horn for each offering. Each horn contained at least 1.5 gin of rice wine, and his hands were not permitted to touch the horns held by the Miao maidens. The young men of the Miao are known for their drinking prowess. Yet the sheer scale of the 1,000-person welcome left Aiken utterly bewildered. To be precise, he was intimidated by the copious amounts of wine. Indeed, by the time he reached the 5th offering of wisdom wine, he began to feel lightheaded. At this moment, the Miao maidens sang folk songs, each line imbued with blessings, their melodies sweet and lingering. Aiken steeled himself to continue drinking. He was acutely aware that if he did not finish the 12 offerings of welcoming wine, entry into Kedong village would be barred, making any discussion of leasing land utterly futile. The 10th offering was the longevity wine. Chun had yet to fully experience life. He needed to drink. However, he was already feeling dizzy, as though the very earth beneath him was spinning. As twilight descended, the mountains were shrouded in mist. Miao girls, accompanied by the melodious notes of the Lushing, danced gracefully to welcome Chun and his companions into the village. At that moment, Chun was being supported by the young men of Kedong village, having already lost his composure twice along the way. He believed that after enduring 12 rounds of the ceremonial liquor, he would be free to pass. Little did he know that at the threshold of the Tang family's abode, another round awaited him. This was the 13th drink, the one that would grant entry into the main household. On the stone steps, more than 20 Miao sisters, clad in their festive garb, joined hands and leaped joyfully in a traditional dance. Their movements, along with their bright smiles, radiated warmth and cheer, while the silver ornaments they wore sparkled in the setting sun. Approaching with a horn filled with liquor, one girl appeared almost as a divine figure. Is this the Saintess Tang Amo? Tang Amo, affectionately known as Tang Tang, emerged resplendent in Miao attire, adorned with silver jewelry and clothed in intricately embroidered garments. She moved with an elegance that was both poised and dignified. Chun felt utterly embarrassed. In his dazed state, he unexpectedly encountered the goddess of his dreams, oblivious to the fact that he had downed the final horn of liquor before collapsing. When he awoke, it was already nightfall. The leaders of Kedong and Heiwu villages were engaged in lively conversation, their discussions centered around the development of their communities. Meanwhile, Tang Mo held in her hands the few pages that had slipped from Mu Chun's pocket, utterly captivated by their contents. Aside from his exquisite calligraphy, the insights penned on the pages astonished Tang Mo. The writings showcased Mu Chun's analysis of the current economic landscape, although it comprised only 1,000 words. Each was a gem, penetrating to the heart of the matter. He addressed topics such as economic development, foreign trade dynamics and open policies, financial regulations, and economic stability, as well as agricultural and rural advancement. Being in Yinjing and surrounded by elite minds, Tang Mo was well acquainted with these concepts. Yet she had not anticipated that their own Chen, having graduated from middle school, possessed such extraordinary foresight. Regarding Mu Chun's economic predictions for the year 1995, Tang Mo felt both intrigued and skeptical, especially since she had just learned from the leader of Heiwu village that Mu Chun had only visited the provincial capital once and had never ventured into the rapidly developing cities of Yinjing and Yangcheng. As Mu Chun awakened, he found himself in bed at Tang Mo's home, his confusion giving way to embarrassment. Oh no, this is a disaster. When he finally emerged, the main hall had been transformed into a banquet setting, with long tables lined with 50 or 60 guests. The Miao sisters from Kedong village were serving rice wine to the young men of Heiwu village, their laughter and songs intertwining to create a lively and harmonious scene. Chen has awakened. The first to spot Mu Chun was the village leader, who rose and promptly ushered him to the honored seat of their Heiwu village. The next moment, Mu Chun found himself inundated with a torrent of liquor poured by the sisters of Kedong Jai, stacking up over a dozen bowls. His head was spinning, yet his gaze frequently darted towards Tang Mo, who was leading the drinking. It was at this juncture that Mu Chun finally beheld the visage of the goddess in his heart. She was truly stunning. Her hairstyle was that of an unmarried woman, adorned with flowers. That's enough. Don't get a Chun drunk. We still have matters to discuss with him, the village chief of Tang interjected just in time. However, Mu Chun was already in a daze, mostly due to the revelation of Tang Mo's single status. Tang Mo rose to pour Mu Chun a bowl of water, saying, "Drink this, it will make you feel better." "Thank you," Mu Chun replied, taken aback by her kindness. He gazed deeply into Tang Mo's eyes, overwhelmed with happiness, and drank it all in one go. Then, the village chief initiated a discussion about the land matters. Tang Mo held the few pages of notes written by Mu Chun, whispering occasionally to the village chief. The chief inquired, "Chun, do you understand what it means to contract?" "Yes. However, if Kedong Jai truly chooses to contract with me, the communication and negotiations with the outside world will fall upon you, Elder Tang. That is agreeable. What do you intend to do?" Mu Chun stole another glance at Tang Mo. He initially wished to adhere to his original plan, but now he proposed. "I will offer Kedong Jai a 20% share. We will commence work before and after the new year, providing wages, treating them equally as we do with our own Heiwu Jai. Additionally, a road needs to be constructed from Kedong Jai to the mountain for the fruit forest, and the road from Kedong Jai to the county road must be widened, with the required expenses drawn from my investment of 1 million. Upon hearing this, the Miao people of Kedong Jai were momentarily taken aback. It was the village chief who, astonished, asked, "Is that true? You're not jesting, are you? To become prosperous, one must first build roads." The village chief understood this principle all too well. Tang Mo, equally astonished, lifted her almond-shaped face and asked, "Are you certain you are not intoxicated? Do you realize how much money you are talking about?" Half drunk, Mu Chun replied, 1 million is insufficient. I shall add more. Add more. Indeed. I also plan to construct a building for Kedong Primary School, allowing all the children to receive an education, which will also facilitate the children from Heiwu Jai. At this, all the Miao people from Heiwu Jai were left in shock. The village chief looked around, seeking his granddaughter Tang Mo's decision, for she was the pride of Kedong Jai and the most knowledgeable among them. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Mo nodded in agreement, deeming it feasible. As for her lingering doubts, she chose to set them aside for the time being. Nonetheless, she couldn't shake off the feeling that Mu Chun comprehended far more than what she had perceived. Within her heart, an inexplicable sensation began to stir. Chapter 14. To prosper. One must first construct roads. The following day, the sky was a brilliant blue, shrouded in a thin mist. On the eastern side of Kedong Jai, which borders the western edge of Heiwu Jai, groups of Miao people gathered in clusters, endlessly traversing the hills. The robust young men from both villages measured the land. The contract agreement was signed amidst the mountains, with Kedong Jai holding a 20% stake and Heiwu Jai a mere 10%. The two villages selected core members from their communities to assist Mu Chun. As night fell, everyone gathered together, igniting a bonfire, encircling it to sing and dance. Beside him, Mu Chen appeared somewhat dispirited, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the enchanting dance of the saintess. He beheld Tang Mo's radiant smile illuminated by the flickering flames, listening to her melodious voice intermingling with the laughter of the Miao sisters. This scene was both warm and beautiful. "Ah Chen, why do you sit here alone?" The leader of the Tang clan and the elder approached, flanked by key members of both villages. The effects of yesterday's revelry still lingered. Mu Chen's demeanor amused the brothers of Kedong village, who were puzzled by his seemingly untroubled appearance despite the significant events that had unfolded. They assumed he regretted the promises he had made while inebriated, unaware that his melancholy stemmed from a different source. It was understandable. Although the Miao liquor was only slightly over 30 degrees, its aftereffects were profound. "Ah Chen, I have just conferred with your village chief regarding our connection with the town," announced the Tang leader, summoning Tang Mo to join them. He continued, "As for the matters on the mountain, I will assist your village chief, but for now, Tang Mo will negotiate with you on behalf of Kedong village. Today, you mentioned that you wish to excavate a portion of the road before the new year. How wide do you intend to make it?" Mu Chen glanced at Tang Mo, who had changed out of her formal attire, and pondered. "The path from the mountain to Kedong village is just 1 kilometer long, but for road construction, it will need to span at least 3 kilometers. The stretch connecting Kedong village to the county road measures around 7 to 8 kilometers and should also be widened to 4.5 meters. Isn't that rather expansive? It will incur significant expenses. Do not worry. I plan to head to the town in the next couple of days to secure an additional 1 million for our account. Does that mean a total investment of 2 million? So Kedong village will receive 400,000? Mu Chen nodded with a smile and inquired how much labor both villages could provide. "We from Heiwu village can offer up to 700 men and women, but we must retain some at home to prepare for the new year." The Tang leader counted on his fingers. "Considering that Kedong village comprises 3 hamlets and the land you selected belongs solely to our red Miao, i.e., while this is true, work is compensated." Upon Tang Mo's reminder, her grandfather promptly replied, "Then we from Kedong village can contribute 4,000 laborers. A total of 4,800. Will that suffice? If not, we shall devise another plan." Both village leaders expressed their unwavering support for Mu Chen. "My intention is to have all roads excavated before the new year, at least to establish a rough pathway. Is that so urgent? Can it wait?" Mu Chen shook his head. Tang Mo contemplated for a moment before addressing her grandfather. "I.e., let us send a few hundred laborers from Heiwu village. The uphill path spans 3 kilometers and entails considerable work." "Absolutely. You two are both talented and insightful. We shall proceed as you advise." "Us too." Mu Chen seemed to misinterpret, his cheeks flushing slightly with shyness. Having witnessed much of the world, Tang Mo, now that everyone was collaborating, directly engaged in discussions with Mu Chen to make further arrangements. The following day, at dawn, thousands of Miao villagers from Kedong village mobilized, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Although the objective was to widen the road, Tang Mo personally directed the Miao people in modifying the larger curves, for Mu Chen had remarked that larger bends would hinder the passage of large vehicles. In response to this, the Miao people of Kedong village, although unaware of how much they would earn next year, found the words of Awakens and the saintess quite reasonable. Meanwhile, on the side of Heiwu village, with the participation of 1,000 individuals from Kedong village, construction began. Considering that everyone's return home for meals would delay progress, Mu Chen decided to temporarily form a logistics team, arranged by both villages, compensating each member with 5 yuan a day. Consequently, several hundred Miao women gathered to prepare meals, personally delivering them to the construction site. As the weather grew colder over the past few days, Mu Chen tirelessly commanded operations, rising earlier than the roosters and retiring later than the pigs. Kedong village and Heiwu village also jointly established a core team under the direction of Mu Chen and Tang Mo, ensuring that financial matters and other tasks proceeded in an orderly fashion, with wages settled daily. The two village leaders watched in dismay as their funds seemed to flow away like water, yet their greater concern lay with Mu Chen, whose feet had become sore and blistered. One day, as Mu Chen appeared at the entrance of Kedong village, a cooking woman called out to him, "Aiken, wait a moment." "What is it, Aunt?" "Amo wants you to wait here for her." "The saintess?" Shortly thereafter, Tang Mo arrived, riding a horse. As she galloped towards him, her long hair flowing in the wind, her radiant smile and athletic form exuded a captivating blend of bravery and grace. Mu Chen found himself momentarily entranced until the sound of the hooves faded before him. "Aiken, this horse is for you to ride," Tang Mo said, offering him the steed from behind her. Mu Chen was puzzled by her gesture. I've noticed how tirelessly you've been running around these past few days, often unable to arrive on-site promptly to handle matters. Was she genuinely concerned for me? Chen felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He expressed his gratitude and mounted the horse directly. As they rode together, a conversation gradually unfolded. While Chen felt joy, their discussions primarily revolved around the orchard on the mountain. However, Tang Mo was surprised by Chen's plans for the orchard. Through this topic, she once again recognized how knowledgeable he was. When the conversation shifted to the past year of 1994, Chen spoke earnestly. The past year has seen certain achievements in our domestic economic development, with favorable conditions in foreign trade and robust financial policies ensuring economic stability. While rural agricultural development has gained significant attention, yet, with rapid economic growth, issues such as the urban-rural divide and income inequality have become increasingly pronounced. Just take our province of Chen, which, when compared to Yanjing, is like heaven and earth apart. Nonetheless, after the turn of the millennium, our nation will undergo earth-shattering transformations. Chen spoke with great confidence, entirely unaware that Tang Mo's gaze toward him had shifted. The terms he mentioned, macroeconomic regulation, inflation, stagnation, structural optimization, were certainly not the vocabulary of a Miao youth who had not even completed high school. He even alluded to potential changes anticipated in the first half of 1995. Tang Mo realized that she had only heard such discussions from her mentor, yet none had been as comprehensive as Chen's insights. Aiken, are you truly only a middle school graduate? Chen was taken aback. He dreaded the matter of education, yet could he conceal it? Yes. Tang Mo was skeptical. After spending several days together, she had gained some understanding of Chen, and their relationship had grown considerably closer. She contemplated advising Chen to return to school, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by shouts from afar. Chen, hurry over to the mountain. Someone is blocking the road construction. Blocking the road? Chen galloped away on horseback. 5 kilometers away, the team responsible for this section of road expansion, led by Miao Min, was already obstructed upon entering the mountains. The adversaries were a group of over 20 individuals, spearheaded by the wives of the 2 ungrateful wolves from the Mu family. The wife of the eldest Mu sat squarely in the middle of the narrow 2-meter-wide path, hurling insults directly at Chen. The uncle in charge of this road expansion was Tang Erong. Given Tang Erong's temperament, had he not considered the opposition as relatives of Chen, the women on their side would have already taken action. Chapter 15, 1995, a new chapter, the pressure of marriage. Make way, everyone. Chen is coming. Chen had already grasped the situation on his way. He had anticipated that while the eldest Mu wouldn't dare show up, his wife would come to vent her frustrations on him. You little wretch, you've finally shown your face. The woman rose, pointing at Chen and scolding. The Mu family has raised you for nothing. You dare use the money left by your grandfather to fund road construction for others. Clearly, the eldest Mu's wife had misunderstood, believing Chen's funds to be inherited from the elder. After all, the commotion in Kaidong had attracted many from nearby villages. Upon learning that it was Chen from Haiwu's High leading the efforts, the wives of the 2 ungrateful wolves from the Mu family could hardly remain seated. You brat, hand over the money your grandfather left you right now. Otherwise, we will not let you pass, and don't even think about continuing road construction here. This was the furious voice of the 3rd brother's wife. Chen's expression darkened. He gazed at the 2 women, whose hearts were as venomous as snakes, and said each word with conviction. The money I possess is earned by myself, not inherited from my grandfather. Not inherited from your grandfather? Who would believe you? How could a little brat like you have so much money? The aunt was even more brazen than the 3rd aunt. Believe it or not, I won't explain. Chen turned to Erong and instructed, dig a new path from the foot of the mountain to connect over there. We will not use this route. Chen, while the distance may be similar, excavating a new path is labor-intensive and time-consuming, not to mention it will incur additional expenses. No worries. Money is abundant. Uncle, let's proceed as Chen suggested. This is all within the budget, Tang Mo interjected. All right, since you 2 are in agreement, we will follow your lead and avoid this route. Tang Erong decisively agreed. Chen offered no further explanation. He merely cast a deep glance at the 2 women before departing amidst their curses. He felt anger simmering within, yet he would not lay a hand on them. However, after such a commotion, the construction timeline was evidently delayed by 3 days from the initial plan. This was still with Chen arranging for Uncle Erong to hire workers from other villages. Otherwise, the road expansion would not have been completed before the new year. The new year had arrived. This spring festival, thanks to Chen's presence, transformed the quality of life for everyone. In just 13 days, The effort to clear over 10 kilometers of road had consumed hundreds of thousands. The financial burden weighs not only on Mu Chun, but also on the two village chiefs. However, witnessing the joyous scene as everyone counted their money, Mu Chun began to relax, considering the future profits. Yet, the two chiefs, during the festive season, arrived at Mu Chen's residence and promptly declared, "Ah Chun, after the new year, when we commence road construction, all expenses for our two villages will be covered. But no one shall take even a penny from the accounts." The Miao villagers behind the chiefs voiced their support as well. Uncle Arong added, "I have inquired with Chen, and he mentioned that there are only 110,000 left in the accounts. If this continues, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise after planting the saplings, what shall we do?" "Indeed, I concur with Uncle Arong's sentiments," the Tang chief asserted. "Moreover, the fruit orchard also belongs to both our villages. It would be unreasonable to take more money while doing our own work." The Tang chief, with an air of authority, proclaimed, "This matter is settled. Furthermore, after the new year, we of Kedong village will take time to dig a road connecting to your Heiwu village. Imo has also stated that only with a road linking our two villages can we strengthen our ties." Hearing this, Mu Chun could only respond with a bitter smile and nod in agreement. Soon after, the Tang chief and his companions departed. Mu Chun and Duo were summoned by the clan elder to celebrate the new year together. This did not sit well with the old woman next door. Nevertheless, it was the happiest new year for Duo. They frolicked for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, with a command from the two village chiefs, the year 1995 marked the official commencement of work for both villages. Duo joyfully hopped behind Mu Chun as they ascended the mountain. On the way, the clan elder inquired, "Ah Chun, do you still have any spare cash?" "Yes, elder, how much do you need?" "I can give it to you now." "It's not for me," replied the elder. "Then who requires it?" "Ah Chun, after the new year, you will turn 22. If you possess cash, you should renovate your house and then go to Phoenix Mountain to fetch a bride. Having a wife to manage the household will alleviate your daily burdens. Fetch a bride, which is akin to elopement. Such customs exist among Mu Chen's people. Elopement is necessary to avoid gossip. However, it must be done at Phoenix Mountain. In truth, this is merely a matchmaking tradition within the Miao community. Besides this, Miao brothers and sisters seeking partners must do so during festivals like the Flower Picking Festival or the Lushing Festival. Elder, I am still young. Not too young. You could at least find someone to be betrothed to. You can marry when you're older. I don't wish to find a wife so soon." "Don't wish to?" The elder turned to Mu Chun and asked, "What about Zhuang? He mentioned that you have a girl you like. Which village is she from? Tell the elder, and I will send the best matchmaker to you in the coming days." "That blabbermouth Zhuang. Let's wait a bit longer." Mu Chun flashed a bright smile. It wasn't that he was disinterested. His heart had already chosen someone. However, he was more than willing to leave the matter of renovating the house entirely in the elder's hands. "Ah, you lad. It seems you truly have someone in mind." In fact, many matchmakers had been discreetly inquiring about Mu Chun, eager to marry off their daughters to him. Duo had also caught wind of this and hoped her brother would find a sister-in-law soon, but alas, he showed little interest in the matter. At the mountain's peak, this place has been referred to as the fruit forest by the Miao people. Upon the arrival of Mu Chun, he observed that the villagers from both settlements had already begun their tasks, diligently adhering to his instructions from the previous day. "Ah Chun," Mu Chun turned to see Tang, the village chief, and several others approaching briskly. "Master Tang, what brings you here? The widened road will be leveled in the next couple of days. Following that, we'll attend to the gravel and stones. My son, Arong, has acquaintances at the sand yard. Perhaps you might consider involving him?" "Old chief, such trivial matters need not concern you any longer. Your experience is invaluable. The timely completion of our fruit forest road relies on your expertise. You young Miao lad," Master Tang remarked with a sense of pride as he patted Mu Chun on the shoulder, thinking how wonderful it would be if this young man could become his granddaughter's husband. His granddaughter was 3 or 4 years younger than Mu Chun, making them a suitable match. "Ah Chun, when will the saplings you ordered arrive?" Tang Mo interjected. "They can come at any time. We are merely waiting for the road to be completed." "That is reassuring." As they approached the side of the future fruit forest, Mu Chun pointed to a nearby plot and inquired, "Master Tang, whose land is this? I wish to purchase it for building a house." "Building a house? Ah Chun, do you plan to leave our High? The chief of the Mu family, hearing this, immediately set aside his tasks and hurried over. Mu Chun clarified, "I do not intend to leave the village. Rather, I need to oversee the saplings during their growth period." "I see." The chief of the Mu family felt considerably relieved, but cast a scrutinizing glance at Master Tang. The land Mu Chun was eyeing belonged to Kedong village. Even if he did not move out of High, Remaining here would mean becoming a member of Kedong village. Ah Chen, this land belongs to my uncle. If you wish to purchase it, I will bring him here for you to discuss. Mu Chen had previously contemplated the construction of a new house. The plot atop the mountain had caught his eye during the road excavation. This location would allow him a panoramic view of several neighboring villages. The allure of being able to reach for the stars, both day and night, captivated him. Thus, when Uncle Arong from Kedong village arrived and agreed to sell the land to Mu Chen, he promptly delineated the area and paid in cash. The matter of constructing a house was of great significance to the chief of the Mu family, and Master Tang also assured Mu Chen that he would find the best craftsman for the job. Once all was settled, news of Mu Chen's plans to build within the territory of Kedong village spread. Fortunately, Mu Chen provided ample justification. Otherwise, the friends and relatives from Haiwuzhai might have had their own interpretations. The bonds among the Miao family were far deeper than outsiders could imagine. As for the two ungrateful individuals from the Mu family, they truly were exceptions, akin to a mere blemish in an otherwise pristine canvas. Chapter 16. Su Qian enters the Miao village, astonished. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, the road leading to the fruit forest, spanning 13 kilometers and connecting Kedong village with dozens of others, was entirely leveled. This event stirred excitement throughout all the surrounding Miao villages. The town mayor personally visited Master Tang's residence, initially believing that the work was the handiwork of the renowned female scholar, only to discover it was a little-known Miao youth. Unfortunately, Mu Chen had been preoccupied with the genetic modification of saplings in the Shennong Space these past 2 days and had not met with the mayor. Nonetheless, the matter was reported to the county, and it was said that officials would soon be dispatched. On the 8th day, before dawn, Mu Chen quietly arrived at the intersection of the rural path and the county road, discreetly releasing the saplings along with all the necessary supplies. When the sun finally rose, the able-bodied men of Haiwuzhai and Kedongjai appeared in the distance. They were taken aback by the towering piles of saplings, fertilizers, and steel. Amidst their astonishment, they noticed Mu Chen seated on horseback, engaged in a phone call. "Grandfather, is it truly as you said?" Tang Mo inquired. Aware of the significance of a mobile phone in these impoverished and backward regions, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, grandfather has inquired already. This child has undergone a remarkable transformation since his grandfather's passing. Do not worry, Mo grandfather has discreetly asked the town chief to investigate. Mu Chen's finances are above reproach." That is reassuring. In the following days, the villagers from both settlements, through their diligent labor, transported all the saplings and materials to the eastern hillside of Kedongjai, planting them under Mu Chen's guidance. As the orchard took shape, the hillside underwent a complete transformation. The two village heads gazed at the lush scenery that stretched from the mountain peak down to the waist of Kedongjai and extended to the foot of Haiwuzhai, shedding tears of joy. Particularly, the head of Mu village reveled in the attention he garnered today. Villagers from neighboring settlements, coming to admire the orchard, showered him with compliments, and he graciously received their congratulations. After all, Mu Chen was one of their own from Haiwuzhai. The elder's pride was greatly satisfied, leading to an increasing regard for Mu Chen. During the days spent planting saplings, he and Mu Chen resided in the orchard, with a makeshift wooden hut piled high with hundreds of bags of fertilizer, which had previously been optimized in the Shennong Space. One day, Mu Chen, holding the hilt of his machete at his waist, leisurely inspected the saplings alongside his sister, patiently addressing her queries one by one. At noon, Uncle Arong from Kedongjai and brothers Adong and Qian from Haiwuzhai arrived together. "Mu Chen, there is someone at the village entrance looking for you." "Looking for me?" "Yes. It's a Han girl, and she arrived in a car." "Understood. Bring her up." Uncle Arong instructed his brother to fetch her. A Han girl driving into the Miao village was indeed a rare sight. At that moment, the entrance of Kedongjai was surrounded by adults and children alike, dressed stylishly. Su Qian gazed at the scene before her, struggling to believe that the mysterious Miao youth truly resided in such a place. A year prior, news reported that a mysterious young man had won millions in the lottery and subsequently vanished. Having read the newspaper, she immediately recognized the youth, whose face was obscured, as Mu Chen. She was taken aback. Over the past year, she had attempted to contact Mu Chen, but unfortunately, his phone was unreachable. Until a few days ago, when Mu Chen called her, his first words were not about work, but rather a request for her to purchase a car and have someone deliver it. Upon entering the village, she noticed that the muddy road had recently been repaired, leading her to wonder if she had taken a wrong turn. However, as she inquired, nearly everyone she met seemed to know the name Mu Chen, with the elderly women affectionately addressing him as Ah Chen. Yet, the scene before her left Su Qian at a loss. This place was a vast Miao village, but it was undeniably impoverished. Ultimately, it was Tang Mo who guided her up the mountain. During their journey, Tang Mo engaged in a brief conversation with Su Qian before inquiring, "Are you Ah Chen's partner?" Su Qian quickly clarified, "Oh no, I am his subordinate, and I already have a child." She had mistakenly assumed that the strikingly beautiful young Miao woman in the passenger seat was Ah Chen's significant other. Soon, they reached the mountaintop. Upon seeing Ah Chen surrounded by a group of Miao men, Su Qian was taken aback. Dressed in Miao attire, even in a simplified form, Ah Chen was far removed from the little fox she remembered. "Boss, you look truly stunning in that outfit." "Boss." The astonished expressions of a Dong and a Qian, who hailed from the same village as Ah Chen, were evident. Even Duo, standing nearby, blinked her perplexed eyes and quietly asked Ah Chen, "Brother, why does she call you boss?" Speaking in Miao, Duo's words were lost on Su Qian, yet she found herself increasingly fond of the girl's attire. Duo, when you are with the Han sister, speak in Han language." Duo nodded and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, sister." It was only then that Tang Mo realized Ah Chen spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency. In this era, it was astonishing. "Boss, the items you requested have been delivered. Please check them." Su Qian handed Ah Chen the list for review. Ah Chen nodded, saying, "You can call me Ah Chen or just Chen." After confirming that all items were accounted for, Ah Chen instructed the uncles to unload the goods and then invited Tang Mo and Su Qian into the grass shed. "To respect local customs, I shall refer to you as Ah Chen." Upon entering the shed, Su Qian retrieved a stack of documents from her bag. "The company has been established, and thanks to your kindness, Ah Chen, I have been appointed as the general manager. However, I have only managed to recruit a handful of people so far." "A company? Ah Chen has established a company?" Tang Mo, pouring water for Su Qian, cast a curious glance at the seemingly seasoned Ah Chen. Nevertheless, she refrained from directly asking and instead stepped outside the grass shed. "I believe in your capabilities." Su Qian found herself utterly perplexed by Ah Chen. This Miao man was evidently a millionaire, yet he chose to reside in this impoverished mountainous region, cultivating fruit trees. How much could fruit trees possibly earn? It was utterly baffling. Su Qian extracted a bag, stating, "These are all the vehicle's documents and registration, as per your instructions. The pickup truck was purchased in the name of the company. These are the company's materials. This document pertains to the shares of the chili production factory, in which the company has invested 500,000, holding 49% of the shares. The remaining items require your signature." Ah Chen nodded. "Please take a seat. I will review them before we proceed." Su Qian complied and sat down. Moments later, a Dong, a Qian, and a Rong entered, each carrying a large box on their shoulders. "Ah Chen, these items are labeled with your name. Where should we place them?" "Please set them beside my bed for now. I will organize them later," Ah Chen replied without looking up. Su Qian, unable to comprehend Miao, observed Ah Chen pointing towards the back of the grass shed. She tilted her head slightly, stunned to see that a bed made of a few wooden planks was where a millionaire rested. At the entrance, Zhuang inquired, "Chen, my grandfather heard that you have a friend here. He asked me to ask you, will you take your friend to the village for dinner? Or will you prepare a meal to bring over?" "Brother, should I go back and kill a chicken for you?" Duo sweetly asked. Chen shook his head, "No need. Just leave it be." "All right then." Suddenly, Chen called out to Chen and the others who were about to leave, "Uncle, could you help me find out who among our two villages can drive?" "Chen, I can. I have a license," volunteered Tang Mo's second uncle, Mao Sui. Chen nodded and handed him the car keys along with the driving permit. "Try taking the pickup truck outside for a spin." "Take it out for a spin? How can that be? We shouldn't just mess with someone else's car." Erone waved his hands in protest. Chapter 17. A pickup truck sparks a shocking revelation. "This truck is mine now." "Go ahead. It's fine. Just be careful." "Yours?" "Yes." "All right then." Just as Uncle Erone turned around with the keys, Zhuang hurriedly followed. "Uncle, I have a license too. Let me try it first." "Your license is bought. You have no skills. Don't mess around. Can you afford to pay if you break it for Chen?" "I'll just try it in a wide space." "No way." At that moment, quite a few people had gathered around the pickup. Everyone was asking Tang Mo how much the truck was worth. Before Tang Mo could respond, Uncle Erone and Zhuang approached with smiles, Uncle holding the keys. Seeing this, she stepped forward and asked, "Uncle, how come the keys are in your hand?" Chen gave them to me, saying the truck is now mine to try. This truck is the latest model of the year, worth at least this amount. If it gets scratched, the repair cost will be quite high. "What? 8,000? Goodness, that's so expensive?" "What 8,000? It's 80,000. Ah." The onlooking Miao men were all astonished. Erone, who had just opened the car door, froze and dared not enter. He thought that this high-riding pickup despite its impressive design, would only be worth 20 or 30,000, never expecting it to be so costly. Is there a driving permit? Here it is. Let me see. Tang Tang Capital? As Tang Mo opened the driving permit, she glanced at the words, her brows furrowing in confusion. Uncle Aaron puzzledly asked, Tang Mo, isn't Tang Tang your nickname? It's probably just a coincidence. Let me take a look. Zhuang leaned in, and upon seeing it, he burst into laughter. Zhuang, what are you laughing at? I think this is probably not a coincidence. What do you mean? Chen, don't just laugh. Explain, urged Aaron and Chen. Zhuang glanced at the saintly Tang Mo, then at the crowd, his gaze finally resting on Uncle Aaron, hesitating as he struggled to find the right words. Speak up. Uncle Aaron, Chen said this truck is his. But clearly, it belongs to Tang Tang Investment Company. With Chen's changes and capabilities, do you think this Tang Tang company could be his? I believe there is a possibility, said Adong from High Was High, his face serious. Remember that day when we went to carry fruit seedlings? We heard Chen mention something about a company on the phone. Yes. I recall. I also heard Chen mention it. Uncle Aaron confirmed he had heard it too. With a resounding clap, Zhuang exclaimed, that's it. If the company belongs to a Chen, then the name must be no mere coincidence. What do you mean? I have articulated this quite clearly. Do you still not comprehend? Zhuang retorted. The group shook their heads in unison, indicating their confusion. Eventually, it was Adong, the son of the grandmother from Heiwu Zhai, who seemed to have an epiphany. He fixed his gaze on a Chen and inquired, are you suggesting that a Chen has been declining the matchmaking efforts of the grandmother because he already has a beloved lady, and that her name is Tang Tang? Uncle Adong, that was your assertion, not mine. Zhuang hastily waved his hands, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Mo. At this point, even the most oblivious among them began to grasp the implication. Is it true that my brother has set his affections on the saintess? The sudden exclamation from Duo, who had just joined the crowd, was akin to a bombshell detonating. The Miao clan youths surrounding them erupted into a flurry of excitement. The rumor about several villages recently being rebuffed in their matchmaking attempts for a Chen had circulated widely, yet none had anticipated this revelation. Uncle Aaron was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at his niece, unsure of how to respond. On Tang Mo's exquisitely beautiful almond face, a subtle blush crept across her cheeks, but she quickly regained her composure and queried Zhuang, how do you know so much? Did a Chen confide in you? No. He said nothing. I discovered it on my own. Then refrained from making baseless claims. I am not fabricating anything. That day when a Chen heard the news of the saintess returning to the village, he was quite unhinged, nearly in tears. You can ask Uncle Adong. He witnessed it as well. Now, all eyes turned to Adong's face. Aaron pressed, Adong, is this true? Indeed. That day a Chen's reaction to the news of the saintess's return from Yanjing was abnormal. He even wrote extensively, though I could not decipher it. Enough, cease your words. Aaron interjected, cautioning everyone against spreading this information, as it pertained to their family's honor and the reputation of the Miao clan saintess. Tang Mo stepped out of the throng, turning her enchanting visage towards the thatched hut nestled within the orchard, her heart swirling with complexity. Prior to her encounter with a Chen, she was indifferent to many matters. However, during this recent period of interaction, she discovered numerous qualities in a Chen that captivated her. His depth of understanding was remarkable. As the Miao clan saintess and an outstanding student, her expectations for a partner were naturally distinct from those of an ordinary Miao girl. Yet, she felt an undeniable connection with Miaojiang. On that day, as they conversed about financial matters, his insights had compelled her to reach out to her academic advisor upon her return to town. To her astonishment, the advisor expressed a desire to meet a Chen, doubting that he was merely a middle school student. Lost in thought, Tang Mo returned home. Meanwhile, Miaojiang had concluded his discussion with Su Qian. As she prepared to depart, Miaojiang scribbled a note for her. This year marks 1995, and in the first half, Tang Tang Capital must invest in the first 10 enterprises. For the subsequent ones, you will need to utilize your spare time in the latter half of the year to venture to neighboring provinces, expanding from our center in Xian province. Understood. But at Chen, will the 2 million you provided be sufficient? Perhaps not enough. Rest assured, should you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to call me. I shall find a way. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I will accompany you to the town. You can spend the night in the county city and return to Linqing tomorrow. No need to worry, I will make the arrangements. Upon exiting the orchard, Miaojiang noticed the peculiar gazes of the busy people in the fields directed at him. However, he paid it no mind and called upon Uncle Aaron, who could drive, to take Su Qian to the town for her bus. On their return, just as they left the county road and entered the rural dirt path, Miaojiang instructed Uncle Aaron to pull over and let him take the wheel. Can you drive? Yes, he replied. Not only could Mu Chen drive, but he was also quite experienced. In his previous life, after marrying into the family, he had spent 2 years driving daily, even handling large trucks. Thus, navigating the rural roads posed no challenge for him. Whether starting on a slope or shifting gears through turns, Mu Chen's proficiency left even the co-pilot, Uncle Arong, in awe. Upon reaching Dongzhai, some child, startled, cried out, and all the young ones by the river came rushing over. It's Brother Chen driving. Mother, quickly look. Brother Chen can drive. A group of young women gathered around, chattering excitedly. Some wished to inquire if Brother Chen truly had feelings for the saintess. But upon seeing Uncle Arong disembark, they fell silent. The rumor of Mu Chen's affection for the saintess, despite Uncle Arong's attempts to quell it, had spread nonetheless. Brother Chen, won't you visit the saintess? An elderly woman asked. Mu Chen was taken aback, oblivious to the fact that Zhuang's loose lips had disseminated his business. Returning to the orchard, dusk was settling in. That night, a Dong and a Qian from Haiwazhai were on guard in the forest. A Dong and a Qian had intended to speak with Mu Chen about something, but after some consideration, they decided against it. Mu Chen was preoccupied for the next couple of days, diligently observing the growth of the seedlings, completely unaware of the gossips circulating about him. On the 15th day, Zhuang arrived early to invite Mu Chen to Phoenix Mountain to seek a bride. Mu Chen declined. Although he fabricated an excuse, his thoughts remained fixated on the saintess. He dared not confess his feelings. Even if he felt confident in his pursuit, he believed he was unworthy of her at present and needed to work on self-improvement. That evening, having just finished dinner with a duo, Uncle Arong arrived with a group, including the village chief, Tang. As the Miao people from Dongzhai entered the orchard, they heard the melodious strains of a lushing being played from the grass hut. Under the hazy moonlight, the enchanting melody flowed like a gentle stream. Although the tune was not of their Miao heritage, it held a distinct charm. Even the simple-hearted Uncle Arong was taken aback by it. The village chief, Tang, was equally surprised and inquired of the Miao youth beside him, who shook his head, indicating he had never heard it before. In a moment, the lushing music ceased, and Mu Chen, standing before the grass hut, began to sing in Miao. I hope that 50 years from now, you will still be by my side, sitting together in a rocking chair, feeling the gentle warmth of the sunset, listening to the soft whispers of the breeze, hearing the river flow slowly, and reminiscing about days gone by. The lyrics caught the attention of the Miao youth, who clearly had heard the recent rumors circulating in the village but did not finish his thought. Arong, is this true? The village chief asked his son. Arong shook his head, expressing his confusion. I have not observed any unusual behavior from a Chen. Yet, how could those rumors be so convincingly articulated? They are merely the fabrications of a Zhuang from Heiwu village, the grandson of old Mu. That little scoundrel. The village chief Tang trembled with rage. If this is indeed true, it would be a different matter. But if it is merely a baseless rumor, it would tarnish my granddaughter's reputation. Grandfather Tang, you have arrived. Duo rushed over, illuminated by the moonlight, and called out to Mu Chen, brother. The elder from Dong village is here. This sudden shout startled Mu Chen, as his previous lyrics had been filled with the imagery of the saintly maiden. Grandfather Tang, please take a seat. On the mountain, devoid of electricity, they relied on oil lamps. Mu Chen invited the village chief Tang to sit in the thatched hut and presented a prepared plastic bag. I originally intended to seek you out tomorrow, but since you are here, please accept this. I promised to fund the construction of a school in Dong Primary School, and here is 100,000. This should suffice. 100,000? The village chief Tang opened the bag, revealing indeed 10 stacks of 100 yuan bills. Those entering the thatched hut, including Arong, were taken aback. They had previously thought Mu Chen was merely speaking drunkenly. A Chen, are you truly donating this? You have yet to build your own house. Although Tang knew some influential figures in the county, the sight of the substantial cash left his hands trembling. Mu Chen nodded. In the old house of my clan in the village, my family has already arranged for repairs. As for purchasing land from Uncle Arong to build houses, isn't that what you are helping me with, Grandfather Tang? But this is 100,000. Far too much. Not at all. I have sufficient funds for my needs. However, I do have one condition. Speak. This money must be spent entirely on enabling the Miao children to attend school. Is that all? Rest assured, I will personally oversee its allocation. Thank you. Mu Chen poured wine for everyone. After several rounds of toasting, the village chief Tang pondered for a moment before asking. A Chen, your generous support for our Dong village. Do you possess ulterior motives we are unaware of? None at all. Among the surrounding villages, only our Heiwu village and Dong village are in such close proximity. I simply wish for the Miao children to have access to education. Is that truly the only reason? Indeed. Mu Chen seemed oblivious to the implications in Tang's words, letting out a soft sigh before continuing. Let us not repeat my mistakes by being forced to drop out of school at an early age. The sons and daughters of the Miao people should have the opportunity to venture beyond the mountains, experience the splendor of the outside world, and, once they have achieved their academic aspirations, return to contribute to the development of our village. Very well. Good day, Chen. I did not misjudge you. The village chief Tang patted Mu Chen's shoulder with great emphasis. The young men of the Miao people in the thatched hut were oblivious to the fact that Tang Mo, who was about to enter, had heard every word of this exchange. Tang Mo felt deeply moved. For her aspirations mirrored those of Mu Chen. She too wished to acquire knowledge and return to contribute to the advancement of Miao Township. Chen, I heard you did not attend the marriage snatch at Phoenix Mountain today. Why not? Arone could not contain his curiosity and directly asked. The dozen or so individuals in the thatched hut perked up their ears, and even outside, Tang Mo held her breath in anticipation. Mu Chen poured 2 large bowls of rice wine and shook his head with a smile. Chen, do speak up. Grandfather Tang does not consider you an outsider. The village chief Tang urged impatiently. Mu Chen found it difficult to express himself, yet ultimately he spoke. I am not dissatisfied with you, Master Tang. My heart already belongs to someone else. However, I may not be worthy of her. Which young lady do you speak of? From your family. No more of this. Revealing it would only invite ridicule and misunderstanding. I do not wish for anyone to tarnish her image in my heart. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. In the coming days, I, Master Tang, will arrange for someone to assist you in building a house. What is your budget? There is no budget. Go all out. After all, it is merely a couple of acres. But you must provide a figure. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Chen raised his gaze and replied. 300,000 is not too little. 500,000 is not too much. Brother, where do we find such a sum? At this moment, Duo finally interjected. Silly girl, our family currently lacks nothing for building a house, yet we cannot squander it. Oh, we lack nothing? The people of Kedong village are once again taken aback. However, during this period of interaction, they indeed discovered that Mu Chen was truly not in want of money. As for the exact amount, that remained a mystery. Chen, it would not be an exaggeration to call you the wealthiest in our Miao village, yet we are perplexed. Who is the lady you fancy that you deem yourself unworthy? Uncle, this has nothing to do with wealth. How can it not? To me, that young lady is priceless. To measure her worth in currency would be a profound disrespect. Upon hearing this, Master Tang pondered briefly and remarked, You speak so mysteriously, it leaves one feeling uncomfortable. Chen, allow me to share something before I depart. Please do. Mo will return to Yanjing tomorrow. So soon? The recent progress regarding the fruit forest has been largely due to the Saintess's assistance. I have yet to express my gratitude to her. While Tang Mo had indeed aided Mu Chen significantly, it was far from the simplicity he suggested. Mu Chen was reluctant to see her leave. Master Tang observed Mu Chen's reaction and suddenly chuckled. However, I shall still have her return for the drum festival in the 6th month of the lunar calendar this year. The drum festival is a Miao tradition. In addition to the customary rituals, it also includes matchmaking activities during the celebration. She is our Miao saintess. Naturally, she must lead the sacrificial rites. Mu Chen found this entirely reasonable, yet Master Tang's subsequent words unsettled him. In addition to the rituals, Mo will participate in the matchmaking. Though Mu Chen endeavored to rein in his emotions, his voice trembled noticeably. In past years, during the Miao Drum Festival, Tang Mo had always been invited by all the village leaders and elders to lead the sacrificial rites in her capacity as the saintess. However, she had never participated in the matchmaking events that involved thousands of suitors. Master Tang, the saintess is merely in her 2nd year of university. This will hinder her studies. Master Tang waved his hand dismissively. Mo is 20 this year. It is time for her to consider matchmaking. At this, Mu Chen grew anxious. Chapter 19. The capital of Tang is exposed. Mu Chen's countenance shifted. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of the now astute Master Tang, who understood the unspoken turmoil within Mu Chen. In an effort to mask his unease, Mu Chen consumed several bowls of rice wine in quick succession, choking on them and bringing tears to his eyes. Yet, he smiled, a tearful smile. Master Tang, feel free. I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air. It is too stifling in here. Mu Chen lifted the windbreak grass curtain, completely oblivious to the hurried figure departing. Arone quietly inquired of the village chief, Father, why was I unaware of your intention for Mo to participate in the matchmaking during the drum festival? She is a saintess. Will the elders of the clan approve of this? The thought had not crossed his mind before, but now it had. What do you mean? It took Arong several minutes to comprehend, and he intended to seek out Mu Chun but was called back by the village chief. The following day, as dawn broke and sunlight penetrated through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the valley, the stilted buildings, the stone streets, and the Baishui River, the entire village basked in this luminous warmth, exuding a sense of both serenity and vitality. Mu Chun had called upon Arong, who was tasked with forest guarding, to drive down the mountain to escort Tang Mo to the county town. This time, Mu Chun also brought Duo along, having grown up without ever visiting the county town or riding in such a fine vehicle. Indeed, she had never been in a car. Duo was brimming with excitement. Once her enthusiasm subsided, she remembered that she was seated next to the saintess, the sister favored by her elder brother, which made her shy. Today, Tang Mo looked exquisite. Preparing to leave the Miao village for Yanjing, she had changed out of her traditional attire into a simple yet elegant casual outfit. As she engaged in light conversation with Duo, every smile and gesture of Tang Mo radiated captivating charm, gradually enchanting Mu Chun, who sat in the front passenger seat. However, the feeling of impending separation weighed heavily on Mu Chun's heart, rendering the atmosphere within the car somewhat somber. Nevertheless, Tang Mo occasionally cast glances at Mu Chun. She had not slept the previous night, and her grandfather had shared much with her. Yet, she could not erase the words Mu Chun had spoken in the orchard from her mind, nor could she fathom that the person in his heart would be her. Even more surprising was Mu Chun's early morning visit to see her off, personally accompanying her to the county town. At the county bus station, Mu Chun handed his notebook to Tang Mo. This is something I have written over the past few days regarding finance. If you find it intriguing, do take a look during your leisure time. I hope it proves helpful to you. All right. Upon reaching the provincial city, do not rush to leave the station, nor hurry to buy a train ticket. Just wait at the exit. If you find it unbearable, call the number at the end of the notebook, and someone will come to collect you. Thank you. But there is no need to trouble yourself. I must buy a ticket and leave tonight. It's no trouble at all. Trust me. Very well. But I have a question for you. Ask away. Tang Mo hesitated briefly before speaking. Do you know my nickname? Yes, it's Tang. Who told you that? Mu Chun, gazing at her enchanting beauty, scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I happened to overhear it from an elder in your village. I see. Tang Mo turned to board the car, rolled down the window, and called out to Mu Chun. He turned back. Tang Mo smiled and asked, Aren't you going to give me your phone number? I've left it for you in the notebook. Once I arrive in Yanjing, I will use the dormitory's landline to let you know I have arrived safely. Please be careful on your journey. Mu Chun stepped out of the station. Yet he did not leave. He waited until the minibus to the provincial capital departed, watching as the goddess of his heart vanished from sight before reluctantly returning to the vehicle. In Lin City, upon disembarking, Tang Mo was greeted at the exit by a woman holding a sign bearing her name. Wasn't this the Han woman she had encountered days earlier in the Miao village while searching for Aiken? Approaching with her luggage, Tang Mo greeted, Hello, I am Tang Mo. We met in the Miao village. Su Qian scrutinized Tang Mo from head to toe, finally exclaiming, No wonder you look so familiar. It's you. My goodness. You look absolutely stunning in our Han attire. I didn't recognize you at first. Hello, my name is Su Qian. The boss sent me to pick you up. The car is over here. Please hand me your luggage. No, I can manage it myself. A woman beside Su Qian hurriedly took the luggage, saying, Miss Tang, I am Assistant Su. Please allow me to carry it. Thank you. Tang Mo was astonished at how fortunate Aiken was to have such good friends in Lin City. However, upon entering the car, she was once again taken aback to discover it was this year's latest model, valued at no less than 200,000. Miss Tang, may I address you as such? Of course, feel free. Very well. Miss Tang, we will first take you to the hotel for some rest. In the evening, I will treat you to dinner, and afterward, return you to the hotel. I have booked your flight for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, a direct flight to Yanjing, which will take 3 hours. This is all the boss's arrangement. In this day and age, traveling by train is truly a hardship, especially for a girl. Safety is one concern, and the boss is understandably worried. Tang Mo bit her lip, never having imagined that Aiken had organized everything so meticulously. However, how could he have booked a flight without her identification number? Did he perhaps note it down while signing the contract last year? It must be so after all. Aiken also had a copy of the contract. The hotel, located in the city center, was the finest in Lin City, without exception. Although Tang Mo had never stayed in such a luxurious establishment, she was aware that the rates were exorbitant. She hoped Su Qian could cancel the reservation. But Su Qian replied, the company will reimburse. Besides, if you don't stay, the boss might get displeased and fire me. Aiken has a company? Yes. Didn't he, the boss, inform you? Tang Mo shook her head. While she had suspected Aiken had established a company, It was merely a suspicion, now confirmed. She was naturally astonished. In the opulent hotel room, Tang Mo glanced around, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Miss Su, may I ask what your company does? Investment. Tang Capital. I also studied finance. Could you tell me the registered capital of your company? Su Qian held up one finger. 100,000? Guess again. 1 million? Su Qian replied directly. It's 10 million. Such a large sum. Are you a partner with Aiken? This is all the boss is doing. I merely work for him. Tang Mo felt her breath quicken. While she had seen her share of the world, she understood precisely what 10 million signified. She never anticipated that Aiken was even wealthier than they had imagined. Su Qian smiled as she poured water for Tang Mo and continued. My assistant studied in the same field as you, but she graduated from Zhejiang University. How delightful. But how did you come to choose the name Tang for your company? I'm not quite sure, Tang Mo replied, but I overheard the boss mention that it seems to be the nickname of a girl he admires. Indeed, it was as she had suspected. Tang Mo's charming face flushed slightly. Observing this, Su Qian seemed to make a connection and asked uncertainly, Mo Fei, Miss Tang. You are Tang? Tang Mo's enchanting almond-shaped face turned even redder. Yes. This revelation startled both Su Qian and her assistant. Chapter 20. A careless mistake that nearly led to destruction. Su Qian and her team were puzzled as to why the boss was so attentive to a girl from the Miao ethnic group. Now it all made sense. Goodness, the beautiful woman we are dealing with is actually the future boss's wife. Please, don't say that. Between a Chen and me, it's not quite at that stage yet. You will surely be together in the future. The boss cares for you immensely. Though Su Qian's assistant had never met the big boss, she sensed that he must be younger than she had imagined, based on her interactions with Tang Mo. Miss Tang, please take a rest. We will come to pick you up for dinner in 2 hours. No need to trouble yourself so, Tang Mo replied. It's the least we can do. As night fell, Su Qian personally came to collect Tang Mo. The dinner served to significantly strengthen the bond between the two women. Being both high achievers, their conversation flowed effortlessly. After dinner, Su Qian returned Tang Mo to her hotel and lingered for a while, as their discussions continued to revolve around finance. The following day, after boarding her flight, Tang Mo finally reported to Mu Chen. At that moment, Mu Chen was busy fertilizing the fruit saplings with the Miao people. He had already prepared the fertilizer, and they needed to complete the second round of fertilization before nightfall. Later, he would utilize the divine dragon space to optimize the genes of the saplings under the cover of night. Otherwise, the efficacy of the medicine would dissipate, and there would be no blossoms or fruits that year. At 4 in the afternoon, amidst his bustling activities, Mu Chen received a call from Yinjing. Chen, I have safely arrived at school. Here is my dormitory number. Save it. I'll hang up now and call you back. Mu Chen intended to save Tang Mo some phone expenses, so he disconnected and redialed. Chen, thank you for the warm hospitality in Lincheng. But it can't happen like this again. Also, how much was the airfare? Give me your card number, and I'll reimburse you. It's not expensive, just the price of a roast duck. When you return, bring me a roast duck. It's not cheap at all, Tang Mo thought. In this day and age, the average income was low. She understood that if Mu Chen truly needed money, he wouldn't have arranged things this way. Yet, it still left her feeling uncomfortable, as they were not yet in a relationship. Even if they were, such extravagance was unwarranted. Chen, this is the first and last time. Otherwise, I want to speak to you again. Mu Chen chuckled in agreement. The Miao farmers working in the garden had seen Mu Chen's phone before and were no longer surprised by it. That night, a light drizzle fell from the starry sky. Mu Chen, accompanied by over 100 Miao youths, carried out another round of fertilization, then quietly altered the genes of the fruit saplings. This endeavor lasted through the night. By dawn, Mu Chen was still fast asleep. The two village leaders hurried to the mountaintop, only to learn that Mu Chen had just fallen asleep at dawn. Consequently, they decided to send their people to welcome the county head of Tianfeng. The county head held the orchard of the Miao village in high regard, particularly praising Mu Chen's selfless dedication to the community, which included the construction of several kilometers of rural roads. This remarkable endeavor ensured that Mu Chen's name would be etched in the county head's memory. Moreover, he expressed his intention to report to higher authorities, advocating for financial support for the road connecting the orchard to the county road. In response, the two village leaders who received the county head expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Mu Chen, still half asleep, was awakened and received a few encouraging words from the county head. Young man, you are doing well. Keep it up. While this was merely a platitude, it served as a form of encouragement. Yet, one could not help but wonder if such words could compare to the tangible benefits of direct funding for road construction. After bidding farewell to the county head, Tang, the village leader, cheerfully remarked to Mu Chen, "You are truly remarkable. Even the county head remembers your name. Mu Chen shrugged in silence. But the pride of the moment belonged undoubtedly to the High was high. Chen, don't you feel that today's saplings are different from those of the past? At that moment, Chen, the finance officer, and Rome, who handled both external duties and driving, arrived together. Zhuang chimed in, I also sense a difference. But I can't quite pinpoint it. They simply seem taller and larger now. It feels comfortable in here. Mu Chen was taken aback. This was undoubtedly the result of the genetic modifications he had implemented. However, he could not divulge this secret known only to him. Instead, he attributed the improvement to the fertilizers he had formulated. The others accepted this explanation without suspicion. As time passed, life in Hai was high, and Dongjai remained as tranquil as ever. The Miao villagers, apart from those working in the orchard, busied themselves with their respective agricultural tasks. 2 months later, unable to wait any longer for the county's funding, Mu Chen decided to utilize the funds from the orchard's accounts. The rural road had now been fully paved with concrete, becoming a unique scenic feature of the Miao village. Villagers from dozens of nearby Miao communities used this road to reach the town, which was both clean and smooth. To protect this road, everyone unanimously agreed that no heavy vehicles would be allowed entry without the permission of the 2 village leaders from Dongjai and Hai was high. The cleanliness of the road was maintained according to village divisions. Thanks to this road, Mu Chen's name had become widely known in the area. No one was unaware of it. The village that had initially opposed the road construction now deeply regretted their actions. The wife of the leading opponent from the Mu family had become a pariah within the entire village. Mu Lao-san, who had recently regained the ability to move, was once again assaulted by the villagers, and even Mu Lao was not spared. In recent days, Mu Chen's ancestral home had been completely renovated, and a new house was nearing completion. Even Duo joyfully began her schooling, starting directly from the 5th grade due to her foundational knowledge. This was all a splendid beginning. However, at that moment, Mu Chen felt no joy. Not only he, but also the hearts of the villagers from both communities felt heavy with concern. The orchard. Mu Chen grasped the handle of the baodao, traversing through the forest numerous times. Yet he remained unable to discern the cause behind the withering seedlings. Chen, what shall we do? This orchard had become a daily pilgrimage site for the Baomin. Strangely, despite their weariness during the day, once they entered the orchard, their fatigue seemed to dissipate. If the cultivation of the fruit trees failed, Mu Chen would incur a loss of 2 million in an instant. Chen, what is truly happening? Patience, elders. I am in search of the cause. It's hard not to be anxious. The Baomin gathered in small clusters, pondering the mystery at hand. After thorough investigation, Mu Chen arrived at the area most severely affected by the blight, collecting a handful of soil to analyze in the Shennong Space. The results nearly made him utter expletives in front of many women. Uncle A Dong, Uncle A Rome. 3 days ago I provided you with the nutrient solution and instructed you to mix it with water in the specified proportions. Did you not follow my directions? What happened? Chen. Returning to the grass hut, Mu Chen retrieved a small glass vial, revealing a dark substance. This is my specially formulated nutrient solution. You must have used too much. Wait, I will investigate immediately. Soon, Uncle A Dong arrived, accompanied by a Zhuang, who timidly confessed, as I was pouring the solution. Dog Dan bumped into me, causing me to spill half a bowl. With the truth unveiled, the nearly 16-year-old dog Dan could not escape a beating, administered by the old matriarch. The severity of the situation in the orchard had prompted her swift arrival. Dog Dan yelped in pain, Grandma, please stop. If I don't discipline this rascal, he won't learn. The 2 village leaders hastily inquired of Mu Chen, is there any way to salvage the situation? Yes. Quickly. Let us hear it. Both types of seedlings had matured, with most showing signs of budding, which heightened the urgency for the village leaders. Upon hearing the explanation, the 1,000 Vomin from Black Crow Village sprang into action, equipping themselves with containers to fetch fresh water from the river. Meanwhile, the 4,000 to 5,000 Vomin from Sparrow East Village ventured into the mountains in search of the peat moss that Mu Chen had mentioned. Peat moss possesses remarkable water absorption qualities. It must be spread throughout the orchard and watered to extract the excess nutrient solution. However, this method required additional procedures. Yet, Mu Chen found himself without better alternatives. Over the following days, he personally supervised the efforts. It was not until a week later that the orchard regained its former vitality. He could not help but reflect. A moment of carelessness nearly led to ruin. Chapter 21. Time flies, blossoms and fruits by late May. For months had passed since Tang Mo's departure. During this time, aside from occasional phone calls with Su Qian, Mu Chen had been perpetually busy. Throughout these days, Tang Mo had also attempted to reach Mu Chen numerous times. resulting in a gradual warming of their relationship. Meanwhile, Mu Chen's new home had been completed. A magnificent stilted building now stood at the pinnacle of the highest mountain. The craftsmen, hailing from both Black Crow Village and Sparrow East Village, were the most skilled artisans, employing intricate mortise and tenon joints to achieve seamless connections. Columns, beams, and thousands of mortises. Craftsmen, armed only with a plumb line, an axe, a chisel, a saw, and a plethora of well-conceived plans, can seamlessly connect columns, join beams, and interlock rafters, allowing a 3-story wooden edifice to majestically rise atop a steep precipice. This architectural method is not only straightforward and robust, but also moisture-resistant, conserving both arable land and building materials. Mu Chen was immensely captivated by it. After receiving permission from her elder brother, Duo cheerfully dashed into the house to organize their new home. Numerous aunts from the 2 villages came to lend a hand. The matter of Mu Chen needing to find a wife to manage household affairs was once again broached. Although Duo was a diligent worker, she was still a young woman destined to marry someday. At that moment, amidst the bustling fruit orchard, Mu Chen gazed at the mango and dragon fruit trees, which had begun to wilt but were also bearing fruit, and a broad smile spread across his face. "Ah Chen, this is truly remarkable. They have borne fruit." The village chief, Tang, chuckled, his face etched with even more wrinkles than usual. Mu Chen surveyed the surroundings and stated, "Esteemed village chiefs, our orchard has begun to bear fruit. From this moment until the harvest, we must ensure not a single misstep occurs. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. What do you propose we do? First, aside from our 2 villages, no one else is permitted to approach the orchard. Second, we must maintain constant patrols around the orchard's perimeter. No wild fowl or rabbits should be allowed to infiltrate. Third, Mu Chen enumerated several imperative tasks that must be executed without fail before concluding, given the current state, I estimate that in about 20 days, we will see a gradual ripening, and I must find a way to sell the produce. Very well, the 2 of us shall take turns guarding the orchard. During this period, we will sleep atop the mountain, conveniently near the new greenhouse, which has a storage area containing a few beds. Currently, both Kedong Village and Heiwu Village preferred to sleep amidst the orchard, as the air here seemed to purify the bodies of the Miao people. Mu Chen repeatedly cautioned the village chiefs, "Remember, no smoking in the orchard." "Understood, understood. We assure you it will not happen." In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. A small portion of the mangoes had begun to ripen, and the day of harvest drew ever closer. Back at his airy abode, Mu Chen looked down upon the graceful mango trees in the orchard, their golden fruits gleaming like jewels, and he smiled. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the contact number of the wealthy merchant he had met in lynching last year. Concerned that the merchant might be busy, he opted to send a message first, planning to call after half an hour. However, mere minutes after sending the message, he received a prompt reply from Miaojiang. "Young man of the Miao family, is what you mentioned in your message true?" As soon as the call connected, Miaojiang eagerly inquired, his voice noticeably trembling. "Indeed. However, there are certain details that are not suitable for discussion over the phone. I can only inform you, Mr. He, that regarding the 4 types of silver dollars I mentioned, I have 10 of each. Since you were once my valued customer, I reached out to you first. If you are not interested, I shall offer them to others." "Please do not," Miaojiang exclaimed, clearly flustered. "The young man from the Miao family. I shall promptly finalize my current matters and book a flight to Guizhou province to seek you out. You must reserve a place for me. As long as my assessment yields no issues, we can amicably negotiate the financial aspects. Rest assured, Mr. He, since you have expressed this, I shall indeed keep a spot for you. However, I am not in Lincheng, but rather in the eastern part of Guizhou. Should you come, you may require a local acquaintance to guide you. Boss Yi Tianjing is in Lincheng, and he, will enlist his company. We shall reconnect later." "Excellent." After exchanging a few more words, the call was concluded. Mu Chen wore a sly smile this time, for his true intention was not merely the silver dollars, but to lure these affluent individuals to the Miao village, primarily to address the matter of the fruits. The fact that Miaojiang could summon Yi Tianjing was precisely the outcome Mu Chen desired. Nonetheless, he still timed a call to Yi Tianjing. Although the old fellow was skeptical that Mu Chen could yield fruit from the seedlings he acquired from him, he nonetheless agreed to come for a visit. It was apparent that he had received a call from Miaojiang, attending as an accessory. It remained uncertain how Yi Tianjing would react upon witnessing the reality here. Just as Mu Chen hung up, a call arrived from the proprietor of the herbal medicine shop, Mr. Wang. "Young man from the Miao family, where are you now? I wish to find you." Wang Zhao was direct in his speech. "I am still in the mountains. I just unearthed something worthwhile and thought of you, Mr. Wang." What I have in hand now is even better than what I previously provided you. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhao laughed heartily. That is splendid. Once you descend the mountain, contact me, and I will come to find you immediately. Very well. After ending the call, Chen continued crafting silver jewelry for his sister, Duo, in the attic. During this time, whenever he had a moment, he would dedicate himself to creating silver adornments for her. In the Miao culture, a girl's silver jewelry serves as her dowry. Chen has only this one sister, and he aims to prepare everything meticulously during his leisure moments. Moreover, every traditional holiday, the Miao sisters don their finest attire. The 5 categories of adornments, headpieces, neck pieces, chest ornaments, jewelry, and foot ornaments, encompass numerous subcategories. Chen exclusively uses pure silver, without any admixture of other materials. It is worth noting that despite his youth, Chen possesses remarkable craftsmanship, having inherited the true legacy from a deceased elder. At some point, Duo approached Chen. Observing her brother's focused demeanor, as one who cherishes silver jewelry, she felt a pang of sympathy for her brother's toil. Brother, you should take a rest. Allow me to assist. Chen shook his head, asserting that traditionally, it is the responsibility of our parents to create these items for you. Yet our family's circumstances are unique, necessitating that I undertake this task. Thank you, brother. Grateful and understanding, Duo's eyes glistened with tears. Over the past half year, their family had undergone a profound transformation. Duo witnessed these changes, astonished at heart. She recognized that all of this was brought about by her brother. With Chen's rising status within the Miao village, Duo too basked in the glow of his success. Those young ladies who once enjoyed better conditions now willingly sought her companionship. However, Duo was reluctant to see her brother tirelessly engaged in endless work. Brother, when will Sister Sheng return? It should be soon, Chen pondered. I believe she will be back in about a month. If you wish to speak with her, use my phone to call, but be sure to avoid her class hours. Duo wiped her tears and smiled, saying, I miss Sister Saint, but you miss her even more. Brother, Duo, such words should not be spoken carelessly. Pouting, Duo replied, everyone already knows about your feelings for Sister Saint. They just haven't mentioned it in front of you. Chen was aware that this matter had spread widely. The clan elder had questioned him more than once. And as long as he, Miaojiang, nodded, the entire High would exert its utmost effort to facilitate it. Just then, as this subject was broached, the elder called out to him from the roadside. Aiken, come here quickly. Chapter 22, Miao Village, the unique scorpion rice cake. Chen hurried to the roadside. The clan elder stated, a few days ago, you mentioned installing a transformer on the mountain, right? The electricians have arrived and are currently laying the wires. The folks from Kedong village are also assisting. You should determine the best location for the transformer. Elder, such matters are best left to the professionals. Our opinions hold little weight. Is it that even your words carry no weight, Aiken? Oh, my dear elder, I am not omnipotent. This jest from Aiken elicited laughter from the Miao people on the mountain. The elder, flushed with embarrassment at Chen's wit, approached him and playfully scolded. You little rascal, daring to jest with your elder. It seems having no wife at home has indeed been a problem for you. Aiken, let me tell you. Regardless of which girl you fancy, the entire High will set out to help you win her back. Among the Miao on the mountain, the young men of High shouted loudly, while the gaze from Kedong village turned towards the resting Tang village chief on the embankment. Chen chuckled in disbelief, clearly taken aback that the elder had publicly put him on the spot. Oppo's dog, Gooden, slyly inquired, Brother Aiken, give us a straight answer. Do you genuinely like Sister Saint? What are you worried about? Chen turned his head, realizing Oppo was indeed beside Gooden, and immediately understood. This question was undoubtedly prompted by Oppo. At that moment, hundreds of Miao brothers and sisters on the mountain held their breath, fixated on Aiken. Although the Tang village chief was focused on fiddling with his pipe, his ears were perked up, eager for the answer he had long desired. All the Miao youth yearned to know. Chen truly wanted to throw a mud pie at Gooden. The once refreshing atmosphere of the verdant mountains suddenly grew tense. Just as Chen quickly pondered how to respond, his phone buzzed. Oh, my ancestor. This call comes at the most opportune moment. However, this phone call irritated both village chiefs. Upon hearing Chen instructing the caller to drive in directly, the Tang village chief bellowed, no entry. Not even if the king of heaven himself arrives. This anger was not unfounded. It had been building for several months. After hanging up, Chen chuckled ruefully, Elder Tang. I've purchased some items, and the seller is willing to deliver them for free. If you don't allow them to enter, how can I carry everything back by myself? That is your own affair. If you cannot carry it back, won't you seek help from your future father-in-law? Under ordinary circumstances, None would dare to speak to Mu Chun in such a manner, should anyone have the audacity. Both Kedong village and Heiwu village would not let it go unpunished. Yet today, no one dared to interject. Even the Miao people from Heiwu village remained silent. The clan elder directly addressed him. Ah Chun, now do you see? Speak up quickly. You clearly hold the holy maiden in high regard. Why not admit it? Old Mu, do not be too oppressive. For our Kedong village is not to be trifled with. The village chief of Tang was genuinely furious. The holy maiden represents the entire Miao clan. No one may desecrate her honor. In recent months, had it not been for the incident involving Mu Ah Chun, Kedong village might have already sought vengeance. Ah Chun, what are your true thoughts? Speak clearly today. The elder approached Mu Chun with a kind expression and inquired, grasping the elder's rough hand. Mu Chun surveyed the crowd and took a deep breath before addressing the stern village chief, Grandfather Tang. The words I hold in my heart are reserved for the holy maiden, but since we are here, I shall provide you with an explanation. With his hands crossed over his chest, he made a gesture understood only by their Miao clan and declared loudly, Today, I, Mu Ah Chun, swear an oath that in this life, I shall only marry the holy maiden Tang Amo, and only take Tang Tang as my wife. If Tang Tang is unwilling, if the Tang family forbids it, if the clan elders disallow it, I, Mu Ah Chun, shall remain unmarried for life. Should anyone contravene this, may they face divine retribution. I bear no grievances and harbor no regrets. The gesture Mu Chun made was one of the most severe oaths imaginable. At this moment, Kedong village felt reassured. Yet Heiwu village was incensed. The elder was the first to object. Grandfather Tang, are you satisfied now? Are you pleased? Ah go. If our Ah Chun is to remain single, the entirety of Heiwu village will not consent. The clan elder sighed deeply, stating, Since Ah Chun has affirmed his commitment to the holy maiden, Heiwu village will exhaust all efforts to claim her. The village chief of Tang rose with a stern countenance, proclaiming, He shall not remain single. When Amo returns, you Heiwu village can attempt to claim her. Or wait until the drum festival. There remains over a month for preparation. With that, the village chief stood up and left, surprisingly chuckling as he turned. On the mountain, chaos erupted. Mu Chen slumped down, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. A zhuang stealthily approached him, bending down to ask, Ah Chun, the village chief has already made his position clear. This is a good thing. Why do you seem so unhappy? You know nothing. Mu Chun retaliated with a punch, catching the unsuspecting A zhuang off guard. Why did you hit me? A zhuang jumped up in astonishment. Mu Chun exclaimed, I will only marry the holy maiden. But not in this manner. You have disrupted my script. What script? What do you mean? Go Dan, come here, come here. The timid Go Dan shook his head vigorously. No, big brother Ah Chun, you are too frightening when you are angry. Ah help. As Mu Chun chased after him, Go Dan fled in terror. Before long, Mu Ah Chun's public admission of his affection for the holy maiden, along with his solemn oath, spread throughout the surrounding Miao villages, igniting a commotion. In the ensuing days, the household of Mu Chun was bustling with visitors. The Miao people came not only to catch a glimpse of how Mu Aiken had concealed himself, but also to marvel at the newly acquired appliances in his home, including a television, washing machine, and refrigerator, among dozens of others. Moreover, they were eager to see the newly installed telephone. In this era, the possessions of Mu Aiken's family were truly unique within the Miao village. The sizable color television, over 20 inches, was still a novelty. Each evening, both inside and outside the house, hundreds gathered, fortunate that the new residence was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Duo, witnessing this spectacle, beamed with delight, her crescent-shaped smile illuminating her face. Regardless of the number of guests, she diligently immersed herself in the appliance manuals after completing her chores, pondering their usage. On this particular day, just after dinner, Aiken's home was once again filled to capacity. The prime spot in front of the television was always reserved for Duo. Although she had yet to finish her household tasks, as Tang Ai entered, Dogden's grandmother greeted him with a warm smile, saying, Tang Zhaiju, please make yourself at home in our Mu Aiken's abode in Hai Was High. A hint of pride laced her words. Tang Zhaiju suppressed a grunt, silently asserting that Hai Was High belonged to him, as this was the territory of Kedong Zhai. Moreover, Mu Aiken's family was to be his future granddaughter-in-law's household. With a stern expression, Tang Zhaiju produced a small note and dialed Tang Mo on the landline, deliberately leaving the receiver off the hook, ensuring that everyone could overhear his conversation with the saintess. Hello, I'm looking for Tang Mo. Upon connection, Tang Zhaiju spoke in the Han dialect. Soon, Tang Mo's voice resonated through the line. Grandfather, are you still in town this late? I'm at the home of that scoundrel Mu Aiken. He has just installed a landline, he replied. Ah, Aiken has installed a telephone? Grandfather, What has he done to warrant such criticism? Tang Zhaizhu scoffed. Surrounded by a plethora of appliances, dozens of them, accumulating unknown electricity expenses each month, now accompanied by a telephone and a transformer. Is this a good thing? What is good about it? Who spends money so recklessly? Does he think he is a millionaire? A chuckle escaped Tang Mo on the other end of the line, amused by her grandfather's words. Grandfather, you need not worry about Aiken. He is quite prudent in his endeavors. Prudent? This young lad has been missing for 7 or 8 days, and no one knows where he has gone. His mobile is switched off. It was unclear whether Tang Zhaizhu was genuinely upset or merely concerned for Mu Aiken. But his dialogue with Tang Mo evoked a wave of envy among the gathered Miao families. Grandmother, cradling Duo while watching television, grew displeased. She discreetly confided to the young man from Haiwu's hide beside her that tomorrow, she would craft a wooden box to conceal the telephone, leaving only the receiver exposed. Grandfather, a few days ago, Aiken called me, saying he was out of town. Has he not returned to the village? Is he in another province? Indeed. How could this young lad venture so far alone? What if something were to happen? Tang Mo reassured him, Grandfather, do not fret too much. Aiken's trip out of province must be for something significant. Moreover, Chun is daring and enterprising, possessing a broad vision. You should heed every word he speaks, for his endeavors are solely aimed at advancing the development of our Miao family. Indeed, I understand, Grandfather. If there is nothing else, I shall end the call. With Chun away, please keep a closer watch over his household, as he has contributed significantly to our Kedong village. Grandfather will do so. The call concluded. Granny turned to Tang village master and remarked, the saintess is indeed fair-minded, far superior to certain cantankerous old men. Tang village master refrained from banter with Granny and instead beckoned the leader of He-Wu village aside, their discussion remaining a mystery. The following day, after several days of drizzling rain, the skies finally cleared. At the junction leading from Kedong village to the county road, a gray Land Rover was halted by local Miao villagers stationed to guard the road. Among the dozen villagers, only one was over 60, while the others were in their 20s. How heavy is your vehicle? Does it exceed 2 tons? If so, entry is prohibited, as it may damage our road, which we repaired at our own expense, unless you possess a pass from the leaders of Kedong and He-Wu villages. Back it up, back it up. Your vehicle is too dirty. It will muddy our roads, and we will have to clean it. The banter from these Miao youths was quite amusing, armed with Miao knives. The leading youth even instructed Mu Chun to reverse. With a smile, Mu Chun rolled down the window. He produced a fine cigarette from his pocket, yet these Miao youths, aware of its value, refrained from accepting it. The leader insisted, revert back. Should you dare to force your way through, we will not be so accommodating. Mu Chun, not clad in Miao attire, inquired with a smile, are you the brothers from this village ahead? Yes, what of it? I am Chun. Unfamiliar. These Miao lads had likely just returned to the village, as it was inconceivable for them to be unaware of who Mu Chun was. At that moment, an elder emerged from behind a grass pile, exclaiming, you youngsters, speak respectfully to him. He may be here looking for Chun. To the elder, anyone arriving in a fine vehicle was presumed to be seeking He-Wu's Chun. The young men were momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, one of the young drivers said. He claims to be Chun. What? The elder hastened forward, scrutinizing Mu Chun closely. Is this not Chun? What is this attire? Chun. The obstructive youths were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Mu Chun chuckled, offered some clarification, and then remarked, the county road remains a muddy stone path. It becomes filthy with the slightest rain, riddled with potholes and puddles, incomparable to our own repaired roads. Hence, my vehicle, having traveled from the provincial capital, is indeed quite dirty. Speaking of roads, throughout Tianfeng County, one would be hard-pressed to find a road superior to theirs, especially when it comes to rural pathways. The elder beamed with pride, showering praises upon Chun. The earlier brash youth scratched his head, commenting, Chun, this must be a new vehicle of yours. Upon your arrival, you may descend from here. A mere 10 or so zhang will lead you to the riverbank where we shall assist you in cleansing your vehicle. It is indeed prudent, for should the road become sullied, it would create unnecessary inconvenience for you. Mu Chun did not decline the offer. At the riverside, the diligent and unpretentious young men of the Miao community swiftly washed the car, completing the task in less than 20 minutes. Dressed in traditional Miao attire, Mu Chun merely glanced at them and discerned that this group of young men must have experience in a car wash. As he inquired, his suspicion was confirmed. Chun, in truth, we previously worked in the county seat. Among us are those who washed cars and repaired them. Regrettably, our boss absconded with debts, leaving us without wages, which compelled our return. Are you named Akong? Yes. Akong nodded. Mu Chun remarked, With the advancement of the economy, the living standards of the populace will only improve, and consequently, prices will rise. Once the conditions of life enhance, individuals will naturally aspire to acquire various items, particularly modes of transportation. As you are adept in repairs, why not consider opening a shop of your own? His words, though simple, sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Akong's eyes. However, he quickly shook his head, expressing his lack of capital. I have a friend who is an investor. If you are inclined to pursue this endeavor, come to Guilin and I will introduce you to her for potential investment. He gestured towards their surroundings and continued. Consider this locale. The cement road leads into numerous Miao villages, and even distant Miao residents are inclined to travel this way due to the good road conditions. Particularly on market days, when they are weary and hungry, they are willing to purchase food, provided it is reasonably priced. Imagine if you set up a stall here. Though the profits may be modest, it would cover your basic expenses, and with improved culinary skills, you could earn even more. Let me share a secret. In the coming days, several influential figures will be seeking me out, and there will be considerable traffic of large vehicles transporting goods. These individuals will be from afar. If you can showcase the unique characteristics of our Miao culture, your profits will multiply. Moreover, consider establishing a car wash. Does that not sound intriguing? Upon hearing this, Akong and his companions felt as if they had been enlightened. Chen, we trust you. But is it still a matter of finances? Akong asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing this, Chen smiled and reiterated, as I said, if you wish to act, I will facilitate the investment. However, you must have a plan. My friend, a businesswoman with several million in capital, is expected to arrive tomorrow. So it is imperative that you leave a favorable impression. Chapter 24, Mu Laoda is beacon, Irue, pleads for mercy, several million in capital? A businesswoman? Akong and his companions were left in astonishment. Their trust in Chen, a member of the Miao community, filled them with excitement and anticipation. Very well. We shall heed your advice, Chen. I will return home to draft your suggestions and ensure someone is here to oversee matters tomorrow. Excellent. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you, brothers, for washing the car. In the future, feel free to visit me in Guilin for drinks. With that, Chen drove away, his carefree demeanor leaving Akong and the others in a state of lingering astonishment. In a fleeting moment, the elder, whose age was not much different from Akang's, remarked, Akon seems even slightly younger than I am, yet he has achieved so much. Although his words were brief, each one is invaluable to us. Akon is the pride of our Miao clan. Indeed, only Akon is worthy of the Saintess. It is said that the Saintess will return from Yanjing to attend this year's drum festival, and all the young men of our village will certainly go. Akang, we shall heed your counsel. You all listen to me, and I will listen to Akon. Laughter erupted among the Miao youths. Meanwhile, Chen, who was already en route, remained blissfully unaware of his elevated status within the Miao community, which had inexplicably risen several notches. Throughout his journey, he maintained a leisurely pace, honking frequently around bends. Although this road was not frequented by small vehicles, a few motorcycles occasionally passed by. In this day and age, those who could afford motorcycles were not lacking in means. However, since the rise of Haiwu's Hai and Kedong's Hai, those few with motorcycles had become less inclined to flaunt them. As he approached a slightly larger bend in the road, Chen instinctively turned his head. For 3 or 4 kilometers to the right lay the Miao village where Mu's elder brother had sought a bride. Initially, when Chen and his companions had expanded the roadway, they had been obstructed at that very spot. Otherwise, they would not have rerouted, benefiting several villages along this path. Just after rounding the bend, he spotted Uncle Laurent's pickup truck parked ahead. To the right of the cement road, approximately 10 meters away, 100 Miao men had congregated, creating quite a ruckus, the cause of which remained unclear. Although Chen did not honk, the striking appearance of his vehicle, coupled with its imposing stature, quickly captured the attention of the Miao villagers. Uncle Laurent's first instinct was to clear the way, for those who drove such a luxurious and powerful vehicle along this road were typically in search of Akon. However, as he approached, he noticed Chen waving from within the Land Rover. Akon, you've returned from another province? Chen nodded. Uncle Laurent, what brings you here? What is happening over there? Your uncle has been assaulted by the strongmen of their village, and both of his hands are broken. As he spoke, Uncle Laurent scrutinized the imposing vehicle Chen was driving, which was indeed magnificent. Even Miaojiang, who ran over, circled the grand off-road vehicle, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and inquired, Akon, this car of yours is extraordinary. Where did it come from? Would you believe me if I said I stole it, Brother Miaojiang? Chen replied with a teasing smile. Not a chance. You wouldn't lack for that 100,000 yuan. In Miaojiang's estimation, the pickup truck driven by Uncle Laurent was worth around 80,000, So he guessed Aiken's vehicle should be worth a mere 100,000. Little did he know. Uncle Arong swiftly kicked him, admonishing him not to speak foolishly. This is a Land Rover Range Rover, the latest model of this year. You can forget about it if you think it's under 300,000. Miaojiang gasped in astonishment, his forehead suddenly feeling heavy. 300,000? That's incredibly hefty. Aiken. This isn't another one of Tang Tang's vehicles, is it? Dog Dan, appearing from nowhere, chimed in. Get lost. As Dog Dan merely posed a speculative question, he was met with a sharp slap from Mu Chun, leaving the little rascal's neck stinging. Haha, it seems to be another one of Tong Tong's cars. There's a door. A door where the little rascal, despite the pain, jumps and frolics about, a sight that is quite amusing. Mu Chun contemplated stepping out of the vehicle to teach this brat a lesson, yet unexpectedly, Uncle Arong acted before him. How could the esteemed Mu be beaten? Asked brother Zhuang, wearing a face of mockery. Intermittently, I have only just grasped the situation. He referred to how Mu had borrowed a plow from another's cattle, and the once robust beast had suddenly become feeble, frothing at the mouth. Even forced medication proved futile, and thus it was. Was Mu surrounded? Indeed. Your aunt did not show her face. Only your cousin pleaded with the villagers to spare Mu. Chun, should we intervene in this matter? Intervene for what? Zhuang leaned against the car window, whispering, at any rate, the villagers of Mu's community currently only regard us with favor. As long as we step in, this issue can be resolved. Resolved without compensation? How can that be? It merely means that they will cease breaking Mu's feet. Chun, if you intervene. It would be simpler. Am I mad? Why would I resolve this ungrateful wretch's issues? Mu Chun had no desire to exit the vehicle. How could he mediate for this ungrateful wolf? Yet as Zhuang insisted, your cousin is quite pitiful. She has already knelt before those ants. Uncle Arong and I remain here to see if they will dare to insult you as well. Will I also be scorned? They wouldn't dare. As long as the saintess returns, you shall be fine. Indeed, just jesting. Zhuang chuckled and walked away, while Mu Chun rolled his eyes. At that moment, Uncle Arong approached the car door and inquired, Chun, if you wish not to involve yourself, you may leave. I shall clear the way for you. Do you think I ought to intervene? Mu is not worth your involvement, yet your cousin is truly aggrieved. Her forehead is bruised. Cousin? Mu Chun did not hold many memories of her. However, since Uncle Arong had spoken thus, he felt it prudent to heed the elder's advice. Just as he prepared to take out money, Uncle Arong continued, yet the price of a yellow cow is not trivial. To pay 2,000 or 3,000 without reason is unthinkable, regardless of one's wealth. How much do they specifically demand? 2,000. 100 less, and Mu loses a leg. Mu Chun pondered for a moment and then said, Uncle Arong, please summon my cousin. Chun, are you truly going to? Mu Chun shook his head. Although Uncle Arong was perplexed by Chen's intentions, he proceeded to call for her. Soon, his cousin arrived, accompanied by 2 ants, seemingly wary of her fleeing. However, upon seeing the black-clad Mu Chun in the vehicle, they hesitated to approach. Mu Chun exited the vehicle, gazing at his cousin, whose clothes were tattered, her hands cracked, and her shoes riddled with holes, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within him. Upon seeing her in person, the memories began to resurface. Her name was Rui, 4 or 5 years younger than Chun, yet sharing the same birthday. In his previous life, Rui had departed from the Black Crow village with Mu when she was merely a child, and this memory remained hazy. Nonetheless, the bond between this cousin and Duo was quite strong, due to the striking resemblance between Rui and Duo. Sharing at least 70 to 80% of their features, Mu Chun reminisced about a winter long past. One year, Rui had secretly given Duo some pancakes from their home, only to be caught by Aunt, who gave her a severe beating. Rui, do you remember me? Rui nodded, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, I remember, you are my brother. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, tears streamed down her face, though she resolutely fought against sobbing. Chapter 25. Mu Chun at Guinai village. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chun felt a tightening in his throat. The saying that blood is thicker than water felt untrue when it came to his ungrateful elder and third brothers. Yet with Rui, it was different. Perhaps it was due to her striking similarity to Duo. He took out a stack of money, counting out 20 bills to give to Rui. Here are 2,000 yuan. Take it. Rui, accustomed to handling only small denominations, had never touched 100, let alone such a large sum. Her eyes widened in astonishment, but she ultimately shook her head. You can use this money to pay off your father's debts, or you may choose to pursue your own future. The decision is yours. Still, Rui shook her head. Mu Chun furrowed his brows. Consider this 2,000 yuan as my way of repaying you for the pancakes you brought to Duo when she was starving, for which you were punished. If you refuse it, I shall reclaim it. Your father's affairs are not my concern. Whether he lives or dies has no bearing on me. I'm sorry, brother. The mere fact that you can utter those words proves you are aware of how your father treated Grandpa and how he has treated me. As for you, you owe me no apologies. I shall ask you once more, do you accept this money? Arue blinked her bloodshot eyes, biting her chapped lips as she replied. Duo is my sister. It is my duty to care for her. There is only familial love involved, nothing more. Therefore, I cannot accept this money. Are you certain you do not want it, even in the current circumstances? I do not. Understood. With that, Mu Chun turned away, and those around him, including a Roan and a Zhuang, assumed he was leaving. Even the other Miao people who had gathered shared this belief. However, as he turned, Mu Chun suddenly delivered a sharp slap to Arue. The crisp sound stunned everyone and caused Arue pain. Yet, Mu Chun's roar awakened those around them. Arue, do you think you possess great integrity? Look at your knees, and then at your forehead. These marks, these bruises, are all the result of you bowing to others. Our family may be poor, lacking in food and clothing, but we must always remember Grandpa's words. Dignity. But what of your dignity? Has it been carried away by those two beasts, Mu Laoda and Mu Lao San? Answer me. For 2,000 yuan, you would bow down? My money from He Wu Zhai, Mu Chen's money, could have you bowing for a lifetime without respite. Mu Chun had never before experienced such an explosive outburst, and his demeanor was truly terrifying. Brother, with a sudden thud, Arue knelt before Mu Chun. Get up, he commanded. A man's knees are worth gold. The knees of a Miao girl are equally precious. A man can bear the weight of the world, but a girl cannot. In the crowd, someone unexpectedly uttered these words, igniting Mu Chen's fury. Who, pray tell, uttered the words that a man can uphold the sky while a woman cannot? If you possess the audacity, step forth. I, Mu Aiken of the Black Crow village, shall engage in a discourse with you regarding such nonsense. By heavens, did you emerge from a dog's belly? Without the support of our wives and the assistance of our sisters, without their bearing and nurturing of children, a solitary man like you would be utterly incapable of achieving anything. How dare you claim that a man can hold up the heavens while a woman cannot? A woman is capable of giving birth. Who was the fool that made such a statement? Go ahead and bear a child. I assure you, all you can do is spout nonsense. In a fit of rage, Mu Aiken unleashed a torrent of expletives, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Uncle Arong and Ajong were taken aback, and even Dog Dan stood momentarily dumbfounded. The individuals from other villages were left agape. The men attempted to retort, but no words could form in the presence of the formidable Mu Aiken. After all, they too emerged from the womb. For the women present, despite Mu Aiken's coarse language, every word resonated deeply within their hearts. He spoke the truth. We can bear children. Can men do the same? We toil daily, just as men do, while also managing the household. Why should we be deemed incapable? Within a mere 2 minutes, every woman and sister had aligned themselves with Mu Aiken. As he surveyed the crowd, the individual he had publicly berated dared not show their face, let alone utter a word. When Mu Aiken stepped out of the throng, the able-bodied men from other villages instinctively parted ways. Whose cow is this? It's mine. A middle-aged couple rushed over, with the man saying, Mu Aiken, we did not wrong your uncle. I never claimed you did. He replied, whatever your uncle and Mu Laosan have done is of no concern to me. Mu Aiken waved the money in his hand. $2,000. Sufficient, would you say? That is too much, the man protested. If you truly wish to compensate your uncle, 1,000 will suffice. I am not compensating Mu Laoda. I am purchasing this cow. That still doesn't warrant such a sum. Mu Aiken added another 1,000, handing over the money directly. I shall give you 3,000, but I have a condition. Mu Aiken, 1,000 is more than enough, rest assured. We shall not bully Arue again. My condition is this, break Mu Laoda's legs. Such a person is unworthy of fatherhood. He is a disgrace to our Miao lineage. The robust Miao men assumed Mu Aiken intended to protect Mu Laoda, only to realize he harbored even greater disdain for him. Mu Aiken did not even glance at the dazed Mu Laoda on the ground. Instead, he approached the bewildered Arue, patted her shoulder, and drove away. The roar of the engine echoed through the mountainside, and in the next moment, the off-road vehicle shot forward like a cannonball. The speed was so swift that it vanished in the blink of an eye. Mu Aiken, slow down. Uncle Arong shouted at the top of his lungs. Ajong felt exhilarated. The men of Black Crow village had never experienced such thrill upon leaving the village. The sound of the vehicle was explosively exhilarating. What a display of bravado. Arong, you know Mu Aiken well. Do you believe his words were merely meant to intimidate Mu Laoda? In the midst of turmoil, a middle-aged man clutched 3,000 yuan, uncertain of his next course of action. Arong remarked, were it not for Master Mu being Ah Chen's uncle by blood, Chen would assuredly have taken matters into his own hands. So, a confrontation ensued? Indeed, with the harrowing cries of Master Mu echoing in the air. The sight of over 100 Miao villagers assailing a single individual was undeniably spectacular. Arong instructed his men to hoist the cow onto the pickup truck and then approached the frigidly composed Arue, stating, "Though Master Mu is your biological father, such a beast is unworthy of offspring. You are no longer a child. Ponder well on your brother's words. Once you grasp their significance, the path ahead will become clear." With that, Arong departed with a zhuang and Godan. Inside the vehicle, a zhuang exclaimed with excitement, "After all these years, I have never seen Chen exhibit such ferocity. Uncle Arong, have you noticed how much he has transformed? He single-handedly quelled the hundreds in Guanai. Uncle Arong chuckled with pride and inquired of a zhuang, "If you were among the Guanai populace, how would you respond to Chen's assertion in such a scenario?" Chapter 26. Is he the reincarnation of the Miao King? A zhuang was left speechless. "What's the matter? Lost for words?" Uncle Arong laughed heartily. "Uncle Arong, just how much knowledge does Chen possess? The things he articulates are beyond my imagination. If I had the slightest inkling, I would have already led everyone to prosperity." A zhuang retorted, though he quickly countered, "True. If I possessed even half of Chen's capabilities, I would have already won over a wife. Yet, I cannot fathom why Chen, despite his evident affection for the saintess, remains silent. Had this matter not been brought to light, a zhuang would never have dared to converse with Uncle Arong in such a manner. However, Uncle Arong shot him a warning glance. This matter remains unresolved. It would be prudent not to speak carelessly, lest I cannot protect you in Dongzhai. I was merely curious. No one is devoid of curiosity." Before long, their conversation led them to Dongzhai, where they fortuitously encountered the village chief, Tang, preparing to head to the orchard. Arong halted the vehicle, exclaiming, "Father, please ascertain whether this cow can be saved. If not, we shall slaughter it at once." "Who purchased it? For how much?" 3,000 yuan, bought by Chen. 3,000? Deceived. Are we Miao people so audacious as to swindle Chen? A zhuang promptly recounted the earlier events to Chief Tang, who was equally taken aback. Did Chen truly say that? Indeed, Uncle Arong was also present. After receiving confirmation from his son, Chief Tang hurried home, intent on slaughtering the cow while it still drew breath. "Father, wait. Slow down. Be careful not to fall." Arong's calls fell on deaf ears as the chief rushed home, feverishly retrieving their family genealogy, meticulously reading the introductory passages. The Miao King? Chief Tang was profoundly astonished. According to the genealogy's initial pages, the traits exhibited by Haiwuzhai's Mu Chen revealed a potential akin to that of the Miao King. The Miao King had not graced the land for countless years. Legend has it that the first Miao King led all tribes to a life of bountiful harvests and opulence. The Miao King was invincible in battle, and wherever the Miao dagger pointed, no fortress could withstand its might. The legends surrounding the Miao King are numerous and steeped in myth. Could it be that Mu Aiken is pondering this very matter alone in the Tang stronghold until dusk? His current demeanor mirrors that of the original form of the first-generation Miao King, and the consort of the Miao King is none other than the saintess. Heaven's gift. Heaven's gift. At this moment of elation for the Tang chief, the 9 elders of the Miao clan also arrived. Their discussions aligned precisely with the thoughts of the Tang chief. It is evident that the words Mu Aiken spoke while commanding the Guanai stronghold have already spread. At this juncture, Mu Chen had just finished a phone call with Tang Mo when the clan leader and Uncle Arong entered. He had no inkling that his words had incited suspicions among the Tang chief and others, leading them to believe he might be the reincarnation of the Miao King. "Aiken, where have you been these past few days? You returned only to make a spectacle at Guanai stronghold." During Mu Chen's absence, the clan leader, despite sleeping in the orchard's greenhouse, felt uneasy. The fear of encountering another incident akin to the last one left him at a loss. There were numerous matters requiring prompt attention, hence his trips to the provincial capital and even to another province. While dining, Mu Chen glanced at the Miao villagers engrossed in their television. The home was tidy and lively after his absence, a delightful change, evoking a true sense of belonging. Yet, an unfortunate void lingered due to the absence of a matriarch. "Aiken, there are already ripe fruits. Have you discovered any avenues for selling them during your time away?" "Do not worry, clan leader. Arrangements are being made," Mu Chen replied. After quietly departing, he had hurried to the neighboring province, covertly converting a portion of silver dollars into cash before heading to the provincial capital. He did not seek out He Yuanshan and the others, but rather met with Su Qian to relay certain matters and injected an additional 10 million into Tang capital before returning. Though Mu Chen still possessed around 40 to 50 million, His aspirations extended far beyond that. By the way, clan leader, several prominent businessmen will arrive the day after tomorrow. We must ensure they are well received. They are the ones purchasing the fruits. Is there truly a pathway forward? Splendid. Miaojiang cast another glance at essential figures like a Dong, a Chen, and a Rong seated nearby, saying, a few individuals will arrive tomorrow as well. Let us arrange dinner here. I will handle this matter, a Dong from Haiwuzhai interjected. Uncle A Dong. It would be more prudent for the external affairs to be managed by K Dong Zhai, as the guests are ascending the mountain from their side. Very well. We shall follow your lead in whatever you decide. After a moment's contemplation, Miaojiang added, Duo is still young and cannot manage meals for so many people. Perhaps Uncle A Dong could ask Aunt A to lend a hand. The uncles and aunts had always kept a keen eye on the orchardess affairs. If they were not given something to occupy their time, they would indeed be restless. Miaojiang thus proceeded to make the arrangements. At that moment, he inadvertently noticed Duo standing at the doorway with tear-filled eyes, hesitating to enter. Even a Zhuang seemed to have something on his mind. Duo, what troubles you? Miaojiang inquired. Duo rushed in, pouting, and said, Brother, sister has been chased out of the house by her parents. Which sister? Sister Arue. Arue? Miaojiang furrowed his brow. Truly a family of miscreants. Where is she now? A Zhuang remarked. She is waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. But those guarding below dare not let her ascend without your permission. Brother, may I go and fetch sister? Duo gazed eagerly at Miaojiang. With a nod from him, she darted away. The round trip spanned nearly 2 kilometers, yet a Duo did not mind the distance. A Chen, I shall accompany a Duo down. Uncle A Rong said as he stepped outside. Before long, a Duo, in the company of a Zhuang, reached the base of the mountain. Sister, over here. From afar, the car's headlights illuminated Arue's figure, as a Duo waved enthusiastically from the window. Arue watched Amei sprinting down from the vehicle with envy, yearning for the affection and protection that Amei enjoyed, while she herself. Sister, get in the car, we are heading home. This vehicle had become a notable sight in the Miao village, and Arue felt a twinge of apprehension, unaware that it belonged to her cousin. However, upon arriving at Miaojiang's doorstep, Arue was truly frightened. Although the house was filled with people, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to enter. She had never encountered such splendid abodes in the Miao village, with glimpses of televisions and various appliances visible through the cracks in the door. For Arue, this was akin to paradise. Come in, sister. Let us watch television first, and when brother and the clan leader finish their discussions, we shall join them. As Arue was pulled into the house, she was utterly astonished by the surroundings and the array of furniture and appliances. Though she had heard tales of her cousin's prosperity, she had not anticipated it to be of such grandeur. Surely the wealthy in town could not boast such conditions. With the illumination, Arue noticed that a Duo was clad not only in brand new attire, but also adorned with numerous silver ornaments, her shoes equally fresh. Meanwhile, Arue. Half an hour later, the occupants of the room suddenly ceased watching television, prompting Arue to inquire why everyone had abruptly stopped. Sister, they haven't stopped. It's simply their turn to patrol. Patrol? What does that mean? You will understand why if you stay a few more days. A Duo laughed cheerfully as she ran off to find Miaojiang, only to discover that he had vanished again. Just then, Uncle A Dong approached and said, A Duo, your brother and the others will be at the orchard tonight. Make sure to sleep early and secure the door. Is my brother really sleeping at the orchard tonight? Yes. You all should play for a while and then rest. Uncle was headed to the village entrance to rotate the guards. Take care, Uncle A Dong. As a Duo closed the door, she noticed Arue's puzzled expression and quickly explained, since the house was completed, brother seldom sleeps here at night. They often stay at the orchard due to the numerous affairs there. Sister, please close the door over there. Once I finish sweeping, I will take you upstairs. I'll sweep. After tidying up, Arue attempted to turn off a nearby light, but a Duo hurriedly stopped her, saying, that cannot be turned off. It must remain lit until dawn, or brother and the others won't see the path. In such an environment, Arue felt as if she were in a dream. Now that the people had left, she looked around, her astonishment growing. A Duo, your home even has a telephone? Brother uses it, but mostly for calling the Saintess. Once a Duo finished her tasks, she led Arue to the back. Here lies the first floor, beneath which is a half level that I utilize for storing agricultural tools and raising a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese. I have a desire to rear piglets. However, my elder brother has yet to consent. Adjacent to this area is the kitchen, and beyond it lies the restroom, distinctly separated from males and females. Do take heed not to err in your path. Ascending to the second floor, the left and central rooms remain vacant, while I occupy the chamber on the right, with the room in front also belonging to me. My brother's quarters are situated on the 3rd floor, which I have tidied meticulously, yet he has never spent a night there. Upon hearing this, the astonished Ue inquired, "Why so? Does he not fancy it?" "I am uncertain. Yet I have heard from the elderly women that he may be waiting for the return of the saintly sister before he ventures there. The 3rd floor is indeed splendid." Subsequently, Duo escorted Erue to the airy loft. Afterward, they arrived at the washroom, where Erue gazed at the peculiar array of new contraptions, utterly bewildered by their usage, until Duo graciously imparted her knowledge. "Sister, I have retained the instruction manuals for these items. I shall retrieve them for you tomorrow, and once you peruse them, you shall grasp their function." Transitioning to the bedroom, the sisters, having been apart for a considerable time, naturally had much to discuss. On the wooden bed, Erue contemplated the intricately carved headboard, surveying the entirety of the room, and sighed. "It feels as though this is but a dream." "I feel the same," Duo suddenly exclaimed. Flipping out of bed, from a nearby drawer, she produced a handbag that Chen had gifted her from the provincial city, gleefully revealing a stack of money that startled Erue. Duo, how did you acquire such wealth?" "It was given by my brother. Can you guess how much?" There were over a dozen 100 yuan notes, more than 20 50 yuan notes, and a myriad of smaller denominations. 3,000? Over 4,000 indeed. Erue swallowed hard, her astonishment uncontrollable. For their entire household scarcely possessed 1,000 yuan, yet Duo had amassed such a fortune. "Is this money given by your brother for your use?" "This is all my brother's allowance. Ever since the beginning of the year, whenever he takes me to the county or town, he bestows this upon me. And I have saved most of it. Does he not concern himself with it? My brother is perpetually busy, often forgetting to eat, sometimes going hungry for a meal. Many nights in the past months, he remained occupied without time to manage such matters. When your brother requires money, has he never asked you for it?" Duo smiled. "This is my pocket money. For household expenses, my brother keeps it separately in a place known only to me. However, I have not visited it in a long while, so I am unsure of the amount. Would you like to see it, sister?" "I would rather not. Since only you are privy to it, it must remain a secret. Even if others know, they cannot take it. It is secured with several layers of passwords, and without them, it cannot be accessed." "How intriguing." Duo nodded. Though she did not take Erue to see it, as her brother had instructed her to keep such matters discreet. Nevertheless, she decided to share her allowance, saying, "Here, let us split it equally." "That is not permissible, Duo. I cannot accept." "Take it." "I truly cannot. You are making me vexed. Then I shall just take 10 yuan. I shall disregard your protests. I have placed it in your pocket." Picking up Erue's clothes, Duo examined them closely before speaking. "Today, my brother returned from the provincial city and brought me a considerable amount of fabric, all quite exquisite. Tomorrow, you shall cut it and create a new outfit." "All right, I shall craft it for you," Ajia replied. "But it is for your own use. My brother always buys so much when he goes out. I already possess plenty." Upon hearing this, Erue completely broke down, tears flowing uncontrollably. She discreetly wiped them away. Duo, are you not yet asleep? It is already midnight." Suddenly, Chen's voice echoed from the orchard. Duo hurriedly turned off the light. Erue was so frightened that she dared not make a sound. After today's events, she truly feared her brother's wrath. "Isn't he in the fruit forest? Can he see us from here?" Erue whispered. "He can see," Duo replied from beneath the covers. "From the position of my window, I can practically see all of the orchard on the right." "Ajia, we do not have school tomorrow or the day after. My brother mentioned that guests would be coming to our home, so I need to sleep early to help the ants with their tasks. Are they friends of your brother?" Erue inquired with curiosity. Duo shook her head, saying, "I do not know, but I heard they are from the provincial city." "So, your brother will be quite busy for the next 2 days?" "Ajia, unless it is of great importance. You will have to wait until he is free to speak with him. Also, do not venture into the orchard, and absolutely do not throw anything inside." "Ajia understands. Now sleep," she replied. That night, Duo slept soundly, while Erue remained wide awake, her mind consumed by her brother's words from earlier. She wished to change herself. Meanwhile, their brother Chen had intentionally allowed Duo to be with Erue tonight. For the two sisters shared a deep bond, yet were unable to be together due to various familial circumstances. At this moment, Chen had returned to the shed, lying on the wooden bed with his eyes closed, deep in thought. He contemplated that if Erue could discern between good and evil, he might be able to assist her. Yet, she had never received an education, a true illiterate. How could he help? Perhaps he should take the time to converse with her. Perhaps she possesses a talent unknown to others. Or perhaps her area of expertise is a realm that others strive for their entire lives, yet cannot attain. After his mood lightened, Chen became exceedingly drowsy and fell asleep within minutes. Chapter 28. The guests have yet to arrive. Yet the wine flows freely at the end of May, early morning. The air was filled with the fragrance of damp earth, as sunlight filtered through the morning mist, draping the stilted building in a golden cloak. On the hillside near the orchard, the melodious chirping of birds echoed in the vicinity. Early in the morning, the Tang village chief arrived at Chen's doorstep, gathering the core Miao villagers with Chen for a small meeting right there. Whatever Chen had conveyed to them was reiterated by both village chiefs, warning that anyone who dared to transgress would face no mercy. After the Tang chief finished speaking, the Mu chief added, "Everyone, listen closely. Last night, Chen specifically reminded us that we must not forget our Miao customs. But this time we are hosting wealthy guests from the provincial city. Do not allow them to become excessively intoxicated with the welcoming wine. If they are inebriated, how can we discuss important matters with Chen? Moreover, I urge everyone not to excessively crowd around. If you wish to observe, a distant gaze will suffice." Here, serious matters are being discussed, while in the spacious courtyard beside them, a Rue, already awake, is assisting the elder women alongside a Mei duo. At this moment, witnessing the scene at her brother's doorstep, a Rue's heart raced with excitement, for she had never encountered such a spectacle before. A duo. It seems the two village leaders are allocating tasks for the coming days. Why hasn't my brother arrived yet? A Rue whispered to a duo. A duo replied, "My brother oversees everything. He has no time for matters below." "Oh, but why is he not visible?" a Rue inquired. "I haven't seen him either." A duo. "Come here quickly." Suddenly, a clan elder called out from that direction. A duo set aside her tasks and hurried over. At noon, after a meal, Duo and a Rue were washing the newly acquired teacups in front of the courtyard when they noticed a zhuang approaching with several robust men from other villages. These individuals were either carrying chickens and ducks or baskets of eggs. "A duo, where is your brother?" a zhuang asked. A duo stood up. "He seems to be feeding the geese below. Shall I call him?" "I'll go," a zhuang said, moving to the side to shout down towards the house. In a short while, Chen arrived. "Kong, is it you?" Kong and a few others had come, but they were momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of Chen's residence. After Chen invited them to sit, they discreetly glanced at the various appliances in the house. "What are you bringing these for?" "We are outsiders. Please, have a seat," Chen began. The young man behind Kong immediately replied, "These are all from our home. Of little value. Please do not think poorly of us, Chen. Chen, these duck eggs are also from our indigenous ducks. You make me feel so humbled. I truly appreciate your generosity, brothers." Chen insisted that Duo accept their offerings and then took out some cigarettes, distributing one to each. These were $5 cigarettes. Although Kong and the others could not afford them, they recognized them from their time in the county. "Light them up, do not hold back," Chen encouraged. While Kong and his companions felt a bit constrained, they were also wary of Chen. They had witnessed how he single-handedly subdued the rowdy men from Gu-Enai village the previous day, affirming their respect for him. Now, seeing Chen maintain his courteous demeanor, Kong and the others, despite being older, dared not speak out of turn. "Chen, do you not smoke?" Kong asked. "I haven't learned how yet." "You all enjoy, don't mind me." Since Chen did not smoke, they felt awkward, and ultimately, it was Chen who lit their cigarettes. At that moment, a duo approached with a large jug of rice wine, while a Rue held a bowl. As the bowl was set down, a Rue stole a glance at her brother. But alas, he said nothing. Chen poured the rice wine, and they all clinked their bowls together. Kong presented a meticulously crafted plan, handing it to Chen. "Chen, this is my proposal. Please take a look. Your handwriting is commendable," Chen remarked, gesturing for a zhuang to attend to Kong and the others as he scrutinized the document. However, when they saw Chen frown, the originally confident group began to feel anxious. In less than 5 minutes, Chen had perused the 3 or 4 pages of paper. He began by stating that the proposal should be divided into writing steps and structure. One must get straight to the point, articulating ideas, plans, and expected goals with clarity and conciseness. Additionally, both the table of contents and project overview must be clearly delineated, and a financial plan is imperative. Much was articulated by Chen in one breath. Beside him, a zhuang was utterly perplexed. Duo's bright eyes sparkled. She understood that when her elder brother became serious, he was quite stern, yet she grasped not a word of what he said. A Rue, on the other hand, comprehended some aspects, though her brother's discourse was rather profound. As for Kong, the Miao youth from the same village, he likely fared no better. Yet Kong, deep in thought over Chen's words, ultimately declared, "I shall rewrite it." "That may not be necessary. I am already well acquainted with your ideas." which closely mirror what I shared with you yesterday. However, why is your investment amount only 5,000? Akong hurriedly replied, if more is needed. 3 or 4,000 would suffice. I am confident I can manage this. 3 or 4,000. Mu Chen chuckled. At that laugh, Akang's companions immediately relaxed. Yet Akong felt a strange sensation, uncertain whether Mu Chen deemed the amount excessive or insufficient. Nevertheless, 5,000 could accomplish much. In truth, Akong currently could not even produce 100. At that moment, the clan elder approached briskly, stating, Mu Chen, your friends have arrived at the entrance of Kedong village. Mu Chen patted Akang's shoulder, advising him not to rush, and then rose to gaze down the mountain. Su Qian had prepared meticulously for this visit to the Miao village, yet the scene before them left their party in awe. 12 rounds of welcoming drinks awaited them. Starting from a kilometer away from Mu Chen's home, the Miao sisters donned their finest attire, forming a line to greet them. The Miao people played musical instruments and danced joyfully, offering wine from Tanjiang Meiju and horns, urging them to partake, showcasing their hospitality. It was indeed a rare spectacle where the guests had yet to arrive, yet the hosts had already indulged in merriment. A middle-aged man beside Su Qian, upon receiving the first horn of wine with both hands as a gesture of courtesy, promptly consumed half a pound in one gulp. Mr. Yan, one cannot touch the Miao sisters' horn cups, otherwise, one must finish the entire contents, Su Qian quickly cautioned. Nevertheless, even in such a state, the group of 5 or 6, dressed in a fashionable manner and arriving in 3 vehicles at Mu Chen's home, found Mr. Yin quite inebriated. Even the young men and women who accompanied Su Qian appeared flushed as they exited the car. The guests from the provincial capital faced the 13th round of welcoming drinks. The final hurdle before entering the host's abode. A sister stood atop a courtyard step, a meter higher than the cement ground, loudly proclaiming in somewhat imperfect Mandarin, "Ah, oh my, there's still one more round. I thought it was over." Su Qian's assistant felt like crying. Chapter 29, A Gathering of the Elite. Whether at Heiwu village or Kedong village, aside from the saintess, the most beautiful Miao sisters were all present here. Besides Mr. Yan and his wife, Su Qian also brought along the financial and human resources directors of Tang Tang Investment. However, these Han individuals had never encountered such a spectacle. Since its inception, Tang Tang has generated profits from its investments worth tens of millions. As senior executives of Tang Tang Investment, they were eager to meet the legendary young boss. Yet, they only learned today that the boss belonged to the Miao ethnic group. At the mountain peak, aside from their party of newcomers, the remaining hundreds were all clad in Miao attire, making it impossible to locate the boss. Mu Chen stood amidst the crowd, observing the comical expressions of Su Qian and her companions, not only refraining from interference, but also smiling benevolently. "Brother, I have seen that beautiful sister in the white shirt. She came to look for you during the new year," a duo said cheerfully. Mu Chen instructed, "Prepare some sobering tea for them. They will need it shortly." Just then, Mr. Yin collapsed drunkenly at the stone steps of the courtyard. A dong called a few people to help carry Mr. Yin to a prearranged room in Mu Chen's home for rest. Mr. Yan's wife also appeared to be inebriated, but she was supported by the younger sisters. The 2 village leaders, standing on a slope and observing, exchanged glances. They had instructed not to force alcohol upon the guests. Yet the drinking capacity of these Han individuals was remarkably poor. After the last round of welcoming drinks, Su Qian finally spotted Mu Chen in the crowd and stumbled towards him, nearly in tears. "Old A Chen, you finally appeared. Let us head inside, given your drinking capacities." "This won't do. Won't do." 13 rounds of welcoming drinks, each at least 2 liang, and this is insufficient? In the main room, Mu Chen invited everyone to take their seats before explaining. It is said that there are 12 paths of songs, 12 rounds of drinks, 12 days in a month, 12 months in a year, and 12 layers of heaven. Thus, the welcoming drinks are set at 12 rounds, representing the highest etiquette of my Miao people. Upon hearing this, the executives of Tang Tang Investment were struck with realization. They had come to meet the great boss, only to find themselves treated as esteemed guests, which filled them with excitement. At that moment, a duo and a roue approached with fragrant tea. "Brother and sister, welcome to our home. This is a specially prepared sobering soup. You will feel better after drinking it." "Thank you, little sister," they replied. The finance and HR directors rose to accept their bowls. And a tipsy Su Qian remarked, "Little sister, you are truly lovely, and these silver ornaments are exquisite. The embroidery is also beautiful. You are even more beautiful, sister." A duo replied. Mu Chen introduced, "This is my sister, a duo, and beside her is a roue, my cousin." "The boss's sister?" Su Qian recalled having met a duo briefly during her last visit, but without any formal introduction from the boss. She was pleasantly surprised by how charming the boss's sister was. After a duo and Arue departed, Arue couldn't help but glance at her brother, surprised that he would introduce her. Mu Chan gestured for Su Qian and her companions to drink some water, saying, although our Miao rice wine is only about 30 degrees. I was concerned that you ladies might not be able to handle much, so I had the younger sisters replace the large cups with smaller ones, each holding 2 liang. Hence, you are quite fortunate. Su Qian took a sip of water, feeling less faint. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, her fingers instinctively came together in gratitude for her boss's generous hospitality. Boss, the assistant, financial officer, and HR manager all stood up. Although they had heard that their boss was quite young, they were taken aback by just how youthful he appeared. Moreover, his attire, particularly the Miao knife at his waist, exuded an exceptional charm. Without the need for introduction, I have reviewed your profiles. All of you are graduates from prestigious universities. With your addition to Tang Tang Investments, I am filled with optimism for the future. Thank you for your trust, boss. We shall live up to your expectations. Mu Chen nodded, stating that in this setting, they should refrain from calling him boss. Like their general manager Su, they could simply refer to him as a Chun. A Chun? The three exchanged glances. Su Qian interjected, suggesting they adhere to local customs and heed their boss's request. When Mu Chun inquired about the now incapacitated General Yan, Su Qian explained, ever since you mentioned the need for sales channels for the orchard, I have been searching for a capable fruit company. Mr. Yan Hao is a businessman who can rival Yi Tianjing, the owner of Jingfeng Fruit Company in Linqing. However, he recently faced business setbacks, and his company is on the brink of bankruptcy. I approached him with the possibility of investment, which is why he accompanied us. But the specifics regarding the amount of investment still require your decision. As her words fell, Su Qian's assistant promptly presented the financial statements and asset reports of Yan Hao's company. Mu Chen merely glanced at them, his brow furrowing deeply. This matter could wait until he sobered up. As for the investment, I happen to have a proposal in mind. Ah Kong, come in. Upon hearing his name, Ah Kong hurried into the room, but Mu Chen only introduced Su Qian, saying, this is the female boss I mentioned to you yesterday. You may call her General Manager Su. After this introduction, Mu Chen handed Su Qian the proposal he had just discussed. Upon hearing Mu Chen refer to her as female boss, Su Qian felt a wave of frustration. However, after Ah Kong politely greeted her, she looked at the so-called proposal in her hands and felt even more disheartened. The writing was commendable, yet it bore no semblance to a genuine plan. It was simply common language. Moreover, considering it was merely a 5,000 yuan investment, her boss could easily grant it without needing to involve her. Such a trivial sum. Ah Kong discreetly cast a glance at the mature, composed, and strikingly beautiful Su Qian, feeling anxious. The wealthiest boss he had ever encountered had only a few 100,000. The thought of tens of millions was beyond his imagination. Zhao Kong, since you were recommended by a Chun, just relax and share your thoughts, Mu Chen encouraged. Ah Kong was taken aback that a female boss with such substantial resources would speak to him. Nervously, he glanced at Mu Chen, took a deep breath, and began. General Manager Su, I was thinking. At that moment, Mu Chen gestured for the financial director, and the two exited together. Su Qian took note of this scene, understanding that as a subordinate, it was essential to grasp her boss's true intentions. Although the financial director, Yao Yi, was a high-salaried recruit from Tang Tang Capital, he was specifically recommended by the boss over the phone. Su Qian was puzzled. How could their financial director, a PhD from a top university, not know the boss? Yet the boss was aware of this capable individual's existence. Moreover, at the time when she was recruiting talent, Yao Yi was still in the bustling metropolis. However, Su Qian remained oblivious to the fact that all this information was known to Mu Chen from his previous life. The chief financial officer of Tang Tang Capital would eventually become one of the most distinguished top 10 CFOs in the entire Xia. His capabilities second only to that esteemed individual in Yanjing. Yet, during Mu Chen's journey to Yanjing, it was imperative for him to secure a partnership with that prominent figure. Soon, after Ah Kong finished speaking, Mu Chen and Yao Yi entered. No one was privy to their conversation outside, but when Yao Yi returned to the main hall, his gaze towards Mu Chen was filled with profound reverence, which puzzled the human resources director. Chapter 30. The fragrance of fruit bursts forth. A beautiful scroll, Su Qian might find herself perplexed. Yet she understood how discerning her boss's vision could be. Have you finished? Yes, I have, Ah Kong affirmed, assuring that Tang Tang Capital's investments would not incur losses. Yet, Su Qian smiled, pondering how a mere 5,000 could lead to such losses for Tang Tang Capital. Nonetheless, it was reasonable to consider that, had she not encountered Mu Chen and earned his recognition, she would not have attained her current status. 5,000 was indeed a considerable sum for an ordinary person, especially when the average monthly salary barely surpassed 300. However, Mu Chen chuckled and remarked, "A Kong, 5,000 is but a strand of hair for Ms. Su. If you wish to grasp it, do so generously." A Kong discreetly tugged at Mu Chen's sleeve, signaling him to temper his words. Yet, both Su Qian's assistant and the human resources director laughed, with CFO Yao Yi chiming in. Ms. Su is now quite the renowned wealthy woman. Grasp as much as you can. Once Ms. Su gives her nod, I, as the CFO, will transfer the funds immediately. The procedures can be addressed later. Su Qian, a striking beauty by nature, usually exuded an air of seriousness within the office, leaving no one daring to jest with her. Now, after Mu Chen's jest, she felt a tinge of annoyance. Director Yao, how can you say that? Just because I nod, you're ready to transfer? I seldom see you so accommodating. Often insisting on following the full process, requiring your approval before any transfer. Miss Su, being so calculative is rather amusing. Fine, you win. Seeing Mu Chen's mischievous smile, she rolled her eyes and inquired, Chun, how much do you think is appropriate? You're asking me? It seems you haven't had enough to drink, he teased. Stop. Don't pour me more. I truly cannot drink anymore. Su Qian hurriedly intervened as Mu Chun reached for the wine jug, then turned to a Kong, stating, I will grant you 100,000. If you can recoup that within a year, even if your proposal is poorly drafted, I shall deem you successful and continue to invest. 100,000? Such a sum? A Kong was momentarily dazed by the unexpected windfall. However, Su Qian continued, the initial tranche will be 50,000. Shortly, my assistant will provide you with the necessary documents. Ensure to follow the procedures meticulously. There must be no room for error. Thank you, Ms. Su, a Kong said, rising to bow in gratitude, while Mu Chen urged, since the deal is settled, a Kong, you should return to your duties. A Chun, my thanks to you. Without your support, You're welcome. Now go and attend to your tasks. As a Kong departed, he received a business card. At 3 o'clock, Mr. Yan Hao and his wife had awakened from their stupor. After being introduced to each other, Mr. Yan, in his 40s, immediately expressed, this experience of Miao culture is truly enlightening. Thank you, Xiaomu, for the warm hospitality extended by your Miao family. Xiaomu. The senior executives of Tangtang Capital exchanged subtle frowns. Su Qian felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. Although their boss had instructed them not to reveal their identities, it was undeniable that he was the head of Tangtang Capital. Yes, he was somewhat younger, but is capital truly measured by age? The financial director, Yao Yi, exchanged a glance with Su Qian and said, Mr. Yan, you may not have heard clearly during our introduction, but this young Miao gentleman holds significant influence over whether Tangtang Capital will invest in your Guoxing company. At this revelation, Yan Hao, still somewhat dazed, suddenly regained his composure. While his wife noticed the change in Su Qian's expression, she promptly corrected herself. Young gentleman, I sincerely apologize. My husband is quite straightforward and tends to speak his mind. Please bear with him. Not at all. Let us proceed to the orchard for our discussion, Mu Chun replied with a smile, turning to lead the way, followed closely by Yao Yi and the HR director. It was this subtle shift that made Yan Hao sense something was amiss. His wife shot him a glare and whispered a warning. Haven't you noticed how much respect the senior executives at Tangtang Capital have for this young gentleman? How dare you address him as Xiaomu? Do you think he is still the previous big boss? Yan Hao turned to Su Qian and asked, Miss Su, is this young gentleman truly just your friend? Mr. Yan, the question you pose is rather personal, she replied with a hint of amusement. Come. I too wish to see how the orchard that Aiken has tended for half a year has transformed. A gentle breeze wafted through the air. And even before reaching the orchard, Su Qian and her companions could detect the rich aroma of fruits lingering in the atmosphere, a fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Upon entering the orchard, everyone was rendered speechless by the breathtaking scene before them. A verdant expanse of grass separated two orchards, one of mangoes and the other of dragon fruits. In the mango grove, rows of neatly aligned mango trees stood close together, flourishing in a vivid green. The golden hues of the setting sun cast a warm glow over the orchard, laden with an abundance of fruit. Golden green mangoes hung heavily from the branches, swaying gently in the breeze, shimmering with an alluring luster reminiscent of dazzling jewels, a truly picturesque tableau. Yan Hao sighed in admiration. Su Qian and her companions felt as if they had stepped into a mango paradise, particularly as the intoxicating fragrance enveloped them, leaving them in a state of bliss. Meanwhile, in the dragon fruit orchard, the lush green plants were impeccably arranged. Each vibrant red dragon fruit dangled from the cactus-like vines, resembling clusters of flames, seemingly heralding a prosperous future for the Miao people. "Oh my, these dragon fruits are colorful," exclaimed Su Qian's assistant. Yao Yi and the others rushed forward to take a closer look, confirming the astonishing revelation. "Where do you find colorful dragon fruits?" Yan Hao nearly sprinted over. And upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover not only were they colorful, but they were also the legendary dragon fruits said to exist only in North Mexico. Young gentleman, is this truly the colorful dragon fruit that is said to only be found in Mexico? Mu Chen strolled over, his hand casually resting on the hilt of his Miao knife, and nodded, "Indeed. But the colorful dragon fruits you speak of from Mexico do not compare to the quality of what we cultivate here, little brother. The colorful dragon fruit stands as the pinnacle among all varieties of dragon fruit, unparalleled in its excellence, commanding a market price of 38 per pound this year. Furthermore, due to the intricate cultivation requirements of the colorful dragon fruit, even in tropical climates like Mexico, this particular variety remains elusive. Its unique flavor and appearance have garnered it great esteem, earning the title of the world's most expensive dragon fruit, catering to the high-end market." Upon hearing this, the executives of Sugar Capital, including Su Qian, were left in utter astonishment. Even the two village chiefs and the core farmers, who had accompanied them, were taken aback by the astonishing value of the fruits brought by Aiken. However, Mu Chen remarked, "Mr. Yan, you truly embody the essence of Guosheng's owner. Your words are entirely accurate. Yet, the colorful dragon fruit you speak of boasts only 5 colors, each with its distinct flavor, collectively referred to as the 5-colored dragon fruit. It is remarkable that you are aware of the 5-colored dragon fruit, little brother. However, what we cultivate in the Miao family is the 7-colored dragon fruit. 7 distinct colors will yield 7 unique flavors. Does Mr. Yin still believe that the 5-colored dragon fruit surpasses our 7-colored variety?" With that, Mu Chun drew a grafting knife and sliced one from the vine, presenting it to Yan Hao. "You must have tasted the 5-colored variety. Now, try the 7-colored one. Only through experience can you ascertain the truth of my claims." "Very well, I shall personally sample it." Yan Hao gently peeled back the skin, revealing the vibrant, multi-hued flesh within. As the skin was removed, an even richer aroma erupted like a volcanic explosion, enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 31. The 7-colored holy fruit. Sugar of the stars, even the village chiefs a few meters away caught a whiff of the fragrance, which gradually spread with the wind. "How delightful! It smells wonderful!" exclaimed a duo, her wide, sparkling eyes reflecting her excitement. Mu Chun turned and beckoned to a duo. She rushed over, and Mu Chun cut several more, handing one to her and one to each of the others. "Thank you, brother." A duo beamed, clutching the 7-colored fruit as she dashed to the 2 elders, urging them to peel it and share in the delight. Though the fruits in the orchard presented a breathtaking sight after ripening, the elders had strictly forbidden the villagers from harvesting them without permission. Had it not been for Chen's picking, the village chiefs and farmers would undoubtedly have reprimanded any unauthorized gatherers. "This fragrance is the first I have ever encountered emanating from a single fruit." Yan Hao inhaled deeply, leaning in for another breath before taking his first bite. The moment the 7-colored dragon fruit touched his palate, an explosion of juicy sweetness erupted. Its texture as smooth as silk, the juice dancing upon his tongue. Another bite was as enticing as a summer breeze. And yet another released a wave of comfort that opened his senses. Each mouthful was a tantalizing tease, an indulgence for the taste buds, a feast for the senses, and a delight for the soul. The final bite lingered, the aftertaste refusing to fade. Yan Hao opened his arms, tilting his head back with closed eyes, seemingly entranced in a transcendent state. Meanwhile, Su Qian and the others remained in a state of shock, unable to recover. As for the 2 village chiefs and a duo, they were rendered speechless, unable to articulate their astonishment, yet fully aware that this fruit was nothing short of divine. After a long while, Mu Chun sighed lightly with a smile, reflecting on the serendipitous encounter with the 7-colored sacred fruit, akin to meeting a cherished friend who truly understands the palate. With a baodao in hand, he turned and shouted towards the horizon, a feast for the senses, a visual delight. Relish the baojia 7-colored sacred fruit, as if encountering a confidant, a dear friend, or a beloved. The beauty of the 7-colored sacred fruit is akin to a romantic ode to the taste buds. In that moment, Mu Chun exuded an overwhelming aura, his silhouette reminiscent of the legendary Miao descending. The mountains fell silent, only to soon erupt with waves of jubilant cheers. The 2 village chiefs were in tears, moved by the dedication of the Baobin who had invested their all into the orchards over the past 6 months. Su Qian and Yao Yi, feeling the sudden surge of Mu Chen's majestic presence, were also swept away by an indescribable emotion, letting tears silently cascade down their cheeks. The assistant, regaining composure, quickly took out paper and pen to jot down the words spoken by the boss. Little brother, you are remarkable. Upon regaining his senses, Yan Hao wished he had 10 hands, all of which would give a thumbs up to this Miaojiang master. Mu Chun turned and cheerfully asked, Yan, what do you think? The 7-colored sacred fruit is the pinnacle of the Fire Dragon series. At this, everyone chuckled. Mu Chun then led the group out of the dragon fruit grove and into the mango orchard. It was at this moment that the fruit connoisseur Yan Hao noticed the exceptionally alluring mangoes, their vibrant crimson hues mesmerizing. Little brother, could this be the exquisite sunchild mango? Mu Chun shook his head, stating, after my description of the mango's appearance and flavor, my Miaojiang referred to it as starry sugar, to which I added a touch of sweetness. Hence, it is called starry sugar mango. 4. Starry sugar surpasses the sunchild in more than just one quality. You will understand upon tasting, Yan. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's gaze fixated on the mangoes hanging from the tree, their golden skin gleaming like the sun, the rich aroma wafting through the air, irresistible in its allure. Mu Chun picked several and shared them with everyone. This time, the 2 village chiefs stepped forward to grab some, while Duo eagerly approached, beaming at Mu Chun. Brother, I want some too. Mu Chun picked another 10 or so, giving one to Duo and distributing the rest among the 2 village chiefs. Compared to the 7-colored sacred fruit, the starry sugar mango was equally impressive. Having savored the starry sugar, Mu Chun was well aware of the exquisite flavor and texture of the mangoes born from the Belmu, which had undergone 3 rounds of genetic modification in the Shennong Space, each time optimizing the saplings further. As expected, Yan Hao, tasting the mango, found the flesh to be thick, with a delicate and smooth texture that melted in the mouth, free from any fibrous obstruction. Su Qian remarked, the fragrance is intoxicating, and the texture is akin to pudding, sweet and lingering. Indeed, even without understanding, I find the flesh to be exquisitely smooth, like jelly gliding down the throat. Each bite a supreme indulgence, chimed in Yao Yi, the financial director. Su Qian's assistant closed his eyes in appreciation and said, the warm flesh dissolves on the tongue, filled with rich sweetness, as if one has fallen into a fragrant, sweet dream. Hearing this, Mu Chun smiled, his expression radiating warmth. Standing beside the 2 village chiefs, a Rong, a Dong, and a Qian were engaged in hushed conversations in the Miao language. It was said that they were all exceptional talents, not much inferior to the saintess herself. The depth of their knowledge was indeed intimidating, but even more astonishing was Aiken, who comprehended so much. I, on the other hand, understood not a single word. I could only observe their expressions. The fruit born from the saplings we planted under Aiken's guidance should be quite splendid, though I was uncertain of its market value. Surely it could fetch at least $1 per pound, considering that both mangoes and dragon fruits weigh nearly a pound each. Did you not hear what Aiken just mentioned? Arzwang interjected. They are called the 7-colored sacred fruit and the starry sugar. Uncle Arong, do you think this sugar could be related to the saintess's sugar? Little brat, must you always prattle on? I swear, I'll knock you senseless. Arong growled lowly, prompting Arzwang to dash away in fright. Adong, pulling Arong aside, whispered, why would you hit him? He didn't say anything wrong. Why would I hit him? That scoundrel has never said anything worthwhile. It was clear that the term sugar was appended by Aiken, and its meaning is evident. How dare Arzwang continue to jest? Upon hearing this explanation, Adong finally grasped the situation. A Qian then exclaimed, that little rascal. Mocking Aiken is one thing, as they are brothers, but he dares to make a roundabout joke about the saintess? He deserves a beating. Then what are we waiting for? Let us give him a good thrashing. Soon, Arzwang's cries of despair echoed from a distance. Although the distance was considerable, Mu Chun and the others still caught the sounds. Little brother, it's nothing. They're just playing around. Come. Let us step outside and discuss matters at the banquet. Discuss matters at the banquet? If this statement were heard in Lin City, Yan Hao would not have been intimidated. But here in Miao territory, even the Miao women, when making their entrance, were formidable drinkers. Thus, as Yan Hao stepped out of the orchard, he felt slightly lightheaded. Even Su Qian and Yao Yi appeared somewhat apprehensive. The Miao people's hospitality was overwhelming, and those with weaker constitutions would likely struggle to keep up. Su Qian's assistant was also feeling unsteady on her feet. This scene prompted Mu Chun to shake his head in disbelief. Do not worry. I won't let the Miao sisters inundate you with too much drink. However, it must be said, your drinking capacities are truly lacking, particularly your assistant, Su Qian. Boss, it's not that I am incapable. It's simply that you are too formidable. The assistant meekly raised a white flag of surrender. As dusk descended, the night beside the orchard was as gentle as poetry. The starlit sky was breathtakingly beautiful. In Mu Chen's home, The main hall was filled with the presence of both the upper echelon of Tang Tang capital and the Yin couple, all experiencing the Miao long table feast for the first time. On one side of the long table were the hosts, while the other side accommodated the guests. Although the array of over 100 dishes did not compare to the business banquets in Lin City, it was a heartfelt offering from the Miao women, exuding a profound sense of ritual. As they took their seats, midway through the meal, a group of the most beautiful Miao sisters, adorned with silver crowns, approached from behind Su Qian and her companions. They held specially crafted ceramic wine pots and sang melodies that Su Qian and Yao Yi could not comprehend, arranging themselves from tallest to shortest, pouring wine from the top down into the guests' bowls. The wine vessels are interconnected, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of flowing mountains and rivers. This is a unique drinking etiquette of the Miao people known as flowing mountains and rivers. The first to be urged to drink is Su Qian, standing at the forefront, while a duo remains in her place. Su Qian inwardly groans, realizing that she is the boss's younger sister. Mu Chun, with a beaming smile, gently reminds everyone that this ritual symbolizes the meeting of kindred spirits, signifying the Miao people's warm welcome to guests and their heartfelt wish for enduring friendships. It is imperative to remember that during this ceremony, guests must not touch the wine vessels with their hands, as the flow of wine is entirely controlled by the young women's hands. Should anyone touch the wine bowl, they must drink all the wine held by the girls. This time, Yin Hao and the others fully comprehend the situation. Having already begun to drink, Su Qian understands as well. 2 minutes later, the young women cease pouring the wine. Just as Su Qian feels a sigh of relief, another young woman, around 17 or 18, swiftly offers her a piece of meat. As the slightly dazed Su Qian opens her mouth to take a bite, the girl retracts her chopsticks, leaving Su Qian empty-handed. With a chuckle, Yao Yi and the others find this scene amusing. Su Qian feels utterly embarrassed, but before she can flush with shame, the ritual of flowing mountains and rivers resumes. Su Qian's head throbs from the drinking. Once again, as she attempts to bite the meat, she misses. Observing this, Mu Chen laughs and advises, just bite the meat. And if you can't reach it, continue drinking. This cycle repeats. Su Qian is teased by the piece of meat 5 or 6 times before finally succeeding in taking a bite. At that moment, her gaze towards Mu Chen is filled with exasperation, even a hint of tears. How could the boss allow her to be teased in front of so many? By the end of the meal, all the guests are inebriated. Were it not for Mu Chen's timely intervention, it is likely that they would all have succumbed to the effects. Subsequently, everyone moves to the open-air loft. The night view, while not comparable to tourist destinations of the future, possesses a beauty that makes one feel as if they could reach out and touch the stars. It is truly beautiful here. Su Qian cannot help but exclaim. Mr. Yin and his wife, equally intoxicated, have come to appreciate such a place, perhaps due to their middle-aged perspective differing from that of the youth. In a short while, a duo and a roue arrive with a secret remedy for sobering up. Everyone takes several hearty gulps, feeling much better. Under the soft lighting, Su Qian gazes at the charming dimples on a duo's face and softly says, "Little sister, tonight you led the toast for your sister. When you visit the provincial city, I must treat you to a variety of snacks until you are plump and rosy. Don't blame me, sister. I'm the youngest, so I'm naturally shorter than the other sisters, which is why I must stand at the front. If I were at the back, I wouldn't be able to reach." With a giggle, everyone is charmed by a duo's adorable demeanor. Su Qian takes a duo's hand gently and says, "You are truly delightful, so delicate and understanding. You will undoubtedly become the most beautiful and radiant young woman in the Miao community." "Thank you, sister. But the most beautiful and kindest among us Miao is the saintess." "Saintess?" A duo nods softly, then leans in closer to the puzzled Su Qian and whispers, "The saintess is my future sister-in-law." "Really? Miss Tang is indeed that." After Duo finished speaking, she dashed away, leaving Su Qian in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, a phone rang from Mu Chen's pocket, a landline number from Yanjing. He promptly rose and walked to the edge of the loft to answer the call. "Quick, capture this silhouette," Yao Yi urgently reminded Su Qian's assistant. They had indeed come equipped with a camera. However, the camera of that era was antiquated. Once the film and batteries were depleted, replacements were necessary, and the photographs could not be immediately reviewed. As for the resolution, it was undeniably poor. Nevertheless, not many could afford a camera in 1995. On Mu Chen's end, after recounting recent events to Tang Mo, her melodious voice resonated once more. "I called your home's landline earlier, and Duo answered. She mentioned you were engaged in discussions with friends and suggested I speak to my grandfather." "Ah Chun, are you not planning to share anything unless my grandfather mentions it? I haven't concealed anything from you. Is that so?" Then why did you share everything except for what you said today in the orchard? Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Tang Mo's clear voice continued. Really, Chen, though I wasn't present, the accounts from my grandfather and uncle were truly shocking to hear. Whether it be the rainbow's sacred fruits or the sugar of stars, I grasped the essence of it all. Thank you, Chen, for everything you've done for the village. Saintess, you may call me Amo or Tang Tang. Tang Tang, that is a childhood nickname of the Miao girls. Not something just anyone can casually use. Mu Chen's breath quickened. He had dreamt of winning the heart of the Saintess. Yet if you are unwilling, I shall pretend I never spoke and will hang up. Wait, don't hang up, he called, hastily rushing to fetch his lushing. Then activating the speakerphone and placing the device on the wooden table beside him. Under the hazy moonlight, gradually, the sound of the lushing began to ripple through the air, akin to a gentle breeze, warm and comforting. From a distance of 10 meters, Su Qian and Yao Yi, along with others, recognized that the notes of the lushing were not the same melodies they had heard during the day. They rose in unison, seeking the source of the enchanting sound, and were astonished to discover it was Mu Chen playing, with his phone still illuminated. The tune was exquisite, a melody they had never encountered before. Indeed, they had never heard it. At that moment, the hundreds of Miao villagers guarding the orchard, along with the numerous strong men patrolling the area, had never been graced by such a splendid melody. As the first segment of the tune concluded and transitioned into the second, Mu Chen gently set down the lushing and began to sing softly. The greatest fortune in this life is meeting you, just as you love me. And I love you too. In this awkward age, I am no longer alone. The greatest joy in this life is waiting for you. As you lead me out of that marshy land, I hope that 50 years from now, you will still be by my side, sitting in a rocking chair, feeling the gentle warmth of the sunset, listening to the soft whispers of the breeze, hearing the river flow, reminiscing about the days gone by. I hope that 50 years from now, you will still be by my side, even when our hair has turned white, forever entwined. Chapter 33, Acquisition. The hidden billions at this moment, far away in Yanjing, Tang Mo remained blissfully unaware that several of her close friends had gathered near her ear, listening to music. From the moment the melody began to play, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the enchanting notes reverberating throughout the dormitory. After a brief moment, the song concluded. Yet the phrase to cherish each other for a lifetime continued to echo repeatedly. Tang Mo, profoundly moved by the melody and lyrics, could feel the sincerity and deep longing emanating from Aiken. A gentle smile graced her lips as she wiped away her tears, biting her rosy lip delicately, and inquired. Such a beautiful song. What is its title? 50 years later. I understand now. Aiken, although I am unaware of what you have endured, 50 years is hardly sufficient. Tang Tang, I shall accompany you for the rest of your life, no matter how long it may take. I will never forsake you. His raspy voice reached Tang Mo's ears, breaking down her defenses. Moments later, Aiken asked, what date do you plan to return next month? I will come to the provincial city to meet you. Aiken, since you have granted me the privilege of using my nickname, you must also know that we cannot meet again until the drum festival. It is both custom and rule. Very well. However, you must provide me with a shipping address. I will send you the rainbow holy fruit and stardust candy tomorrow. All right, please take note. On the other side, when Mu Chen returned to the aerial loft, the gazes of those around him were filled with profound affection, particularly from Su Qian, whose eyes were already glistening with tears. How wonderful it is to still be with the one you love after 50 years. Thank you. And I hope you find your own happiness soon. This simple exchange was laden with bittersweet memories and untold stories for Su Qian. However, following this brief interlude, the upper management, including Yao Yi, found their intrigue regarding the boss deepened even further. Yin Hao and his wife engaged in casual conversation with Mu Chen before shifting the topic to business matters. Just as he produced the project proposal, Mu Chen interjected, Mr. Yin, Su Zong has already shared Guoxing's financial statements with me, and my opinion is that Tang Tang should not invest. Not invest. Yin Hao's gaze faltered momentarily as he turned to Su Qian, asking, Su Zong, is what Xiao Gu said your stance as well? I have stated before that Aiken can influence my decisions, so perhaps Mr. Yin could inquire if Aiken has any alternative methods to resurrect your company. Guoxing. Su Qian's words were deliberately ambiguous. Resurrect? It's impossible without 3 million. Yin Hao was aware that the vast orchard nearby held considerable value. Yet what he required was immediate cash flow, not mere assets. Mu Chen wasted no time and declared, no investment, but an acquisition. Tang Tang Capital offers 3 million to acquire 80% of Guoxing's shares. Although Mr. Yin retains only 20%, the company will still be under your management, albeit under the new name, Candy. Upon hearing this, Yin Hao furrowed his brows and replied, although I do not comprehend the relationship between Xiao A Gu and Tang Tang Capital, you must be aware that our current assets hold at least 10 million in value. Having reviewed my Guosheng's financial statements, yet you are encumbered with 3 million in debt. The 3 million in debt has ensnared Guosheng in a quagmire. Should Guosheng face bankruptcy, General Yin ponders how much the remaining assets could possibly be worth. Yin Hao is momentarily taken aback by Mu Chen's piercing insight. Mu Chen continues, General Yin is undoubtedly aware of the grave situation Guosheng currently faces. This year's economic restructuring has rendered many enterprises struggling with poor economic returns. While General Yin may seek alternative funding sources to alleviate the present predicament, one must question, in this economic climate, which investor would be willing to provide 3 million to your esteemed company to weather this storm? At this juncture, Yin Hao's expression shifts dramatically. He scrutinizes the young man from the Miao family before him and ultimately concedes, I must admit, I underestimated you, young Mo. I was unaware that someone of your youth possessed such profound insight and understanding of finance. You flatter me, General Yin, Mu Chen responds. However, my proposition remains unfinished. If you agree to my terms and act swiftly to complete the necessary procedures, the 3 million from Tang Tang Capital can be transferred to you immediately. Furthermore, I shall prioritize the wholesale distribution of the 7-colored sacred fruit and the Stardust candy to your new company at a price of 16 per unit. A mere 20% deposit will be required, with the remaining balance due within a month. Your profits will depend on your marketing strategies, but do keep your retail prices reasonable. Upon hearing Mu Chen's concluding remarks, a glimmer of excitement flashes in Yin Hao's eyes. As a businessman, having personally sampled the 7-colored sacred fruit and Stardust candy, he recognizes the immense value of these products. Even if the wholesale price is slightly elevated, the transportation and packaging costs to the provincial capital and beyond can be substantial, yet the potential for profit remains high. Moreover, the 1-month grace period for payment is an extraordinary advantage. Although he lacks the financial capacity to procure the entire quantity at once, securing merely 1/5 would still constitute a significant fortune. After contemplating these factors, Yin Hao promptly inquires, are you serious? Will President Su truly agree? General Yin seems to have forgotten President Su Qian's earlier words. Su Qian smiles, very well. If what you say is true, I shall consent. When shall we sign the share transfer? Whenever you wish, Mu Chen replies. Then tonight, please draft the agreement. Delays could lead to complications. Yin Hao insists, unwilling to wait. Mu Chen smiles. Soon, the transfer contract and confidentiality agreement are drafted. Upon confirming that everything is in order, both he and his wife sign their names. After Su Qian signs on behalf of Tang Tang Capital, she stands and declares, here's to a fruitful collaboration. From now on, we are colleagues. Tomorrow, we will return to the provincial capital to finalize the transfer and all necessary procedures, and the 3 million will be promptly allocated. Indeed, we are colleagues. But you are the bosses, while I shall assume the role of an employee, Mu Chen responds. He then calls for a duo to escort Yin Hao and his party to their accommodations. Once they leave the lofty establishment, Su Qian hands the previously stored contract to Mu Chen. He swiftly signs, and the agreement takes immediate effect. Boss, securing 3 million for 10 million in assets is a lucrative deal, Su Qian remarks with a smile. However, Mu Chen shook his head, asserting that his interest extended beyond mere monetary gains. He valued Yin Hao's capabilities and connections as well. You will understand in due time. The Ruan Guosheng Company possesses a parcel of land worth at least 3 billion yuan. This land is designated for the most prosperous CBD area in Lin City, the provincial capital, planned for a decade hence. Once developed, it could yield profits exceeding 100 billion. This estimate assumes the land is sold to other developers. If Mu Chen were to establish a real estate company to undertake the development, the profits would be even greater. Su Qian, we must expedite this matter, and going forward, Tang Tang Capital should closely monitor the development of the new company, Candy. Indeed, I shall pay closer attention. Mu Chen nodded and then addressed Yao Yi. There must be no mistakes in the financial department. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Yao Yi replied. Excellent. It is getting late. You should make do for the night and rest early. After arranging accommodations for them, Mu Chen ascended to the 3rd floor. However, he merely reclined on a small bed, reserving the larger bed for someone special. Chapter 34, Sudden Wealth, the Rise of 2 Miao Villages in the Early Morning. The mountaintops of the Miao region were shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. Sunlight streamed through the thin fog, illuminating the fruit orchards and transforming the scene into a captivating tableau. Su Qian and Yao Yi, already up and dressed, accustomed to the bustling mornings of the city, gazed at the enchanting sight before them and could not help but exclaim, "What beauty!" The melodious chirping of birds echoed in the mountains. As the morning mist dissipated, ancient Miao villages gradually emerged from the valleys, evoking a sense of mystical wonder. Picturesque bridges and flowing streams, along with verdant terraced fields, created a serene and exquisite atmosphere. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The position of the boss's residence allows for a panoramic view of dozens of Miao villages. "I adore this place." Yao Yi and the HR director marveled. However, their words fell heavily upon Su Qian's heart. Suddenly, she turned to observe the figure clad in Miao attire bustling about in the loft above and pondered. Could it be that the boss intends to develop this area in the future? "Brother, breakfast is ready," a duo called from the side courtyard on the first floor. Coming right away. Once he finished his tasks, Chen handed over the documents to Su Qian and led them downstairs for breakfast. In the main hall on the first floor, Su Qian and the others felt apprehensive about being pressured to drink. However, they need not worry about that in the morning. "Do not fret. I have already made arrangements. Since you will be driving back, you cannot drink," Chen assured them, alleviating their concerns. Afterward, he encouraged them to enjoy their meal while he casually ate a bit, and then took the packaging boxes they had brought to the fruit orchards. Upon entering the orchards, the two village leaders rushed over excitedly. "Chen, I heard you finalized the price for the fruits with the guests from the provincial capital last night?" Before Tang Jiazhu could finish his sentence, Dong, Qian, Rong, and Zhuang gathered around, with Duo Duo and Rui also pricking up their ears nearby. "We reached an agreement. Otherwise, how could I have had everyone pick fruits so early in the morning? Quickly tell us, how much per pound?" the clan leader asked eagerly. Chen glanced sideways with a mischievous smile at the chieftains of the High Was High. "From now on, we must not behave as if we have never encountered wealth. Our horizons must be broadened, and further still. You little Miao brat, I've been suppressing my anger at your lack of decorum, and now you dare to lecture me?" The chieftain raised his hand and playfully slapped Chen on the head. "Haha." Chen dodged nimbly, prompting laughter from those present. It was all in jest, yet there was an underlying truth to the words. Stepping forward, Chen addressed the uncles. "Uncle Rong, Uncle Qian, please support your elders a bit. I fear they might faint from the news. Speak quickly," he urged. "We do not sell by weight, but by quantity." "By quantity? Does that mean one can be sold for $1? The Miao folk exchanged puzzled glances, accustomed as they were to weighing produce. Not wishing to keep them in suspense, Chen continued, "The fruits we cultivate, the mangoes of Xingqian sugar weigh no less than 8 or 9 taels each, with some exceeding a pound. The vibrantly colored dragon fruits of the Qicai Shenghua are even heavier. Yet, both varieties are priced the same, at 16 yuan wholesale each." 16 yuan? What they sell for thereafter is their own business. And let us not forget, they must also invest significantly in packaging to sell these fruits. Every aspect requires funding. We ought to allow them some profit. Upon hearing this price, the two chieftains' eyes widened in astonishment, their breaths becoming rapid. In this era, 16 yuan held significant weight. Just days prior, they had gone to the market where rice was priced at 34 yuan for 100 jin, and pork cost just over 2 yuan a jin. "Qian, quickly count the fruits and calculate the total price." The chieftain's voice trembled with urgency. Flushed with excitement, Chieftain Tang was not faring much better. "There's no need to hurry, Uncle Qian. I have already counted," Chen called to the uncles who were about to rush off. "We have over 25,000 mango trees, each yielding an average of 66 fruits, totaling approximately 165,000, at a wholesale price of 16 yuan each. The total comes to about 26,400,000. What?" The two chieftains gasped in unison, needing their sons to support them as they felt faint. Chen, grinning at the astonished expressions around him, continued, "As for the dragon fruit vines, we have over 43,000, with each vine bearing an average of 25 fruits, totaling around 175,000. Priced at 16 yuan each wholesale, the total would be about 17,200,000. Thus, the combined total for the Qicai Shenghua and Xingqian sugar fruits amounts to approximately 43,200,000. Father! Father!" The two chieftains of High Was High and K Dongjai promptly fainted, their sons struggling to support their fathers, nearly losing their own balance. Even the surrounding Miao people, who had gathered, wore expressions of disbelief and astonishment. 43 million? When had the impoverished Miao villages ever encountered such astronomical figures? According to the ratios of the two villages, the colorful sacred fruit dragon fruit in High Was High spans 100 acres, yielding 10%, which amounts to 1,720,000, with 276 households. Each household can receive 6,300. In contrast, The 200 acres in Kedongshai yield a 20% share. 20% of 2,640,000 is 520,000. This 200 acres is divided among 960 households, meaning each household can expect to receive approximately 5,500. Chen struggled to maintain his clarity and quickly retrieved his paper and pen to begin calculating. After a considerable time, upon seeing the amounts they were due to receive, he was taken aback. In 1995, an average worker earned merely 200 to 300 per month, often engaged in strenuous labor. Yet now, they were discussing millions. How much could Chen possibly earn? A single person could amass tens of millions. At that moment, all the Miao villagers surrounding him were breathing heavily, akin to exhausted bulls. Mu Chun, smiling, busied himself, while the murmurs behind him erupted suddenly. Aron, can we truly receive over 500,000 in Kedongshai? Chen, can a household really receive 5,000 to 6,000? Good heavens! My small plot of land yields merely a few dozen each year. How can I receive so much? Aron seized the calculations from Chen's hands, stating, "What are you thinking?" Chen calculated each household's share based on a simple division of 520,000 among 960 households. However, in Kedongshai, we will distribute according to the size of each family's land. Larger plots should yield several thousand, while smaller ones might still provide around 1,000. 1,000? That would be a substantial profit. A woman in the back began calculating on her fingers. My household should receive around 10,000. Mine could garner 7,000 or 8,000. The highest share will likely belong to the village chief, as much of that land is his. The discussions continued unabated, a palpable atmosphere of sudden wealth sweeping through like a tempest. Chapter 35. A distinguished guest arrives at the Miao village in the orchard. Mu Chun personally selected dozens of the finest colorful sacred fruits and star candies, carefully wrapping them in special grass vines within the greenhouse. He then gently placed them into boxes. The design of the box's cover was crafted during his recent visit to the provincial capital, where he had instructed Su Qian to liaise with manufacturers. The box measures 40 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in both width and height, with 2 layers, accommodating 12 fruits per box. The front showcases a panoramic view of the orchard, while the back features the ancient architecture of the Miao village. The text on either side succinctly introduces the village, while the bold characters for colorful sacred fruits and star candies are prominently displayed in the center. Moreover, considering the fruit's need for extended preservation, Mu Chun specially concocted a medicinal solution within the Shennong Space, applying it to the ethereal grass vines harvested from the mountains, subsequently wrapping the fruits in the vines. This method not only prolongs their storage time, but also ensures the preservation of their taste. Chun, do you think my wrapping technique is satisfactory? In the greenhouse, a dozen women were engaged in packaging the fruits. Mu Chun stood up to assess their work, saying, "It looks good. Continue wrapping as I instructed, but remember to secure it well, especially at the base, where moisture tends to escape. Moreover, when placing the boxes inside, one must handle them with utmost care to avoid any damage, as these several thousand boxes constitute the inaugural shipment to the provincial capital. Rest assured, Aiken, the wholesale price of the 7-colored sacred fruits and the starry sugar is well known. The value of these several thousand boxes of fruit amounts to a fortune. The mothers are well aware that they have a stake in this wealth, so how could they afford to be careless?" However, upon seeing that Aiken had picked only the finest fruits, one of the women curiously inquired, "Aiken, are you having us pack 80 boxes of over a pound each for someone special?" "Not quite. These 80 boxes are for another businessman. We can sell the fruits this time thanks to their considerable assistance, so we are giving them the best selection." Aiken's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. The 80 boxes were indeed destined for Tang Tang capital, and her mention of assistance was merely fabricated. Yet another woman suddenly began counting the boxes stacked nearby. After a thorough count, she looked at Aiken in confusion and remarked, "Aiken, there are indeed 80 boxes." "Ah." Aiken, puzzled by the woman's meaning, continued sorting the fruits in her hands. Eventually, another woman chuckled and said, "The 10 boxes Aiken personally packed must be the true gifts." "Gifts? To whom?" "These are the largest and finest. Aiken hasn't even tasted one. Who is worthy of such a treat?" The woman did not reply, but instead knelt down in front of Aiken and whispered, "Aiken, these are for your beloved, aren't they?" "Beloved?" At this moment, the realization dawned on the women, and they all gathered around. "Aiken, Yinjing is quite far away. It will take at least 10 days for them to arrive. Aiken, you should write your heartfelt words on paper and tuck them inside. Aiken, you must." Embarrassed, Aiken finished packing the boxes, tied them to her shoulder pole, and hurried away. This sparked a chorus of laughter from the women of Kedong village. Just as Aiken arrived at the entrance of the fruit grove, she spotted Tang village chief approaching briskly. Aiken, your friend has arrived and is currently at your home recovering from the effects of alcohol. Yes, I know. I'll head there now. As Aiken turned to leave, Tang village chief stopped her again, asking, Aiken, can we really make that much money? Even more in the future. Child, you must hurry along. Tang village chief was still in a daze, as he had never imagined that these two types of fruits could be so lucrative. Upon reaching her doorstep, Aiken noticed several more vehicles parked outside, including a medium-sized truck and a small delivery van. As she approached, Su Qian quickly stepped forward to relieve her of the burden. These 10 boxes of fruit should be sent off immediately. Ensure they reach Yinjing at the fastest speed possible. Aiken retrieved an envelope from her belongings and personally handed it to AMO. The fastest route will be by plane. Spare no expense. All costs for those traveling will be reimbursed. But do not inform AMO that this is a special flight. Understood. I will have the HR director take these 10 boxes right away. They should arrive in the provincial capital by 3 in the afternoon. And the people waiting at the airport will leave directly from there. This will save us considerable time, and they should reach Yinjing by 6:30 in the evening. And transfer to the final destination should not exceed 9. Time is of the essence. I must ensure she experiences the freshest of delights. Su Qian lightly tilted her head, gazing at the earnest expression of the Miao brother before her, feeling moved by his profound affection. As an outsider, she was almost brought to tears. Soon, the human resources director departed with the 10 boxes of fruit, while Su Qian and her companions waited for the remaining dozens of boxes to be loaded before they could leave together. At this moment, in the main hall, He Yuanshan, Yi Tianjing, and Wang Zhao felt somewhat revitalized after finishing their hangover soup. Their impressions of the Miao family's welcoming drinks were perhaps even more profound than those of Su Qian and Yan Hao the previous day. However, for Yi Tianjing, he could hardly fathom that his old friend and rival, Yan Hao, was also present in this Miao village, especially with the recent emergence of Su Qian, the general manager of Tang Capital, and several high-ranking officials in the Linqing business circle over the past 6 months. It is worth noting that their Jingfeng Fruit Farmers Company had also faced challenges due to the broader economic climate, leading to issues with their financial chain. Just recently, Yi Tianjing sought investment from Tang Capital, hoping to secure some funds, only to be met with an ambiguous response from Su Qian. Yet today, hearing that his old adversary Yan Hao was acquired by Tang Capital left him both astonished and fearful. No one knew the identity of the owner of Tang Capital or the extent of its financial resources. However, the companies and projects that Tang Capital had invested in over the past 6 months showed promising prospects. Yi Tianjing simply could not comprehend why Su Qian would choose to invest 3 million to take over Yan Hao's failing enterprise instead of supporting his evidently stronger Jingfeng Fruit Farmers Company. Old Yi, we truly share a fateful connection, arriving at the same place in succession. Is it possible that your Jingfeng Fruit Farmers can no longer endure? Yan Hao remarked upon seeing Yi Tianjing, refraining from confrontation, which was already a commendable feat 2 months prior, had it not been for Yi Tianjing's aggressive approach. His Fruit Prosperity Company would not have reached its current state. Old Yan, let us keep our tempers in check. We are in Mu Xiaoga's home. Yi Tianjing replied with a smile. However, since you inquired about my company's situation, I must oblige. Thanks to your support, things are currently satisfactory. As for you, I must congratulate you on securing the backing of Tang Capital. I shall graciously accept your words, Old Yi. Yan Hao feigned a bow before continuing. Since your company is faring well, I shall, in the spirit of our still amicable rivalry, take you to witness what true celestial fruit looks like. Though I fear your appetite may be too small to indulge, then I shall accept your invitation. I am curious to see what these celestial fruits you speak of truly resemble. Yi Tianjing rose and followed Yan Hao outside. Chapter 36. Once again, tens of millions. Astonishing Yan Hao's decision to extend such an invitation, given their complex relationship of both rivalry and camaraderie, was not without its motives. At this moment, he was concocting a nefarious plan to potentially usurp Yi Tianjing's company. As they stepped outside, they encountered Mu Chen approaching. Yi Tianjing observed Mu Chen, clad in traditional Miao attire, and his reaction mirrored that of Su Qian and her companions upon first seeing him. Mu Xiaoga, your esteemed presence at my Miao family's abode is such an honor. I regret not being able to greet you personally at the village entrance. You're too kind. Mu Xiaoga, the 13 cups of welcoming liquor from the Miao family remain etched in my memory, an indelible experience for me. Yi Tianjing. Even now, I find myself in a daze. The handshake between the two left Yan Hao utterly bewildered. Old Yi, do you know Xiao Age? Know him. We have been partners since last year. Brother Mu even purchased tens of thousands of mango saplings and dragon fruit seedlings from me. What? Yan Hao's face was filled with confusion until Mu Chen clarified, Mr. Yan, what President Yi said is true. The seedlings in my orchard indeed originated from him. I refuse to believe it. If old Yi could cultivate such seedlings, he wouldn't be facing a decline now. Old Yan, that is quite unfair. What do you mean by a decline? Indeed, I don't believe it. Old Yi, you should personally inspect the quality of the seedlings you sell. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, unable to exchange 3 polite sentences without attempting to undermine each other. Mu Chen turned and summoned the 2 village heads to escort Yi Tianjing and Yin Hao to the orchard, before finally entering the main hall. In the hall, the middle-aged man He Yuanshan, who was drinking a hangover remedy, along with Wang Zhao, a robust man adorned with a large gold chain and owner of a herbal shop, reacted with astonishment upon seeing Mu Chen. Young man from the Miao family? If we were on the street, I wouldn't have recognized you. Wang Zhao scrutinized Mu Chen from head to toe. He Yuanshan added, the young man is clad in splendid Miao attire, embellished with silver ornaments that enhance his regal bearing. The embroidery on this traditional garment speaks volumes of the skill of the artisan. It is truly exquisite. Mu Chen approached. Mr. He, your praise is excessive. Please take a seat. After settling down, He Yuanshan began by praising the hospitality of the Miao family, then candidly inquired, Young Mu, is my item still in your possession? Since I promised Mr. He to keep it, I shall honor my word. Gentlemen, this way please. As they admired the mountain scenery, the ancient Miao village, terraced fields, and flowing water, He Yuanshan and Wang Zhao couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Once I achieve success, I too aspire to retire in such a tranquil paradise. The ancient charm of the Miao family is even more enchanting than the legends suggest. Wang Zhao was equally taken with the location. Sitting here gave him a feeling of being on top of the world. Mu Chen produced 1,000-year-old ginseng and 2 rare herbs, causing Wang Zhao's eyes to gleam with excitement as he invited the equally astonished He Yuanshan to appraise them. After a moment, a fair price was agreed upon, and Wang Zhao headed to the orchard while Mu Chen took out the silver dollars. Mr. He, please take a look. He Yuanshan immediately retrieved his tools and donned his glasses for a meticulous inspection. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chen called out to a duo below, Duo, go fetch a few mangoes and dragon fruits from the orchard. Before long, a duo returned with the fruits. As she departed, she cast a furtive glance at the silver dollars before Mu Chen. Although she said nothing, she sensed that her elder brother was growing increasingly enigmatic. Moments later, He Yuanshan looked up in astonishment and addressed Mu Chen, young man from the Miao family. Let's not ask further questions. You wouldn't divulge them anyway. I will offer you 40,000 for each of these 40 distinct silver dollars. What do you say? I'll take them all. Firstly, I feel deeply honored that Mr. He has traveled such a great distance to visit my Miao family. However, it is now 1995, not 1994. Moreover, Mu Chen gazed at He Yuanshan with neither servility nor arrogance, and continued with gentle composure. To speak solely of the Guangxuera Huobi, its worth exceeds this price. Not to mention the Guimao one-tail produced in the province of Fengtian. Upon hearing this, He Yuanshan's heart quivered in astonishment, and he sighed. Ah, young man from the Miao family, had it not been for our profound discussions, I truly would not have believed you are merely in your early 20s. You are indeed a cunning little fox, not only well-versed but also remarkably experienced, embodying both deep foresight and a multitude of stratagems. I am overwhelmed by your kind words. Mr. He, replied Mu Chen. Each of Mu Chen's words made He Yuanshan acutely aware that any further attempts to deceive him today would be futile. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze and proposed, as for these 40 silver dollars, I shall not calculate them separately. Let us consider the overall value at 650,000 for one piece. What say you? 800,000, Mu Chen countered. Mr. He, once these items are in your possession, you could easily garner at least a 20% profit from reselling them. Am I correct? He Yuanshan, astonished by the Miao youth's keen understanding of profit margins at such a tender age, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. It is settled at 32 million in total. How shall I make the payment? Splendid. Mu Chen produced a bank savings card that had only just been released this year and handed it to He Yuanshan for the transfer. All right, I'll await your confirmation. Shortly thereafter, He Yuanshan informed Mu Chen that the transfer had been successfully completed. Yet, in 1995, there was no functionality for mobile banking. Mu Chen would have to verify the transaction at the town bank to confirm its success. Nevertheless, after sealing this deal, He Yuanshan's impression of Mu Chen was profoundly etched in his mind. Mu Chen, in turn, displayed a genuinely pure smile and gestured for He Yuanshan to sample the fruit. This fruit is from the seedlings I purchased from Mr. Yi last year. Do give it a try, Mr. He. Did the seedlings not only survive, but also bear fruit? How is that possible? While He Yuanshan was not well versed in agriculture, he had heard from Yi Tianjing that quality fruit seedlings typically do not yield fruit for at least 3 years and require meticulous care during that period. The climatic conditions in Guizhou were also deemed unsuitable for cultivating mangoes and dragon fruits. However, He Yuanshan, who often frequented high-end venues, quickly discerned that the mangoes and dragon fruits on the platter were unusual. The fruity aroma he had detected earlier seemed to emanate from these very fruits. He picked one up for a closer inspection, and within mere seconds, his face was filled with astonishment. Is this the Sunchild and the colorful dragon fruit? How can that be? Not at all. This is the rainbow sacred fruit and the starry sugar, surpassing even the quality of the Sunchild and the colorful dragon fruit. Mu Chen assured him. After tasting, He Yuanshan would undoubtedly realize the truth. With a mix of skepticism and anticipation, He Yuanshan began to peel the fruit, just as Yi Tianjing, guided by a duo, hurriedly approached the loft. Mu, my dear brother. Mr. Yi, please. Slow down for a moment. Panting heavily, Yi Tianjing finally caught up, accompanied by Yan Haolei, who cheerfully explained, Little brother, I recounted yesterday's events and everything you said to old Yi verbatim. He too has tasted the rainbow sacred fruit and the starry sugar, and he is simply ecstatic. Who is excited? As Yi Tianjing regained his composure, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart his old rival, Yan Hao. Turning his gaze to Mu Chen, he trembled as he asked, Brother Mu, are you certain that the saplings you purchased were from my stock? Indeed. What of it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What you acquired were merely ordinary saplings. How could they possibly yield fruits that rival the Sunchild and the colorful dragon fruit? Do you have any idea how precious and difficult to cultivate those two varieties are? Chapter 37. The acumen of a merchant. Enormous profits impossible? The genetic modifications and optimizations alone required 3 iterations. Moreover, within the divine agricultural space, Mu Chen had procured numerous rare substances for fertilization. What could possibly be unachievable? Yet, Mu Chen could not divulge this information, merely stating, the saplings were indeed purchased from you last year, but during the cultivation process, we employed a clandestine method and secret concoction from the Bao family. As a result, not only did we achieve successful cultivation, but the plants also bore fruit within 6 months, producing a rare and unparalleled divine fruit. Is that truly the case? If you harbor any doubts, feel free to seek out identical fruits. However, I regret that I cannot disclose the recipe. Yi Tianjing had initially intended to purchase the recipe, but Mu Chen's retort thwarted his plans, leading him to concede. Then perhaps I could excavate a tree to study it at my leisure? Certainly. You may dig one up when you leave, preferably from the adjacent area, so we can replenish our saplings. Thank you. Though Yi Tianjing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he was at least able to secure a tree. He bit into the celestial sugar resting on the stone table, savoring the flavor that seemed to belong solely to a realm of immortals. After a moment of indulgence, he turned to Mu Chen and remarked, Brother Mu, when you purchased the saplings last year, you mentioned that after the fruits matured, they would be sold to our company. You must not go back on your word. Mu Chen smiled, but did Yizhou ever inquire about the unit price? Is it not 16 per fruit? Although that price is exorbitant, it is worth it. However, the grass you use to wrap the fruits is truly remarkable. It can preserve the fruits for 3 months while maintaining their freshest flavor. I must have that grass. I can agree to a wholesale price of 16 per fruit. But concerning the grass vines, I cannot make that decision unilaterally, as they too have been treated with our Val family's special concoction. They not only ensure the initial taste of the fruit, but also enhance its flavor, retaining freshness for 3 to 4 months. While the vines indeed possessed such remarkable properties, the so-called secret concoction was not the Bao family's technique, but rather something optimized within the divine agricultural space. Mu Chen's intention in framing it this way was to extract more profit from Yi Tianjing. As anticipated, the astute Yi Tianjing did not hesitate and promptly raised the offer to 18 per fruit at wholesale. Although Mu Chen was pleased internally, he feigned reluctance, stating, I must consult the Bao family member who provided the recipe. Only with his approval can we proceed. However, rest assured, even if that Miaojiang deems it insufficient, I shall exert every effort to negotiate on your behalf. Thank you, Brother Mu. Please wait a moment. I shall inquire right away. Mu Chen had no intention of inquiring at all. He merely took a leisurely trip to the restroom before slowly returning to the aerial loft. How did it go, Brother Mu? Mu Chen appeared somewhat embarrassed, glancing first at Yan Hao and then at He Yuanshan, who was still savoring the fruit. He finally spoke, Mr. Yi. That villager has agreed. However, when you come to load the goods, the payment must be settled promptly. All right, Today I'll let the truck take away 100,000. I have sufficient funds prepared for the rest, and will come back, he continued. However, there is one condition. If Mr. Yi does not agree, the leaders of our 2 Miao villages will not sell to you. I must ask, Mu Xiaoga, could you please convey your thoughts in a single go? Yi Tianjing thought. Were it not for the prospect of Mu Chen selling him such divine fruit and allowing him to make a fortune, he might have kicked him by now. Mu Chen instructed the women below to bring him a few boxes from the main hall. He then pointed to the images and text on the boxes, saying, Our village leader has stated that regardless of how you package them, the boxes must feature the scenic views of our Miao village and photographs of the fruit orchards. Including these texts, as well as the names and origins of the 7-color sacred fruit and starry sugar. That is acceptable. I will take you to sign the agreement shortly. Then we can go to our finance department in town to transfer the funds, and you can pick the fruits fresh and load them onto the truck. Let us go right now. Yi Tianjing exclaimed eagerly. He was a businessman, sensing a tremendous opportunity, unwilling to miss out on substantial profits. However, he was halted by He Yuanshan's call. At that moment, He Yuanshan, still immersed in the delightful experience, spoke. Miao Xiaoga, I understand that you might not engage in retail. But what if I request 20,000? I will arrange the truck myself and cover the transportation costs, but I need you to provide the packaging you have. And also wrap the vines that old Yi mentioned. I can offer you a unit price of 26. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen blinked and replied, Mr. He, can we negotiate this way? Very well. Considering our long-standing acquaintance, I shall agree. However, each of our boxes can hold 12 pieces. And we need to ship from the provincial city. How will you accommodate your 20,000? Moreover, the fruits that Mr. He takes must not appear on the market, as it would adversely affect Mr. Yen and Mr. Ye's subsequent sales. Upon hearing this, both Yen Hao and Yi Tianjing gave thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming in unison, Mu Xiaoga, how righteous. Of course, He Yuanshan understood Mu Chen's intentions and agreed. Then let it be 24,000. 12,000 each of the 7-color sacred fruit and starry sugar, which amounts to 1,000 boxes each. When can you have them ready for pickup? One moment. I shall inquire when the 2,000 boxes will be ready, Mu Chen said, stepping aside to make a phone call. After returning, he informed He Yuanshan. The manufacturer will work overnight, and they will arrive by noon tomorrow. We can load them in the afternoon. Excellent. Then let us proceed to the town for the transfer. And I will send someone to load the goods tomorrow. Subsequently, they moved to the main hall on the first floor. Mu Chen summoned Chen, who was responsible for finances, along with the 2 village leaders. Both parties signed the agreement. At that moment, Su Qian and her companions approached to greet them. Chen, our fruits are packaged and ready to go. Mu Chen nodded, saying, I shall not see you off. Please drive slowly and be cautious on the road. We will. You take care here, especially on the slopes and descents. As Mu Chen nodded, Su Qian stepped forward and embraced him briefly under the watchful eyes of the Miao family. She whispered in his ear, I will ensure that the manufacturer delivers the boxes as swiftly as possible. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. Mu Chen smiled and replied, all right. Subsequently, Su Qian released her hold on him, exchanged pleasantries with Yi Tianjing and the others before departing in her vehicle. As she descended the mountain, Su Qian frequently glanced back, uncertain of the motivation behind her embrace of Mu Chen. Perhaps it was the little man's infatuation with the saintess that had moved her, or perhaps she felt gratitude for the second chance he had provided her. Yet, the charming young man from the Miao family was undeniably enchanting. Unbeknownst to Su Qian, her fleeting embrace had ignited a fiery rage in Chief Tang. Mu Chen, too, noticed the immediate shift in Chief Tang's demeanor from joyful to stormy, prompting him to inwardly lament his predicament. However, this moment only served to deepen the perception held by Yi Tianjing and Yen Hao that Mu Chen shared a profound connection with the general manager of Tang Capital. Chapter 38. The heights of ambition bring the risk of a fall, Mu Chen regrets. After lunch, Mu Chen accompanied Chief Tang and Chen, along with He Yuanshan, Yi Tianjing, and the herbalist Wang Zhao, to the town's bank for a transaction. 2 hours later, Mu Chen confirmed that his account had swelled by over 30 million. The orchard's public account reflected an initial windfall of 5,180,000. Chen was incredulous, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. Chief Tang gripped the passbook and card tightly, scrutinizing them repeatedly, still unable to believe the numbers before him, yet finding them undeniably appealing. On the return journey to the village, Chief Tang would only smile when glancing at the passbook. Any look directed at Mu Chen was filled with a simmering fury. Mu Chen felt akin to a man who had stepped into a mess of yellow mud, neither here nor there. Furthermore, even Chen had turned a cold shoulder. Indeed, as soon as they arrived back at the orchard, The clan elder pursued Mu Chun with a stick, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you frolic about outside? Stop right there. You wretched boy, halt. If I do not teach you a lesson today, the reputation of our Black Crow village will be tarnished by your actions. Block him. Do not let this little rascal escape." Today, atop the mountain, marked the busiest day following the planting of fruit saplings. With a multitude of visitors from both Black Crow Village and Sparrow East Village, perhaps over 1,000. This meant that the incident of a Han girl publicly embracing Mu Chun was witnessed by at least 100 people and had begun to circulate widely. At this moment, Chief Tang was relentlessly pursuing Mu Chun, and all Miao family members not present in the orchard had taken notice. The young men of Black Crow Village were the only ones to intercept Mu Chun, as the Miao people from Sparrow East Village had not intervened. This predicament was difficult to explain. An account had to be rendered to Sparrow East Village, especially since Mu Chun had publicly vowed to love only the saintess in this lifetime. Stranded and vulnerable, Mu Chun darted away like a monkey, ultimately scaling a steep slope to stand atop a mound nearly 10 meters high, calling out, "Clan Elder, please listen to me. Come down, I will tell your grandfather Tang." Someone urged, "No way. If I go down, you might end up killing me. Come down." Mu Chun truly felt like crying. "Elder, you should ask those present. Did I approach her for an embrace myself? She was leaving and merely greeted me. And is it wrong for me to express concern? I didn't even have time to react before she hugged me, yet you chased after me to hit me. Moreover, during my days in the provincial city seeking a market for our fruit, she set aside all her work to help me find sales channels. Now that I have established a connection, I invited her to our Miao village, intending to express my gratitude with a few dozen boxes as a token of appreciation. Yet, she still transferred the payment. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Chen if he received a payment of 15,300. Elder, without her assistance, could we have achieved such results on the very first day? Could we have collected over 5 million in payments? Mu Chun shouted the last sentence, not out of anger, but to ensure everyone heard him clearly. They had labored for half a year, and their first day's earnings were in the millions. Indeed, this revelation startled everyone. However, when Mu Chun uttered these words, his heart felt heavy, so he added loudly, "Elder, you chase after me to hit me, while Grandfather Tang scowls at me. And Uncle Chen ignores me. Before treating me like this, have you ever seen Mu Chen act inappropriately towards other girls? You little Miao rascal. Do you think you have any grounds to complain?" The elder's scolding was noticeably less forceful this time. "I do have grounds. Regardless, today I, Mu Chun, declare to Kedong Village and Heiwu Village that if you continue treating me this way, I'll take a duo and flee to Yanjing, abducting the saintess and vanishing far away. Do you dare?" The Tang village chief, who had been squatting and smoking, finally spoke up. He stepped forward, pointing at the high ridge where Mu Chen stood, and declared loudly, "If you dare abandon the fruit grove and kidnap my Miao saintess, I will catch you and deal with you severely." Mu Chen grinned and replied, "Regardless, I stand by my words. I am wrong today. Since I am wronged, you should come down and let us clarify things." "Clarify? Did you give me an opportunity to explain? As a victim, not only did you not comfort me, but you also chased me with sticks. Elder, is this how you treat someone? At your age, you should still be full of vitality. You little rascal. Dare you insult the elder? I merely meant to describe your enduring vigor. You are the finest model for us Miao youths, and we must learn from your path to longevity." "Rascal." The elder was furious. The Tang village chief remarked, "We can't out-argue you, you little scoundrel. Come down first. What if you fall from such a height? Then, Grandfather Tang, let my elder drop his stick first, and I will come down. How can I trust you not to trick me?" The two village chiefs were greatly vexed by Mu Chun. The Miao people from Kedong Village and Heiwu Village, witnessing how Chun had managed to deflect the fury of both chiefs and take the initiative, exchanged glances of astonishment, fully aware that Chun was also a victim in this matter. One can only blame Aiken, as he explicitly declared that he would only marry the saintess in this lifetime. Otherwise, the two chieftains would not be so eager, but rather wish for him to hastily secure a bride. With a clatter, the clan leader discarded the stick in his hand and said, "Come down. The surface up there is slick with mud. What if you fall?" Mu Chun chuckled with delight, even stretching luxuriously. However, as he stepped down, his foot slipped on the treacherous mud, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down the steep 10-meter slope. Aiken, cautious, exclaimed, Oh no." Mu Chun plummeted directly into a pile of soft earth, startling the young men and women from both villages half to death. Aiken, who was closest, had anticipated this, having himself fallen in this very spot before, yet he was still unprepared for Mu Chun's fall. Don't move me," Mu Chun cried out in pain, urgently warning Uncle Dong not to pull him. The two chieftains, their faces pale, rushed into the crowd. Upon seeing Miaojiang sprawled on the ground, they felt a mix of anger and amusement. Everyone, step aside. Don't touch him. Help him up slowly, commanded Chief Tang, whose spirit was shaken considerably. After all, this was his future grandson-in-law. If anything were to happen due to his and Mu's negligence, how could he explain it to Amo? Chief Tang hurriedly moved to Mu Chen's side, cautiously inspecting him. Oh no, don't touch there. Mu Chen truly felt like crying. He understood that the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Yet who could anticipate such an accident? Had he known, he would not have ascended so high. He was assisted home, limping, only to find Duo anxiously searching for medicine for his injuries. The elderly woman from the house next door, upon hearing the news, also arrived, immediately confronting Chief Tang while chastising the clan leader. Surprisingly, the two chieftains did not respond, instead sitting quietly and puffing on their pipes. Uncle Arong approached Chief Tang and whispered, "Father, what I witnessed today was not Aiken's fault. Look at the chaos now. You think I blame him for this incident?" Chief Tang retorted, "I am annoyed that he doesn't come to our home for a visit. He has made his intentions clear, and Amo has not opposed it. Yet this rascal still refuses to come to our house to set an example for the other Miao people in the village. What do you call that?" The elders have urged him several times. "Father, Aiken is busy managing the orchard. He is swamped every day and hardly has time to visit us," replied Uncle Arong. The elder understood his busyness, but he was frustrated that this little scoundrel did not even greet his future in-laws, yet directed them in their tasks. What kind of behavior is that? It seems Aiken is still unaware of who my brother and sister-in-law are, he mused. It appears so. At that moment, the elderly woman finished applying medicine to Mu Chen's wounds. He sat reluctantly in a soft chair, gazing glumly at the two chieftains. This time, you two chieftains need not intervene. Even the heavens conspire against me as a punishment. You little rascal, are you still in the mood for jokes? The clan leader admonished. Chief Tang then looked up at the elderly woman and asked, "Is the injury serious?" Thanks to the blessings of Chief Tang and Chief Mu, our dear Aiken is not yet destined to meet his demise. After all, the injury he sustained was previously inflicted by that scoundrel Mu Laosan. So it is hardly surprising that he finds himself once more in such a predicament. Nonetheless, Aiken has been of great assistance in earning money for everyone. And that is what truly matters. In front of the core Miao people from both villages, the old matriarch spared no feelings, delivering a sharp rebuke before instructing a duo to fetch bandages to tend to Aiken's wounds, preventing further injury. The two chiefs exchanged a knowing glance, their faces flushed, and discreetly moved to the door, taking a seat on a bench to continue smoking their pipes. The matriarch, seemingly unsatisfied, added, "Fortunately, the heavens have protected us. It fell upon soft mud. Had it been upon gravel, we would all be preparing to carry Aiken up the mountain for burial, and then we would return to our former impoverished existence, earning mere hundreds of thousands a day. I sense some individuals are beginning to surface. A mother. Perhaps you should temper your words," Adong whispered cautiously. "Did I speak in error?" The matriarch retorted. "From the moment I arrived, I distinctly heard Aiken proclaim his innocence. Adong, while those from other villages may be ignorant of the situation, we of High are fully aware. How could we not be? The way Mu Lauda and Mu Laosan treated Aiken in the past, and how Aiken has endured. Does High not know? Do you not comprehend? Now that he has finally managed to rise above, you still treat him thus? Had the saintess been present, such a situation would never have arisen. My child, remember this, whether kin or clansman, once the heart grows cold, that bond is severed. When that time comes, no attempt to mend it will succeed. You would do well to heed this warning." Having vented her grievances, the matriarch took a duo with her to prepare medicine. In the main hall, the gathered dozen remained silent, heads bowed. Aiken was taken aback by the enduring affection his matriarch held for him across lifetimes. He bore no resentment towards his clansmen for their lack of support, nor towards the chief for his pursuit, nor even towards Chief Tang. After all, in this era, the Miao people still exist within a transitional, semi-closed mindset. Moreover, there is something enviable, even aspirational, about their culture, while it is permissible for their own to quarrel. Should an outsider dare to intrude, even amidst internal strife, they would temporarily cease hostilities and unite against the external threat. After a prolonged silence, as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, Aiken finally spoke. "Enough. We have made our noise and raised our voices. With everyone present, let us discuss serious matters. Aiken, this is but a trivial matter. I hold no grievance, and you need not dwell on it. Uncle Chen, you oversee the finances. Please enlighten us about today's financial situation." Uncle Chen felt a twinge of guilt, regretting that he had not supported Aiken today. even when he knew Aiken was innocent. Please, let us quickly share the news to lift our spirits, Aiken urged. Aiken, I apologize for Uncle Qian's oversight. He continued. We too were in the wrong. We should have intervened with the chief. Please, do not complicate matters further. Quickly, take a seat. My back aches, Aiken implored, reminding Uncle Qian once more to present today's accounts. After settling down and calming his emotions, Qian took out the accounts and stated, Today, the candy company in the provincial capital placed an order for 150,000 units each of rainbow holy fruit and stardust candy at a unit price of 16 yuan, totaling 8 million yuan, with a 20 deposit of 960,000 yuan already paid. The remaining balance will be settled, as agreed with the Chen, 1 month after the goods are dispatched. Boss Yi of Jingfeng Fruit Farmers Company ordered 100,000 units of each type of fruit at a unit price of 18 yuan, paying the full amount of 6 million yuan, which has already been received. Boss Yi requested that 200,000 fruits be harvested within 5 days. Boss Yi purchased 12,000 units of each type of fruit at a unit price of 26 yuan, also paying the full amount of 644,000 yuan, which has also been received. A Chen's friend, the young lady who had embraced a Chen earlier today, ordered 480 units of each type of fruit, with a full transfer of 360 yuan completed. Today's total income amounted to 180,040 yuan. However, payment for the boxes has yet to be made, as the amount will only be known once they are delivered tomorrow, since a Chen handled that arrangement. As a Qian began to report the accounts, a multitude of people had gathered at the entrance of the hall. Although the women from the 2 villages had already heard some of the numbers from a Chen's earlier shout, hearing the accounts again stirred their emotions. However, some of the Miao people outside questioned why the prices varied and why the fruits were not allocated to those offering higher prices. Though spoken softly, Mu Chen still caught wind of their words. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen was about to respond when the village chief of Tang stood up and shouted, Do you need an explanation for how a Chen set the prices for these bosses? Will you receive any less when it comes time to divide the profits? Leave. Those of you who spoke earlier, do you have any idea how hard Chen worked to secure these sales? A Dong directly questioned, Chief, how many fruits did that girl named Su Qian purchase? 960 units, totaling 360 yuan. This amount must be refunded. We cannot accept it. Without her assistance, our fruits wouldn't have received so many orders so swiftly. A Qian turned to Mu Chen, his gaze seeking approval. However, Mu Chen shook his head. No need to refund. We must collect what is due. My friendship with her is unrelated to the orchard. That won't do. I also believe we should not accept this payment. Both village chiefs opposed. Straining to sit up, Mu Chen covered his waist and grimaced. All right, you can take your time calculating. As of now, approximately 7 million fruits have been sourced. Just proceed with harvesting and shipping according to the order sequence, ensuring every account is recorded accurately. If you have questions, come ask me. Oh, my poor back. Can I take a moment to rest? With a painful gait, Mu Chen departed. Chapter 40. The holy fruits arrive in Yanjing. In Yanjing, while Tang Mo and her roommates were on their way back to the apartment, they were engaged in lively conversation. However, Tang Mo's right eyelid kept twitching intermittently, causing her heart to race and leaving her feeling uneasy. Mo, what's wrong? Why do you keep rubbing your eyes? Are you unwell? Her roommate on the left inquired. Was something dropped inside? If so, do not rub it. We will soon arrive at the apartment, and it will be fine after a wash. The roommate on the right gently reminded. Tang Mo, clad in a white sweatshirt and black casual pants, appeared refreshingly vibrant, as if a gentle breeze had swept past. Coupled with her height of 173 meters, stunning beauty, and devilishly alluring figure, she embodied the essence of a supermodel. Don't worry, it will be fine shortly. But why is your left ear so red? I suspect your beloved is missing you, rather than those persistent admirers. However, your beloved likely does not realize we have night classes tonight, and has been calling our landline, which is why your ear has turned crimson. A faint smile graced Mo's lips as the image of Mu Chen flashed through her mind. He should still be busy in the orchard at this hour, as it was the peak of the season. Exhausted, he would likely collapse and sleep right in the greenhouse. Mo, speaking of your beloved, I am reminded of that song 50 years later. I truly wish to hear him sing the complete version in front of me. Indeed, I too wish to hear it. The lyrics are undeniably beautiful, yet I have never had the pleasure. However, I am even more curious to see what he looks like, and how he managed to capture the heart of our campus beauty while dismissing those suitors. The aspirations of the two roommates mirrored Mo's own thoughts. As they approached the apartment, they noticed a crowd gathered below, the cause of which was unclear. but a tantalizing fragrance of fruit wafted through the air. What an exquisite aroma! What kind of fruit exudes such a unique scent that it makes my mouth water? It is indeed the fragrance of fruit, but which fruit could it possibly be? The intoxicated expressions on the two roommates revealed just how enticing the aroma was. Among the onlookers stood a young man and woman in suits, guarding 10 boxes of fruit closely, preventing the curious students from getting too close. Before boarding the plane, the HR director had repeatedly cautioned them. Any minor mishap would not only forfeit this month's bonuses, but also their benefits. They pondered why they had been dispatched as elite personnel to transport merely 10 boxes of fruit to Beijing. Nonetheless, the enchanting scent of these fruits had already stirred quite a commotion upon their arrival at the airport. If they were to sell them, wealthy patrons would readily offer $50 each. They would undoubtedly open the boxes on the spot. I say, my friend, I am already offering $600 for a box. And you still refuse to relent. Good sir, what quality are your rainbow fruits and starlight sugar dragon fruits and mangoes? I can hardly withstand this fragrance. How have I never encountered it before? Please, big brother, sell us a box. At Tsinghua University, home to the nation's elite students, there was no shortage of wealthy heirs. Thus, it was no surprise that these individuals sought to throw their money around. However, upon hearing their pleas, the man and woman in the middle tightened their grip on the boxes. At that moment, Mo's two roommates squeezed through the crowd, glanced at the scene, and returned to inform Mo outside. Mo, the fruit aroma is wafting from here. Have you noticed how much stronger it is? Yes, indeed. The fragrance is quite intense, yet it seems familiar to me. Mo did not anticipate that Chen would deliver it so promptly, but her roommate's subsequent words left her astonished. It is two types of fruits, the vibrant dragon fruit from the seven-colored sacred fruit and the mango from the stardust sugar. Have you ever heard of these two names, Mo? Huh, seven-colored sacred fruit and stardust sugar? Initially disinterested, Mo, upon hearing this, pushed through the crowd with a look of curiosity. As she squeezed closer, aided by the dim light obstructed by the throng, she finally glimpsed the box protected by the two individuals in the center, prompting her to lean in even further. Once she discerned the images and text on the box, she raised her gaze in astonishment and inquired, "Excuse me, are you from Chen province? How did you know that?" One of the young men from the personnel department of Tang Capital asked. "I could tell from the photos on your box. Are you waiting here to meet someone from this apartment? We are looking for Miss Tang Mo from room 301. Do you know her? Looking for me?" Tang Mo paused in surprise, scrutinizing the two young individuals clad in work attire before she spoke. "I am Tang Mo, but I do not recognize you." "You are indeed Miss Tang Mo?" Mo nodded, and the other person promptly replied, "We are from Tang Capital. Please hold on, let me call to confirm." She then took out her phone and dialed the number of the assistant to the general manager. After being redirected to Su Qian's phone, she handed the phone to Tang Mo. Upon receiving the phone, Tang Mo began to grasp the situation. "Hello, I am Tang Mo. Hello, Miss Tang. This is Su Qian. Do you remember me?" Su Qian's voice resonated through the receiver, and of course, Tang Mo remembered her. "Miss Tang, yesterday a few friends and I visited the orchard, and the owner requested that we bring you 10 boxes of fruit. Our colleague has not met you before, so we wanted to confirm to avoid any mix-up. Please forgive us for the inconvenience." "Su Qian, you are too polite. I am merely adding to your troubles." After a brief confirmation, Mo returned the phone to the girl in front of her. The girl exchanged a few words with Su Qian before ending the call. Subsequently, she produced an envelope and handed it to Tang Mo. "Miss Tang, this letter and these 10 boxes of fruit are entrusted to me by Su Qian, and I must ensure they are delivered directly to you. Thank you. Please wait a moment. Once we move these upstairs, we can go out for a meal together." "Oh, there's no need. We have other matters to attend to. We will help you take them upstairs, and then we must leave." Despite Mo's repeated invitations, they insisted on departing. After expressing her gratitude, Mo did not press them further, but waved to her two roommates who were still dazed in the crowd. They then proceeded to carry the boxes upstairs in shifts. This left the wealthy heirs who had previously intended to purchase the fruits in a state of bewilderment. In the apartment, her two roommates were breathless and exclaimed, "What on earth are these fruits? Each box weighs so much with 12 inside." At this moment, it's not about the weight. The entire building is now infused with this delightful aroma. Our room 301 will soon become the center of attention. Mo, who on earth sent you such a generous gift, delivering 10 boxes at once? The roommates approached Mo, who was seated on her bed, opening the envelope with curiosity. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at the words above. Chapter 41. Aiken is hurt, and everyone regrets. Goodness. This is the sheet music and lyrics from 50 years into the future. How peculiar, Several lines are missing from the lyrics, yet the sentiment is undeniably beautiful. The two roommates gasped in admiration. Miao smiled as well, never expecting that a letter could be transformed into a song. This indeed aligns with her understanding of Awaken's character, using such a method to convey his feelings to her. But why are there missing lines? What is he truly trying to express? Regardless of his intentions, a profound sense of longing quietly enveloped Miao's heart at that moment. She hadn't anticipated Awaken's swift delivery. He must have flown in. But was Awaken the one who specially brought the fruits? Or did someone from Tangtang Capital come to Yanjing on business and conveniently deliver them? No, it couldn't be that coincidental. Awaken must have done it intentionally. As this thought crossed her mind, Miao felt a slight sting in her nose. She rose and carefully examined the fruit box. Her roommate gently pointed at the words on the box, softly reciting, "Encounter the colorful holy fruits, akin to meeting a sweet friend who understands your palate. A feast for the taste buds, a delight for the eyes. Savor the Miao family's colorful holy fruits, tasting the sugar of the stars, as if meeting a confidant, a dear friend, or a beloved. The beauty of the 7 colors, starry candies, like a romantic poem for the taste buds." After finishing, her roommate dreamily remarked, "How beautiful. Momo, your beloved's intentions are truly unique." Miao was moved to tears, and as she opened the box, an even richer fragrance of fruit gradually filled the space, wafting in all directions. Within mere minutes, the leaders within a kilometer radius of the campus caught a whiff and were equally astonished. Miao picked up a colorful holy fruit. Its skin shimmered with hues reminiscent of the dawn, splendid and enchanting, yet imbued with a mysterious tenderness. The visual impact compelled her to uncontrollably peel it and take a delicate bite. Instantly, a burst of flavor surged across her palate, accompanied by a wave of warmth that spread to her forehead, causing her beautiful eyes to mist over once more, her vision blurring. She then moved to grab the landline to call Chen, but his phone indicated it was off. Miao dialed her home's landline, and it was a duo who answered. Duo, it's Sister Miao. Where's your brother? Sister Saint, my brother. He is sleeping? Sleeping? Miao glanced at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. Given Awaken and their current level of busyness, she would believe it if Duo said he was occupied. But if she claimed he was asleep, why was she hesitating? Moreover, Awaken's phone being off was quite abnormal. Duo, you're not deceiving Sister Miao, are you? Something must have happened. And no, Sister Saint, I have to hang up now. When my brother wakes up, I'll tell him. Duo. If you don't tell the truth, Sister Miao will be angry. On the other end, Duo was holding back her words, choking up, Sister Saint, my brother. What happened? Are you trying to make me anxious? Tang Mo urged. Sister Saint, my brother, his rib is broken, and now he can't move his waist. As Duo wept, Tang Mo felt her mind whirl in confusion. What had transpired? This morning, the sister from the Han family, named Su Qian, had embraced her brother before departing. Ever since he returned from the town, Tang's grandfather had been displeased, and our clan elder assumed it was her brother who had initiated the embrace. Consequently, he pursued her brother, striking him, which resulted in her brother falling from the slippery mud bank adjacent to the orchard. The height of that mud bank was considerable, at least 3 or 4 zhang. If one were to fall from such a height, the consequences would be dire. Duo, how is your brother now? Has he been taken to the hospital? Who is caring for him? He is lying on the bed upstairs. Grandmother and Sister Rue are administering medicine to alleviate his pain. Sister Saint, my brother is innocent. Duo, do not cry. Go summon the 2 village chiefs and others, and have them return my call. I shall await your news. Before long, the 2 village chiefs, Rong, Dong, and Qian, along with a dozen key figures, arrived. However, none dared to contact the saintess, uncertain of how to explain the situation. Ultimately, it was Qian who made the call back. Once connected, Tang Mo instructed them to activate the speakerphone and inquired, "Grandfather, Elder Mu, one of you please explain to me what has transpired?" Though the village chiefs held esteemed positions, the saintess was the foremost figure in the Miao clan. Elder Mu, shaking his pipe, acknowledged, "This is my fault. Allow me to recount the events." Elder Mu, I harbor no intention of blaming anyone. I merely wish to understand the sequence of events. Please begin from the start. I shall take it from yesterday. Rong offered as he rose. Each individual shared their account, weaving together the truth of what had transpired, encompassing all matters related to the garden and its various prices, without omitting a single detail. After hearing their accounts, Tang Mo was left in stunned silence. Mo, I regret this deeply. You see, now is our busiest time. Although Chen had arranged everything. Without his guidance, we are like headless chickens, remarked village chief Tang. Elder Mu added, this is my fault entirely. I should not have pursued him without first inquiring about the reason. Otherwise, he would not have fallen from that slippery bank. I too have erred gravely, Chen lamented. Chen placed his trust in me, entrusting me with the management of all the finances, guiding us toward prosperity. Yet, as they spoke, Tang Mo's voice interjected. I comprehend the situation now. I shall not favor anyone. However, I wish to convey this. It was not Chen who led you to prosperity, but rather his desire to provide everyone with a comfortable life. Why then do you persist in binding him with those restrictive rules? What harm was there in the Han girl embracing him before her departure? Our esteemed leader, when meeting foreign dignitaries, also engages in such courtesies. Moreover, he must navigate the outside world. He needs to engage with diverse crowds to expand his connections and secure more avenues for prosperity for us all. Esteemed chieftains, it is imperative that we adhere to the customs of the Miao people. As for Aiken, as long as he does not contravene the fundamental principles of our traditions, he shall receive our utmost support and assistance, for he is the sole bearer of the mantle. In matters concerning the orchard, his presence is indispensable. None may take his place. You, the chieftains, are merely his aides, tasked with assisting Aiken. You may make decisions on minor issues, but for significant matters, Aiken must be consulted, and his directives must be followed. Regardless of personal understanding, his arrangements must be executed diligently. Should there be any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek clarification. Aiken has already borne enough burdens. Chapter 42. The Coexistence of Authority and Tenderness. Uncle Chen, you oversee the finances, and thus, the treasury shall heed only Aiken's command. Transfer funds as he directs. Should others request money, you must refrain from granting it unless Aiken consents. Ensure that the accounts are meticulously maintained. Uncle Rome, upon hearing a Miao call for him, hastily moved to the landline. I'm here, a Miao, speak, he replied. A Miao softly conveyed. Uncle, you are responsible for external affairs. You must shoulder the responsibilities outside the orchard. Do not burden Aiken with trivial matters. Some issues require foresight and initiative on your part. Uncle Dong, you are in charge within the orchard. Daily arrangements must be planned in advance. If everyone delineates their respective duties, even during the busiest times, chaos can be averted. Should there be any oversights, discuss and decide collectively based on the circumstances. For all matters pertaining to the orchard's secrets, remember, without Aiken's express permission, no one is to divulge anything. Aiken has numerous responsibilities. Do not take pride in the initial revenue of over 5 million on the first day, for this fortune is a product of Aiken's relentless efforts, day and night. Your contributions are physical, while Aiken's are not only physical, but also encompass countless hours of mental labor. Otherwise, how could Aiken achieve what others, equipped with both talent and wealth, have failed to accomplish? If Aiken did not genuinely wish to transform the impoverished state of our Miao community with his capabilities, he could easily find others to undertake these tasks. Chieftains and fellow Miao kin, I am uncertain if Aiken has shared this with you, but he recently mentioned to me over the phone that if this season's harvest proves successful, he intends to find a way for the fruit trees to bear fruit again by the end of this year, effectively allowing for 2 harvests in 1 year. Do you comprehend the significance of this? A Miao's words struck deep, resonating with poignant truth, leaving all present in the room stunned. I have calculated that, aside from the fruits Aiken has taken to establish market connections, there would be at least 80 million in revenue annually. After accounting for seasonal investments, Kadong Village could expect around 10 million, while Haiwazhai could receive approximately 320,000. Thus, as the chosen maiden of the Miao, I earnestly beseech you all to treat this young man with kindness. Grandma Mu is correct. Whether kin or clansfolk, once hearts grow cold, the ties are severed. Since fate has brought Aiken to us, let us cherish him well. If I were to discover who dared to provoke Aiken over such trivial matters, I would not show mercy, even to my grandfather and uncle. I would ensure his name is expunged from the genealogical records of the Miao clan. When Amo uttered these words, even from a distance of thousands of kilometers, the Miao kin could sense her formidable aura. The title of Saintess is not merely a designation. The power she wields is far more terrifying than others might conceive. Over the years, Amo has rarely expressed such fury, causing many to forget the day of her birth and the active manifestation of the chi mark that flew to her. However, this time, she is utterly serious. Each word from the Saintess is devoid of affection, imbued only with a fervent hope for the prosperity of the Miao family. Meanwhile, Mu Chun, plagued by pain, found himself unable to sleep, just as a duo and a Rui entered with a bowl of bitter medicinal soup. Mu Chun managed to prop himself up to finish the concoction and inquired if my phone's battery was fully charged. Upon confirmation, a duo removed the battery for him. Brother, the Saintess just called. she exclaimed. I told her you were asleep, and she asked if something had happened, to which I replied honestly. Why did you divulge such things to her? Mu Chen retorted. What happened next? The saintess instructed Grandpa Tang to return the call and informed everyone. A duo, fearing a scolding, was met with Mu Chen's gentle response, urging them to rest early, assuring them it was fine and that they needed to prepare for school the next day. Yes, after I attend school tomorrow, Arue will handle matters at home. Arue, sitting nearby, felt somewhat awkward in front of her brother. Mu Chen glanced at Arue, who shared his birthday, and remarked, Take tonight to contemplate your plans, and share them with me tomorrow. Brother, I will discuss it tomorrow. I need to sleep now. Just as Mu Chen reinserted the battery and powered on the phone, a landline call from Yin Jing came through. Hesitating briefly, he ultimately answered. Chen, how are you feeling? You should go to the county hospital for an x-ray. Mu Chen, suppressing his pain, replied with a smile. I'm fine. I've just been busy lately, feeling a bit tired, which is why I turned in early. Duo is worried, thinking something might be wrong, but I simply wanted to take a few days off. Please don't mention this to anyone else, or I'll have to keep working. On the other end, Amo felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Mu Chen's words. She was already aware of the situation, yet Chen continued to conceal the truth. Chen, you truly are fine, right? By the way, did you receive the package? I did, but this is quite extravagant of you. If you think it's extravagant, then give me your bank account number so I can continue bearing this bad reputation. You seem spirited. Save your money. Also, during this time, refrain from wandering around too much. Although you are capable, you are still young. It would be wise to inquire about the customs and etiquette from the elders to avoid any potential faux pas. At these words, Mu Chen was taken aback. He had not expected Amo to advise him in such a manner, albeit indirectly. Her meaning was clear. What is the matter? Why are you silent? Mu Chen remained unresponsive, prompting Amo to feel a tinge of concern. Amo, I wish to hear you speak. What are your thoughts? Excited. Mu Chen attempted to sit up, but as he exerted himself, a sharp pain coursed through him, causing his complexion to pale and eliciting a sharp intake of breath audible even to Amo on the other end of the line. Do not move. I understand your pain. Amo, I long to visit Yanjing and see you. Chen, though I, too, wish for that, it is simply not feasible. This is a tradition that has endured for centuries. The customs of our Miao clan are such, and neither you nor I can alter that, so we must endure. Very well, then when you come, do not take the train again. All right, if you are truly concerned, you may arrange for someone to meet me at the airport. That should suffice. Please provide me with a contact number so that I may reach them directly upon my arrival. Mu Chen instructed her to jot down the contact details of Yao Yi, the chief financial officer of Tang Capital, and Su Qian, the general manager. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact them. You are quite generous. These are your personal possessions. Beyond you and Duo. Everything else is but extraneous to me. Little brother, I had not realized you possessed such eloquence. Now, go to sleep. Should you still feel pain tomorrow, seek medical attention. Chapter 43. Engagement matters. The following day, as dawn broke, Mu Chen's biological alarm clock roused him. Habitually, he turned over, but in the next instant, an excruciating pain enveloped his body, leaving his face a kaleidoscope of hues, shifting from blue to purple. What on earth? Why does it hurt more than yesterday? Mu Chen grimaced, exerting considerable effort to sit up. Brother, Arue rushed in, but Mu Chen gestured for her to step outside. Confused, Arue asked. But Mu Chen replied, I must dress. Please wait outside. Typically, he could don his attire in mere minutes, but this morning, it took him over 10, requiring considerable effort. He decided to dress in a more casual manner. However, upon emerging into the courtyard, the two village leaders promptly approached him for a thorough examination. The Miao men, already at work, cast peculiar glances at Chen, uncertain of what the saintess had conveyed to them. After breakfast, Mu Chen summoned Arue, and they ventured into the orchard, albeit at a slow pace. Today, the orchard was even busier than the previous day. With hundreds of thousands of fruit orders to fulfill within 5 days, the task was substantial. Yet, upon entering, Mu Chen noted that the organization seemed more orderly than before, the source of which remained a mystery. In the mango grove, Mu Chen gestured for Arue to pick the largest mango for herself. However, she shook her head, clearly still intimidated by him. I cannot lift my arms that high. You pick one and tell me your future plans as you eat. Having spent 2 days in the orchard, Arue was well aware of the fruit's value. Had it not been for her brother's guidance, she would have been unable to enter the territory of the Haizhai people, let alone pick fruit at will. Brother, I do not wish to lead a mundane existence. I yearn to transform myself, yet I am lost and uncertain of the path forward. Thus, I hope you can assist me. The previous night, Arue had contemplated numerous opening lines, but when confronted with her brother, the words eluded her. Mu Chen contemplated for a moment and inquired, "That day? When brother struck you, do you not harbor resentment towards him? In the past, I had been myopic, but my brother awakened me. I hope he can forgive my previous ignorance. Since you have experienced a revelation, I shall not transfer my animosity towards Mu Laodao onto you. Yet I hope you can discern right from wrong." As Mu Chen spoke while walking, he noted that this girl, who shared his birthday, had grown to his shoulder. She was a strikingly beautiful young lady, a veritable blossom of beauty. "I heard from Duo that although you have never attended school, you have always been diligent in your studies, even borrowing books from others to learn. To what grade have you self-studied?" "I have completed all high school material." "You have finished high school?" Mu Chen was taken aback, halting his steps, turning to gaze at Arue's fair visage, and said solemnly, "Answer me truthfully." "I did not deceive you, brother. I have read all the textbooks, but there are still many concepts I do not grasp." "Very well, I shall tentatively believe you. Is your household registration still in Heiwu Village?" "My household registration was established after my family left Heiwu Village for Genizai." "I understand now. Wait for me at home." Arue was uncertain about where her brother was headed, but after exiting the orchard, she saw him summon Uncle Arong from Kedong Village and drive away. The sight of her brother struggling to get into the vehicle struck Arue like an emotional bomb, leaving her with misty eyes. At noon, Arue squatted in the courtyard washing items, glancing intermittently at the mountain road, for her brother had been gone for 4 hours without returning. Soon, she spotted her brother's large SUV returning. However, even after the vehicle had come to a halt, he did not exit. As she hurried over, she saw Uncle Arong assisting her brother out of the car. Her brother was drenched in sweat, his complexion somewhat pale, yet he firmly clutched a black bag in his hand. "The road is riddled with potholes. It has been a bumpy ride. Arue, quickly help your brother back to rest." "Uncle Arong, where have you been?" "To the county town." "The county town? That is quite a distance. And the road conditions are terrible. How is brother's back?" After enduring a bumpy journey, Mu Chen steadied his back before opening the bag and addressing Arue. "This is the comprehensive mock examination paper for this year's senior year. It comprises 7 subjects, each with 3 different types of papers. Set aside everything you are doing and begin immediately." "Brother, did you go to the county town to buy exam papers?" Arue's voice was somewhat hoarse. She was unaware of her brother's pain, yet he was drenched in sweat, and his lips were cracked. "Begin. Do it now." Arue wept, but fearing her brother, she hurriedly wiped her tears away, fetching a cloth to wipe his face before sitting down to tackle the exam papers. "Take them upstairs to Duo's room. Complete one set first." "Understood." At that moment, a Dong and a Qian arrived together. A Qian remarked, "A Chen, the cardboard boxes you ordered have been delivered, and the payment has been settled. We have already begun picking fruit for packing. Earlier, when you were not here, I obtained the contact number for the paper factory. Here is their business card. Just give me one. The rest keep for future use." Mu Chen took one card. A Dong remarked, "Mister, he has requested a total of 2,000 boxes, and the Tang leader is currently overseeing the operation. At this pace, we estimate it will take until 8 o'clock to complete the loading. Inform those gathering the fruits and packing them to exercise caution. Any that are bruised cannot be packed and must be replaced. The weight of each box should be as uniform as possible, ideally between 8 and 9 taels. I shall attend to this immediately. Furthermore, any mangoes exceeding 1 pound and dragon fruits over 1 pound 2 ounces must be set aside. When wrapping with vines, be sure to use a bit more before packing them and keep them separate. It is imperative not to mix them up, as I have a use for them." Uncle Adong acknowledged and prepared to leave, only to be called back by Mu Chen. "By the way, is Grandma at home? I saw her over here just a moment ago. Let me search for her. If she is in the orchard, please inform her I am looking for her." After speaking with the saintess last night, Mu Chen had pondered throughout the night. Although many are aware of various matters, he felt a closer affinity toward Uncle Adong's mother and thus wished to inquire with her. After all, securing the saintess's silver necklace and floral ribbon during the drum festival is no trivial matter. They are on the verge of an engagement. An engagement is a significant event for both the Han and Miao families. Moreover, considering Mu Chen's tragic fate in his previous life, he was determined to create an unforgettable memory for the saintess in this life. He aspired to render her the happiest woman in the world, so that years later, when the drum festival in Tianfeng County is mentioned, the first thought that springs to mind would be the saintess, recalling that night of vibrant blossoms, a cosmic explosion, and a resplendent night sky. Chapter 44. The arrival of the elders from prominent families. Mu Chen's statusor's grandma, upon hearing Mu Chen's words, smiled widely, her wrinkles almost intertwining. "I have been waiting for you to inquire about this for quite some time. There are many customs to remember. Will you be able to keep track of them? I have prepared paper and pen for you. Please, speak, and I shall write it down. Grandma nodded. In our Miao family, customs vary significantly from 10 miles to 100 miles, and the etiquette following a successful floral ribbon request also varies, depending on whether the parties are acquainted or not. Since you have already established contact with the saintess, has she consented to you? She has agreed. Grandma's smile widened even further. In our Miao culture, marriages are freely chosen, regardless of wealth or status. However, the saintess is unlike other young ladies. Winning her floral ribbon will not be an easy task. During the drum festival, many young men will vie for your attention. When you seek the floral ribbon, you must be bold, confident, and graceful, and possess patience. Remember, while our customs allow for competition, during the drum festival, it is not permissible to snatch. Do not confuse the two. Grandma meticulously explained all the rules to Miaojiang, emphasizing that any violations or ignorance of etiquette would result in ridicule. Moreover, according to our customs, after successfully obtaining the floral ribbon, one must take the young lady home to acknowledge kinship. This process must be witnessed by your father and mother. If they have passed, you must first bring the young lady to pay respects. Then, you must prepare the marriage certificate overnight. The marriage contract must be crafted on site by the elders of the village, ideally by the one of the highest rank. If several elders partake in its creation, their numbers and contributions may vary, and it is customary to present the elder who composes the marriage document with a red envelope, the amount being inconsequential, as it is merely a gesture of respect. Furthermore, in addition to gifts for the bride, there are also presents to be given to her family. Do not rush. Dear grandmother will recite it to you slowly, so be sure to remember it clearly. The lofty abode of Miaojiang's family offers a panoramic view of the entire orchard. At this moment, the scene of Aiken and his grandmother seated on the terrace is also observed by the Miao villagers who are busy picking fruits in the garden. From the direction of the greenhouse, the village leader Mu approaches Tang, his face beaming with joy, and greets him with clasped hands, saying, "Brother Tang, I wish to extend my congratulations in advance." Tang, feeling a surge of happiness within, responds, "To win the flower ribbon from my daughter Amo during the drum festival and have her mother personally bestow a silver necklace upon her suitor is no simple task. Brother Tang, if you remain obstinate, when the saintess calls, I shall share your thoughts with her," retorted Mu playfully. "You crafty old fox." Tang feigned a stern expression, saying, "In our Miao culture, while we cherish freedom in marriage, we must also adhere to customs and etiquette. I have tolerated that rascal Miaojiang for long enough. If he does not follow the traditional protocols during the drum festival, let us see how the Judong village deals with him. As for our Aiken from the high was high. I trust him. His ideas are often unconventional. It seems we both must contemplate the matters of the drum festival in the meantime. Your son Zhuang is no longer a child. Make sure he brings a girl home during next month's festival. Ah, now that is music to my ears." The two village leaders chuckled, a wave of joy quietly enveloping the atmosphere. At dusk, the sun bled its crimson hue, casting a faint golden glow on the horizon, while the orchard atop the mountain was bathed in the ethereal light of the evening glow. After dinner, Tang and the leaders from dozens of nearby villages arrived at Miaojiang's residence. In the spacious hall, several elders in their 60s and 70s exchanged hushed words, while the younger generation of core uncles and brothers stood to the side, numbering over 100, but fortunately, Miaojiang's home was ample enough. "Brother Tang, with such a gathering, I feel as though I am being summoned for an inquisition," Aiken remarked. According to tradition, as a junior, he should not be seated, yet his injuries warranted an exception. Moreover, he had inadvertently become the cornerstone of prosperity for everyone. "Aiken, I am the foremost elder of the 9 great clans of the Miao. You must address me as elder," spoke one elder, who was over 70. His visage was kind, with silvery hair and a face etched with the lines of time, bearing witness to the vicissitudes of life. Aiken gazed at the elder, noting the resolute light in his eyes. Though slightly stooped, his spirit remained vigorous and lively. Aiken was aware that the descendants of Qi Yu had 9 esteemed elders, yet he had never encountered them. These 9 elders commanded immense respect from all Miao people, their status surpassing that of village leaders, as their ancestors had dedicated themselves to the protection of the Miao king, passing down their legacy to designated heirs before their demise. Alas, with the Miao king absent from the world, the emergence of the saintess brought great joy to the 9 elders. In the present day, the participation of the Holy Maiden in the flower band contest at the drum festival necessitates the appearance of the 9 clan elders. However, Miaojiang found himself perplexed as to why he had been chosen. Struggling to rise, he respectfully bowed and greeted them, before stating, "Please, esteemed elders, I Muakin of the Hymia branch, shall exert my utmost efforts. You bear injuries. Take a seat. As soon as Chen settled down, the chief elder spoke candidly. After discussion among the 9 elders, and with the Holy Maiden's agreement, you shall lead the ancestral worship ceremony at this year's drum festival alongside the Holy Maiden. Led alongside the Holy Maiden? Chen was taken aback. Traditionally, the Holy Maiden led the ceremony alone. Moreover, even the chieftain of their High was deemed unworthy to assume such a role. How could he, a mere junior, be considered? Muakin, why do you remain in a daze? The elder is addressing you. The chieftain of High hastily reminded him, adding, being chosen by the elders to lead the worship of our ancestors alongside the Holy Maiden is not merely your honor. It is a glorious moment for our High and even the entire Hymia branch. Esteemed elder, I am aware of the immense honor, but am I truly worthy? The chief elder replied, though you are young, your diligent efforts for our Miao clan over the past 6 months have not gone unnoticed. The Holy Maiden has also expressed that this year, Muakin of the Hymia will accompany her to the ancestral hall. Esteemed elder, can I still participate in the flower band contest during the drum festival? Upon hearing this, the uncles and peers of the Miao clan erupted in laughter. This young lad had been hesitating, worried about missing out on the flower band. The chief elder assured him, that will not be an issue. After the ancestral worship, you may partake in the flower band contest and seek the lady of your heart. Very well, I shall heed the arrangements of the elders. I will do as you instruct. Chen acquiesced. Chieftain Muai of High breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Akin. This year's drum festival holds special significance as it marks the Holy Maiden's first participation in the flower band contest. I have conferred with Chieftain Tang, and everyone is in strong support. Therefore, Guilin is prepared to allocate 600,000 for the various expenses of the drum festival. What are your thoughts? 600,000 is insufficient. 3 million. Guilin shall provide 3 million, and the remaining 240,000 will be my contribution. Uncle Chen, please take note. When Guilin settles the accounts, remember to deduct my portion. 3 million? This figure left all the elders and chieftains in the hall astonished and dizzy. It is worth noting that in previous years, despite the attendance of thousands from various Miao branches at the drum festival, the expenditures were collectively pooled. Each Miao clansman contributed a modest sum for the ancestral worship, typically amounting to no more than 100,000. This year, with High and Kadongzai rising prominently under Muakin's leadership, the Miao people from these 2 villages are set to shine at the drum festival. What was initially thought to be a challenging consensus on the 600,000 was surpassed by Muakin's audacity. He boldly pledged 240,000 on his own. In this era, organizing a drum festival with a budget of 3 million is nothing short of extraordinary. Although everyone struggles to envision such a breathtaking scene, they can certainly imagine it. One fears that the moment this substantial sum is revealed, it will send ripples throughout the entire Miao community in Tianfeng County. Akin, it is unnecessary to spend such a vast amount. A modest expression of your intentions suffices. Do not squander. No waste. This is a blessing from our ancestors. Otherwise, we would not have earned such wealth. Thus, I intend to spend this 3 million extravagantly. Let it astonish the other villages in Tianfeng County. Akin, no need for persuasion. It shall be done in grand style. Moreover, Muakin cast a glance over the 100 individuals in his hall and declared, I had initially planned to speak with Chief Tang and our chief of High after dinner, but since everyone is present, I have an announcement to make. What is it? I, Muakin, have resolved to seek a floral belt during this year's drum festival. Should I encounter a lady who captures my heart, I shall spend 2 million to create a breathtaking spectacle for her. 2 million for a spectacle? What kind of beauty warrants such an expense? The crowd reacted with astonishment, and Uncle Chen immediately interjected, Akin, our accounts currently do not support such expenditure. Even if we had it, to squander 2 million is truly reckless. In this matter, the leaders of Kadongzai and High shared an unusually unanimous perspective. However, Muakin smiled and replied, though the accounts may not reflect it, I have set aside funds specifically for this purpose. I am determined to spend the entirety of that 2 million. I aim to make an unforgettable impression in Tianfeng County. Upon hearing this, the elder's face turned a shade of deep anger, and Chief Tang glared fiercely at Muakin, exclaiming, You reckless youth. Do you comprehend the weight of 2 million? Akin shrugged. Chief Tang, while I may not possess vast wealth, I previously mentioned in the fruit orchard that money is but an external concern to me. What truly matters is whether I can win the heart of the lady I desire and secure a betrothal. Therefore, I shall depart for a few days tomorrow to prepare for what needs to be done. I have arranged everything regarding the orchard. You need not worry. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will inform you. Aiken, you haven't drunk today, have you? 2 million. What exactly are you planning? The elder inquired earnestly. Though Aiken was indeed concerned about the 2 million, his heart was far more invested in the lady. Besides, this expenditure was merely a fraction of his wealth. He still possessed many silver coins and had 7 to 8 million in the bank. Thus, facing the astonished expressions of the elder and all the clan leaders, Aiken solemnly stated, "Elder, if I win her floral belt, a betrothal is a matter of great significance for a lifetime. I wish to create a scene that will leave us with cherished memories. According to the legal marriage age in the Great Xia, I am eligible this year. In future anniversaries, be it 3 or 5 years, I shall surely be able to produce 10 or 8 billion by then. Spending such amounts to celebrate would be my fortune, for I shall not remain alone for a lifetime." "You foolish youth, rambling about solitude for a lifetime," the elder chastised. Aiken responded, "For I declare that if I cannot marry her, I would rather remain single for eternity." At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the hall. As all present absorbed his words, the elders remained silent, for they were well aware of the identity of the she referred to by Mu Aiken. However, it was only tonight that they grasped the extent of Mu Aiken's wealth. They were also curious about just how much money he possessed. After all, to be able to produce 12 million for a marriage proposal was no trivial matter. Before long, everyone dispersed. Mu Chun ascended to the upper floor, oblivious to the return of Elder Tang, who immediately proceeded to call AMO. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Mu Chun held the examination papers prepared by Arue, glancing at them before extracting the answers for comparison, meticulously calculating the scores with paper and pencil. Arue stood anxiously by, watching intently. Soon, the answers were matched up. Aside from those questions that could not be graded or those where Mu Chun was unsure how to correct, Arue's total scores in foreign languages and mathematics across 3 subjects amounted to over 320 points, excluding the essay score. In the other 4 subjects, apart from the 2 humanities subjects scoring in the 60s, her scores in chemistry and physics were surprisingly in the 30s. However, one could hardly blame Arue. She had never attended school, and those 2 subjects required practical experiments. If she pursued the humanities, with a total score of 750, Arue's score would be 520, and even if the essay scored 30 points, it would still total 550. This score was commendable, and gaining admission to a prestigious university was not out of reach. With further effort, Arue had a significant chance of being accepted into one of China's top institutions. "Brother, I fear that I might disappoint you," Arue expressed. Yet, Mu Aiken replied, "Keep the test papers safe and place them with the other 2 sets. Tomorrow, I will take you to the provincial city to consult with a graduate student who can provide accurate scoring. Wake up early. We must set off before dawn." "Brother, the road through the county town is not easy, and you're back," Arue worriedly mentioned. However, Mu Aiken waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Akan will be driving, and a Zhuang will accompany us." Meanwhile, downstairs, Tang Zhaiju was conversing with AMO, expressing his concerns earnestly. He added, "This reckless young man is flaunting wealth. 12 million is no trifling sum. If it is squandered, how will we face the future? AMO, you must speak to him." On the other end of the line, AMO chuckled wryly. "Grandfather, how can I address such matters?" Chen did not mention names. "Moreover, you are calling from their home. Long-distance calls can be quite lengthy. Do you think Chen's family can afford to have the orchard cover the phone bill?" "Oh, I truly did not know that," he replied. AMO continued, "Even if you are unaware, this is their home, not the orchard's office. They deserve privacy. It seems rather inappropriate for our 2 villages Miao people to intrude so often into their lives. As the orchard becomes prosperous, it is essential to allocate funds wisely, whether for regular office spaces or places where Miao families can rest. With the orchard's stability, these considerations must be taken into account." AMO paused for a moment before adding, "A Chun is so busy every day. Often, only Duo, a little sister, is at home. She is only 12 and is now attending school. She can barely manage her own affairs, let alone oversee anything else. Thus, we must consider these matters from multiple perspectives." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Tang clan expressed his confusion, saying, "You make a valid point, but why hasn't Aiken spoken of this?" He continued, "How can you expect him to voice such things? Enough, grandfather. Once you finish your tasks, retire early." Tang Zhaiju, still troubled, added, "Amo, are you truly not concerned? That amount is in the millions. That money belongs to them. They have the autonomy to spend it as they please. We have no authority to question, let alone to obstruct," he replied. "Well, once you marry into their family, you might be able to exert some influence. That young man is quite the spendthrift." "Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? We haven't even begun to establish anything, and this is still in their home. Refrain from such talk." All right then, I must go. I still need to review the manuscripts Aiken sent me. Chapter 46. The arrogance of Tang Tang capital at 4 in the morning, before dawn had broken. Akong arrived at Muchen's residence. He drove Muchen's rugged SUV, and the group of four set off. Leaving the paved road behind, they traversed the winding county roads, enduring a bumpy ride. After 2 hours, the eastern sky began to reveal a hint of light. As the first rays of dawn appeared, the sky gradually turned crimson. Throughout the journey, Muchen, sitting in the passenger's seat, marveled at the ethereal white mist swirling between the mountains and the successive wooden stilt houses built against the hills. Reflecting on the pristine beauty of this landscape, he mused that after the millennium, this area would only become more picturesque. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Muchen's forehead, Akong made every effort to avoid the deeper potholes. Aiken, we will merge onto the provincial highway in a few kilometers. The road will improve significantly then. Just hold on a little longer. It's fine. Focus on driving. Do not mind me, Muchen reassured him. Although Arue had placed 2 layers of plush cotton in the passenger seat, the condition of the county road was so poor that Aichen still felt discomfort. Aishuang retorted angrily. If it weren't for Mu Lao San and Mu Lao De beating you back in the day, you wouldn't be burdened with these old injuries. Indeed, Muchen bore many old fractures, most of which were inflicted by Mu Lao San and Mu Lao De. Arue, upon hearing this, felt a pang of distress. Her heart ached for Aichen, and she harbored resentment towards her father and third uncle. Enough of such talk so early in the morning. Let us save our celebrations for the day Mu Lao De and Mu Lao San meet their demise. Then we can revel in joy, she said. That sounds splendid. I relish the thought, Aishuang exclaimed, already envisioning that scene. With their fortunes slowly improving, when the day Aichen predicted finally arrived, they would surely gather a group of friends to celebrate with cannon fire for 3 days and nights, shouting with glee, Mu Lao San is dead. Once they reached the provincial highway, the condition of the road improved considerably. Aishuang asked, Aichen, we are unfamiliar with the route. If we reach the provincial capital, the largest city in Xian City, what if we get lost? I know the way, Muchen confidently replied. Whether it be a Zhuang, a Rue, or a Kong, who frequently travels between the county town and the provincial capital, this marks their inaugural visit to the metropolis. As they entered the city, a Zhuang gazed in awe at the towering multi-story buildings that adorned the skyline, and the roads seemed far broader than those in their own county. With a significant increase in vehicular traffic, he wished fervently for several additional pairs of eyes to take in the sights. A Rue shared a similar sentiment, though her excitement paled in comparison to a Zhuang's, as she noted the calm demeanor of her elder brother in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, a Kong was fraught with anxiety, nearly colliding with other vehicles on several occasions. Fortunately, many astute drivers recognized the potential hazards posed by their car and kept their distance, wary of the financial ruin that might ensue from an accident. A Chen, have we entered the city center? The surrounding splendor far exceeded a Kong and a Zhuang's expectations. Amidst the clamor of the bustling city, they felt akin to headless flies, aimlessly adrift in their vehicle, unsure of their destination. Turn left ahead. Then at the first traffic light, turn right. Remember, do not run any red lights, instructed Muchen, who had already briefed a Kong on the rules governing traffic signals during their journey into the city. Before long, under Muchen's guidance, they arrived at the central fountain of Lin City, where they found a place to park and set off for lunch. Inside the restaurant, a Zhuang surveyed the menu, then leaned closer to Muchen to whisper, A Chen, everything here is so expensive. I just calculated that the dishes we've ordered cost over 40 back in our county. It would barely reach 20. Muchen chuckled softly, cautioning him to lower his voice, lest they reveal their lack of sophistication to the other patrons. Soon enough, they finished their midday meal. Muchen took notice of a Rue's attire and, without a moment's hesitation, led her into a nearby clothing store to try on several of the latest styles of the season, transforming her from head to toe into something entirely new. Agu. This is already the 6th outfit, a Rue said bashfully, seemingly unaccustomed to such extravagant dressing. Unbeknownst to her, this particular ensemble rendered her breathtakingly beautiful, leaving the store clerks in stunned silence. With her tall figure, elegant calves, and slender arms, she epitomized the ideal of youthful fashion, a perfect girl indeed. A Kong, observing from the entrance, found himself entranced. He had admired a Rue from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, and now she appeared even more exquisite. A Zhuang, glancing at his own attire, suddenly felt woefully out of place. Muchen instructed a Rue to twirl once, then declared, This one. Wear it straight away. Do not change back. He also requested the attendant to package the 2nd and 3rd outfits. The total came to over 600. As for a Rue's previous clothing, Muchen simply discarded it. Now, Arue felt a pang of regret. She trailed closely behind Mu Chun, her brother holding her hand. And as they faced the astonished gazes of onlookers, her shyness intensified. Yet, more than anything, she felt a sense of unease. She dared not release her brother's hand, fearing she might get lost in the crowd. Chun, it's already noon. Where shall we go now? Zhuang inquired. Mu Chun replied. Isn't Kong here to sign a contract with the investment company? We shall head there directly, as I have matters to attend to as well. The Tang Tang Investment Company? Zhuang's curiosity piqued. Mu Chun cautioned him to refrain from speaking indiscriminately, particularly regarding his own matters. Zhuang nodded earnestly. As Mu Chun made his way to his company, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Since the establishment of Tang Tang Investment Company, he had perused all available documentation. Yet nothing could compare to witnessing it firsthand. The company was situated in one of the few multi-story buildings in the city center, specifically the World Trade Tower. Although it was merely a structure of fewer than 20 floors, in this era, its central location, coupled with a refined environment and convenient transportation, rendered it one of the finest in Lin City. As they entered the elevator, both Kong and Zhuang exhibited noticeable apprehension, uncertain of how to operate it. Arue clung tightly to Mu Chun's arm. Do not fear, everything is fine. Mu Chun reassured them as he pressed the button for the 12th floor. The doors closed, and the elevator began its ascent. Once again, Mu Chun's every action astonished Kong and Zhuang, who suddenly realized their utter lack of understanding and felt quite out of their depth. Ding! The doors opened. Zhuang and Kong looked around. While Arue wore a face of astonishment, each of them captivated by the unfamiliar yet intriguing surroundings. Whom are you looking for? Upon entering Tang Tang Capital's premises, the front desk attendant lazily rose, her demeanor exuding arrogance. Though Tang Tang Capital had garnered a considerable reputation in the provincial capital, and its company sign was indeed impressive, it still fell short of the standards expected of a 20-year-old enterprise. The front desk girl appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old, although clad in work attire. It lacked proper adherence to professional standards. Mu Chun felt a wave of dissatisfaction with the front desk's attitude but chose to remain silent, instead glancing at Kong, signaling him to take the lead. Kong approached politely, saying, Hello, I am Zhao Kong from Qiandong, here to meet with the head of the investment department. We have been in contact. The front desk perused her information, and upon confirmation, allowed Zhao Kong to enter. Turning to Mu Chun and the others with a dismissive tone, You three, do not linger here. Go wait over there, maintain silence, and refrain from wandering around. If you want water, serve yourselves. Upon hearing this, Zhuang immediately bowed in compliance, suppressing any semblance of discontent, feeling as though his rural origins rendered him inferior. However, Mu Chun, dressed casually, furrowed his brows in displeasure. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the direction the front desk attendant had indicated. What do you think you are doing? You dare to stop me? Get out of my way, and summon Su Qian, that little wench. Does she think she can hide? If I do not see her today, I swear I'll set this place ablaze. I have no time to waste with you mere watchdogs. The volume of the voice startled even the two girls at the front desk, who exhibited no reaction. Mu Chun felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Zhuang whispered, Chun, should we wait outside? Brother, shall we go out? Arue also voiced her apprehension. Mu Chun released Arue's hand and strode purposefully towards the source of the commotion. Although the door bore a sign indicating it was the reception room, the flames of indignation within Mu Chun were unmistakable. He pushed the door open to reveal 3 individuals within the modestly sized room. 2 individuals bore signs reading security on their arms. The man in the middle, with shoulder-length blonde hair, donned straight-leg trousers and a checkered green shirt, exuding an air of nonchalance as he casually perched his feet upon the wooden table while smoking a cigarette. This was the reception area of Tang Tang Investment Company, and the scene rendered Mu Chun's expression exceedingly grim. Upon noticing Mu Chun, the long-haired man hesitated for a mere few seconds before leaping to his feet, pointing aggressively at Mu Chun and shouting, So it's you? You little brat. I've been searching for you forever, and you finally showed your face. You Mu, you scoundrel. Deceived me out of my property and my family. I'm going to make you pay. This long-haired man was Su Qian's ex-husband. Mu Chun was unaware of his presence here and had no desire to know, but such vile words could not be tolerated. Yet, Mu Chun refrained from reacting. As Zhuang stepped forward and delivered a kick. You dare insult my brother? I'll make you pay dearly. Zhuang, a robust man from the Miao tribe, typically avoided trouble, but when it found him, even though he perceived himself as a country bumpkin compared to city dwellers, he was ready to defend himself. No fighting. The 2 security guards warned, brandishing their batons at Zhuang. The long-haired man, having been knocked off his feet by Zhuang, now perceived the latter's formidable stature and fierce demeanor, causing him to tremble in fear. He was, after all, a coward who preyed on the weak. However, recalling his significant losses, he scrambled to his feet and shouted at Mu Chun. At the time, my house and land were worth at least 30,000. Now they VE skyrocketed to 100,000. You bought them for a mere 5,000 and took my wife and children. If you don't pay me back 10,000 today, I'll have someone take you out. You dare? Zhuang's fists clenched tightly. Mu Chun pulled him back and stepped forward, delivering another kick. The long-haired man fell once more, but Mu Chun's sudden movement aggravated his own pain. Be careful, brother. Arue urgently supported Mu Chun. Suppressing the pain, Mu Chun fixed a cold glare on the long-haired man, articulating each word with precision. Did I force you to sell? The contract is clear and binding. Both parties consented, and there is no room for regret. If you dare challenge me again, I will break your limbs right here. As for your claims about my involvement with your wife and children, kneel down and apologize immediately. Or, with that, Mu Chun smashed a glass cup on the table, picking up a shard and pointing it menacingly at the long-haired man. I will make the first cut. Young man, do not act recklessly, otherwise, we will call the police. The two security guards issued their warning. Mu Chun cast a frigid glance at them, disregarding their threats as he focused on the trembling long-haired man. You have 3 seconds. Apologize, or I will act. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. The long-haired man stammered, dropping to his knees. Just then, the reception room door swung open, and the general manager, Su Qian, along with the financial director, Yao Yi, hurried in. The last to enter was Kong, who quickly approached Mu Chun and quietly inquired of Zhuang about the situation, but Zhuang was equally perplexed. Mu Chun's unexpected arrival sent shockwaves through Su Qian and Yao Yi, who recognized him instantly, their expressions transforming in alarm. The silent arrival of their formidable employer coinciding with such chaos left them muttering, "This is bad. We are in trouble." Among them, Su Qian felt the weight of fear more acutely than the others. She stepped forward, eager to speak, yet Mu Chun paid her no heed. Instead, fixating on the long-haired man with a grave tone. "This is your final warning. Apologize." The man, surnamed Mu, was the one who had taken my wife. Mu Chun, however, was not one to tolerate disrespect. Despite his back pain, he delivered a kick that sent the long-haired man sprawling. Bro, don't resort to violence. It's my fault. You haven't taken my wife or children." The long-haired man, shaken by Mu Chun's imposing presence, knelt once more. But Mu Chun swiftly drew the concealed blade from his sleeve, resting it against the man's throat. "I do not know your wife, nor am I acquainted with your daughter. As for your house and land, you willingly sold them to me. Now, you dare to act tough and extort me? Do you take me for a fool?" The blade, honed to a sharp edge, radiated a chilling aura. The long-haired man, feeling the cold steel at his neck, broke into a sweat, his complexion paling. "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall never dare again. That was my ex-wife, not my current wife." With a flick of his wrist, Mu Chun struck the man with the back of the blade, eliciting a cry of pain. "Didn't you just say you would burn this place down? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Best not to, then, get lost." The long-haired man wished he had more legs to escape, but just as he attempted to flee, Su Qian's voice rang out. "Call the police." The security guards were already rendered speechless, and the front desk was hardly faring any better. Mu Chun paid little attention to the commotion below, nor did he regard Su Qian and the others, instead opting to shake hands with the approaching Yao Yi. However, Yao Yi and his colleagues were acutely aware that their boss was furious. The aura Mu Chun had just displayed was genuinely intimidating. He struck without hesitation. "This way, please." Mu Chun turned around. Although the investment company now boasted over 100 employees and had established the necessary departments, Mu Chun felt a lingering dissatisfaction with his working environment. Yet, some matters required time. At least the upper management was competent. In just 6 months, they had achieved such scale, which brought him some solace. However, the conduct and attitude of the front desk and security staff today left him profoundly displeased. Chapter 48. The Boss's Fury, a heavy strike within the company. Despite clear delineations among departments, they all occupied this single floor. One could easily see from one area to another simply by standing up. This was unreasonable. Yet in this era, progress had to be made step by step. Surrounded by the upper management, Mu Chun made a brief circuit of the company. Wherever he went, staff members stood to greet him, though many were oblivious to the identity of this remarkably youthful brother. The general manager's office was adequately positioned and reasonably well furnished. Frosted glass stretched a meter above the floor, providing a clear view of the interior and exterior. After assisting Mu Chun into a seat, AI Rue was uncertain whether to stay or leave, noticing that her brother's expression was grim, while a Zhuang and a Kong in the corridor looked equally tense. Ultimately, Mu Chen spoke. There's a lounge outside. Have a Zhuang wait for me there. A Kong, you may leave first. As AI Rue turned, she discreetly cast a glance at the young men and women in suits standing before her brother. Soon, Su Qian returned with her assistant. Boss, she began. But Mu Chen raised his hand to interrupt her, producing a stack of exam papers and handing them to the anxious assistant. Find the one with the highest qualifications and have these papers graded. Yes, boss. Mu Chen gestured for everyone to sit before speaking again. Did my sudden arrival catch you off guard? I apologize. It seems to be our oversight for not handling it properly. Su Qian, as the general manager. If there are disturbances, you should simply have the security department address them. Why did you personally intervene? Is your time not valuable? Su Qian felt a wave of anxiety. The boss's expression was far from pleasant, and his temper was even worse. But how did your security department handle this? And what about the front desk? Are they merely idling? Who is in charge of the administrative department? Mu Chen inquired. A mature woman in uniform stepped forward. Boss, I am Ning Jing, and I oversee the administrative department. What about the security department? That would be me, replied a middle-aged man, taking a few steps forward. Mu Chen did not bother to remember his name, stating directly. Is this how the Human Resources Department recruits for the security personnel, considering their responsibilities, professionalism, and skill? Is this the level of management in the security department? He continued. As for the front desk, you should observe how they welcome visitors and assess their reception attitude and etiquette. Are they so arrogant that they look down upon those who may not dress as well? The heads of the administrative, human resources, and security departments felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the finance department breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they would escape scrutiny. However, Mu Chen then remarked, I have barely entered, yet I have already identified issues within 3 departments at the entrance. Is it that the finance department is withholding funds to recruit higher caliber individuals? Or are you facing budget cuts from the finance department? Hearing this, Yao Yi silently lamented. Yet he increasingly admired this young boss, who pointed out the critical issues with precision, rendering the usually arrogant department head speechless. As Mu Chen's gaze landed on Su Qian, she lowered her head. Boss, this is all my fault. Su Qian, I do not wish for this to be merely my oversight, nor do I want to believe I misjudged your capabilities. The management of Tang Tang Capital rests in your hands, and the decision-making power lies with you. Even if you are busy, cannot you find time to arrange things accordingly? With great effort, Mu Chen rose, gesturing towards the outside. Look at this company, what a chaotic state it is in, with several departments crammed together. Is this a greenhouse or a shed? Or have the company's funds been entirely depleted? In a company valued in the tens of millions, can we afford to neglect our image? Boss, I will rectify this, Su Qian insisted. Do not give me assurances. Su Qian, I have already conveyed much to you. The authority I have entrusted you with is not intended for trivial matters. As the general manager, you have the right to address any department. If you cannot manage it, I will. Remember to respect knowledge and value talent. It is essential to refine the company's regulations and policies. Any position, it is better to be selective than to be hasty. The staff outside occasionally turned to glance at the general manager's office. Although they were unaware of the identity of the tall young man, the atmosphere within the company today was palpably unsettling. Tang Tang Investment Company had grown to over 200 employees, and the leaders of various departments had evidently caught wind of something amiss, hastily warning their team members to avoid provoking the directors. Leader, what is going on? I have a feeling something is off. Who was that handsome young man who came in just now? He wore a stern expression and seemed indifferent when the director was briefing him. Indeed, which company does that young man belong to? How dare he act so arrogantly in our Tang Tang capital? Does he not know that our company is one of the top 10 in Lin City? Exactly. Under President Su's leadership, every enterprise we invested in during the first half of the year has flourished. The leader, perspiring profusely, whispered, You all need to be quiet. That individual was the boss, the elusive boss. Oh my, the boss. He doesn't he look older than 20? Is he perhaps the boss's son? The leader's expression darkened further as he warned. Listen carefully. The boss just lost his temper, and now all the heads of departments are undergoing training. I suspect there may be changes within our company. If any of you were to be dismissed at this critical moment, I would be unable to assist you. Is it really that serious? Can't you see? The HR director and the administrative director summoned a meeting immediately after they came out. Sure enough, half an hour later, the HR department dismissed several employees from the security and front desk. This shocked several teams within the investment department. For other departments, they might not fully grasp the immense wealth and promising prospects of Tang Tang, but the investment department was acutely aware. The investment field is cutthroat. If they were to be let go from this investment company, their resentment would be boundless. After all, this company offers excellent benefits in every aspect, along with bonuses. President Su had also mentioned that the boss had promised dividends by the end of the year. The investment department promptly convened a meeting. The head of the investment department emerged from General Manager Su Qian's office, his demeanor grave as he called all teams to assemble. It's over. That individual was truly the boss. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a commotion. Please don't let me be dismissed. I cannot bear to lose this high-paying job. The elites of the investment department were filled with trepidation when the voice of the financial director echoed from the distance. Finance department. There will be a meeting in the small conference room in 10 minutes. Attendance is mandatory, otherwise, you will be dismissed directly. Chapter 49. In-depth discussion, the Baton boss. Did that wound truly come from that beast, Zhou Gui? In the afternoon, when only Mu Chun and Su Qian remained in the office, Su Qian noticed Mu Chen's injury as he shifted his position. Mu Chen thought to himself that it was not inflicted by her ex-husband, but rather due to her. He shook his head, asserting, he cannot harm me. Then how did you sustain this injury? Did you fall? Let us not dwell on this matter. The issues currently plaguing the company must be addressed promptly, for neglecting them now may lead to significant troubles in the future. Fortunately, it is still 1995, and there remains ample time to rectify the situation. Mu Chun set aside the financial report, gazing at Su Qian's mature and captivating visage, and continued. All investment projects from the first half of the year must be resolved expeditiously. New plans will emerge for the latter half. However, you must bear in mind that while we steadily expand our reach in Qian province, we should also gradually venture into neighboring provinces, and if necessary, leap over them entirely. I shall make time to provide you with a new list. Su Qian nodded, yet expressed concern. If that is the case, the remaining funds of over 7 million may not suffice. Do not fret about that. Once Yao Yi, our financial director, completes his current tasks, I shall allocate an additional 30 million to you. An additional 30 million? Though Su Qian was already a formidable leader managing assets worth millions, she could not help but feel a profound shock at Mu Chen's words. Before long, Yao Yi knocked and entered, accompanied by the directors of the investment, human resources, and administration departments. Mu Chun gestured for them to take their seats and continued addressing Su Qian. However, you must all remember that at Tang Tang Capital, meritocracy prevails. The capable ascend, the average contend, and the inept descend. We must devise strategies to recruit and retain talented individuals who possess both education and initiative, ensuring we attract high-caliber graduates. Rest assured, boss, we will certainly implement your directives. Although it was the first encounter for these directors with their boss, they were profoundly impressed by Mu Chen's vast knowledge. When Mu Chun handed the card to Yao Yi to transfer 30 million to the company, their astonishment deepened. The older director, though only in his 30s with a master's degree, felt a sense of admiration for a boss a decade his junior. The assistant seated beside him, with her enchanting eyes sparkling, mirrored this admiration. Upon completing the transfer, Mu Chun reclaimed the card and continued. I have reviewed the company's information. Su Qian, you must establish the legal and public relations departments promptly. Both are indispensable. Moreover, the risk management and asset management departments require fortification. During the recruitment process in human resources, stringent criteria must be upheld. We cannot afford to admit those who merely occupy positions without contributing. Additionally, the compensation management and performance management I mentioned earlier are intricately related. Their efficacy often dictates the future trajectory of the company. Thus, they must be implemented without delay. Mu Chun spoke with an air of calm. Yet Su Qian and the others were taken aback, diligently jotting down notes. Mu Chun also noted that the primary aim of performance management is to invigorate employee motivation, as performance directly influences compensation, thereby fostering greater enthusiasm and vigor in the workplace. This brief meeting was largely dominated by Mu Chen's discourse, as he presented a comprehensive framework. At that moment, the executives could scarcely believe their boss was merely a middle school graduate, for the wisdom he imparted was profoundly insightful. Little did they know, Mu Chun had perused countless tomes in his previous life, daydreaming of such moments. When Su Qian's assistant returned to her senses, she realized she had unconsciously filled dozens of pages with notes. Her gaze towards her boss had completely transformed, filled with an overwhelming sense of admiration. She thought to herself how enviable Miss Tang must be to have such a wealthy and erudite young boss. After a long pause, Mu Chun sipped his tea and spoke calmly. That should suffice for now. If there are any omissions, you may discuss them amongst yourselves. I hope to see a brand new Tang Tang investment company upon my next visit. Are you leaving, boss? I will not be departing just yet. Our work here has reached its conclusion. You all should return to your tasks. Su Qian and Yao Yi may remain. Open the door. Who has been lingering at the entrance? The assistant opened the door to find two outstanding students approaching with their papers. Assistant Shi, we have finished grading the papers. Very well, you may go now. Once the other directors had departed, Assistant Shi approached Mu Chun with the papers. Boss, the two master's students have completed their grading. Call my sister over, please. Mu Chun examined the papers carefully, comparing them with the answers he had. The three exam sheets showed similar scores. However, Rue's performance in the humanities was evidently superior to that in the sciences. The total scores for her language, mathematics, and foreign language were between 300 and 309, and with the addition of her humanities score, she was assured of success. Brother, have you finished? Although Rue had been outside for several hours, she had overheard much of the conversation. She was astonished to discover that this company, worth tens of millions, belonged to her brother. Mu Chen gestured for Rue to sit down. The exams had all been graded, and the results were passable. Yesterday you mentioned uncertainty about your path, so I now present you with two choices. First, continue your studies and enter the final year of high school. Taking the university entrance exam next year. I will support you through your graduation, whether it be for a master's, a doctorate, or even studying abroad. After graduation, you may choose to either join my company or venture into your own enterprise. Second, I can help you find a job here in Lin City over the next few days, and you will earn your own salary. The choice is yours. Rue discreetly glanced at Su Qian and Yao Yi in the office and said, I wish to continue my studies. However, it will require substantial funds. Mu Chen chuckled, ruffling Rue's hair. Silly sister, I am not lacking the means to support both you and Duo in your education. Nor will I ever be short of a dowry for you both. At his words, Rue bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She had always desired to pursue her education, but her parents had only supported her brother, leaving her without the means to study. She understood that if her brother had not wished for her to continue her education, he would not have endured the pain to buy exam papers for her in the county yesterday, nor would he have brought her to the provincial city today. Thus, she chose to pursue her studies, for it was the only way to alter her fate. With great effort, Mu Chen rose, and Rue hastily supported him. He wiped her tears away and said, if I had pursued my studies, with my grades, I could have attended a good university. Therefore, the aspirations I could not fulfill, you shall carry forth. Which school did you wish to attend, brother? As long as it is in the same city as your esteemed sister, that is sufficient, so I may be closer to her. Alas, let it be. You must strive diligently once you are enrolled. I will work hard, brother, rest assured. In the second half of the year, I will also bring Duo here, so you sisters can be together and look after one another. Did my brother not send me to study in the provincial capital rather than in the county? The conditions in the county cannot possibly compare to those in the provincial city. You should wait outside for a moment. Once my brother confirms the school, I will inform you. In Chapter 50, Gathering, a shocking price for sacred fruits, during their 2 days in the Miao village, Su Qian and Yao Yi encountered Rue. Even without much introduction from Mu Chen, they recognized her as the cousin of their employer. Thus, upon hearing these words, both understood the implications. After Rue departed, Su Qian inquired, Boss, do you intend to send your two younger sisters to study in the provincial capital? Indeed. One is in her final year of high school, and the other is in 6th grade. Su Qian pondered for a moment, recalling that the 6th middle school is the finest institution, with the best elementary school adjacent to it. Shall I make the arrangements? Mu Chen was familiar with both schools, situated right next to the provincial government compound. Lincheng boasts the best elementary and middle schools, merely 4 to 5 kilometers from the company. It would be advantageous to have someone familiar. If not, money can pave the way. Boss, our Tang capital is currently ranked among the top 10 companies in Lincheng. Just yesterday, I dined with the leaders of the Education Bureau. If you provide me with your sister's information, I will reach out immediately. You should ask Rue for the details. But be sure to mention that they are the children of your impoverished relatives from the countryside. Do not disclose any connection to our company, as some individuals are always looking for ways to solicit donations. Understood. Once Su Qian departed, Yao Yi chuckled. Ever since our company has risen in Lincheng, President Su has had to attend numerous social engagements. Everyone seeks her investment. With that, he invited Mu Chen to the finance department for a discussion. Mu Chen waved his hand dismissively. It is not easy for Su Qian, being a young woman. You all should keep an eye on her in finance. Besides, I have seen what I needed to see. I shall not go over there for now. Let us arrange a dinner for everyone tonight. Boss, it is a rare occasion for you to come for an inspection. It should be us, your subordinates, who treat you. How courteous. I sense you all wish to ply me with drinks. Not at all. Although I am uncertain of your capacity for alcohol, I suspect it must be of a considerable measure. Just days ago, Yao Yi had been overwhelmed with drink in the Miao village. He had even conspired with several directors to drink with the boss tonight, unaware that Mu Chun had caught on. Mu Chun rose and called for Su Qian's assistant to arrange the meal and inform the other directors of the gathering. Soon, Su Qian returned. Everything is confirmed. The Education Bureau chief personally assured me that he would send the necessary document list. We need to be prepared, as the autumn semester for the final year starts earlier, while the elementary school enrollment is around August 22nd. In any circumstance, wealth can indeed move mountains. If Su Qian were not the general manager of Tang Tang Capital, wielding such financial power, she would not possess such capabilities. Very well, contact me then. Additionally, purchase a residence near the 6th middle school and elementary school. The house must be secure and convenient for daily life. In this day and age, where is there true security? As Mu Chun approached the window, gazing down at the passing minibuses and haphazardly parked small trucks, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This is the heart of the city. Su Qian and Yao Yi approached Mu Chun, who gestured towards the chaotic scene before them, saying, "Do not be deceived by the current disarray of the city center. Within a decade, with the advancement of the economy and the implementation of various policies, this area will witness the rise of numerous skyscrapers, particularly after 2004. With the development of the Linqing New District, the commercial hub of Linqing will shift that way. Behind the interchange that opened in 1992, the largest residential complex in the nation has been constructed, representing true density and prosperity. Thus, what Tang Tang Capital requires most at this moment is to accumulate and secure those heavyweight industries." Upon hearing this, Yao Yi, who was not from the province, remained indifferent. Yet Su Qian was taken aback. She turned to gaze at the latest map of Linqiang hanging on the wall and inquired of Mu Chun, "I trust you, boss. But in which area will the new city be established? I shall inform you when the time is right, but the ascension of Tang Tang Capital will occur post-1997. Therefore, you have a year and a half. During this period, you must not overlook any investments I suggest. By then, you should at least present 500 million in funds for me to enable your dominance over Qian province. In the new millennium, Tang Tang Capital will undoubtedly occupy a prime position in the southwestern commercial sector, advancing towards a higher echelon of the financial sphere. For reasons unknown, after more than 6 months of acquaintance, Su Qian felt an inexplicable trust and admiration for Mu Chun. She could not fathom why she was so blindly confident in this young entrepreneur, yet when he spoke those words, the underlying authority resonated deeply within her. As evening fell, the 13 high-ranking officials of Tang Tang gathered at a well-known restaurant in the city center. Perhaps due to Su Qian and her companion's fame, or the reputation of Tang Tang Capital, the restaurant owner personally welcomed them at the entrance. Alternatively, it could be that Su Qian and her associates frequently dined there, which led to the familiarity of the portly middle-aged man. However, as he approached, he sensed something amiss. For the first time, Su Qian and Yao Yi, who usually occupied the forefront, had retreated to the background, leaving a relatively unknown young man at the center. "Welcome, General Manager Su and General Manager Yao. The largest private room is ready for you. Please, come this way." Su Qian and Yao Yi internally scolded the usually astute owner for his lack of perception. Did he not realize that the individual in the middle was the true key figure? Following closely behind, Rue and Zhuang had never entered such a 7- or 8-story establishment before. Were it not for Mu Chun leading the way, they would have lacked the courage even to approach. "Rue, your brother is quite impressive. Look at the people surrounding him. I overheard in their company that they are all well-educated and quite affluent. My brother is quite enigmatic. These individuals, like me, fear him." On the 3rd floor, the so-called luxurious private room appeared to Mu Chun as merely a larger restaurant from 2 decades hence, with tables and chairs showing signs of age. Nevertheless, the seemingly simple decor possessed its own unique charm. As everyone took their seats, Mu Chun was naturally invited to the main position, while Rue and Zhuang sat at a nearby table with several core assistants. Dishes and drinks were served in succession, with the first toast naturally proposed by Mu Chun. Only 2 cups remained for Su Qian and Yao Yi. Afterwards, Mu Chun succinctly acknowledged the efforts of the higher-ups before emphasizing several key points. He ultimately painted an enticing vision for everyone, prompting a collective toast. In conclusion, Mu Chun inquired, "Haven't the rainbow sacred fruits and starry sugar already arrived in Lin City? Why have we yet to see any promotional advertisements from Yan, Hao, and Yi Tianjing? The transfer of shares in the candy company has been completed, but both Mr. Yi and Mr. Yin are cunning foxes. They have meticulously packaged the majority of the products, with over 80% shipped to coastal cities for sale. What remains in Lin City is minimal, all in the hands of wealthy patrons. As for their selling price, they are selling individually. In Lin City, Starry Sugar is priced at 39 and Rainbow Sacred Fruits at 36. However, in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, our feedback indicates that both fruits have launched, with Starry Sugar at 49 and Rainbow Sacred Fruits at 46. With a clatter, a zhuang's chopsticks fell into the bowl, the sharp sound drawing the attention of the executives from Tang Tang. Mu Chen inwardly cursed. Those two old scoundrels are indeed ruthless. Their selling prices are identical, clearly prearranged. The candy company is manageable, as we hold the majority stake, but Mr. Ye's Jingfeng company stands to profit immensely. Boss, our researchers have reported from these major cities that both the Rainbow Sacred Fruits and Starry Sugar, having been introduced to the high-end market, have skyrocketed in popularity within just 2 days. I've heard that some individuals have begun hoarding them, anticipating a price increase for resale. Mu Chen's icy gaze narrowed, his expression serene, betraying no discernible emotional upheaval. Are they leaving only 20% for Lin City? Su Qian nodded, clarifying that this 20% was reserved by Mr. Yin, with none left by Mr. Yi. In business, one must be shrewd. It is only natural for Yi Tianjing to act this way. A zhuang, initially reluctant to interject, could not restrain himself and remarked, "These individuals are earning twice what we are. Brother A Zhuang, when my brother is discussing matters, please refrain from interrupting." Arue softly cautioned. A zhuang was taken aback, especially as he noticed the successful individuals at the table casting sidelong glances at him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. This was characteristic of a zhuang. Had the others in the company shown such disregard for etiquette, they would have surely faced admonishment from several directors. Observing a zhuang's disgruntled demeanor, Mu Chen inquired with a smile, "If I were to give you all the fruits, would you be able to sell them?" "Aye." "Enough, brother A Zhuang. You do not comprehend the intricacies here. Please focus on your meal." Though a zhuang felt discontented, he acknowledged his lack of capability, leaving him disheartened. When Mu Chen inquired about the costs incurred by Yi Tianjing and Yin Hao for their shipments to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, the marketing director promptly replied, "Their boxes are designed to hold only 2 units each, costing approximately 1 yuan. The transportation to the farthest destination, Yinjing, along with various minor expenses, keeps the cost of a box under 5 yuan, with the total expenses around 8 yuan. Additionally, they have advertising fees in those cities, and their promotions are fairly effective. Nevertheless, when all costs are factored in, it will not exceed 10 yuan." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen began to calculate meticulously. Yi Tianjing procured the goods at a wholesale price of 18, with an additional 10 for various expenses, bringing the total cost to 28. He then sold them at prices of 49 and 46, indeed reaping substantial profits, even surpassing the earnings of Mu Chen and his associates. This implies that, on average, they could earn at least 20 per fruit. If President Yi wishes to share half of the fruit quantity with me, could I assist him in generating over 20 million? It seems to be the case. Confirming this, a peculiar smile graced Mu Chen's lips, though his eyes shimmered with a mysterious light. Su Qian inquired softly, "Boss, Yi Tianjing's Jingfeng company has been facing issues. If he were to acquire half of the fruit quantity, he could not only turn his fortunes around, but also amass a considerable fortune. Fear not. The contract with the orchard is merely for 100,000 each, totaling 200,000, which is sufficient to elevate our orchard's reputation." At that moment, Mu Chen's phone rang. The caller ID displayed the home landline. "Chen, it is your Uncle Tang. That Yi Tianjing has called, urging us to harvest the fruit overnight. He wishes to increase the order by 400,000, with 200,000 each." Uncle Tang's voice boomed with excitement from the other end. "Chen, this Yi boss is quite urgent. He mentioned he could transfer the funds at any moment, requesting us to complete the 400,000 harvest within 4 days. What do you think, Uncle Tang? To harvest 400,000 in 4 days, wouldn't that be akin to exhausting ourselves day and night? It may be arduous, but we, the Miao clan, have ample manpower." Uncle Tang was accompanied by A Dong, who hurriedly grabbed the receiver. "Chen, just calculated. 400,000 fruits at a price of 18 amounts to 720,000. The funds could be available immediately, provided we increase our workforce. It can indeed be done in 4 days." At that moment, Su Qian's phone also rang, prompting her to step aside to take the call. Mu Chen pondered briefly, then instructed Uncle A Dong to pass the phone to Uncle Tang before inquiring, "Uncle Tang, has that Mr. Yin Hao completed the order? We're still short by about 100,000. Oh, and Mr. Yan's team has arrived at the orchard, stating they want us to continue harvesting. They desire as much as we can provide." "Uncle Tang, while the prospect of receiving 720,000 at once is enticing. We do not possess that many ripe fruits. Harvesting them prematurely would compromise their flavor, negatively impacting our orchard's reputation and subsequent pricing. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. It appears we have only around 100,000 ripe ones. Thus, we must proceed methodically. Rest is essential, and the fruits require time to mature. As for Mr. Yi, you may simply inform him that the person responsible for the order is unavailable, and I am not privy to further details. Chen, what are your thoughts? Rest assured, uncle. Although the price for Mr. Yan is too less than that of Mr. Yi, I assure you, our profits will be greater, not lesser. I trust your judgment. Yi Tianjing's intentions to exploit Mu Chen's resources have misfired. Though the saplings were purchased from him, his demeanor at that time was exceedingly cunning. Had it not been for Mu Chen's divine farming space, those saplings would not have survived upon return. Had Yi Tianjing offered even a few kind reminders back then, even if Mu Chen insisted on purchasing, he would have at least owed him a favor. When it comes to purchasing fruit trees, the murmurs of Yi Tianjing and He Yuanshan questioning why he did not alert Mu Chen were dismissed, as they believed Mu Chen had not overheard. They further remarked that it was futile to speak, as the youth needed to accumulate experience. Now, Mu Chen was returning the favor of experience. This was not a matter of Mu Chen being ungracious. Rather, it was Yi Tianjing who had acted prematurely. At that moment, around the dining table, the executives listened to their boss's earlier conversation and observed the smile on his face, leaving them at a loss for words, feeling a peculiar mix of emotions towards their young and cunning employer. As everyone dined and conversed, Su Qian returned to her seat and quietly informed Mu Chen that Mr. Yan had called, lacking his contact information, and expressed his desire to harvest all the remaining fruits in the orchard. Harvest all? He must be dreaming. He claims he is willing to raise the fruit price to 20, she relayed. Does Yan Hao bear a grudge against Yi Tianjing? They could have mutually benefited. Yet he insists on my solitary victory. What are your thoughts? Why forego profit unless I am unwell? Mu Chen replied, narrowing his eyes. Convey to him that I can offer him half the quantity at 20, along with complimentary vines. However, he cannot increase the retail price of this season's fruits, as it would interfere with my subsequent plans. Furthermore, let it be known that those wishing to purchase reasonably priced fruits should come to our voucher, priced at 26 each, with a limit of 600 per buyer per day, until sold out. Upon hearing this, both Su Qian and Yao Yi were taken aback. Even the executives at the table widened their eyes, pondering the audacity of such a strategy. This move was indeed ruthless. Boss, you are brilliant. This way, Mr. Yi would inadvertently advertise for the Baojide, enhancing its reputation. Should affluent individuals send representatives, it would, in turn, augment the income of the Baojia. Su Qian and Yao Yi simultaneously raised their thumbs in appreciation, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Yi Tianjing. They could hardly fathom how Yi Tianjing had offended their employer. While he profited from the fruits, the boss seemed intent on his downfall. Chapter 52. This is set to reverberate throughout the county. Mu Chen promptly returned a call to his family, relaying every word to the two village chiefs, who were elated by the news. Subsequently, Mu Chen stopped Su Qian, who was about to return Yan Hao's call, and said, "The 21st day of the 6th lunar month marks our Baojia Drum festival. The Holy Maiden will lead the ancestral rites according to tradition, followed by a grand matchmaking event. During this festival, we will sell 50,000 top-tier rainbow sacred fruits and stellar sugar at fair prices." The Baojia Holy Maiden will conduct ancestral rites and then partake in matchmaking this year? And there will be exquisite rainbow sacred fruits and stellar sugar? Mu Chen nodded, explaining that these premium fruits were incomparable in flavor and size to those available on the market. I need someone with a profound command of language to succinctly summarize this in 4 striking sentences for printing on the sale boxes. Su Qian immediately beckoned her assistant, instructing them to attend to it promptly. Having discussed our Baojide's trivial matters at length, I apologize for delaying everyone's meal. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Mu Chen said, laboriously rising to pour himself 3 servings of 53-degree sauce-flavored liquor, totaling 6 taels. In the end, the intense heat in his throat was quite stimulating. Boss, regarding your legend, we are both curious and apprehensive. Today, having the privilege to behold your true self, I raise my glass in your honor. The tale of Su Qian and Yao Yi being intoxicated in the Miao village has now spread among the higher echelons of the company. Now that we witness such generosity from our boss, they gradually loosen their inhibitions, and under the subtle hints from Su Qian and Yao Yi, they unite to engage in a round-robin challenge. Mu Chen welcomes all. A Zhuang stands anxiously by, fearing that a Chen might be overwhelmed. Yet, before he can offer assistance, a Rue is the first to rise and approach. Sister Su, Su Qian, turning slightly, sees a roue, filling her cup with a generous measure and, raising it with both hands, softly states, "Thank you for helping me find a school. This drink is for you." Su Qian is taken aback. Beside her, Yao Yi nearly bursts into laughter, quickly filling Su Qian's glass, declaring, "President Su, young Mei has this sentiment. Let me fill it for you." Filled to the brim? This is a generous measure indeed. Were it anyone else, Su Qian might have declined, but this young lady is the boss's cousin. To refuse would be to show a lack of respect. As she rises to raise her glass, Arue gently clinks her cup against Su Qian's. "A toast to you," and then drains her drink in a few swift gulps. Unfazed, Arue fills her glass again and slightly turns to gaze at Yao Yi standing nearby. Upon witnessing this, Yao Yi feels as though he has stepped into a fiery pit. It seems inevitable that he must drink. It is better to be proactive. "Young Mei, thank you for your hospitality during our visit to the Miao village." With a toast, they clink their glasses together. Arue finishes her drink in one gulp and, reaching for the bottle to refill, is halted by Mu Chun, who advises, "Do not drink too much. We are not strangers." This prompted a sigh of relief from the HR director, who had caught Arue's eye. Those who had recently visited the Miao village were aware of the prowess of the Miao sisters in drinking. However, the others were oblivious, having only heard tales without witnessing it themselves. Today, they were finally enlightened. Arue's presence unknowingly intimidated several directors who had intended to ply Mu Chun with drinks. Soon, after several rounds, everyone felt the effects of inebriation. Mu Chun instructed the others to leave first. Assistant, she took Arue to explore the night market in Lin City, with a Zhuang curiously following. Mu Chun, Su Qian, and Yao Yi relocated to a better venue, the finest hotel in Lin City. Mu Chun washed his face briefly, and as he emerged, Su Qian approached with a teacup. "This is this year's new tea. It will help alleviate the effects of the alcohol." Mu Chun accepted the cup and inquired, "Where are you residing now? How is your daughter?" Yao Yi quickly excused himself, heading to the restroom. Su Qian glanced in Yao Yi's direction and then looked at Mu Chun, her lips parting gently. "I live in the apartment building next to the company. My daughter was taken by relatives. I do not know where she has gone." "What happened? Were arrangements not made?" They had indeed been arranged. "But that scoundrel surnamed Zhou somehow found his way to my mother and insisted on taking the child to sell for money. I had no choice but to." "I understand." Mu Chen's brow furrowed tightly. He empathized with Su Qian's distress, having endured similar experiences himself. At that moment, as a tear slipped from the corner of Su Qian's eye, his heart ached in sympathy, and he reached out to pat her hand reassuringly. "Take heart. At times, surrender does not equate to abandonment. Rather, it signifies a more profound form of protection. When the day of parting arrives, should my daughter comprehend this, well and good. If not, there shall be no regrets. You stand unblemished in your conscience, only lamenting the caprices of fate. In future endeavors, tread with caution. Do not allow past tragedies to repeat themselves, for you are now my esteemed right-hand companion." These words, uttered by someone younger than herself, left Su Qian feeling somewhat disconcerted. Yet a smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of sorrow. She pondered the experiences that could elicit such reflections from this young lad of the Miao clan. Perhaps, in comparison to his trials, her own tribulations were of little consequence. "Thank you, Chen," Su Qian said, her eyes glistening with tears yet smiling softly. Mu Chun, shifting his sore back, replied, "I have come unexpectedly in search of a wedding planning company and a factory that produces fireworks." "A wedding planning company? One that assists with nuptials?" Su Qian inquired curiously, "Who is getting married? You've endured injuries and yet made this journey. Surely, your back has borne the brunt of this arduous travel." At that moment, Yao Yi emerged from the restroom, demonstrating an impeccable sense of timing. Mu Chun continued, "On the 18th of next month, which corresponds to the 21st day of the 6th lunar month, we will celebrate the Miao Drum Festival. I intend to partake in a matchmaking event on the 3rd day of ancestor worship, where, according to our customs, if I manage to secure a beloved girl's floral band, we shall formally engage on that very day. I will strive to obtain her floral band and create an unforgettable memory during the betrothal. Thus, I seek the most experienced wedding host and fireworks factory to orchestrate a grand display that harmonizes with our local traditions. I wish to illuminate the night sky of our Miao village until midnight, ensuring she feels like the happiest woman alive." Su Qian enviously asked Miss Tang. "Indeed. Isn't she in Yanjing? She should not be on holiday yet on the 18th of next month. She is our Miao clan's saintess. Her presence is requisite for ancestor worship, so she will return." Su Qian, only partially grasping the customs, inquired further, "If you worship the same ancestors, Does that make you relatives? We are descendants of Qiyu, akin to how your Han people refer to themselves as the descendants of Yan and Huang. I see. However, there are currently no wedding planning companies in Linqing, though there are fireworks factories. What is your budget for this? My budget is 20 million. What? 20 million? Such a colossal order would be overwhelming for the fireworks factories in Linqing, Su Qian exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. What? A betrothal budget of 20 million? In the countryside? That would be enough to reverberate across an entire county. Yao Yi, who had just taken a seat, nearly toppled over in shock. Mu Chen chuckled, observing the incredulous expressions on Su Qian and Yao Yi's faces. Even if it cost 100 million, I would not hesitate. My only fear is failing to secure her floral band. 100 million? Both Su Qian and Yao Yi mentally calculated the extent of their boss's wealth. The combined assets of Tangtang Capital and Guilin would amount to nearly 100 million. Moreover, both entities are lucrative ventures. Yet, from the tone of their boss, it seemed his financial reserves exceeded even that. It cannot be, for I have met Miss Tang, and as women, our intuition is seldom mistaken. She indeed cares for you. Life is full of unexpected twists. Who can claim to know everything? Do you require the support of friends and family? Perhaps our company could take a few days off to cheer you on. After all, we have yet to witness the Miao Drum Festival, let alone an extravagant engagement ceremony adorned with fireworks worth millions. It would be a splendid occasion to foster a good rapport with the future matriarch. I too wish to attend, even if it means enduring a few toasts. Yao Yi is quite enamored by such grand spectacles. Mu Chen nodded, affirming the need. In previous years, our Miao Drum Festival attracted at least 10,000 participants. This year promises to be even more grandiose. Our fruit orchard alone has allocated 3 million for the event, allowing you to experience the grandeur of a banquet for 1,000 and a matchmaking gathering of the same scale. Truly a magnificent sight. Boss, allow me to utter a word without inciting your ire. What if, just what if, you do not win her heart? Wouldn't that investment be a mere waste? In that case, I shall pursue her relentlessly. If I fail, I will resort to more daring measures. Resort to what? Yao Yi, in his mid-20s, looked utterly astonished. Mu Chen explained, we have a tradition of bride snatching, but it must occur within a set time frame. Otherwise, one risks incurring the disapproval of the elders. Then let us seize the opportunity. During the drum festival, one cannot snatch. One can only serenade with a lushing. Then we shall wait for an appropriate moment to act. Yao Yi seemed invigorated. But Su Qian interjected, if that were the case, would the financial director not assume our dear Mu would not let the opportunity slip? Why is that? Boss, enlighten me. When engaging in bride snatching, even if one succeeds, if the lady does not reciprocate affection, custom dictates she must return the favor, thus ending the pursuit. Thereafter, the man is forbidden from disturbing the woman, lest he be taken by the elders of the 9 great clans and cast into a mysterious place to be punished. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi was taken aback, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Oh my, that sounds frightening. Truly punishable. Those who transgress often vanish without a trace. Moreover, the lady I admire is a saint. Once pursued, it would indeed be a perilous gamble. Boss, I have heard your Miao women speak of saints. Are they not endowed with great power? A millennium ago, following the tragic death of our Miao king in battle, the Miao queen also perished in mourning. Thereafter, the saint assumed control over the Miao seal, known as the Qi seal. The words of the saint are not to be disregarded, and her authority is unmatched within the Miao community. In ancient times, when the saint issued a command, the valiant sons of the Miao would heed the call and rush to the battlefield, undeterred. Su Qian and Yao Yi were both profoundly astonished. Tang Mo is the newly appointed saint, divinely chosen. Mu Chen spoke softly. The maidens of my Miao family are genuine and sincere. They love but one throughout their lives. Unwavering and unbetrayed, willing to follow through any trials or tribulations to the ends of the earth. It is precisely due to this commendable tradition of marriage that the love perspectives of Miao women remain pure in their eyes. Love surpasses the passage of time and all else. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi murmured to himself, his face aglow with longing. To marry a Miao maiden would be the greatest happiness of this lifetime. In truth, what Yao Yi most yearned to inquire was whether the Miao possessed the fabled love poison. However, he hesitated to inquire about such matters. As assistant, she had arrived with Ai Rui and a Zhuang. Coughing lightly, he feigned a cough and said, Boss, my childhood friend has opened a wedding planning company after graduation. He might have what you need. Would you like me to inquire? Director Yao, why didn't you mention this sooner? Director Yao Yin did not refrain from speaking. He was simply captivated by the customs of the Miao family. With a nod from Mu Chen, He rose to one side to make a call. Mu Chun turned to AI Rui and Zhuang, asking, why not stay and enjoy a bit longer? There's a bustling night market on that road in the city center, spanning 3 to 4 kilometers. Didn't you go? We did, but our money was stolen, and they left quite a gash on me, Zhuang replied, turning to show Mu Chun the tear in his pocket. Mu Chun gazed at the long slit and chuckled, thinking it was fortunate that only his pants were torn and nothing else, or it would have been quite the embarrassment. Su Qian and her assistant struggled to suppress their laughter, while AI Rui maintained a calm demeanor. Zhuang, looking pained, lamented, that was my only money, over 20 yuan. Chun, when are we heading back to the village? He inquired. Assistant Shi, nearby, stifled laughter, her shoulders shaking, and eventually could no longer contain herself. Dashing to the restroom. Su Qian was also trying hard to hold back her mirth. It was simply too amusing. It appeared that the Miao brother was eager to go out for fun, but returned early because of the theft. Just as Mu Chun was about to speak, Yao Yin entered from the balcony after finishing his call. Boss, my friend mentioned that he can meet your requirements, but he needs to gather more information before responding. He is currently on a business trip in Yanjing and wants to be back in Mo due until the day after tomorrow at the latest. Mo due? Ah yes. The incident in late July of 95 that sent shockwaves through the antique world. The news was explosive, and it happened right in Mo due without hesitation, Mu Chun declared. We shall go to Mo due tomorrow, leaving in the morning. Chun, are you really going to Mo due? That's quite far, Zhuang remarked with interest. However, when Mu Chun offered to take him along, he promptly shook his head, clearly apprehensive about the possibility of theft. If you're not going, then wait for me in Linxiang, Mu Chun insisted. AI Rui can accompany me. Mu Chun pulled out several hundred yuan bills to give him. Zhuang asked, when will you return? Uncertain. Then I'll just head back to the village. It feels safer. That works. Tomorrow, we'll first take you to the station. Once you reach the county, call Uncle Aaron and ensure he gathers everything I need and stores it at the orchard. Su Qian hesitated briefly. Expressing her desire to accompany Mu Chun to Mo due, he did not refuse, only inquired, but what about the company if you go to Mo due? I can manage the company's restructuring remotely without delay. I also wish to see such a grand metropolis like Mo due, she replied. Very well. If you wish to go, then go. Mu Chun nodded. With that, Su Qian could no longer remain seated. She bid farewell and, together with assistant Shi, began making arrangements for their overnight journey. Boss, I will prepare as well, Yao Yin said. Once they departed, Mu Chun gave Zhuang a few instructions, took a shower, and went to bed. Chapter 54. The Journey to Mo due, the Curse of the Grass Demon. Mo due, whether in a past life or this one. It is the first time for Mu Chun to arrive here. Although he possesses some knowledge gleaned from news articles or newspapers from his previous existence, the experience is entirely new. At Hangzhou Airport, the sole airport currently in the magical city, he walks through the terminal with a sense of excitement, albeit concealed. He does not wish for Su Qian, Yao Yi, and assistant Shi to discern that it is his inaugural flight. However, the pallor on AI Rui's face reveals her trepidation. Despite her brave facade, she clings tightly to her seat during turbulence, her breath quickening. Upon exiting the terminal, when Su Qian inquires about their destination, Mu Chun retorts, Yao Yi, you must be familiar with the magical city, right? I attended university here. All right, you all explore for now. We shall reconvene at the Bund tonight. I trust this journey will evoke profound insights. Aren't you joining us, boss? Mu Chun shakes his head. I have some personal matters to attend to. From now on, just call me by my name. Personal matters? Su Qian and the others are astonished, wondering if their boss has acquaintances in the magical city. They set off. Outside the terminal, Mu Chun hails a taxi, taking AI Rui with him. Driver, to Fuyou Road, he states, and the middle-aged driver sets off. Throughout the journey, Mu Chun frequently glances at his surroundings. The magical city of 1995, while not comparable to a decade later, has undergone astonishing development, far surpassing Lin City. AI Rui, too, observes the scenery as it fades behind them, pondering that had it not been for her brother, she might never have witnessed such sights in her lifetime. Brother, it is so flat here. Mu Chun nods, turning his profile to say, the magical city lies at the mouth of the Yangtze River, characterized by its expansive and level terrain. It is the largest city in our China, destined to become the economic, financial, cultural, and technological hub within 20 years. Thus, your choice to pursue education is indeed correct. Only through learning can you alter your destiny. This outing is for you to observe and absorb, so that you may share these experiences with a duo upon your return. AI Rui nods. Thank you, brother. I will strive to do my best. An hour later, they alight from the taxi at the intersection of Fuyou Road. The streets are bustling with traffic and throngs of people, vibrant with a plethora of goods, exuding a strong commercial atmosphere while retaining the lively essence of the marketplace. Mu-chan inhales deeply, scanning for street signs as he walks with AI Rui onto Fuyo Road. This less than a kilometer-long street is dotted with numerous shops and vendors, particularly renowned for its antique market. As Mu-chan strolls through the lively marketplace, hand in hand with AI Rui, he absorbs the pulsating atmosphere, feeling an indescribable sensation arise within him. Every inch of the land is imbued with the rich aroma of history and the imprints of time. It seems that every antique speaks of tales from the past. Brother, are you searching for something? I can help you look. As AI Rui observed her elder brother appearing to search for something, her curiosity prompted her to inquire. A shop named Hui Gu Xian, Mu-chan recalled. AI Rui nodded, and the sibling duo proceeded for approximately another 20 meters before AI Rui. He pointed to the left ahead and said, Brother, is it that one? Where? To the left. The red door. A few people just entered. AI Rui tugged at Mu-chan, urging him forward. At last, Mu-chan spotted it. Indeed, it was Hui Gu Xian, though the wooden plaque was rather antiquated, which explained why he hadn't recognized it at first glance. The store was modest in size, and as Mu-chan identified his target, just as he was about to step inside, AI Rui halted him. What is it? Mu-chan asked. AI Rui sniffed the air, her expression darkening. She glanced around and leaned in to whisper, There's the scent of a grass ghost. Grass ghost. Mu-chan was taken aback. The grass ghost was a poison associated with their Miao clan. It was said to be transmitted through females, not males. Although Mu-chan was aware of AI Rui's proficiency in poisons, he was astonished by her acute sense of smell. Is it serious? He inquired. AI Rui shook her head. It's hard to say. All right, understood. Let us proceed. Just observe discreetly and refrain from meddling. With that, Mu-chan stepped inside. Upon entering, he was enveloped by the rich, woody fragrance emanating from the dilapidated doors and windows. Under the dim light, various exquisite trinkets were displayed atop several large counters. There were wooden furnishings, jade artifacts, bronze pieces, ceramics, calligraphy, and paintings, an overwhelming array that dazzled the eye. At that moment, the proprietor, with a beaming smile, was attending to an elderly gentleman clad in a blue robe, who was accompanied by a young couple. Brother, it's that man in gray. The grass ghost scent is emanating from him. AI Rui quietly alerted Mu-chan. He nodded in acknowledgement and lowered his voice to ask, Is it serious? The ant poison. If not resolved promptly, he won't survive beyond 7 days. Understood. Wait for me over there. Mu-chan approached, discreetly resting his hand on his left arm and gently pressing the Shennong spatial mark. In the next moment, his eyes gradually brightened. He began scanning the items on the wooden racks, with any fakes slowly revealing themselves. At this juncture, the proprietor finally noticed the young Mu-chan. Yet he seemed more inclined to attend to the blue-robed elder, thus dismissing Mu-chan. Moments later, 2 men in checkered shirts entered. Ah, old Miao, you're here too. Upon seeing the blue-robed elder, the newcomers eagerly approached. The elder nodded slightly and remarked, Mr. Chen, you also have an interest in such places? Before you, old Miao, I dare not call myself Mr. Chen, just call me Xiao Chen. I am merely an enthusiast, and should I find anything appealing, I hope you can lend your discerning eye. The speaker, Mr. Chen, appeared to be in his 30s. Certainly, let us browse together. After a few minutes of observation, Mu-chan finally pinpointed 3 items of interest. The proprietor, a man in his 50s wearing black-rimmed glasses, took a moment to address Mu-chan, saying, Young brother, you're looking quite attentively. If you fancy anything, do not hesitate to mention it. I shall offer you the lowest price. The proprietor, observing the piece of porcelain that Mu-chan had pointed to, inquired, Is it this one? Indeed. Mu-chan's keen interest revealed his inexperience, as he had chosen a mere replica. The proprietor, with a jovial demeanor, retrieved the item, exclaiming, Ah, young brother, your discerning eye is remarkable. You have identified some of the finest treasures in my shop. This piece hails from the zenith of the Song dynasty, just acquired yesterday. Observe its exquisite form. The clay and glaze, as well as the artistry, truly unparalleled. Mu-chan refrained from touching it. Instead, he leaned in for a closer inspection once the proprietor placed it on the counter. What is your asking price? I'll take it, he declared. Chapter 55. 2 exceptional items, ancestral spirits stirring from their graves. Is this what you wish to purchase? The proprietor scrutinized Mu-chan, pondering whether he truly belonged to a wealthy family, given his unassuming attire. He hesitated, concerned that an inflated price might frighten him away. This amount, the proprietor stated, extending his hand. 5,000. Mu-chan inquired. The proprietor's lips twitched. He had intended to propose 500,000. Yet here stood this young man suggesting a mere 5,000. Young brother, this is a fine treasure from the height of the Song dynasty. If you are genuinely interested, I can offer you the lowest price, a reduction of 350,000. Please, exit to the right, and you shall find what you desire. 350,000? Indeed. Very well, it's a deal. Clearing his throat, Miaojiang presented his bank card, leaving the proprietor momentarily stunned. Yet, what could be done? The transaction was final. In the realm of antiquities, there exists a custom. Once a deal is struck, it is irrevocable. The essence lies in fate and discernment. Once a price is proposed and accepted, it cannot be rescinded. However, the swiftness of this exchange left the proprietor with a lingering sense that he had undervalued the item. As if sensing the proprietor's thoughts, Miaojiang pointed to a landscape painting hung on the wall, asking, "What about this one?" The proprietor turned to glance at the painting, responding, "Young brother, I must be candid with you. Although this artwork is a late Qing imitation, it is worth at least 50,000. 50,000? I'll take it. Who is this young rascal? So forthright." With a smile, Miaojiang replied, "In total, that amounts to 400,000. Do you have a card reader? You are indeed fortunate. We installed the device just a couple of days ago," the proprietor remarked, retrieving a small box adorned with the UnionPay logo from beneath the counter. After the card transaction was completed, the elderly gentleman, who had been observing quietly, commented, "The items are indeed exquisite, though 35,000 is not a loss. Grandfather, this ceramic resembles the Shao he pursuing Han Xian vase." A young man in a checkered shirt whispered to the elder. The elder nodded, acknowledging the resemblance, yet lamenting, "Alas, it is not." Hearing their conversation, Miaojiang scrutinized the elder before inquiring, "Sir, what leads you to assert so confidently that it is not the Yuan dynasty Shao he pursuing Han Xian vase? You, young lad, possess knowledge of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Allow me to enlighten you," the elder said, stepping forward and gesturing towards the ceramic on the counter. This piece, when compared to the Yuan blue and white Shao he pursuing Han Xian vase, shares the same height, base diameter, belly diameter, and mouth diameter. They both feature a small, unsealed mouth, with thick, flat rims, short and slender necks, flat shoulders, tapering below the shoulders, elongated legs, and flat bottoms. However, the style of this vase is distinctly different. The painting of Shao he chasing Han Xian under the moon is one I have had the fortune to see before. This is not it. Upon hearing this, Miaojiang smiled. Indeed, the old gentleman is well versed in knowledge. I wonder, what might the authentic Shao he chasing Han Xian under the moon be worth? At the very least, it would start at 300 million. Very well, I shall now allow it to see the light of day once more. See the light of day? Old Miao's brows furrowed slightly. Miaojiang directly cradled the vase and the painting that the owner had already removed, bringing them to the wooden table in the center. He then retrieved a potion that he had just transferred from the Shennong Space into his pocket and asked the owner for a cloth. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of old Miao and several others, he began to apply the potion with careful strokes. "Grandfather, what does this lad intend to do?" "Hold your tongue for now. Grandfather might have misjudged," old Miao replied gravely. President Chen also whispered, "Old Miao, could it be that this is truly one of the 3 masterpieces of our Huaxiao porcelain, the genuine Shao he chasing Han Xian under the moon?" Old Miao remained silent, instead taking a seat closer and fixating on the vase in Miaojiang's hands. The owner too felt a surge of anxiety. If it were indeed genuine, he would be at a tremendous loss. Before long, as Miaojiang continued to apply the potion, the vibrant colors of the vase began to fade, gradually revealing a pristine painting. "Esteemed elder, please take a look." Miaojiang placed the vase upon the table. Old Miao promptly donned his glasses and retrieved his portable tools, examining it with utmost care. The shape was exquisite, the lines smooth and graceful, embodying a sense of grandeur. He turned the vase to examine the other side, where the white glaze was immaculate and lustrous, and the blue material was rich and elegant, the two harmoniously contrasting. Set against a backdrop of pine, bamboo, plum, banana leaves, and rocky landscapes, the imagery was vivid, unfolding a historical tableau. Surrounding the painting were 5 sets of decorative bands, the entire plum vase adorned elaborately, with a layout of the patterns both sparse and dense. Setting down his tools, old Miao's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "A treasure. It is indeed genuine." The owner was taken aback, instantly regretting his decisions. President Chen sought confirmation from old Miao, then inquired about the vase's value. After a moment's contemplation, old Miao remarked, "The last one I saw had a slight imperfection at the mouth and was priced at 280 million. This piece, however, is in pristine condition. It must be valued at no less than 320 million. President Chen considered this and promptly addressed Mu Chun. Young brother, I offer 330 million. Would you consider parting with it? 330 million? That price seems reasonable, and it essentially reaches the pinnacle. Old Miao immediately provided his assessment. Mu Chun nodded. That is acceptable. Thank you, young brother. My elderly grandfather's 80th birthday is at the end of next month, and now I can rest easy. President Chen sighed with relief, requesting Mu Chen's bank account number and handing him a business card. The owner's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot. 330 million. This represented a near thousand-fold increase. He felt not just regret, but as if his ancestors were rising from their graves to chastise him. Watching the funds transfer immediately, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. Old Miao sighed, surveying the young man before him, remarking, Young friend, you are extraordinary. How did you discern this? Shall I tell you that I am reborn? Can I disclose that this old man possesses a pair of eyes unlike any other? Mu Chen shyly remarked. I once heard an elder speak of this matter, and when I saw it just now, I felt it bore some resemblance. I never expected to be correct. Correct? Old Miao shook his head, clearly skeptical, yet refraining from further inquiry. After all, who does not possess a few hidden treasures? He handed Mu Chen a business card, his gaze lingering on the scroll upon the table. This painting, it must be extraordinary. May I have the honor of viewing it? Mu Chen glanced at the card and was taken aback to discover that this venerable gentleman was none other than the esteemed expert of the antique street, Professor Niu Kong from Yin University and a doctoral advisor. Within a few minutes, as old Niu scrutinized the artwork, his expression transformed. His eyes met Mu Chen's with a mixture of astonishment and complexity. Young man, how did you discern this? If I were to say it was intuition, would old Niu believe me? Certainly not. Old Niu shook his head as a youth beside him inquired, Grandfather, is this painting an authentic piece? The authenticity would soon be revealed. Old Niu asked the drowsy shopkeeper for some clean water, then employed specialized tools to gently unseal the layer of oil paper atop the scroll. My heavens, a painting within a painting? How can this paper be so thin? The genuine article was veiled beneath a gossamer layer of oil paper, its hue matching that of the original painting, crafted with exquisite finesse. No wonder it had gone unnoticed. The shopkeeper swayed slightly, feeling faint as he beheld the youthful grin of Mu Chen, almost overcome by an urge to tear the boy apart. Old Miao, is this truly an authentic piece? President Chen gazed at the now fully revealed thin paper, focusing intently on the profound and meticulous landscape painting before him. Old Miao gasped. This is the Gujichuan relocation map, created by Wang Meng during the Yuan dynasty. This painting, centered on landscapes, features towering mountains, cascading waterfalls, solitary verdant trees, and serene ponds with grassy bridges. This traditional style of painting embodies an ancient, subtle charm. As old Miao's voice trailed off, the shopkeeper sank heavily into a chair, internally lamenting, my ancestors must be rising from their graves to chastise this unfilial descendant. Chapter 56, intended to keep a low profile, yet became the center of attention. Observing the scene, President Chen chuckled as he assisted the shopkeeper to his feet and inquired of Niu Kong. Old Miao, what is the value of this authentic piece? Old Miao regarded the composed Mu Chen, noting, young friend, you are indeed remarkable. If your previous discovery was mere luck, then this one certainly speaks to your discernment. You overpraise me. I truly was fortunate. Mu Chen would not concede, knowing well that fame often breeds controversy. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. However, if you are willing to part with it, I offer 100 million. This treasure in your hands would only gather dust, but if old Miao appreciates it, it is indeed your fortune. Mu Chen had originally come for financial gain. He was fully aware that the value of this painting would escalate to 500 or 600 million in 15 years, yet at present, 100 million held far greater significance for him than the distant future's inflated figure. Thus, he agreed to the transaction. Moments later, as another 100 million appeared in his account, the shopkeeper was genuinely on the brink of madness. President Chen seemed eager to befriend the young man, presenting his business card and inviting Mu Chen to a meal. Young friend, would you grant me the honor of sharing a meal? Old Miao also expressed his desire to befriend Mu Chen. Mu Chen rose and said, to seek the unattainable is indeed an honor for me. Allow me to take on this task, and in addition, I have a matter to convey to Mr. Miao. The shopkeeper watched the departing figures with gritted teeth, filled with resentment. 330 million plus 100 million, 430 million. These young rascals spent 400,000 in mere moments, flipping it into countless times over. What a cunning little brat. Where did he emerge from? Such insight is truly remarkable. Soon, under the guidance of Mr. Chen, the head of the real estate company, Chen Feng, Mu Chen brought Rui to a nearby private dining establishment. This venerable restaurant was not merely a haven for culinary delights, but also a platform for cultural and emotional exchange. The retro decor of the establishment seemed to embody the essence and tales of the old magic city. The dishes served were authentic specialties. Niu Kong had been observing Mu Chen closely. He noticed that the young man's eloquence and knowledge were extraordinary. Such temperament was seldom found in youth. Particularly, this young man exuded an exceptional aura. Young friend Mu, this restaurant is a time-honored establishment run by one of my students. The Buddha jumps over the wall here is exquisite. Do try it. Mr. Niu invited. Buddha jumps over the wall is indeed a top-tier delicacy. Mu Chen had heard of it, but lacked the means to indulge. He took a small taste and sighed. Truly a heavenly delight. The flavors are as rich as a treasure chest brimming with surprises. Niu Kong nodded discreetly, recognizing him as a fine young man. Beside them, Qin Feng remarked, "Ah, but there's more to surprise. This private restaurant has recently acquired two rare fruits, known as the rainbow holy fruit and the stardust sugar. They are truly exceptional and will be arriving shortly." The mention of rainbow holy fruit and stardust sugar startled Mu Chen, and even the shy Rui beside him blinked her wide, astonished eyes. "What? Young brother Mu, have you heard of these two rare celestial fruits?" Mu Chen smiled and nodded. Niu Kong sighed. "In my 60 years of life, I have never tasted fruits more exquisite than rainbow holy fruit and stardust sugar. Not only are they rare in this world, but to call them the pinnacle of global fruits would not be an exaggeration. Their names are splendid. Mr. Niu, I have heard that rainbow holy fruit and stardust sugar have taken the elite circles of Yanjing by storm, even permeating the campus of Tsinghua University with their fragrance. Is that true?" Qin Feng inquired. "Indeed. Last night, as I returned from Yanjing, I learned from a friend that the news originated from a female student's dormitory at Tsinghua, stirring up quite a commotion among experts in the botanical field." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen remained smiling, genuinely surprised that the fruits sent to the saintess had caused such a significant stir. Qin Feng, in praise, added, "My grandfather is currently inquiring about the origins of these celestial fruits everywhere. Mr. Qin, are you interested in purchasing them?" Mu Chen finally interjected. "Interested? I dream of it. Yet, alas, the owner of this restaurant refuses to disclose the source of these celestial fruits." Listening to Mr. Niu and Mr. Qin, Mu Chen pondered. Could it be that these fruits command a high market price in the Magic City? Not particularly high, however, due to their unparalleled taste and aesthetic appeal. Fruits that originally priced at 49 or 46 have skyrocketed to 70 or 80 in just a day, making them exceedingly rare. Exceedingly rare? Mu Chen was genuinely taken aback by the fervent pursuit of the seven-colored sacred fruit and starry sugar in the magical city. It was astonishing to see scalpers inflating the price to 70 or 80 each. Truly, this is the hallmark of a first-tier city. At that moment, a gracious and composed waiter entered, carrying a tray of 12 fruits. Qin Feng and Niu Kong promptly began introducing the seven-colored sacred fruit and starry sugar to Mu Chen. With a smile, Mu Chen remarked, "I have tasted these before, and they were even more exquisite than this." "What? Is there something superior to such celestial fruits? How can that be?" Niu Kong shook his head, and Qin Feng's gentle smile reflected disbelief as well. Yet, Mu Chen asserted, "The seven-colored sacred fruit and starry sugar available on the market are merely ordinary. Their weight does not surpass 1 pound. The one I consumed was a true delicacy, larger than those found in the market. Furthermore, the total number of these fruits currently available is 500,000. Everyone present was astute, despite Mu Chen's youth. The implication of his words was not lost on Qin Feng. Immediately, Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Niu Kong and inquired of Mu Chen. "Could it be that you know the origin of the seven-colored sacred fruit and starry sugar?" "I do." "Really?" Niu Kong and Qin Feng responded in unison. "If you could provide us with an address, I can arrange for several boxes to be sent to you, with each box containing 12 fruits." At this point, both Niu Kong and Qin Feng sensed something amiss. Niu Kong looked at Mu Chen and asked, "Young friend, these two types of celestial fruits are currently in high demand, and I've heard that unscrupulous merchants are attempting to counterfeit them." But before he could finish, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Shortly after, a middle-aged man dressed like a successful entrepreneur entered. "Master, I sincerely apologize for not greeting you personally at the door upon your arrival. Please forgive my oversight." Qin Feng rose politely and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. He, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Mr. Qin, you are here as well?" Mr. He replied, momentarily shifting his gaze from Qin Feng to the smiling figure of Mu Chen. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Young man from the Miao family? It is you." "Mr. He, it is indeed a genuine reunion for us. I never anticipated encountering you here in the magical city, Mu Chen said, laboriously rising to his feet. He Yuanshan stepped forward briskly and, to the astonishment of Niu Kongkong and Qin Feng, grasped Mu Chen's hand. I did not expect to see you, little brother, here in the magical city. Have you sustained injuries? A fall, but it is nothing serious. Please, have a seat. This scene left Qin Feng filled with curiosity. Niu Kongkong, intrigued, asked, Yuanshan, do you know this young friend? At that moment, Yuanshan finally realized the significance of the esteemed teacher and the affluent Qin Feng being in the company of Miaojiang. He surveyed the room and remarked, Master, this young man is the one from Qianzhou whom I previously mentioned. Upon hearing this, Niu Kongkong was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. The old man scrutinized Mu Chen anew, unable to fathom that this young man from the Miao family possessed such extraordinary treasures. Young man, I have long heard of your name, but I never imagined you were so youthful. You must be just shy of 20, am I correct? Indeed. I am 22 in nominal age. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. It is a privilege for me to make your acquaintance. Come, let us raise a toast together. One old and one young. Mu Chen rose, lifting his cup with both hands. I toast to you, old Miao. Good, excellent. The youth is indeed formidable. Niu Kongkong praised Mu Chen's character with great admiration. Hianshan took his seat. After several rounds of drinks, Qin Feng inquired, young brother, you mentioned earlier that you know the origins of the rainbow's sacred fruit and the starry sugar. I would be grateful if you could enlighten us. Indeed, my young friend. Could you please share? Niu Kongkong also expressed his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Hianshan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Teacher, I haven't had the chance to inform you. But the rainbow's sacred fruit and the starry sugar are both the creations of this young lad from the Miao family. Ah, Niu Kongkong and Qin Feng were taken aback. Mu Chen humbly replied, Mr. He, you flatter me. I am merely a humble administrator of the orchard. The cultivation of the fruit trees relies on my elders' secret methods. Even so, Mu Chen's words still astonished Qin Feng. Regaining his composure, he suppressed his excitement and said, Brother Mu, I never expected that the rainbow sacred fruit and the starry sugar originated from your elders. That is splendid news. Brother Mu, how about this? We, the Qin family, would like to order 2,000 boxes of each divine fruit, and you may set the price. This proposal left Mu Chen hesitating. Hianshan interjected, Mr. Qin, you may not be aware that our orchard only engages in wholesale, not retail. It is no small feat for the young lad to provide me with 1,000 boxes each. I have leveraged my reputation to acquire them at a price of 26 each directly from the source, and they cannot be made available on the market, but must be consumed internally. Brother Mu, you must provide me with 2,000 boxes. I owe you this favor. And I will personally arrange for transport back to Magic City. Mu Chen smiled warmly. Mr. Qin, you are too kind. I recall you mentioning that your esteemed grandfather's birthday is at the end of next month, correct? Indeed, on the 30th of next month. Mr. Qin, our acquaintance is indeed a fortuitous connection. I shall endeavor to accommodate your request, but there is something yet unannounced. We have 2 types of fruit in our orchard, each with its common and exquisite variants. What you see in the market now is merely the common variety. As for the exquisite ones, they have yet to be released. But they are priced individually at 28 each, and buyers must arrange for transport themselves. Hianshan appeared puzzled. Young lad, when I was in your Miao village, you never mentioned the existence of exquisite variants. Please forgive me, Mr. He. At that time, our elders had not finalized the pricing. So I dared not speak out of turn, Mu Chen replied, weaving another tale. Understanding this, Hianshan expressed his eagerness. Then I must certainly taste the exquisite ones. Otherwise, it would be a great regret. I shall order 2,000 boxes of those as well. Qin Feng immediately concurred, wishing for the exquisite variety as well. Mu Chen chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious demeanor. The sale of the exquisite fruits will commence in mid-next month, on the 21st, coinciding with our Miao family's drum festival. You are all warmly invited to our Miao village for rice wine. That settles it then. As for the deposit, that matter is best directed to our orchard's financial overseer. Mu Chen was reluctant to shoulder every responsibility, yet he appreciated the assistance from the elderly Niu Kongkong today. His gaze shifted to Niu Kongkong. Old Miao, please provide me with your address, and I will arrange for several boxes to be sent to you from the orchard. The exquisite delicacies will only be available on the 21st of next month. Niu Kongkong remarked with a sense of ease, young friend. It is truly commendable to possess such temperament at such a tender age. I have heard tales of the Miao family's drum festival. If you do not mind, we could indulge in rice wine and later visit your orchard. It would be a great honor. Quickly, Mu Chen retrieved his business card, which introduced him as the administrator of the Miao family's orchard. The card bore his mobile number and landline on the reverse side, suggesting he needed to acquire a new private contact. Shortly thereafter, Miaojiang received a phone call and excused himself to greet an old friend. Chen Feng, too, was eager to share this delightful news with the elderly patriarch at home. Once only Mu Chun and Niu Kong remained in the elegant room, Mu Chun finally spoke. Old Niu, there is something I have been contemplating whether to share with you. If you have something to say, do not hesitate, replied Niu Kong. Mu Chin's gaze fell upon the young man beside Niu Kong. This must be your grandson, Niu Hong, correct? He is 24 this year. Upon mentioning his eldest grandson, Niu Kong's mood visibly darkened. Mu Chun continued, Niu Gu appears quite emaciated, with signs of edema. Recently, has he been experiencing abdominal pain, diarrhea, low-grade fever, weakness, fatigue, nausea, and occasional difficulty breathing? How do you know this? Niu Kong inquired urgently. It is evident. Given young Master Niu's condition, a visit to the hospital would yield no answers. Would it? Indeed, the hospital found nothing, yet his health deteriorates daily without explanation, Niu Kong lamented. Just then, his grandson Niu Hong anxiously asked Mu Chun, young brother, have you discerned something? Old Niu, on this day, even if I, Mu Aiken, speak out of turn, regardless of your belief, please do not disclose this to anyone. Please. Continue, urged Niu Kong. Mu Chun nodded. Niu Gu must urgently seek out the appropriate person. Old Niu, I fear the time left for Niu Gu is limited. If certain matters are not resolved promptly, it may be too late. What do you mean by that? This is a matter I ought not to discuss. Yet due to old Niu's assistance today, I wish to prevent a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. As a member of the Miao family, I can only express this much. The rest must be left to you and Niu Gu to contemplate. With that, Mu Chun stood up, taking a roue by the hand as they departed. Niu Kong was left in a state of confusion. When Niu Feng returned to the private room, he noticed Niu Kong's brow both relaxed and tense. He approached and asked, Grandfather, what does Mu Chun's remark imply? Niu Kong, familiar with the Miao family's drum festival and having visited the Miao village, might have grasped the underlying meaning of Mu Chun's words. However, he still inquired of Niu Hong, have you been involved with a Miao girl previously? Did you promise to bring her home? It seems that was indeed the case. Niu Hong replied, when did this occur? I cannot recall, it must have been 2 years ago. You scoundrel! How dare you toy with a witch? Chapter 58, another chance to benefit, time to showcase skills. After leaving the restaurant, a roue appeared somewhat uneasy. Mu Chun shook his head, signaling her not to elaborate. Due to the diverse, mysterious, and intricate nature of the Miao family's goo, it can serve as a life-saving remedy or a lethal poison. However, what the Han people have encountered are predominantly deadly goo poisons, particularly those associated with love, leading to a profound fear of the Miao family's toxic arts. Mu Chun took out his mobile phone and called home to inform the 2 village chiefs about the earlier discussion concerning the colorful holy fruit and the starry sugar, ensuring they were aware that someone had ventured there and how to handle the situation. Ah Chun, Tang Grandpa is informed. But why have you gone to the Magic City? Your injury. I'm quite resilient. It's nothing serious. I'll return after attending to matters here. Ah Chun, please don't go to Yanjing before the drum festival. We cannot disrupt the customs. This was the voice of the clan elder. Mu Chun chuckled softly. Elder, I am aware. I am in the Magic City and will return once I finish my tasks. That is good to hear, you rascal. Even with your condition, you still venture out. Take care of yourself, do you hear? Understood, I'm hanging up now. Suddenly, Duodua's voice came through. Brother, is your back feeling better? Grandma says you must remember to apply the medicine daily. Mu Chun replied with a smile. I'm doing well, I'll come back once I'm done. Don't push yourself to do what you cannot manage at home. I'll bring you and Grandma something to eat and wear. I just want you to be all right. Brother. Okay, I promise you. Now, brother, please pass the phone to Sister A Rue. I want to talk to her. This girl still worries about her brother being alone outside. Mu Chun handed the phone to a Rue, and as expected, Duo, far away in the Miao village, sounded just like a little adult, urging a Rue to take care of her brother and ensure he does not get hurt again. This little sister, though young, displays a maturity that tugs at the heartstrings. Although Mu Chun laughed, his vision blurred slightly. Soon after a Rue ended the call, a call from Su Qian and her companions came through. They had arranged to meet at a hotel on the Bund. Mu Chun followed the address to arrive at the secluded hotel. This establishment boasts nearly a century of history, located in the Bund area. Its architectural style exuding the charm of the old Magic City, where vintage and elegance intertwine perfectly. As Mu Chun arrived at the entrance with a Rue, Su Qian and assistant she were already waiting. Ah Chun, over here. Su Qian quickly approached, leading Mu Chun into the hotel. The interior, with its wooden structure, brick walls, and arched doors, made Rue quite anxious. She did not release her hold on her brother's hand until they reached the suite. Mu Chun surveyed the room's ambience, thinking to himself, this expenditure is worthwhile. The terrace adorned with sculptures, flowers, and oil paintings provided a view overlooking the expanse of Pudong. In 1995, Pudong was far from the dazzling splendor it would exhibit 2 decades later. What Mu Chun beheld now was a vast construction site, with skyscrapers rising everywhere. The only notable site was the recently completed Pearl Tower. As Su Qian conversed with Mu Chun about various matters, he suddenly pointed across the river and asked, have you ever considered that one day, Tang Tang Capital may establish itself in one of those buildings across? Su Qian evidently did not grasp the implication. She was eager to express her disbelief, yet Mu Chun's demeanor convinced her that this could not merely be a figment of her imagination. With a smile, Mu Chun remarked, in 10 years, the shadows of Tang Tang Capital will undoubtedly be cast across those buildings over there. By the way, what are your thoughts on being in such a bustling metropolis? Su Qian felt as though she could hardly keep pace with her boss. While her mind wandered to the day Tang Tang Capital would establish itself in the magical city, Mu Chun's question ignited a powerful sense of ambition within her. Wonderful. I hope you, Chun, can lead us into this elite circle, as long as you secure a foothold in the southwest. Entering the magical city will no longer be a mere dream. Mu Chun accepted the juice that Su Qian had offered and inquired, where is Yao Yi? He has gone to his childhood friend's company. This afternoon, I am also meeting with an elder. I intended to gather insights about the situation here in the magical city. But, Su Qian revealed a bittersweet smile. I learned a bit about the circumstances, but it turns out my elder is currently facing difficulties. Is it appropriate to discuss? My elder's name is Chao Yao. He founded a company that went public in 1993, specializing solely in glass, and currently holds a staggering 40% of the domestic market share. Chao Yao, Mu Chun exclaimed, cautiously asking, is he the chairman of Yao Fu Company, Limited? You know him? Su Qian was taken aback. Mu Chun nodded knowingly. He was well aware of the company, which would become a prominent player in the financial sector a decade later, boasting a market valuation in the hundreds of billions. Su Qian, Yao Fu shouldn't be in trouble, should it? Mu Chun recalled some memories regarding Yao Fu, albeit not comprehensively. Su Qian replied, last year, Uncle Chao adjusted the company's strategy. In addition to continuing to expand in the automotive glass market, he began a more in-depth development. However, unforeseen issues arose along the way. Profits have been consistently shrinking, and they are now on the brink of bankruptcy. What is the extent of the funding gap? Approximately 30 million. 30 million? Mu Chun fell silent. Has Chairman Chao not reached out to you for assistance? Our funds are meticulously planned. We cannot reallocate them. Moreover, I have no confidence in Uncle Chao's company's future. Mu Chun was aware that Yao Fu had encountered a crisis in the 1990s, but he hadn't anticipated it would occur a few years earlier. If this were indeed the case, his trip to the magical city might turn out to be fortuitous. In that case, please contact Chairman Chao and inform him that I can introduce a friend who is willing to provide 30 million in financing. Ask him how much equity he would be willing to dilute from the existing shareholders. Wait, your friend is prepared to offer 30 million to Yao Fu? Su Qian was incredulous, even asking numerous questions. Yet Mu Chun simply stated, I trust Chairman Chao Yao and therefore, my friend will naturally trust me. Go ahead and inquire. If my friend is satisfied, the 30 million can be transferred at any time. Chun, this matter is too significant. Shouldn't you consider it further? Should your friend speak directly with Uncle Chao? There is nothing to ponder. Just proceed with the contact. Mu Chun's words and actions left Su Qian utterly perplexed. For this was a sum of 30 million. Was he truly prepared to invest without reviewing any documentation? Such a friend could not possibly be the legendary super-rich second-generation heir. After much hesitation, Su Qian finally said, Chun, what if? There are no what-ifs. Whether my friend invests 30 million hinges upon whether the equity offered is satisfactory to him. Observing Mu Chun's resolute expression, Su Qian contemplated for a moment before retrieving her phone to reach out to Chairman Chao. As Mu Chun took a moment to ponder his thoughts, he struggled to rise and approach the railing, gazing across the river at the bustling construction site. He mused, could it be that my reincarnation has altered the original trajectory of time? If that is indeed the case, certain plans must be expedited. At this moment, in the vibrant metropolis of Magic City, another individual occupied Mu Chun's mind, someone even more formidable than Su Qian. This person should currently be in Magic City. Mu Chun could not afford to place all his eggs in one basket. He needed to locate this person to facilitate the next phase of his plans. Chapter 59. The future's most influential tycoon, Lin Bei, after a cup of tea, Su Qian returned to Mu Chen's side after ending a phone call. She spoke. I inquired about your information from Uncle Chao and relayed the truth. How much equity can he provide? He stated that the maximum he can offer is 37%. 37%? Mu Chan turned to gaze at Su Qian's enchanting visage, his brow furrowing slightly. His initial estimate was 35%. He had not anticipated that 37% equity could be exchanged for 30 million, which could translate into hundreds of billions in 10 years and trillions in 20. Ah Chun. This should be the limit. Su Qian assumed Mu Chun was dissatisfied. However, Mu Chun merely nodded calmly, responding, All right, I understand. I will contact my friend this evening. If he agrees, he should reach out to Chairman Chao in the next couple of days. Please provide me with the contact information. Su Qian handed Mu Chen the business card she had received earlier and inquired, What is the name of your friend's company? I need to inform Uncle Chao. Miaojiang Capital. Which Mo? Which Chun? Mo as in foam, Chun as in dust? Upon hearing this, Su Qian hesitated momentarily before her eyes widened in realization. Miaojiang Capital? Isn't that the last character of Miss Tang's and the boss's names? Just as Su Qian pondered this, Yao Yi arrived. After drinking a bottle of water, he remarked, Boss, my childhood friend has already returned to Magic City. So soon? I thought he was only coming back tomorrow. With a $2 million contract on the line. My friend's company has only secured orders of 2 to 3 million since its inception. Wouldn't he rush back immediately? Yao Yi replied. Mu Chen smiled as he retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to Yao Yi. Let him review these first. My requirements are all outlined here. Boss, won't you meet with him for a detailed discussion? Let your friend take a look first. I have other matters to attend to this evening. We can reconvene at 9 tomorrow morning. With that, Mu Chen turned and waved to Arue, who was in the luxurious suite. After Arue stepped out, Mu Chan instructed, You will accompany this gentleman to meet his friend. They will certainly inquire about the customs and traditions of the Miao family. So make sure to explain everything in detail. After giving a few more instructions, Mu Chan prepared to leave. Arue, seeing Mu Chen's departure, urged, Brother, your injury, it's nothing. Remember what I told you. If there is anything unclear regarding customs, have Yao Yi lend you his phone to call back and ask. Arue nodded. And as Su Qian and Yao Yi watched Mu Chen's retreating figure, both were filled with confusion, pondering why the boss had come to Magic City if not solely for this matter, and what could possibly be of greater significance. Soon after indulging in a casual meal, Mu Chen hailed a taxi and arrived at the 5th hospital of Magic City. He made his way to the 6th floor of the internal medicine ward, relying on memories from his past life. After confirming at the nurse's station that the person he sought was indeed in this hospital, he inquired about the room number and proceeded down the corridor. Upon reaching the entrance of room 618, Mu Chan observed a middle-aged man in a white coat, accompanied by a nurse, delivering grim news to a young man before him. The doctor, addressing the patient's family, conveyed the dire state of the patient. The situation is extremely precarious. If you do not gather the funds for urgent treatment, the consequences will be unimaginable. The young man, visibly shaken, stammered, 200,000? 200,000? His face turned ashen. The doctor reiterated, 200,000 is merely the treatment fee. Please consider your options carefully. If you wish to proceed with treatment, the payment must be made by tomorrow morning at the latest. If you choose to abandon hope, it is best to make arrangements swiftly. With a sigh, the doctor departed, leaving the young man in a daze. He glanced back at his mother in the room, then staggered toward the stairwell. Observing this, Mu Chen followed him. Though Mu Chen was certain that this young man was the person he sought, the youth's youthful visage bore notable differences from how he would appear 2 decades hence. In the future, this young man would evolve into a formidable figure in the bustling business circle of Great Xia, presiding over a trillion-yuan enterprise as its most powerful manager. In his previous life, Mu Chen had seen him on the news. His striking demeanor and commanding presence were palpable even through the screen, exuding an aura of dominance. Yet, when faced with a reporter from CCTV, particularly when discussing his mother, he wept like a child. At that time, he was merely 45 years old. Despite wielding influence in the business world, he had never betrayed the person who had saved his mother, even though she had succumbed to her illness a few years later. Mu Chen's purpose in coming here was resolute. In the dimly lit stairwell, as Mu Chen approached, he heard faint sobs emanating from within. Although the cries were soft, they were heart-wrenching, conveying a profound sense of helplessness and resentment. With a creak, Mu Chen pushed the door open and found the young man sitting on the stairs, cradling his head in anguish. Without uttering a word, Mu Chen sat beside him. After a moment, once the young man had composed himself, he noticed the presence of another and attempted to leave. Mu Chen spoke up, Your name is Lin Bei, is it not? Lin Bei, who had just risen. paused and scrutinized Mu Chun before inquiring, "Do we know each other?" "My name is Mu Chun. I have heard of you, though you do not know me." Lin Bei hastily wiped away his tears and turned to depart. Mu Chun calmly stated, "I am aware of your predicament. I can assist you. 300,000. Will that suffice?" Lin Bei, taken aback, turned to face Mu Chun once more, the dim light casting shadows on his features. After a brief moment, he queried, "If we are strangers, how could you possibly know my situation? You are 25 years old, a recent doctoral graduate from Fudan University. Your parents toiled day and night to support your education. Tragically, your father passed away 2 months ago, succumbing to his ailments despite efforts to save him. I have observed your reaction, Lin Bei, and I continue. Your father left behind a burden of debt. Now, with your mother gravely ill, you have exhausted all avenues among friends and relatives. If I am not mistaken, there are very few who could still lend you assistance in such dire circumstances. You need not inquire why I possess such knowledge. Simply understand that I can perceive your helplessness. At present, I am the only one capable of assisting you." As he spoke, Mu Chun retrieved a prepared card from his possession. In the midst of Lin Bei's astonished gaze, he continued, "This card holds 300,000. Whether you require it depends on your choice." In this moment, Lin Bei found himself in dire need of funds more than ever before. This money was not solely for repaying debts, it was crucial for saving his mother. Yet, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Nor do fortunes simply fall from the sky. The lavish demeanor of this youth named Mu Chun did not evoke excitement in Lin Bei. Rather, it incited a sense of caution as he inquired, "I do not even know you. How do you know about my circumstances, and why do you wish to assist me?" "I know far more than you can imagine. As for my reasons for helping you," Mu Chun replied, fixing his gaze on Lin Bei's furrowed brow, "it is because I trust my own judgment and believe in your character." "Can I trust you?" "Trust is your own prerogative. I do not impose it upon you." Mu Chun handed Lin Bei his phone number, saying, "Contact me once you have deliberated." "Wait," Lin Bei called out as Mu Chun turned to leave. After much contemplation, he asked, "What is it you wish for me to do?" "Rest assured, it is not anything illegal. Once you have clarified your thoughts, reach out to me, and we shall discuss further." Mu Chun took a few steps before turning back, adding, "However, I must caution you that I will soon be departing from the city. If you miss this opportunity, it will be a choice of your own making." Chapter 60. Captivating Lin Bei. Mo Chun capital that night. The handsome young Lin Bei, clutching Mu Chun's phone number, tossed and turned, unable to find solace. Although their conversation had been brief, the young man had left a profound impression on him, one of maturity and poise. In his current predicament, he could not afford to hesitate. Mu Chun's appearance had ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Bei. While he could disregard his own life, he had to save his mother. Thus, at the break of dawn, having reached an impasse, he eagerly contacted Mu Chun, the Bund, near a secluded hotel in the park. Dressed casually, Lin Bei wasted no time upon meeting Mu Chun, asking, 300,000 is no trifling sum. What exactly do you require of me?" Mu Chun gestured for Lin Bei to sit before casually replying, "Your coming to find me indicates that you have made a decision. I admit I am in urgent need of a substantial sum of money, so as long as you do not involve me in illegal activities, I will comply with whatever you ask," Lin Bei stated candidly, revealing that he had nothing to conceal from Mu Chun. Mu Chun directly handed him the card he had presented the previous night. "Since you have made your choice, take this 300,000 for now. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number." "Wait, are you truly giving me this amount? Do you lack confidence in yourself, believing you are not worth such a sum?" Mu Chun's retort left Lin Bei momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this individual, seemingly younger than himself, would possess such confidence. Yet, more than that, he felt an overwhelming sense of trust. Still, he inquired, "Aren't you afraid I will abscond with this money? If you, Lin Bei, were to do such a thing, the only one to suffer would be you, not me." "Why?" "Because you sacrificed an entire forest for a few branches. This forest will, in 10 years, gradually cover the entirety of China and spread across the globe." Suddenly, Lin Bei felt the surge of momentum emanating from Mu Chun, and his blood raced with exhilaration as he began to comprehend the significance of the forest Mu Chun spoke of. Mu Chun turned his profile towards Lin Bei's handsome visage and continued, "And you, with my support, will soon stand proudly in the business circles of China. I am uncertain of your confidence, but..." He produced a card, and amidst Lin Bei's bewilderment, he articulated clearly, "There is 100 million in this account. Join me as my right-hand man, and I shall grant you equity." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback. 100 million? Despite being a finance PhD from Fudan University, the magnitude of this sum left him astounded. After a prolonged silence, he scrutinized Mu Chun once more and finally asked, What exactly do you do? May I see your identification? Without hesitation, Mu Chun retrieved his ID for Lin Bei to examine. Guizhou Province, Miao ethnic group, 22 years old. How could you possibly have such wealth? Lin Bei bombarded him with a series of questions, akin to a machine gun's rapid fire. Observing Lin Bei's astonished expression, Mu Chun reclaimed his ID and replied, "You should first attend to your mother's affairs, and you may also investigate whether my finances are legitimate. Do not misunderstand. That is not my intention, but you truly are remarkably young." Young? Mu Chun chuckled. The smile he wore seemed to conceal a depth of sorrow and anguish in Lin Bei's eyes. Lin Bei expressed, "Thank you for your trust. I shall accept the money. I will draft a promissory note for you. Should you require anything from me, please do not hesitate to instruct me. I trust you." Thus a promissory note is unnecessary. However, I have 3 contracts that you must sign. Let us be prudent and formal. Lin Bei accepted the contracts and began to scrutinize them meticulously. Half an hour later, with incredulity in his gaze, he looked at Mu Chun and trembled as he spoke. "I have never believed that fortune would fall from the sky, yet this is so clearly articulated in black and white. You are granting me such substantial equity, essentially gifting me money. Why? Why have you chosen me?" Mu Chun replied, "You ought not to question my motives. Instead, reflect on how you will strive to justify the trust one have placed in you. What do you say, Lin Bei?" Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you." He rose and deeply bowed to Mu Chun, his eyes glistening with emotion, promptly signing the 3 contracts and presenting them to Mu Chun with both hands. "Boss, Lin Bei, swear that I shall never betray your trust in this lifetime." Mu Chun extended his hand and gently stated, "Outside of work hours, you may call me Chen. Expedite the establishment of Miaojiang capital, and as the general manager, you shall directly reimburse your mother. Consider it my gift of introduction. Furthermore, I will visit your mother once I have completed my current tasks." "Is that even feasible?" Lin Bei was somewhat dazed. "Why would it not be? That is how it shall be. The 300,000 I am giving you should be utilized to settle the debts your father incurred for your education, allowing you to devote yourself entirely to my endeavors. Chun, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall communicate via phone." With that, Mu Chun turned and walked away. Lin Bei gazed at his retreating figure, his vision gradually blurring. As a stream of hot tears welled up, Lin Bei silently vowed a solemn oath. "Boss, your kindness shall be etched in my heart, and I shall never betray you. Those who defy this will face divine retribution and the annihilation of their family." Having secured the funds, Lin Bei returned to the hospital and splashed cold water on his face. He thought this was all a dream, yet no matter how many times he washed, even biting his arm to feel the pain, it confirmed the reality of his situation. The heavens he had desperately implored truly sent a person named Mu Chun to save him. Subsequently, Lin Bei promptly sought out his mother's attending physician, settled the fees, and instructed his sister to take good care of their mother, before immediately attending to the matters Mu Chun had entrusted him with. Though Lin Bei was in need of money, he possessed grand ambitions. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel, Mu Chun encountered Yao Yi and Rue at the entrance. "Brother, have you had breakfast?" Rue inquired. "I have," Mu Chun replied, checking the time on his phone. Yao Yi added, Chun, my childhood friend has already sent a car over. When shall we head out? Wasn't it scheduled for 9? Let's go now." "All right." Soon, the car arrived. Once inside, Rue asked Mu Chun, "Brother, didn't you change your bandage this morning?" "Oh, I forgot." "Then turn around, and I'll help you. I'll do it myself." As Mu Chun changed his bandage, Yao Yi, in the front passenger seat, spoke up. "Last night, my friend learned about the customs of the Miao village and has already worked through several proposals overnight based on your requirements. Chun, we'll review them after we see them. By the way, what is your friend's name?" "Lu Rue. He is also a shareholder of this wedding planning company." Although Yao Yi had confidence in his childhood friend Lu Rue, he understood how crucial the Miao family's drum festival matchmaking was to their boss. If Lu Rue's proposal failed to satisfy the boss, the deal would surely fall through. 2 days later, on the 4th day since Mu Chun arrived in the bustling metropolis, the proposal was finalized. The handsome and dashing Lu Rue escorted Mu Chun and his party out of the company. Mu Chun glanced back at Lu Rue's retreating figure and sighed. This Lu Rue, a graduate from a prestigious university. Yet he has chosen to pursue this line of work. It seems a bit beneath his capabilities. Yao Yi responded, though Lu Rue has aspirations, he also needs capital to embark on his path to success. Be sure to tell him that if he wishes to change careers, he can come to me. Certainly. I will convey that. At noon, after finishing lunch, Mu Chun instructed Yao Yi to take a Rue back to Qian province ahead of him, while he himself took a taxi to the hospital. In the vehicle, Lin Bei's call came through. Boss, we have signed with Yaofu Company. 30 million. acquiring 39% of the shares. 2 points more than expected? Mu Chen expressed surprise. Lin Bei replied, I had my friend recheck Yaofu's financial status. Understood. I am on my way to the hospital now. At the hospital, Mu Chen had just arrived half an hour when Lin Bei appeared. After 2 days apart, Lin Bei looked revitalized, his previously scruffy chin now neatly groomed. Accompanying Lin Bei was another young man, also clad in a suit and leather shoes. Their presence made Mu Chen appear somewhat out of place in his attire. However, Lin Bei and his companion dared not underestimate Mu Chen. 2 hours later, the three emerged from the hospital. Mu Chen declined to head to the newly established company address, opting instead for a small gathering at a nearby restaurant. Lin Bei pondered for a while before suggesting, Boss, since you are alone out here, should I arrange for a couple of bodyguards? Perhaps an assistant as well? I do not require an assistant at this time. As for bodyguards, I already have someone in mind. Mu Chen's lack of bodyguards caused Lin Bei some concern. However, given the boss's words, Lin Bei refrained from pressing the issue and instead mentioned that the financial director for Miaojiang Capital needed to be appointed promptly. This position was one Lin Bei dared not decide on his own. Mu Chen replied, You should expedite the establishment of the new company. I will find a financial director, and until they are on board, you may act in that capacity. Understood, Lin Bei responded. By the way, Mu Chen's gaze shifted to the young man beside Lin Bei. You must be Han Feng, correct? Hello, Mr. Mu. I am Han Feng, a friend of Lin Bei, Han Feng replied politely, though there was an underlying wildness in his demeanor. Mu Chen nodded, scrutinizing Han Feng, who appeared to be around 23 or 24. So, you are the renowned trader Han Feng? Han Feng nodded, and a flicker of surprise crossed Mu Chen's eyes as he recalled who Han Feng was. This Han Feng was indeed a notable figure in the securities market. Not only was he Lin Bei's friend, but they were also close companions. Boss, you know Han Feng? Lin Bei was perplexed, having never mentioned this madman in front of Mu Chen. Indeed, I do. I am even aware that he is nicknamed Madman. Previously, he should have resigned from the securities market due to the betrayal of his ex-girlfriend. At this, Han Feng kicked Lin Bei under the table. Lin Bei defended himself, asserting that he had not disclosed any of Han Feng's embarrassing stories. Mu Chen, choosing not to address their subtle exchange, continued, If I am not mistaken, the additional 2 points from Yaofu Company must be attributed to your efforts, Madman. Mr. Mu, you truly are remarkable, Han Feng exclaimed, giving Mu Chen a thumbs up. To which Mu Chen responded, I am not divine, but I can create deities. Create deities? Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, allowing Lin Bei to seize the opportunity to recommend him to Mu Chen. Mu Chen did not give an immediate affirmation, instead stating, Though I have heard of the name Madman, I am uncertain whether you possess strategic insight or are simply reckless. Therefore, you shall accompany me to the south. If you can impress me in the stock market, I will have Lin Bei formally hire you at Miaojiang Capital and grant you equity. I assure you, I will not disappoint you, Mr. Mu, Han Feng declared, standing up abruptly. Mu Chen waved his hand, saying, Whether you are a horse or a mule, I must take you out for a test. Han Feng's lips twitched, nearly leading him to exclaim in frustration. After their meal, Mu Chen produced several sheets of paper. Lin Bei, since you are from Hangzhou, if you are not too busy during this period, please find a way to acquire shares from these companies. Of course, I will expedite the company's establishment and then attend to this matter, Lin Bei affirmed. Mu Chen nodded, further delegating some tasks before departing. Lin Bei and Han Feng watched Mu Chen's retreating figure. Han Feng was eager, while Lin Bei wore a look of concern. The boss is all alone. If anything were to happen, my dreams would be shattered. I express my disdain. Lin Bei, could you refrain from cursing Xiao Mudong? He is currently my sole benefactor in the stock market. Lin Bei raised his leg and nearly kicked Han Feng to the ground. Damn you, Lin Bei. I'll draw a circle to curse you. Madman, I warn you, you may act freely in my presence, but should you dare to show off before the boss, I cannot guarantee your safety should anything go awry. I say, Madman, do not blame me for not warning you. My boss is someone neither you nor I can afford to offend. As for the reason, when you become part of Miaojiang Capital, I will reveal the documents he has penned, and you will understand. Very well, Lin Bei, you are my future superior, and I shall show you a modicum of respect. Han Feng silently cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, upon leaving, Mu Chen received a call from He Yuanshan. Soon, he arrived at He Yuanshan's restaurant, where he personally welcomed him at the door. After a round of pleasantries in the private room, He Yuanshan finally spoke. Young master, great kindness goes unspoken. Great kindness? Mister. Your words leave me somewhat perplexed, Mu Chen replied, genuinely confused. Young master, after you departed that day, my teacher, old Miao, took Miaojiang to Shaanxi overnight. And now, Miaojiang is no longer in danger of illness. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen suddenly understood. What you may not know is that old Miao is my mentor. His only son perished while saving me, and now, by saving my teacher's only grandson, you have bestowed a favor upon me, He Yuanshan. A kindness I shall forever remember. You are too gracious, Mr. He. I merely spoke a few words, and fortunately, old Miao understood my intentions. This is not merely a matter of a few words, He Yuanshan understood. Had Mu Chen not subtly mentioned the Miao family's poison, the consequences could have been dire. He intended to inquire about the poison from Mu Chen, yet he feared inviting trouble upon himself. After all, his teacher, Miao Kongkong, had cautioned him over the phone not to inquire about such matters with the Miao family, as it is a taboo. At that moment, He Yuanshan's phone rang, and he stepped aside to answer. 2 minutes later, he returned with a troubled expression and informed Mu Chen, "Young master, after you left that day, Yi Tianjing contacted me. I inadvertently let slip your affairs in the Magic City, and he has now arrived at the door, wishing to see you." Inadvertently let slip? The old fool is trying to play games with me. Let him come. Let us see how I deal with you. Chapter 62. Taking the initiative, a surge of danger. Mu Chen smiled at He Yuanshan. Though he said nothing, his gaze evidently conveyed to He Yuanshan that his invitation was not merely an expression of gratitude, but also related to Yi Tianjing. "Young master, if you do not wish to meet old Yi, I can intervene." "Mr. He, you exaggerate. I have no grievances with General Yi. Why would I refuse to see him? Then allow me to order a few more dishes for you. As for my old friend, I find myself at a loss. He has chosen to ambush me." At 50, He Yuanshan appeared almost childlike, grumbling momentarily before making his escape. Observing this, Mu Chen's icy gaze narrowed slightly. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tianjing knocked and entered, accompanied by his fashionably dressed daughter. "Haha, brother Mu. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Old Yi has come uninvited. I hope you won't hold it against me." Yi Tianjing laughed heartily as he approached, warmly grasping Mu Chen's hand. Internally, he sighed, reflecting on how, after 6 months, the once inconspicuous lad from the Miao family now seemed to command his respect. Although Mu Chen felt a twinge of displeasure, he concealed it well, rising instead to say, "Among life's 4 great joys, encountering an old friend in a foreign land is one. Mr. Yi, Miss Yi, please take a seat." Yi Tianjing feigned compliments towards Mu Chen and once seated, introduced his daughter to him. "Brother Mu, this is my daughter, Yi Wei. You should be of the same age, so do get acquainted." "Greetings, Miss Yi," Mu Chen said with a smile, acknowledging Yi Wei. At that moment, He Yuanshan personally led the servers to present several signature dishes. Afterward, Mu Chen turned to Yi Tianjing and said, "Mr. Yi, your arrival is fortuitous, as I have a matter to discuss with you." "Consult me?" "I, Yi Tianjing, have inquiries for you as well. Please, brother Mu, speak." "Mr. Yi, while I am unaware of the grievances between you and General Yan of the Candy Company, your conflict involving my orchard's 7-colored sacred fruits and starry sugar is placing me in a difficult position with Tang Tang Capital." "Difficult position?" Yi Tianjing glanced at He Yuanshan, his eyes glinting with intensity. He had come to the bustling metropolis to confront Mu Chen precisely because the orchard had ceased supplying him with fruits. Yet now, before he could voice his concerns, this Miao lad had already countered him with words. So, it appeared that the fault lay with him, Yi Tianjing. He had invested a considerable sum in promoting the 2 types of fruits, and now that his reputation had been established, the orchard was refusing to supply him under some flimsy pretext. He Yuanshan recognized that the Miao young man at the table was no ordinary individual and realized he had underestimated him. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Tianjing responded, "Brother Mu, I must admit that your words have left me momentarily speechless." "Momentarily speechless? What a pretense," Mu Chen said with utmost seriousness. "I shall not conceal any details from you, Mr. Yi. I have a cordial relationship with General Su of the investment company. However, after she acquired General Yan's company, he inexplicably raised the wholesale price of the fruits to 20. Currently, at least half of our orchard's fruits have been ordered by the candy company managed by General Yan. I had voiced my objections at the time, but I was unable to assert authority over the elders in our Miao village. In my efforts to assist you, Mr. Yi, I even faced physical reprimand." Upon hearing this, the corner of Yi Tianjing's mouth twitched slightly. "Brother Mu, is it true that you were injured?" "Mr. Yi, do you think my waist looks feigned?" Regarding Mu Chen's injury, Yi Tianjing had heard of it when he visited the Miao village a couple of days ago, though he was unaware of the specifics. At this moment, he found himself questioning whether he had misjudged this young man. Mu Chen glanced at the silent He Yuanshan and continued speaking to Yi Tianjing. "General Su is the general manager of the investment company, and I approached her, but..." "Never mind, it is my inadequacy." With a long sigh, The true meaning behind Mu Chen's words remained known only to him. He even clasped his hands in a gesture of apology towards Yi Tianjing, saying, "Mr. Yi, I apologize. By the way, what is the current status of the fruit trees you transplanted? If they survive, it won't be long before Mr. Yan becomes complacent." Yi Tianjing, already in a foul mood, felt even more distressed upon hearing this. Those fruit trees truly seemed cursed. They withered shortly after leaving the Miao family's orchard. No matter how hard he tried, he could not revive them. This thought gnawed at Yi Tianjing, filling him with resentment. He cleared his throat a couple of times, refraining from giving a direct answer to Mu Chen, and instead said earnestly, "Brother Mu, your Miao family's secret recipe, while reputedly top tier, is hardly unparalleled. What do you think of this proposal? If you are willing, we can invest the capital while you contribute your expertise, and we shall split the profits 3 ways. 3 ways? What does that mean?" Yi Tianjing clarified, "The funding will come from me and old He. You will hold a 40 stake with your technical input. Let us acquire a piece of land to cultivate fruit trees together. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's starry eyes shifted to He Yuanshan. He had initially thought that He Yuanshan was merely assisting Yi Tianjing out of friendship, but it appeared that the old man had ulterior motives. While Mu Chen did not intend to ruin Yi Tianjing, seeing his eagerness to self-sabotage made him reconsider. However, he was alone now and knew he could not act impulsively. "Mr. Yi, you certainly hold me in high regard. If I possessed our Miao family's secret, I would not find myself unable to manage the orchard. Are you truly not considering this? Attempting to intimidate me?" Mu Chen raised his glass, signaling He Yuanshan and Yi Tianjing to toast, before saying, "Mr. Yi, why not directly inform me how many fruit orders your Jingfeng agricultural company has secured? I might be able to assist you in fulfilling them." Yi Tianjing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Mu Chen's astuteness in addressing the matter so directly. Even He Yuanshan looked at Mu Chen in surprise. After a moment, Yi Tianjing furrowed his brow and replied, "It seems Brother Mu has caught wind of certain developments. I only learned after leaving the Miao village that 2 of our orchard's sacred fruits have garnered considerable attention, though I wonder if Mr. You would be willing to speak candidly." "Very well, since you have inquired, I shall not conceal the truth. The first batch of fruit has been met with overwhelming demand. We have already pre-sold 600,000 units, 300,000 of each type. 600,000? Yi Tianjing indeed possesses audacity. At his selling price of 18, with an average of 47. The profit margin is 29. After accounting for various fees of 9, he stands to gain 20 per unit. That amounts to a staggering profit of 2 million. This scoundrel is truly ruthless. Yet, should he default, not only would he forfeit his earnings from the first batch, but he might also risk destroying his company altogether. Now, Mu Chen finally understood why Yan Hao had brought Yi Tianjing into the fold during his time in Miao village. It seemed that he had dug a significant pit for Yi Tianjing. Realizing this, Mu Chen knew he had to provide Yi Tianjing with some reassurance today, lest he find it difficult to depart. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. "Mr. Yi, how about this? The amount you seek exceeds my capabilities upon my return. I shall do my utmost to secure additional resources for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianjing immediately grasped that this Miao lad was merely seeking an excuse to slip away. At present, he fixed his gaze upon Mu Chen, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Chapter 63. Reaping the consequences, facing imminent peril. After a moment, Yi Tianjing inquired, "Might I ask how much Mu Xiao can secure for me?" Yi Zong's words seemed to suggest that you desire a precise figure from me. Though Mu Chen smiled, he could discern the subtle shift in Yi Tianjing's tone. Yet Yi Tianjing, with a forced smile, replied, "Mu Xiao, I too find myself in a predicament. You initially promised, and if you deceive me, I fear my life may be cut short prematurely." Yi Zong's statement left Mu Chen perplexed. Did my promise of 100,000 each from the orchard remain unfulfilled? Mu Chen then turned to He Yuanshan, saying, "Mr. He, you were present at the time. You must serve as my witness." He Yuanshan, initially reluctant to interject, found Mu Chen's cunning too shrewd and his words too cryptic. If he chose to evade or show favoritism towards Yi Tianjing, he feared this crafty young man would not let him off easily. After all, though he did not fully grasp the significance of the earlier incident, his mentor had warned against provoking the Miao family's awakens. Thus, despite his desire to acquire the secrets to cultivating the 7-colored sacred fruit and starry sugar, he dared not gamble with his own life. "Old Yi, why must you drag others into your feud with Yan Hao? Perhaps young Aiken has already done his utmost. Why not extend a hand to Yan Hao and transform enmity into friendship, fostering mutual prosperity instead of engaging in a life-and-death struggle?" "Old He suggested, if it pleases you." Young Aiken, Could you consider granting old Yi 600,000 fruits? Regardless of their selling price, I will share 50% of the profits with you. What say you? He Yuanshan, appearing as a mediator, still sought to assist Yi Tianjing through this predicament. Mu Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Mr. He, you truly put me in a difficult position. If I possess such capability, I would simply offer it directly to Yi Zong. With that, Mu Chen rose. Addressing the now visibly agitated Yi Tianjing, Yi Zong, I must take my leave. Yi Tianjing called out to Mu Chen by his name, rising to confront him. Do you truly wish to bring about my demise? Pray tell, Yi Zong, what prompts such a statement? Your grievances with others, why must they implicate me? Yi Tianjing's lips twitched with irritation. Yi Yao finally spoke. Mu, I did not anticipate such malice from one so young. Mu Chen shifted his gaze towards the fashionable lady. Your esteemed father has yet to provide me with an explanation. Miss Yi, you ought to inquire of your father. My goodwill towards him was met with ingratitude. And how is it my fault if he cannot contend with others? Yi Zong, my respect for you is genuine, not born of fear. Should you dare to tarnish my name recklessly, my retaliation may prove unbearable for you. Farewell. Young Aiken, please, allow me to speak a moment longer, He Yuanshan urgently implored. Stopping the departing Mu Chen, Mu Chen turned with a smile, saying, Mr. He, I nearly forgot to mention something. The fruits I provided you and those given to Yi Zong are from the same batch. We have made discrete markings in our orchard. This means that if there are any quality issues with the fruits in Yi Zong's possession, or if they are maliciously swapped or defamed by unscrupulous individuals, Mr. He shall bear the brunt of the consequences. As for General Yan, whether the fruit originates from our orchard is easily discernible. If you doubt it, simply wipe the skin of the fruit in your hand with this, and you shall know. Farewell. Mu Chen took out a small vial from his pocket, placed it on the dining table, and departed. However, just as he opened the door, the figures of Su Qian and Yin Hao came into the view of He Yuanshan and Yi Tianjing. Yet He Yuanshan was too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else. He hurriedly instructed the waiter outside to fetch the fruit. After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Tianjing approached Yin Hao with an expression of astonishment, his face darkening as he exclaimed, You dare to deceive me? Old Yin, your tactics are quite ruthless. Old Yi, your methods when you deceived me were hardly more refined. But when it comes to integrity, I dare not compare. Who is the most lacking? Cough, 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 Dad. Yi Yuan hurriedly supported Yi Tianjing. Soon, He Yuanshan returned with 2 kinds of fruit and began to gently wipe their skins with the clear water left by Mu Chen. Indeed, amidst the astonishment of Yi Tianjing and his daughter, the same image appeared on both fruit skins, which astonishingly shimmered with the names of the fruits. How exquisite! How exquisite! At that moment, He Yuanshan finally comprehended why Mu Chen had made such a statement before leaving. It was, in fact, a warning to him. Anyone daring to confuse authenticity with falsehood and malign the fruits of the Miao family's orchard would be digging their own grave. He Yuanshan was exhilarated. Yet Yi Tianjing's countenance turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how his forthcoming strategy would utterly ruin the Miao family orchard. But who could have imagined that these Miao people possessed such means? Brother Miao, your intentions have truly impressed me, old He. No wonder the teacher advised me not to offend you. He Yuanshan sighed deeply, simultaneously resolving to distance himself from Yi Tianjing, otherwise. At the entrance, Yin Hao observed the pallid face of Yi Tianjing with a smile, saying, Old Yi, when I first discovered that the Miao family's fruits bore hidden marks, I was equally astonished. Such a secret formula is unique and cannot be replicated. Hence, I pushed you into this pit. Your impending downfall serves as my grand revenge. If you wish, before you, the prosperous farmer, falls into the abyss, why not offer me 1 million? With that money, you can retreat to a secluded corner and live the rest of your days without worry. What say you? Yin Hao's words were interrupted as Yi Tianjing, overwhelmed by anger, coughed up blood and collapsed weakly. Dad, Yi Wan rushed forward. Yin Hao continued, Old Yi, your current plight mirrors what I once endured at your hands, yet I persevered. Unfortunately, your fortune does not match mine, so I can only extend my best wishes to you. Uncle Yin, Yi Wan shouted hoarsely, have mercy and show some leniency. My dear niece, just days ago, your father sought to end my life. However, since you have spoken up, I shall grant you this favor. I bid you farewell. Yi Wan gritted her teeth in rage, struggling to help her father sit back in the chair. He Yuanshan sighed, saying, Old Yi, I advised you. This matter should have been discussed with Yin Hao, rather than threatening Mu Chen of the Miao family. Old He, do you also believe I was in the wrong? You are not mistaken. However, we must not perceive Mu age through the lens of the ordinary. Despite his youth, his intellect is disturbingly profound. Fortunately, You did not confront him directly today. Otherwise, both your lives would have been forfeit in this place. He Yuanshan patted Yi Tianjing on the shoulder and exited the private room. Yi Tianjing was utterly dispirited. He had been on guard against Yan Hao, but had not anticipated falling victim to his machinations. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether he had succumbed to Mu Chen's ruthless nature or Yan Hao's cunning stratagem. Perhaps both sought to bring about his demise. Nevertheless, Yi Tianjing could not fathom why Mu Chen had set his sights on him. After much contemplation, he wondered if it was due to the inferior fruit seedlings he had sold to the young Miao, thereby swindling Mu Chen. No, it could not be that. The young Miao did not possess such intricate scheming. Chapter 64. The sacred fruit is defamed. The saintess takes action. This Yi Tianjing is truly despicable. On the hotel terrace, Su Qian suppressed her emotions, yet every word was laced with fury. In contrast, Yan Hao felt a sense of exhilaration, for he was acutely aware of the precarious state of Yi Tianjing's company. Mu Chen reclined languidly in a rocking chair, stating nonchalantly, "Although Yi Tianjing harbored murderous intent towards me, he refrained from acting upon it. Su Qian, there is no need for your outcry. Ah Chen, are we to wait until Yi Tianjing strikes before we retaliate? Yi Tianjing is already in dire straits. Should I further assault him, it would tarnish my hands." Presently, Mu Chen finds it beneath him to personally eliminate Yi Tianjing. However, Yan Hao interjected, addressing Su Qian, "Madam Su, within a fortnight at the latest. If Yi Tianjing fails to deliver 600,000 fruits, he shall meet his demise. If not, Tang Tang Capital will seize the opportunity to absorb them, and I shall manage them collectively. Director Yan, your ambition is to ride atop Yi Tianjing, is it not?" Mu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yan Hao's gleaming eyes. Incredibly, Yan Hao nodded, exclaiming, "I revel in this rivalry with Yi Tianjing, having been adversaries for decades. To trample him underfoot is my most cherished aspiration of late. What say you, Madam Su? Your company possesses ample funds. Will you consider acquiring Yi Tianjing?" Su Qian's gaze flickered towards Mu Chen, and upon noticing his indifference, she replied, "We shall not consider it for now." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao appeared somewhat deflated. Mu Chen suggested, "Keep an eye on Yi Tianjing's situation and inform me at all times. I will ensure surveillance." Mu Chen nodded, and once Su Qian concluded her conversation with Yan Hao, he finally retrieved his phone to contact his family. Although he did not divulge the details of the day to the two chieftains, he did advise them to bolster their defenses around the orchards while also gathering information regarding the orchard's conditions over the next few days. On the third day, Mu Chen reached out to Han Feng, and the two flew to the southern city of Pengcheng. In the 1990s, Pengcheng was a vibrant and challenging city, shining like a pearl amidst the waves of reform and opening up, exuding a unique allure. This grand stage of Pengcheng, adjacent to the port city, drew countless dreamers eager to pursue their aspirations. An abundance of enterprises and skyscrapers sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. Mu Chen, armed with 300 million in capital and accompanied by the operator Han Feng, had a clear purpose for their journey to Pengcheng. However, upon their arrival at the hotel, they received a call from Yanjing. "Ah Chen, when will you return to Qian province? I just arrived in Pengcheng today." "Oh, are you not in the magical city? Why have you ventured to Pengcheng? Your injury, has it healed?" "Much better. I am merely here to wander and explore potential opportunities." "What about you?" On the other end of the line, Amo could only sigh at Mu Chen's antics, thinking to herself how he could still be frolicking about in such a condition. However, remembering the important matter at hand, she cautioned, "Take care of yourself. By the way, there have been reports of counterfeit 7-colored sacred fruits and stardust candy in Yanjing. Are you aware of this? When did it occur?" "Last night. But I confirmed it only this morning." Mu Chen had harbored concerns about such issues from the beginning, and he was dismayed to find they had indeed materialized. "It's all right. We were prepared for this, weren't we? Amo, please contact Su Qian and relay what you know, just as I instructed, and handle it immediately." "Chen, my thought is that while we strike against the counterfeiters, we could also use this incident to further promote our agenda." "That works. If you don't mind the trouble, I'll leave this matter to you. I will inform Su Qian to heed your directives." "What directives?" "Su is your subordinate. I merely wish to share my thoughts with her. Whether she chooses to adopt them is entirely up to her." Mu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Amo continued, "By the way, I estimate I will return to the Miao village in about half a month. Are you certain you have nothing to convey?" "Nothing particularly urgent. Just make sure to return promptly after your business is concluded. I've heard the village is quite lively now." Also, Amo hesitated before adding, "There might be some unforeseen occurrences during the drumming festival. Prepare yourself." "Unforeseen? Is it related to the flower offering?" "Perhaps it could be." Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. His silence brought a chuckle from Amo, far away in Yanjing. Little brother, I heard you declared in the village that if you couldn't procure my flower band, you would trick me into Phoenix Mountain and then abduct me. Is there any truth to that? Ah, Mu Chen exclaimed, taken aback. That is absurd. So you don't plan to abduct me? No. I intended to do so at Phoenix Mountain, but I never mentioned tricking you, though separated by thousands of kilometers. Amo could sense Mu Chen's embarrassment. I was merely jesting. Wrap up your business in Pingching and return. Do not find yourself wandering to Hong Kong again. I must visit Hong Kong, but I shan't delay the drumming festival. Mu Chen anticipated that the saint would tease him so. After a brief chat, he ended the call and dialed Su Qian. After a thorough briefing, Su Qian, who was just preparing to return to Qian province, summoned Yin Hao to accompany her on the flight to Yanjing. That evening, Su Qian, along with Yin Hao and assistant Shi, met Tang Mo at a restaurant near Tsinghua University. At the dinner table, Yin Hao, the middle-aged man, merely listened as Su Qian and Tang Mo, both striking beauties, engaged in deep conversation, refraining from interrupting. For on the flight to Yanjing, Su Qian had revealed to him that they were to meet someone nicknamed Tang Tang. With just this simple disclosure and witnessing Tang Mo's demeanor firsthand, Yin Hao began to suspect that this extraordinary Tsinghua graduate was indeed the mastermind behind Tang Tang Capital. However, he soon found himself perplexed once again as Su Qian mentioned her boss's instructions. Yin Hao began to suspect that Miss Tang Mo might indeed be the daughter of the owner of Tang Tang Capital. Just then, Su Qian spoke again. Miss Tang, I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal, but my boss has directed me to resolve this matter expeditiously. We are well prepared, and if we wait an entire week to rehabilitate Guolin's reputation, public opinion may escalate to an uncontrollable level, and none of us could withstand the wrath of our boss. General Manager Su, I will communicate with your boss. In the meantime, prepare yourselves. Once I obtain results from my end, we will not only deliver a fatal blow to those with ulterior motives, but may also unveil the true value of the seven-colored sacred fruit and starry sugar to the world. Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt somewhat bewildered. Tang Mo smiled and added, to be frank, General Manager Su, since the emergence of the seven-colored sacred fruit and starry sugar at Tsinghua, it has stirred the attention of esteemed academicians in both the medical and botanical fields within just 2 days. The medical and botanical fields? Indeed. Currently, academicians from both disciplines are working tirelessly with their teams to analyze various data, so we must wait. Su Qian was quite anxious, fearing potential issues. Yet, Tang Mo reassured her, I trust your boss. With that simple statement, Su Qian glimpsed a profound resolve in the depths of Tang Mo's beautiful eyes. Chapter 65. Stirring the academicians of medicine and botany during the 7 days that Su Qian and Yin Hao spent in Yanjing, the fruit market was engulfed in turmoil. With the defamation of the 2 sacred fruits from Miao family orchard escalating dramatically, the impact of public opinion rapidly spread to major cities like Modu, Yangqing, and Pingching within a matter of days. Although the fruits did not take the lives of consumers, the malicious rumors were rampant. Even the Miao village received word of the situation, and thankfully, Tang Mo managed to calm the 2 village chiefs and core Miao members over the phone, averting potential chaos. As for Mu Chen, upon hearing Tang Mo's words during a call in Pingching, he laughed heartily. On this day, the candy company managed by Yin Hao faced significant adversity in the Yanjing market. Unable to bear the pressure from all sides, he promptly sought out Su Qian. Surprisingly, Su Qian retorted sharply at Yin Hao and immediately took him to Tsinghua to find Tang Mo. At the foot of the Tsinghua Research Center building, Su Qian hurried up the steps, breathlessly exclaiming, Miss Tang, my side is on the verge of collapse. Is everything all right on your end? Everything is fine. Let's go upstairs. The results have been finalized. All right, Miss Tang, please lead the way. On the 3rd floor, in a small conference room. As soon as Tang Mo entered with Su Qian and Yin Hao, the silver-haired academician Ji Wudi from the medical college rushed forward. Tang Mo, you must tell me, is the cultivation method of this fruit truly from your Miao family? And this package of fruit vines, is it also soaked in your family's secret formula? The botanist academicians approached with equal fervor. Although Tang Mo was aware that the results had been determined, she did not anticipate such a situation. At present, she gazed at the elderly gentleman beside her, whose face radiated joy and vitality, and inquired with perplexity, Teacher, what is the matter with the esteemed Elder Ji and the others? Old Een, Tang Mo's mentor, chuckled and replied, Old Ji is simply overwhelmed with excitement. Come now, everyone. Please take a seat. Sit. Not until you enlighten me first, exclaimed Ji Wudi, the illustrious elder of the medical community, a titan who had dedicated his life to the study of medicine, shattering countless barriers. Now, faced with an enigmatic herb that left him at a loss, how could he remain composed? Elder G, if you do not allow your proud disciple to examine the data, how can one convey the findings to you? Quickly look. I can hardly wait. As everyone settled down, 2 large stacks of testing reports were placed before Tang Mo. While they could not decipher the botanical data, they were astonished to discover that some of the figures related to the vines and fruits contained components of the legendary and long-extinct herbal king, the divine dragon grass. This ingredient not only ensured that fresh food retained its original flavor for at least 6 months, but also promised eternal youth with prolonged consumption. What left Tang Mo and her companions utterly astounded was the realization that this miraculous effect would greatly benefit the food carried by astronauts from the Great Xia on their lunar missions. Wait a moment. Tang Mo and her companions grew increasingly alarmed as they continued to examine the reports. The medical findings, however, were truly astonishing. Both the rainbow sacred fruit and the starry sugar juice were shown to not only impede the deterioration of over 100 diseases, but also to decelerate the aging process of life itself. In essence, should this report be made public, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest within the medical community of Great Xia, and even across the globe. Su Qian and Yin Hao's pupils dilated in shock. Tang Mo finally comprehended why the medical luminary, Elder Ji Wudi, reacted in such a manner. Yet, these 2 fruits had been cultivated by Aiken himself. Could it be that the dreams she had experienced recently were indeed real? With a deep breath, Tang Mo calmed her racing heart and looked up at the elderly gentleman, her lips parting to ask, Elder Ji, teacher, are these results genuine? Absolutely. We have re-examined them several times, affirmed the esteemed botanist with a nod. Elder Ji Wudi, his face flushed, declared, Little Tang, as a favored disciple of old Yin. You are effectively half a disciple of mine as well. Such significant matters cannot be trivialized without thorough verification. Moreover, we have collectively reported this to the higher authorities. Reported? Indeed. We elders have requested the local military to be stationed in your Miao village to ensure the utmost protection of that fruit grove. Upon hearing this, Su Qian and Yin Hao were taken aback. Tang Mo forced a wry smile and said, Elder Ji, mobilizing such forces may not be the wisest course of action. What is inappropriate about it? This is a national treasure. Elder Ji, I understand your fervor, but if troops are truly dispatched to guard our fruit grove, it may disrupt the cultivation efforts of the Miao men. Tang Mo articulated deliberately, if that were to happen, the entire grove could be irrevocably destroyed. For even the slightest negligence in the cultivation process could lead to unimaginable consequences. These thoughts had originally stemmed from Tang Mo's own reflections, especially since Mu Chun had shared his concerns about preserving the simplicity of life in the Miao region from the interference of these experts and academics. Furthermore, these stubborn elders could easily provoke violent conflicts with the Miao people. It is of utmost importance that Mu Chun fears the exposure of his secret. As expected, upon hearing Tang Mo's words, Ji Wudi, though reluctant, ultimately nodded in agreement. Little Tang, your reasoning is sound, but we must still venture to the orchard. That is permissible. But we must wait a few more days. Currently, the orchard is occupied with the final cultivation secrets of the exquisite fruits, and at this time, the 2 chieftains will not allow anyone outside the Miao family to enter. Ji Wudi was exasperated. Elder Yin interjected, Old fellow, the Miao clan are descendants of Qiyu. You must have heard of their extraordinary abilities, so let us wait a few days. In half a month, it will be the Miao clan's drum festival. I shall accompany you then. Very well, very well. A deflated Ji Wudi turned to Tang Mo and said, Little Tang, do ensure that your Miao clan does not harvest all the fruits. We must leave some for our research. Is that not agreeable? No, Elder Ji, you have misunderstood. There is something you may not be aware of. Currently, unscrupulous merchants are tarnishing the true sacred fruits with counterfeit ones, damaging the orchard's reputation. And it is under relentless verbal assault. Ji Wudi, not waiting for Tang Mo to finish, slammed his palm onto the table in fury, exclaiming, Who dares to sully such rare treasures? This old body will fight them. Calm yourself, old Ji. Elder Yin seized the opportunity, adding fuel to the fire. The market price of the 7-colored sacred fruit is 46 each, while the starlight sugar is 49. Merchants seek profit, and it is unsurprising that they sell for even more in the hands of 2nd or 3rd-tier dealers, alongside counterfeit products. What? Selling for such a pittance? Truly a bargain for those ignorant fools. Such a rare treasure should fetch 100 apiece. Ji Wudi's explosive temper ignited, causing a stir in the room. Tang Mo seized the moment, saying, Elder Ji, while our Miao clan seeks prosperity, we cannot recklessly inflate prices. All right, Little Tang, I admire the Miao clan's approach. But the market price remains low. I doubt there will be significant fluctuations this season. We shall have to renegotiate at the end of the year. What? There is another season at the end of the year? Does this mean there are 2 seasons in a year? Ji Wudi, who had not suffered from heart issues for over a decade, was nearly provoked by Tang Mo's words. Gasping for breath, he insisted, "No, I will not permit anyone to damage the Miao clan's orchard. Come, we must act swiftly. I will arrange a press conference." Chapter 66. The capital erupts. Chen. I shall return the day after tomorrow. The next day, at a restaurant in Yanjing, Ji Wudi and several academicians made a personal appearance, providing publicly verifiable data to formally vindicate the recently besmirched seven-colored sacred fruit and starlight sugar. The audience was abuzz with astonishment at the true value of these treasures. Following this, the general manager of the candy company, Yan Hao, made a grand entrance and, in front of numerous reporters, announced a full-scale crackdown on any illegal actions aimed at defaming the two sacred fruits. Subsequently, amidst impassioned speeches, the lights dimmed. Yan Hao personally instructed the audience, both present and watching at home, on how to authenticate the fruit's legitimacy. As the lights dimmed, Yan Hao picked up the specially transported clear water that had arrived in Yanjing and gently wiped the colorful holy fruits and stardust candies in the fruit platter. To his astonishment, the layers of the two types of fruit emitted a soft, glowing luminescence. The glow was gentle and warm, in the interplay of light and shadow. A remarkably exquisite scene of a fruit forest manifested in a magical manner. Good heavens, this method of authenticity identification has utterly upended my understanding. Not only are these fruits sacred, but they are also celestial, truly divine fruits. Everyone, take a whiff. The fragrance of the fruits seems even more intense than before. A stir swept through the crowd of hundreds. As the imagery on the layers of the fruits expanded, the screen gradually revealed the picturesque scene of the Miao village below the fruit forest, eliciting another round of gasps from the hall. This image not only showcased the panoramic view of the entire Miao village, but also depicted the diligent labor of the Miao people. At the pinnacle of the image stood a finely dressed Miao girl. Though merely a profile, her beauty was breathtaking. Beneath the night sky, her outstretched hand appeared to reach for the stars, as if she were a part of reality. Particularly striking was the unparalleled grace of the Miao girl as she danced, with the word candy vividly floating in her palm. This scene left everyone utterly mesmerized. In the crowd below, Su Qian discreetly glanced at Tang Mo beside her. For the Miao girl at the pinnacle of the celestial imagery, despite merely being a silhouette, it was unmistakably the holy maiden, Tang Mo. To Tang Mo, it was unexpected to see her likeness captured in the image that Aiken had described. In that moment, she instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though she had no idea when Aiken had obtained such a likeness of her or how he had achieved this level of artistry, she was completely taken aback by the prowess of that young gentleman. In the afternoon, the press conference concluded successfully. The breathtaking allure of Yanjing had thoroughly elevated the prominence of the Miao village in Chen province. 3 days later, reports from major news outlets swept across the western cities. The provincial government of Qian received urgent directives from Yanjing. An emergency meeting was convened. Subsequently, a series of orders were dispatched to Tianfeng County in eastern Qian. Su Qian and Yan Hao returned to Qian province in high spirits. As for Tang Mo, she had just purchased a new phone that day when a call from her teacher, Mr. Yin, came through. "Good teacher, I will be there shortly." Half an hour later, Tang Mo arrived at Mr. Yin's residence. "Please, have a seat." Mr. Yin personally poured her a cup of tea before presenting her with a document. "Tang Mo, the young gentleman from the Miao family you mentioned to me, his financial predictions for the first half of 1995 have all come to fruition. All of them." Tang Mo was momentarily taken aback, then began to peruse the latest report. Mr. Yin remarked, "It is hard to believe that a mere middle school graduate possesses such remarkable insight. However, do take a look at the last page." Mr. Yin continued, "Just the day before yesterday, the stock market in Pengcheng experienced turmoil, and an individual investor mysteriously absorbed nearly 1 billion in funds. Subsequently, this investor reappeared in Hong Kong City yesterday, and it remains unclear how much he has profited from the stock market, but it is certainly not a trivial amount. Currently, experts in the financial sector are delving into the techniques employed by retail investors, with the prevailing theory being a stroke of genius." Upon hearing this, Tang Mo furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at the final lines of the information, exclaiming, "Teacher, this sum exceeding 1 billion has actually returned to the Magic City? Indeed. This retail investor is not only enigmatic, but also exhibits a trajectory in the stock market that defies logic, consistently achieving narrow victories while successfully evading peril. This is a classic case study. Teacher, such a remarkable feat, whether in sharp insight or market analysis, is unattainable without exceptional foresight. Thus, the teacher presented this case for your examination. You should take some time to study the accompanying charts, which were acquired through alternative methods. I will, teacher. But I must return to Qian province ahead of schedule. If you have time, do visit our Miao family. Oldie nodded, kindly stating, I shall indeed. For I wish to meet that young gentleman you admire. Yet, have you truly made up your mind? Tang Moda's face flushed slightly as she blinked her expressive eyes. Nodding gently, thank you for your concern, teacher. I have made my decision. Very well. Regardless of your choice, I wish you all the best. When Tang Moda departed, Oldine appeared somewhat regretful. After all, this Miao girl was not only his most cherished student, but also the sole standard for his grandson's future partner. Alas, his grandson lacks such fortune. At that moment, strolling through the campus, Tang Moda promptly contacted Mu Chen using her newly acquired number. Ah Chen, why is it so noisy on your side? Once the call connected, Mu Chen was initially perplexed as to who from Yanjing would be calling him, only to discover it was Moda. Moda, is this your number? Yes, just got it. Please save it. Got it. I'm currently on the county road. They're temporarily paving the road here, and there's a tractor nearby. It's incredibly loud. However, I estimate we will reach our newly constructed cement road in about 20 minutes. Mu Chen glanced at the dreary exterior and inquired, when will you return? I have a flight in 3 days. Expected to land in Lin City around 11 in the morning. Please don't come to pick me up. Understood. By the way, how is your back doing? Quite well. It's completely fine now. It would be a lie to say it was fine. Mu Chen merely wished to avoid worrying the saint. Yet how could Moda not be concerned? Ah Chen, once you return to the village, regardless of what you hear, follow your heart. Mu Chen found this rather perplexing. But before he could inquire further, Moda ended the call. Nevertheless, he did not ponder it much. Feeling a tinge of worry about how the two village leaders would react upon his return, especially after the significant events of recent days, which surely disrupted their rest. At this moment, Mu Chen gazed out at the scene of road construction unfolding outside, feeling a wave of reflection. It seems the provincial government's words carry weight. Were it not for the public press conference in Yanjing, this road might not have seen any change until the next millennium. Soon, Mu Chen arrived at the intersection of the county road and the cement road. His vehicle was quite conspicuous, and as he turned a corner, he noticed a remarkable transformation at this junction. What was once merely a plot of land has now evolved into a space of 200 to 300 square meters. To the left of the area stood a car wash, while to the right were a convenience store and a fast food outlet. As he approached the checkpoint established by the Miao people, a young man hurried over. Is that you, Aiken? Merchant lowered the car window. Although he was unfamiliar with the exuberant young man, it seemed he was associated with Akong. Indeed, it is you, Aiken. Quickly drive the car over here. We shall wash it for you. Then you can enter through the side road, as Akong has something of great importance to discuss with you. Chapter 67. Returning to the Miao village, trouble arises. Thank you, young man. Merchant parked the car and made his way toward the makeshift shelter on the right. This shelter, although simple, exuded the charm of Miao culture. A brief glance revealed that there were over a dozen tables inside and outside, the majority occupied by Han people. Judging by their attire, they were likely not locals. Furthermore, today seemed to be the day for the border market. Aiken, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come sit over here. In a side room, a woman was preparing meals for the guests. Why was she referred to as Asa? In Miao culture, a girl's marital status can be discerned by observing her headdress, attire, and bracelets. Unmarried women typically adorn themselves with ornate and symbolic headdresses, while married women wear simpler styles. In terms of bracelets, married women generally wear them in pairs, whereas their unmarried counterparts do not. Although Merchant did not recognize this woman, her ability to identify him was not surprising, given his familiarity with the Miao village. Shortly, the woman approached with 2 young girls, carrying several small pots. Aiken, here is chicken porridge, blood pudding soup, and sour fish soup for you to try. There is no need to prepare so much. Asa, I cannot finish it all, and it would be a pity to waste it. Currently, Merchant's wealth was immeasurable, with over $1 billion in his bank account alone. Nevertheless, having experienced hardship and near starvation on numerous occasions, Aiken understood the value of every grain of rice and would not allow waste. However, upon tasting the chicken porridge, blood pudding soup, and sour fish soup prepared by Asa, his eyes sparkled with delight. Did you make this yourself? Merchant inquired eagerly. Indeed, Asa replied, rushing over. This chicken porridge is made from our own free-range chickens, rich in nutrition and flavor. Akong mentioned you were injured recently, so you need to nourish yourself. The blood pudding soup is primarily made with the rice flour fish from our paddy fields, complemented by fish sauce, fennel, and soy sauce. As for the sour fish soup, it is a specialty of our Miao cuisine, as you know. Asa endeavored to provide Merchant with as much detail as possible, Merchant gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Asa, your culinary skills are such that Akong should encourage you to open a restaurant. You would undoubtedly prosper. Oh no. These are merely hometown dishes. How could I open a restaurant? Asa humbly protested. Do not be modest, you truly could. Merchant relished the meal. But this delightful atmosphere was soon disrupted by a nearby table of Han patrons. I remarked to the two of them, chattering incessantly, that we have been waiting for an eternity, yet our dishes have yet to arrive. Now, this newcomer not only cuts in line for a car wash, but is also served before us. Is this how you treat your guests at the Miao family establishment? Upon hearing this, Asa was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of sharp intelligence flashing in her eyes. Just as she turned to confront the three men from the Han family, Chen intervened. Asa, please attend to your duties. I will handle this. Asa, likely in her mid-20s, though lacking formal education, possessed a keen understanding of human affairs. However, with Chen stepping forward, she acquiesced. Chen observed the trio of burly men from a distance of 5 or 6 meters, contemplating their imposing figures adorned with gold chains and shaved heads. They were either thugs from the underbelly of society or nouveau riche. Perhaps even petty criminals recently released from incarceration. What are you staring at, you little brat? Be careful lest I pluck out your eyes, shouted the scarred man, a vicious snarl distorting his features. As Chen casually savored his fish and sipped rice wine, he remarked, by your accent, I gather you hail from the provincial capital. We're the underground bosses of Lin City, they retorted, their words laced with vulgarity. You're courting death. The leader lunged forward, but Chen was swifter. In a flash, a chilling Miao knife was pressed against the bald man's throat. This sudden act drew the attention of numerous Miao villagers nearby. Chen, fellow villagers, it's Chen. Come quickly, he is being bullied by the Han men. A voice rang out, and within mere moments, 100 fierce Miao men surged toward the car wash, startling the trio of burly men. Akong soon arrived, squeezing through the crowd. After grasping the situation, he instructed everyone to disperse and urged Chen to continue his meal, assuring him that he would take care of matters. Chen shrugged and resumed eating. Akong approached the table of the 3 Han men, maintaining a dignified composure as he declared, I am the owner here. Akong, the one you just insulted is one of our own Miao people. He raised his thumb in acknowledgement. Regardless of when he visits or what he orders, he is always given utmost priority. Therefore, I don't care where you come from or what connections you have. It would be wise not to provoke death. However, as guests, today, this table is on my account. Should you dare to speak ill of him again, I assure you, the local Miao villagers will swiftly deal with you. As his words echoed, Akong's Miao knife glimmered ominously at his waist, causing the 3 gold chain-clad men to visibly flinch. Miao family Akong, just wait. The 3 men, accustomed to the underground world of the provincial capital and second only to the notorious Wang Zhao, had never encountered such humiliation. They dropped their bravado, abandoning their meal in a hasty retreat, only to be blocked by the Miao villagers waiting in line for the car wash. You may leave, but your vehicle will not be allowed on the paved road until it is cleaned. What? Is your Miao family engaging in coercive commerce? Fine. If you dare drive your muddy vehicle onto our road, I guarantee that you will face the wrath of thousands of Miao villagers from the countless nearby villages. The scarred man at the helm wished to turn and leave, yet failing to accomplish the task assigned by Wang Laodao would surely bring him misfortune upon his return to the provincial capital. Thus, he resigned himself to waiting for a meal, waiting for the car to be washed. Brother Akong, are these individuals also heading inside? Upon taking a seat, Chen posed the question. Most likely, they are here for the matter of the 2 sacred fruits, Chen. Although the events from a few days ago did not fully circulate here, everyone saw the news on television later. You truly are remarkable, Akong said, filling Chen's cup with rice wine and raising his glass with both hands. Chen, Akong may lack eloquence, but I hold great respect for you. This bowl of wine is my tribute to you. Brother Akong, your words are rather sour, Chen remarked, downing his drink in one gulp. Akong laughed heartily, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, leaned closer to Chen and whispered, Chen, it has been over 20 days since you left the Miao village. And there is something you surely do not know. What is it? Why the solemnity? Chen, I find it challenging to convey this to you. But if I were to withhold the truth, you might miss out on the flower band of the Saintess during the drum festival. Wouldn't that be unfortunate? A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chen's heart. Had something gone awry during his absence from the village? I learned of this 3 days ago, and only last night confirmed the details. Akong observed Chen's expression for any shifts before continuing. Someone has issued a challenge to you, seeking to contest for the flower band of the Saintess. Who? Yangze. the son of the chief from the Ba Long ancient village. Ba Long ancient village, the Qingmiao branch. Although unfamiliar with Yangtze specifics, Mu Chun had heard his grandfather mention Ba Long in a previous life. The Miao people of Qiandong are divided into 12 branches, and Mu Achen's lineage belongs to the He Miao branch, while Ba Long ancient village is part of the Qing Miao branch. Ba Long is located on the opposite side of Tianfeng County, approximately 50 to 60 kilometers from Heiwu village, and its scale rivals that of Kedong village, if not surpassing it. Ba Long is also the last coveted tribe of the Great Xia, with nearly every man in the village armed with a firearm. If Mu Achen recalled correctly, the upper echelons of Yanjing would officially permit Ba Long to possess firearms legally next year, in 1996. Similar to the Miao men in their branch who can legally own Miao knives, yet are restricted from using them outside designated areas. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, the combat prowess of Ba Long is not inferior to that of He Wu. Moreover, though He Wu remains Ba Long's most formidable opponent, it has become akin to a toothless tiger in their eyes. Historical records state that the last saintess emerged several centuries ago, and she hailed from Ba Long ancient village. While Mu Achen harbored no fear of Yangtze from Ba Long, Akong's demeanor instilled a sense of unease within him. At that moment, Uncle Arong drove up, and upon exiting his vehicle, he spotted the long-lost Land Rover, prompting him to search for Uncle Adong and Zhuang. "Ah Chun, you little Miao lad, you've finally returned," Uncle Adong exclaimed with palpable excitement, while Zhuang embraced Mu Achen tightly. Let go, my waist isn't fully healed yet." Mu Achen grimaced. "Not fully healed yet." Uncle Arong stepped forward with a face full of concern. "Achen, there have been recent developments in the village." Achen waved his hand, feeling somewhat dejected. "Let us discuss the orchard matters when we return to the village. I'm not in the mood to hear about it now." "What's wrong?" Uncle Arong and Uncle Dong exchanged glances, and Akang spoke up. "Let us all sit down, gentlemen." "Akang, what's troubling Achen?" Akang glanced at Uncle Arong, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, "I just informed Achen about Yang A's from Balong ancient village." Upon hearing this, both Uncle Dong and Uncle Zhuang's expressions grew grave. Uncle Arong busied himself serving food, pretending to be oblivious to their conversation. "Achen, this situation is indeed quite challenging," Uncle Dong remarked, somewhat helplessly. Uncle Zhuang added, "In recent days, we at Haiwazhai have also been deliberating on this matter. Achen, we are the strongest faction of the Black Miao. Due to events from a century ago, our Haiwazhai has declined. However, we are now financially stable, and my grandfather has stated that the entire Black Miao faction supports you. Thus, we have unanimously decided to invest all our earnings this year to decisively confront the Qing Miao at Balong ancient village." Uncle Zhuang spoke fervently. Uncle Dong felt an urge to push him aside, saying, "Zhuang, be quiet. This isn't merely a financial issue." Akang interjected. "Because the previous holy maiden hailed from Balong ancient village, their faction has possessed superior strength compared to ours for centuries." Moreover, Akang hesitated before continuing. "If we consider our generation alone, the Qingmiao faction from Balong has at least 100 university students, while we barely have 20 or 30 combined from all our factions. Their strongest, Yang A's, though not as formidable as the Holy Maiden, is still an outstanding student from South China University of Technology, now in his 4th year. Achen, I say this not to undermine you, but from a place of concern." After saying this, Akang tried to reassure Mu Chun, fearing that he might discourage his younger brother. However, Mu Chun responded, "If I were in a family like Yang A's, where everything is at one's disposal, I would surpass him. Besides, even if South China University is prestigious, it holds no significance for me. I prefer the approach that Zhuang suggested, using money to resolve our issues." Coughing, Uncle Arong was taken aback by Mu Chen's words. Uncle Dong was momentarily stunned as well. Uncle Zhuang smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "See, since Achen has said this, my suggestions are still viable. Vulgarity, away with you." Uncle Dong kicked Uncle Zhuang, turning to Mu Chun. "Achen, this truly isn't just about money. During the drum festival, Yang A's and his crowd will undoubtedly show up, and the pressure on you will be immense. You must devise a prudent plan." "A plan? Do you suggest I defy tradition and consummate matters with the Holy Maiden, thus completely obstructing Yang A's path?" "Achen, mind your words," Uncle Arong interjected. Unable to endure any longer, Mu Chun shrugged and replied to Uncle Arong, "Due to my unhealed injuries, I have no confidence in outperforming Yang A's at the drum festival. Furthermore, regarding academic qualifications, as a middle school dropout, how could I possibly compare to a university student? As for money, when the day comes that I no longer wish to live, I shall donate half to the Great Xia and the other half to eliminate Qingmiao Yang A's." Although Akong and Azhuang witnessed Mu Chen's smile, there was something poignantly bittersweet about it. Uncle Dong inquired, "So do you wish to give up?" "Give up? I. Hey Miao Mu Akin, fear not even death. How could I be cowardly? Yet, the words you just spoke could frighten someone to death. Uncle Dong, in truth, there is no need for anyone to worry about me. Though Yang A's of Balong appears stronger than I, let us not forget who ultimately makes the final decision. It is the Saintess." At this moment, Mu Akin downed a generous bowl of rice wine and murmured, "If in this life I remain fated to be apart from the Saintess, I would rather hope that Mu Laoda and Mu Laosan come to beat me again. I promise I shall not retaliate." Perhaps the true meaning behind Mu Akin's words is known only to him. "Akin, rest assured, we are all supporting you. Let us speak no more of this, Azhuang. It is time we return to the village." "Indeed, Akin. You must return to see what good deeds you have accomplished during these days away. I anticipate that the two village leaders will greet you with a flurry of sticks." Azhuang chuckled heartily. Before departing, Mu Chun patted Akong on the shoulder, saying, "Your scale can indeed be improved and expanded. Su, the wealthy lady, recently earned another 100 million. Persuade her to invest a bit more. With your sister-in-law's skills, establishing something remarkable should not be difficult." 100 million? Akong was aware of the beautiful, poised Su's wealth, but was astonished that she had amassed another 100 million. "Akin, do you genuinely believe my sister-in-law's skills are sufficient?" "Absolutely. Feel free to discuss this with Su, but ensure you present a detailed plan, ideally encompassing the entirety of your village's territory, focusing solely on your sister-in-law's craft, and consider establishing a resort or a guest house." Amidst Akong's astonishment, Mu Chun continued, "When you approach for investment, be bold. Ask for more than 30 or 50,000, less Su finds it laughable and concludes that you cannot achieve anything significant. Chapter 69. The two village leaders still wish to strike. On the journey back to the village, the mere thought of Akong's earlier silly expression made Mu Chun unable to suppress a laugh. Yet, as he laughed, his vision grew blurred. Even he was unaware of why he suddenly felt such profound sorrow. "Be careful." Suddenly, Uncle Dong in the passenger seat shouted. Mu Akin was startled awake, and with a sudden break, the tires screeched against the ground, skidding several meters, narrowly avoiding a steep cliff. Azhuang in the back seat turned pale. His muscles tensed in fear. Even Uncle Arong, who was driving behind, was terrified. "Akin." Arong parked and rushed over. Had he not seen Mu Akin at the wheel, he might have believed Azhuang had taken over the driving. Uncle Dong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glaring at Akin. "What just happened? Why are your eyes so red?" "Oh, it seems something flew into my eye." Mu Akin feigned rubbing his eye, but before he could, a stream of tears burst forth from his bloodshot eyes, cascading down his fair cheeks. "Let me blow it for you." "No need, it will be fine shortly." Akin shook his head. Uncle Arong raised his hand to seat Uncle Ajong, shaking his head towards Uncle Adong. At this moment, even Uncle Adong, despite his simplicity, grasped the situation. What nonsense about something getting into one's eye. Uncle Arong maneuvered the pickup truck to a place where they could pass each other, instructing Mu Akin to take the back seat while he drove the rugged vehicle back to the village. As Uncle Adong turned around, he noticed Akin drenched in sweat, prompting him to ask anxiously, "Akin, did your waist hit something again?" "It's nothing, no major issue," replied Akin. "Arong, please drive slowly around the turns." "Ajong, when we reach the entrance of K-Dong village, you go call my mother so she can check on Akin." Akin leaned against the backrest, silent. He had been startled just moments ago, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic as if he had lost the Saintess. Soon, they traversed several mountain passes and finally beheld K-Dong village. The village had transformed remarkably from its state over 20 days prior. With the booming sales of the colorful sacred fruits and starry sugar, a steady influx of outsiders had begun to frequent the Miao village. Even the county head, who had visited multiple times, came every few days. The small trucks transporting fruits had been a daily sight. Just the night before, a wedding planning team from the metropolis, led by Lu Rue and comprising nearly 100 people, had also arrived. Yet, regardless of the village's newfound fame, the two village heads felt a lingering unease. The reason was that Mu Akin, the master of the Tua clan, had been absent for over 20 days. Throughout this period, the village heads had been hopeful, yet their predominant feeling was concern. They feared for Akin's safety outside, considering his tender age. Amidst their worries, they even saw news reports about Akin on television. Hence, the Miao people from Haiwuzhai and K-Dong village dared not contemplate the hardships Akin had endured to achieve all of this. Every day, no matter how busy they were, Rue and Duo would occasionally ascend the mountain's peak to gaze towards the farthest entrance of the village. But today, village head, look quickly. Look down the mountain. It's Aiken's car. Aiken has returned. The Miao villagers working on the mountaintop stood upright at the sound of these exclamations. Once it was confirmed that it was indeed Aiken's rugged vehicle, several of the most beautiful young women led the singing, and soon, hundreds of Miao men and women joined in, singing their traditional mountain songs. A Rue and A Duo, hand in hand, rushed to the courtyard's edge. Their voices, melodious and rich in emotion, seemed to transcend time and space. At that moment, 200 meters below at Aiken's home, Lu Rue and his companions watched this scene unfold, prompting him to remind those around him to record it. President Lu, who is it that has caused such a grand spectacle? It must be someone extraordinary. Look at that sign, from the provincial capital of Chen. It's impressive. I also think this person is more remarkable than the officials from the city yesterday. Otherwise, why would the Miao people react this way? President Lu was even more eager than his subordinates to discover who had arrived. However, they could not approach the orchard at all, especially the imposing house adjacent to it. All they knew was that it belonged to Mu Aiken, the wealthy gentleman they had met in the Magic City a fortnight ago. At the entrance of Mu Aiken's home, the unhurried Miao sisters and their aunts gathered around. Upon seeing the large off-road vehicle nearing the entrance, the two village leaders shouted almost in unison, "Quickly, bring out my stick. Where's my whip? Hurry. That little rascal has been running for days. If we don't give him a good thrashing, he might think he can fly." Hearing this, the Miao relatives erupted into laughter, yet none ventured to fetch sticks or whips. In a fit of exasperation, the clan elders seized a broom, awaiting the vehicle to come to a stop. However, when the vehicle finally halted and they saw Uncle Arong step out from the driver's seat, the two village leaders were momentarily taken aback. "Arong, where's that rascal Mu Aiken?" Upon seeing the commotion, Uncle Arong quickly approached. "Gentlemen, please do not add fuel to the fire at this moment. What is the matter? I'll explain everything in a moment." The faces of the two village leaders, lined with wrinkles, were filled with confusion, especially when they noticed Uncle Dong assisting Mu Aiken out of the vehicle. They had no inclination to confront Mu Aiken anymore and hastily approached. But A Duo and Erue outpaced the two elders. Uncle Dong hurriedly raised a hand to stop A Duo. "Don't bump into your brother." "Brother." A Duo dashed into Mu Aiken's embrace. Having not seen him for many days, she missed him dearly. Mu Aiken gently stroked his sister's hair, chuckling, "If you keep crying, you'll turn into a little raccoon." "All right, I'm fine." A Duo, in tears, soon broke into laughter, and along with Erue, they supported Mu Aiken. Yet, he waved his hand, indicating that he was indeed all right. "The items in the vehicle are prepared for you and Grandma. Please help me unload them later." As Mu Aiken approached the courtyard, he noticed the sticks and broom in the hands of the two village leaders, and a look of dismay crossed his face. "You two aren't thinking of hitting me again, are you?" "Oh no." The two leaders immediately concealed their implements behind their backs. Mu Aiken smiled and remarked, "Everyone has worked hard these days. I've been either on a plane or in a vehicle, bouncing back all the way. My old back can't take it anymore. I need to lie down for a bit." "Mu Aiken, what happened to your eyes? Why are they so bloodshot?" "I've been burning the midnight oil." With a cheerful demeanor, Mu Aiken entered the house and ascended to the third floor. The two village leaders sensed something was amiss and called Uncle Arong and Uncle Dong aside. Chapter 70. Mother has not remarried. She is here. Uncle Arong did not keep anything hidden and shared everything they knew. Uncle Dong added, "Our Mu Aiken has truly grown up. Clearly afraid of the Saintess being taken by other Miao people, clearly smitten, yet he endures until the drum festival, putting on a brave face for us elders. It's truly heart-wrenching to witness. In my lifetime, I, Tang Arong, have never bowed to anyone. Yet, upon returning after several days, Aiken's actions have been nothing short of astonishing. He doesn't flaunt his accomplishments. Instead, I, Uncle Arong, am filled with humility, expressing concern that our Tang family's daughter nearly met with disaster, almost tumbling into that treacherous ravine. Fortunately, his driving skills are exceptional. Had I been behind the wheel, I fear the outcome would have been dire. If something had truly gone awry, how could we face everyone?" The expression on Chief Mu's face was exceedingly grim as he immediately instructed a Dong to take swift action. "Install guardrails along the perilous stretches of the road tonight. I will cover the expenses on behalf of the Blackwu village." "Is it only the Blackwu village that possesses funds? Surely, the Kedong village can contribute as well." Arong interjected, "You must relay this order immediately. Inspect all the cement roads thoroughly, working alongside Blackwu village, and enlist additional manpower." "Understood, Father," replied Tang Jiaju, visibly agitated as he shouted, "Summon the clan elders. Inform all the Miao villages along the route to clear the roads. Should Aiken return unexpectedly, no one shall interfere with our subsequent plans." Before long, Apu, supported by a zhuang, ascended to the third floor. Once Sarong had organized the affairs, he discreetly pulled Tang Zhaizhu aside and asked softly, "Father, do you think we should inform Amo about this?" "Not yet. Amo will return in a couple of days. And the 9 clan elders are wise enough to discern the situation. Amo will know how to choose wisely. However, I only realized today how much Aiken values academic credentials. What if he were to retreat without a fight? That would certainly not make him the ideal partner for our Miao family as Saintus. I hope he is not intimidated by Yang Azhe from the Qing Miao Ba, long ancient village." Meanwhile, on the third floor, Mu Chun grimaced as he swallowed the bitter medicine. Retreat without a fight? Mu A Chun would never be a coward. He had just been pondering this very matter. Even if Yang Azhe from the Ba long ancient village is a top student from a prestigious university, does that mean this reborn individual would fear such a rival? "Brother, just drink some water. It will ease the bitterness," a duo hurriedly offered, bringing a bowl. Arue assisted Apu in applying bandages to Mu Chun. Apu sighed, "Miao heir, I know that your greatest suffering lies not in your mouth, but in your heart. Why must the heavens make you endure so much? You even ventured out of the province to seek better opportunities for the orchard. Now that you've returned, you should at least let everyone know how hard you've worked for them." "Apu, honestly, it's not a big deal. In the end, I am the one who gains the most. Rather, it is everyone who is assisting me." "Nonsense. While it may be true that you gain much," Apu has already inquired with Chen, "you have never taken a single penny from the accounts. Instead, you've been contributing to them." Chen smiled. "Apu, truly, it's nothing. As long as I ensure Duo and Arue are well fed, our family will not starve. Moreover, I still have some spare funds. But the other Miao relatives have greater expenses than I do. It is only reasonable to allocate a portion of the funds to them in advance." Miaojiang. Apu's heart trembled as she poked at Chun's forehead. "You foolish child. If you weren't supporting Kedong Village and Blackwu Village, would these 2 villages have risen so swiftly? Don't think Apu is unaware. Your assistance to Kedong Village serves a greater purpose. Have you ever considered, Miao, that if the Saintus, under some unavoidable circumstances, did not provide you with the flower band, you would remain in the Miao village for a lifetime?" This question left Mu Aiken momentarily speechless. At that moment, he truly realized that the old woman was far more astute than he had imagined. It seemed she had discerned the turmoil within his heart. Indeed, his silence prompted her subsequent words, which sent a tremor through him. "Or perhaps, if you were to fail at the upcoming drum festival in a few days, would you choose to end your life in a secluded place?" "Apo, my brother." Adwa and Rei were startled. "You 2 sisters, please step outside. I have something to discuss privately with your brother." Once Adwa and her sister reluctantly exited, the old woman began, "Miao, I have watched you grow up, and I know your temperament well. However, the changes in you over the past 6 months have been alarming. Perhaps this is fate, destined for you to discover where your mother is." "My mother?" "Yes, your mother did not remarry. She simply departed from this world quietly." "Departed?" Aiken was taken aback. The glimmer that had briefly shone in his eyes was extinguished in an instant. He had previously contemplated that perhaps, once he came to terms with it, he could search for his mother. Even if she had remarried, he would at least know where she was. But now, it seemed she had long since passed away. "Apo, you're not deceiving me, are you?" The old woman shook her head. "Only a couple of elder women, and I know the location where your mother was laid to rest. Adwe's mother was taken by your mother before her death, as your father wished to die alongside her. However, your mother could not bear to leave you alone in this world. So she instructed your father to remarry after her passing, to ensure you would have a brother or sister to accompany you in your remaining years." Upon hearing this, Mu Aiken's eyes reddened further. The old woman continued, "Before your mother departed, she left a message for you through me. She wanted you to know that, regardless of whether you have a sister or brother in the future, you must support one another. You are to care for your younger sibling. Moreover, she urged you to bring back a girl you truly like. Once you are betrothed, take your Miao knife and your bride, and I will lead you to her grave. Therefore, Miao, even if you cannot claim the Saintus, you must not entertain thoughts of ending your life. Your mother has left you a directive, and while I do not know the specifics, she insisted that you must visit her grave with both your beloved and your Miao knife. Should you go alone, your knife will vanish, and all that you possess will turn to dust." Upon hearing the old woman's final words, the sorrowful Aiken trembled violently. He was not foolish. Although his mind was clouded, he suspected that his mother had somehow foreseen his rebirth before she passed away. Indeed, his grandfather had mentioned that the iron used to forge his Miao knife was brought by his mother. Could this be connected to the knife? Aiken drew out the Miao knife, examining it closely, but he could discern nothing remarkable about it beyond its sharpness. However, he realized that aside from the Saintus, Amo, he could not harbor feelings for any other girl. Infidelity was out of the question. For the Han family, such occurrences are commonplace. Yet, for the Miao youth, it is a formidable challenge. How much more so for Chen? If he cannot win the affection of the girl he adores, he will be unable to pay homage to his mother at her grave, and the so-called explanation would remain an eternal secret. Chen rubbed his aching temples. Observing his distress, the kind and perceptive Miao matriarch gently patted the top of his head and said, "My child, remember, living is the first step to realizing your dreams. In a few days, during the flower festival, the entire Black Wu village will be your kin, and the entire Black Miao clan shall stand as your support. So, rest assured, my dear, and go forth boldly." Chapter 71, A Letter? A frightening surprise for the Miao people the following day. As the eastern horizon gradually brightened with a hint of dawn, the clouds and mist atop the mountains swirled more ethereally than ever. The mist in the valleys gently wrapped around each village like delicate ribbons, adding an air of mystery to the landscape. After freshening up, Chen did not venture outside but instead retreated to the floating loft. With a cup of tea, a pen, and a stack of paper, he pondered and wrote. Though the content of his writing remained a mystery, his intense focus, however, left the two village leaders who had just arrived feeling rather anxious. Before long, core Miao members such as a Rong, a Dong, and a Chen joined them. Dog Dan bent down to pick up the crumpled paper ball that Chen had discarded, and like a little worm, he wriggled back to the two clan leaders, sitting on the ground and peeking curiously. "Ah, a letter? What? A letter? Chen is writing a letter?" With Dog Dan's exclamation, the floating loft erupted in commotion. The two village leaders hurriedly snatched the crumpled paper from him, while a Rong and a Chen were so startled that their hair stood on end, their faces paling in fear. To their astonishment, the elderly village leader Tang kicked Dog Dan sharply. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know what a letter is?" Dog Dan grinned widely, while a Zhuang and the others fumed with anger. "You little brat, don't you realize that scaring someone can be fatal? A Zhuang, take him away and give him a good thrashing." Before a Dong could finish his sentence, a Zhuang had already seized Dog Dan as if he were a chick. Soon, the sound of Dog Dan's cries echoed through the air. The two village leaders, having been startled, were visibly shaken. Mu Chun was also disturbed by the ruckus. He stood up, gazing at the approaching village leader Tang and the others, and said with a wry smile, "In the early morning, you two are already cursing me. How unlucky." The clan leader shot Chen a glare and approached the wooden table to inspect what he had been writing. "You little Miao, you haven't penned a letter of farewell, have you?" "Oh, my clan leader, I, Mu Chen, am not in want of food or clothing. I must be out of my mind to write a farewell letter." "That is good to hear." Just as the clan leader nodded, village leader Tang began to scrutinize Chen's writings. "I must inspect this personally. What if you are hiding something? Look, what is this scribble? I can't make heads or tails of it." As long as it was not a farewell letter, village leader Tang finally felt reassured enough to take a seat. At that moment, a Rue brought over a freshly brewed medicine, which a Rong handed to Chen. "This is a precious herb that your uncle brought in overnight. Drink it while it's hot, and you should recover in 2 or 3 days. Please convey my gratitude to this uncle on my behalf, a Rong. When you formally acknowledge your kinship with him, be sure to express your gratitude." Tang village master's words left Aiken bewildered. Aiken blinked and inquired, "Isn't it our uncles from Haiwu's High who ventured into the mountains to gather herbs?" "No, this time it is from our Kedong village." The tone of Tang village master only deepened Aiken's confusion, making him ponder who he might have inadvertently offended to attract the attention of this village master. "All right, brother Tang, let us discuss the matter at hand first," the clan elder interjected, prompting Tang village master to allow a Dong to speak. "Aiken, this season's fruits, apart from the several 100,000 exquisite ones and 600,000 ordinary ones you requested to keep, have all been sold out. Here are the invoices for your review." Mu Chun cast a glance at the documents, surprised to see that the orders came from major coastal cities, yet deemed it reasonable. "Aiken, is that all the attention you're giving it?" A Dong queried. "What else should I do? If I cannot trust you, who else can I rely on?" Such a simple statement left a Dong somewhat choked with emotion. However, a Dong continued, "The candy company in the provincial capital took half of the fruits. I confirmed this with you over the phone." Aiken nodded, and a Chen, who was in charge of the accounts, promptly presented all the invoices for Mu Aiken's inspection. "Aiken, apart from the few 100,000 you retained, the total for the other fruits has been fully recorded, amounting to 43,600,000. Please verify it." "I am aware of the figures, Uncle Chen. Though several of us have meticulously reviewed the accounts without issue, you should still double-check. As long as you verified it, that suffices." Aiken wasn't neglecting the calculations. He had already made a rough mental estimate. allowing him to ascertain the final figures would fall within that range with just a glance at the key numbers. When the two village masters presented the savings books and cards, Uncle Chen continued, "For those in urgent need of funds, we have already advanced a portion, but the final settlement requires your signature." "Uncle Chen, your methods seem rather reminiscent of a university student's approach," Aiken remarked. "Just don't laugh at your uncle. These are all lessons imparted by the saintess over the phone." "Ah, that makes sense." Aiken suddenly realized and added, "The saintess will return in a couple of days. She should manage the orchard affairs. For any matters, consult her." "Aiken, are you relinquishing your responsibilities regarding the orchard?" "Indeed, Aiken, even with the saintess's assistance. You are our pillar of support." Both Chen and Dong grew anxious, while Aiken chuckled. "Have I not been bestowed the title of orchard administrator? I even had business cards printed." "Administrator? That won't he do?" "I disagree." The two village masters opposed, not to mention Uncle Chen and the others. "Yet," Mu Aiken asserted, "the orchard has already gained considerable renown. Village masters, consider this. If others discover that this mere sapling, can make decisions, wouldn't I risk being kidnapped during my travels? Thus, not only must you agree, but you should also communicate this down the line. If anyone inquires, simply state that Mu Aiken is the orchard administrator and nothing beyond that. Moreover, by doing so, I can negotiate with those affluent businessmen. What do you think? Otherwise, if they all approach me to haggle, how shall I manage?" The two village chiefs briefly contemplated the matter before being persuaded by Mu Aiken. "Very well, but as the administrator, you merely relay information to others. If you neglect the affairs of the orchard, young one, you shall face severe consequences." Last night, Elder Tang could not find peace and sleep, for he witnessed a duo and a roue in tears. Since Aiken's return yesterday, he had not made an appearance, and the two chiefs were berated by the elderly matriarch, their faces flushed with embarrassment, as she warned that if Aiken were to act foolishly, she would not spare them. The two chiefs genuinely feared the matriarch. As for why these powerful leaders would fear an old woman, perhaps only the elder generation of the Miao people could comprehend. "By the way, Aiken, during your absence, the town's bank personally visited our village to assist us with card applications, urging each household to deposit their money. Unable to reach you at the time, we consulted the saintess, who assured us that keeping our money in the bank was quite secure, and suggested that if we deposited a substantial amount, we could negotiate interest rates with the bank." Uncle Chen flipped through his little notebook, reading as he spoke to Aiken. "There is a distinction between demand deposits and time deposits, with varying interest rates. So what do you think? Should we deposit our money in the bank? The interest on time deposits is considerable each year." Chapter 72, Affectionate Aiken, Offending the Future Mother-in-Law. Aiken was surprised to find that Uncle Chen, despite his limited education, had learned quite a bit from the saintess, especially regarding her earnest work ethic, which Aiken admired greatly. Thus, Aiken inquired, "What does everyone think? Shall we save, or do we have other plans?" The two chiefs responded that everyone was now following Aiken's lead. Their trust filled Aiken with warmth. "Over the past years, we have all faced difficult conditions, to the point of extreme poverty, with many of our Miao kin burdened by debts. My suggestion, given our initial fruitful harvest, is that we improve our living conditions. Those with financial means may enjoy a better life sooner or deposit surplus funds in the bank. After the drum festival, I have other plans for the second half of the year. Should anyone wish to collaborate with me, they may invest to secure a share of the profits. For those who prefer not to join me, I will not impose. However, these are merely suggestions. The final decision must be made with careful consideration. After all, while money is precious now, it loses value year after year." Upon hearing Aiken's words, there were no objections. Uncle Arong added, "Aiken, your willingness to lead us towards prosperity is something we seek, so we shall certainly heed your guidance." "No, Uncle Arong, this is money, not mere dirt or sand. If we were to incur losses, it would not only mean wasted efforts, but also jeopardize the funds we have painstakingly earned from the orchard. Regardless, we trust you. Indeed, we of the High Wuz High will stand with you, Aiken, through thick and thin." The core Miao community of the two villages held an almost blind admiration for Aiken. In response, Aiken simply shook his head with a smile. "Very well, I will discuss this matter in detail with the saintess after the drum festival, and we shall convene to deliberate together. Ah Chun, since we have reached this point, Master Tang has a few inquiries he wishes to pose to you. You must speak the truth and cannot deceive us of Kedong Village." "Speak, Master Tang, and I shall certainly respond with sincerity," Ah Chun replied. Uncle Arong promptly moved closer to Master Tang, vigorously shaking his head, signaling him not to ask. Observing this, the elders from Heiwu village remained silent. as they could surmise the concerns of Kedong village. Indeed, Master Tang brushed aside Arong's hand and insisted, I must inquire. My heart is unsettled. Uncle Arong. Allow Master Tang to ask, Chen said, mentally prepared for the confrontation. After a moment of contemplation, Master Tang gazed upon Chen's handsome visage and posed the question, if, and I emphasize if, during the upcoming drum festival, Amo does not bestow her belt upon you, or hang her silver necklace on your lushing, would you still extend your assistance to Kedong village? A heavy silence enveloped the surroundings, the tension palpable. Master Tang's question had been long bottled up, and Kedong village was apprehensive. For several Miao people had covertly sought such information from him. Meanwhile, Heiwu village harbored similar thoughts, but refrained from questioning Miaojiang. At this moment, the veil was lifted, and Miaojiang silently acknowledged that the inevitable had arrived. Thus, despite the ache in his heart, he chose not to conceal the truth. After a brief pause, under the watchful eyes of the Miao people, he spoke slowly, from the very beginning. I declared that my assistance to Kedong village is devoid of ulterior motives. However, my presence in the Miao village is indeed to await the Saintess. Had you not suggested that the Saintess partake in the drum festival's matchmaking earlier this year, I, Miaojiang, would not have dared to aspire for something so unattainable so soon. Yet, I have already missed one lifetime. I do not wish to squander this one. Thus, regardless of my humble status or lack of credentials, or the absence of my parents, I still yearn to claim the Miao family's Saintess, to win the affection of the Tang family's daughter. Should the Saintess not grant me her favor during this drum festival, I will persist in my pursuit. However, if in the end, she still chooses another, at this juncture, Miaojiang paused, and all present held their breath, even oblivious to the presence of several figures who had appeared behind him. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips, and continued, if it comes to that, I shall not blame anyone but myself for lacking the merit to be worthy of the Saintess. Nevertheless, I will continue to strive for the prosperity of the Miao family, for I am a scion of the He Miao branch. Although Kedong village is of the Hong Miao lineage, we are all fellow villagers. However, I may not remain here for long. Chen. Yu Chen raised his hand to interrupt the elder's words and calmly stated, Masters of the two villages, I, Miaojiang, am youthful, and my heart is not as expansive as others might imagine. I am selfish. I cannot bear to witness the girl I have cherished across 2 lifetimes become another's wife and bear children for someone else. Yet, I stand by my word. I shall not form relationships beyond friendship with any woman other than the Saintess in this lifetime. Last night, I contemplated deeply and calculated, according to my vision. I am confident that within a decade, I can uplift the impoverished conditions of hundreds of nearby villages. As for the yield from Guilin, it will only increase year by year. 10 years, at the very least, I could amass 700 or 800 million. This wealth will not be taken out of the Miao family. I intend to invest it in the development of our clan. As for what will happen a decade from now, I cannot guarantee who will inherit the enterprise I have painstakingly built. Nevertheless, I implore you, Elder Tang and the esteemed uncles and brothers of Kedong Zhai, to rest assured that Miaojiang of the He Miao branch will never voluntarily engage in any act that could betray your trust in the Hong Miao branch during my lifetime. As Miaojiang's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The atmosphere was thick with emotion, akin to a tear gas that reddened the eyes of all present. Aiken rose and gazed at the distant mountains, breaking into a smile. Once his spirits lifted, he turned to Elder Tang, whose face was streaked with tears, and said, Elder Tang, let us joyfully welcome the drum festival in the coming days. Our guest will be arriving from Kedong Zhai. I will explore a route from Heiwu Zhai to pave a way for access, so that I can drive back to my old home. Aiken, do not be foolish. The clan elder interjected. The orchard also belongs to Heiwu Zhai. Am I to repair a road merely for convenience? That is sheer folly. Enough of this nonsense. You haven't touched a single coin from the orchard's accounts, yet you've squandered over 10 million inviting those Han people for what? You have no money left now. The elder's thoughts turned to the possibility of Miaojiang failing to win the Saintess's favor, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Yet, Miaojiang replied cheerfully, Elder, money is but a transient matter. You cannot take it with you in life or death, as long as it is spent meaningfully. I have no objections if you wish to use me to generate wealth. You young Miao, even at such a time, you still find humor in this. The elder raised his hand to strike, but was halted by a woman standing behind Miaojiang. The Saintess's mother? The elder and others were taken aback. With a kind smile, the Saintess's mother surveyed Miaojiang and inquired, Aiken, is it truly worth it to degrade yourself for the Saintess? I find joy in it. Miaojiang's response left the individuals from Heiwu Zhai in shock, particularly when he added, My parents have passed. Who else would care for me? Before turning to leave. This scene left the clan elder and the others utterly astounded. Elder Tang's face darkened as he shouted at the already descending Muakin. This is insurrection. Muakin, do you even realize who you were just speaking to? I do. It was the lady from Kedongjai, came Aiken's voice from the staircase, nearly causing Elder Tang to choke with rage. Coughing, the individuals from Hei Wu Zhai exchanged glances, with a dong and the others whispering among themselves. This is it. Aiken has landed himself in trouble. Chapter 73, Deliberate. It is time to settle the score with Ba Long Gu Zhai. By the edge of the courtyard pool, Mu Aiken splashed cold water on his face, feeling considerably refreshed. However, had he understood whom he had just confronted, he would likely have been struck by lightning. Aiken, these individuals are from the town bank and have come seeking you, an uncle said as two vintage scooters parked by the roadside at his home. Before he could dry his face, the formally dressed bank staff approached, carrying a briefcase. After several individuals settled onto the wooden bench in the courtyard, they covertly scrutinized Aiken, finding it hard to believe that this youthful young man was indeed the wealthiest and most extravagant in the Miao village. Young master, we hadn't encountered you in the past few days. Our primary intention for coming this time is, I apologize for interrupting your conversation, though it may be impolite. I was out evading debts the other day. Evading debts? Just then, Tang Zhaizhu and his daughter-in-law, also known as the Holy Maiden's mother, emerged from the corridor, catching Aiken's remark. Yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed Aiken, appearing rather feeble, addressing the bank representatives. You have arrived at the most opportune moment. I intend to secure a loan of 30 to 50 million. Are you able to grant this? Young master, this lady, are you perhaps referring to collateral? I possess real estate. This house here is available for your inspection. Whatever it can be valued at, I am open to negotiation. Amidst the bank personnel exchanging glances, Aiken continued, feigning a desperate longing for a substantial sum. If that is insufficient, I also hold 2 shares in the orchard, and by the way, that Land Rover in front. How much can I secure on that? Aiken, you rascal, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The clan leader could no longer endure the absurdity and, in a fit of rage, brandished a broomstick towards Aiken. Anticipating this, Aiken, despite the pain in his waist, fled, leaping into the rugged off-roader, starting the engine, and speeding down the mountain. This scene left the bank personnel utterly dumbfounded. It appeared that the wealthiest young master of the Miao clan was not the lofty figure they had imagined, but rather displayed a brazen demeanor. Tang Zhaizhu also stood there, momentarily unable to respond. Not only they, but even the Miao villagers from Haiwu's Hai and Kedong's Hai, who had just overheard the conversation, were equally astonished. Aiken, come here. The clan leader called towards Ah Rue by the water basin. Ah Rue timidly approached, and the clan leader, visibly furious, questioned, in the days you spent with your brother, where did he go? Whom did he associate with? Lin City and Modu. Those places are quite respectable, Ah Rue replied. The clan leader's suspicion deepened. It was apparent that the young rascal must have encountered unsavory influences. Tang Zhaizhu anxiously inquired, did your brother indulge in gambling? No, Ah Rue replied. Upon hearing the word gamble, the clan leader urgently turned to the bank representatives. May I ask, can you ascertain how much that rascal has left in his bank account? Sir, we cannot indiscriminately check a depositor's personal balance, replied a young, attractive Han woman, likely a recent university graduate, appearing around 22 or 23. Then why are you seeking out that rascal? He already possesses a card from your bank. Sir, may I ask your relation to that young master? Another male representative inquired. I am his clan leader. A relative? Yes. Ah, then it is not too much trouble to inform you. While we cannot freely check a depositor's personal balance, 10 days ago, your grandson transferred a staggering sum of 86 million from his savings card, and we wish to verify if this was indeed executed by him. 86 million? The Miao villagers in the courtyard were left in shock. Uncle Chen, who oversees the finances, is naturally quite sensitive when it comes to money. Thus, upon hearing the conversation, he immediately inquired, once this sum is transferred, will it not return? No. Can we ascertain where it has been sent? Only he can investigate that personally. The young man from the Han ethnicity then questioned, does that mean there is no longer any money in Chen's account? The clan leader's heart felt like it was bleeding. 86 million. It seemed as if the clan leader had aged considerably in an instant. Chen remarked, Father, the bank will not disclose such information, but Chen likely has no funds remaining. What on earth has that rascal been doing out there? How could he have amassed such a fortune? And how could he bear to squander it on gambling? The clan leader was nearly overwhelmed with anger. Observing this, Ah Rue quickly dialed Chen's number. Several bank representatives appeared to realize they had erred, hastily departing. However, before they could fully descend the slope, they found themselves blocked by a Chen's vehicle at a narrow pass. Accompanying a Chen were a dozen fierce-looking Miao men. "A Chen, we have questions for you. Coincidentally, I too have matters to discuss with you." A Chen scrutinized the hairstyle and shirt color of the bank representatives, recognizing them as those mentioned by a Rue. He inquired sternly, "You claim to be bank representatives, yet I have not seen you present any documentation to verify your identities. That is the first point. Secondly, as self-proclaimed bank representatives, are you not aware of professional ethics? Aside from myself presenting identification to inquire about personal accounts, you are prohibited from disclosing any client's private information to anyone. Remember, that means anyone. Thirdly, you have unlawfully revealed my bank transactions. Ladies and gentlemen, on these 3 counts, you have already committed an offense. Fourthly, due to your illegal actions, someone dear to me has fainted. With just one phone call, my legal team will arrive in the Miao village today. At that point, it will not merely be a matter of imprisonment. I intend to take you down completely." Upon hearing this, the bank representatives were left in shock, their faces paling. The Chun they beheld now radiated an overwhelming presence, and every word he uttered threatened their livelihoods. It appeared that the ruffian they had encountered moments ago was an entirely different Miao man from the one standing before them now. He must be transformed. For how could he suddenly speak with such piercing clarity? "Young man, we were wrong. We acknowledge our mistakes," pleaded the bank representatives. "Please, Miao brother, show mercy and spare us. Losing this job due to our misconduct would place us on the industry's blacklist." A Chun disregarded their pleas, calmly stating, "How can I trust such an unprincipled savings institution with my substantial funds?" With that, a Chun made a direct call to the branch president of the Postal Savings Bank in Tianfeng County. This contact number had been provided by the president himself during their previous correspondence. Within 2 hours, the branch president, along with a team, arrived at the Miao village without delay. At this moment, a Chen stood at the entrance of K-Dong village, seated atop his formidable off-road vehicle, wielding a Miao knife. Flanked by hundreds of Miao warriors. In the dimly lit chamber, Ah Chun summoned Yang, imploring him to descend so that he might personally extend his apologies and address the matter of the savings institution in their town with the seriousness it warranted. "President Yang," he began, "as a member of the Miao clan, I trust you will handle this affair with the discretion it deserves. Should this issue remain unresolved, I shall not hesitate to escalate it to the provincial authorities, and my legal team stands ready to journey to Tianfeng County to deliver a formal notice." President Yang, in his 30s, donned a well-worn suit that nonetheless complemented his robust physique. It was significant to note that he was a direct descendant of the Qingmiao branch in Balong ancient village and the uncle of his rival, Yang Zhe. Ah Chun, ever keen to assert dominance over the Qingmiao faction, found an unexpected opportunity presented by Yang's willingness to engage. As the tension escalated, the resounding slap of confrontation echoed through the room. Yet, Ah Chun had not anticipated that the elder's undue concern would lead to his fainting. Fortunately, a recent call from AI Rue assured him that the elder had regained consciousness and was merely incensed. "Ah Chun, please, have the Han people turn off the cameras. Matters concerning the Miao clan are best resolved internally." The recording devices, brought by Lu Rue from the bustling metropolis, had inadvertently captured an impromptu audition before the festival had even commenced. With a playful demeanor reminiscent of a child, Ah Chun reclined against the car hood, chuckling. "It seems President Yang has yet to grasp my intent. Had I not offered you this opportunity, your superior would have arrived by now. Ah Chun, I shall address this matter swiftly and personally apologize to your elder. Please refrain from escalating this. After all, I am your uncle, and I ask for your understanding." The fact that President Yang, a pivotal figure in the Qingmiao lineage, was willing to concede in public was no small feat, having achieved his objective. Ah Chun chose not to press further, but still found humor in the situation, remarking, "You are all individuals with secure positions. We humble folk dare not meddle in your banking affairs." Yet, with President Yang's admission, Ah Chun felt emboldened. "As long as my elder does not misconstrue your unlawful actions, and you refrain from retaliation, I, Ah Chun of the Black Miao, would consider myself fortunate. Otherwise, should you send your esteemed student from South China University to challenge me, a mere uneducated fellow, it would be akin to courting disaster." Upon hearing this, President Yang's heart sank, and his gaze towards Ah Chun shifted entirely. While the words bore little overt insult, their impact was substantial. Despite the remote location of Tianfeng County, Yang was astute enough to decipher the implications behind Ah Chun's remarks. He had not anticipated that a mere youth of the Black Miao could seize him by the throat and simultaneously deliver a kick to his prideful nephew, Yang Zhe, a core member of the Qingmiao lineage. This incident would undoubtedly reverberate back to Balong ancient village, leaving Yang with the daunting task of facing the elders of his faction. President Yang, please proceed directly to the Black Wu village. Our chief awaits. I shall not accompany you further. The road between Keidongzhai and Heiwuzhai has not only been cleared, but also paved with cement. The distance from here is merely 2 or 3 kilometers, quite manageable. Turning around, Yang Xingzhang cast a deep glance at the seemingly harmless Muakin. To his surprise, he noticed Muakin gesturing to a few individuals recording, beckoning them to follow him. This infuriated Yang Xingzhang, causing his lips to twitch in irritation. The Miao people gathered at the entrance of Keidongzhai gradually dispersed as Uncle Arong and Uncle Chen approached. Uncle Chen, puzzled, inquired, Aiken, was your previous action on the mountaintop intentional? Uncle Arong, impressed, added, Aiken, your tactic was remarkable. You effectively overshadowed the 2 brightest stars of the Qingsong branch. The Balong Guzhai. Yet, Muakin replied with a hint of frustration, had I known our clan leader was so easily startled, I would have employed a different method to challenge them. Indeed, we failed to grasp your intentions at first. Please step down. This car is quite expensive. And we wouldn't want it to be damaged, remarked Uncle Arong, who despite having driven the vehicle only once, yearned for another exhilarating experience. Thus, seeing Muakin standing on the hood caused him distress akin to witnessing his beloved car being mistreated. Uncle Chen leaned in and whispered, Aiken, we must remain vigilant. Yang Xingzhang is not only affiliated with Balong Guzhai, but also a pivotal figure in the Qingsong branch. Furthermore, our orchard's funds are deposited in the savings bank under his jurisdiction. Should we consider switching banks? Are there other banks in town besides the savings bank? Asked Uncle Arong. The agricultural bank recently opened a branch and approached us, hoping we would transfer our funds there. That sounds promising. The agricultural bank would certainly be more convenient than the savings bank. However, we should negotiate for a better interest rate, replied Muakin. You are more knowledgeable about these matters. You should handle the negotiations. Uncle Arong encouraged. Muakin immediately shook his head. I currently lack the time. Perhaps we should wait for the Saintess to return. She is a finance major, and with her involvement, it would be a piece of cake. Understood, Uncle Arong replied. Muakin smirked. Today's maneuver has undoubtedly humiliated Yang Xingzhang. If we manage to withdraw the several million from the savings bank under his control, he may find his position as county bank director in jeopardy. Could it really have such a significant impact? Uncle Arong questioned. If you doubt it, contact the Saintess. She can elucidate the nuances. Currently, major banks are employing various tactics to attract deposits, and I must admit, I dread receiving calls from banks. Uncle Arong had no reason to doubt Muakin's words. Uncle Chen, eager to expand his financial knowledge, promptly headed to the mountaintop to contact the Saintess using Muakin's landline. Far away in Yanjing, AMO, after listening to Uncle Chen's account, further inquired about the details known to Uncle Arong. This revelation startled her. Although AMO was aware that Muakin was more complex than he appeared, she realized that his shyness might only manifest in her presence. She was taken aback to discover that Muakin had such means, silently delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Balong Guzhai leader's family within the Qingsong branch. What a powerful blow, she thought. Saintess, Muakin asked me to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. AMO smiled brightly, but she understood that Muakin's true intentions were likely far more intricate than Uncle Chen suggested. In addition, it seems that no one from the Miao family has yet perceived the other layer of this matter. Therefore, AMO speculates that if her intuition serves her correctly, Chen intends to probe her innermost thoughts, specifically regarding her feelings for Yang Zhe of the Ba Long ancient village. After articulating the pros and cons of whether to switch the several million from the orchard's accounts to another bank, she finally states, Uncle Chen, in truth, Chen comprehends far more than I do. You should spend more time learning from him. Even if you do not fully understand, you should take notes. Surely not. How could Chen, with so little formal education, know more than the Saintess? Uncle Chen is intentionally training you, preparing you to stand independently in the future. However, since Chen has prompted you to inquire about switching banks, you may inform him that I, AMO, have conveyed everything necessary to you. The decision to switch banks rests with him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen appeared somewhat confused. Saintess, have you and Chen had a disagreement? What is the matter? Why do you ask this, Uncle Chen? Because he nearly drove off a cliff yesterday. What? What has happened now? Wait a moment. I will have your uncle explain. Though Arong took the microphone, he instructed Uncle Chen to close the door, ensuring that no one could overhear. Uncle Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. It's me. Uncle, I spoke with Chen just yesterday. He was perfectly fine. How could he have nearly met his end? Could it be Hearing the tremor of concern in the Sanus's voice, Uncle Arong began to fathom his niece's thoughts. Chapter 75, Substantial Funds. An on-site inspection, however, Uncle Arong lowered his voice. Amo, when Chun arrived at Kong's village yesterday, he learned of Yang Zhe's threats from the Ba Long ancient village. Amo sighed lightly. Once he returns, this matter cannot remain concealed. I have refrained from mentioning it to Chun, as I sensed he is troubled by his academic credentials. Yet, he fails to recognize that his excellence surpasses that of many esteemed scholars. Uncle, was yesterday's incident dangerous? Did you not say that his driving skills were superior to yours? Amo, when we departed from Kong's place, although Chun maintained his composure, it was evident that he was feeling somewhat downcast. Additionally, the road was winding, and he likely lost focus, almost leading to an accident at that treacherous spot. Had I been driving, I would have surely gone over the edge. Was it the most perilous stretch? Indeed. Yet, we clearly witnessed him shedding tears. Yet he insisted that something had gotten into his eye. His pupils were as red as blood, and he could not see. Uncle, what on earth did Chun do during his days in Pengcheng? I am uncertain. I would not dare to pry into such matters. He is a man, albeit young, destined to be the head of a household. It would be inappropriate for us women to inquire into every detail of his affairs. Amo felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps it was her understanding nature that captivated Chun the most. Uncle, at times, grandfather's excessive concern for Chun may cloud his judgment. Therefore, I urge you to remind him to refrain from inquiring into Chun's personal financial matters. Amo, do you have any idea about the magnitude of Aiken's financial resources? Today, representatives from the bank came to our door, and it amounts to over 80 million. Uncle Arong feels a profound ache at the mere thought of such a vast sum being transferred away, a pain that is hardly less than that of his own father. Yet, Amo from Yinjing insists, trust my words, uncle. Aiken is not the person you imagine him to be. Regarding his finances, if he chooses to share, then listen. But keep it to yourselves, and do not spread it further. If he remains silent, do not pry. Amo's caution towards her uncle stems from her faith in Aiken, as well as from her awareness of the significant capital amassed by Tang Tang Capital in Qian Province recently, which has been expanding into neighboring provinces. General Manager Su Qian has forcefully entered Sichuan Province with over 100 million in funding, swiftly acquiring shares in several companies within less than half a month, one of which is the renowned Changhong. IMO has analyzed Su Qian's strategies in the stock market and found them to be reminiscent of the mysterious prowess exhibited by Aiken during his time in Pengcheng. Therefore, she suspects that Aiken must have made considerable gains in the stock market while in Pengcheng, subsequently transferring those funds to Tang Tang Capital. The only enigma that remains unresolved is the colossal amount of 1.7 billion that returned from Hong Kong to the newly established fund, only to find its way back to Hong Kong again. Moreover, there's the peculiar behavior of Miaojiang Capital, which was recently registered in Magic City, baffling numerous financial prodigies. Miaojiang Capital and that enigmatic fund have swiftly seized resources from capitalists in Hong Kong within just a few days, and their methods have already been classified as exemplary case studies for students by Mr. Ian and his colleagues. A staggering 1.7 billion. According to market data, this mysterious force invested less than 300 million. Without an extraordinary intellect and the skills of a peak trader, how could such a feat be accomplished? Importantly, Miaojiang Capital and that mysterious fund have adhered strictly to legal protocols. IMO, now that the matter has come to light, and Aiken has already taken action against the Ba Long ancient village of Qingmiao, you should express your intentions to him. I perceive his worry. Today he even left your mother in a state of bitter amusement. What happened? Uncle Arong conveyed the morning's events to IMO in detail. This time, even IMO found herself in a mix of laughter and tears. How amusing Aiken is. Could it be that after half a year, he still does not know who my mother is? He must not know. Otherwise, how could he dare speak to her in such a manner? All right, I understand. Please do not inform Aiken about this just yet, uncle. I am quite eager to see his reaction upon realizing that the person he has been confronting is indeed my mother. Stifling her laughter, Amo continued, Uncle, please do not frighten him. Ever since he learned that Yang A's is coming to compete with him, he has been quite unsettled. He has just gone up the mountain with those Han people from Magic City. Find a moment to give him a call. Otherwise, if he encounters the same situation as yesterday while navigating the slopes, it could lead to a mishap. Uncle, do not curse him. He is climbing the mountain. Surely, there must be someone accompanying him. Indeed, your father is with him, but Aiken is not aware that it is your father. Amo could not help but chuckle. Uncle, are you all intentionally trying to trip up Aiken? He has no idea who my father is, and if he inadvertently offends him, it would put me in a most awkward position. You've already offended him, but your father is quite fond of him. He insisted I keep it under wraps and observe him closely. Awaken's new house was built by the finest craftsmen under your father's guidance. My goodness, what on earth are you all planning at home? Never mind, I want to discuss this further with you, uncle. Amo hurriedly ended the call and promptly dialed Awaken. At that moment, Awaken was amidst the mountainous terrain with Lu Rue and others from the bustling metropolis, searching for the last few locations. Amo's father was accompanied by 30 or 40 strong young men from Kedongjai. Upon locating the final point, Awaken excitedly instructed them to dig a pit, set the stakes, and mark the location. He then cheerfully distributed some fine cigarettes and began reviewing 2 sets of blueprints, squatting down to make annotations. Amo's father, observing Awaken's serious demeanor, although not fully comprehending the details, was nonetheless attentive to his work. After a while, Lu Rue approached, saying, "Brother Mu, based on the points we've marked on site, it seems the budget of 1.2 million might be rather tight. Is it exceeding the budget? It should exceed by 200 to 300,000. Therefore, I suggest we either eliminate a few points or reduce those at your home." Mu Chen looked at the markings Lu Rue had made on the blueprints. After some contemplation, he shook his head. Removing these 6 points on the mountain may not significantly impact the overall project, but I do not want any flaws. As for the points at my doorstep, they cannot be reduced. If I truly win the affections of the lady I desire, I will need to introduce her to my family that very night. Reducing those points would leave something lacking. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue felt an increasing respect for the young gentleman from the Miao family. This young man possessed wealth, charisma, and exceptional talents, and his views on love surpassed Lu Rue's expectations. Brother Mu, if the plan remains unchanged, it will undoubtedly be the most exquisite. But what if? Awaken suddenly turned his face. Chapter 76. Amo, I will be cautious. Lu Rue felt a twinge of anxiety. Awaken smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured. If I am unable to fulfill my wish this time, I promise your fee will not be shortchanged by a single penny. As for those words and the row at my doorstep, let us keep that under wraps. All other fireworks will be set off as blessings for the brothers and sisters who win their heart's desires." Lu Rue replied, "Even so, you are still losing over 1 million. Had it been someone else, Lu Rue would not have expressed such sentiments, considering that with such a substantial contract, even if the client's wishes were unfulfilled, their labor costs would still be compensated. Mr. Lu, if you were my employee, I would certainly kick you out for saying that. Brother Mu, with your character, if you didn't have someone you are devotedly pursuing, I would certainly introduce you to my sister. Get lost." They both laughed. Lu Rue said, "Then let us proceed as you suggest, Brother Mu. As for the additional 200,000, I will find ways to save on other aspects. But rest assured, it will not be at the expense of quality. It will merely be a reduction in the costs of other items. Mr. Lu, I reiterate my stance. Regardless of your arrangements, should you fulfill my requirements, the 6 million in final payment will be transmitted without delay. Should any complications arise, we have a contract in place. Do not blame me for lacking consideration towards Yao Yi when I take action. It is straightforward. Thus, you must exhibit your utmost capabilities. Should fortune favor me, and I manage to win the heart of that young lady, bringing delight to her family, once this matter is settled, I might, in a moment of joy, grant you 200 million. Accompanied by celebratory fireworks for all to hear. Lu Rue and his companions erupted into hearty laughter. These distinguished scholars from the metropolis found great amusement in Ah Chen's carefree demeanor. However, the several Miao men from Kedong village suppressed their laughter, their gazes predominantly fixed on the uncle beside Ah Chen. The uncle, who had previously worn a cheerful expression, now bore a serious countenance. Just then, Ah Chen's phone rang. Upon noticing it was the saintess calling, he promptly turned, stretching his jaw in a manner that left his uncle just a few meters away in a state of bemusement. A Miao man, slightly older than a Zhuang, leaned closer to the uncle and whispered, "Ah Chen is quite the character. If you were to announce your identity now, you'd surely startle him off that ledge. His back injury had healed well. Let's not frighten him any further. What could be the reason behind his relentless pursuit? You ask me? Who should I inquire of? If the saintess has indeed granted him her favor, he must declare it publicly." Silence. "I just heard that little rascal mention the name Imo. It must be her calling." The Miao man quickly approached the uncle, edging closer to Ah Chun, oblivious to the proximity of the group behind him. Ah Chun continued his conversation with Imo. "I had initially intended for General Su to pick you up from the airport, but she had an unexpected commitment in Sichuan province. Although Financial Director Yao Yi is stationed at headquarters, being a man, and with the absence of other senior executives, the administrative director, a woman, was assigned to retrieve you. Just follow your arrangements. By the way, Imo, I heard from Uncle Aaron that you obtained your driver's license 2 years ago. How is your driving skill? After a few years of driving without a license. I understand. How about this? Once Administrative Director Ningjing picks you up, you can drive the company vehicle back. You mentioned you have 2 classmates accompanying you, which would be more convenient and save time. On the other end, IMO surprisingly did not refuse, saying, if the flight is not delayed and there's no traffic on the way back to Miao Village, we should arrive by around 7 in the evening. The other routes are manageable, but I fear the county road might be congested. They've been working hard day and night to smooth it out. However, take your time while driving. Burning a little extra fuel is inconsequential. Safety first. I will have the administrative director prepare some food for you. If you get hungry on the road, you can nibble on that. Thank you. I will be cautious. Where are you now? On the mountain. Stop jumping around. If you miss the drum festival, I will give you a beating. Suddenly, Chen found himself at a loss for words. The normally eloquent individual was rendered speechless. Amo, will I be able to catch a glimpse of you from afar tomorrow evening when you arrive? What if we accidentally cross paths? It won't happen. I shall be cautious. I can see you, but you cannot see me. You are being biased, Chen. Just bear with it a little longer. It is only a few more days. At first, Amo remained calm, but upon mentioning the need to endure, her once melodious voice took on a slightly hoarse tone. Very well, Chen responded with a pang of tenderness, and in their shared silence, they simultaneously ended the call. After a while, the heavy weight of longing gradually consumed Chen's heart, and he felt a quiet ache in his nose. The elder and the others gazed at Chen's silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sorrow in their hearts. Uncle, it is getting dark. If we delay any longer, it will be inconvenient to descend the mountain. We are fine. But Chen is not quite steady yet. Let him take his time. After all, he has a flashlight. Naturally, there was concern for Chen, especially from his future father-in-law. However, Lu Rue remained oblivious to Chen's distress and stepped forward, saying, Brother Mu, we have completed all the points today. We can head down now. Half an hour later, they emerged from the steep mountain woods. Mu Chen, lost in thought, turned to Lu Rue and said, Mr. Lu, let us set off 1,000,000 fireworks tomorrow evening. I want to see the effect. What? 1,000,000 fireworks just to see the effect? Lu Rue was astounded, once again realizing the purity of the Miao family's view on love. Let us go. Tonight, I will accompany you to your temporary residence. I also wish to experience the night view and test your sound system. Brother Mu, won't there be important guests coming to the Miao village tomorrow night? This was Lu Rue's immediate reaction. Chen did not conceal anything and replied directly. Tomorrow evening, the saintess of the Miao family will return from Yinjing. The saintess of your Miao family? The Miss Tang mentioned by Yao Yi? Yes. At that moment, Lu Rue understood. Clearly, he had gleaned what was necessary from his good friend Yao Yi. With a smile, Lu Rue nodded, assuring, I guarantee you won't be disappointed, Brother Mu. Excitement bubbled within Chen, while Lu Rue was eager, curious to witness the beauty of the Miao family saintess that could captivate a young billionaire like Mu Dong. The elders behind them gazed at Chen walking ahead, their minds swirling with thoughts about what the Miao village would be like tomorrow night. Will it truly transform because of the saintess's return? Uncle, should we tell the saintess about this in advance? Are you foolish? Chen wants to surprise the saintess. If you spill the beans, it won't be a surprise anymore. Another elder was tempted to kick his younger companion. The uncle in the middle said nothing. His brow furrowed, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 77. The Miao village gathers thousands, standing prepared the next day. A hint of dawn broke on the horizon. As clouds and mist enveloped the mountains after the rain, the mountaintop remained shrouded in fog, while smoke curled gently from the Miao village, a scene of breathtaking beauty. Today marked the 4th day until the drum festival, and Lu Rue and his companions from the Magic City had completed their preparations in the village, with various equipment undergoing testing. As the music began to play, the Miao people, who had never encountered such scenes before, grew increasingly excited. Surrounding the individuals brought by Lu Rue, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the tranquility of the Miao village was abruptly shattered. A messenger from Akong reported that a fully armed contingent of 120 men was en route to Kedongjai, but had been halted by the Miao villagers from several neighboring villages, who inquired whether Kedongjai and Heiwuzhai would permit passage. The 2 village leaders were momentarily taken aback and immediately summoned the strongest Miao men from their village. They believed that these intruders aimed to seize their orchards, prompting the leaders to swiftly order the protection of their fruit groves and secure the mountain access points. No outsiders were to approach the orchards without permission. At the moment Chen received this news, he was standing in the courtyard, gazing towards Kedongjai. Surrounding him were dozens of the most formidable young men from the Miao community. The leader among them was Bao, the son of another village chief from Kedongjai. Bao and his companions feared that the armed men might capture a Chen, jeopardizing the future of the orchards. Thus, without needing the chief's directive, Bao and his group vowed to protect a Chen with their lives. A Chen, you should attend to your own matters. We will handle this. Rest assured, we will keep you safe. Bao, though a Miao man from Kedongjai, was only in his mid-20s. Yet he was recognized as one of the 8 formidable wolves of Miao, ranked second in prowess. The first was a Hu, residing in Balongujai, and the 7th was Kong, the messenger from a Kong's village. Although a Chun was not among the 8 wolves, he had garnered the favor of the Miao king and had become a focal point of support for a Bao and a Kong. Do not worry, brother A Bao. The armed men are likely not here to forcibly seize our orchards. Then why the show of force? The men sent by a Kong are fully armed. A Chun turned and smiled, saying, a few days ago, while I was away, I communicated with the saintess. I believe the scholars from Yanjing are coming. Scholars from Yanjing? Indeed. These elders are not malevolent. Their contributions to our great Xia are worthy of our respect. However, our orchards are at a critical stage. If they enter and disturb our precious resources, it could adversely affect our cultivation for the latter half of the year, leaving us with only 1 harvest per year. Although a Bao did not fully comprehend, he understood that the concoctions within the greenhouses were exceedingly valuable. He stated resolutely, we have committed no crimes. If outsiders seek to destroy our orchards, we Miao will fight to the end. Brother A Bao, summon Uncle A Dong. We must go to the orchards and secure the medicines I prepared. They must be stored properly. If those stubborn elders attempt to enter, we cannot reveal our secrets. A Chun, we simply need to deny them entry. If the medicines you instructed everyone to prepare are moved carelessly and damaged, what then? Remarked another sturdy man. This brother, our Miao saintess, is in Yanjing and is returning today. If those scholars find her, can we still resist? Enough, we shall follow a Chun's lead. Quickly, call Uncle A Dong from Hewu-Zhai. He is in charge of the orchards. At this moment, 6 green trucks were steadily making their way along the cement road leading to Kedongjai. Ahead lies a small jeep. The major and his companions, as they advance, find it increasingly difficult to ponder why Miao village possesses a road of such superior quality, surpassing even the county roads. Their arrival is met with vigilant Miao villagers brandishing machetes along the way. On this 10-kilometer mountainous path, there are no fewer than 10,000 Miao people on guard. The major promptly orders the sergeant beside him to relay a message to the soldiers behind. They must avoid direct contact with the Miao villagers and refrain from unnecessary conversation. Subsequently, he establishes immediate communication with his superiors, reporting their experiences and observations with utmost honesty. Upon receiving the report, the higher-ups issue a stern directive. Leijean, they command. Your sole mission is to enter Miao village and ensure the safety of the forthcoming scholars from Yanjing. Once they arrive, you are to protect them. Remember, under no circumstances must you engage in conflict with the Miao people. They are diligent and sincere. You must respect their customs and not jeopardize the trust they have in us. Regardless of what transpires, communicate amicably with the Miao villagers. Major Leijean responds affirmatively, vowing to fulfill the mission without conflict. As the call is disconnected, Major Leijean realizes they are nearing their destination. However, the closer they get, the more Miao villagers converge from all directions. Before they even reach the entrance of Kedong village, thousands of Miao villagers, armed with machetes, stand ready, encircling them. This formidable presence sends a shiver down the spines of the 120 armed personnel who have already disembarked. Leijean surveys the vigilant Miao villagers and proclaims, Miao compatriots, we are the Armed Defense Unit from Tianfeng County. I am Unit Leader Leijean, dispatched here by higher authorities to seek out the village chief, Elder Tang. Please do not crowd around. We bear no ill intentions. The Miao villagers, indifferent to Leijean's words, remain unmoved. At that moment, a nearby elder shouts, if you harbor no ill will, why do you come armed? If any of our Miao people have committed a crime, tell us who, and we will bring them forth for you. If not, you must leave. We do not welcome your presence here. Elder, we truly mean no harm and are not here to apprehend anyone. We urgently need to speak with Chief Tang, Leijean replies. He has long heard of the unity among the Miao people. He recalls years prior when local Miao clans clashed. Even the local police dared not intervene, waiting until the conflict had subsided to mediate. Remarkably, after the fighting, the respective clan leaders would resolve their disputes amicably over drinks. On another occasion, when Han people bullied their way in, it was only due to the timely intervention of the authorities that the situation was diffused, preventing potential tragedy. The history of the Miao uprising in Xinzhou a century ago is well documented. If the Miao people were to rise against oppressive governmental forces, The consequences would be beyond Tianfeng County's capacity to endure. Miao compatriots, here are my credentials. I kindly ask you to clear the way as we genuinely seek Chief Tang for a pressing matter. Lei Zhan felt a twinge of apprehension when he received this assignment the previous night, yet he understood the necessity of carrying out orders. Just as he prepared to confront the elder, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, declaring, "If it is indeed me you seek, then come forth." As Lei Zhan turned his gaze, he noticed the Miao people parting to create a passage. By the edge of the embankment, an elderly Miao man, adorned with a silk scarf, sat leisurely smoking a pipe. Surrounding him stood hundreds of robust Miao villagers, poised and ready. "Come forth. I am the Tang village chief you seek." Although the Tang village chief was in his 60s, his presence remained formidable. Chapter 78. The frustration of Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan strode forward, first presenting his credentials before articulating his purpose. Upon hearing his words, the Tang village chief rose and inquired, "The scholar from Yanjing is coming? Well, if he is arriving, why the grand display? If one were unaware, they might think you intend to seize our Miao family's orchards." "Tang village chief," Lei Zhan explained. "The higher authorities are concerned for the safety of the forthcoming scholar and hope you will permit us to enter the orchards for an inspection, ensuring absolute security upon his arrival." "You wish to enter the orchards? And conduct an inspection? What exactly are you searching for?" The Tang village chief's demeanor shifted, revealing his displeasure. "Chief, please understand, we harbor no suspicions regarding the Miao family's integrity. We merely wish to guarantee the safety of the scholar's visit." "Do you comprehend how many fruits remain in our orchards? Over 10 million. Moreover, our orchards conceal our family's secret recipes. You wish to breach our sanctum? Should our secrets be divulged, who shall bear the responsibility? If you insist on entering, you must present a search warrant. We will accompany you then." Tang village chief. "We truly harbor no ill intentions and adhere to strict protocols, ensuring that our secrets remain safeguarded." "A search warrant? If the higher authorities could issue one, matters would indeed be simpler." "Chief, we cannot allow them entry. They are oblivious to our ways. Should they damage our fruit trees or the containers of our secret recipes? What shall we do thereafter?" The Miao villagers expressed resolute opposition. The orchards were the lifeblood of their two villages, especially the grand greenhouse from which they could not permit any unauthorized entry, for it housed their confidential formulas. Any mishap could jeopardize their prosperity. Raising his hand for silence, the Tang village chief addressed Lei Zhan. "The Miao family has always supported your endeavors. We understand your concern for the safety of the impending scholar. However, you may not enter the orchards. You are free to inspect for hazards outside. Should you wish to enter the village, you must partake in our ceremonial welcoming drink. Esteemed officials, if you consent, I shall allow the Miao villagers to clear the way for you to approach the village. If not, our negotiations shall cease, and I must ask you to depart. You may also reach out to your superiors and inform them that I, the Tang village chief, declare that the scholar from the north may not necessarily be granted passage into our orchards." Lei Zhan found himself in a state of desperation. If this were a Han community, a lack of cooperation might provoke further enforcement of orders. Yet, in this instance, he could only seek guidance from his superiors. After deliberation, the higher authorities permitted Lei Zhan to conduct inspections outside the village. The Tang village chief proclaimed loudly, "Attention, Miao villagers of Kedong village and the surrounding areas. Ensure that these officials are well received, provided they do not approach the path leading into the orchards. Otherwise, cooperate fully." The women within the village prepared food and drink, planning to deliver them to the officials at noon. After issuing these commands, the Tang village chief dispersed the throng of Miao villagers while remaining vigilant. 2 hours later, Lei Zhan led a contingent of 120 armed police to conduct a thorough investigation of the perimeter. To their astonishment, they discovered fireworks tubes buried atop various mountains. Furthermore, numerous explosives were found surrounding the village. Although they were merely fireworks, the officers dared not treat the situation lightly. In their search for the village chief, they also observed several industrious outsiders nearby, equipped with cameras and other devices, prompting them to heighten their vigilance. At the entrance of Kedong village, upon encountering Chief Tang, Lei Zhan unexpectedly proposed the dismantling of the fireworks apparatus on the mountains. This declaration altered the expressions of the core Miao people surrounding them. "What? You intend to remove those devices from the mountains?" "Indeed, Chief Tang, these items pose significant danger, and the nearby explosives must also be addressed." After a moment of contemplation, Chief Tang summoned a certain Lu Rue, a Han individual. Lu Rue arrived swiftly and, after hearing the entire account, immediately asserted, "Chief Tang, what we have set up poses no danger. We are a legitimate company, and I assure you of this." He continued, "Is Chen aware of this?" Muagun knows as well. He inquired about any potential risks, and we provided him with a detailed explanation. Having spent several days in the Miao village, Lu Rue had felt the warmth of the Miao people's hospitality. Witnessing their attitude towards the armed police filled him with trepidation. He also grasped the significant stature that Muagu held within the Miao community. His colleagues from the metropolis had recently discussed how, despite the Miao people's vigorous efforts to prevent the armed police from accessing the fruit orchards, once Muagu gave the word, there would be no issue. Chief Tang replied, "Since Chun has inquired, you may proceed with confidence. However, a thorough inspection is imperative to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Should you require additional manpower, do not hesitate to inform us. My Miao family will fully assist you." "Thank you, Chief Tang. We shall get to work," Lu Rue replied. "Hurry along. And do not delay the mealtime," Chief Tang urged. At that moment, Lu Rue felt an invigorating sense of being cherished by the Miao people. Nonetheless, Lei Zhan persisted in his demand to dismantle the fireworks equipment. This time, not only did Chief Tang object, but other Miao villagers also voiced their dissent. "The drum festival is merely 4 days away. Our Miao family has invested 3 million, and Chun has contributed over 10 million to arrange this event. If you dare to dismantle, we will not hesitate to confront you. Indeed, one cannot trample upon the dignity of the people. You are welcome to visit. But if you come to disrupt, our Miao blades are ready." In an instant, the Miao villagers erupted in indignation. From the Black Wu village, the previously silent A Zhuang exclaimed, "What is it that you cannot bear about us? We have not invited any significant figures from Yanjing. Why must you come and ruin our arrangements?" Finally, Chief Mu arrived, taking a loudspeaker from Lu Rue, and standing atop an elevation, he proclaimed, "Miao brothers." A resounding response of thousands echoed back, creating an impressive spectacle. "We, the Miao people, abide by the law. But should anyone dare to sabotage our drum festival arrangements or unilaterally dismantle those facilities, they shall face dire consequences." Such a scene sent shivers down Lei Zhan's spine. What exactly was unfolding here? Chief Tang clarified, "The elder above is the leader of the Black Miao branch, the chief of Black Wu village, Old Mu." "Master Tang, your actions are truly perilous." Master Tang retorted directly, "We are not dealing in contraband. If you perceive danger, then let those individuals refrain from coming. If they choose to enter our Miao village, we shall ensure the protection of our Miao people. However, the official's arrival has already disrupted our regular arrangements." Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan felt a surge of frustration. Yet, suddenly, he recalled the words of the Miao villager earlier. Aiken, he took out more than 10 million. In this era, for remote regions like theirs, a sum of 100,000 is substantial. What then can be said of 10 million? Lei Zhan sought to find this Aiken. But upon hearing that their military green leader was inquiring about this matter, the Miao villagers gripped their knives with greater intensity. Chapter 79, The Affectionate Elder Ji. AMO has returned at noon. Under the blazing sun, the Miao village bustled with activity. The flow of vehicles increased, with small trucks arriving at the square near Keidongzhai, preparing to load fruits for transport. While the Miao people remained wary of the green-clad militia, the outsiders quietly whispered amongst themselves. Soon, dozens of vehicles approached Keidongzhai in a grand procession. From the village entrance, 12 barriers of welcoming wine were already set up. The county head personally led the way, accompanied by dozens from Yanjing, spearheaded by the esteemed Elder Ji from the Medical Academy and the botanist from the Plant Academy. Both scholars gazed at the Miao family's preparations with a sense of awe, particularly at their warmth. Although they were of an advanced age and not persuaded to partake of the welcoming wine, they felt compelled to express their gratitude. Upon entering Keidongzhai, Elder Ji was eager to visit the orchards, only to be met with Master Tang's firm refusal. The county head immediately sought to persuade them. Yet both village chiefs remained steadfast. Master Tang stated, "County head, we are not in opposition. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that any disruption to the secrets of the orchard could affect the yield at year's end. Indeed, a single harvest could yield revenue of 40 to 50 million. If the county were to bear this loss, provide us with a written acknowledgement, and we shall not obstruct you." This was voiced by Master Mu, who now held considerable confidence. However, the county head found himself at a loss for words. A written acknowledgement for 40 to 50 million? Not only he, but even the city would hesitate to issue such a document. Presently, Tianfeng County lacks the funds to repair its own office building. If there were indeed several million, the county head would have long since launched significant projects. Elder Ji sincerely addressed the two village chiefs. "Dear brothers, we understand your concerns. After all, the orchard is filled with treasures. But rest assured, once we enter, we will ensure not to disturb anything, solely researching the fruits on the trees. Indeed, dear brothers, I am a professor of botany. My surname is Qi. And I am here with my students to study the vines you use to wrap the fruits. Elder Ji quickly added, moreover, your saintess, Tang Mo, is but half my student. For her sake, could you grant us this convenience? Master Tang hesitated, casting a glance at Master Mo. Yet the dilemma remained. Even the saintess could not make such a decision unilaterally, and the real decision-maker, that little rascal, was currently occupied in the orchard. Tang. Since this individual is half a teacher to the Holy Maiden, perhaps it would be prudent to call her for confirmation. Master Mu must consider the interests of the Holy Maiden. After a moment of contemplation, Master Tang nodded, prompting the esteemed medical expert, Old Ji, to promptly produce a satellite phone, extending the antenna and handing it to Master Tang. However, Master Tang was unfamiliar with the operation of such a cumbersome device. Thus, it was Old Ji who dialed the number. Soon, the melodious voice of Tang Mo resonated from the receiver. Hello, may I ask who is this? It's me, Mo. This is Master Tang. Master Tang stepped aside and briefly explained the situation to Mo before passing the rather hefty phone back to Old Ji. Mo, this is Old Ji. We have arrived at your Miao village. Old Ji eagerly interjected, relying heavily on the student favored by Old Ian. Mo replied, Old Ji, I understand your enthusiasm, but after your long journey, you should take a moment to rest and enjoy some of our Miao rice wine to rejuvenate. Mo, I am itching to step into your village's orchard. Please tell your village chief to allow me entry. My eagerness is overwhelming. What an endearing old man he is. Old Ji, how about this? I am currently in the provincial capital of Chen, having just landed from the plane. I expect to reach Miao village by evening. Upon my return, I will personally escort you. But I truly cannot wait any longer. Old Ji, we must also consider whether the orchard can accommodate such a large group with you two leading the way. It would be wise to wait for my return to ensure we do not inadvertently disturb the villagers as they prepare their secret recipes. Wouldn't you agree? Then can I at least stroll around the orchard's perimeter? Old Ji, please wait for my return. You and Old Qi should take this opportunity to rest. Accompanying you up the mountain will be less troublesome if we are all together. Very well, but do return swiftly, Tang Mo. At this moment, having landed at the provincial capital's airport, Tang Mo emerged from the terminal accompanied by her two closest friends, only to be greeted by a familiar sight. Among the crowd awaiting arrivals, someone held a sign bearing her name, though she did not recognize the elegantly dressed mature woman accompanying it. Mo. The person here to greet you possesses an extraordinary presence. Indeed, and that gentleman in a suit beside her exudes an aura of professional excellence. The two friends exchanged whispers. Today, Tang Mo appeared even more stunning. Whether it was her enchanting visage or her statuesque figure, she was a breathtaking sight, especially alongside her equally striking friends. Approaching the sophisticated woman who awaited her, Tang Mo spoke. Hello, I am Tang Mo, and you must be Director Ning Jing. Tang Miss. Although the executive director of Tang Capital had heard from Su Qian about Tang Mo's beauty, she was unprepared for such a breathtaking revelation. Hello, I am Ning Jing. Greetings, Tang, Mississippi. I am Yao Yi from the finance department. The dashing Yao Yi quickly introduced himself, wanting to shake her hand but hesitating to do so. Internally, he marveled at his boss's discerning eye. Tang Mo was indeed stunning beyond compare. Hello to you both. Tang Mo extended her hand, and Yao Yi, excited yet respectful, stepped forward, shaking her hand briefly before retreating. He then assisted Ning Jing in handling Tang Mo and her friend's luggage. Miss Tang, please come this way. The vehicle is ready. Thank you for your trouble. In the parking lot, Ning Jing handed the vehicle's documents to Tang Mo and personally escorted them outside the city. There were indeed better vehicles available, but the roads in Qiandong were quite poor, so a higher chassis off-road vehicle was chosen instead. I hope Miss Tang does not mind. Director Ning, you are too considerate. The roads in Qiandong are indeed challenging for lower chassis vehicles. This one is perfect. As long as Miss Tang is comfortable, we are at ease. The trunk is also stocked with some snacks and items for the boss. Outside the city, Ning Jing relinquished the vehicle to Tang Mo, and Yao Yi, who was driving behind, hurried over with an envelope. Miss Tang, although the fuel tank is full, the journey is long, and you will likely need to refuel along the way, so please take this. Director Yao, you are being too polite. I am already very grateful for the use of your vehicle. How could I accept money? Amo shook her head. Miss Tang, the company's vehicle can be reimbursed. But I am using your company's vehicle for personal matters. Please take it back, Director Yao. If I mess this up, the boss will be upset. It's all right. If he says anything, I will stand up for you. All right, I'm off. Thank you all. AMO drove away. In the passenger seat, her friend gasped upon seeing the vehicle registration. Oh my, a car from Tang Capital? What? Let me see. The Tang Tang capital from Qian province is currently quite prominent. Look at this. After confirming, her friend asked Mo. Although we know you are acquainted with the upper echelons of Tang Tang capital, this treatment is beyond generous, isn't it? This vehicle must be worth at least 300,000. Indeed, even in Yanjing, this car is considered top-notch. Mo smiled without responding. Chapter 80. Mo. A surprise awaits you on this journey. The two friends had an endless stream of conversation, especially regarding the mysterious Miao family's young master, whom they held an inexplicable admiration for. Soon, as they left the provincial road and entered the county road, Mo gazed at the significantly improved road surface and couldn't help but sigh. This road is so much better than when I left 6 months ago. Mo. Did you hear the discussions during the traffic jam? If it weren't for the changes in Miao village, this road would have needed urgent repairs. Yes. I didn't expect Chen to be so capable. Will we see your beloved tonight? Mo shook her head. I cannot meet him until after the drum beats. But you both may. Xia, Guyu, please do not violate our Miao family's customs. Xia and Guyu nodded in understanding. Half an hour later, as the sun began to set, Mo and her friends finally arrived at the intersection of the county road and the village's cement road. Although Mo had heard her uncle and grandfather mention the changes numerous times, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Oh my, there's even a car wash here. It's so lively, exclaimed the youthful and vibrant Shixia. The beautiful Guyu also remarked, so many people, and the aroma from the farm stays is simply irresistible. Guyu, weren't you the one who ate the most on the way here? And now you're saying you're hungry? What about you, Xia? As the two women bickered, Mo had already driven the car to the barrier. A group of young Miao men, wielding their knives, approached with astonished expressions, circling the vehicle twice. Mo. What do their expressions signify? Asked Shixia. Guyu replied, look at the sign next to you. Entry requires a car wash first. They are concerned that a dirty vehicle will soil the road. While explaining, Mo slid down the car window. The Miao villagers blocking the road stepped forward to scrutinize Mo, scratching their heads and saying, Miss, why does your car resemble our Chen so closely? You also bear a striking resemblance to our Miao goddess. Mo chuckled. I am indeed Mo. Mo? Goddess? With gasps of surprise. The nearby young Miao men gathered around. Mo said, stop staring. Of course, you wouldn't recognize me without my Miao attire. Step aside, please. Quickly clear the roadblock. The goddess has returned. The return of the goddess brought immense joy to these Miao youths. Arong, waiting nearby, heard the commotion and hurried over to instruct Mo to drive past for a wash. Uncle, what brings you here? Not just me. Your mother is here too. After disembarking, Mo and her companions realized that the car next to theirs was identical, save for the license plate. The adjacent vehicle bore the plate Qian A566, while Mo's read Qian A568. Mo was taken aback. Now she understood why that young man remarked that her car looked just like Chen's. Shixia, astonished, exclaimed, this isn't merely similar. It's as if they were born of the same mother. Indeed, that license plate was a pinnacle in Qian province, a symbol of status and wealth. While the girls marveled, Arong appeared even more astonished than they. He circled the Land Rover and then asked Mo, is this also a car from Tang Tang capital? Mo nodded. Arong sighed. I heard from those Miao men who accompanied Kong to the provincial city that Tang Tang capital is exceedingly wealthy. It's not only one of the top 10 companies in our Qian province, but has also expanded to other provinces. Mo introduced her university best friend. And after Shixia greeted her, she spoke. The recent developments of Tang Tang capital in the stock market have already become a classic case study for us. Mo. You are well acquainted with the higher-ups at Tang Tang capital. Their investments wouldn't be influenced by your teachings, would they? Guyu teased. Once everyone had settled down, Kang's cousin brought over drinks, smiling and saying, the goddess has returned. You're sitting in this position. What is the matter, cousin? What a coincidence. When Chen returned that day, he also sat at this table, right in this very spot. Upon hearing this, Shixia and Guyu burst into laughter. Mo's exquisite cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and then she rose, resting her right hand on her waist. Cousin, did Chen sit down like this when he visited? Seeing this, the cousin laughed heartily, nodding so vigorously that her eyes nearly squinted into slits. Zhao family daughter-in-law. It's too early to jest with Mo. Mo's parents arrived, carrying a large bag in their hands. Auntie, I did not speak incorrectly. Indeed, on that day, Chen was seated right here, and his manner of sitting mirrored precisely that of the Sainess's current learning. Hurry. Go prepare some food for Mo and the others so they can fill their stomachs first. Mo enveloped her mother in a warm embrace, while her father chuckled and sighed. After half a year apart, my daughter returns. Alas, she may truly become one of another family. Father, such words. Amo's father, Tang Ayue, exhaled deeply as he placed the bag he was holding into the trunk of the car. Mother, my father's mood seems rather bleak. Do not mind him. Tell me, are you aware of what Chen has been up to these past few days? Amo glanced at Uncle Arong beside her and, with confusion, asked, Mother, did Chen anger you by calling you the matron of Kedong village? This little rascal, even the sight of him now irritates Mother. Truly vexing. Perhaps I should go to the orchard and give him a lesson. Give him a lesson? Aren't you going to protect him? Protect him for what? Who told him to speak of Mother in such a manner? Although Amo was not present during the incident, she could easily envision the scene. Soon, they had a light meal before driving back to the village. Akong drove Chen's car, carrying Amo's father, Tang Ayue, in the front. Arong followed closely behind in the vehicle that Amo had driven from the provincial city. As they passed the spot where Chen nearly had an accident, Arong remarked, It was right here the other day. Uncle was quite startled. When Amo left the village to return to Yanjing, although the road had been widened, it had yet to be paved with concrete. Witnessing the changes upon her return, she was struck by the significant transformation. Along the way, the most frequently mentioned topics were the rise of Kedong village and Heiwu village. At this moment, hearing Uncle's words stirred mixed feelings within her. Is this guardrail newly installed? Yes. They rushed to install it that very night. Amo wished to inquire further, but her companions, Shixia and Guyu, gently tugged at her, signaling her to speak in the Han language, lest they be left in the dark. Embarrassed, Amo switched to the Han dialect to ask Arong, Is Chen in the orchard? Arong shook his head, and Mother responded, Last night, he was busy with those Han folks from the Magic City in the Ten all night, selecting numerous young women and children to teach them songs. What songs? Mother did not understand, but she found them quite melodious. And everyone said that the song not only represented our Miao heritage, but could also potentially represent all of Qianzhou at the drum festival, welcoming guests to our Miao home. A song composed by Chen? All I know is that he was involved, but he does not admit to having composed or sung it. Where is Chen now? Mother replied. He has already returned to Heiwu village. Tonight, there will be a grand feast over there, though I am not clear on the specifics. Amo, Chen has prepared a surprise for you tonight. Chapter 81. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, ignite. Amo's sparkling eyes turned towards the driving uncle, who remarked, Originally, your return was a rather ordinary affair, yet Chen insists on orchestrating surprises, and we cannot deter him. A surprise? No wonder I saw so many Miao people heading in our direction on the way. What sort of surprise, uncle? Cannot say. When night falls, you shall discover. Regardless, Chun has invested over 1 million tonight, claiming that his words for you will be concealed within the surprise. Currently, numerous cameras have been set up, and several locations are adorned with screens reminiscent of cinema. Upon hearing this, Shixia and Guyu exchanged bewildered glances. Amo was equally perplexed, shrouded in mystery. Are there many outsiders from the Han nationality in the village now? Indeed, many. Several villages have made the arrangements. Sitting in the passenger seat, Anyang remarked, Amo, your splendid attire has been prepared for you. I don't know what Chen discussed with the 2 village heads, but you must make a grand appearance tonight. As for your 2 friends, if they wish to accompany you, they must don our Miao attire. If not, they need not change. We are willing, Andy. We are indeed willing, but we lack your Miao clothing. Shixia and Guyu had accompanied Amo not only to meet the Miao gentleman from 50 years hence, but also to witness the so-called fruit orchards and immerse themselves in Miao culture. With the promise of surprises ahead, how could they refuse? Indeed, all of this is for Amo, she said. As they approached Kedongjai, the number of Miao people along the road increased. The 2 vehicles driven by Akong and Arong formed a strikingly beautiful scene under the dusky sunset. Everyone recognized Chen's vehicle, but now, 2 identical ones had suddenly appeared, with the Holy Maiden seen in the rear of one of the large SUVs, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Soon, Amo and her companions arrived at the mountainside opposite Kedongjai, and the vehicles came to a halt. The sun had set, and the night gradually descended. Amo, there are only half an hour left. Hurry and change your clothes. Right here? Upon receiving a nod from Anyang, hundreds of Miao girls waiting at the mountainside hastily approached, forming a circle to shield Amo's view. Anyang personally assisted Amo in changing her attire, while several lovely young women helped Shixia and Guyu. This spot on the mountainside served as the viewing platform for the Miao people a decade hence, offering a panoramic view of several villages across Kedongjai. However, the Heiwuzhai village remained hidden, as it lay on the opposite side of the mountain. My goodness, it's so lively. Guyu had never witnessed such a scene in the countryside. Shixia echoed. From here, The Miao people below are densely packed, and there are so many in the distant villages. Xia Xia, look over here. There's a screen, and they've installed speakers along the way. Is there a grand event happening in the Miao community tonight? It seems so festive. I have no idea. Soon, as night fully enveloped the surroundings. The moment Imo appeared before Shixia and Guyu in her splendid attire, both women were left in awe. Mo? Is this truly Mo? She is so beautiful. Is it possible that she is to be wed tonight? Look quickly, how do we end up on the screen? Lu Rui had specifically arranged several cameras in this vicinity, and not only that, both Kedong Zhai and Hiwu Zhai were equipped with cameras, transmitting images from various angles to the screens in real time. When the Holy Maiden appeared in her splendid attire on the screen, even from a distance, the cheers from the village echoed back to them. The Holy Maiden has returned. The Holy Maiden. After the cheers, the sound system finally filled the air with music, followed by the melodious voices of the Miao couple, the young man and the maiden. Beautiful Miao Prefecture, my beloved hometown, the place that nurtured and raised me. The songs of my homeland are sweet, and the rice wine is fragrant. Friends from afar, you are warmly welcomed to my hometown. We extend our heartfelt hospitality to you. The melody, though not of Miao origin, captivated the Han people in the village. 5 minutes remaining. Amo, hurry up. What exactly is happening, mother? As Amo approached, 2 cameras accompanied her. At that moment, the most beautiful maidens from over 100 Miao villages surrounded her in splendid attire. A Han girl stepped forward to affix a wireless device to Amos collar. Mother was uncertain, yet the event was set to commence punctually at 8 o'clock. The village chiefs declared it was a Chen's idea, and from this vantage point, one could catch the entire panorama. What does a Chun intend to do? Amo delicately bit her red lip. At 7:58, the music ceased, and the screen transitioned to the bonfire square of Hiwu village, where thousands of Miao people had gathered. At the center, Chun, donned in Miao attire with a traditional knife at his waist, stepped forward. The screen gradually shifted positions. A Chun, addressing the camera softly, stated, "The song you just heard is titled Miao Prefecture, my beloved hometown. Today, I, Chun, the Miao Holy Maiden, returned from Yanjing." He paused, revealing a charming smile that displayed his perfect teeth, and continued, "The wait has been too long. Now that the fruit trees bear fruit, and the Holy Maiden has returned, on behalf of the He Miao branch of Hiwu village, I express our gratitude to the Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden, Chun promises not to disappoint you." A Chen had previously vowed that on the day of the Holy Maiden's return, he would fulfill the promises made to her. "Holy Maiden Amo, please evaluate." As his words resonated, a Chun formed a fist with his right hand, placing it over his heart and bowing slightly. Is this truly a Chun? He appears so youthful. His voice is even more melodious than on the phone. The depth of a Chen's gaze intoxicated me completely. At this moment, the Han people in various locations within the Miao village also witnessed this scene and heard his words. In the next instant, the screen shifted to the main venue in Kedong village. Lu Rui, clad in Miao attire and holding a microphone, proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed Miao compatriots and honored guests from various places, I am Lu Rui, the host of today's grand feast. On behalf of all diligent and humble Miao people, with the strong support of a Chun and several village chiefs, I am here to usher in a new chapter for the Miao as we welcome the return of the Holy Maiden." It is now 7:59 and 38 seconds. The entire venue entered a countdown. 10 seconds to go. Lu Rui shouted into the microphone. 10, 9. The voices of thousands of Miao people rose in a crescendo. 5. Amo, positioned at the most panoramic view on the hillside, was surrounded by thousands of Miao villagers. Unaware of the surprise a Chun had prepared for her, she was astonished to discover that he was not joking in their earlier conversation. The fervent cheers quickened Mo's heartbeat. 3. What will transpire next remains a mystery, whether for the Miao people or the Han visitors from afar. Yet, amidst such grandeur and in the depths of night, anticipation hangs thick in the air. As the final countdown unfolds, every breath is held in suspense. On the mountainside, the most beautiful maidens of the Miao clan gather around the Holy Maiden. The residents of Hiwu's High and Kedong's High, along with all nearby Miao villagers, await the climactic moment. Although Ah Chun from Hiwu's High maintains a calm demeanor, the rapid beating of his heart betrays his nervousness even among thousands of kin. On the Kedong's High Square, the village leaders who foreknow the forthcoming spectacle gaze intently towards Hiwu's High. Their excitement palpable. For centuries, the Miao people have never witnessed such a momentous occasion, and their anticipation is fervent. In the final second, Lu Rui exerts all his strength, urging the crowd to shout in unison, "Light it." Chapter 82. The resplendent Miao village. The Holy Maiden is enchanted. Light it. With a resounding boom. A muffled explosion reverberates through the night. All eyes turn towards the direction of High, several kilometers away. A beam of light shoots skyward, piercing through the clouds as though striving to tear apart the night sky. It is fireworks, spectacular fireworks. While such displays may seem commonplace in 10 or 20 years, this is 1995. The magnitude of the light is utterly breathtaking. The holy maidens, too, are captivated by the sight of High. Soon, a tremendous blast reverberates, shattering the silence of the sky. Fireworks blossom in the night, their vibrant circles expanding to a diameter of at least 2 kilometers, illuminating the once quiet evening. The night sky, tenderly enveloping the surroundings, loses its luster to the magnificent display, adding a splendid hue to the Miao night. How beautiful! Countless Han spectators gaze in astonishment, awestruck by the spectacle. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Following the initial display from High, a cascade of fireworks ascends in a stepped formation from its direction. As the detonations echo through the night, the shapes formed by the fireworks become clear. They resemble footprints. These footprints traverse from High all the way to the skies above Kedongsai Square. In seamless coordination, Kedongsai launches a firework identical to the first from High. Boom. The bursting display in the air resembles a flurry of resplendent fairies, breathtaking and awe-inspiring. As the brightest firework from Kedongsai ascends, hundreds of fireworks launch simultaneously from both High and Kedongsai, creating an incessant cacophony. At this moment, the Miao night sky resembles falling stars, illuminating the quiet of the night and casting light upon dozens of Miao villages within a 10-kilometer radius. What divine artistry conceived such a design? Look, the fireworks from both villages are converging. They seem destined to meet atop the mountain. The fireworks from both villages are densely packed, racing towards the mountaintop orchard. As the two grand displays converge above the orchard, the next moment reveals a magnificent array of blossoms. Surrounding High and Kedongsai, the mountaintops erupt into a monumental spectacle. Thousands of fireworks ignite in unison, enveloping the Miao villages. The night sky grows ever brighter. The night resonates with thunderous applause. Under the starlit sky of High and Kedongsai, the orchards became the focal point, and fireworks erupted once more. The ground below the Miao village illuminated, as thousands of lights simultaneously flickered to life. The fruits of Lu Rue and their tireless efforts began to manifest at last. The scenes from High appeared on the screen, while the vibrant lights of Kedongsai adorned the village in a dreamlike splendor. At this moment, both Miao and Han people seemed to step into an ancient fairy tale. The colorful brilliance of the night sky, the dazzling lights on the ground, along with the radiant hues from the branches and the stilted houses by the riverside, painted a breathtaking nocturnal panorama. How beautiful! Our vantage point offered a broad and awe-inspiring view. The earlier fireworks had originated from the neighboring village, as if seeking the other village, culminating in a simultaneous display towards the mountain peak, revealing a profound meaning we could not grasp. Momo, you must understand the significance of this, do you not? After a sideways glance at Shixia and Guyu, they noticed that the Miao maiden had already been moved to tears. Not only she, but the Miao people around her were similarly affected. The young men had reddened eyes, and the women wept. They all understood the implications of this spectacle, despite many lacking formal education. Yet, the Miao people were acutely aware of the history that this grand display of fireworks conveyed. Over there was High, and here was Kedongsai. Before the new year, High had reached out to us in Kedongsai to cultivate fruit trees together on the mountaintop, aiming for prosperity. The orchards flourished, blossomed, and bore fruit, culminating in the radiant emergence of the 7-colored sacred fruit and star sugar. The toil behind this achievement belonged to Aiken, who single-handedly crafted this breathtaking vista that I could not emulate. This night, whether in the sky or on the ground, its beauty mirrored Aiken's sentiments for the Miao people. Since the first firework from High ignited, it has been narrating a story to us. So that is it. Just as the maiden briefly recounted the history of the fruit orchards, the night sky above the orchards, bright as day, suddenly transformed. Yet, the fireworks, having just concluded, erupted again with even more robust brilliance, shooting skyward with explosive fervor. The thunderous booms reverberated, and the ground trembled beneath the feet of the thousands of Miao people gathered. This time, the resplendent light in the night sky did not fade but rather unfolded at a breathtaking speed, revealing a magnificent tableau. This tableau depicted the scene from the press conference in Yanjing for the 7-colored sacred fruit and star sugar, now rendered even more grandiose. The entire night sky bore witness as the Miao people collectively erupted upon seeing the images in the starry sea. The maiden, It is the maiden. Here in Kedong's High, the elders and the 3 village leaders could not restrain their tears. Aiken had truly shown his heart. Aiken, it was at this moment that he should be present here. The elders understood that without Mu Aiken from the Black Miao lineage, the Miao village would not have experienced such a momentous occasion tonight for many years to come. Record it, record it. Quickly switch to High was High. We want to see Aiken, shouted several elders as they hurried towards the elevated area, calling out to Lu Rue. Regrettably, the thunderous sound in the night sky was too overwhelming for Lu Rue to hear anything at all. At that moment, Lu Rue signaled to his team. In the next instant, a brilliant beam of light shot up from the mountain's summit, ultimately illuminating the figure of the Saintess on the mountainside. The image of the Saintess appeared on screens throughout the Miao clan. Saintess, we can descend now, a staff member reminded Tang Mo, who was weeping profusely. Dressed in her finest attire, Tang Mo lifted her foot, and on either side of the cement path, approximately 30 to 40 meters apart, fireworks erupted in a splendid display. At that moment, the Saintess Amo shone with unparalleled brilliance. Wherever the Saintess tread, the traditional dance of the Miao people gracefully followed. At the entrance of Kedong village, many Han people observed in awe. The return of the Saintess was met with children joyfully singing the songs taught by a Chen. Hundreds of youthful voices chanted in the Miao language, "I await you in the Miao homeland," a truly melodious tune. The essence of the lyrics conveyed, awaiting the sky to turn blue, the clouds to turn white, each gentle breeze to carry a hint of intoxication. Waiting for the flowers to bloom, the mountain top to blush, and every star to shine just for you. How could it be so enchanting? I am nearly brought to tears. The nearby Han people, who had come to gather fruit, found themselves witnesses to the most breathtaking scene of the Miao people. The melody of the lushing echoed in harmony with the children's voices. Yet, as the children reached the final line, they paused, only to be replaced by a male voice singing in the Han dialect. "I await you in the Miao countryside, waiting for our encounter, a wait so beautiful." As they approached Kedong village, Xiaohe and Guyu, like the other Han people, inquired about the identity of the singer of that last line. So deeply heartfelt was it. It was a Chen's voice. No wonder it felt so familiar. Xiaohe and Guyu were both eager to meet a Chen. However, Amo, even more so, halted at the entrance to Kedong village, turning to gaze toward the right path leading to Heiwu village South Cement Road. This path had been constructed only after Amo returned to Yanjing, and she had never traversed it before. Now, she yearned to find Mu Chun. She was enchanted, almost uncontrollably drawn to that direction. The young lad from the Black Miao had completely captured Amo's heart. Chapter 83. So close. Step firmly. Amo was unaware of the reasons behind Chen's profound affection for her, or why he treated her in such a manner. Yet, she could feel the sincerity in his heart. She longed to see him. She wished to see him now. Meanwhile, the village elders and the village chief, having arrived at the village entrance, witnessed Amo change her course. The elders attempted to intervene, but someone was quicker than them. Amo's mother stepped forward to stop her. "You cannot go. You must not go before the drum festival." "Amo, you cannot go now," the village chief shouted. But the explosions and rumbling in the sky completely drowned out the voices of the people below. Amo suddenly awoke from her reverie. She gathered her footing, and as she turned, the radiant light revealed her eyes, which were already glistening with tears. "Amo, you cannot go?" "Yes, Amo, heed your mother's words. You must not go, for your sake, and for a chance." With tears in her eyes, Amo nodded in agreement. At this moment, on the road leading to High was High, at the final bend, 2 beams of light illuminated the vicinity. They were headlights. "It must be Aiken. I must hurry to intercept him and prevent him from meeting Ame." The village chief bellowed, and the young men from Kedong village rushed to obstruct his path. However, the vehicle merely halted at a distance of approximately 600 or 700 meters. "Aiken! Aiken!" Ame cupped her hands around her lips and shouted, but alas, the vibrant night sky was too dazzling, and the fireworks continued to burst forth, rendering her voice inaudible. Lu Rue, who had hastened over, squeezed into the crowd. Upon catching sight of the Miao clan's holy maiden, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. "Quickly, switch the screen to Aiken's side. Let him speak a few words with the holy maiden," a clan elder commanded. Lu Rue snapped back to reality, his eyes slightly reddened. Moved by the genuine emotions displayed by the Miao holy maiden and Muago, he instructed his subordinate in charge of the fireworks to moderate the rhythm, allowing a brief pause between each explosion. Consequently, the thunderous echoes in the night sky became less frequent. On the enormous screen at the village entrance, Aiken's image appeared. At that moment, Aiken sat in the vehicle, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, His head bowed deeply as he hummed a song that no one had ever heard before. What song was Aiken singing? Why did his voice seem so hoarse? Hadn't he been shouting just moments ago? A few elders and the village chief exchanged glances, while both Miao and Han people turned their attention to the young man on the screen. Lu Rue, have your people amplify the sound, someone urged. The cameraman near Aiken dared not approach too closely, fearing they might disturb the young man. Thus, even though they cranked the volume to its maximum, the lyrics remained unclear. Through the intermittent sounds, it seemed they could hear Aiken singing. I've quit inhaling smoke into my lungs, yet cannot cease my yearning for you at night. I've abandoned whimsical dreams, but cannot escape your beauty and enchanting charm. I've relinquished insomnia, yet can't help but long for a glimpse of you. All the vows of love remain unbroken. I've given up the autumn moon, but cannot forsake your radiance. How do I abandon the love buried deep in my heart? I've cast aside my timidity, yet cannot help but wish to see you once more. In this life and the next, loving you is a feeling I cannot relinquish. His hoarse hum, despite the barrier of the screen, allowed Ame to sense just how deeply Aiken was suffering at that moment. The style of his singing conveyed a blend of sorrow and helplessness, bursting forth with profound melancholy. Mu Aiken, cease your singing and return to your high was high. The village chief shouted. Grandfather, please stop shouting. He cannot hear you from this distance, Ame interjected, preventing the chief from continuing. She then turned to Lu Rue and asked, Hello, there's no signal down the mountain. Is there any way you can allow me to speak with Aiken for a few moments? Lu Rue nodded and replied, We've set up a temporary transmitter at the mountain top, and you can use the earpiece on you to communicate with Muago. But it mustn't take too long. I fear we might run out of power. All right, then please activate it for me. With the wireless signal established, under the watchful eyes of many, Ame gazed at the screen and softly spoke. Aiken, can you hear me? Prostrate against the steering wheel, Aiken seemed startled by something, abruptly lifting his gaze. Moments later, he regained his composure and adjusted the earpiece clipped to his ear. Oh, I thought the Saintess had suddenly appeared before me. I completely forgot about President Lu's new device. Aiken, it's time to head back. The night air is chilly, you mustn't catch a cold. Your voice is already hoarse. Inside the vehicle, Aiken appeared oblivious to the two cameras positioned not far from him, capturing every moment of his visage on screen. He hastily wiped away his tears, forcing a smile as he declared, Saintess, I would never breach the rules. I merely wish to gaze at you from afar, even if just for a fleeting moment. Please return to the village. I shall leave shortly. Aiken, if you do not depart, how can I? I shall count to 3, and you will turn the car around, so we may each return to our own villages. 1, 2, 3. Before Aiken could react, AMU had initiated the countdown, compelling him to turn the car around. As AMU observed the screen, she noticed 2 tears from Aiken were perfectly captured by the magnified lens at that moment. Overwhelmed, she too could not restrain her emotions, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Following this poignant interlude, the night sky erupted once more with the sounds of celebration, returning to the ceaseless revelry. Back at High Was High, Aiken joined the Miao people around the bonfire, indulging in games and libations. He lost track of time, ultimately being carried back by Miaojiang and the others. Meanwhile, at Keidongjai, AMU and her companions reveled around their own bonfire, though AMU frequently cast glances toward the direction of High Was High. At midnight, the fireworks finally ceased. Upon returning home, freshly washed, a young Miao lad, about the same age as Dogdan, hurried to AMU, bending over and catching his breath, exclaiming, Sister, you can rest assured. News from High Was High says that Mu Aiken is completely intoxicated and has been carried off to sleep. Do you even know how to speak, Tang Aaron? Interjected the nearby Tang village chief, smacking the young Miao lad on the head and scolding. What do you mean? You can rest assured. Besides, Aiken is older than you. You ought to address him as Brother Aiken. He is only a minute older, the lad retorted. Besides, Uncle A, you mentioned that he might as well be your future brother-in-law. Indeed, this Aaron was AMU's younger brother, who had been studying in the county and was now approaching his final year of high school. Sister, that Mu Aiken is truly wasteful. I just inquired. And with tonight's antics, over 1 million has gone up in smoke. AMU asked, do you not like Aiken from the Black Miao? Well, I don't dislike him. He replied. Not disliking him means you don't particularly like him either. AMU refrained from imparting any grand philosophies to her younger brother and instead posed a question. If you had 100 yuan and were asked to spend 50 on something that offered no return and bore no visible benefits, would you do it? I don't have that much money, and besides, I'm not foolish. Then do you think Aiken is foolish? Tang Aaron was not one to concede easily. For the past 6 months, He has been constantly preoccupied with the notion of surpassing Muakin from the He Miao clan in the pursuit of wealth, determined to trample him down. Chapter 84. The Saintess's Strategy. Visitors from the city Amo chuckled, noting that Muakin was not merely a few years older than him. The hardships he had endured were beyond anything you could ever imagine in your lifetime. All right, go to sleep now. You will understand in due time. A sister, is Muakin truly that remarkable? Aaron, remember, it's not just me. Even those far more formidable than I may not stand a chance before your brother Aiken. But, hurry and sleep. I need to discuss something with Grandpa. Amo's demeanor shifted to seriousness, prompting Aaron to timidly retreat. After discussing a few matters with her grandfather, Amo ascended the stairs. In the attic, her close friends, Shixia and Guyu, were leaning by the window, gazing at the nightscape outside. Mo, I never imagined your Miao family would be so beautiful. Amo took a seat. I didn't expect it either. Yet, all these lights are for the drum festival. They will be dismantled after the festivities. Otherwise, our village cannot bear the prolonged pressure. Indeed, each household in your village is wooden. If a fire were to occur, the consequences would be dire. As Guyu spoke, Shixia rested her chin in her hands, gazing at Amo with envy. Mo, although we have yet to meet the one you hold dear, we can feel the depth of his affection for you. If I were to encounter such a boy, I would surely marry him. Guyu chimed in. Shixia, the love perspectives of Miao girls and their brothers are quite pure. If you fancy it, let Amo introduce you to a Miao brother. Shixia, if you have such inclinations, I genuinely could make an introduction. Amo nodded, biting her lip. Without hesitation, Shixia replied. Is there someone like your beloved? I desire someone like that. Not many. Then there are some? Shixia's eyes sparkled, but Amo's subsequent words nearly choked her. Aiken's parents have passed away, and his only kind relative left this world last year. Although he has 2 uncles, they often beat and scold him. Many of his injuries are from their hands. Shixia and Guyu's faces fell in shock. Amo continued. Moreover, Aiken is merely a junior high school student, forced to drop out. What? Then how could you? You both must be wondering how I could like him, right? Shixia and Guyu nodded in unison. Amo gazed into the distant night, murmuring. Perhaps he is the one I have been searching for in my past life. Past life? How mythical, it feels like time travel. Since leaving the Miao village for Yanjing, Amo has always dreamt of events from her previous life, finding it quite enchanting herself. Guyu asked Shixia, if you were to meet a boy with such a background as Mo's beloved, would you marry him? If he treated me as he does Mo, I doubt I could refuse, but I feel it's unlikely. The world outside has begun to bloom, and how many possess the purity of Miao boys? Upon hearing this, Guyu sighed, feeling a growing yearning after learning about the Miao family's perspective on love. Suddenly, Amo exclaimed, Xia, if you truly harbor such thoughts. At the drum festival, not only will there be many beautiful young ladies for matchmaking, but there will also be plenty of eligible young men participating. Go take a look. And if you find someone you fancy, do let me know. Amo, if I do find someone appealing, does that mean I must marry into their family? She pondered. Our Miao family has a village that only accepts sons-in-law, but as for marrying into a Han family, I suspect there aren't many Miao men willing to do so. Therefore the likelihood of marrying in is somewhat greater. At this, Shixia hesitated, though the Miao village had left her quite astonished that evening. The remoteness and poverty of the place felt overwhelmingly daunting. She certainly would not wish to marry into such a life. Not to mention, the language barrier was significant. While she had enjoyed the bonfire festivities, she comprehended not a single word of the Miao people's conversations. Fortunately, Amo was by her side. Otherwise, they might have been scolded while foolishly laughing along. All right, let us all retire early. Tomorrow, after I speak with Guilin, I will take you up the mountain for some fun. The next day, Shixia and Guyu were once again mesmerized by the morning light illuminating the Miao village. Amo's home was ideally situated, and from the attic window, one could behold the panoramic view of this vast Miao settlement. Before they had even finished breakfast, esteemed medical expert Old Ji and botanist Old Chi arrived. Tangamo, have you made arrangements? When shall we visit Guilin? Today. Amo was simply dressed as a Miao girl, and even her 2 close friends, Shixia and Guyu, were adorned in traditional Miao attire. Old Chi, did you rest well last night? Very well indeed. The hospitality of your Miao family is truly overwhelming. We feel quite embarrassed and should hasten to Guilin. Old Ji was succinct, staying on point. Just then, a roan entered carrying some items. Amo inquired, Uncle, is it Chen on the mountain? I was just about to inform you. The message from Hai Was Hai came early. A Chen will not be going to the mountaintop before the drum festival. So you will be in charge of Guilin. A roan handed her a notebook. This contains a Chen's notes on Guilin. He asked me to pass it to you. Once you review it, You will understand what should not be disturbed in Guolen. All right, I will look at it immediately. Tang Mo, I shall peruse it alongside you. This will save time. Old Ji rushed forward but was halted by a roan. You cannot see this. It is confidential information regarding Guolen. Uncle, this old Ji has rendered us a favor concerning Guolen. I informed you about the matters in Yanjing over the phone. Please be accommodating. Arong nodded, apologized to old Ji, and then stated, though Chun has said nothing, both village leaders have repeatedly emphasized that this notebook is solely for Mo's eyes. Very well. Uncle, please inform Hai Wuzhai that we shall head up the mountain shortly. Also, what about the security personnel? If the guests from Yanjing ascend, they will undoubtedly wish to go as well. Fear not, I shall handle it. Let brother A Bao take the lead to Guolen. Soon, AMO guided her friends and the guests from Yanjing to the foot of the mountain. To their surprise, the military personnel and army green were already waiting there. And the village leaders, Tang and Mu, approached briskly side by side. Village leaders, please take your time. The Tang chieftain exclaimed, we cannot afford to delay. The county head just informed me that officials from the city will arrive within 2 hours. I am overwhelmed with tasks. They also require the footage of last night's fireworks display, stating it must be delivered to the city television station today. I sought out Aiken, but that little rascal has already ventured into the mountains this morning. Mu chieftain is even busier than I am. AMU, what do you suggest we do? The Tang chieftain was in a fluster. AMU reminded the elder that when there are Han people present, one must speak in the Han dialect, before continuing. This situation is unlike any other. Therefore, regardless of who arrives, we must assign someone to oversee their reception, whether it pertains to accommodation or meals. Delegate these responsibilities to a single individual who will manage everything. We must delineate the duties for external management, internal coordination, logistics, and daily affairs, assigning them to various Miao villagers for unified oversight. You and Mu chieftain should focus on the broader picture. This will streamline the process. Chapter 85. The Saintess is embarrassed. The outburst of Duo, the Tang chieftain's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this division of responsibilities will significantly improve our situation. When issues arise, I can directly approach the person in charge of that specific area. He then inquired, Saintess, should we allow the footage to be taken to the county? That is a decision for you to make, responded AMU. It is beneficial for the Miao community to gain publicity from the city. Not only should we provide the footage, but we must also have Aiken's team from Modu expedite the editing. Our Miao community deserves dedicated attention to this matter. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. But what about the security personnel? No worries, you all are busy. I will handle it, Mu chieftain sighed, cursing under his breath. It's certainly better when the Saintess is here. That little Aiken is utterly unreliable. Brother Mu, please exercise caution, the Tang chieftain timely reminded. Averting a slip of the tongue, the two chieftains resumed their busy tasks as Major Leijian approached swiftly, expressing his intention to accompany Professors Ji and Qi into the mountains. Having witnessed the grandeur of the previous night, Leijian was well aware that AMU was the Miao Saintess. AMU did not refuse but stated, that is acceptable, our Miao community will cooperate. However, once you reach the mountains, you must remain outside the orchard. As for the safety of Professors Ji and Qi, our Miao youths will take charge. Major, this is the greatest concession from our Miao community. Otherwise, with so many individuals flooding in, what if something were to be accidentally damaged inside? Since the Saintess has articulated this, we shall cooperate, but we hope that the Saintess will ensure our elders are well protected once they enter the orchard. There is no need for concern. As long as the guests are in good health, they shall not encounter any of the issues that occur outside in our Miao community. The Saintess granted her assurance. The barriers to the mountain were subsequently removed by the robust Miao villagers. A convoy ascended the mountain in grand procession. Along the way, Elder Ji remarked to AMU, who was driving, the spectacle last night was truly extraordinary. I only hope it did not affect the orchard. That would be a calamity. Rest assured, Elder Ji, no one values the orchard more than our Miao community. The elder continued, I fear you might not grasp the situation. Such large fireworks exploding at the mountain's summit released a considerable amount of sulfur into the air. It is unfortunate that you Miao people did not heed our warnings. Old Ji wore a pained expression, lamenting, had I known, Tang Mo, that your voice would hold such sway among the Miao. We should have summoned you to accompany us from the outset. Perhaps we could have averted the fireworks display here. Thank you for your trust, Elder Ji. Though I am the holy maiden of the Miao, I lack dominion over the orchard. The true authority remains elusive, hidden atop some distant peak. Old Ji shook his head in disbelief. After several minutes, they finally reached the summit. From afar, AMO and her companions spotted a Bao, accompanied by over 300 Miao people, stationed at the entrance of the orchard. where they busily transported harvested fruits. At the pinnacle stood a majestic ancient tower, exuding grandeur. In the courtyard, several Miao villagers and elder women were taking respite. What an imposing structure, one exclaimed. Indeed, it's pristine and likely newly constructed. It truly commands respect. Look, MOMO. Over there is an aerial terrace. Sitting there, one could almost reach for the stars. Whose abode is this? To build in such a location speaks volumes of their standing within the orchard. Both Old Ji and Old Qi, along with Shi Xia, expressed their astonishment. Yet Amo merely smiled, pondering whether to reveal that this was the residence of a Chen. However, a Chen's home was undeniably magnificent and stunning. No wonder grandfather always extolled its virtues upon its completion. It was indeed impressive. Amo approached a Chen's doorstep, only to have a dozen or so vehicles blocked by a Bao and his men. Step aside. We are part of the same group. A Bao stepped forward, asserting loudly. Your vehicles cannot advance any further. There's a temporary parking area to the right. Park there, side by side. We still need to transport fruits across the road. But our equipment is quite heavy, and the parking area is so far from the orchard. I care not for that. If you dare to approach, we shall send you back down the mountain. Hurry, do not obstruct the path. More vehicles are on their way. A Bao was resolute. He had been instructed by a Chun the day prior to maintain order. Old Ji, stepping out of his vehicle, instructed his students to proceed to the parking area. As for the equipment, they would manage to carry it later. A Bao, come here, Amo beckoned. A Bao hurried over. Your safety in the orchard is our responsibility. Holy Maiden, we will also ensure the safety of the guests from Yanjing once they ascend. You need not worry. We shall be vigilant. Thank you. Please assist in transporting their belongings later. Understood. A Bao replied. However, upon noticing the multitude entering the orchard, he added, Holy Maiden, what if they inadvertently cause damage? Fear not. I shall communicate with them. A Bao whispered. They are all from Yanjing. Should you find it difficult to address any issues, I shall speak on your behalf. Very well. Soon, under Amo's guidance, a Bao and Major Lei Zhan divided their responsibilities. Lei Zhan's team would oversee the orchard's exterior while a Bao's men tended to the interior. As Amo turned, she noticed the elder women in the courtyard smiling warmly at her. Even a duo, who had been chopping vines nearby, stood up. Beaming at Amo, her smile wide and bright. Holy Maiden, dear sister. A duo rushed over, and Amo instinctively embraced her. However, a duo softly inquired in her ear, Sister Saintess, I've missed you dearly. When will I be able to call you sister-in-law? Amo's exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed instantly. Silly little sister, you mustn't ask that now. The little sister insisted, my brother thinks of you every day. I want you to be my sister-in-law too. Well, when the day comes that I become your sister-in-law, then you may change your address. You must promise. All right. At that moment, Shi Xia asked Amo, what did this little sister say? I didn't catch a word, yet your face turned so red. Greetings, elder sister of the Han family, I am a duo. The little one sweetly introduced herself. Guyu exclaimed, little sister, your Mandarin is impeccable. Was it taught by this elder sister? It was my brother who taught me. Your brother? Shi Xia and others looked perplexed. Amo quietly clarified, Duo is Ah Chen's sister. Oh, Shi Xia and Guyu nodded in understanding. At that instant, the women in the courtyard began to tease, Saintess, may we rest a while in your home? Saintess, Duo just mentioned she couldn't adjust the channels behind the refrigerator. You should take a look. Amo, the container for water seems to be leaking a bit. Amo, Duo also told me that she couldn't reach things in her brother's room. The women chattered, and the Miao villagers stifled their laughter, which caused Amo to blush deeply. A duo couldn't help but burst into laughter, even pulling out a set of keys in plain view and handing them to Amo's sister Saintess. These are the keys to our home. Duo, don't cause mischief. I'm not. I'll be going back to Black Crow Village with my brother for the next few days, so please help me feed the chickens, ducks, and geese at home. Stop it. At that moment, Amo's beautiful face resembled a ripe fruit. The women seized the opportunity to say, Saintess, take these. You will eventually be in charge of this household. Amo was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed, startling everyone. Who has committed this atrocity? The stern face of the botanist, Mr. Qi, loomed as he pointed at the vine cuttings a duo had just chopped, demanding, who did this? Who? This is exquisite vine material, and so much has been cut. Who did it? A duo timidly approached and confessed, I did. You did this? Mr. Qi, infuriated, bellowed, you little child, this is a precious treasure containing numerous components of divine dragon grass. Why would you chop it? You have driven me to madness. I chopped it to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. What? You little girl, you. Mr. Qi's furious outburst caused a duo's face to pale. and her eyes began to glisten with tears. Chapter 86. Bitter wine, brewed by oneself, must be drunk by oneself. You ignorant little girl, Mr. Qi roared. The women in the courtyard and the Miao villagers immediately stood up. Amo hurriedly approached, pulling a duo close and wiping away her fallen tears. Her brows furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, a Bao, who was assisting the academicians with equipment, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing a duo in tears, a Bao's anger surged. While the Miao villagers blocked the people from Yanjing, no one is permitted near the fruit forest. A Bao's grip on the machete creaked ominously as he fixed his gaze upon old Qi, on the verge of an eruption. Yet, a Bao restrained himself, gritting his teeth as he addressed Amo. Saintus, can we endure this any longer? The situation has escalated. What has happened? Old Qi strode into the courtyard. Amo, pulling Duo along, turned to old Qi and said, I am truly grateful for your assistance in Yanjing, but before we ascended the mountain, I made it clear that I would lead you here and provide the vines containing the divine dragon grass. Your sole responsibility was to conduct research, nothing more, nothing less. Yet, old Qi, why do you shout at my sister? What wrong has she committed? Even if you are an expert in botany, your actions have placed me in a difficult position. It is common knowledge how precious these vines are. Would she have dared to use so much for livestock if the fruit forest had not permitted it? Look at her now. You have frightened her. Though Amo's tone remained soft, it bore an icy undertone. Unbeknownst to old Qi, who was oblivious to a duo's true identity, he failed to comprehend why Amo would allow a young girl to waste such a precious resource. Thus, in his stubbornness, he retorted, Tang Mo, this vine holds immense research value. It is a Herculean task to find even 1 or 2 strands, yet this little girl has brazenly chopped them up for livestock. It's simply, Amo's voice grew even colder. Ladies, why are you driving him away? You, an old man of the Han, should leave. Our Miao family does not welcome you. Although her Mandarin was imperfect, the lady's fury was unmistakable. The tense atmosphere immediately summoned Major Lei Zhan. But the Miao family swiftly drew their machetes, poised for confrontation. Should Lei Zhan and his comrades dare to approach aggressively, a bloody clash would surely ensue. Old Qi, why are you shouting at a child? Old Qi's inquiry made Qi realize that the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations, teetering on the brink of violence. After ascending the mountain, Amo's phone regained signal, and it rang at that moment. Noticing it was a Chen's number, she stepped aside to answer. Saintus, what is happening at the summit? I had instructed a Bao and the fruit forest. There should be no one obstructing the way. Chen, where are you? Can you see what's happening here? Amo scanned her surroundings. I am atop another mountain, and I sense something amiss on your side. I apologize, Chen. It was my oversight. I underestimated the elder's reverence for the treasure, causing Duo to suffer. Duo has suffered? What transpired? I will call you back once I resolve this. She ended the call and approached Duo, squatting down. Do not cry. I will help you chop. Tang Mo, we cannot chop. You have already wasted so much. We cannot destroy any more. Old Qi seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation. Ignoring the old man, Tang Mo swiftly began chopping the vines. Smiling as she encouraged Duo, tie them up nicely for me. It will be quicker that way. Duo glanced at old Qi beside her, then knelt down to roll up the vines. Witnessing this, old Qi exploded with rage. Amo looked up at a Bao, who was on the brink of fury, and commanded, fetch 2 drops of the potion to soak the vines. Hurry. A Bao instructed the sturdy young men beside him, and soon enough, the items were retrieved. Amo gestured towards the elderly man surnamed Qi, assisting Duo with her task, while saying, Elder Qi, I am grateful for your acknowledgement of our vine usage at the Yanjing press conference. However, regarding today's matter, I find myself powerless. Please take these 2 vials of potion and descend the mountain. The villagers below will accommodate you. Amo's ability to restrain her anger was commendable. Yet Elder Qi stubbornly refused to leave. Amo, take your students and depart. She insisted. If you do not leave promptly, you shall bear the consequences. Elder Qi, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Tang Mo, old Qi has this nature. He becomes foolish upon encountering rare plants. Please show some understanding. I will speak to him. Elder Qi, before the other villagers learn that Elder Qi has frightened my little sister to tears, it would be wise for him to leave swiftly. Otherwise, once the news reaches the villagers of Haiwuzhai, even you may not be safe on the mountain. At this moment, both Elder Qi and Elder Qi realized that the young girl diligently rolling the vines on the ground was not an ordinary child. Indeed, if she were simple, she would not possess the capability to gather such an abundance of vines to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. Tang Mo, this girl is. Elder Qi began, but Amo interrupted, no more questions. We must leave without delay. Duo, biting her lip, looked at Amo and said, Sister Saint. My brother sent me to chop these. It's all right, Duo. It was my oversight that caused you distress. I failed to care for you properly. I won't blame Sister Saint for that, but that old man is quite fierce. Amo replied, Then let us ensure he does not remain on the mountain. As soon as these words left her lips, Bao immediately instructed the villagers to return the equipment they had brought and urged Elder Qi and his party to depart. Reluctantly, Elder Qi complied, casting pleading glances back at Elder Ji, who was equally helpless. Bao, please escort Elder Ji and his group to the orchard. Although Bao led them to the orchard, he assigned someone to keep a watchful eye on them. After Amo finished assisting Duo with the vines, she stood and said, Duo, I cannot help you feed the chickens, ducks, and geese right now. You must go on your own, but when the drum festival arrives, I will be able to enter the house. Duo wiped her tears and managed a smile. A woman from K-Dong village remarked, Saint, that old man is despicable. He deserves to be beaten down the mountain. Another replied, They have helped raise the reputation of the orchard in Yanjing and provided detailed explanations about the vines used for wrapping fruits. Even if we are furious, we must not resort to such actions. We should at least offer them some potion as a gesture of goodwill. Indeed, it would settle our debts. No one owes anyone anything. How dare he raise his voice at our Duo? Assured another. Rest assured, driving them down the mountain is the true torment for them. Amo washed her hands by the water basin when her phone rang again. It was the landline from Yanjing. Tang Mo, Elder Qi has incurred public wrath. Who is that little girl? Even you cannot protect Elder Qi? Elder Yin inquired. Amo replied, Teacher, I shall not conceal the truth from you, but I implore you to keep it confidential. The potion for processing the vines is a secret recipe from this young girl's family, and they are significant stakeholders in the orchard. Moreover, those chopped vines are unwanted by the orchard. The students can comprehend old Yin's temperament. Yet his unprovoked reprimand caused a young girl from the Miao family, merely 11 or 12 years of age, to burst into tears. Had I not been present today, the situation could have escalated. Therefore, I kindly request the teacher's understanding. I cannot allow old Qi to remain at the mountaintop. On the other end of the line, old Yin sighed deeply. Old Qi has become obstinate. Very well, once I finish my tasks, I shall visit your Miao family, and we shall see if we can manage this. The saying goes, one must drink the bitter wine they brew themselves. In chapter 87, Search Me, the teacher remarked that the girl who was scolded might one day become my sister-in-law. Your future sister-in-law? Indeed. Fortunately, her brother was not home today. Otherwise, his mischief could have implicated even Elder Ji. Understood, teacher. I will personally visit the Miao village in the next few days to speak with that young man named Mu about this matter. Do not worry, teacher. I will apologize to Chen for this incident. After ending the call, Amo led Shixia and Guyu towards the orchard. Guyu inquired, Amo, that little girl must have another identity, right? No, that's just Chen's sister. I sense there's more to it. Otherwise, Chen's identity must be quite special. I assure you, there is nothing else. Did I not explain Chen's situation last night? Shixia interjected, No. Chen is certainly not ordinary. Just look at how strictly the mountaintop is managed. And his house is the only one up here. What if I say Chen is the orchard steward? Would you believe it? Yes. Amo chuckled. At the orchard's entrance, the Miao people stood guard with their knives. Upon entering, Amo and her companions were mesmerized by the scene before them. Although the fruits had mostly been harvested, the spectacle remained breathtaking. So beautiful. Why does it feel so comforting as soon as we enter? Shixia and Guyu exclaimed uncontrollably. Amo, too, was taken aback by the scenery of the forest. She distinctly remembered when she left, the saplings had just been planted. Little did she expect that after half a year, the landscape would surpass what her grandfather described over the phone. The fruits hung in golden clusters, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would hardly have believed such a paradise existed. Amo, imagine setting up a bed here at night, gazing at the starry sky amidst the rich aroma of the orchard. How romantic that would be. Indeed, Amo, I truly do not want to leave this place. They lamented, admiring the blue skies and white clouds encircled by towering peaks. This truly is a beautiful sight. In response to Shixia and Guyu's heartfelt reflections, Amo remarked, What we see now is the result of Chen and his companions' tireless efforts over the past 6 months. The fruits have flourished into what we behold. But I can only imagine the hardships they endured. With that thought, Amo strode towards a nearby shed. Saint, what are you looking for? Saint, is it a knife? I have one here. The one you cut should be fresh. The two women offered Amo a knife. Yet, Amo inquired, Auntie, where does Chen usually sleep in the orchard? Oh, this way. One of the women guided Amo to a small, private room within the shed, saying, Here, though the shed was not small. The space that had been partitioned off measured only around 7 or 8 square meters. Apart from a small bed constructed from wooden planks, there was merely a wooden rack and a table alongside it. The rack held Aiken's garments, while a few books rested atop the table. Amo stepped forward, folding the clothes on the bed before cradling them in her arms. At the doorway, Shixia and Guyu observed this poignant scene, feeling as though they were part of the moment themselves. Xia, I suspect those must be Mo's beloved's clothes, Shixia remarked. Isn't it obvious? Their Miao customs prevent them from meeting, which is quite torturous. The two women whispered to one another. Time passed, and suddenly, Duo burst in from outside. Sister Saint, my brother asked me to take you to pick fruits. I have a knife. Let us go? Duoduo's exclamation startled Amo, who watched as Duo opened a box to retrieve a small knife. But a moment later, she appeared puzzled. Where's my brother's notebook? What notebook? The one with the password. He usually keeps it here. He writes in it daily. I secretly peeked at it once. It seems to be a diary, and your name is mentioned in it, Sister Saint. Is that so? Amo inquired, intrigued. Yet after searching for a while, Duo concluded that her brother must have hidden it. Never mind, let us go. My brother left some fruits for you. Duo pulled Amo out of the shed and headed toward the mango grove, with Shixia and Guyu closely following. Upon reaching several fruit trees in the middle, Shixia gazed at the ripe mangoes and exclaimed, why are these starry sugars so large? The fragrance here seems even more intense. Duo handed the knife to Amo's Sister Saint. You try. I can't reach. She explained that these dozen or so fruit trees had been left by her brother, who must have used some special potion to nurture them himself. Guyu, astonished, remarked, no wonder the nearby trees have been stripped bare, while these remain. Amo, these were deliberately left for you. Hurry and try one. They're incredibly sweet. Shixia, the beauty, added with envy, I'm so jealous. Oh heavens. When will you bless me with such a warm-hearted boyfriend? Duo giggled. Amo's heart warmed as she sliced off a starry sugar, carefully peeled it, and took a bite. Instantly, she closed her beautiful eyes, feeling a peculiar warmth spreading through her limbs. The sensation was indeed intoxicating. After a while, Amo's soft, red lips curled into a smile, suggesting that Shixia and Guyu could pick fruits on their own as she stepped aside to make a phone call. At that moment, on another mountain peak, Aiken received Amo's call. Aiken, the fruits are ripe and ready to be picked. We are all ready. But I want to pick your starry sugar for dinner tonight. Amo never anticipated Aiken would say such a thing. Though his words were subtle, their underlying meaning was unmistakable. Instantly, she felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks blushing quietly. Sugar, I want to see you. Amo softly bit her lip and whispered. Just wait 3 more days. If I can't bear it any longer, I'll get myself drunk and sleep for 3 days. I want to be able to sleep. Do you know where I am right now? Don't come here. Aiken sat on the ground, gazing at the bustling scene across at Kedongjai and the landscape of the fruit orchards nearby. With a smile, he remarked, in the past, I hesitated to speak up, fearing it might hinder you. At the beginning of the year, I was reluctant to express myself, believing I was unworthy of you. But now, if I remain silent, I risk losing you. Tang, there are many secrets I have kept from you. Amo replied softly, that matters not. As long as you are sincere with me, that is enough. During the drum festival, you must not act as a spendthrift. Otherwise, no matter how abundant my silver jewelry, it would never suffice for a wealthy man like you. Do you understand my meaning? Amo feared Aiken might offer too much money in exchange for her silver ornaments. Even if Aiken harbored no ulterior motives, the other young men from the Miao family would feel immense pressure after a successful flower fetching. Very well, I shall abide by your words. Otherwise, I shall not grant you my flower band. Then let me first acquire your flower band, Aiken countered. Do you dare? Saintus I. Mu Aiken, fear not even death. Why should I not indulge in a moment of madness for the girl I have cherished across 2 lifetimes? Upon hearing these words, Amo felt a pang in her heart. Aiken continued, I have forsaken many things, but I cannot relinquish you. Had it not been for the constraints of tradition, the moment you allowed me to call you Tang, I would have already journeyed to Yanjing in search of you. If it weren't for customs, Aiken, tell me, where is that password-protected diary of yours? I wish to see it. Amo suddenly interjected. Aiken was taken aback. He struggled to keep up with the abrupt shift in the conversation. After a moment of surprise, he trembled as he asked, how do you know I possess a password-protected diary? That is of no concern to you. Just tell me where it is. I want to see it now. You may search me, wherever you wish. Chapter 88. The wealthy gather at Miao village 2 days later, on the eve of the drum festival. The Miao village in eastern Qian was experiencing its most vibrant celebration in nearly a century. Unprecedented, yet not the last. Even the residents of Heiwu Zhai and Kedong Zhai likely did not anticipate that with Mu Aiken's rise, This year's drum festival would attract thousands of Han people to Miao village. From the morning onward, the crowd poured in continuously. Reception became the greatest challenge for the Miao family. Fortunately, with the saintess directing the proceedings, chaos was avoided. Friends of Amo from Yinjing arrived, including her teacher, Elder Yin. From the Magic City, the general manager of Miaojiang capital, Lin Bei, and the head of Tianmu Fund, Han Feng, were present. Additionally, Qin Feng, a real estate magnate, and Niu Kong, a renowned expert in antiques and a professor at Yin University, also made their appearance. He Yuanshan naturally did not miss out. From the port city, two notable figures from the business community arrived, while from the provincial capital came a more mysterious middle-aged man. All executives from Tang capital, led by Su Qian and Yao Yi, along with established company owners that Tang capital invested in, were also present. As for the others, they were simply too numerous to count. However, the vehicles entering Miao village had already filled 1/3 of that stretch of cement road. Viewed from above, it resembled a great dragon. The spectacle was truly magnificent. Even with her experience, Amo knew that the prominent figures present would likely open the conversation with. Muakin has invited us to his home. Upon confirmation from the Miao people, the gates were finally opened. The cement road from the fruit orchards to Kedong village was lined with luxury vehicles, each more expensive than the last. Tang village chief and Mu village chief, both excessively busy, found Amo at the village entrance, wiping the sweat from their brows as they inquired, "Amo, what on earth is happening?" Every visitor is clad in suits and leather, specifically requesting to visit a Chen's residence. The vehicles they arrived in, as your uncle mentioned, are quite costly. Indeed, Saintess. Amo replied with a slight smile, those individuals are wealthy patrons. Grandfather, Chief Mu, you both have toiled enough with the matters here. I must head to the orchards now. Very well, go ahead. At this moment, the fruit orchard atop the mountain was bustling with activity. A Chen's home was overcrowded. Were it not for the assistance of the Miao maidens, a Rue and a duo would have been utterly overwhelmed. In the courtyard, Su Qian and her companions were astonished by the faces of various business tycoons before them, particularly the venerable Mr. Yin from Beijing, a financial elder who understood the significance of the circle gathering on the mountain that day. After exchanging business cards, Mr. Yin looked on in astonishment at Lin Bei and Han Feng. You two are the general managers of Miaojiang Capital and Tianmu Fund, Lin Bei and Han Feng, who recently made waves in the stock markets of both Hong Kong and the southern regions. What? They are the heads of Miaojiang Capital and Tianmu Fund? The murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. It was rumored that they had recently reaped a significant fortune, amounting to over 2 billion. Their ventures were already regarded as classic cases in the industry, and to encounter them in person was beyond expectation. Surely, these two eminent figures were not merely here to purchase exquisite fruits, were they? Though the whispers were hushed, Amo, who stood at the entrance of the courtyard, caught wind of their conversation. In that moment, she found herself questioning whether Miaojiang Capital and Tianmu Fund had any ties to a Chen. Beside her, Yao Yi whispered to Su Qian, the commotion created by these two was immense. It appears they have even extended their reach internationally. Su Qian gestured for Yao Yi to keep her voice down and remarked, do you not find the name Miaojiang Capital intriguing? I sense it, but find it hard to believe. Hard to believe is precisely the point. I too find it astonishing. As Su Qian and her companions engaged in their quiet speculation, Lin Bei, dressed in a suit, politely addressed Mr. Yin, saying, you flatter us, Mr. Yin. While we are indeed the heads of Miaojiang Capital and Tianmu Fund, we are merely the navigators. The true talent lies in our esteemed employer. Mr. Lin, might you divulge who your employer is? Apologies, Mr. Yin, but our employer values his privacy. We, as subordinates, dare not disclose his information without permission. Then you are here to purchase fruits? Lin Bei nodded in affirmation. Nearby, Niu Kong, no stranger to Mr. Yin, given their shared background in the nation's top academic institutions, interjected, Old Yin, I was just about to ask what brings you to the Miao community. That is precisely what I wish to ask you, Old Miao. Are you here because of Miao brother Chen? It is not so, my most esteemed student is, without doubt, the maiden of the Miao clan. Indeed, she approaches from behind you now. At the sound of her name, the crowd turned to glance. Su Qian was the first to rise and descend, followed closely by the senior executives who were familiar with Tang Mo's name, but had yet to meet her. Miss Tang. They greeted her, and the higher-ups of Tang took turns shaking hands with Mo amidst the astonishment. Lin Bei and Han Feng exchanged glances and also stood to approach. However, they merely offered their business cards with the pretext of inquiring about two types of sacred fruits. Little did these individuals know that Lin Bei and Han Feng had already learned from Miaojiang that aside from being the maiden of the Miao clan, Mo held an even more significant identity. Yet, they must refrain from displaying excessive enthusiasm. On their journey to Qianzhou, their boss had specifically instructed them to keep the relationship between Miaojiang Capital and Tianmu Fund under wraps. Nonetheless, Lin Bei and Han Feng's renown was too illustrious, and the attitude of Tang Capital's higher-ups towards Mo was palpable. Thus, the executives could no longer remain seated and rushed forth to present their business cards to her. These individuals were seasoned veterans in the financial realm, adept at navigating turbulent waters. Before long, Mo found herself with dozens of business cards in hand. The power concealed behind these cards was likely beyond even her comprehension. Yet, Mo responded graciously, and at that moment, the fruits harvested from the orchard were delivered. As they took their first bites, astonishment spread among them, and memories of the recent press conference flooded their minds, igniting a fervent desire to monopolize the orchard beside them. Shortly thereafter, the real estate magnate from Modu, Qin Feng, spoke up. "Miss Tang, I spoke earlier with your orchard's manager, Mu Chen. I would like to order 2,000 boxes of these exquisite sacred fruits." "The manager is the boss?" Lin Bei and Su Qian exchanged puzzled looks. Qin Feng summoned his assistant and continued, "Before my arrival, I inquired with Mu, who informed me that your chieftain has not altered the unit price. This season's exquisite fruits remain at 28 each. Thus, for a total of 48,000 sacred fruits, the grand total comes to 134,400. Upon hearing this, He Yuanshan was not to be outdone, declaring, "Mu also said I could have 2,000 boxes, matching Qin's order in quantity and price." Uncle A Dong from the orchard promptly approached Mo, handing her a list and whispering a few words. Mo gestured for everyone to remain calm. Soon, after verifying the quantities, Uncle A Qian from finance arrived. A purchase order was placed, with full payment made on the spot. The other executives, eager not to be left behind, placed varying orders based on their financial situations. Nevertheless, this only served to agitate Yan Hao of the nearby candy company. "Su Zong, you must assist me. These individuals are all wealthy beyond measure. If they continue this way, these exquisite fruits will slip through our fingers." Yan Hao quickly sought help from Su Qian. Chapter 89. The day before the drum festival, Yao Yi reassured, "Do not fret. I have already secured a spot for you." Secured? This news put Mo at ease. Although she was aware that Chen had successfully opened all avenues for sales, she had not anticipated the immense impact the press conference in Yanjing would have. The extraordinary assortment of 220,000 exquisite fruits was swiftly devoured by the wealthy patrons. In less than half an hour, every single piece was sold out. The public account of the orchard instantly boasted an increase of over 6 million in cash. In 1995, 6 million was no trifling sum. Although there remained 40,000 ordinary fruits, they too would soon succumb to the eager hands of the small tycoons below the mountain. Thus, it can be concluded that the orchard's public account had amassed over 15 million in these few days. Those among the affluent who received lesser quantities were quick to inquire, "Miss Tang, we have heard that the Miao family orchard produces fruit in 2 seasons each year. For this upcoming second season, we would like to place a pre-order for 3,000 boxes of the exquisite fruits." This remark prompted a flurry of similar requests. Amo raised her hand to quiet the crowd, signaling for silence. "I apologize, everyone, but our orchard does not accept pre-orders. It is impossible to predict the circumstances of the next season. However, rest assured, as the fruits of the second half of the year approach maturity, the Miao family will release announcements." This explanation was reasonable, and thus the wealthy gentleman did not press further. Subsequently, Amo engaged in brief conversation with the attendees before calling Su Qian, Lin Bei, and Han Feng aside to discuss matters privately. Amo was already aware of Lin Bei and Han Feng's affiliations, as they were the heads of Miaojiang Capital and Tianmu Fund. However, Lin Bei and Han Feng did not strike Amo as particularly close to Chen, contrasting with her perception of Su Qian, yet she still felt compelled to inquire further. "Mr. Lin, if I may be so bold, what is your relationship with our orchard's Aiken?" Lin Bei, having anticipated this question, responded calmly, "I would consider us friends. Miss Tang, our visit is primarily regarding the exquisite fruits." "I am aware," Amo replied. "Aiken informed me that you have already paid him for 3,000 boxes of exquisite fruits at the rate of 25 each. He has transferred the funds to our orchard's account, and here is the receipt. You may collect them upon your departure." 3,000 boxes at 25 each amounted to a staggering 900,000. Fortunately, Mu Chen had already informed Lin Bei of this arrangement over the phone. Otherwise, Lin Bei might have been left in doubt. It was precisely this price that had prompted Amo to summon Lin Bei and his associates to the orchard. Thank you, Miss Tang. However, we shall wait until Brother Mu and his beloved lady have become engaged before we take our leave, Lin Bei stated. Just then, Han Feng interjected. Miss Tang, may I also inquire, is it true that you and Brother Mu are to be future spouses? Han Feng, do be mindful, Lin Bei admonished. Nearly delivering a kick to him, Amo smiled warmly as she replied, Mr. Han, your casual demeanor suggests that your relationship with Aiken is quite intricate, is it not? Han Feng, taken aback by the delicate smile gracing Amo's exquisite face, immediately grew cautious. Yet, being mentally prepared, he responded, Miss Tang, you may not be aware, but Brother Mu is quite cunning. The things he does, well, best left unmentioned. After all, it is all for his beloved. Han Feng attempted to flatter subtly, yet internally he mused. The illustrious Mu has already made quite a name for himself in the stock market. I did not expect Miss Tang to be of such caliber as well, nearly falling into her trap with my words. If the saintess were to ensnare him in conversation, it would indeed be surprising if Master Mu did not retaliate. However, it is no wonder that Master Mu is pursuing the saintess of the Miao family. A prodigy from Tsinghua paired with a financial genius is indeed a match made in heaven. Yet, to Han Feng's astonishment, Amo was gazing at him, smiling in silence. In that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Han Feng's brow as he struggled against the inexplicable pressure, letting out a deep sigh. Ah. Thinking of that girl who abandoned me, in terms of character or any other aspect, she cannot even compare to the smallest fingertip of the saintess. Truly, one must die when compared to others, and one must discard goods when compared to goods. Amo laughed heartily. Lin Bei quickly interjected to steer the conversation away. Miss Tang, since we arrived at the Miao village, we have been unable to contact Master Mu. How can we find him? He is at Haiwuz High, the village just below, visible from here. If you wish to go, I can find someone to guide you there. Amo explained. The village below? Isn't the owner's house at the mountaintop? Lin Bei inquired, seemingly puzzled. Amo, perceiving their confusion, replied, A Chen is originally from Haiwuz High, and his old residence is down there. The structure on the mountaintop is newly built. Now I understand. Miss Tang, please continue with your business, Lin Bei said, as he and Han Feng turned to leave the orchard, while the silent Su Qian fixated on their departing figures. From the previous exchange, Su Qian sensed that the saintess was seemingly unaware of the relationship between Mo Chen Capital and the owner. In truth, through this brief incident, Su Qian herself was uncertain about the extent of the connection between the owner and Mo Chen Capital, specifically, how much equity the owner held. Manager Su, this is what a Chen asked me to give you. Mo handed Su Qian a receipt. 200,000 ordinary sacred fruits and 80,000 exquisite ones. All set aside for the candy company. This was the final batch of the season from the orchard. A Chen sent word. He also reserved some exquisite ones for Tang Tang Capital, and this portion requires no payment. Su Qian smiled and said, Thank you, Miss Tang. I will have Manager Yan from the candy company come over to settle the payment shortly. Approximately 6,200,000. Just settle it directly with the finance department. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered in Su Qian's eyes. In the span of a single day, the orchard had accrued at least over 10 million. At last, she understood why the owner did not preside over the company, but chose to remain in this orchard. It turns out he was nurturing thousands of golden egg-laying hens here. Soon, the two beautiful women exited the orchard together. Amo waved to the dog named Godan over by the yellow line. However, Godan shouted back, Saintess, the two village heads have warned me that if I dare to cross this line into the orchard, they will break my legs. Fortunately, Godan spoke in Miao language. Otherwise, his loud exclamation would have surely elicited a wave of laughter. Just come over. You need not enter the orchard, commanded the Saintess. With her words, Godan had no further hesitation and swiftly approached Amo. Godan, tasked by Amo, worried about making multiple trips. So he called out loudly at a Chen's doorstep. Who else wishes to find Mue Chen? Come with me. Although Godan's Mandarin was not perfect, everyone understood him well enough. I'll go. Me too. The first to respond were the senior executives of Tang Tang Capital, followed closely by Qin Feng and He Yuan Shan from the Magical City, as well as Elder Yin from Yanjing, Niu Kong Kong, and the two gentlemen from Port City. Not a single person acquainted with Aiken remained behind. As everyone boarded their vehicles, Ame's close friends, Shixia and Guyu, also wished to join, yet they hesitated, concerned that the young gentlemen from the Miao family might be overwhelmed, thus suppressing their desires. Soon, dozens of cars and SUVs descended the mountain, heading towards Haiwuz High in a magnificent display. The young ladies of Haiwuz High were all renowned for their drinking prowess. After 12 rounds of welcoming drinks, at least half of the attendees were supported by their accompanying assistants. Throughout this journey, Hai received guests with the utmost hospitality. The hundreds of Miao families residing in the village gazed proudly at the grand procession. For many years, Hai had never witnessed such grandeur. In the afternoon, the largest venue in Hai was set up for a banquet featuring a long table accommodating 1,000 guests. The Miao people played the lushing and danced joyously. The young ladies, holding specially crafted ceramic wine pots, spread cheer everywhere, and not a single Han guest could escape the famed high mountain and flowing water. The Miao people had already learned that the fruit orchard had earned over 10 million today, and they regarded Aiken with a single word: splendid. Moreover, most of the wealthy patrons contributing to the orchard today had come to their Hai, so they naturally intended to indulge generously in the drinks. Chapter 90. All is ready, and the arrival is grand. Aiken sat at the central position of the long banquet table, clad in traditional Miao attire, with a Miao dagger at his waist. He exuded an air of youthful vigor and commanding presence, captivating the already slightly intoxicated Su Qian and her friends. Su Qian pondered. If she were unmarried, had no children, and was still pure, she would undoubtedly seek to win this young gentleman's heart. Aiken, I raise my glass to you. Su Qian poured herself half a bowl of wine. Aiken raised his bowl, assuring them that accommodations had been arranged, and they could drink freely. For the young ladies would assist them to their rest if they grew too intoxicated. Boss, it's truly wonderful to have you. Don't speak nonsense. My waist has just recovered, and I certainly don't wish to endure that again. Aiken finished his drink in one gulp, and as Lin Bei and Han Feng approached, he seized the opportunity to change his position. The more Han Feng observed Aiken's attire, the more he yearned to acquire a set for himself. Ever since witnessing Aiken's prowess in Pengcheng and Port City, this fervent admirer sought to emulate his idol. Esteemed one, are Miao garments expensive? Do you desire one? Han Feng, with his carefree nature, was utterly candid in his request. Aiken turned to summon Wang from across the table. Wang, please inquire in the village who has new Miao garments, and procure a set for this brother. I shall reimburse you later. What is the fuss? A set of Miao clothing isn't worth much. Just wait. Soon, Wang returned, confirming that every household had new attire. Aiken, if your other friends desire some, just call for me, and I shall obtain them according to their sizes. Esteemed one, you're impressive. Han Feng was not shy in expressing his admiration, giving Aiken a thumbs up and eagerly asking, do you have any spare Miao daggers? We do not. Our Miao daggers are specially forged, one for each person. What a pity. To have a fine steed without a proper saddle is truly unfortunate. When Han Feng found himself in a moment of disheartenment, he unexpectedly fell victim to the playful schemes of the young ladies, causing Lin Bei to flee in fright. However, He Yuanshan and Qin Feng surprisingly approached him. He Yuanshan began, Miaojiang, everyone is saying that your Miao family's orchard has raised over 10,000 chickens that lay golden eggs. What an apt metaphor. Mr. He, you flatter me, replied Miaojiang. It is not flattery. Rather, it is your humility that is excessive. By the way, let me share some news. Yi Tianjing was captured in Yinjing yesterday morning. Yi Tianjing was captured? Although Chen was somewhat taken aback, he displayed no outward reaction. Are you not at all surprised, Miaojiang? Why should I be surprised? Indeed, you are truly different from your contemporaries. The recent upheaval in Yinjing led the police to investigate extensively, ultimately identifying Yi Tianjing as the mastermind behind it all. Upon hearing this, Chen remarked nonchalantly, those who commit wrongful deeds will ultimately meet their demise. Nevertheless, his daughter, Yi Yin, considers you an enemy. Do exercise caution. For a woman's vengeance is often insidious and unpredictable. Thank you for the warning, Mr. He. Chen poured a bowl of wine and declared, I toast to you, Mr. He. Your boldness is commendable. Let us drink. They both downed their drinks in one go. Qin Feng interjected, Mu Xiaoga, I wish to seek your assistance through a backdoor arrangement. Please, Mr. Qin, do share. I shall not shy away from offering help. The situation is this. Given the considerable distance from Qian province to the Magic City, I wish to transport 2,000 boxes of exquisite holy fruits ahead of time. As for myself, I must remain here to assist you in securing the wedding arrangements before departing. What do you think? Chen responded amiably. Anything beyond midnight tonight will be considered tomorrow, and I have no objections. However, later, Mr. Qin, you should consult the saintess to see if she can adjust her schedule, as the roads are congested. With your assurance, I feel at ease. I shall head to the village shortly to seek the Miao family's saintess. Mr. Qin, do temper your expectations. Tomorrow is the drum festival, and the saintess will undoubtedly be busy. Moreover, the Miao people have numerous tasks to attend to this evening. and even if the Saintess could clear the roads, there would be no available hands to assist with the transport. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that these days were indeed the busiest for the Miao family. Thus, he decided to abandon the idea. Shortly after, Neo Kong Kong arrived, and Chen, anticipating the elder's intentions, hurriedly interjected, "Old Neo, I understand your sentiment, but this is the Miao family. Certain topics must remain unspoken. See how the young ladies are toasting behind you? I understand. Thank you for the reminder, young master." Neo Kong Kong shivered slightly, recognizing that his grandson was saved thanks to Chen, yet in his excitement, he momentarily forgot he was amidst the Miao family. It is well known that the Miao girls are quite adept at such matters. Should he have spoken publicly, at his age, he would not survive 3 days without leaving a trace. "Young master, this bowl of wine, I toast to you." "You flatter me, old man, please." After drinking, Chen inquired about Neo Kong Kong's grandson, Neo Hong. The elder replied, "He is recovering well and has even become engaged to a Miao girl from Xiangxi, with a wedding date to be set soon. Congratulations, old Neo." As the rounds of drinks continued, more and more people approached Chen to share a toast. As Chen felt a surge of happiness, he suddenly realized he had been subjected to a relentless wheel battle, and in a daze, he agreed not to hold the elderly man with the surname Qi accountable. Elder Yin was overjoyed. However, despite his promise not to be contentious, Chen did not consent to allow the old man Qi into the orchard. Indeed, that very night, when the old man Qi attempted to venture into the orchard, he was promptly intercepted at the mountain path leading to Keidongzhai. Upon receiving the news, the Saintess Amo hurried back to her room, fearing that her teacher might plead on behalf of the old man. As expected, Elder Yin visited the Tang clan leader's home, only to be informed that the Miao clan's Saintess was too fatigued from the day's events and had already fallen asleep, leaving him with a face full of helplessness. Entering the room, Mother said to Amo, "The people returning from He Wuzhai report that Chen has been worn out by his friends in a wheel battle, has become intoxicated, and was once again carried home." "Mother, why are you telling me this?" Amo blushed. "If Chen is not in good spirits for tomorrow's drum festival, how can you accompany him in the sacrificial rites?" "Mother, have you heard? The elders of the 9 clans are already prepared. Before the sacrifice tomorrow, Chen will be dressed in the attire of the Miao King. Do not worry, Mother. There are numerous remedies for sobriety in He Wuzhai that will surely awaken him. As for his new identity, it is destined by the heavens." Casting a glance at the 2 Han girls chatting merrily by the window, she continued in their own language, "I fear that once Chen secures your floral belt, he may be careless regarding the customs of bride price, so you must remind him not to be overly generous." "Then, how much bride price do you desire?" "In the past, 3,000 to 5,000 would suffice, and our Tang family would return tenfold to the young couple. However, now that both our villages are prospering and everyone has shared in the wealth, your father and I have discussed it. If you are willing to marry Chen, given his status, a bride price of 30,000 to 50,000 would be appropriate, and we would return 12-fold. Upon hearing this, Amo laughed. "Mother, what are you saying? Do you truly believe that with Chen's nature as a prodigal, he could present 30,000 to 50,000? Have you inquired how much he intends to offer?" "I have not, but I have cautioned him not to be excessive." Mother shook her head. "Many Miao villagers claim Chen may possess a fortune of 100 million. If he were to bestow upon our family several 100,000, how could the suitors from our village set their standards if they were to seek floral belts?" Amo giggled as she linked her arm with her mother's. "Then when I present the floral belt to him, you should also provide him with a list, stating that if he dares to exceed the limit, I shall no longer consider him as a suitor. Once the floral belt is given, it cannot be easily retracted. Regardless, your father and I have some savings. This season's harvest will yield a substantial sum. No matter how Chen approaches our Tang family, I shall prepare 66,000. 66 silver ingots, along with all the silver ornaments I have prepared for you, totaling 120 pieces. When our family flourishes, we shall continue to provide. Mother, do not fret about me. Simply the ornate silver ornaments you and father have crafted for me are worth at least 150,000. In these times, that is indeed a considerable sum. Not to mention I have earned some during my 2 years in Yanjing. I have my own savings. What you possess is yours. But the dowry I prepare for you cannot be diminished by even a single piece. Your younger brother has several years before he seeks a floral belt. We shall save some funds for him then." Upon hearing this, Amo leaned against her mother's shoulder and murmured, "Having you as my mother is truly a blessing." Yet, Chen has never known his mother since childhood. His mother comes from a prestigious lineage, though it remains uncertain if he is aware of this fact. Chapter 91. The Sound of War Drums. Echoing thunder at 4 in the morning, as the horizon begins to stir from slumber. A resounding drumbeat awakens all living beings in deep sleep. The sound of the drum reverberates through the skies, seemingly piercing the clouds, traveling from Kedong-jai towards the heavens and spreading in all directions. This drum, reminiscent of a war drum, jolts the Han people lodging in the Miao village from their dreams. The crowd, filled with trepidation, is bewildered by the sudden occurrence. Yet, as they rise to discern the source, an even more astonishing drumbeat erupts from the direction of He Wu-jai. The sound shakes the very earth, echoing far and wide. As if responding to the call from Kedong-jai, the ground trembles beneath their feet. After reuniting with Lin Bei and Su Qian, they suddenly recall the instructions given by the Miao elders the previous night before their inebriation. Oh no, how could we forget? We must hurry to Kedong-jai. Yes. We need to swiftly locate our position. Once the esteemed Mu Deshun and the others appear, we must rally support for the He Miao branch. What an overwhelming atmosphere. Have I been transported to an ancient battlefield? Is war upon us? Boom. This marks the seventh thunderous echo reverberating through the night, as if emanating from the Miao village to the east of He Wu-jai. Boom. The ninth resonant drumbeat, slightly more distant, likely arises from the Miao village atop the northern hill. In less than 5 minutes, over 80 drumbeats have responded from various directions. Each drumbeat is accompanied by exhilarating calls of horns, reminiscent of the ancient military fanfares of battle. After another 3 minutes, all 108 resounding drumbeats have concluded. The furthest sound emanates from the direction of Ba Longu-jai. The Han people remain unaware of the formidable power behind the Miao war drums. However, once the 108 drumbeats have ceased, 2 more beats follow from Kedong-jai. Subsequently, all the Miao villages in different directions simultaneously strike their own war drums. The united sound of the drums, mingled with the blasts of hundreds of horns, shakes the heavens and earth. Centered around Kedong-jai, at least 30 kilometers of Miao villages spring to life. This cacophony of drums utterly shatters the impending dawn. Tianfeng County awakens in its entirety, with the county government building illuminated within minutes. Historical records indicate that the last time the 108 Miao war drums sounded in unison was over 200 years ago. At that time, the Miao people of Qianzhou, burdened by the Qing court's exploitation, had risen in rebellion against violent taxation, leading to numerous uprisings. The last of these was led by the chief of the He Wu-jai tribe, who, under the guise of a dream from the Miao king, rallied the Miao people to revolt once more. The uprising in He Wu-jai swiftly garnered support from hundreds of Miao villages, including Kedong-jai and Ba Longu-jai. The Miao people surged forth from Qianzhou with an unstoppable momentum, traversing through Hunan province, advancing northward with a force akin to a relentless tide. However, fate was unkind. The chieftain of the Haiwabu tribe succumbed to illness amidst the chaos of war. Consequently, the Miao were compelled to retreat back to Qianzhou. The resounding war drums of that year echoed 108 times. The Miao population in eastern Qian was astonishingly vast, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the several hundred Miao villages in Kedong-jai boasted a young and able-bodied populace of at least 30,000. Should calamity befall them, it could very well send shockwaves throughout the entirety of Great Xia. Fortunately, the county government had already received notifications from the chieftains of Kedong-jai and Haiwuzhai. Otherwise, the sound of those 108 war drums might have incited sheer panic. Nevertheless, the county promptly reported to the city and commanded all armed police in Tianfeng County to hasten to the Miao villages to maintain order at every entrance and exit. Meanwhile, the city had already been alerted via telephone, as someone from the provincial capital was present in Kedong-jai. At that moment, the activity in Kedong-jai was far more spectacular than anticipated. An hour later, the eastern horizon began to blush with a pale light, and every route into the Miao village was secured by fully armed officers. Any Han individuals wishing to witness the Miao Drum Festival were mandated to adhere strictly to decorum, lest they disrupt Miao customs and provoke uncontrollable chaos. The municipal authorities had already arrived in a Kang's village when they received urgent reports indicating that at least 5,000 Miao were en route from Balong Ancient Village, armed with firearms, to join the festivities in Kedong-jai. This development was alarming. Balong Ancient Village was poised to be the last coveted tribe of Great Xia capable of wielding firearms. Yet, with a multitude of Han individuals arriving to observe the drum festival, any untoward incident could spell disaster not only for them, but for those in higher echelons as well. At that precise moment, a call from the Miao Holy Maiden came through. She implored the city and county officials to limit the number of individuals approaching the government offices and to refrain from bringing any weapons into the sacred precincts of the Miao Drum Festival, to avoid misunderstandings. The firearms and blades of the Miao were solely for sacrificial purposes today. With her assurance, the city felt considerably more at ease. Even so, the authorities remained vigilant, mindful of the fierce legacy of the Black and Green Miao clans from the uprisings of a century prior. The report from the individual who had entered Dongjai was clear. The government must never engage in needless conflict with the innocent Miao people. He further stated that the next 3 days would be dedicated to the culturally significant drum festival, and both the city and county were to ensure comprehensive recordings were made. Moreover, he asserted that as long as the Miao adhered to the law, there should be no interference in their customary sacrificial ceremonies. Meanwhile, the elder Ji and his companions in Dongjai were jolted awake by the thunderous drum beats. At that moment, they stood atop the mountain, at the entrance of Miaojiang's new home, gazing into the distance. The night, though awakening, was aglow with torches gathering towards Dongjai. Such a scene, if not witnessed firsthand, would be almost unbelievable. Elder Ji sighed with heartfelt sentiment. The individual beside him, the one spoken of by many, remarked, "The records and historical texts are mere cold words, yet the drums of war from the Miao region have not resounded for over 2 centuries." The old man said, "I do possess some knowledge on this matter. Please enlighten me, Elder Ji." Elder Ji responded, "The Miao family's drum festival is not particularly unique. The distinction lies in the presence of the long-absent Holy Maiden of the Miao family, who has emerged in this generation. The Holy Maiden will also participate in matchmaking during this drum festival. The Miao youth favored by the Holy Maiden is none other than the owner of this stilt house, where we reside." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed this person's gaze. He thought, "Hey Miaojiang." Before coming to the Miao family, he had conducted thorough research. According to information from Tianfeng, Miaojiang, only 22 years old, has already astonished countless wealthy individuals and even Elder Ji with his prowess as a fruit grower. Their investigations revealed that Miaojiang's bank transactions were entirely inconsistent with what one would expect of someone his age. Yet, the significant sums flowing in and out were all legal, with no discrepancies whatsoever. The reason this individual chose to stay was twofold. Firstly, he harbored concerns about potential unforeseen circumstances arising from the Miao family's grand event, and secondly, he wished to meet the remarkable Miaojiang from the Miao branch. Such a young Miao youth, possessing such remarkable determination. Instead of squandering his immense wealth, he aims to uplift the impoverished Miao family of Qianzhou. Naturally, he found himself intrigued by this young man of the Miao family. Chapter 92. The 12 branches make their grand entrance. Morning has arrived. The former tranquility and harmony of the Miao family have been utterly shattered by the invigorating sound of war drums. As dawn breaks, golden rays of sunlight pierce through the mist, bestowing a touch of radiance upon this ancient land. At precisely 8 o'clock, the Miao clan, centered around Kedong village, has gathered 8 branches, comprising over 40,000 Miao sons and daughters. As for the Han people who have come to observe, their numbers are countless. Currently, only the He Miao branch led by Hai Wuz Hai, the Qing Miao branch led by Balong Ancient Village, the Lan Miao branch led by Daobei Village, and the most enigmatic Zi Miao branch have yet to arrive. Kedong village is formed by 3 settlements, and in the northern mountainous region, the Qingshi Square, capable of accommodating 10,000 Miao sons and daughters, is already hosting the core Miao populace from the 8 branches, creating a remarkably grand spectacle. Before each branch stands a battle flag, embroidered with the Miao totem, distinguished by the colors of the embroidered borders. The battle flags are held by the most outstanding young men from each branch. Beneath the flags, the most venerable elders of each branch take precedence, followed by the strongest young men, flanked by the most beautiful young women, and then followed by the elder matriarchs. Those Miao sons and daughters who could not enter the square are lined up outside, grouped by their respective branches, gazing in. For today's ritual, the branches are not adorned in elaborate attire, but rather in the most traditional Miao clothing. In the ranks of the Red Miao branch, naturally, the leader is Tang Zhaizhu, while the foremost young woman is not Amo. Amo, the supreme holy maiden of the Miao family, occupies a position that even the 9 clan elders dare not encroach upon. At 8:05, a distant horn sounded. The Han people turned their gazes towards the majestic, resounding, and impassioned sound. On the slopes of the southern mountains, the first sight to emerge was a deep blue battle flag. Greetings to our audience. As our cameras capture the moment, the formidable procession arriving is the Blue Miao clan, led by the Daobei village, comprising 28 villages from the 12 major branches of the Miao people. The live broadcast is being conducted by media invited by the municipal government, while Lu Rue and his team from the magical metropolis handle other recording aspects, collaborating to transmit the visuals to local media. Over 4,000 sons and daughters of the Blue Miao clan make their entrance, with the familiar Akang holding the battle flag. The appearance of Akang and his companions from Daobei village is overwhelming, as all the young men wield their Miao knives with fervor. Despite carrying dozens of black pigs and leading over 40 cattle, the formation remains impeccably organized. For horns, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, require 5 strapping Miao men to bear them. The horn sound reverberates throughout Kedong village. My goodness, what a spectacle. This scene, I have seen on television. Yet it pales in comparison to the visceral experience here. You are not locals from Tianfeng County. Even I, a local resident for 40 years, have never witnessed such a grand affair. If you are from out of town, you surely have not seen anything like it. I can't shake the feeling that we are about to embark on a battlefield. If only I had brought a camera. My friends, we have just witnessed the arrival of the Blue Miao clan. Wait until the Black Miao and Green Miao arrive, then the true shock will unfold. Not to mention the most enigmatic Purple Miao clan. A few minutes later, as the Blue Miao finished their formation in the square, 2 deep horn calls erupted from the west of Kedong village. Could it be the Purple Miao approaching? Amidst the confusion of tens of thousands of Han people, a resplendently adorned purple battle flag gracefully appeared from the direction of the horn calls. The media immediately began their coverage. However, the information provided by several clan elders regarding the Purple Miao was scant. Yet, the entrance of the Purple Miao, albeit numbering less than 3,500, showcased robust young men and beautiful maidens whose beauty rivaled that of the Red Miao sisters. In the ranks of the Purple Miao, there were scarcely any young women or elders, with the leader being an elderly woman nearing 60. If this grandmother were 40 years younger, she would bear a striking resemblance to A Duo's mother. Moreover, the Purple Miao clan has long refrained from participating in customary festivals with other Miao clans. And the reason for their attendance this time is likely known only to the 9 clan elders. For the Han people, the astonishment lies in the maiden's beauty. Yet for the Miao people, the tremors of emotion they feel are likely known only to themselves. After the Purple Miao's entrance, another, even more thunderous horn sounded from the direction of the southern mountain slopes. Simultaneously, a deafening horn call erupted from the direction of Hewu village. Goodness! Is the enmity between the Green Miao and Black Miao clans unresolved? Are they appearing together? Will there be a confrontation? The feud between the Black Miao and Green Miao clans is no secret, though few Han people are aware of its origins. The elders of the Miao clan were apprehensive that the black seedlings would clash with the green seedlings. However, before they could issue a warning, the media had already reported on the arrival of the green seedlings, relegating the black seedlings to the background. Naturally, the first to arrive would be the first to be reported, yet neither the green nor the black seedlings were to be trifled with. The display of the green seedlings was unprecedented. The azure battle flag was held aloft by Yang Ahu, the leader of the 8 great wolves of the Miao clan. At the forefront was the second elder of the 9 clan elders. Behind him stood the chief of the Ba Long ancient stronghold. The continuous procession of the green seedlings was heralded by 6 trumpets, followed closely by 88 war drums, the sound of which reverberated as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. 5,000 robust Miao men bore firearms, accompanied by 5,000 young women, 3,000 elders, and fewer than 500 aged individuals. Amidst this grand assembly were 200 black pigs, 100 strong cattle, and various other sacrificial offerings. In contrast, the black seedlings, led by the Black Wu stronghold, were equally formidable, their presence at this year's drum festival unparalleled. The black battle flag, intricately embroidered, shimmered brilliantly in the morning light. Contrary to the expectations of the Miao clan and the Han people, it was not the rising star Miaojiang who held the flag, but rather a Zhuang. The chief of the black seedlings, Miaojiang, stood beside a Zhuang. Each of the 6 trumpets required 5 robust men to carry them, glistening with silver. The sound of the trumpets made the very heavens tremble. Following the trumpets were 108 war drums, manned by 216 drummers. The rhythm of the drums in concert with the long blare of the trumpets seemed to suppress the presence of the green seedlings. Behind them were 1,000 strong black seedlings carrying 365 black pigs and a line of 108 large oxen. Both the pigs' ears and the oxen's horns were adorned with black silk scarves. Further back were various sacrificial offerings: 5,000 young men, 5,000 young women, 2,000 daughters, 2,000 uncles, and 1,000 grandfathers and grandmothers, all marching in unity toward Kedong stronghold. The procession was orderly, clad in simple yet pristine Miao attire. Particularly, the young women, daughters, and grandmothers sparkled under the morning light with their silver adornments. As for Miaojiang, He did not adhere to the traditional hierarchy of the other clans in wielding the Black Seedling's battle flag. Instead, he held the hilt of a Miao knife at his waist, striding majestically at the forefront of the Black Seedlings. With a black scarf wrapped around his head and a stern countenance, he commanded the entire Black Seedlings clan with an imposing presence. The atmosphere was charged with grandeur, resonating powerfully across the landscape, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Chapter 93. The Holy Maiden Chen, the center of attention as the Black Seedlings approached. The Green Seedlings were quick to arrive as well. The convergence of the two most elite factions of the Miao clan at the entrance portended a potential clash. Given their long-standing grievances, "Look, over there, it's Miaojiang leading the Black Seedlings," exclaimed an onlooker. "My goodness, I thought the Green Seedlings were formidable. But the Black Seedlings are even more terrifying. You fail to comprehend the significance behind the presence of the Black Miao. Observe closely the number of pigs and cattle. It is laden with deeper meaning. It is no wonder that 2 centuries ago, the leaders who propelled the Miao people forward emerged from their Black Miao lineage. The Han people appear to be well-versed in the affairs of the Miao family, hence their discussions are astute and insightful. Meanwhile, the prominent figures in the front row, captivated by the aura of the Miao family, are equally astonished by the formidable presence of the Black Miao branch. The members of Machin Capital, Tangtang Capital, and Tianmu Fund, familiar faces among the Han, have kept their gaze fixed on the imposing figure of Miaojiang since the emergence of the Black Miao branch. Yaoyi have finally grasped the essence of grandeur. The atmosphere, coupled with the resounding horns and drums, makes my veins feel as though they might burst. Goodness gracious. It is utterly breathtaking. Han Feng is more exhilarated than anyone else, and in this moment, he is resolute in his desire to follow the great Mo as a loyal admirer. As for Lin Bei, his sentiments are not much different. Individuals like He Yuanshan, Qin Feng, and Yan Hao are filled with awe and myriad emotions. Among the throngs of Han people, the murmurs have not ceased since the appearance of the Black and Green Miao branches, particularly the spectacle of the Black Miao, which is profoundly striking. On the other side, the talented students from Yanjing can only express their admiration. After a few days of presence, Shixia and Guyu have finally laid eyes on Miaojiang. However, the distance is still considerable, obscuring their view. Nevertheless, the aura of the Black Miao on Miaojiang's side is undoubtedly the highlight of this drum festival. In 2 minutes, the Black and Green Miao branches will converge at the entrance. The Green Miao branch, led by the Balong ancient village, had presumed themselves to be the most formidable branch aside from the Red Miao, yet they were unprepared for the sudden resurgence of the Black Miao from their slumber. As the distance closes, the momentum of the Green Miao is evidently diminished by the Black Miao, a reality they cannot tolerate. Yet, the Black Miao, who could have entered first, surprisingly halted 20 meters from the entrance, led by Miaojiang. Though perplexed, no one in the Black Miao inquired as to why. Their drummers continued to display their exquisite skills in tandem with the horn players. The Green Miao, particularly Yang Ahu, the flag-bearer, is equally baffled. But the long-standing enmity between the Green and Black Miao cannot be easily resolved. Thus, Yang Ahu presses on, especially since their chief harbors animosity towards the Black Miao. As for Yang A's, who aims to contend with Miaojiang for the Holy Maiden Flower, upon spotting Miaojiang from the third row, the glint of coldness in his eyes has not wavered. As the two branches intersect, the Green Miao, with great fanfare, steps into the venue ahead of the Black Miao, sparking hushed discussions among the thousands present. The Green Miao, believing the Black Miao to have yielded, felt an immediate surge in their own bravado. The distant Han spectators are equally perplexed. What has transpired with the Black Miao? They were poised to enter first. Why then do they allow the Green Miao to proceed? Could it be that the Black Miao fears the Green Miao? Surely not. The elders have spoken of the Black Miao's superior combat prowess. Could this be an act of magnanimity from Miaojiang? You comprehend nothing of significance. It is the climactic moment that reveals the true prowess of the exceptional. The Qiangmiao faction, despite their efforts, still falls short. Soon, the procession from the Qiangmiao branch concluded its entry into the square. At that moment, the formidable Miaojiang from the Haimios moved. Leading the Haimios, he approached the entrance with a swift motion, drawing his blade with a flourish as instructed by the elders during the night, creating an elegant arc above his head before pointing the blade towards the center of the square. Move. His deep voice resonated powerfully amidst the cacophony of drums. Yet before the crowd could react in astonishment, the blade was retracted. In that instant, as he lifted his foot, an imposing aura emerged, revealing an ethereal network above his head. As Miaojiang guided the Haimios into the square, the network transformed before the eyes of the onlookers into 2 magnificent, glowing bullhorns. The peculiar horns flickered with a radiant light, leaving the Han people bewildered, suspecting they were merely imagining things. However, the elders among the Miao were visibly shaken. Even the matriarch of the Miao faction wore a face of disbelief. Having thought the 9 venerable elders deceived them regarding the Miao, little did she realize the truth. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the Miao and other factions, the Qiang Miao members flushed with indignation. They fully understood the implications of those ethereal horns, realizing now why the 9 elders had chosen Muakin from the Miaos. Within the Qiang Miao ranks, Yang A's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh, leaving him in a state of numb pain. At 8:30, the core members of all factions had gathered. The square was bustling, except for the space left in the center, where bodies brushed against one another. Despite the throng, an air of order prevailed, as if each faction understood their respective place in this customary gathering. This year's drum festival, however, was particularly unique. All factions adhered strictly to tradition, except for the Miaos. In their procession, Muakin stood at the forefront, eclipsing even the chief of the Miaos. This contravened custom. Yet there was a reason. Soon, the Holy Maiden made her appearance. She emerged in ceremonial attire befitting a jihu, sacrificial offering, and was surrounded by the 18 most beautiful maidens of the Miao, emerging from the Kedong village. Her ceremonial garb was unlike any other, representing the pinnacle of Miao cultural magnificence. Adorned with silver ornaments that not only dazzled but also symbolized her esteemed position within the Miao, her embroidered gown showcased intricate patterns, crafted by the finest artisans. These designs, featuring elements of flora and fauna, embodied a profound reverence for nature. The trailing fabric extended 9 meters, a symbol of utmost prestige. The 3 most beautiful sisters of the Miao supported the hem, and as the Holy Maiden donned such opulent attire, she appeared to transcend into a legendary sprite, instilling awe among the various factions. Upon the emergence of the Holy Maiden, as she beheld the faint horns atop Muakin's head, a mesmerizing illusion of 9 colored butterflies began to manifest behind her, harmonizing with the ethereal horns of Muakin. In that fleeting moment, the core members of the Miao clans were once again astounded. The appearance of the butterflies and horned illusions was recorded only in the ancestral lineage of the Miao. In Miao culture, butterflies hold a revered status, regarded as sacred entities, while the radiant horned illusion symbolizes the prowess of their ancestor, Qiyu. A stir rippled through the thousands of Miao people, while the Han spectators, bewildered, perceived the scene as mythical and elusive. However, as the distance between the Holy Maiden and Muakin diminished, the peculiar phenomena surrounding them seemed to merge almost simultaneously before vanishing. At that very instant, the offspring of each Miao branch placed their hands over their hearts, bowing in unison. The 9 clan elders, each bearing distinct garments, advanced towards Muakin. Wherever the elders went, the Miao youth performed the traditional Miao gesture, placing one hand over their hearts. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, countless cameras captured Muakin from various angles, while narrators provided commentary in both Miao and Mandarin. In Chapter 94, titled The Name of the Miao King, an ancient ceremony that shocks, the 9 clan elders, including the esteemed elder of the 2nd clan from the ancient Ba Long village, dressed Muakin in the ceremonial regalia befitting his status. The collective action of the 9 elders represented an unparalleled honor and reverence. Muakin learned of this momentous occasion only after being roused from intoxication by his grandmother's specially concocted Miao remedy the previous night. Oblivious to the fact that the 9 elders had been preparing his attire, the Miao King's ceremonial attire shimmered with silver light, adorned with opulent silver ornaments that exuded nobility and grandeur. The regalia not only illustrated the cultural significance and value behind it, but also showcased the pinnacle of Miao craftsmanship. The exquisite embroidery crafted by countless grandmothers. Notably, the grand silver hat, which the elder personally placed upon Muakin's head, symbolized the remarkable artistry and profound culture of the Miao people. Fashioned from pure silver and embellished with various jewels such as agate, jade, and pearls, it radiated an air of aristocracy and splendor. However, the hat was distinct in that it lacked the 12 longest feathers. Black Miaojiang, only upon your ascension will you receive the feathers, but henceforth you may perform the duties of the Miao King. Yet you shall not wield the powers of the Miao King. From this moment, you are no longer merely a black Miao. You are the future Miao King of all the Miao clans in eastern Qian and south. Beneath you stand the Holy Maiden, the 9 clan elders, 8 fierce wolves, and 1,000 village chiefs, totaling 370,000 Miao people. Do you comprehend? The 9 clan elders spoke in unison. A sudden weight of responsibility bore down upon Muakin, and he felt the urge to refuse. Yet, as a son of the Miao, he could not reject this burden, and thus he nodded solemnly. Subsequently, he turned to face the elite Miao members of all branches, drew his Miao knife, and pointed skyward. Instantly, the horns of the various clans sounded, and thousands of war drums resounded, as if they were tearing the very heavens apart. The earth trembles, and the mountains quake. Such a grand spectacle. Tens of thousands of Miao youths brandish their knives in response, while the 5,000 rifles of the Gunners tribe in the ancient Beiji village fire in unison, producing 108 thunderous shots into the sky. The roar. The drums resound, the guns reverberate. To the eyes of all Han people, this is the epitome of awe-inspiring grandeur. Within the gathering, the most beautiful young women from various clans come together to dance, while the finest war drums are positioned at the center. Outside the circle, many Han individuals are perplexed as to why this year's Miao Drum Festival differs so profoundly from those of the past. Particularly, the distinguished merchants known to Muakin are inquiring amongst themselves about the unfolding events and the words spoken moments ago in the square. Yet, confusion reigns, as all express their ignorance, resorting only to speculation. Though cameras are present, the language of the Miao remains elusive. However, it is evident that Muakin's standing has notably risen. The traditional garments of the 9 elders are remarkably imposing, especially the grand cloaks they don, exuding an aura of authority. Such venerable figures in the Miao community undoubtedly hold significant status, and now they collectively assist young Master Mu in his ceremonial attire. Even at my advanced age, I can feel a surge of excitement coursing through my veins. Mu Daxian is truly formidable, exclaims Han Feng. Even though Su Qian and Yao Yi, the upper echelon of the Tang Tang, cannot comprehend the Miao dialect, their discerning eyes reveal the undeniable ascent of their boss's position within the Miao community. In contrast, sitting slightly elevated at the back, Niu Kongkong remarks, "Though I am unable to speak the Miao language, I can grasp some of the general context." "Old man, you understand? What did they just say?" Niu Kongkong responds. Muakin belongs to the Black Miao branch. Due to that flickering image, the 9 clan elders have crowned him. He is now the future Miao king of Qiandongnan, overseeing the 37,000 Miao people here. What? 37,000 Miao people are under Mu Daxian's command? My goodness, how extraordinary! Exclaims Han Feng. This isn't merely impressive. It embodies a weighty responsibility. Han Feng scratches his head, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of it all. At just over 20, he wields the power to mobilize nearly 40,000 Miao people. As long as he does not oppose the Great Xia, he is destined for a life of luxury and ease. What a thrilling prospect. Besides, these Miao people are all fiercely resilient, their young women remarkably spirited and strikingly beautiful. What a delight. This is akin to a modern-day prince, yet without an emperor to oversee him. There are no rival princes vying for the throne, merely 9 aging men who can hardly contend. He could outlast them all. Eventually, he would stand alone at the pinnacle, dictating terms as he pleases. What a thrill. Such exhilaration transcends the cosmos. Yet, just as the Han people dream of relishing the role of Miao King, the sacrificial ceremony commences at the square. Miao individuals from various clans, aside from those beating drums, sounding horns, and dancing, assume their designated positions, selecting the finest 12 pigs and cattle from their offerings to be sacrificed at the ancient altar. Meanwhile, Muakin is personally escorted by the clan elder to the front of the most ancient long drum. The priestess stands at the opposite end. Together, they strike the drum with mighty blows. The ceremonial ritual commenced with a resounding boom. Throughout this process, the horns and drums resonated in unison, creating a harmonious rhythm. At this moment, the entire Miao village was enveloped in a rich, festive atmosphere. The sound of firecrackers echoed continuously, with smoke wafting in front of the ancient ancestral hall, imparting an air of mystery and solemnity. Muakin and the Holy Maiden ascended the stone steps of the ancestral hall side by side. Behind them stood the 9 clan elders, the core Miao people of the 12 lineages, and the various village leaders, representing the inner circle of the Miao clan. Upon reaching the most ancient statue within the ancestral hall, the Holy Maiden cast a fleeting glance at Aiken. He reciprocated with a subtle turn of his head. Despite the profound longing in their hearts, they both understood the necessity of maintaining decorum in such a setting, suppressing their deep yearning. Their gazes met momentarily before parting, each attuned to the unspoken sentiments of the other. Subsequently, they knelt together. The entire assembly of Miao people followed suit, bowing in reverence. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and a light drizzle fell. All Miao individuals, save for the Holy Maiden and Muakin, donned traditional attire, raising their hands skyward. Afterward, they rose to commence the drumming ritual. In that instant, a visual feast unfolded, accompanied by traditional drum music and the resounding call of horns, evoking a sense of impending storm, both ancient and ceremonial. The solemnity of the Miao youth reflected their heartfelt homage to those from the Han community. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have mistaken it for a cinematic production, given the Miao's ancient rites. An hour later, the Holy Maiden and Muakin, surrounded by the 9 clan elders, entered the ancestral hall. Observing this, the Miao individuals from various lineages also sprang into action. They performed various sacrificial rites, including drumming, bridge offerings, and the bull-twirling dance. This was not merely a tribute to their ancestors, but also a heartfelt prayer for a prosperous future. Inspired by the entry of the Holy Maiden and the future Miao King, young Miao men from each lineage stepped forward in succession. A Kang from the Blue Miao lineage was naturally inclined to follow the Black Miao, yet the Green Miao faction harbored animosity towards the Black Miao. Regardless of Muakin's status as the future Miao King, had Muakin remained merely a member of the Black Miao, they would have shown no restraint. However, now that he was recognized as the designated successor by the ancestor Qiyu, they not only refrained from disrespecting the future Miao King, but actively rallied behind him. For Muakin had transcended being just a son of the Black Miao. He represented the future of the entire Miao clan. Yet, this sentiment was reserved solely for Akin. The Green Miao continued to harbor resentment towards the Black Miao, and hostilities persisted unabated. Chapter 95, The Feast. The Green Miao confronts Akin. Once the rituals were completed, the slaughtered pigs and cattle were promptly processed. Each lineage dispatched their finest culinary artisans, led by an elder, to prepare the best dishes the Miao clan had to offer. Villages such as Dongzhai and others in the vicinity were bustling with activity. The midday long table banquet marked the grandest celebration of the drum festival, symbolizing abundance and blessings. The long table, centered in Dongzhai, stretched over 1,000 meters, arranged in 12 rows, representing the 12 months of the year. Each row could accommodate 1,000 guests. The left side of the long table was reserved for the Miao youth, the hosts, while the right side was designated for non-Miao guests, the visitors. The banquet is adorned with the most renowned traditional delicacies of the Miao community, including the celebrated 9 bowls and 8 bowls of water. Guests, regardless of their origins or distances traveled, are warmly invited to partake in the culinary delights and savor the local rice wine. This feast is characterized by a lively and joyous atmosphere, serving not only as the pinnacle of Miao ceremonial gatherings, but also as a profound expression of respect and hospitality towards visitors. At this moment, the prominent business figures who engaged in conversation with Muakin last night at High have also been graciously invited. They are seated in a row on the right side of the long banquet table, embracing the warmth of the Miao people's hospitality, indulging in hearty drinks. Naturally, the Miao girls showcased their exquisite talents with the melodious tunes of the lushing, leaving an indelible impression on the guests from various regions. "I absolutely adore this place," I exclaim, and I wish I could comprehend their language to enhance the experience. This is the true essence of a long banquet. If viewed from above, the scene would surely be even more magnificent than we can envision. The Han people from all corners are filled with exuberance. Meanwhile, the local law enforcement officers, tasked with maintaining order in the Miao village, upon experiencing the vibrant atmosphere of the feast, realized that their concerns may have been unwarranted. A representative from the municipal government has also been warmly welcomed by the enthusiastic Miao people. The sight before them evokes profound reflections. The representative promptly states the need to meticulously document the details of this year's drum festival. The footage of the morning's Miao sacrificial ceremony must be promptly sent to the provincial capital for inclusion in tonight's news broadcast. Personnel from the Tianfeng government office have been waiting on the sidelines, hoping for the opportunity to report directly to the representative. To their surprise, the representative first inquires about the expenses for the Miao Long banquet. Historically, such expenses have been pooled from various branches of the community. However, this year, under Muakin's leadership, Dongzhai and High are on the rise. Upon gathering information, it is confirmed that after discussions, the Guilin community has allocated 600,000 for the festival expenses. Yet, upon hearing this, Muakin decisively pledges 3 million. 3 million? The representative exclaims in astonishment. The Tianfeng office notes that Muakin holds the largest share in Guilin, personally contributing 240,000 and insisting that it be fully utilized. Should it fall short, he will contribute more. This young Miao lad is commendable. His deep-seated affection for his homeland is indeed rare and precious. The representative grows increasingly fond of this future Miao king. However, Upon learning that this prospective leader is willing to invest a staggering 20 million for the sake of winning the favor of a saintly maiden at a matchmaking event, he cannot help but recall that evening's scene. Muakin, though still youthful, embodies loyalty and sentiment. It is a pity that he is merely a middle school student. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Nevertheless, his current displays of potential are truly remarkable. If nurtured appropriately, he may indeed become a person of great significance. The representative resolves that should he impress during their meeting, he will be given focused mentorship. The afternoon's activities will take place in the expansive Bluestone Square of Keidongjai, accommodating thousands, featuring performances of lushing music, traditional dances, and delightful bull-twirling displays. The lushing dance serves as the very soul of significant festivals such as the Tsaidu Festival, with men, women, and children of the Miao ethnic group participating wholeheartedly. Through their graceful movements, they convey a profound reverence for their ancestors and a hopeful yearning for a brighter future. The ancient ritual of Laniu, Xiantang, aims to invoke a bountiful harvest in the coming year. Having changed out of his ceremonial attire, Muakin has also arrived at the scene, only to witness a spirited competition between the Qingshan, led by the Balong ancient village, and the Heishan, represented by the Haiwas Hai. As they engage in the lushing dance, the atmosphere is electric. The rivalry between the Qingshan and Heishan factions has persisted for over a century. While the Balong ancient village and Haiwas Hai, as the dominant villages of these factions, do not contend during sacrificial rites, they certainly seek to assert their superiority in other activities, which is entirely expected. Instances of physical confrontations have not been unheard of. Had Muakin still been merely a Miao youth of the Heishan faction, he would undoubtedly have been the primary target of the Qingshan from Balong ancient village. Alas, even he laments this fate. Muakin's animosity towards Balong ancient village has been ingrained since childhood, yet he finds himself struggling to adapt to the current circumstances. Seated upon the stone steps, he gazes at the fervent clashes in the dance arena from a distance. At that moment, a Kang from the Qingshan faction happens to be nearby. A Kang strides over, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing deeply in the highest gesture of respect towards the future Miao King before speaking. Akin, why not join in the festivities? I would like to, but if I go down there, I'll just be a mouse caught in a wind box, replies Akin. A Kang takes a seat beside him and remarks, I see you're having difficulty adjusting, aren't you? Akin sighs. I had intended to confront the Qingshan at the Tsaidu festival, but who could have predicted that the 9 clan elders would complicate matters for me? He feels a pang of frustration as he observes the thousands reveling in the dance, immersed in the atmosphere of conflict. If I were to join them now, I would merely become a target for all sides. Despite the brevity of their acquaintance, Kang and Akin have grown familiar enough to exchange lighthearted banter. Akin leans back, saying, what if I find myself exposed to every gust of wind? The one suffering would be me alone. I refuse to subject myself to such torment. At this, Kang chuckles. Meanwhile, from the Qingshan side, Yang Ahu, the leader of the 8 wolves, catches sight of Muakin. After some contemplation, he approaches with the core Miao youths of the Qingshan faction. Akin, Yang Ahu and his 12 green wolves are headed your way. I'm going to rally our battle wolves to confront them. No need. If it comes to a fight, I am not particularly afraid of them. But your injury hasn't fully healed yet. If you were to sustain further harm, it could complicate matters when it comes time to collect flowers. It's fine. If Balong ancient village dares to provoke me, I would not hesitate to take down their entire Qingshan faction first, and perhaps test the might of this future Miao King. Kang remains unconvinced and shifts 2 steps closer, positioning himself as a protector of Akin. Yang Ahu appears to be around 25 years old. His physique is sturdier than expected, exuding a formidable presence, and in other respects, he surpasses Kang. After all, it is how he has earned his title as the leader of the Miao's 8 wolves amidst conflicts. For Yang Ahu, his imposing demeanor was met with an unexpected calmness from Muakin, who leaned languidly against the stone steps. This audacity caught Yang Ahu's attention. He fixed his gaze on Chen, asking in a low voice, "Are you not afraid of me?" The 12th blue wolf behind him felt a sudden chill. It was crucial to recognize that the figure before them was no longer merely the black mouth, Miao, Muakin, but rather the future Miao King of the Miao clan. The blue Miao, were remiss not to show their respect. If Yang Ahu were to act violently, it would be a grave transgression with dire consequences. Why should I fear you? If you are displeased, we can settle it with a fight, under the banner of Black Miao and Blue Miao, and see who prevails first. Chen retorted defiantly. Truly? You disregard our identities? Whoever does not engage is a coward. Do you dare, Yang Ahu? Chen's eagerness for a confrontation was palpable. He was keen to test the potency of the concoction he had ingested the previous night in the Dragon Space. Yang Ahu's assertiveness, however, prompted him to nod in acknowledgement. He then mirrored a Kang's previous gesture, bowing respectfully to the future Miao King. The 12 blue wolves behind him exhaled in relief and hastily returned the salute. This scene left Miaojiang momentarily bewildered. Yet, Yang Ahu took a seat beside Chen and inquired with genuine concern, "How is your recovery from your injuries?" Chen turned his handsome face, blinking in confusion. "Aren't you Blue Miao and Black Miao supposed to be adversaries? If you are hesitant to engage with me, then go seek trouble with Mu Laoda and Mu Lao-san." "Really? You won't intervene? Why would I? Am I unwell to involve myself?" "Understood." Yang Ahu regarded Miaojiang with respect. After all, destiny does not err. And he handed Chen a small vial, stating, "Tomorrow afternoon, we will commence the flower gathering. The other branches, Bao, Miao, young men will not allow you to triumph easily, and Yang Aze will not relent. Take this with you. Mao medicine. The healing potions from the Blue Mao branch are renowned for their efficacy." Chen accepted it without pretense. Yang Ahu appreciated Chen's carefree attitude, finding it quite agreeable. He continued, "Yang Aze may not necessarily match you. If he targets your weaknesses, you might find this round challenging." "Not necessarily. Since he dares to challenge me, let us wait and see. I, Miaojiang, will have him bested before he even realizes he has lost." Though Chen's bravado was but a fleeting surge, it caught Yang Ahu off guard. He regarded the future Miao King with a thoughtful gaze, nodding, "Aside from Yang Aze of our Ba Long ancient village, Bai Bao La Shi and In Jiaomo Ayom are formidable figures. To take on 3 alone would be quite the feat. Wait. Are you suggesting that among the 8 great wolves, you are the only one married? Are the rest merely single? Why create a ruckus over me, who is about to secure a flower gathering?" Chen's irritation amused the blue wolves of Ba Long ancient village. However, Yang Ahu and Akong were taken aback by Chen's sudden shift in tone. "About to secure a flower gathering? You are quite audacious. As the future Miao King, why would you vie for a bride among the young ladies of other branches? They are all destined to be future Miao Queens. You truly understand nothing." With a sudden burst of energy, Aiken sprang up and pointed at the bewildered Yang Ahu, exclaiming, "Yang Ahu, I warn you. While we can discuss anything, matters concerning my wife are off limits." "What? When have I ever consulted you about my wife? I am already married. What further discussion is there?" Aiken dismissed him with a wave of his hand and turned to leave. Yang Ahu's lips twitched in frustration, feeling as if he had stepped into a pile of mud that could only be likened to excrement. "Have you all heard me discussing my wife with Aiken?" Yang Ahu inquired of his fellow Qinglang members. They all erupted in laughter, with one chiming in, "Brother Ahu, with Aiken's temperament, he would surely fit in with us. How about we visit his home tonight and drink him under the table? Let us not speak of life and death. That would be disrespectful to the future Miao King. I almost forgot. Regardless, I admire his character and wish to share a drink with him. There will be plenty of opportunities. He is quite busy these days. Once he finishes his affairs, we shall bring him to our Balong ancient village and indulge him for a full 7 days and nights, allowing him to offer us some insights for our Miao village. If we continue on this path, in no time, the Red Miao's K-Dong village and the Black Miao's Hei Wu village will outpace us by several streets. Let us proceed with this plan. The Qing Miao of Balong ancient village are the backbone of the Miao community. Yet the animosities with Hei Wu village cannot be resolved overnight. Aiken had no intention of mending fences. Without competition, there is no motivation. Having departed, Aiken chose not to return to Hei Wu village, but instead found himself at the confluence of 3 clear rivers in K-Dong village. Perched on the riverbank, he savored the essence of Miao culture, his gaze wandering toward the direction of the saintess's home. After the morning rites, the saintess had vanished without a trace. At that moment, the 9 clan elders were once again imparting numerous directives to Aiken, leaving him exasperated by the incessant demands of these elder Miao leaders. Additionally, Aiken pondered the matter of the Z Miao branch. From as far back as he could remember, he had known of the existence of the Z Miao branch, but had never witnessed their participation in any traditional festivities. All he knew was that they were entirely comprised of Sheng Miao. In Qianzhou, there are 12 major branches of the Miao people, each divided into Sheng Miao and Shu Miao. Sheng Miao refers to those who inhabit extremely remote mountainous regions, having never been assimilated or Sinicized by the Han people. They maintain primitive lifestyles and customs, unable to speak or comprehend the Han language, largely disregarding the law, adhering solely to their own religious beliefs, and eschewing the use of Chinese characters. In contrast, Shu Miao refers to those Miao who have been influenced by Han culture. Shu Miao observe Han rituals, speak Mandarin or Sinicized dialects, and pay taxes to the state. For instance, the The Miao individuals participating in the drum festival today are predominantly from the Shu Miao category, although a third of them remain partially unacculturated. This indicates that they are gradually being syncretized and are willing to engage with Han society. The Zi Miao, however, are entirely peculiar Sheng Miao. Until now, the Zi Miao branch had not interacted with the outside world. The purple sprouts represent the most enigmatic branch among all seedlings, a fact likely known only to the elders of the 9 major clans. Regardless, Muakin remains oblivious to their whereabouts. As he is yet to officially ascend to the title of Seed King, he remains untouched by such secrets. However, today he encountered the matriarch of the purple sprouts, who bore a striking resemblance to A Duo's mother. Had this purple matriarch been several decades younger, she could have been A Duo's mother's twin. Although Aiken harbors but faint memories of his late mother, he can still recall fragments of her visage. Thus, Aiken suspects that the purple sprouts may indeed be linked to A Duo's maternal lineage. If this conjecture holds true, then the participation of the purple sprouts in the drum festival takes on a deeper significance. With his hands clasped behind his head, Aiken pondered that, as long as the purple sprouts harbor no ill intentions towards Duo, he would refrain from delving into their affairs. His plate was already overflowing with responsibilities, leaving no room to concern himself with the trivialities of the purple sprouts. Yet, as Aiken contemplated these matters, he observed A Duo joyfully gathering pig grass along the cement path, a mere 200 to 300 meters from the entrance to K-Dong village. Just as she immersed herself in her task, the purple matriarch silently appeared at the edge of the path, scrutinizing A Duo's retreating figure. Moments later, with an inscrutable motive, the purple matriarch cast a fleeting glance at the verdant grass behind A Duo, and instantly, the grass withered, transforming into a putrid sludge. Concurrently, a minute purple insect emerged from the corner of the matriarch's eye, slowly making its way towards A Duo. Chapter 97. The Contest of the Grass Witch and the Saintess Makes Her Move. In that critical moment, as the insect was about to make contact with A Duo, a vibrant little snake, measuring less than 5 inches, appeared silently, its tail sweeping towards the purple insect. The insect, sensing its formidable adversary, swiftly retreated to the matriarch's visage, burrowing back into her eye. The purple matriarch, taken aback, noticed a woman of similar age standing 100 meters away. Without hesitation, she advanced toward her. That woman, 100 meters distant, was the matriarch from the neighboring household of Hai Wuzhai, specifically, Uncle Ajuang's mother and Dogden's grandmother. She was embroidering a pair of insoles and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "Do not touch A Duo, or I shall not spare you. My dear sister, in your youth, you were a maiden of the white sprout lineage. Now, you are the grass witch of the black sprout clan, overstepping your bounds to meddle in my purple sprout affairs. Should it come to a fight, victory is not guaranteed for you," the purple matriarch replied with a chilling voice. "Since you are aware of my current status as the grass witch of the black sprout clan, you must also recognize that while I may not defeat you, neither can you triumph over me. Yet, there are those who can effortlessly obliterate your maternal insect. Muakin, he is destined to be the future Seed King, and I, of the purple sprouts, shall honor his command in times of crisis. However, should he wish to interfere with our purple sprout affairs, he must first locate our tribe," the purple matriarch declared, her malevolence tempered by a sense of duty. This duty encompassed the survival of the sprout clans and the edicts of the Seed King. Yet, the matriarch of Hai Wuzhai countered, "Aiken is a male, thus cannot embody the role of a grass witch. He need not become a grass spirit. He is the future heir of the Miao lineage. With a mere command, my Miao family possesses countless grass spirits and matriarchs at his disposal. Since it is not Aiken, could it be that my branch of the Zi Miao has yet to emerge? Do you, the familiar Miao, truly believe you can extinguish our existence? Holy Maiden, do you consider yourself capable of obliterating us?" The matriarch of Zi Miao's expression tightened. Would the Holy Maiden concern herself with such trivial matters? Trivial? Duo is your granddaughter. If you wish to take her away, you must first seek the Holy Maiden's consent. With so many young women in my Miao family, do you think the Holy Maiden can oversee them all? Even if she were to learn of it, what then? Our young women, upon awakening their romantic inclinations, must become grass spirits. Duo, inheriting from my Zi Miao, will become the most formidable grass spirit, and it is not for other branches to interfere. Zi Miao's younger sister. Have the clan elders not informed you that Duo will soon be the Holy Maiden's sister-in-law? What? The Holy Maiden intends to bestow a flower upon Muakin? The matriarch of Hai Wuzhai nodded, and immediately, several lines of worry etched themselves onto the face of the Zi Miao matriarch. If the Holy Maiden were to become Duo's sister-in-law, her approval would indeed be necessary. Otherwise, should Duo be forcibly made to inherit the most profound techniques of our Zi Miao, The wrath of the Holy Maiden would be unbearable for us. Mu Aiken seeks the Holy Maiden? Then let our Miao seize Mu Aiken first. You Miao should attempt that. The matriarch of Hai Wu's Hai suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes flashing with intensity as she sternly warned the Miao matriarch. Should your branch dare to employ secret techniques to usurp Aiken, who is already pledged to the Holy Maiden, the 9 clan elders will not spare you. Should Aiken be forcibly severed, he is certain to perish. If Aiken ceases to exist, your branch will become the eternal disgrace of the Miao clan. The Holy Maiden will not hesitate to annihilate you, casting you all into that abyss. Upon hearing this, the Miao matriarch's expression changed dramatically. If the Holy Maiden has indeed pledged herself to Mu Aiken, employing secret techniques to seize him would only invite her wrath, capable of obliterating their entire lineage in an instant, even without the use of the Qin. Miao's younger sister. Do not compare Aiken to those 2 despicable individuals, Mu Laoda and Mu Laosan. After her warning, the matriarch, recalling the past merits of Miao, urged, the Holy Maiden is reasonable, and Aiken is not unreasonable either. If your Miao desires duo, you must speak honestly to them, regardless of their response. They will provide Miao with a convincing explanation. Suddenly, duo, from a distance, spotted the matriarch and hurriedly approached, cheerfully exclaiming, the grass over here is delightful. My chickens, ducks, and geese will have a splendid meal. Duo also greeted the Miao matriarch. The sweet, crisp tone of her voice shattered the matriarch's heart in an instant. Duo. This morning, the Miao matriarch had already seen Duo, and she bore an uncanny resemblance to the young girl she once was. Even her voice was the same. Yet, Duo did not recognize that the matriarch before her was her kin. After exchanging pleasantries, she took the matriarch's hand and walked away. Witnessing this, the Miao matriarch's initial resolve wavered. Perhaps it truly was necessary to discuss this with the Holy Maiden. At that moment, the Holy Maiden was dancing at the lush reed venue, accompanied by her friends from Yanjing. Dodo returned home after gathering pigweed to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. After changing into clean clothes, she rushed to Keidongzhai to join her sisters in dancing. However, as soon as Dodo approached the Holy Maiden, the latter detected a peculiar scent. Dodo, come here, the Holy Maiden beckoned, inviting her to dance. Indeed, upon closer proximity, Amo reaffirmed her suspicion that Dodo had nearly fallen into the clutches of Miao. Yet, out of caution, Amo waited until their dance concluded before quietly asking Dodo, did you have a quarrel with Miao's grandmother? Not at all. I was just gathering pigweed by the hillside at the village entrance when I saw Miao's grandmother with our village's elder, Dodo replied. Understanding dawned on the Holy Maiden. It was likely that Miao's grandmother had intended to confront Dodo, but the elder from Hai Wu Zhai had intervened just in time to avert disaster. During this festive period, if the livestock are out of feed, simply gather the unwanted vines from the fruit forest. No need to wander around, the Holy Maiden advised. But Holy Maiden, I just thought those grasses looked good, so I gathered them on my way home. Dodo then inquired, by the way, have you seen my brother? Someone from the fruit forest is looking for him, but his phone has no signal. I haven't seen him, perhaps you should look for him, the Holy Maiden suggested. Dodo dashed off to fetch a roue, while the Holy Maiden promptly sought out Miao's grandmother. At the entrance of Keidongzhai, the Holy Maiden fixed her gaze on Miao's elder and spoke with calm authority. Miao must adhere to the rules. Everything is negotiable. Should you disregard them, I shall show no mercy. You understand my meaning, do you not? The elder, sensing the Holy Maiden's displeasure, quickly yielded. The old woman has repented. Once you and the future Miao King have concluded your duties, we can discuss matters further. Very well, the Holy Maiden replied. With Miao's presence in the world, the elder would ensure that Miao's siblings enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Although we belong to the 12 major clans, this was our first gathering for the evening bonfire. Let Miao's sisters come to play with me. I will certainly allow them to go, the elder assured. Excellent. The Holy Maiden turned to leave. But Miao's grandmother remained apprehensive. Just then, she spotted Mu Aichun conversing with several Han families by the riverbank. Although the content of their discussion remained unclear, Chun lay back with his hands behind his head, appearing somewhat foolish as he gazed toward their home. His feet, nearly touching the river, swayed rhythmically, creating a comical sight. Today, Keidongzhai buzzed with excitement, the crowd bustling with energy. Amidst the throng, the Holy Maiden noted that Chun was nowhere to be found. She contemplated calling out to him, but the noise was overwhelming. Her voice would be drowned out. Moreover, the matchmaking event was set to commence tomorrow afternoon. She mused that neither she nor Chun could afford to wait any longer. If things did not proceed smoothly, she would have to prompt Chun to take action. However, even if he acted preemptively, figures such as Yang Zhe from Qing Miao, a Shi from Bai Miao, and a Yong from Jiao Miao were already sharpening their knives for a Chen. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Despite the Holy Maiden's unwavering confidence in the future Miao King's ability to defeat Yang and his cohorts, she worried about the possibility of them conspiring against a Chen. No, I must lend him a hand. But how? It cannot be too obvious. Chapter 98. A Chen is captured. The true feelings of the Miao family are revealed. The day after the drum festival. Today's festive events abound with excitement, featuring bullfighting, the ringing of bronze drums, spirited dance performances, the melodious sound of bamboo flutes, and the vibrant flower-collecting activities. Among these, the most spectacular is undoubtedly the bullfighting, while the flower-collecting ceremony, commencing in the afternoon, draws the most attention. Muaken, arriving from Haiwas High, intends to witness the bullfighting spectacle, having heard whispers of affluent patrons discreetly placing bets from the highest vantage point adjacent to the Miao family's bullfighting arena. These wealthy individuals wager substantial sums, often in the tens of thousands. Yet, even the smallest of stakes can yield noteworthy gains. However, upon reaching the hillside entrance on the side of the bullfighting arena, Muaken is spotted by the clan elder and Uncle A Dong, who happen to be passing by. Muaken, where are you headed? Inquires the elder. Up the hill. What's the matter, elder? Up the hill. The elder seems ignited by an unseen force. Rushing towards Aiken. You, Miao lad, should you dare to gamble, even if you are the future Miao King, I will not hesitate to intervene. In the elder's eyes, despite the bank manager Yang personally verifying that Aiken's funds were transferred to a legitimate institution, the elder feels a pang of regret. Regardless of where the money has gone, it amounts to over 80 million. If Aiken dares to ascend the hill to gamble, he is certain to face severe reprimand. Uncle A Dong and the others gaze at Aiken with concern, hoping he will refrain from going up the hill. Aiken, observing the tense atmosphere, laments, Elder, I merely wish to secure a modest profit for everyone. I assure you, I will not gamble excessively. Is that agreeable? Absolutely not. Keep your distance from that hill. Elder, I want to gamble. I just want to join the festivities. Besides, the view from up there is splendid, allowing me to see the entire bullfighting arena. Enough chatter. Get out of here immediately. The elder remains resolute in preventing Aiken from ascending. Still, Aiken pleads earnestly, Elder, my friends are up there. You mentioned they are vital clients for our orchard. I didn't have the opportunity to entertain them yesterday. I must at least make an appearance today. Aiken, retract your sly intentions. I want to listen to your nonsense. Elder, do not forget that we still have a harvest season to consider at year's end. At this, the elder ponders for a moment. Circling Aiken, he finally relents, saying, if you wish to go up, fine, but first hand over your bank card in cash. You can have them back once these gamblers leave. Elder, if you do that, how will I manage my finances? Aiken protests with a frown. As a grown man, how can I survive without some money on hand? What grown man? Right now, you are just a little boy, hardly even that, merely a small Miao lad. Frustrated, Aiken grimaces at the elder's words, knowing that if it were anyone else, he would have received a slap. Elder, please have mercy. I am truly fearful of being destitute. Enough. If you want to go up the hill, pay the fee first. The elder stands firm, leaving Aiken no choice but to surrender his cash and bank card. Chen, check if this rascal is hiding anything else. Me. Chen's expression shifts, realizing he should not have come to join the fray. Go ahead, search. Right now, I don't have a single coin to spare, Aiken declares, spreading his arms wide. Uncle Chen initially intended to conduct a symbolic search, though he did not endorse Chen's penchant for gambling. Playing with a few dozen or a couple of hundred yuan seemed inconsequential for Chen. However, the clan elders sternly warned that if he dared to leave even a single coin for Chen, he would be left to find his own whip. This left Uncle Chen feeling quite dejected. A few minutes later, the elder confirmed that Chen had not a single penny left, and then he remarked, during the drum festival, if you require money, simply come to me, Uncle Chen. You still have millions on record, do you not? Ah, I thank you, esteemed elder. Chen replied. With a grand gesture, the elder led a dozen robust young men away with great vigor, fearing that Chen might come looking for money to gamble. Uncle Chen hurriedly slipped away. Laughter erupted nearby. Chen turned his head to find several young women in traditional Miao attire smiling at him, causing his cheeks to flush as he prepared to flee. Mukin? Han people? He heard them call. Chen steadied himself, but had barely a moment to respond to the lovely young ladies when a Kong and a Zhuang rushed over, pulling him aside. Here, Chen. Don't think it's too little, a Kong said, producing over 700 yuan for Chen to play with. They pressed the notes into Chen's hands while a circle of young Miao men gathered behind them, shielding Chen from the gaze of the Han people. Witnessing this, Chen felt a warmth in his heart. These two brothers must have known that all his money and cards had been confiscated by the elder. Yet, how could the elder find out about the money and cards Chen had on him? Moreover, there were still a few cards left. Nonetheless, a Kong and a Zhuang's gesture genuinely moved him. Chen, why are you still dawdling? Take it and hurry up the mountain, a Zhuang urged. A Kong added, the stakes are higher up there, often in the tens of thousands. We can't provide much. But there's another hill nearby where they're playing for 3 to 5 yuan. I still prefer the high stakes. You all keep watch for me down here. If I win, I'll share the spoils with you. If I lose, don't come asking for your share, he quipped. What are you talking about? If you lose, you lose. No one will ask you for anything. Just go enjoy yourself. But don't forget we need to head to the lushing venue in the afternoon. Many girls have begun registering to participate in the flower asking event. Then I shall go. You all keep a lookout, and be sure the elder doesn't catch me red-handed. With a handful of change, a Chen dashed up the mountain. A Kong and a Zhuang watched his retreating figure, both smiling. Had it been 6 months prior, they would not have been able to offer such sums. Now, with the fruit harvest yielding profits, a Zhuang's family had also benefited greatly. And he had earned some personal gains as well. A Kong had managed to establish a flourishing business, bringing in money every day. Upon hearing that a Chen's money and cards had been confiscated by the dark leader of Wu Zhai, they silently rallied a group of young Miao men to pool their resources for a Chen's amusement. Their heartfelt intentions deeply touched a Chen. Thus, even though he had left a sizable amount of cash in the divine dragon space, he would not refuse their kindness. Because this genuine affection of the Miao people is priceless, it is one of the reasons why Chen wishes to remain in the Miao village. Furthermore, Chen can seize this opportunity to share a portion of his wealth with a Zhuang and a Kong, as they lack savings. Should they encounter a charming young lady at the Lushing Festival and wish to win her heart with a floral accessory, they must be prepared to present an equivalent exchange of silver jewelry, as per Miao customs. Chapter 99, A High-Stakes Gamble. Brother Mu is quite cunning. Within 2 hours of ascending the mountain, the hill where Chen resided became increasingly lively. No one was privy to the happenings above. Yet the bullfighting arena nestled between several hills was already witnessing an intense contest. Crowds gathered around the bullfighting arena, filling the slopes with a sea of spectators. The forthcoming match featured the White Miao and the Green Miao factions. The leaders of both factions led their bulls into the arena. Prior to the commencement of the contest, esteemed elders from both factions sprinkled wine upon the ground. As the bullfighting began, cheers erupted alongside the explosive sounds of firecrackers. In the arena, the two bulls, one from each faction, clashed head-on, locked in a fierce struggle. The merchants on this hill observed the spectacle with rapt attention, their nerves taut as they cheered for their respective bets. Chen sat on the ground, thoroughly engrossed in the event. Behind him, Su Qian and Lin Bei were puzzled as to why the young proprietor had wagered on the victory of the White Miao, prompting them to open a separate betting pool. Even Boss Wang, who had traveled from the provincial city, looked at Chen with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Young master, what are your thoughts? This is a substantial wager, nearly 10 million. Given the current situation, it is evident that the Green Miao's bull has the upper hand." Boss Wang had arrived 2 days prior, but was preoccupied with acquiring the fruits released by the Miao village, which were limited to 600 sacred fruits per person per day. Had it not been for his eager companions insisting on attending the bullfighting arena, he would not have come. Nonetheless, his presence proved fortuitous, as he encountered the future Miao King. He even secured a stake in the betting pool of the future Miao King, Chen. "If you are concerned, it is still not too late to withdraw," Chen remarked, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Although Boss Wang harbored little hope for the White Miao's bull, he nonetheless trusted the judgment of the future Miao King. Moreover, he recognized that this young man was no longer the same individual he had met at the end of last year. He had transformed into a figure of considerable significance, wielding substantial influence over the 37,000 Miao people in Qiandongnan. Even if he feared a loss, the potential loss was merely in the realm of hundreds of thousands, an amount worth spending in good company with the future Miao King. Besides, the connection between this future Miao King and Tang Capital seemed rather intricate. Otherwise, why would the senior executives of Tang Capital be so eager to get involved and stake their claims in the betting pool? Where can one withdraw? I am merely concerned that you, young master, might incur a loss of 4 to 5 million. Boss Wang waved his hand, resolutely affirming his decision. Muaken chuckled softly, then turned to the hesitant Qin Feng. "General Qin, while there is still time, shall we take a gamble?" "A gamble? How so?" "On the foundation of our current stake. You could add a few million for good measure." "A few million for good measure?" Although Qin Feng possessed a fortune of tens of billions, much of it was tied up in fixed assets, making it challenging to readily risk a few million. However, given the current situation in the arena. The odds were indeed over 70% favorable for an increase in stakes. General Chen, will you add? If you win, not only will I cover your losses, but I will also shamelessly approach our chieftain this afternoon, seeking assistance to transport the fruits you desire to a location on the cement road where there are no traffic jams, facilitating your loading. Is that true? A man's word is his bond. Chen Feng, already confident of victory, could hardly resist such temptation. Without hesitation, he added 1 million to the pot. Miaojiang was elated internally, but he inquired further. Is there anyone else willing to increase their stakes? If not, I shall close the betting. Count me in. I'll add 500,000. I'll add 100,000. I'll add 300,000. I'll add 200,000. But Miaojiang, if you lose, you must also ensure our fruits are transported to a location beyond the mountain where there are no blockades. I'll add as well. It would be unwise to abstain from a stable gambling opportunity. I shall contribute 600,000. In less than 2 minutes, the stakes surged by over 4 million. At this moment, Miaojiang was genuinely ecstatic, yet he still asked, anyone else? If not, I will close the betting. When it comes to money, these wealthy individuals could easily muster 4 billion collectively, yet they sought stability in such wagers. However, mere minutes after closing the betting, amidst the raucous atmosphere of the bullfighting arena, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Amidst the resounding cheers echoing through the valleys, the two bulls, locked in combat for 10 minutes, witnessed the previously disadvantaged white breed suddenly unleash an extraordinary surge of energy. Oh my, what is happening with the green breed? They appear to be on the verge of defeat. Atop the hill, the wealthy spectators were left aghast. Mere seconds later, the green breed was utterly vanquished. The outcome of the battle was now clear. The surrounding crowd of thousands erupted in a cacophony of discussion. One of the esteemed elders from the Miao clan stepped forward to announce the results, subsequently adorning the victorious bull with garlands. Following this, the arena burst into lively celebrations, with drums being beaten, reed pipes being played, and joyous dances commencing. Atop the hill, the gazes of all the affluent individuals towards Miaojiang had transformed. They were perplexed. Having closely observed that the future Miao King had neither cheated nor leaked any information, how had he triumphed? Miaojiang, could it be that you possess the gift of foresight? Indeed, Miaojiang, we are utterly baffled by our defeat. Can you shed some light on this? My goodness. A single bet has cost us millions. Miao King, how did you achieve this? The expressions of the wealthy, with their lips pursed in disbelief, brought amusement to Su Qian, Yao Yi, Boss Wang, Lin Bei, and Han Feng. Especially Han Feng was eager to settle accounts with Miaojiang and ascertain the amount won in this round. Oh my heavens! Master Mu, you have won over 6 million at the betting table. Your share amounts to 3,600,000, alongside an external wager of 4 million. Goodness, that totals over 7 million. Han Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Bei merely smiled in silence, while Su Qian and the others beamed with joy. However, the most elated of all was the owner of the medicinal herbs, who directly embraced Aiken's shoulders and gave him a thumbs up. Young man, I can't help but be in awe of your prowess. But how did you know that the seemingly disadvantaged Qingmiao branch's bull would triumph? Miaojiang shrugged. After the wealthy patrons successfully transferred their funds, he explained, because the Bai Miao branch is not the strongest opponent of the Qingmiao branch. What do you mean? The affluent listeners perked up their ears. Aiken smiled and elaborated. During this drum festival's bullfight, the Bai Miao branch will undoubtedly deploy their strongest bull, yet the Qingmiao direct line will not. For their true adversary is the He Miao branch, whose bull has yet to make its appearance. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Moments later, as the realization dawned upon the wealthy patrons, their gazes towards Miaojiang transformed entirely. One of the affluent men muttered, so we lost due to our information being limited. Another younger magnate looked at Miaojiang with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Young Master Miao, you are quite cunning. Chapter 100. Avoiding and dividing the spoils. Miaojiang laughed heartily, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you all for attending our Miao family's drum festival. Thus, I shall cover the expenses for you to transport the fruits down the mountain for loading. You will cover it? How much could that possibly cost? At most a few tens of thousands. The wealthy patrons grimaced, yet they had no choice but to accept their losses. Miaojiang patted the owner of the medicinal herbs on the shoulder and instructed Su Qian and the others to divide the winnings, with his share directly transferred to his account. He then procured 2 burlap sacks and began to stuff the over 300,000 in cash from the betting table into them. Master Mu, are you not going to gamble in the next round? Excessive gambling is detrimental to one's health, while a little brings joy. Enjoy yourselves, but do not miss lunchtime. Miaojiang waved his hand, swaying the two bulging sacks of cash as he strode out, exuding the aura of a future king of the Miao. What? Did I hear correctly? A little gamble? Muaken, how dare you call that 7 million a mere trifle? Oh my heavens! The Miao family has such a brazen young master. Observing his swaggering with the money made the onlookers want to give him a good thrashing. The uproar from the hilltop did not faze Muaken in the slightest. He merely waved back, inciting further ire among the wealthy patrons who had lost money. At the foot of the mountain, upon encountering a Kong and a Zhuang, he promptly stated, "Gentlemen, please send someone to fetch Uncle A Rong from Kedongjai, and gather the brothers who lent me money. We need to find a secluded place to divide the winnings." Divide the spoils. We won. A Zhuang scrutinized Akin's somewhat deflated pockets, questioning how much they could possibly hold. A Kong also examined Akin, pondering, what spoils are there to divide? If you won, just return my principal. Keep the rest for yourself. Hurry, hurry. There are too many people here. If the village chief catches wind of this, we'll all be in trouble. Are we really going? A Zhuang inquired again. Chen nodded emphatically. Without a moment's hesitation, A Zhuang took the heavy sack from Chen, oblivious to its contents. Half an hour later, at the side of a mountain hollow, a group of 70 to 80 young Miao men gathered on the grass. A Kong and A Zhuang each sat upon a sack. Chen called out, "Gentlemen, please move aside. You're sitting on it." "Sitting on what?" they replied, puzzled. "Pour it out and see for yourselves." With bewilderment etched on their faces, they wondered why they should empty the sacks. But then, oh my goodness, money? How could there be so much? A Zhuang felt a sudden lightness in his legs, his body swaying slightly. Did I really carry 2 sacks of money among so many people? A Kong was equally astonished that Chen had used sacks to hold such wealth and casually handed them to A Zhuang. As they traveled, the area of Kedongjai had been bustling with people. It would have been disastrous if A Zhuang and A Kong had been caught. The nearby strong men held their breath. Although both Kedongjai and Heiwuzhai had begun to prosper, the wealth remained firmly in the hands of their parents, leaving them with no chance to touch even a small portion. Moreover, the money their parents possessed could scarcely compare to the piles on the grass. The sight of so much cash, with denominations of 10 and 5, and even plenty of 50 and 100 bills, was exhilarating as it spilled from the sacks. Chen, this is... A Zhuang, calm down. Collect your thoughts and speak clearly. Chen chuckled and urged everyone to quickly count the money. A Kong's head spun. Chen, do you have any idea how much money is here? Perhaps over 300,000, but we need to count it to be certain. Hurry. We have matters to attend to after we divide the money. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the others chimed in. Chen, this isn't right. We never intended to share the money with you. Yes, Chen, we only heard that your money and cards were taken by the village chief, and we were concerned you wouldn't have any money for the mountain, so we gathered a little for you. We truly didn't plan on sharing. Just take it home. In this era, the Miao people faced financial hardships and poverty, yet their young men never indulged in unrealistic dreams of fortune falling from the sky. Though their eyes gleamed as they gazed at the pile of cash on the grass, longing for it to be theirs, they understood it was only right to earn it with their own hands. What's this? Are my words falling on deaf ears? Hurry up and count. Chen felt warmth in his heart. For everyone who contributed today, the division would be based on A Kong and A Zhuang's share. Brothers, starting this afternoon, we'll gradually gather our floral offerings. You haven't yet secured a flower band for my sister-in-law, so once we divide the money, muster all your strength and grab one to take home. And when the saintess makes her appearance, those who haven't secured one should refrain from trying to take it from me. At this, the brothers erupted into laughter. A Zhuang and a Kong exchanged glances. Since a Chen had already spoken so candidly, it would be inappropriate for them to continue with their pretenses. Thus, they promptly requested the Miao people to count the total amount of money. As they were counting, a duo and a Rue, who were playing nearby, noticed a Chen and hurried over. Brother, so much money. The two sisters exclaimed upon seeing the cash scattered on the grass, their eyes widening in astonishment. A duo, particularly taken aback, covered her mouth with her small hand and quietly began to count. A duo, a Rue, what brings you here? A Chen inquired. I came with my sister to play with some Han sisters over there. They are friends of Sister Shengnu, a duo replied. Hearing this, a Chen rose and followed the direction of a duo's finger, spotting 4 or 5 young, beautiful maidens on the hillside outside the ring of his brothers. All these young women were dressed in the traditional attire of the Miao. As a Chen turned his head, the maidens waved at him, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then bent down and picked out 1,200 yuan bills, handing them to a duo and a Rue. Brother, this money. A duo stammered in surprise. A Rue hesitated to refuse, mindful of the slap she had received from a Chen previously for rejecting his gift. Take it and enjoy. A Chen insisted. But brother, I can't spend such a large amount. A duo protested. Upon hearing her words, Chen bent down again and grabbed 2 handfuls of change, directly giving them to his 2 younger sisters. You may not be able to use the larger bills now, so save them for later. Use this to spend. Thank you. Brother, a duo exclaimed, tucking the money into her Miao skirt pocket to organize it neatly. When she smiled, the dimples at the corners of her lips were simply enchanting. Thank you, brother, Arue echoed as she accepted her share. At that moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she bit her lip, feeling a pang in her heart as she turned away. She had never anticipated receiving such profound care from her brother. It was worth noting that the amount he bestowed upon her was equal to that given to a duo. Arue's upbringing in an unfortunate family made her feel particularly blessed to have a selfless cousin like a Chen. Moments later, after a duo finished organizing her money, she stood on the hillside waving at a Chen. Brother, we're heading over now. You can join us for dinner once you're done. The food is almost ready. Go on. But don't wander off. Just as a duo and the others departed, Uncle A Rome from K Dongjai arrived, followed closely by Uncle A Qian. A Chen, upon seeing Uncle A Qian, was startled and quickly craned his neck to see if the clan elder had arrived. Fortunately, the elder was absent. A Chen released a sigh of relief. Uncle A Rong and Uncle A Qian gazed at the scattered banknotes, sharing an expression that was less than favorable. Their eyes, however, were filled with a peculiar admiration for a Chen, though they refrained from asking too many questions. Uncle A Qian suspected that a Chen had been gambling on the hillside, and it was obvious that the funds had been contributed by a Kong and a Zhuang. Soon, a Kong and a Zhuang finished counting the money. A Chen. The total comes to 348,500 yuan. Over 300,000? The Miao people felt a tremor of excitement at the news. Aiken nodded, silently calculating the amounts given to him by a Kang and a Zhang. He proclaimed, according to the distribution, a Zhang, you shall receive 10,000, and a Kang, you shall receive 20,000. Does that seem fair? If it feels excessive, then take it as you will. How you divide it is your concern. I shall not intervene. Aiken set aside 110,000 for himself, stating, I have promised those wealthy patrons to deliver the required fruits to the unobstructed stretch of road, totaling 220,000 exquisite fruits. The roads closer to our side are completely congested, so tonight, we must transport them manually. It should be a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers, and not a single fruit can be damaged in transit. I will provide them to you at 50 cents each, amounting to 110,000. Who among you will take responsibility? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly gleamed with excitement. A Zhang and a Kang immediately volunteered for the task. Very well, but do not involve the Baomin from Kedong Zhai and Heiwu Zhai. Aiken added. Why not, Aiken? Questioned A Zhang. We cannot allow ourselves to reap all the benefits. If our 2 villages feast, surely the other branches deserve a taste as well, Aiken replied. Moreover, we are in our home territory, and many matters await us tonight. Despite feeling a pang of regret over the loss of such funds to others, A Zhang nodded in agreement. All right. Aiken patted the weary A Zhang on the back, smiling. If it becomes too burdensome, A Zhang, feel free to let a Kang handle it. That works. I will attend to the affairs within our village, and there is much to manage this evening. Aiken nodded and handed the 110,000 to a Kang. A Kang. The area where you are is precisely where your blue Miao and red Miao branches intersect. This task must be executed flawlessly. We cannot accept any kickbacks. A Kang solemnly nodded and vowed not to take a single cent from the Baomin. Later, you will directly liaise with the orchard. Be cautious. Not a single fruit must be bruised. Rest assured, Aiken, I will handle this matter with care. Aiken smiled lightly. He then gathered the money from the ground and turned to Uncle Tang Arong, saying, Uncle Arong, this year's drum festival provisions will be managed by K Dongjai. There remains 20,850 in total. Please deposit it into the general account for collective use. Uncle Arong refrained from taking the money, feeling embarrassed to accept any further assistance from Aiken. A Kang and A Zhang exchanged glances, and one brother inquired, Aiken, will you not take any for yourself? Did I not just allocate some to a Rai and a duo? Besides, if I have money on me these days, the chief of Heiwu Zhai would surely keep a watchful eye on me. Aiken bent down to gather the money from the grass, and tossed it directly to Uncle Arong. Take it. Aiken, this is... A Kang and the other Baomin were now quite unsettled. A few Vaolong called a Kang aside. Upon his return, he withdrew 1,008 from the 2,000 he had previously given Aiken, placing the remainder into the sack. Observing this, the Heiwu Zhai contingent refrained from taking anything. Yet, Aiken retrieved their funds and tossed them back, declaring, This is what you are owed. Hurry and attend to your duties. I still have matters to discuss with Uncle Qian and Uncle Arong. Ah Chun, we cannot. With a smile, Ah Chun said, Let us depart, and remember my previous words. During the drum festival, if you encounter a captivating maiden, do not hesitate to act swiftly. Seize the moment while the young ladies are still in their prime and bring them home. With that, Chen called upon two uncles and took his leave. Chen, Kong, and Zhuang shouted his name, but he did not look back, merely raising a hand in farewell. Observing this, the young men from the two branches of the Miao family, though resolute, felt their eyes welling with emotion. In unison, they clenched their fists against their left shoulders. Bowing slightly, silently invoking, Miao King. At noon, the long banquet table was once again set. Chen, ravenous, sat down and immediately began to eat. However, upon his arrival, he found himself the focus of attention from the young women of various branches. Soon enough, they organized a performance for him, presenting a delightful spectacle akin to flowing mountain streams. The young women serving drinks and dancing before him belonged to the short-skirt Miao branch, whose distinctive attire featured strikingly short skirts. The skirts, adorned with fine pleats, enhanced their layered and three-dimensional appearance, exuding an air of mystery and allure. The maidens of the short-skirt Miao branch wore light yellow woven sashes around their waists, adorned with floral skirts, and their delicate embroidered cloth shoes were exquisite. Behind the short-skirt Miao maidens stood the long-skirt Miao branch, and even the enigmatic maidens of the purple Miao branch approached. Gradually, Chen found himself surrounded by the most beautiful women from all 12 branches, all intent on toasting the future Miao King. Although unafraid, Chen was aware of the daunting number of branches present. If they continued to pour drinks, he would surely forego his chance to court flowers today. Fortunately, the maidens from the red Miao, black Miao, blue Miao, and silver-horn Miao branches did not press too hard, or else he, Chen, would certainly have collapsed at the banquet. Even so, he felt quite dizzy. He distinctly remembered that the maidens from the purple Miao, green Miao, and short-skirt Miao branches were particularly vigorous in their efforts. After a considerable time, the young women dispersed, seeking other targets for their revelries, leaving Chen with a flushed face. He sat foolishly on his stool, struggling to swallow one gulp after another, a sight both amusing and endearing. Meanwhile, Tang Tang and the higher-ups who had been watching the spectacle were utterly delighted, genuinely impressed by their boss's drinking capacity. Han Feng from the Tianmu Fund sat directly across from Chen, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. That scene just now. I can only imagine how envious many of us Han people must be. Damn it. Although Chen had been wary of the 12 branches, his concerns were primarily about the Miao young men competing for the maiden's flower band. He had not anticipated that the young women would unite to play such tricks on him. He had miscalculated. Lin Bei and Su Qian, witnessing Chen's predicament, could not help but laugh. At that moment, Duo and Rue arrived, carrying a pot of a special concoction to sober him up, followed by the chief of the Haiwazhai clan. The chief's expression was quite grim, and behind him stood the matriarch of their clan. Oh no, has the chief found out about the gambling incident? Why does the old lady wear such a stern expression? Chen wished to flee, yet felt so lethargic that escape seemed impossible. Brother, quickly drink some water to sober up. The registration for the flower band participants has already commenced over at the Lushing venue. Duo hastily offered water to Chen, while the clan elder rushed to his side. In Chapter 102, Kicking the Young Sprout, Mo stated, "We speak the truth. Your beloved was quite inebriated at the long table banquet just now." At the stone steps of the Lushing venue, Shixia and Guyu hurriedly relayed the events to Mo. Upon hearing, Mo did not express concern. Instead, she laughed. The sisters of the 12 branches conspired last night to ensure Chen would be intoxicated. It's only natural. Is this truly natural? Do you comprehend how much your beloved has consumed? Mo replied, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The scene was so overwhelming that I still feel a shiver down my spine. Guyu had also witnessed the spectacle, pondering why so many Miao girls would unite to intoxicate Chen and why he did not refuse. Yet Mo explained, he cannot refuse. He can only surrender. But he is destined to be the future Miao King, and surrender is not an option. My heavens, how tragic. It is not tragedy, but rather a sign of respect from the 12 branches of girls. Respect? In such a manner? Shixia and Guyu, both esteemed scholars from Tsinghua, shook their heads in disbelief, unable to comprehend this form of respect. Little did they know the deeper customs of the Miao people. At that moment, a beautiful girl from the red Miao branch approached Mo swiftly, whispering something in her ear. Mo furrowed her brows, rising to inquire, right now? Yes, by Miaoze Shi, Yin Jiao Miaoze Yong, and Qing Miaoze Zhe have already taken a stand against Chen. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Mo's captivating eyes as she rose slowly. These three truly knew how to seize an opportunity. Challenging Chen after he had been intoxicated, were they intent on ousting him? Although by Miaojiang Shi and Miaojiang were fighting their own battles, they were evidently not allies of Yang Aze. The red Miao girl continued, as a Shi and a Yong rank among the 8 fierce wolves of the Miao. They have more at stake than Yang Aze. Holy Maiden, should we intervene? What is Chen's current condition? He is gradually regaining his senses, but he seems unwilling to compete with a Shi and a Yong, directing his focus instead at Yang Aze. Let us go observe. Holy Maiden. The red Miao girl quickly obstructed Mo, saying, is it wise to go now? If he comes for the flower band this afternoon, you will not be prepared. I have already arranged a time with him. Let us go. I know what I'm doing. Very well. Meanwhile, on Chen's side, the burly A Shi and the short-haired A Yong had already consumed 12 servings of rice wine from the horn. Since the day they learned about the rumors of the black Miao Mu Chun and the Holy Maiden, they had resolved to defeat Mu Chun at the drum festival. However, after witnessing the events at the sacrificial ceremony yesterday, they found themselves contemplating retreat. Their hesitation was not born from fear of Mu Chun, but rather from the concern that in the heat of battle, they might inadvertently breach the rules, thereby becoming pariahs of the Miao. The charges of assaulting the future Miao king were burdens too heavy for them to bear. Thus, they could only engage in a contest of strength with Muakin through Miao rice wine, hoping to see who would succumb first. However, Muakin's capacity for alcohol was far more formidable than they had anticipated. After consuming 12 horns of wine, they were already feeling the effects, yet Muakin, who had seemingly been overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the young women earlier, appeared to be growing increasingly lucid with every drink. In truth, it was not that he was becoming more sober. Rather, he had begun to uncover certain secrets of the Shennong Space. Throughout his drinking duel with a Shi and a Yong, he had kept his fingers pressed against his left arm, the site of the Shennong Space tattoo. This allowed him to transfer a portion of the alcohol into the space, thereby exchanging it for the miraculous energy contained within, which helped to expel the residual alcohol from his system. Therefore, even if faced with 12 horns of rice wine, he would merely feel a distension in his stomach. However, this ability could not be employed for extended periods. It required swift resolution, lest he exhaust himself and succumb to the backlash of the energy, leading to unconsciousness. Come, fill 5 horns to the brim. Whoever raises their hand first is out of the contest. Muakin suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing the wine jug to begin pouring. At this point, a Shi and a Yong began to have second thoughts. Indeed, several representatives from the white Miao had arrived, compelling a Yong to withdraw from the competition. As for a Shi, he still felt unwell and managed to down 3 more horns alongside Muakin before conceding defeat. Now, only Yang Aze from the green Miao remained. Although the leaders of the Ba Long ancient village, including Yang Xingzhang and Yang Ahu, were present, they did not engage with the black Miao as they had in previous years during the drum festival. Yang Aze was acutely aware that he was not merely facing any black Miao, but Muakin himself. However, the thought of losing the woman he yearned for, compounded by Muakin's earlier actions against his uncle, ignited a fierce rage within him. Muakin, why do you compete with us for the Saintus? Yang Aze nearly shouted in fury. Muakin, feigning indifference, lazily dug at his ear, barely glancing at Yang Aze, but casting a sidelong glance that only fueled Yang Aze's inebriated anger. Muakin, on what grounds do you presume to act this way? I demand a duel. Despite Yang Aze's furious outburst, Muakin continued to disregard him. This was a slight that, while not overtly offensive, bore a deep sting. You dare to insult me? Yang Aze, he retorted. At this, a Bao, a Xiong, and a Kong, who were standing behind Muakin, darkened their expressions, with the impetuous A Xiong pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Aze and bellowing, how dare you? Yang Aze, show disrespect to Muakin. Muakin raised a hand, signaling a Xiong to refrain from intervening. He then turned his gaze to Yang Aze and stated, on what grounds? I am of the black Miao, and you are of the green Miao. If you are dissatisfied, then let us settle it. Why waste words? Let us fight, then. Does the green Miao fear the black Miao? With that, Muakin sprang to his feet and delivered a fierce kick. Unprepared, or perhaps simply not expecting Muakin to strike him in front of so many witnesses, Yang Aze was sent sprawling several meters away. Aze. Several young men from the green Miao rushed forward to assist him. The chief of the Balong ancient village wore a stern expression as Yang Hang approached, saying, Akin, this is excessive. Young uncle, it would be prudent for you to step aside. If you insist on meddling in the affairs between me and Yang Aze, do not blame me for the consequences that may befall you. Yang Hang had already been suspended by his superiors due to the transfer of over 40 million from the fruit farm to other banks. should he involve himself further. Muakin could easily orchestrate his expulsion. Yet, as a core member of the Qingmiao lineage, he could not falter even if dismissal loomed on the horizon. Aiken, if you wish to fight, let it be a fair contest. Fair. Aiken laughed heartily, gesturing towards the scowling Yang A's as he addressed Yang Hang. Ask Yang A's if he considers this fair. In his attempt to belittle me, a mere middle school graduate, with his academic credentials, does he regard that as just? Indeed. I belittled you. You are unworthy of the saintess. What right does a middle schooler have to vie with a university graduate like me for her? Yang A's roared with indignation. What right do I have? Muakin chuckled, an unsettling grin spreading across his face. I have every right, for I do not regard your qualifications with any respect. With my hands, I can crush your intellect. Do not presume your abilities are superior, Yang A's. If I choose to squeeze, you will not even comprehend your demise. The repeated indignities had driven Yang A's to the brink of madness. He pointed once more at Muakin, but before he could unleash his fury, Aiken swiftly seized his finger. You, Yang A's, who pride yourself on being a college student, must have your knowledge stuffed in a dog's belly. Do you not realize it is impolite to point? The Qingmiao lineage once took pride in you. Yet you are nothing but a disgrace. Is your diploma so impressive? In my circle, there are countless individuals far more accomplished than you. So what do you have to say? If you wish to contest for the saintess's favor, let us compete at the Lushing Festival. I, Muakin, would even grant you a modicum of respect. You dare prattle on at the long table feast, disturbing my appetite? Have you no sense of self-reflection? With that, Muakin delivered a kick to Yang A's knee, forcing him to half kneel. In that moment, Yang A's was engulfed in utter humiliation. The expression of the chief of the Qingmiao lineage was hardly more favorable. Yang Ahu wished to confront Aiken, but he could not. Instead, a Baolong from their lineage dared to question, Muakin, by what authority do you confront our Qingmiao today? And how does your lineage perceive Aiken? From the Miao lineage. As Wang appeared, accompanied by their most formidable black wolves. Other capable members from various lineages swiftly encircled the scene. Such a display signaled that the Qingmiao lineage, in their audacity to disrespect their ancestors and the future Miao king, would face a united front from the other factions to eliminate these unruly Baolong. Before long, the commotion caught the attention of the 9 clan elders. Strangely, they did not approach, but merely observed from a distance. Meanwhile, the military personnel in the village felt a chill run down their spines. Should a true conflict arise, thousands would be necessary to quell it. The crux of the matter lies in the potential calamity that could ensue from a conflict with the Miao people. The onlooking Han individuals gradually retreated, fearing that any altercation among the Miao would inadvertently embroil them as innocent bystanders. Only those who shared a close rapport with Chen remained. In response to the pointed inquiry from the Black Miao, the Qing Miao faction found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was the head of the Baolong ancient village who stepped forward, exclaiming, "Enough! This is merely a conflict among the youth. Let us not involve the various branches, nor elevate this to a greater level. Everyone should disperse. Young village chief, the issue was raised by your Qing Miao. It cannot simply be brushed aside with such nonchalance." A voice interjected. "What? Does by Miao Asher harbor grievances against us?" Asher, standing behind Chen, then spoke. "Yang Aze of the Qing Miao branch has displayed such arrogance before Chen. I wish to inquire how you regard Chen." "Yang Ahu, do you not return to your position?" Yong, standing behind Chen, barked sharply. Yang Ahu found himself in a precarious predicament. Torn between allegiance to his branch and the future Miao king, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, despite his reluctance to witness an uncontrollable scene, he led the most capable Miao warriors of the Qing Miao back to their positions. With the 8 formidable wolves of the Miao family now standing behind the future Miao king, a mysterious and awe-inspiring energy erupted from the center where Chen stood. This energy was so intriguing that even Chen himself marveled at it, though it dissipated swiftly. With his starry eyes gleaming, Chen approached young village chief and said, "Perhaps you should seek out the other village chiefs for a drink. We, the youth, can handle our own matters. Chen, let us not elevate this to the level of the Miao king. Allow Aze a chance to live. It is not to that extent, at most. I shall merely give him a beating." "Very well. Proceed with your beating." The young village chief was never particularly suited for such disputes, especially having just partaken in a banquet at the long table beside. With Chen providing him an exit, he hastily departed. Once young village chief was gone, the eager Chen wasted no time. Before the assembled crowd, he directly unleashed a flurry of blows upon Yang Aze. This spectacle drew the ire of the various branches, each muttering under their breath about how Yang Aze was getting off too lightly. For the Han people, however, This was a vivid display of violence, leading to their palpable apprehension of the Miao. On the side of the Black Miao branch, Zhuang and his companions mused that if they were to take matters into their own hands and strike Qing Miao, the exhilaration would be unparalleled. Yet, they were acutely aware that such an action would undoubtedly provoke a collective retaliation from the Qing Miao. Soon, after a series of anguished cries, Chen finally halted. Leaning over the swollen-faced Yang Aze, he asked, "Do you yield?" "I do not yield," came the defiant reply, only to be met with another barrage of punches and kicks. "Do you yield?" "I do not yield." This cycle continued for 7 or 8 rounds until Yang Aze, cradling his head, finally cried out, "I yield. I yield. Stop. I shall no longer contend for the Saintess." "What do you mean by no longer contending for the Saintess? Could you ever have outmatched me?" Miao had once again taken matters into his own hands, directly targeting Yang A's upper body, leaving the so-called rival to scream in agony. It was only after a Kang and Ashi intervened that Yang A's was spared further torment. Yang Ahu delivered a forceful kick to Yang A's, bellowing, "Apologize to Aiken at once. I have already told you, if you wish to compete, do so on the Lushing stage. It is fortunate you have not been killed." In terms of relationships, Yang Ahu was indeed Yang A's elder brother. However, when it came to standing within the Miao clan, despite Yang A's being a top scholar, he could not rival Yang Ahu's stature or reputation. Furthermore, the Qing Miao faction had completely withdrawn their support for Yang A's. Thus, not only did Yang A's endure this beating without justification, but he also could not reclaim his dignity. Who would dare to provoke the future Miao king? Today, Yang A's had managed to keep Qing Miao from being dragged into this mess, a fact that Miao had deliberately allowed to happen. Following this brief interlude, Miao had effectively eliminated his so-called competitor. This was within the Miao clan. Had it been in the Han clan, displacing a rival would not have been so straightforward. Yet, this also highlighted the differing methods employed by the Miao clan when vying for the affection of a beloved maiden. Nonetheless, Yang A's impatience was to blame. Had he waited to confront Aiken at the Lushing stage, they could have united against him, leaving Aiken to devise alternative strategies. "Brother, grandmother wants you to hurry home and change your clothes. The flower band activity starts in an hour." At this moment, a duo squeezed through the crowd, calling out to Aiken. Meanwhile, Amo, positioned somewhere in the throng, was astonished by Aiken's recent behavior but wasted no time and hurried home to change into formal attire. Chapter 104. The Flower Band, Anxieties Abound. At 1:30 in the afternoon, although there were still 30 minutes until the Flower Band event commenced, the area between Ke Dongjai and He Wuzhai was already teeming with people. 2 clan elders from the Miao family, rarely seen at such events, had made an appearance, diligently coordinating with hundreds of leaders to prepare for the impending festivities. Lu Rue, hailing from the Magic City, was providing translations through 2 of the leaders while loudly explaining the proceedings of the Flower Band event, as not all attendees from the Han clan understood Miao language. Thanks to Lu Rue's introduction, the non-Miao attendees gradually grasped the significance of the Flower Band, a unique event allowing Miao youth to openly express their affections and engage in free love. Although the event was still half an hour away, the surrounding area had already been encircled by a crowd of thousands. Lin Bei and Su Qian had secured a spot on a raised side, affording them a clear view of the proceedings. "Oh my, it is already so grand before it has even begun. I can't imagine what the scene will be like later. I felt compelled to join in the Flower Band festivities. What nonsense are you dreaming of in broad daylight? Haven't you heard the announcer? To woo a Miao maiden with a flower band, one must first know how to play the Lushing. Do any of you know how? We do not. But we can ask our relatives to help play. But among us Han people, who has relatives or friends skilled in playing the Lushing? While the Miao flower band may seem straightforward, there are intricacies aplenty. The melodies of the Lushing are distinct, imbued with the sentiments the young Miao men wish to express. Simultaneously, they must play and dance. Who among you can perform the traditional Miao dance? Upon hearing this, Han Feng beside them appeared disheartened and remarked, "Master Mu is capable of everything. Alas, today is his stage. Otherwise, I would have sought the flower garland from him." "Mind your words, Han Feng. Lest the Miao people take offense," Lin Bei cautioned, sending a shiver down Han Feng's spine. Nearby, Su Qian and Yao Yi, along with other senior members of Tang Tang Capital, engaged in hushed discussions, eagerly anticipating the scene of their boss requesting the flower garland. Meanwhile, the dignitaries from Yanjing, Magic City, and southern business circles awaited with bated breath. Particularly, those wealthy patrons who had lost to Mu Aiken silently hoped that the cunning Miao lad would fail to secure the garland, wishing instead for a lifetime of solitude for him. However, These patrons were well aware that Muakin was destined to be the future Miao king, rumored to be enamored with a maiden of saintly repute, making it improbable for him to leave empty-handed, even if he were to fail in obtaining the saint's garland. The Miao family had an abundance of beautiful young women. With 10 minutes remaining until 2 o'clock, the atmosphere at High was electrifying, as countless Miao uncles arrived. Playing the lushing, many young women, dressed in their finest attire, gathered around Muakin, who had donned fresh Miao clothing. In his hands, he held a lushing, and the silver necklace around his neck sparkled brilliantly in the blazing sun. For Aiken, this day signified not merely a 6-month wait, but rather a culmination of 2 lifetimes, stirring within him a whirlwind of excitement. Yet, this very exhilaration caused his palms to sweat around the lushing. Do not be anxious. Just follow the guidance of Grandma when the time comes. Aiken, fear not. The clan elders and Uncle Dong and Uncle Chen are by your side. All the Miao people of High had gathered, save for those who remained at home and on the mountaintop to manage various arrangements for Aiken. The 8 formidable wolves of the Miao family awaited at the entrance of the lushing venue, instruments in hand, ready to rally behind the future Miao king upon his arrival. Soon, the young women from the 3 villages of Dongjai approached. The lushing venue resonated with harmonious melodies. The young women, numbering nearly 1,000, formed 4 lines. Their relatives, especially their mothers, followed closely, clutching a new quilt. When a daughter agrees to accept a flower garland, her family must drape the quilt over the groom. The quilt symbolizes a wish for a lifetime of unity and enduring love. To distinguish which young women were participating in the matchmaking and which were merely there to support, one need only look at their chests. Those adorned with a small red flower were the ones vying for the garland, while those without it could not be courted, nor could they be harassed or taken by force. Furthermore, the first young women to enter the lushing venue from Dongjai were prohibited from participating in the matchmaking with the Miao lads of their own village, as they were considered siblings and thus ineligible for marriage. Only young men from other villages were permitted entry. Given the multitude of participating villages, each session was limited to a mere 2 hours. As the time drew near, regardless of whether the young ladies' floral sashes remained intact, they were compelled to exit the scene. This indicated that Muakin had merely 2 hours at his disposal. However, now that he had entered the lush reed dance venue, he found himself on the verge of expletives upon observing the young women from Dongjai entering. Adorned with small red flowers, these ladies were exquisitely attired, donning silver hats and dangling silver earrings, performing the reed dance in the innermost circle. Good heavens, why do they all appear so similar in their attire? Where's the saintess? Did you not hear the announcer state that this is a matchmaking event? The saintess would certainly not don the imposing garments worn during yesterday's rites. Yet, with only 2 hours left, how could Muakin, amidst a sea of thousands of Miao ladies, possibly discern the saintess's location? Why the rush? Can't you see that Muakin is surrounded by capable individuals? Each one is currently assisting him in the search, remarked Han Feng from the observation platform, exhibiting more anxiety than Muakin himself. At this moment, Aiken, reed in hand, was staring intently. Yet, as the procession advanced, how could they still not locate the saintess? Have you seen the saintess? No. Akong, what about your side? Not yet. Bao, Zhuang, how about you? Nothing. Hurry up. There are only 2 hours left. Every minute wasted increases Aiken's torment. In the throng of the reed dance, both adults and children were engaged in playing and dancing. Yet, within High, they could not afford to relax, remaining steadfast in their search for the saintess, Amo. The 8 great wolves were also on the hunt. Oh my, I wish I could join in the search, but I realized I could hardly recall what the Miao saintess looked like, only that she was extraordinarily beautiful. Han Feng was exceedingly anxious. I recognize her. I will go down to assist, said Su Qian. I know her too. I shall go as well. What are we waiting for? Let us move. The commotion in High was undoubtedly the highlight of the reed dance venue. It could be said that the first round of floral sashes today was primarily intended for the future Miao king. The young ladies passing before Muakin paused for several seconds, all hoping that he would play the reed, allowing them to hang their sashes and silver collars. Even if Aiken ultimately did not choose them, at the very least, they had made an effort. However, as seconds ticked away, after an hour of searching among thousands, they still had not located the saintess, Amo. When Lu Rue on the main stage announced the remaining time, it sent Muakin into a state of panic. Everyone began to suspect that the saintess Amo might not be among the crowd. Yet, Amo was indeed present. She had simply employed cosmetics purchased in Yanjing, causing those familiar with her to search based on her previous appearance. Just moments ago, Amo had even noticed the gazes of the 8 great wolves passing over her face. Even Uncle Adong and Zhuang had searched for her but failed to recognize her. As time progressed, it was not only Miaojiang and Hai who were anxious. Even the clan elders on the stage felt the pressure. They wondered how, with so many people from Hai, they could fail to find the Saintess Amo, who was undoubtedly within the procession. Chapter 105. Has the Saintess refused to give me a floral sash? Now, within the preceding ranks, over a dozen young men have successfully secured the floral adornments from their desired maidens and are currently engaged in formalities with the respective chieftains. Su Qian and Yao Yi found themselves in a quandary, as the exquisitely dressed Miao maidens all appeared indistinguishable to them, leaving them utterly confounded. With merely half an hour remaining before departure, Amo finally spotted a Chen. Their eyes met, but to Amo's dismay, Chen did not recognize her and kept glancing back, searching for someone else. This caused Amo to grow increasingly anxious, regretting her extravagant choice of cosmetics. Her sole intention had been to present herself beautifully, hoping to secure Chen's betrothal. Yet now, it seemed she had gone overboard. "Aunt, where is the Saintess? Has she not arrived?" Uncle Dong inquired hastily upon seeing Amo's mother. Yet she merely replied, "Find her yourself. Aunt, time is running short. Where exactly is the Saintess?" Uncle Chen, equally flustered, echoed the sentiment. Amo's mother reiterated her previous response. "Aunt, even if Chen has offended you, it is only because he does not know you are the Saintess's mother. Do not hold it against him. Tonight, I will ensure he apologizes and toasts to you. Find her yourself," was her only retort, which drove Uncle Dong to the brink of frustration. Ultimately, useful information was procured from the Saintess's father. "You did not deceive us. How could the Saintess be up front? We have searched there already. Hurry, time is of the essence." With Tang A.U.S. confirmation, Uncle Dong bellowed, and a significant portion of the Miao people from Miaojiang surged forward toward the front of the line. "Hurry, hurry. She is up ahead. We have missed our chance." A duo and a Rue were also on the hunt, particularly a Rue, whose keen instincts propelled her to the front of the line. Minutes later, she exclaimed, "Found her. Here. The Saintess is right here. Quickly, inform my brother." Her exclamation reverberated through Miaojiang, eventually reaching Chen. At that moment, Chen had retreated further back. Upon hearing that the Saintess was ahead, he yearned to rush toward her, but the throng of people made it impossible to advance. Furthermore, he felt utterly exhausted. The tension in his body relaxed, nearly causing him to stumble. Chen, a Hu and a Bao quickly supported him. The 8 fierce wolves forged a path, and the robust young Miao men swiftly cleared away. Everyone understood that finding the Saintess was merely the first step. The process of acquiring the floral adornment would still require effort. However, far too much time had already been squandered on this initial endeavor. "Chen, over there. The woman holding the child, right in front of her. Hurry, there are only 20 minutes left." With heavy steps, Chen finally located the Saintess. Yet, he discovered that over 10 young men were already vying for her floral adornment, playing the lush reed pipe. At last, Chen comprehended why they had struggled to find the Saintess. Who could have anticipated that she had adorned herself? The naturally beautiful Saintess, renowned as the most exquisite maiden of the Miao, appeared even more breathtaking when adorned. 6 months had passed. Aiken finally encountered the woman he had loved for 2 lifetimes. Her beauty was breathtaking, and her aura remained as formidable as ever. "Aiken, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up." The 8 formidable wolves and the uncles from the Black Miao clan were already prepared. As soon as Aiken's lushing sounded, they would immediately join in the rhythm to support him. With a deep breath, Aiken raised his lushing. The moment it resonated, his entourage was filled with energy. Suddenly, in a gathering of thousands, this corner became the focal point of the entire event. Aiken danced and played, moving towards Amuo, the future Miao King. Could it be that this most beautiful girl was the Saintess? The brothers who had come to compete for flowers quickly stepped back, lacking the courage to vie with Aiken. Moreover, the 8 wolves stood by to prevent any disruptions from other competitors. In the lushing arena, any unmarried Miao youth could compete. Unfortunately, they had no opportunity. At this moment, Aiken recalled the instructions from several elderly women. Be bold, be thick-skinned, be graceful, and exercise patience. Yet, his heart was in disarray from earlier events. Although the melody he played remained unchanged, his breath quickened significantly. The most beautiful girl from the Black Miao clan hurried over, and the girls began to dance alongside Aiken. While the 8 wolves and the Black Miao brothers provided the musical accompaniment, Amuo's parents and other relatives also arrived, waiting expectantly. However, despite dancing to the Lushing's tune, Amuo appeared disinclined to offer her flower band to Aiken. This made Aiken genuinely anxious. Yet, he understood that the more anxious he felt, the more he needed to maintain his composure. Otherwise, all would be in vain. He was uncertain about what Miao was truly waiting for. Su Qian, Lin Bei, Han Feng, and Yao Yi also approached. Heavens, the saintess has become even more beautiful. No wonder it took so long to find her. Han Feng exclaimed. Lin Bei and Yao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qian, however, felt a pang of insecurity. Having always believed her beauty was comparable to that of the Miao saintess. Yet, it was now evident that she fell short by a considerable margin. Miss Tang, don't delay any longer. Time is of the essence. Quickly present your flower band to Aiken, urged Su Qian. Yes, Miss Tang. Look at Aiken, he's drenched in sweat. His injuries must still be healing, she added, hastening to encourage her. Miao gazed at Aiken, who was both playing and dancing. She recognized that Aiken's injuries had not fully healed, yet she wished to gaze at him a moment longer. In that instant, Aiken appeared incredibly charming. However, when she noticed the mist in his eyes and the bloodshot veins, her heart ached profoundly. Just then, her mother, seeing her indecisiveness, hurriedly leaned in to whisper, "You must act quickly. If you hesitate any longer, the other girls will seize the opportunity." Miao suddenly came to her senses. Biting her lip lightly, she slowly removed her flower band. In that moment, Aiken's breath quickened even further. Those who had been filming were also quick to prepare their colleagues for the unfolding scene. As long as the flower ribbon of the Miao Holy Maiden is tied to Mu Aiken's Lucian, that melody must resonate in harmony. Whether in Kedong village or Heiwu village, even the elders from afar are now fixated on this scene. In truth, the entire audience's attention is directed towards this moment, casting a shadow over the other young women present. They understand that this matchmaking event is solely to accompany the Holy Maiden, yet they too harbor aspirations for the captivating Mu Aiken. Aiken, hold on. Perseverance is victory. The young men of the He Miao lineage play the Lucian with fervor, as the Holy Maiden's flower ribbon has already been removed. However, contrary to everyone's anticipation, the Holy Maiden does not promptly tie the ribbon around Aiken's Lucian. What could this mean? Is the Holy Maiden reluctant? This is the unvoiced sentiment of all the attendees. Even Aiken's father and mother are at a loss regarding their daughter's intentions. Why has she suddenly refrained from tying the flower ribbon? Yet, amidst their confusion, Aiken, who plays the Lucian in pursuit of the flower ribbon, finds himself in the most perplexing position. At this moment, the world around him seems to dim. Is the Holy Maiden denying me the flower ribbon? Chapter 106. The Pact of Eternal Union. No, the Holy Maiden Aiken is not withholding it. Rather, she has removed it along with the silver collar, adorning Aiken's Lucian with both in the most beautiful manner. Does this not signify their bond? The lively Han Feng, witnessing the scene, hastens to inquire, yet no one provides clarity. For at that moment, the Miao people surrounding him erupt into raucous cheers, shaking the very air with their exuberance. Relieved, the clan elder on stage exhales deeply. Lu Rue, who has been poised for action, holds his breath and issues commands. Colorful fireworks stationed around the Lucian stage burst forth into the sky, trailing vibrant ribbons under the blazing sun, a sight to behold. Simultaneously, stirring music fills the atmosphere. Take her home. Don't wait until she grows old. Seize her youthful days. Pursue her swiftly. Don't wait until dark hair turns to white. In her prime, take her home. These four succinct lines resonate throughout the venue, igniting an explosive response from the crowd. The music crescendos in repetition, and the lyrics, easily memorized, prompt a chorus from all present. Aiken's heart swells as he sees Aiken smile, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Yet Aiken remains in a daze, instinctively continuing to play and dance with the Lucian, for he has never contemplated surrender. As long as the Holy Maiden's flower ribbon remains, he shall not yield. After Aiken adorns Aiken's Lucian with her flower ribbon and silver collar, her mother, adhering to tradition, promptly drapes a prepared quilt over Aiken's shoulders. This act serves as a blessing from the future mother-in-law to her daughter and prospective son-in-law, together for a lifetime. The colorful fireworks continue to illuminate the night sky as the clan elder steps forward, announcing with authority the He Miao lineage of the Miao family. Heiwu village's Mu Aiken and the Holy Maiden, Tang Aiken of Kedong village, hereby officially establish their engagement. From this moment forth, Aiken and Aiken shall forge the pact of eternal union. Tonight, they are betrothed. The crowd erupts in a thunderous cheer. Once again, a cascade of vibrant fireworks ascends into the sky, their thunderous echoes reverberating without respite. Amo displays an enchanting smile, gazing tenderly at Chen. Yet, none notice the distant look in Chen's eyes, as he feels an irresistible impulse to continue. Chen, please stop. That's enough. Amo softly implores. However, upon approaching him, she realizes something is amiss. Chen, She urgently grasps his hand. Stop playing, stop. I am here. I have always been waiting for you. In this moment, although Chen appears dazed, his movements are more graceful than before, captivating those who behold him. The relatives from He Wuzhai and Ke Dongjai, who are nearby, also notice Chen's reluctance to cease. Amo contemplates briefly and quickly understands the situation. She removes her silver lock and drapes it around Chen's neck. The more silver adornments Amo bestows upon him, the heavier he becomes, gradually calming his spirit. Ultimately, she bestows upon him her remaining 3 silver necklaces and 9 pairs of silver bracelets. Yet Chen remains unyielding, his gaze fixated on her silver earrings and embellished attire. Chen, I give you this, is it not enough? She exclaims, but I cannot remove my silver garments. What will I wear then? In the customs of Ke Dongjai and He Wuzhai, once a man obtains the flowered belt, the young women will appropriately offer silver ornaments as tokens of affection. Subsequently, the ornaments are weighed by the village elder, and the man must compensate with silver ingots or cash equivalent. At the time of marriage, these silver pieces are returned to the bride's family, and she adorns herself in splendid attire for her wedding. Thus, the more silver Amo offers now, the greater the cash Chen must present later during the weighing. Fortunately, Amo is aware that Chen can bear the cost of this reimbursement, or she would not have given so freely, lest she burden him. After all, beyond the reimbursement for the silver, there is a customary fee to be presented on the spot, the amount being irrelevant, merely a gesture of intent. What if Chen were to give excessively? Soon, once Chen has collected all of Amo's removable silver ornaments, he finally comes to a halt. In that moment, another wave of revelry erupts. Chen is drenched in sweat, not from physical exertion, but from the fright he experienced when Amo retracted her belt. He feared she had changed her mind, only to be surprised that Amo had given him both the belt and silver necklaces. On the main stage, Lu Rui passionately articulates the romantic ideals of the Miao youth, while the lyrics of a 4-line song continue to resonate. Among the maidens of Ke Dongjai, those still adorned with flowered belts begin to exit as the time arrives, while the young women from other villages enter in succession, guided by their relatives. Chen and Amo make their way toward the village elder. Along the way, Chen finally reaches for Amo's hand. At the moment their fingers brush, he feels a sense of existence, as if his life had not been in vain. Chen's heart begins to steady, yet his expression remains indifferent, devoid of any trace of joy. Chen, what troubles you? Are you upset with me? I did not mean it. I wanted to give you the most beautiful gift. Amo's voice is delicate, yet tinged with tremors. For at this moment, Chen is not the person she had previously perceived. He appears somewhat despondent. Aiken tightened his grip on her hand, slowing his pace and slightly turning his face to say, I truly was startled by you. I thought you weren't coming. I believed that I would keep my promise to you and definitely show up. Even if you couldn't find me today, I would still wait for you. Amo leaned closer to Aiken, smiling as she said, I will go to Phoenix Mountain and let you compete for me. In the future, we will go to Phoenix Mountain to help our brothers win brides. Anyone who dares to compete for you, I shall be their undoing. I am entirely yours. Who would dare to take me away? The clan elder turned around and said, You 2 lovebirds have plenty of time for sweet whispers in the future. Hurry and bring the silver ornaments for weighing. He continued, Aiken, your parents are no longer with us. Think about who will drink the betrothal wine with the holy maiden's parents later. Aiken approached with Amo's silver ornaments and handed them to the clan elder for weighing. Then, he turned to Uncle Adong beside him and said, My late parents departed early. Uncle Adong, we have not even reached the 5th degree of mourning. We are the closest kin in Black Crow Village. You and Aunt shall represent me in drinking the betrothal wine. Indeed, Aiken, Aunt is eagerly waiting. How many women from the Black Miao clan will envy this? Uncle Adong's wife chuckled. Soon, under the gaze of all relatives and friends, the weighing was completed. The clan elder loudly announced, Pure silver, 47 Jin and 8 Liang. Goodness, pure silver? And so heavy, exclaimed the crowd. Only wealthy families would possess such substantial silver ornaments. 47 Jin must be solid. How much could it be worth? Quick, calculate. I am unaware of the silver price, came the murmur from the audience. Lin Bei, Su Qian, and their familiar friends also silently calculated in astonishment. The holy maiden's silver ornaments would certainly not be lacking. If Aiken also received silver garments, it would be even heavier. At that moment, a Rue and a duo approached, each carrying a large chest. Just as Aiken received them, Amo quickly stopped him and whispered, You promised me you wouldn't give too much. Chapter 107, A Night of Revelry and a Deep Kiss. Aiken nodded. Not too much. 2 chests. Can it really not be much? It truly is not excessive. I am not deceiving you. Amidst the curiosity and anticipation of the crowd, the chests were opened, and gasps erupted. Goodness, are those silver ingots? Yes, silver ingots. Quick, count how many there are. Show I am counting. These silver ingots are substantial. Each weighs at least 3 jin. After successfully obtaining the flower offerings, the weight of the silver ornaments was revealed. The male side's equivalent repurchase could be in cash or silver ingots. In this era, most transactions were conducted in cash. Very few used silver ingots, as they were primarily for wealthy families. However, using silver ingots was undoubtedly unique to Aiken. Aiken did not wish to use cash. It felt too mundane. Instead, he opted for silver ingots, which he had procured during his time in Pengcheng. When the clan elder announced the weight, 3 jin each, 66 pieces, totaling 198 jin, the crowd erupted into a fervent uproar. The gazes of the big shots in the business circle toward Aiken completely transformed. These wealthy individuals had riches, but they could not produce such a substantial amount of silver. The clan elder remarked, Aiken, this is excessive. It far exceeds the range of equivalent repurchase. Aiken, take back the surplus, Amo also interjected. However, Aiken looked up and asked the elder of the clan on stage, does this violate our Miao customs? Not at all. The elder replied. Aiken took the microphone and declared, then that settles it. Since it does not contravene our customs, I shall give as I please. Moreover, my future father-in-law and mother-in-law have raised the saintess to be plump and fair, so what harm is there in giving them a little more? The sudden jest from Aiken sparked laughter among the audience. The elder cast a glance at Amu, whose face flushed with anger, as she pinched Aiken's palm fiercely. Aiken grinned at her and said, I truly appreciate your parents. They have not opposed you gifting me flowers, and I have prepared other surprises as well. There are more gifts to come. Please, Aiken, don't do this. Amu implored. This is nothing. To me, you are the most important. Just as significant as a duo and the others. Aiken leaned closer to Amu, whispering something that made her cheeks turn crimson. Shortly after, Amu kicked Aiken playfully. Yet she soon broke into laughter. With a teasing smile, she gazed at Aiken, who stood proudly like a little rooster, and said, since you've proclaimed so, I shall heed your words. Now, should you not meet my parents? Certainly. Even if the son-in-law is not handsome, he must meet his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Prepare yourself. Fear not. Amu tilted her head slightly, as her parents approached from the side. Aiken looked at the man before him, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if he were the skilled craftsman who built Aiken's house. Aiken, why are you standing there in a daze? Amu asked. Is this your father? Yes. Oh my goodness. Aiken swayed, his expression freezing in embarrassment. During the construction, he had often called out to his future father-in-law to do this and that. At that moment, the Miao people, aware of the situation, suppressed their laughter as they watched Aiken. Amu continued cheerfully, and this is my mother. Aiken's gaze shifted to the Miao woman beside his future father-in-law, and in the next moment, he was left speechless. Ah Chen, I am the matriarch of Dongjai, she said with a playful smile. With a thud, Aiken fell. Struck with shock, his face paled instantly. His expression evoked roars of laughter from the Miao people of Dongjai and Wuzhai. After their laughter subsided, Amu and her mother helped Aiken back to his feet. You were warned not to be so reckless, yet you wouldn't listen. Now you know fear, don't you? Your proclamation of I am the matriarch of Dongjai has become a catchphrase among our village's matriarchs. Amu murmured, though a smile played upon her lips. Hearing this, Aiken wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He longed to slap himself repeatedly. What a disgrace. And to confront his future mother-in-law. Was he courting disaster? He felt like crying. Fortunately, his future mother-in-law did not hold it against him, or else he would surely regret it deeply. Nevertheless, she mimicked Aiken's earlier tone and echoed, my parents are no longer around. Who will care for me now? Oh dear, mother, please do not say more. I acknowledge my mistakes. Truly, I regret it. From now on, you shall be my mother-in-law, and I shall abide by your wishes. The mother-in-law smiled. The father-in-law, Tang Iyu, remained silent, stepping forward to pat Aiken's shoulder before completing the customary toast with Uncle Adong. Aunt Adong, in her role as mother-in-law, also shared a drink with Amo's mother. Thus, the initial ceremonial steps of this union were fulfilled. Aiken, have you forgotten something? Su Qian called out, as Aiken attempted to lead Amo away. Yao Yi and the others quickly chimed in. Yes, young master. You have yet to fulfill an important task. Hurry, you still need to partake in the cup exchange. The clan elder announced from the stage, Aiken. You shall share your first cup with Amo now. The second will be at your home, and the third at Amo's residence. Only when you are wed will you drink all three together. Aiken nodded. The ladies promptly brought forth 2 horns filled with rice wine. Aiken and Amo each took one. They gazed into each other's eyes, filled with tenderness. Though no words were exchanged, the depth of their emotions spoke volumes. Particularly Aiken, whose simple, warm smile held an undertone of blurred vision. Amo, too, radiated a charming smile, gracefully toasting with Aiken. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. Han Feng led the playful uproar, which was met with enthusiastic responses from the executives of Tang Tang Capital. Even the wealthy patrons lowered their airs to join in, not to mention the other Miao folk. A Bao, one of the 8 financial wolves, took it a step further, bringing a table to jump on and shout for a kiss. The Miao people, emboldened by the festive atmosphere, dared to revel in such abandon. Amo's family, including her father and mother, watched with smiles. Although she had pledged herself to Aiken, such antics still brought a blush to her cheeks. Aiken, too, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. With a gentle smile, he stepped forward, under the witness of the crowd and the gaze of Amo's beautiful eyes. He leaned in to kiss her soft, rosy lips. Amo's enchanting gaze momentarily froze, then she slowly closed her eyes. Having already established their bond, she would not refuse Aiken's kiss. But in the next moment, Aiken embraced her, his tongue seeking entrance, prompting her to swiftly shield her surroundings from view as they shared a passionate kiss, ultimately drawing each other close. At that instant, the crowd erupted once more, shouting Sanctus, and calling Aiken's name, followed by waves of blessings. For Aiken, this moment was more joyous than any wealth he could amass. He wished time would slow down, allowing him to hold her just a little longer. Aiken, you're squeezing me. Please let me go. I need to formally greet the family since we are to be engaged tonight. Save your heartfelt words for later, once we have finished this. Aiken, please release me. Everyone is watching. I will not leave you. Tang Tang shall always belong to you in this lifetime. Amo's voice was soft, gentle, warm, and sweet. Yet, the scene of Aiken embracing Amo, or rather the aura he exuded at that moment, captivated hearts and evoked a sense of tenderness. Among those who felt a pang of compassion, Amo was the one who felt it the most deeply. Chapter 108. The Recognition Ceremony, Hand in Hand at Dusk. A sliver of the setting sun cast its golden rays over the Black Crow village, illuminating it with an extraordinary brilliance. The village, upon Amo's arrival, became remarkably lively. However, this time, the village welcomed not the saintess, but the future bride of the Mu family. The uncles and aunts from various households had returned in advance. As Amo appeared at the village entrance, pulled along by Aiken, a grand atmosphere enveloped them. From the village entrance to Aiken's ancestral home, there were not only the celebratory fireworks, but also a continuous barrage of firecrackers. According to tradition, after obtaining the flower from the young lady, one must bring her home for the recognition ceremony, marked by the firing of firecrackers at the doorstep to welcome her. As Aiken was to become the future Miao King, his status elevated the occasion to the highest regard, commencing right from the village entrance. Following behind were Lin Bei, Su Qian, and other prominent figures from the business world, along with several Han people, all enviously observing the customs of the Miao family. At Aiken's doorstep, the matriarch personally awaited with over a dozen elderly women from the village. As soon as Amo stepped over the threshold, the matriarch approached, murmuring incantations while adorning Amo's chest with a black flower. Had Aiken's parents still been alive, this would not have been permissible. Yet, with Amo guided by Aiken, they entered through the middle door and proceeded directly to the main hall. First paying homage to the late grandfather who had passed away less than a year ago, before bowing to the spirit tablets of the parents. In that fleeting moment, Aiken gazed at Amo, who sincerely performed this rite for the deceased elders of the Mu family, his eyes glistening with emotion. Aiken, kneel down and join your future bride. The matriarch reminded. Amo's parents were also invited in to witness the ceremony. The clan leader and the recently arrived Elder Tang stood nearby, both elderly figures radiating warmth and kindness. The clan leader felt reassured, and Elder Tang expressed his satisfaction. As the night began to descend after a series of intricate rituals and customs, nearly all the core Miao people of Black Crow Village relocated to the mountaintop orchards. According to tradition, the grand celebration was to be held at Mu Aiken's home. However, Aiken also had a residence atop the mountain, and he had proposed to hold the gathering there, which did not contravene tradition. Furthermore, Aiken asserted that the significance of celebrating in the darkness at the mountaintop home was profound. As for the nature of this significance, Aiken promised to share it with Amo along the way. The migration of 1,000 Miao people from Black Crow Village was orchestrated, with only the elder individuals transported by the vehicle fleet of Tang Tang Capital, rerouted to the intersection leading to Kedong Village. The rest accompanied Mu Aiken up the newly widened narrow path from Black Crow Village. The procession was monumental, with no one wielding flashlights. For within a 10-kilometer radius surrounding Black Crow Village, the starry night had already been illuminated by a myriad of colorful lights. Beams of light soared into the sky, silent yet accompanied by refreshing music nearby. The radiant spectacle, mingled with the shimmering brilliance diffusing in the night sky, presented an exquisite beauty. Leading the way, Aiken held Amo's hand in one and Dodo's hand in the other. Behind them, the procession consisted of the Tang clan's relatives and the Miao people from Haiwas High. Rue supported the elderly woman, while everyone, illuminated by the twinkling stars, focused their attention on Chen, engaging in light-hearted banter. Amo, being led by Chen, felt a sense of bliss in this enchanting, star-studded night, oblivious to his silence and choosing not to inquire about it. She simply accompanied this young gentleman, allowing him to guide her through such a splendid evening. Duo remained silent as well. Before long, Chen finally cast a glance back at Haiwas High, surveying the ancient settlement until his gaze settled on his family's abode. As they ascended, he spoke. 6 months ago, on the day of my grandfather's burial, I was mercilessly ridiculed by Mu Laoda in our old house and nearly beaten to death by Mu Laosan. In truth, the cowardly Mu Chen perished alongside my grandfather. Amo turned her head to the side, gently nodding as she tightened the grip of the hand held by Chen. He continued, Haiwas High holds so many of my Miao relatives, countless memories, and the remnants of a feeble Mu Chen. I cannot bear to part with Haiwas High, yet I detest the person I once was. Moreover, the old residence carries the shame bestowed upon me by Mu Laoda and Mu Laosan. Thus, I refuse to pledge myself to the woman I cherish in a place tainted by their presence. The memories of my grandfather are indelible, yet they must be relinquished. It is far too humbling. Now that I have been reborn, everything must begin anew. The orchard atop the mountain symbolizes the commencement of my journey. With a beloved woman and a sister by my side, this life is sufficient. Though Duo could not grasp the profound implications behind her brother's words, she understood how Mu Laoda and Mu Laosan treated him. Hearing her brother mention these matters stirred a silent vow within her heart to strive diligently to protect her brother and to shield him from the storms of life in the future. As for Amo, while she might not comprehend all the nuances within Chen's words, she could sense the weight of his sorrow and the ache within him, all of which stemmed from those despicable wolves of the Mu family. Chen, she vowed, wherever you may go, in poverty or prosperity, I shall always be by your side. Tonight, whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you. Let us forget the sordid past and work together towards a hopeful future. In this moment, all Amo could offer Chen was her entire being, though she questioned whether it would suffice. Yet to Chen, her presence surpassed his wildest dreams. Amo, he called softly, enveloped in deep affection. A dreamy smile graced her lips as she replied, your waist should be feeling much better now, I presume. Look at the slope ahead. Doesn't it resemble the path we will traverse together? Regardless of the obstacles or the treacherous terrain, one misstep could lead us to stumble. Pointing towards the upward path, she encouraged Chen, now, let us run together. We grasped each other tightly, vowing not to let go regardless of what transpired along the way. Do you understand my meaning? Indeed, the path leading to the summit of the mountain embodies the vision of our remaining days. Very well, let us run. In an instant, the two of them sprinted upwards hand in hand. Wait for me, I can't keep up. A duo exclaimed anxiously, hastening her pace. Their silhouettes, united in their grip, drew envious gazes from countless Miao and Han onlookers. Be careful, Chen, don't trip while running with Amo. Some remarked, admiring the couple's talent and ambition, urging them to continue, as they would ultimately reunite at the mountain peak. Why are you running? I just caught up with you, and now you've left me far behind. Han Feng from Tianmu Fund finally reached the spot where Chen and Amo had been, panting heavily, only to find himself distanced once again. At that moment, he felt on the verge of tears. They surely weren't seeking a secluded forest too. Chapter 109. A dazzling starry night, the summit awash in red. Lin Bei strode forward, also gasping for air, exclaiming, what a mundane display. If you wish to perish, do so loudly rather than whispering. Besides, haven't you always prided yourself on having the best stamina? Why falter now? Oh my, Lin Bei, if you could just catch up with the great Mu. Someone retorted. They run with purpose. What do we have to do with it? Hurry up and keep pace. Nearby, Su Qian was equally exhausted. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the highest point of the mountain, where Chen and Amo were nearly vanishing from sight, filling her heart with envy. The 8 financial wolves of the Miao clan split into 2 groups, led by Bao, for ascended the mountain first to arrange forthcoming matters, while Hu and his companions trailed behind Chen and Amo, but maintained a respectful distance. Soon, Chun and Mo finally reached the summit. With a triumphant laugh, Chun collapsed onto the grass. "Get up, don't lie there exhausted," Mo urged, hands resting on her knees. Just as Chun erupted in laughter, fireworks exploded simultaneously at the summit. Following the thunderous booms, the starry night became even more enchanting. Subsequently, fireworks erupted continuously from the peak towards the directions of Haiwuzhai and Kadongshai. At that moment, the night sky of the Miao village once again resonated with the echoes of celebration, reminiscent of the night the Holy Maiden returned. The spectacle of fireworks painted the sky like a grand performance, captivating not only the Miao people making their way to the summit, but even those in the bustling Kadongshai, who turned to admire the display. This night's fireworks show was destined to be unceasing, and anyone who had witnessed that previous evening's extravaganza could see that the night sky was far more radiant this time. Chun rose to his feet, taking Mo's hand as they stood at the pinnacle, gazing at the breathtaking fireworks illuminating the sky. Before long, the clan elder and Tang joined them. Underneath the fireworks, time seemed to stand still for both the Miao people and Chen's Han friends, enveloped in the splendor of the starry night. On the summit, the beloved Mo leaned against Chen, oblivious to their conversation, as Chen gestured towards the dazzling night sky. How beautiful! Their love, it seems, is something I shall never attain in this lifetime. The Saintess and Chen, a match made in heaven. Who would dare to claim that Chen is dull and oblivious to a woman's heart? I would surely tear their words asunder. The Han family lamented. Yet the Miao people felt the same. Those beautiful girls from Yanqing had also come running from Chen's side. Xia and Guyu witnessed this enchanting scene as well. Xia, the Miao family's perspective on love is what I yearn for the most. They are so blissful. I hope their happiness endures forever. Countless sighs, endless blessings, and unspoken jealousy were all illuminated beneath the starry night atop the mountain, permeated by this heartwarming scene. Soon, Chen took Mo to the entrance of the new residence. Already aglow with lights, the fireworks in the sky even more resplendent. Guests from various places, including Lao Ji and other affluent merchants, gazed at Chen and Mo. Lu Rue hurriedly approached with a microphone for Chen. The starry fireworks gradually subsided at that moment. Chen turned to the bewildered Mo and said, "Did you not wish to hear the complete version of 50 years later?" Mo nodded gently. In the next moment, music began to play, and Chen finally sang the complete song. 50 years later? Xia, these are the lyrics from 50 years in the future. Come quickly. Perhaps the most excited were Guyu and Xia from Qinghua. The melody remained as beautiful as ever, and Mo gazed at Chen with affection, savoring each line of the lyrics. She finally understood what the missing lyrics were. Chen had been waiting to complete them after securing his own floral band. Soon, the song concluded, leaving Mo's beautiful eyes glistening with tears. The front door of the house was adorned with the wine for the door-guarding ceremony, but this time, Mo was the first to be served, not Chen. The Miao children knew her capacity for alcohol, but the Han family was unaware, especially Su Qian and her companions. Watching the two large horns, at least 4 pounds of rice wine, Mo remained unfazed, shocking them all. In a side room, the 9 clan elders of the Miao family were nervously preparing the marriage certificate. Traditionally, the marriage certificate was crafted by the leaders of each Miao village, as only they held the highest status. However, now, the marriage certificate for the Saintess and the future Miao king rendered the village leaders inadequate. The simultaneous crafting by the 9 clan elders carried significant weight, leaving the core members of the Miao community on the summit both shaken and yet feeling it was justified. Chen, Mo, come here, called the elder. Chen and Mo approached together, and the elder presented them with the prepared red cloth. After conveying her instructions, Mo held the silver tray and accompanied Chen to deliver the red cloth to the busy 9 clan elders. The red cloth was intricately tied with black and red threads, thick and seemingly heavy with an unknown amount inside. Yet, when one elder felt its weight and took a glance, his gaze towards Chen shifted immediately. Chen, are you intent on disrupting the established order? The elder of the 7 clans, you speak as if I have breached tradition. Besides, whether I give more or less is entirely my goodwill. Please accept it, for your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Upon hearing these words, the clan elders opened their hearts. The Miao people observed that each elder was adorned with thick stacks of 100-yuan bills. While they were astonished, it was not entirely unexpected, for Chun was indeed affluent and known as a generous benefactor. However, old Tang was less than pleased, sitting on the threshold with a darkened countenance. Were it not for the presence of the clan elders, he would have surely confronted Chun with a reprimand for his reckless behavior. Amo's parents stood by, utterly speechless. With each person receiving 12,000, a fortune of over 100,000 had vanished in an instant. Even if Chen possessed wealth, such extravagance could not be sustained indefinitely. Yet, what Chen did next nearly drove old Tang to the brink of exasperation. Bao. Ensure that each individual receives their share. Leave no one out. All shall partake, Chen declared, carrying a well-prepared sack filled with cash, while Duo clutched several bundles of red paper. Chen, our custom dictates that on the eve of engagement, each witness is to receive a red envelope. Yet you have multiplied that by 100. What are your intentions? Questioned a woman from Kedong village. Chen shrugged. Dear lady, how many children do you have at home? Bring them all. There's ample cash here tonight. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. After all, such an occasion occurs but once in a lifetime. Chen, he urged Bao and Zhuang to distribute the money without hesitation and then swiftly darted away. Witnessing this, the woman was incensed. Mo, you must rein in Chen. Just because he has money does not justify such extravagance. This is sheer waste. Mo felt helpless. If she could manage him, it would be a miracle indeed. Dear lady, please assist a little. After all, he lacks for nothing in this regard. Mo, you must not indulge him. His lavish tendencies must be tempered. No amount of money can justify such excess. Fear not. I shall speak to him later and advise him against such behavior. For now, Mo could only offer these reassurances, for what more could she do? Before long, Chen returned, still bearing a silver tray laden with red envelopes, to the quarters where the wealthy merchants congregated, with Mo distributing the envelopes. Thank you, Miss Tang. Miss Tang? No, it is Madame Mu. Yes, Madame Mu. The higher-ups of Tang Tang exchanged light-hearted banter, and Han Feng from Tianmu Fun joined the fray, rubbing his hands together and grinning. Sister-in-law, might you spare me too? Good fortune comes in pairs. I've already set my standards for a future partner. Even if she falls short of you by 5 points, she must at least meet 3. So, grant me an extra for a touch of your auspiciousness. Lin Bei attempted to shove Han Feng aside, while Chen shot him a disapproving glare. However, Han Feng paid no heed to Lin Bei, unabashedly showering Mo with compliments. Mo smiled radiantly, graciously bestowing 2 envelopes upon him. With joy radiating from him, Han Feng exclaimed, At last, I am blessed. Henceforth, I shall surely find the finest maiden. In full view of the gathering, Han Feng, holding 2 red envelopes, proceeded to kiss each one with delight. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly remarked, Little brother, your 120 is indeed impressive. Please forgive us, Qin, for our poverty. You, a wealthy magnate, should be more understanding. You are poor. Qin Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. Today on the mountain, we collectively lost over 10 million to you. You walked away with more than 700,000. And yet you claim to be impoverished? Brother Mu, that is rather unscrupulous. Qin lost over 200,000 to you, and I alone forfeited over 50,000. How can you assert that you are destitute? And I too lost 30,000 to Brother Mu. My situation is hardly better, as I lost 20,000 as well. Qin Feng, ignited with frustration, saw the wealthy patrons around him, already simmering with discontent, poised to explode. Miaojiang, alarmed by their voices, quickly closed the door to the room, fearing that the patriarch outside might overhear. The prominent figures of Tang Tang Capital and Mo Chun Capital watched with amusement, while Han Feng chose to remain silent. Aiken inquired, What are you all plotting? Nothing much. Merely seeking the orders for the sacred fruits for the second half of the year. A matter we eagerly anticipate. At that time, you can negotiate with the head of our orchard. Little brother, you are quite unfair. We have thoroughly investigated. And it turns out you are the one in charge of the orchard. Well, Miaojiang stubbornly denied. If I were the head, would I be so poor that I could only ascend the mountain for leisure? Today's capital was borrowed from Su. You all witnessed it. Enough of this charade. However, I do take your good words to heart, hoping to leverage the future title of the Miao family's future king of seedlings to gain management rights of the orchard. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the other influential figures exchanged glances, each pondering whether Miaojiang truly was not the actual overseer of the orchard. Aiken did not linger, offering a few parting words before pulling Mo away, but not before instructing the Miao family girls to generously pour drinks for the wealthy patrons inside. With a chuckle, Mo covered her mouth, and once they were away from prying eyes, she said, I heard someone won over 10 million from these patrons on the mountain today. I didn't realize that person was you. Your card and money were taken by Master Mu, while the capital came from Su and her associates, correct? Aiken did not conceal the truth, admitting, what you say is accurate, but others also took a share. I only won over 700,000. I thought so. How could these elites suddenly use this as an excuse to demand fruit orders from you? Miao smiled brightly, whispering, "You're rather mischievous. Winning so much, yet only offering a meager 120 as a red envelope. No wonder they target you." "Indeed, gambling is a game of skill," Aiken replied. "All right, I won't press you further." Miao indulged Aiken, recognizing that if it were another Miao woman, she would likely face endless nagging. After all, the Miao family staunchly opposed gambling. For them, money was earned through hard work, not through the whims of chance, and losing money stung far worse than a mere wound. Miao's indifference towards Chen does not stem from her deep assimilation in Yanjing, but rather from her unwavering belief in his ability to exercise restraint. A modest wager may evoke pleasure, yet excessive gambling is ill-advised. Miao is fully aware of Chen's genuine affection for her. It is common knowledge that someone won over 10 million on the mountain today, a feat no one expected from the future Miao King. Had Chen chosen to conceal this matter from her, she would have trusted him unconditionally. However, without a moment's hesitation, Chen acknowledged the truth. And such sincerity is indeed intoxicating. "Chen, I've been looking for you. What are you doing here?" "Miao is here too," called out Uncle Chen from Wu Zhai as he approached with brisk strides. "That person from the Han family is looking for both of you at the Sky Pavilion. Hurry." "That person? Which person?" Chen inquired, puzzled. Just then, Miao leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing her, Chen was taken aback. "What could someone of such stature want with us?" "Let's find out," Miao replied, prompting Chen to scratch his head in reluctance. Suddenly, a Kong rushed over, panting, to the north, beyond the orchard. "Someone is vandalizing it. Master Mu has instructed you to go immediately." "Vandalizing the orchard?" Chen was momentarily stunned. "Yes, Han people a dozen or so," a Kong urged. Without hesitation, Chen turned and set off, with Miao following closely to ascertain the situation. The true value of the orchard is incalculable. While it would be one thing for Han people to stealthily uproot fruit trees, outright destruction carries a different implication altogether. Soon, Chen arrived at the scene with 100 robust Miao youths. From a distance, he spotted the martial defense team that had come days prior. Illuminated by the fireworks in the night sky, Chen clearly saw Uncle Dong and his men apprehending a group of Han individuals. Their faces bore bruises, indicating they had recently been beaten. As Chen prepared to deliver a few kicks, a nearby major blocked his path. "You cannot approach. Step aside," Chen barked, causing the sturdy Miao men behind him to push the martial defense team aside. Miao stepped forward and said to Chen, "You handle it first. I will take care of this side." "Saint, you cannot administer vigilante justice," the major interjected, recognizing Miao as the Miao family saintess. "These individuals have dared to break the law. Please allow me to take them into custody. The Hat Police are on their way and will handle it according to the law. Patience, please. We will ask a few questions and will certainly provide you with the information you seek." Just then, as Chen approached, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from the other side. Chapter 111, Retribution Arrives. It was evident that the Miao people had resorted to other means. "Saint, you cannot." The major attempted to intervene, but was met with a human wall formed by the Miao folk. Miao narrowed her beautiful eyes and calmly stated, "Major, these individuals dare to recklessly destroy our Miao orchard. When the Hat Police arrive, we will hand them over." "But what if these Han individuals are employing a tactic to draw you away, with the intent of targeting those who are coming? If you leave so many people here and something happens, how will you account for it? Thus, please return, Major. Safeguarding the safety of these individuals is indeed your paramount duty." Upon hearing this, Major Leijian understood that it was merely the excuse of the Miao clan's holy maiden. Nevertheless, her rationale was sound, and he found himself at a loss for words. Their mission to maintain order was certainly not to apprehend such petty thieves. Consequently, Leijian could only command the others to return to their positions immediately. He himself would remain vigilant, for should a life be lost right before his eyes, he would have a difficult time justifying it. However, the anguished cries from the other side were incessant, and the Miao people obscured his view, clearly intent on preventing him from witnessing the unfolding events. At that moment, Chen, having vented his frustrations, brandished a Miao knife, pressing it against the neck of a bald man adorned with a large gold chain. "Kong, come closer and see if this is the person who boasted at your car wash that day." Kong illuminated the scene with his flashlight and, after scrutinizing the man, confirmed to Mu Chen, "It is indeed him. He was accompanied by 2 others at the time." Chen nodded and took a couple of steps forward, delivering a swift kick to the waist of the bald man pinned to the ground by the Miao villagers. A fresh scream echoed. Chen's Miao knife pierced the skin of the bald man's neck. "I have seen you before. Speak. Who sent you to disrupt our orchards?" Let me go, please. If you don't. Chen's knife grazed the bald man's neck again, and at last, the man realized that the Miao people were not to be trifled with. This is your last chance. If you do not speak, I shall end your life and bury you right here. Do not dare tell me you merely came to steal fruit. We Miao people are not so easily deceived. If you wish for fruit, you may purchase it. And if you lack funds, we can spare you a few to satisfy your cravings. Yet, you have dared to breach a nearly 1 meter wide opening and smuggle in gasoline. Do you expect me to believe there is no one backing you? Chen's commanding presence was overwhelming, his tone and demeanor icy, instilling fear in the bald man. As Chen's knife advanced once more, the bald man hastily pleaded for mercy. Spare me. We were hired. Hired? Chen furrowed his brow, gesturing for Kong to bring the major closer. Kong nodded subtly. Moments later, Chen inquired of the bald man, now, enlighten me about the situation. If you utter a single word that I find implausible, you shall bear the consequences. Yes, I shall speak. I am affiliated with the gray market in the provincial capital. A week ago, a woman paid us 100,000 to set fire to your orchard's greenhouses. Upon hearing this, the Miao villagers exchanged glances, all eyes turning toward Chen, evidently suspicious of his dealings in the provincial capital. Yet, upon hearing these words, Chen's fury surged. With a sweep of his knife, he nearly grazed the bald man's ear. The bald man yelped, a fresh gash appearing on his face, searing with pain and bleeding profusely. Please, I beg you spare me. I am not lying. It was indeed a woman who sought us out. She was strikingly beautiful, standing about to your ear, dressed fashionably, and when she approached us, she carried a blue shoulder bag, her long hair slightly curled. Furthermore, she has a tiny black dot on her left lower jaw. At this revelation, Chen's brows furrowed, and a particular woman's image surfaced in his mind. Yi Tianjing's daughter, Yin. At that moment, he withdrew the machete. Brother Kong, where is Master Tang? He has gone to arrange for the Miao people to enhance the protection of the orchards. Then summon Uncle Adong for me. Soon, Uncle Adong arrived, his hands covered in mud, indicating he had been busy. Uncle Adong, do not touch the damaged areas caused by these Han people. Do not enter and disturb the scene. Wait until the Hat Police arrive to hand over the individuals, and then inspect the extent of the damage to the fruit trees in their presence. Furthermore, this matter must cooperate with the Hat Police's investigation. Answer truthfully to any questions asked, as long as they do not involve our orchard's cultivation secrets. Nothing should be concealed. Uncle Adong nodded earnestly. I will ensure the Miao lads in the orchard cooperate fully. By the way, do not touch any tools used by these people. Not even a single brush. Otherwise, fingerprints will be left. Keep a close watch on the scene and wait for the Hat Police. After conveying these precautions, Chen turned and stepped out of the Miao people's encirclement. Outside the circle, a major's eyes fixed intently on Chen, scrutinizing him. Clearly, the major had overheard Chen's words. Although brief, each sentence was profound, and the Miao youths followed his instructions without hesitation. This indicated that the identity of this Miao young master in the orchard was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, Amo, with her soft, rosy lips, wore an enchanting smile. Chen nodded to Amo. Come on, they will handle it here, do not worry. The brothers say these people harmed the fruit trees. Do you not wish to take a look? I will address it after the Hat Police arrive and clarify the situation. All right, I trust your judgment. Amo beamed as Chen took her hand to leave, but was startled by a shout from the distance. Who was it that viciously severed the fruit trees? The severing of the trees explained why the Miao youths had broken the limbs of over a dozen individuals. Amo frowned deeply. In the next moment, an enraged old Ji from Yanjing rushed over, wielding a hoe, followed by several young men reminding him to take it easy. Observing this, Chen quietly slipped aside. Old Ji realized that the dozen young men lying on the ground were nearly struck by his hoe. You heartless wretches, those are invaluable fruit trees. How dare you saw them down? Each cut means 2 trees. These are worth their weight in gold. 1 tree can cost several lives. Old Ji coughed repeatedly, grieved. What a calamity. Amo stepped forward to comfort him. Yet old Ji, tears streaming down his face, hoarsely exclaimed, Tang Amo, those are rare treasures. True heavenly gems. When we researched them, we were extremely cautious, fearing even the slightest damage. But they are nothing but beasts, having severed 2 trees, with 3 or 4 others' roots damaged. Amo, upon hearing this, hurried to the scene. Ever since seeing those inspection reports in Yanjing, Amo understood the true value of these fruit trees better than anyone in the Miao family, aside from Chen. This was beyond monetary measure. However, at this moment, the 2 chieftains of Hai Wuzhai and Ke Dongjai are equally distressed over the painful loss of the old season. They stand at the site where 2 fruit trees have been severed, gazing at the stumps, and tears stream down their faces. Though the 2 chieftains lack formal education and have not been exposed to the wider world, they have heard the words of the saintess and reviewed the testing reports she brought back from Yanjing. Even if they cannot fully comprehend the details, they recognize that these fruit trees are invaluable treasures, unique in the world. The Baomin remaining in the orchard are the strongest members from both their villages, specifically tasked with the delicate harvesting of the fruits. Their love for the trees surpasses their fondness for their own lives. Yet now, 2 trees have been brutally cut down and 4 damaged. Such acts are akin to seeking the chieftain's very lives. Let us go. Cut them down, roars Chieftain Mu of Hai was high, filled with rage. Let us chop them into pieces and throw them into the mountains, bellows Chieftain Tang of K Dongjai, equally incensed. The fury of the 2 chieftains ignites the anger of the several hundred Mamin behind them. Just then, Amo arrives, witnessing the tumultuous scene. Grandfather, Chieftain Mu, please wait a moment. Despite her own indignation, she feels compelled to intervene. This matter has already been reported to the town's hat-wearing police. If we act against those dozen individuals now, it will lead to dire consequences. Amo, look at the atrocities they have committed. I know, grandfather. I wish I could eliminate them this very instant. However, since the hat-wearing police are already aware, we must let them handle it. If they prove incapable or dare to shelter the culprits, I will instruct my sisters to take decisive action and eradicate them all. Amo's words carry an assertive weight. Her mention of her sisters taking action entails a coordinated effort by several skilled individuals. Even the so-called experts and scholars would be unable to uncover a trace of evidence. But I am heartbroken. Our precious fruit trees. Chieftain Tang's eyes well with tears. Chieftain Mu laments. Why did the armed forces come here? Who summoned them? Who reported this incident? Grandfather Mu, the armed forces are responsible for the periphery. They arrived upon hearing the sounds of beating and cries for help. They couldn't possibly ignore the situation. After comforting both chieftains, Amo reassures them, do not worry. A Chen is on the scene. He has arranged everything and intends to hand it over to the hat-wearing police to handle. With a Chun's involvement, they agree to follow his lead. Soon, the flashing lights of the police vehicles illuminate the path. A contingent of 20 to 30 officers, presumably from the county's public security, arrive. The rising anger of the Baobin compels the officers to act with utmost diligence. Moreover, 2 prominent professors from Yinjing are present. Any oversight could result in severe repercussions for the officers. After gathering evidence, the dozen individuals involved are swiftly apprehended. The public security department has taken over the case, with the local authorities overseeing its progress. On the way home, a Chen inquires of the Baolong beside him, did the hat-wearing police take away the 2 severed trees as evidence? They were to be taken, but the professors from Yinjing prohibited it. The tree trunks have already been preserved by them. Brother, please convey to Uncle Dong that he should take someone to relocate those 2 fruit trees to the central greenhouse and cover them with vine that has been soaked in medicine, ensuring they do not wither, as I still have use for them. Good, brother will attend to it immediately. Amo, who was being pulled by Aiken, inquired with curiosity. I have seen the data released by Elder Ji and his team in Yanjing, and those fruit trees possess numerous benefits, particularly in the medical field. I did not retain them for their rarity. I intend to create something from them. If possible, please leave some for this esteemed elder, as he is deserving of the nation's respect. Aiken nodded. I am aware. The severed fruit tree bore rust and must be covered with the medicated vine for a few days, though it is inconvenient to explain this to outsiders. While I do not comprehend all that you say, I now know how to respond if Elder G requests the fruit trees. Although Amo felt a twinge of uncertainty, she refrained from probing further. Amo, why have you not inquired about the woman that the bald man mentioned earlier? She is your enemy. How do you know that? Only a person from the provincial city could afford to hire someone to sabotage the orchard. Besides you, there is no one else. Upon hearing this, Aiken displayed a faint smile of resignation. If I am not mistaken, she is likely Yi Tianjing's daughter, Yuan, the very man who sold me the saplings and orchestrated the deception against our orchard in Yanjing. He has since been apprehended. Aiken divulged the entire sequence of events to Amo without reservation. Upon returning home, he accompanied Amo to meet this individual. The moment Aiken laid eyes on him, he was momentarily taken aback, for he had encountered him before, though not in this lifetime. In that previous encounter, he emanated a righteousness that was indeed unmatched by those in Qiandongfu. Amo served tea and settled down, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Aiken. The future king of the Miao clan appeared far younger than Aiken had anticipated. He resembled a mere boy. This scrutiny and expression from Aiken left Amo feeling uncertain. Aiken, equally perplexed, felt no fear, as he had committed no wrongdoing. Thus he maintained his composure and sat upright. You must be Miaojiang. I apologize for the disturbance in your home these past few days. His opening statement was unexpected for both Aiken and Amo. However, in the next moment, he gestured to a room on the side of the third floor, saying, these past few days, your sister has arranged for me to stay in this room. It is quite lovely, but the notes on the bookshelf here are not only beautiful, but also grand. I hear from your sister that these were penned by you? Aiken turned his head in the direction of the pointed finger. It was his study, filled with a number of newly purchased books, where he had also taken the time to write some accounts of his past life. Although it was not a secret, he had not anticipated being discovered. Fortunately, the most confidential writings were securely stored in the Shennong Space. Yes, I authored them, though they are merely conjectures and not to be taken as fact. Are you upset that I perused your manuscript? Indeed. Aiken's response stirred a sense of anxiety within Amo, yet the other party simply smiled and inquired. Could you share the reason? The reasons are inconsequential. Your presence here today suggests you are preparing to depart. Is that not so? How can one be so certain? This remote corner of the Miao territory, with its fierce traditions and the poverty-stricken state of the Miao villages, ought not to warrant your personal visit. If Chen were to claim he is unafraid, it would be a falsehood. Yet, what is there to fear? Thus, he bravely asserts, you need not worry. Not all members of the Miao community flout the law. History shall not repeat itself. Our foremost task at this juncture is to strive for poverty alleviation, stable development, and to lay the groundwork for nurturing talent. However, should the local authorities deliberately hinder the Miao people from processing certain necessary procedures, we shall seek avenues to address this. We will pursue the matter through the proper channels, climbing the ranks step by step, no matter the cost. All we seek is fairness. Chapter 113. Do not curse. It is most uncivilized. After an hour-long conversation, the other parties ceased their probing. He was willing to believe that the future Miao king would not recklessly lead 37,000 Miao people into unlawful actions. Not merely due to the young Miao man's demeanor and conduct, nor solely because of his eloquence and maturity beyond his years. More importantly, it was the depth of this young man's analysis regarding the future development of the Miao community, coupled with the earnest longing and steadfast determination he exhibited when discussing prospects for the Miao people. He bore an air of wisdom, even anticipating the purpose of my visit. Rare indeed. Most commendable. He smiled with satisfaction, then produced his business card, handing it to both Chen and Amo, saying, this evening, I have chosen to stay to meet this new couple and witness your betrothal ceremony before I take my leave. Once you have concluded your tasks, do come to see me. As for the Miao territory, young Chen, you carry a heavy burden. I await to see whether the Miao people can truly experience the changes of the new century as you have described. I hope you can persevere. Feel free to reach out to me whenever necessary. This card bears a personal number. This is indeed a substantial opportunity. Now that he has extended a hand, it would be folly not to grasp it. In that moment, Chen displayed a genuine smile and nodded, saying, the millennium is a year of great significance. Wherever you may be, you shall witness the Miao territory in eastern Guizhou. Excellent. You must remember, this is our agreement. I shall strive. No, you must ensure it. The true implications of this seemingly simple conversation may elude even Amo entirely. However, Chen's eloquence was unlike anything she had previously encountered. Soon, Chen and Amo returned to their tasks. Those waiting from the city and county, surprisingly, greeted them cordially and offered their contact information. How pragmatic. After just one meeting, the attitudes of these individuals had shifted so dramatically. At 10:30, while Chen was engaged in discussions over drinks with core members of several major Miao clans, he was summoned by his grandmother to the main room. Chen, the wedding ceremony is set to commence at 11 o'clock. The wedding decree is already prepared, so hurry and change your clothes. Dodo has already taken Amo to change. I shall go at once. 10:50. Yesterday morning, the resounding sound of war drums echoed once more. Boom. Yet this time, there were not 108 beats, but merely 9. As the 9th drumbeat fell, the fireworks that had illuminated the sky in silence moments before transformed dramatically. For 5 consecutive minutes, a cacophony of thunderous fireworks erupted, not just above the peak of Miaojiang's home, but also centered around Haiwuzhai and Dongjai, launching an awe-inspiring display in all directions. In the numerous Miao villages below, a collective shout resonated. A betrothal has been announced. The future Miao king Miaojiang and the Saintess Tang Amu. A betrothal has been declared. The union of the Saintess and the future Miao king incited jubilant cheers from the entire Miao clan. However, there remained many souls lost in despair, yet powerless to alter the course of events, for they were Miao men. After tonight, They must relinquish their past obsessions and wholeheartedly follow the future Miao King and Saintess, dedicating their modest efforts to the ascendance of the Miao family. Atop the mountain, in Muakin's residence, the lush sounds of the lushing dance flourished amidst the vibrant fireworks. Here, all the prominent Miao maidens from various branches and their Han friends gathered. In the main hall, the elders of the clan stood on either side, holding Akin and Amu at the center, while the 8 elders flanked them. Behind them stood the most esteemed elders from the 12 branches of the Miao family, along with revered village leaders. This scene was both solemn and grand. Traditionally, Amu's parents would occupy the front row, yet today marked the betrothal of the Miao Saintess and the future Miao King, transcending the ordinary union of Miao maidens and men. Thus their parents could not take precedence. It would only be tomorrow, upon visiting the Tang family, that the parents could assume their rightful place. Tonight's ceremony, the most prestigious of the Miao family, is termed a betrothal rather than an engagement. This subtle difference bears significant meaning within the Miao culture. The gathering of the 9 esteemed elders to personally officiate this betrothal has occurred but once in centuries. They convene solely for the betrothal of the Miao King or the Saintess, regardless of whether it be a betrothal or a wedding. An engagement merely signifies an agreement between the couple to pursue a romantic relationship leading towards marriage, one that can be revoked at any time. In contrast, a betrothal holds the same weight as marriage, though articulated differently. According to traditional customs, whether a common maiden or a saintess, or the Miao King, a betrothal establishes a marital bond, complete with a betrothal certificate, exchange of tokens, and the appointment of a matchmaker. Once betrothed, there is no turning back. In this life, there shall be no separation. Together in life and death, sharing both fortune and misfortune, steadfast and unwavering. As for why the ceremony takes place between 11 at night and 1 in the morning, many remain unaware. In the main hall, Akin and Amu inscribed their names upon the betrothal certificate. The clan elders and the 8 elders collaboratively etched their names onto gold and silver plates. During this interlude, the somewhat reclusive elder Nyo Kong Kong, amidst a sea of curious inquiries, provided an explanation. The Miao elders had articulated that the betrothal of the Saintess and the future Miao King was not a union of ordinary maidens and men, but rather a grand event for the entire Miao territory. Tomorrow, after dawn, we shall visit the family of the young lady, which is a typical household, distinct from that of a saintly maiden. As for the reason behind the distinction between tonight and tomorrow, you are all mistaken. They are, in fact, the same day. The same day? A wealthy gentleman raised his hand to check the time, stating, "It is only 11:15. It has not yet reached midnight. How can it be considered tomorrow when the numbers are different?" Neo Kong Kong patiently elaborated, "Sir, what you refer to is the commonly understood time, but here among the Miao, we follow the traditional timekeeping of the 12 double hours. The hour of Z corresponds to the time between 11 at night and 1 in the morning. The hour of Z is already counted as the next day, whether it is the Miao family's engagement time or the hour used by our Han Feng Shui masters. It remains consistent." This explanation resonated with those who could comprehend it. For those unable to grasp it, understanding was beyond their reach. Ultimately, a middle-aged affluent man remarked, "No wonder. After my grandfather passed away last year, the table for receiving gifts on the day before the funeral had to be completed before 11 at night. Anyone arriving after that time would not be accepted. It seemed there were many intricacies involved." Neo Kong Kong nodded, thinking finally there was someone who understood. He continued, "Many believe that midnight marks the division between one day and the next. However, that is not the case. From 11 o'clock onward, it is already considered the next day in terms of the double hours. Thus, regardless of ethnicity, any customs that prohibit receiving gifts after the second day of mourning will conclude at 11 at night." "Understood, understood. Your knowledge is profound, sir. We are enlightened." The affluent gentlemen clasped their hands together in gratitude. Yet, Han Feng audaciously interjected, "Sir, what if someone were to receive gifts from relatives after the deadline of 11 o'clock on that day of mourning? What to do? Those who understand would never give gifts past that time. Only the ignorant would. If both parties were unaware and the bereaved family accepted such gifts. Do you wish for another death in your family?" Han Feng was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Sir, do not curse others. That is uncivilized." Uncivilized? Mourning is already a sorrowful affair. Accepting gifts after the time has passed. Does one not comprehend the implications? Han Feng found himself speechless, outmatched by Nyo Kong Kong's retort. The exchange was particularly striking. Ultimately, it was Su Qian beside him who quietly cautioned, "Sir, please be cautious with your words. This is a momentous occasion for the Miao family's future Miao King and saintly maiden's engagement. Such remarks, if overheard by the Miao people, could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Miaojiang was momentarily taken aback, his complexion swiftly turning pale. He feared the Miao family's vengeful spirit more than anyone. He quickly glanced at those around him, relieved to see they were all Han people, yet he hastily withdrew his head and sought refuge within the crowd. Chapter 114. The Phoenix Feather Set. In the main hall, the 3 engagement documents had all been completed and beautifully framed. Wait, why are there 3? Shouldn't there be 2? This inquiry arose from the higher-ups of Tang Tang. After the earlier incident, everyone instinctively sought out the old man Miaojiang, but he seemed to have vanished. Ultimately, it was he Yuan Shan from the magical city who provided clarification. I am aware of this. Typically, a betrothal certificate consists of 2 copies, one for each party. However, in the case of the Miao family, due to the unique status of the 2 newlyweds, the other copy should be preserved by their clan elder. Upon hearing this, a relatively young wealthy individual nearby suddenly understood. Ah, so that is how it is. This explanation makes sense. Inwardly, Han Feng mused that the old man Miao was not as fierce as he had thought. His words were sharp, yet he managed to retort against me with justification. It was quite frustrating. As Han Feng wore a sorrowful expression, in the center of the hall, Chen and Amo each held their betrothal certificates. Subsequently, Amo handed hers to her parents, while Chen entrusted his to Uncle Adong and Aunt Aixing. The clan elder announced the next step, the exchange of tokens. A duo approached with both hands cradling a large tray. Observing the strain on her face, it was evident that the tray was quite heavy, prompting the clan elder to hurriedly take it from her. The tray contained a total of 36 silver ornaments, including hairpins, scarves, floral crowns, earrings, necklaces, rings, bangles, and so forth. These were crafted by my own hands. Chen's voice was soft, yet to Amo, it felt like an emotional explosion. Though Chen possessed numerous gold ingots, he chose to create silver ornaments, as the Miao maiden preferred silver. Regrettably, time was limited, otherwise, he would have crafted even more for Amo. At the moment Chen placed the hairpin into Amo's hair, her beautiful eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her fair cheeks. Chen tenderly adorned Amo with all the pieces he could. He gazed at the girl before him and smiled. Conversely, Amo's token, though less extravagant, astonished even the 9 clan elders, including the 12 core members of the Miao people, an exquisite live butterfly. However, what was amiss with the Miao people? Why did they all appear so unsettled? What significance did the butterfly hold as a token? Silence. Do not speak out of turn. The old man Miaojiang emerged from an obscure corner. He had no desire to enlighten these uninformed Han individuals, but he feared their ignorance could lead to trouble, which would reflect poorly on him as a Han person. Indeed, with the appearance of the colorful butterfly in Amo's hand, all 12 core Miao individuals, including the 9 clan elders, bowed slightly in respect. Even Chen placed his hand over his heart, honoring the butterfly in Amo's grasp. Yet, Amo immediately supported Chen, and before all the Miao and Han witnesses, she released the butterfly. The butterfly flapped its wings and landed on Chen's shoulder before descending to his heart, mysteriously vanishing within. The Han people were oblivious to its meaning, and the Miao clan elder refrained from explaining, for this was one of the Miao's most enigmatic traditions, shrouded in secrecy. However, the actions of the Saintess Amore were for Chen a weighty testament of affection that no wealth could procure. Subsequently, Amore adorned Chen with a silver collar engraved with their names and intricate patterns, along with a heart lock and a betrothal ring, marking a series of ceremonial rites as time gracefully passed. Following the final rite, the melodious sounds of the lush reed dance filled the air. Amore took the microphone handed to her by Lurue, clasping Chen's hand. As an unknown, yet exquisitely beautiful melody played, her delicate voice resonated with sincerity. We are honored today by the presence of the 9 esteemed clan elders, alongside the village leaders from various branches, the Miao people, and our Han friends, gathered to witness the betrothal ceremony of Miao Saintess Amore and her future Miao king, Chen. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my beloved parents for bringing me into this world, nurturing me, and providing for me. Secondly, I am grateful to the 9 clan elders, who have taught me, guided me, and selflessly dedicated themselves for our kin. I also wish to express my appreciation to the matriarchs of the Black Miao branch for their meticulous preparations over the past few days, ensuring a ceremony that embodies the virtues of sincerity and integrity, befitting a husband of noble stature. Today, on the 22nd day of the 6th lunar month in the year of the Earth Boar, Saintess Amore of the Miao people and the future Miao king, Chen, vow to join their destinies as soaring phoenixes. From this day forth, May we share both joy and hardship, navigating life's journey together. In the winds, we shall laugh at falling blossoms. In the snow, we shall savor tea and wine. Together, we shall lean on each other through life, with steadfast hearts, never letting down our beloved. Lastly, I wish for all branches of the Miao clan and our Han compatriots in the Miao village to find peace and prosperity. May joy abound year after year, and may all wishes be fulfilled. The melodious and crystalline tones of Saintess Amore's voice traveled through the equipment to nearby villages such as Ke Dongjai and Hewujai. The visuals from the mountaintop were promptly transmitted by Lurue's team to screens below. As Amore's voice faded, the joyous celebration among the Miao people in attendance, as well as the Han visitors drawn to the festivities, erupted into cheers and applause. A new round of fireworks lit up the night sky, dazzling and breathtaking in its splendor. This display was not only remarkable for its innovative presentation, but also for the sparks that soared in all directions. These luminous embers shot several kilometers into the air, creating a stunning spectacle that resonated across the Miao villages and even reverberated in the town nearby. Simultaneously, Miao residents throughout the county lit their own fireworks, contributing to a night where every Miao-inhabited area was aglow with celebration. According to the county's overnight reports, this extravagant display, costing millions, had transformed Tianfeng County into a vibrant tapestry of light and sound. There was not a single corner of the county where the explosions could not be heard or the radiant night sky could not be seen. Other ethnic groups within the county marveled at the grandeur of the Miao celebration, but more significantly, they were awed by the formidable presence of the Miao Saintess and wary of the future Miao King. After all, to lavish such a fortune on creating a spectacle in the night sky for a beloved maiden was an achievement unparalleled in the realms of Tianfeng County and even the jurisdiction of the city government. No one possesses such substantial funds to undertake this endeavor. Even if Tianfeng County boasts millionaires, can any of them dare to act as boldly as the future Miao King? This is undeniably a genuine burn of cash. It is likely that even the billionaires in the provincial capital would hesitate to engage in such extravagance. Everyone is aware of what the Saintess and the future Miao King represent in the entire Qiandongnan region. Tonight, the Miao village is destined to be a sleepless night, a night of revelry. Chapter 115. The bonfire blazes, igniting passion in the deep of night, having witnessed the grand occasion of the Miao family. He bid farewell to Aiken and Amu with a hearty pat on Aiken's shoulder, expressing, "I am truly gratified. I hope this joy will extend to Bai Fa." "Indeed, I will strive for that," Aiken replied earnestly. "Good. Do not falter in your words." Once again, a profound exchange transpired. He then turned to gaze at the Miao family's most beautiful Saintess, saying, "Let me also address you as AMU. AMU from now on. This young Miao lad is entrusted to you. Please keep an eye on him and supervise him." "Of course, I will do my utmost," she assured. His response elicited a smile from him as he remarked, "Truly, a harmonious couple indeed. Now that you both have reached an appropriate age, do not delay in securing your marriage certificate after your tasks are complete." AMU responded with a gentle smile. Subsequently retrieving 2 boxes of exquisite sacred fruits from her sister Ame and placing them in the trunk of his vehicle, he accepted them graciously. As the city and county officials prepared to depart, they warmly greeted Aiken once more, showcasing the social nuances of their circle. Aiken watched the convoy disappear into the night, then turned to AMU, remarking with a smile, "Your words at the engagement ceremony made me truly understand that the level of education is not merely a matter of discussion. It is an entirely different realm." "What nonsense are you speaking?" AMU laughed. "In truth, I comprehend slightly more than you, but when it comes to literary prowess, I cannot compare to you. Moreover, in terms of social etiquette, I am far inferior." Hearing this, AMU smiled warmly, lightly biting her lip as she playfully said, "If you were to surpass me in every regard, how could I ever hold my head high before you? Therefore, dear brother, refrain from such flattery." AMU tugged at Aiken, leading him towards the side parking lot. "Our friends are over there enjoying themselves. Come, let me take you dancing tonight. I will dance solely for you." The parking lot had been cleared the previous day, transformed into a temporary venue for the lushing bonfire gathering. At this moment, the bonfire blazed fiercely, akin to myriad stars descending upon the earth. Surrounding the fire were not only emerging business talents like Lin Bei, Han Feng, Su Qian, and Yao Yi, but also wealthy individuals from cities such as Yanjing, Modu, and Pengcheng. Even the elderly Yin and Ji joined the younger generation in relishing the Miao family's heartfelt all-nighter. Several of the Miao family's 8 financial wolves, accompanied by vigorous Miao people, played the lushing, while the Ame danced joyfully around the fire. Upon their arrival, The cheers from the Han people heightened the excitement among the Miao brothers and sisters. The beautiful Ame gracefully retreated to sit cross-legged. Amu promptly pulled Aiken into the festivities. She began to dance, while Aiken took a lushing from a duo, blowing notes as he danced in harmony with Mu's movements. At this moment, they gathered around the fire, celebrating with music and dance. Almo, with her graceful dance, invigorated the atmosphere of the entire venue. Her steps were light and elegant, akin to a shining silver streak in the night sky, beautiful and enigmatic. With her attentive and cheerful disposition, she twirled around Aiken. Aiken's playing of the lushing served as the primary melody, while the other brothers provided harmonious accompaniment. This was her form of guardianship, enveloping Almo in her embrace. How exquisite! I long to dance, yet I lack the skill of the Miao style. A match made in heaven. Tonight they are the two brightest stars in the firmament. Such is the admiration of youth. Meanwhile, the affluent men still awaiting the fruits to be loaded onto carts, perhaps now in their middle age, sighed deeply. Although I have passed the tender age of youth, I perceive that these young women increasingly prioritize wealth. Yet, witnessing the charm of the Miao customs firsthand, I realize that beyond riches, true love is the rarest treasure. I hope these marriage traditions endure, and when my son grows up, I shall lavishly assist him in winning the heart of a Miao maiden. May this not be a mere dream, for my son is but 6 years old. As the wealthy lamented, the young scholars of Yanjing were equally captivated. Elder Ji gazed at Almo's dance and remarked to Elder Yin, I claim your student. What are you dreaming of at this hour? Elder Ji was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yao Yi and his companions observed, with Su Qian cradling her chin, her gaze never leaving Aiken. She found herself increasingly enchanted, yet she understood that the young man dancing by the bonfire was someone she could only admire from afar, a longing she could never fulfill in this lifetime. On the other side, Lin Bei and Han Feng were equally entranced. Han Feng yearned to shout out in joy and jest with the most graceful Miao maiden, yet she was a saint, the rightful wife of the boss. And he feared that before the boss could react, the Miao warriors brandishing their knives would swiftly dismantle him. After a while, Almo beckoned a duo to join her in dance. Though young, a duo possessed a distinct, youthful grace. Ji Xia and Gu Yu, both accomplished young women, gasped in astonishment. Heavens, what do I see? Sister-in-law dancing with her younger sister-in-law? And the one playing the lushing is a brother? Must you conjure such beauty? I am utterly envious. Yet, they were not the only ones consumed by envy. Even Elder GS students were captivated by this sweet and warm scene that melted their hearts. Arue was also present, though she too was a younger sister-in-law. She was acutely aware of her humble position and could not compare to a duo. Before she could fully process the moment, a duo danced over and pulled her into the fray. Arue hesitated, casting a cautious glance at the saint. To her surprise, Almo reached for her as well, with a graceful dance urging her not to disgrace the brothers. At last, Arue was stirred into motion. Gradually, a breathtakingly exquisite scene unfolded, resembling a celestial paradise. Until the very end, Amo waved to Ame, and only then did the seated sisters enter together. At this moment, the tune of the lushing transformed. The young women joined hands and danced around the bonfire, with Amo pulling her close friend Su Qian into the circle. Everyone sang and danced joyously. Si Xia, Gu Yu, and Su Qian followed suit, mimicking the rhythm. Sparks from the bonfire flew into the air, radiating warmth that seemed capable of melting away all dust. In that warm glow, a profound and precious tapestry of friendship, familial love, and romance was unfurled. Everyone present, regardless of wealth or poverty, and no matter their past experiences, found that this night was the most relaxed, the most romantic, and the most memorable of all. At some unknown moment, a hint of brightness began to color the horizon. The fireworks that had illuminated the night finally ceased. In the morning, the air was infused with the fragrance of earth. Verdant mountains, grassy fields, babbling brooks, and curling wisps of smoke formed a picturesque tableau. Just as Chen prepared to head home, a Zhuang hurriedly approached with dog Dan in tow. Chen, something has happened. What wrong? Chen inquired. His attention captured the saintess. Down the mountain, there are over 20 undercover policemen, demanding to find the person who assaulted that bald man last night. They have a drawing that closely resembles you. They're likely here to apprehend you, but they've been stopped for now. Chen frowned and retorted. So what if it resembles me? Tell them to scram. I don't want to be disturbed. Chen, you should rest for a bit. I'll handle it. I have business to attend to down there. Chen nodded and collapsed into bed, oblivious to the impending confrontation. Chapter 116. The Face of the Enemy. How to Endure. Today marked the third and final day of the Drum Festival, a day infused with exuberance and celebration. The theme of this day was singular, the public courtship of thousands of eligible young men and women from the Miao community. Although the flower-choosing festivities had commenced the previous afternoon, that was the domain of the saintess. The affluent visitors drawn by a Chen and the saintess began to depart one by one. These wealthy patrons had secured exquisite holy fruits, reveling in their triumph. Yet, having lost money, they fumed at a Chen's prowess, gnashing their teeth in frustration. Nevertheless, the grand event orchestrated by the Miao community remained unaffected by the departure of these Han aristocrats. Their mere 100 souls were but a drop in the ocean compared to the tens of thousands of jubilant Miao youth. In the afternoon, a Chen grasped a Miao knife firmly, accompanied by the saintess Amo, as they made a grand entrance into the largest lushing arena in Kedongjai, surrounded by the 8 great wolves. Though the saintess was not adorned in finery today, her aura was equally captivating. At this moment, with the future Miao king and the saintess present, the dancers in the lushing arena, whether or not they participated in the flower choosing, regardless of age, exhibited increasingly graceful movements. And the tune of the lushing became even more melodious. The background music played by Lu Rue and the others was the very melody that had first resonated yesterday. Crafted solely for the Miao flower-choosing festivities, marry her while she is in her prime. Come pursue her quickly. Don't wait until her dark hair turns gray. Indeed, the esteemed maiden of the Miao and the future Miao king are truly deserving of their titles. Each of their appearances evokes a longing to belong to their illustrious clan. Alas, I yearn to be a part of the Miao family, but my marital status renders that impossible. Our Han customs regarding marriage differ significantly. We can part ways after uniting. How delightful it is to hear such words. A few Han men in the crowd are engaged in discussion, while another man, envious of the maiden's grace, fixates his gaze on the enchanting Amo, who is accompanying Chen to the central stage, exclaiming, "Ah? The adornments of the Miao maiden today are unlike those of the Miao girls we have encountered before. Ah, you do not comprehend. The maiden is betrothed, akin to being married. She is no longer single, thus her hairstyle must change. She can no longer don her previous style. Oh heavens! The maiden's engagement has shattered the hearts of many a Han bachelor. Enough prattle. If you possess the courage, try entering the stage and shout a few verses. Let us see if the Miao lads will not silence you. Friend, do not speak so venomously. I dare not, and I ask if you would. Begone." On the stage, the elder of the 9 clans intended to relinquish his position, yet Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Do not trouble yourself, elder of the 9 clans. Amo and I are here merely to observe the success rate today." An esteemed chieftain beside the elder hastily perused the registry in hand. Chen, this morning, a total of 132 pairs succeeded, with a few more in negotiation. Negotiation? What is the cause? Most often, it is the weight of the silver ornaments that burdens the young women. Those who have secured the flower bands from the Miao family cannot afford to redeem them equivalently. Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow. Amo interjected, "Such occurrences are commonplace. However, both parties typically reach a satisfactory agreement. So there is no need for concern. There is also another clause. If a Miao lad secures a flower band but cannot produce sufficient wealth to redeem the ornaments hung on his reed pipe, the chieftains will determine a minimum standard after consultation. If either party cannot accept this, the flower band must be returned to the maiden, along with a compensation of 300 pieces as an apology. This matter will then be rendered void, and henceforth, neither party may harbor animosity against the other. Thus, during the process of securing flower bands, maidens generally only adorn the Miao lads' reed pipes with a flower band and a modest silver ornament. In this manner, even the most impoverished Miao families can still contribute something. Many maidens from the 12 branches of the Miao do not know the suitors who approach them for flower bands, and thus are unaware of their family circumstances. Moreover, Miao maidens do not concern themselves with the suitor's wealth. They place value solely on the individual. Of course, in a vast forest, one finds all manner of birds. Among the 12 branches, there are indeed some reckless Miao lads. Once a maiden has bestowed the flower band and 1 or 2 pieces of silver, it signifies her willingness to engage, should further understanding prove satisfactory. Marriage can ensue at any time. Yet, some Miao lads, unsatisfied, insist on playing the reed pipe and demanding more silver ornaments from the maiden. Those with wealth naturally possess confidence, and after securing the flower band, they may demand the maiden's silver ornaments without issue, as it is merely an exchange of equivalence. In the context of familial discord, one must learn to exercise restraint. The perils of reckless living have imparted profound lessons upon these young men. However, There exists a peculiar circumstance in certain Miao villages where the daughters remain unmarriageable outside their community, instead welcoming sons-in-law who come to reside with them. These sons-in-law receive no financial remuneration, and instead, the daughters provide them with funds. Yet, upon entering the household, they are burdened with the most arduous and menial tasks. "What do you hold in your hands, Elder Jiao?" Chen inquired, eager to take a glance at the tome, but Elder Jiao withdrew it, saying, "Chen, perhaps it would be best if you refrain from looking at this. It contains information pertaining to the sons-in-law. Is it not customary?" Chen probed. "Might there be any young men among them whom I recognize?" Elder Jiao nodded, piquing Chen's interest further. Sons-in-law are indeed a common occurrence. Yet whether in Miao or Han households, one can only assume such a role out of necessity. Furthermore, having experienced such circumstances in a previous life, Chen possessed a deep understanding of the implications of being a son-in-law. His previously cheerful demeanor began to wane. "Hand it to me, Elder Jiao." Elder Jiao exchanged a glance with Mo, who then retrieved the book for Chen. Yet, he abruptly shook his head, declaring, "I shall not look." If his assumptions were correct, the name he sought belonged either to Mu Laoda or Mu Laosan's son. Judging by age, it should be Miaojiang from the Mu family. As Mo perused the pages, she indeed found the name, Miaojiang. This very individual had usurped Chen's place in high school during their previous life and had threatened him with dire consequences should he dare to report him. These memories, which Chen wished to forget in his rebirth, unexpectedly resurfaced. At that moment, Miaojiang, who had just completed his registration and was not far off, had already spotted Chen. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Chen and had contemplated numerous times how to eliminate him. However, with Chen's sudden rise to prominence as the future Miao king, he dared not provoke him openly, opting instead to bide his time to seek retribution. Yet, Chen's rightful place in high school had been usurped by Miaojiang, who squandered the opportunity. How could he endure such an affront? "Chen, Miaojiang is beneath the largest tree to your left," a Kang whispered urgently in Chen's ear. Upon identifying his target, Chen strode purposefully forward. Chapter 117. A Fury Unleashed and the Resounding Slaps. Chen, Mo implored, hastily grasping his arm. "In our Miao community, some villages only accept sons-in-law, which does not contravene our customs. It would not be wise to publicly confront Miaojiang." "Mo, do you believe that is my sole motivation?" he retorted. "Then, might you divulge your reasoning?" With eyes reddened, Chen replied, 5 years ago, I was the one who topped the county and gained admission to the prestigious County No. 1 high school. It was not him. Did Miaojiang take your place?" Mo asked, her concern evident. Chen nodded emphatically, then advanced towards Miaojiang, instructing the 8 wolves to remain back. This matter pertained to the Mu family of Heiwu village, while the Miao's 12 branches were a public affair. At that moment, Miaojiang stood beneath the tree, engaged in jovial conversation with a Miao girl, who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Her long hair elegantly coiled and adorned with a silver floral headdress. The headpiece is adorned with various floral and avian motifs, elegantly draped with silver chains and discs. In terms of attire, the young lady today dons a pleated skirt, rich in layers, with cascading hems that exude a sense of grandeur. The exquisite craftsmanship and distinctive design showcase the beauty and intellect of Miao women. This belongs to the long-skirt Miao branch among the 12 major clans of the Miao family. The long-skirt Miao girl is strikingly beautiful, and judging by her silver adornments, it is evident that her family is well off. Her silver jewelry is among the most abundant among the thousands of young women participating in today's flower discussion. In Miao culture, a girl lacking silver ornaments at significant events may face criticism. Thus, there exists the saying, "No silver, no flowers, no girl" in the Miao community, especially for unmarried women. Wearing silver jewelry at important occasions is imperative. As awakens strides forward, he slows his pace upon nearing Miaojiang, who stands beside the long-skirt Miao girl. Although Miaojiang is only slightly older than Chen, he is indeed the true cousin. The tragic experiences from Chen's previous life, marked by torment and misfortune, began with being replaced in a quota. In this life, prior to his rebirth, Chen's existence was equally miserable, fostering deep-seated hatred within him. "Chen Gu? Is that you?" The long-skirt Miao girl recognized him, though her expression bore a hint of uncertainty, suggesting she was unsure whether this Miao man was indeed their future Miao king. Chen nodded, prompting her to place her hand on her chest. After a slight bow to Chen, she beamed and said, "Jian was just telling me about the deep bond you share, reminiscing about your childhood together. And he mentioned taking me to see you once you are free. It truly brings me joy to see you, Chen Gu." Oh, by the way, my name is Aning. This long-skirt Miao girl, Aning, is also quite lovely. It seems she participated in toasting a Chen just yesterday. However, a Chen is uncertain, merely finding her face familiar. Yet, her words eased the tension in his furrowed brow as he responded with a warm, May. This delighted Aning immensely. After all, he is the future Miao king. In contrast to Aning's excitement, a Dian beside her appeared less enthusiastic. However, in a bid to showcase the strength of his relationship with a Chen, a Dian smiled and stepped forward, draping an arm over a Chen's shoulder, saying, "A Chen, look at you, already the future Miao king, yet you still take the time to nurture a Rue by your side. I, as your elder brother, hardly know how to thank you. You are busy yet still come over to greet me. Indeed, my brother did not misjudge you." Such words inflated a Dian's vanity in an instant. But the next moment, as Aning proudly beamed, a Chen unexpectedly delivered a resounding slap to a Dian. The crack echoed loudly, startling both a Dian and Aning, leaving them momentarily dazed. Even the nearby Miao people, initially ready to intervene, dispersed their rising ire upon realizing it was the future Miao king, Miaojiang, involved. They stood by, merely observing the spectacle. "Ah Chen, did Miaojiang err in some way? If so, I shall demand an apology from him." Upon regaining her composure, Aning promptly expressed her stance. "Yet," Ah Chen inquired, "are you and Miaojiang betrothed?" "Not yet. He came to seek my flower band, and during the tune of the lushing, he agreed to come as a son-in-law. I have a favorable impression of him, so I bestowed the flower band upon him. It was only during our recent duet that I discovered he is your elder brother." "Understood. Aning, since you and Miaojiang are not yet married, this matter does not concern him. Given that you are not engaged, it would be best for you to step aside. Ah Chen, please, let us not escalate this," he said, his voice tinged with gravity. Aning was taken aback. Even though she had given her flower band to Miaojiang, she dared not obstruct the future Miao king. Ah Chen turned to regard the aggrieved Miaojiang, smiling as he asked, "Indeed, we are cousins. But is our bond truly so strong? Since you claim it is, then enlighten me about your feelings toward me, even if it's just one thing. I shall acknowledge that you, Miaojiang, genuinely care for me, Ah Chen. However, if you cannot articulate this, I shall sever your limbs today." As his words fell, Ah Chen pivoted, and the ever-attentive Zhuang immediately presented a wooden club. "What do you intend to do, Miaojiang? What are you planning?" Miaojiang exclaimed, fear gripping him as he instinctively retreated. Yet, the Miao men of He Wuzhai had already blocked his escape, leaving him with no avenue for flight. Cold sweat poured down Miaojiang's brow. He was acutely aware of the enmity the Miao people harbored toward his family. He understood that the Miaojiang he had once dismissed was now a formidable figure, one he could neither provoke nor offend. Thus, he resorted to boasting of Miaojiang's name to satiate his vanity and win favor with the lady he desired. He was indifferent to becoming a son-in-law. After all, his family was impoverished, and only by going to Aning's household could he find wealth and companionship without spending a dime. However, Ah Chen's demeanor towards them far surpassed the accounts given by his father, mother, uncles, and aunts. "Speak, Miaojiang, even if you can only recount one instance. I shall spare you today." Ah Chen's emotions were beginning to spiral out of control. At this moment, images flashed through his mind. Not a single warm trace remained. All that lingered was the malice from Mu Laoda and his son towards him. "Ah Chen, listen to me. I admit I have wronged you in the past, but I was merely naive." Miaojiang's scalp prickled, realizing that the Ah Chen before him was not the timid cousin he once knew. The present Miaojiang was enraged, akin to a wild beast poised to rend him apart. "Naive?" Ah Chen laughed, a chilling and desolate sound. "Miaojiang, do you believe a mere claim of ignorance suffices to dismiss my grievances?" With that, Ah Chen delivered another resounding slap. Chapter 118, Strike. The villain's demise. Miaojiang's head buzzed painfully. He wished to resist, but found himself too intimidated, resorting instead to pleading for mercy. "Ah Chen, please spare me. I shall never bully you again. Ah Chen, I beg you. I will not strike you again." Ah Chen's eyes glimmered with coldness as he demanded, "Not strike me? Come on, strike me. Do not perceive me as some future heir. Think of me merely as Miaojiang of the Black Miao lineage. Do you dare?" As the words fell, a furious Aiken swung a solid wooden club towards Miaojiang with great force. The sound of a crack echoed as Miaojiang was unable to evade. His left arm shattered on impact. The sound of splintering bones was sharp, yet it was swiftly drowned out by the distant melody of the lushing. Muning, adorned in a flowing dress from the Miao lineage, watched in horror as Miaojiang's arm was broken. She yearned to rush forward and plead for mercy, but was halted by Amo, who appeared beside her. "Holy sister, what is happening?" She inquired. If you wish to know the reason, observe quietly. This is a matter internal to their Black Miao branch. You are not yet betrothed to Miaojiang, thus you are not considered the future bride of the Mu family. Do not meddle. Ning bit her lip and nodded. Aiken stepped forward, fixating on Adian's agonized visage. Does this scene not appear familiar? Just as it was years ago when you struck me, my left arm was broken by your hand for the first time. My left rib was also fractured by your club, with a resounding crack accompanied by a cry of agony. Adian emitted another shriek as Aiken jabbed his club into the fractured rib. You have not forgotten this moment, I presume? It is reminiscent of your actions upon me years ago. Aiken's voice reverberated as he delivered another blow, shattering Adian's left leg. Adian collapsed, clutching his injury and howling. Aiken, we are cousins. You strike me? Indeed, we are cousins. But did you ever consider our bond when you repeatedly broke my bones? Aiken, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me, I beg you. Spare you? Yet you showed me no mercy before. You call me brother. What right do you have to claim that title? At this moment, Aiken's eyes were bloodshot, and the scene before him mirrored the images etched in his mind, igniting an even greater fury within him. He struck Adian again, breaking another leg and an arm. Adian's cries had grown hoarse as he curled upon the stone floor. Had he foreseen Aiken's current glory, he would have never dared to torment him so in the past. What you have done to me is far beyond this. Is there anything more you wish to reveal, or shall I speak? More? The surrounding Miao people believed that Adian had merely bullied the younger Aiken, provoking his retaliation. But the Han spectators, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a chill run down their spines. This was indeed an internal conflict among the Miao, and should outsiders intrude, they would surely face the wrath of the Miao people. Yet, the brutality of the method was strikingly harsh. But it was understandable. Adian had likely initiated the torment. With Aiken's rise, how could he not seek vengeance? However, there seemed to be deeper sentiments fueling Aiken's wrath. Indeed, upon hearing Aiken's words, Adian's countenance paled, trembling uncontrollably. Yet Aiken offered no reprieve, declaring, 5 years ago, when you received your high school acceptance letter, you had people block my path to report me. Do you recall your exact words? Chen, you mustn't speak, you mustn't. I will give you everything. Once I earn money in the future, I will share it with you. Money? You dare discuss wealth with me? I possess far more than you. Miaojiang, will you speak or not? Clang. Chen discarded the wooden stick and drew out the knife. Just then, the previously unseen Big Mu and his wife made their appearance. Big Mu's injuries appeared not to have fully healed, as he was supported by his spouse. Behind them stood a couple from the Miao family, dressed in traditional long skirts. Upon seeing her parents approach, Ning hurriedly rushed over to caution them against intervening, for she had already detected something amiss. Mother, save me, save me. Chen is about to kill me. Miaojiang implored for help from his parents. As Big Mu and his wife began to scold Chen, the women of Blackwu village emerged, swiftly delivering several resounding slaps to Big Mu's wife. Big Mu himself was restrained by Uncle Dong and other relatives. Chen, how dare you strike your cousin? You little beast. The women of Blackwu village, not waiting for Big Mu's wife to finish her tirade, raised their hands for another barrage. Dare to utter another word against Chen, and I'll have your teeth pulled out. If you're so bold, go ahead and insult Chen, the future king of Miao, and see if we don't burn you today. At this, both Big Mu and his wife were rendered speechless. The internal strife within Blackwu village quickly reached the ears of old Mu. He promptly gathered the strong young men of the Black Miao and rushed over. Upon understanding the situation, he dealt several resounding slaps to Big Mu. You beast! Did you think that leaving Blackwu village would shield you from my wrath? You can't even control your own wife, allowing her to wreak havoc. You're nothing but a coward. Big Mu dared not utter a word in response. The clan elder glanced at Miaojiang, curled up on the ground, shook his head with a sigh, and said to Chen, let us disperse for now. Even if you haven't vented all your frustrations, we can have Uncle Dong and Uncle Chen gather people to give Big Mu another beating later. We must not allow the other branches to witness our disgrace in Black Miao and Blackwu village today. While the elder's words were indeed reasonable, Chen felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction within. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at the clan elder, his expression resolute and defiant. Noticing this, Amo stepped forward and spoke. Old Mu, as Chen's wife, I implore you to deliver justice. The saintess speaks too highly of me. The clan elder could not regard Amo merely as a daughter-in-law of the Mu family. She was, after all, a genuine saintess. Yet Amo countered. Perhaps the clan elder should inquire what Big Mu did to Chen 5 years ago after the high school entrance examination when he brought along his son. Miaojiang. The clan elder turned to see Chen with a darkened expression, while the Saintess Amo maintained her cold demeanor, indicating that the matter was far from simple. He immediately questioned Big Mu about the heinous deeds he had committed against Chun during that particular time. Big Mu trembled all over, and his son Miaojiang was not faring any better. If the cover-up were revealed in public, not only would Big Mu's family suffer, but even the powerful figure he believed he had backing him would likely face dire consequences. However, to remain silent was perilous. Regardless of whether the clan elder would spare him, the Saintess alone could obliterate him entirely. Moreover, Miaojiang, this wretched creature, is the future heir to the Miao throne. Backed by the esteemed elders of the 9 great clans and the core of the 12 branches who ardently support him, their demise is inevitable. Thus, Miao finally spoke. 5 years ago, the top scorer in the county's high school entrance examination was Miaojiang. It was I who, through connections, arranged for Miaojiang to take his place. Upon hearing this, Miao's face turned ashen. The crowd of onlookers, both from the Miao and Han families, stood in stunned silence. Aiken exhaled heavily, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds, his vision somewhat blurred. In that fleeting moment, he felt an immense weight lift from his heart, the pent-up frustration dissipating significantly. Amo approached and took Aiken's hand. Aiken turned to glance at Amo's enchanting almond face, uttering nothing, and simply turned to leave. Misfortune had befallen Miao and his family. Chapter 119. Do you not know how to speak? Atop the stone steps of the lushing stage, Aiken supported himself with his hands behind him, surveying the vibrant scene below. Though his expression remained serene, shadows of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Soon, Amo found her way to him. Miao had been taken away by the county magistrate, who was personally overseeing the matter. They inquired whether he wished to undergo an injury assessment to examine all his old wounds, subsequently using the evidence to imprison Miao and Miao for life. No need, Aiken replied. I already know the fate awaiting Miao and Miao. Imprisonment would be too lenient for them. Let it be as it is. Very well. But there is one thing you must concede to me, Amo said, sitting beside Aiken. I wish to expunge Miao and Miao's family from the genealogical records. I want them to be utterly erased. Aiken had often contemplated personally annihilating Miao and Miao. Yet he feared that such actions might inadvertently alter the tragic end that awaited these 2 ingrates, leaving him with naught but empty joy. It was not out of kindness that Aiken hesitated, but rather a desire to witness the most miserable fate befalling Miao and Miao, burnt to ashes. However, the one to act could not be Amo, for she had already become a daughter-in-law of the Mu family. Amo, can we not pause this matter for now? Amo furrowed her delicate brows, perplexed as to why Aiken, harboring hatred for Miao and Miao, would deny her the chance to eradicate these parasites. Nevertheless, since Aiken had voiced his stance, she chose not to press further, nodding slightly in agreement. As you wish. Aiken exhaled deeply, and Amo continued. The long-skirted Miao branch's Aining has already had Miaojiang return the belt. Am I the one who has disrupted their romance? It is not you who has interfered, but rather Miaojiang's feelings for Aining are insincere. This matter was jointly resolved by the leaders of their 2 villages. Aiken chuckled, supporting himself with his hands. He muttered a curse of serves them right when the 9 clan elders, accompanied by several robust Miao villagers, approached. Miaojiang, what exactly do you intend to do? Amo inquired. What is it, 9 clan elders? What is it? The elders retorted. Amo, you should ask this little man yourself what he truly desires. The elder's ire only deepened Amo's confusion. She turned to see Aiken scratching his head, a look of frustration etched on his face. Aiken, what have you done? Nothing much. Did we not just arrange our engagement today? I instructed a duo to provide some funds to the elders of the 9 clans. For every couple of young men and women who successfully engaged today, a red envelope containing 1,200 would be bestowed upon them, serving as a blessing for their union and a memento for ourselves. Upon hearing this, Amo's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The elder of the 9 clans remarked, Do you have any idea how many couples will be getting engaged or married today, you young lad? The count has already surpassed 100, and by nightfall, it could easily reach 200 to 300 pairs. Do you comprehend the total sum if you give 1,200 to each couple? That amounts to hundreds of thousands. You reckless spendthrift. A roue and a duo are carrying the money in sacks, claiming you instructed them to do so. The elder couldn't help but envision the scene of the 2 young ladies arriving before them, burdened by a sack of cash, and felt an urge to offer Miaojiang a pipe. Amo chuckled, her mind conjuring a similar image. Realizing that such an act was indeed within Chen's capabilities. Elder of the 9 clans, since Chen has such intentions, let him proceed. However, instead of 1,200, let it be 120 for now, reserving the remainder. That seems more reasonable. The The elder grumbled as he departed, recalling how, just days prior, the price of pork had surged to $2.60 per pound, and rice prices had also escalated. 120? That could buy several piglets. Amo laughed heartily, addressing Chen. I appreciate your kindness, but please refrain from such extravagance. In these times, money is truly hard to come by. Chen nodded affirmatively, saying, all right. When we return home tonight, I will hand over the key and card to the safe. Chen, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. Amo exclaimed, her urgency apparent. Chen grasped her hand. I understand. I merely wish to give you my best. If it were anyone else attempting to exploit me, I would swiftly deal with them. Amo couldn't help but chuckle, her beautiful eyes narrowing in mock annoyance at Chen, realizing she had never noticed his humorous side before. That's because, Miaojiang, you never called me that. What did you just call me? Miaojiang. Chen, you. Amo's face flushed with indignation. I am your wife. You cannot call me Miaojiang. Besides, you are older than I am. Chen grinned widely, while Amo waved her fist in front of his face. At that moment, Su Qian and Yao Yi approached, guided by a young man. Behind them, Lin Bei and Han Feng also arrived. Oh my, Muda Shun, your vantage point offers quite the view. Han Feng lazily stretched and waved at Amo, sister-in-law. Lin Bei politely greeted her as well. Amo nodded slightly, her thoughts deepening regarding Lin Bei and Han Feng's presence in the Miao village and their attitudes towards Chen. Chen, please check and see if everything is in order. Su Qian opened a document bag, presenting its contents to Chen. Chen gestured for them to sit casually before inquiring, has the legal department reviewed this? Everything has been checked. However, these share certificates require the individual to present their identification in person to be valid. This is merely procedural. We also need to note down an identification number for our records. After thoroughly reviewing all the share transfer documents, Aiken finally spoke. You have AMU's ID number. I will provide you with her parents' IDs once I obtain them. Su Qian nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, AMU hurriedly pulled Aiken aside and whispered, what are you doing? You'll find out tonight. Aiken replied, please, don't act recklessly. AMU cautioned, I assure you, I'm not. I can't arrive empty-handed when formally introducing myself to my future mother-in-law. Don't worry, it's nothing excessive, just enough to ensure their comfortable retirement. Nothing excessive? In matters such as these, AMU was far from trusting Aiken. After all, what Aiken deemed not much was likely an amount that others would struggle to earn in a lifetime. If her parents were to hear about this, they would surely be infuriated. Nevertheless, AMU chose to dismiss her concerns and let Aiken handle things as he saw fit. Before long, Su Qian and Yao Yi departed. Lin Bei and Han Feng approached, with Lin Bei presenting 2 document envelopes. After Aiken briefly inspected them, he took AMU's hand and introduced the two. AMU, allow me to formally introduce you. This is Lin Bei, the general manager of Miaojiang Capital, and Han Feng, the head of Tianmu Fund. Han Feng cheerfully greeted, hello, boss lady. Whenever you're in the Magic City, feel free to call me for any matters, big or small. I shall be at your service. Get lost. Do you have any sense of decorum? Aiken retorted, kicking Han Feng lightly, while Lin Bei shot him a disapproving glare, rubbing the spot Aiken had kicked. Han Feng said with a hint of frustration, I meant no offense, I swear. I simply hoped for a chance to host you when you visit the Magic City. Boss lady, please don't misunderstand. Although AMU harbored doubts about Lin Bei and Han Feng's identities, hearing such information from Aiken instilled in her not only a sense of shock, but, more significantly, a profound trust. A selfless, sincere, and pure trust. Chapter 120. Boldly entering the Tang family, facing deception. At 6 in the evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky, Lin Bei and Han Feng conversed with Aiken for 3 hours on the stone steps of the Lushing venue, before taking their leave back to the Magic City. Meanwhile, Aiken led a modest entourage of 200 to 300 young men and women, bearing gifts, as they officially proceeded to MU's home, accompanied by the village elder and matriarch. Though there was only one door-blocking toast, it took Aiken a full hour to get through, nearly leaving him inebriated. Dozens of square tables were laden with hundreds of cups of rice wine, each brimming to the brim. Beneath each cup lay slips of paper inscribed with varying numbers or denominations of money, 5 or 10 yuan, of assorted amounts. The young women from Kedong village took turns presenting a neatly cut stack of slips for Aiken to draw from. He could only draw one slip at a time and had to find the corresponding cup with the same number beneath. The number of cups he found dictated how many drinks he had to consume. If he uncovered one with money underneath, he could take the cash. To pass this challenge, he needed to draw 3 slips marked with the number 9. Aiken preferred not to resort to trickery, but as the game progressed, The effects of the alcohol began to take their toll, and he feared he might collapse. Thus, he relied on the power of his dragon space to dissipate some of the alcohol and shield his eyes with energy. In the next moment, he accurately drew a slip marked with 3 nines, successfully passing the challenge. The small girl brought to him this time. How could she not feel aggrieved? She thought to herself, is this really our first encounter, and I'm already in such a predicament? Brother Aiken, did you peek? I refuse to believe you succeeded on your first try. Let us have a few more attempts. Oh dear, I feel dizzy. I passed. Aiken quickly dashed into the main hall of Miao's house, only to be unceremoniously shoved back out by old man Tang. No rules, go out. Stand at the entrance. And enter with your clan elder and grandmother. Today, the Tang clan leader was particularly imposing. He mused that yesterday at the mountaintop was not his territory. But today at the Tang family, he was in charge. Grandmother promptly yanked Aiken back, reminding him not to disrupt the decorum and to carry the gifts inside. Aiken felt utterly embarrassed, casting a glance at the small girl who had just chased after him, feeling quite constrained. Miao stood silently in the corner of the hall, not offering any assistance, but rather smiling. Soon, over 100 gifts were neatly arranged. People of all ages from Kedong village gathered to witness the spectacle. Everyone was aware that Mu Aiken from Haiwu's High was quite wealthy, a prodigal son of fortune, yet the scale of today's event exceeded their wildest imaginations. Outside the courtyard, there were 360 pairs of chickens, ducks, and geese, along with 88 black pigs, and various large items. The main hall was also filled to the brim. The most striking display consisted of 3 gold bars accompanied by 16 gold ingots on the left, and 3 silver bars with 16 silver ingots on the right. In the center, on a large red plate of joy, lay several contracts. Resting atop the contracts were 3 bank cards, one of which was astonishingly golden. As for the cash amounting to 188,000, it didn't even find a place in the center. These gifts would take an hour to be collected. Hence, many Miao people came to witness the scene. However, they were puzzled as to why the most expensive gold and silver items were not placed in the center, but instead the cards and some papers. Could the money in the cards be substantial? The Tang family had never anticipated that Miao had already instructed Mu Aiken, who would act in such a manner. Moreover, last night at the mountaintop, Old Man Tang had advised the grandmother from Haiwu's High to behave appropriately when visiting the Tang family today. Yet now, Miao was surprised that Aiken did not heed her counsel. At this moment, Mu Aiken, slightly tipsy, sat in a corner of the hall, his face flushed. The rice wine brewed by the Tang family must have a higher alcohol content than what he usually consumed. It was exceptionally delicious and fragrant. However, the after-effects were quite potent. Brother Aiken, are you about to fall asleep? This crisp voice made Mu Aiken roll his eyes. It was indeed the same little girl who had pursued him earlier. Brother Aiken, how does the rice wine taste? Why do you care? With a chuckle, the girl laughed heartily, seemingly amused by something, and asked, why did you bring so many things? Why do you care? I'm happy with how much I give to my wife's family. It's my hard-earned money. I'll spend it however I please. What do you mean by that? I'm pleased, that's what. What are you going to do about it? The little girl, feeling quite wronged by Aiken's retorts, was visibly upset. Nearby, an older woman seemed to overhear and burst into laughter, remarking, Aiken, I'm the elder from Kedong village. My, how your tone resembles something I often say. As Aiken lifted his gaze, another aunt chuckled and said, Aiken, I too am one of the ants from Kedong Jai. Aiken, we are all ants from Kedong Jai. Several other ants joined in, and Aiken's expression turned distinctly perplexed. Just then, Amo and her mother approached, overhearing the entire exchange, which prompted them to burst into laughter. Amo's mother remarked, all right, everyone, stop teasing Aiken. My declaration of being an ant from Kedong Jai is now well known across many villages, and has become your catchphrase. The ants genuinely adored Aiken, otherwise. How could his retort to a future mother-in-law spread so swiftly? The mother-in-law's statement of being an ant from Kedong Jai has now become a customary phrase uttered by the ants whenever they leave the village. Observing Aiken's evident discomfort, Amo hurried off to prepare a remedy to sober him up. Meanwhile, the aggrieved May, surprisingly, went to complain to her mother, saying, Aunt, Aiken is bullying me. I merely asked him why he brought so many gifts, and he replied that he was happy to do so and questioned me on what I wanted. Aunt, could it be that this May, who is not much younger than Aiken, is the daughter of Uncle Rong? Indeed, Uncle Rong approached with a stern expression, admonishing, Aji, you must not be so disrespectful to your elder brother Aiken. What is wrong with me scolding you a little? This only deepened Aji's gloom. Thinking how her father never reprimanded her, yet was quick to chastise her for Aiken's sake. Aiken, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved his hands, saying, Uncle Rong, It was merely a jest between me and Ame. Soon, Amo arrived carrying the sobering soup. However, as she drew near, she sensed something amiss and leaned closer to Aiken to catch a whiff, then furrowed her brow and asked Aji, Ame, what kind of liquor did you give Aiken? It is not the type I mentioned. Who brought it? Aji appeared somewhat intimidated, replying, it was brought by a Ran. Amo, fuming, exclaimed that a Ran must be itching for trouble. This liquor he brought has been problematic lately. With an alcohol content at least 10 degrees higher than what we usually consume. It must be around 41 or 42 degrees. That rascal. Uncle A. Rome went out to confront Tang A. Ran. Aiken was taken aback, asking, Amo, are you telling me that on my first visit as a son-in-law, I was set up? That A. Ran is my younger brother, and now my uncle has gone to confront him. A brother-in-law? Aiken felt a wave of frustration. Pondering how he could have offended anyone when he hardly knew them, he resolved to find an opportunity to give this younger brother-in-law a good talking to. Otherwise, future visits to the Tang family would surely become troublesome. Chapter 121. The Warmest, the Tang Family. In the span of a TS brewing time, Aiken was summoned by Grandma to the center to present his gifts to the Tang family. Subsequently, Amo's father approached with a joy plate containing 660,000 in cash and 16 silver ingots. Most of this money was earned from this year's fruit harvest, which the Tang family had received a share of. As for the silver ingots, while they were not as substantial as what Aiken had brought to the Tang family, they were still considerable. The Tang family, indeed, lived up to its reputation as the foremost branch of the Hong Miao lineage, showcasing its deep heritage. At that moment, there were at least 100 Miao relatives gathered in the hall. The mother-in-law placed Amo's hand into Aiken's, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Even Uncle Ayu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was their precious daughter, and now she was truly given to Miaojiang. Elder Tang, the most senior member of the Tang family and the most esteemed leader of Dongzhai, proclaimed, "A Chen, from this day forth, you shall be the son-in-law of the Tang family. You shall receive the possessions of the Tang family, which we shall accept in accordance with our customs." He continued, "Amo's parents have gifted you both with 666,000 in cash and various silver ornaments. I bestow upon you 16 silver ingots, as well as the fruit orchard atop the mountain, comprising 3 acres adjacent to your home, which your father-in-law has generously offered for your use, so that you may cultivate your own sustenance while residing there." Upon hearing this, a Chen turned to glance at his father-in-law. Uncle Au, with a sense of reassurance, patted a Chen on the shoulder, nodding silently in acknowledgement. Amo's mother placed the 18,800 cash that a Chen had brought alongside the 666,000 from her and her husband. Following tradition, the immediate elders of the Tang family stepped forward and each extracted 12 notes as a token of acceptance. The remainder was wholly bestowed upon Amo. Moreover, even the gold and silver a Chen had brought was surrendered entirely to Amo by her father. At this moment, Amo's eyes welled with tears. She shook her head in refusal, but her mother insisted that it must be accepted. Thus, despite the substantial gifts brought by Miaojiang, the Tang family not only did not demand anything in return, but generously offered even more to Amo. Observing this, a Chen, who had grown up without parents and endured a childhood filled with harshness, could no longer maintain his composure. As tears brimmed in his eyes, Amo noticed and quickly grasped his hand, hoping to offer this young man a measure of warmth, for a Chen's past had been marked by profound absence. Amo's mother, understanding the environment in which a Chen had been raised, could surmise the reason for the sudden redness in his eyes. This young man was not favored by the Tang family for his wealth alone. Rather, it was his steadfastness and unwavering devotion to their daughter that won their hearts. Amo's mother approached a Chen, taking his hand with kindness, and said, "You and Amo are already betrothed, akin to marriage. You may now address me as your mother." Mother? This title was foreign to a Chen. He had previously believed his own mother was still alive. But all illusions were shattered the day his grandmother revealed the truth. Now, Amo's mother, with her gentle demeanor, invited him to change his address. Despite his efforts, he could not contain his emotions. As he uttered the word mother, tears cascaded down his cheeks. This scene pained Amo deeply. Amo, too, was moved by the atmosphere surrounding a Chen, and her own tears flowed freely. Amo's mother felt a pang of sorrow as well. Now that a Chen had called her mother, she felt compelled to gift him with a pair of large silver ingots, a treasure she had preserved since her own marriage, never daring to use even in times of hardship. Today, bestowing them upon a Chen felt like a form of legacy. A Chen wished to refuse, but Amo interjected. "A Chen, you must accept this. It is a cherished heirloom from my family that has been passed down for many years." "Thank you, mother," he replied gratefully. The 2 silver ingots hold immense value for the mother-in-law, while for Aiken, they bear profound significance. Aiken has no intention of exchanging them for money. He intends to pass them down through generations. Soon, Aiken realized that the Tang family seemed oblivious to the items on the joy platter, so he took the liberty of acquiring them. Among them were 3 bank cards, one each for AMU and her parents. AMU possessed the golden card, while her parents had cards of the same hue, all issued by the Great Xia Bank. Aiken was well aware of the significance of the newly launched golden bank card this year, a fact AMU was also cognizant of. However, Aiken interrupted her before she could finish speaking, stating, "Here you go. The password is the last 6 digits of the string of numbers I shared with you that night. I have an identical one, a couple's card. All right, I will accept it." Aiken then reassured his father-in-law and mother-in-law, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, rest assured, there isn't much money inside. When you have the time, bring your ID, and AMU and I will take you to the county bank to activate it, where you can set your password for regular use. Now, please hand me your IDs." Although Uncle Aoyue and Aunt were unsure of Aiken's purpose for the IDs, they complied. "Tang Grandpa, please hand me your ID as well. I have mine on me. I just used it today and haven't put it away yet." Tang Grandpa promptly presented his ID to Aiken. Aiken then began to fill out several share certificates from the joy platter and retrieved a prepared seal. Handing the pen to Tang Grandpa, "Please sign and leave your thumbprint here. This is for you. Go ahead, it's nothing to worry about." Although Tang Grandpa was uncertain about the document's contents, he recognized the name on the cover, Shennong Company. He wished for AMU to see if she could sign, but AMU was already holding her own copy, fully aware of its significance. She also took the one from her grandfather's hand. Though it represented only 1% of the shares, it was indeed a share, a tangible asset. As for her own, it constituted 36% of Shennong Company. The company was registered with a capital of 10 million, located in Tianfeng County. It was no wonder that the people of Tianfeng County regarded Aiken with a newfound respect. This relationship was not merely superficial, but also rooted in Aiken's financial prowess. Notably, Aiken had transferred 70% of his orchard shares to Shennong Company, highlighting the weight of even 1% in this enterprise. "AMU, please sign first," Aiken prompted. After some contemplation, AMU ultimately decided to sign. As the wife of the Mu family, she recognized that Aiken's gift symbolized his affection for her, while her signature represented her commitment to safeguarding Aiken's interests. The 36% shares would always belong to Aiken, and she would never relinquish them to anyone else. All matters rested in Aiken's hands. Tang Grandpa only signed after witnessing AMU's signature. Following this, Uncle Aoyue and Aunt, upon receiving their IDs, also signed and left their thumbprints under Aiken's guidance. The copies were returned to them, while Aiken retained the others. "Grandfather, mother, father, please take good care of this. It must not suffer even the slightest damage," AMO cautioned. Until now, the 3 elders of the Tang family remain unaware of the immense value they hold in their hands. Chapter 122, Shennong, Ambitious Aspirations. At the Tang family's long table banquet, Chen found himself intoxicated by the young women from Kedongjai. Even though he possessed the ability to metabolize alcohol through the divine farming space, he could not keep pace with the incessant flow. Fortunately, AMO had concocted several herbal tonics for him, allowing him to awaken 2 hours later. By this time, night had fallen, and the Tang family remained as lively as ever. According to tradition, AMO was to introduce Chen to the direct relatives of the Tang family. However, Chen had become so renowned that AMO need not present him. He was already recognized by all. Some were still working in the orchards, and Chen had interacted with them more than he had spent time with AMO. "Wake up. Chen, go wash your face and eat something. You barely touched your food earlier," an aunt called out. Chen stepped outside to wash his face, still feeling a bit unsteady on his feet. AMO handed him a handkerchief, and after drying off, he returned indoors. "Chen, AMO has informed us about the shares. How could you be so generous? Is there still a chance for you to back out?" Grandfather Tang inquired. "Indeed. Chen, can it be annulled?" Uncle Au quickly asked. Chen shook his head. "You can return them to me, but I will not agree. So please, accept them with peace of mind, and remember to safeguard the original documents. Do not let them be gnawed by rodents, as they cannot be replaced. However, the orchard can earn 80 to 90 million a year. 1 point equates to 8 to 900,000. By doing this, aren't you? Uncle Au, you should know that I am not in need of such things. So let us not dwell on it. I am starving. Let me eat first," Chen interrupted, picking up a bowl and wolfing down his food. The Tang family members hesitated, wanting to say something but refraining, as Chen had already made his position clear. "Slow down, do not choke." Mother quickly served him a bowl of chicken soup. "Chen, How will the people in High perceive your actions? Grandfather Tang pressed on. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my intentions, Chen assured him. What is the purpose of this Shengtang company, then? Have you transferred all your shares into it? Will we no longer manage the orchard? This question piqued everyone's curiosity. In the main hall, aside from the clan leader of High and the later arrivals, Uncle A Dong and Uncle A Qian, all present were core members of the Miao people from Kedong who worked in the orchards. A Chen replied directly, no. The orchard will still be managed by High and Kedong. I plan to expand into other villages. Although the industries may differ from ours, they can still be profitable. Therefore, as we grow in scale, we must establish a proper company for unified management. The clan leader of High asked, who will be in charge of this company? This question was of utmost concern, as they would not feel secure if someone they did not trust were to manage it. A Chen smiled and said, this is my company. Currently, aside from Grandfather Tang, Uncle Au, and Mother, each of you holds 1% of the shares. The remainder is under Amo and myself. Very well, that reassures us. Both village chiefs exhaled a long sigh of relief, and the other Miao villagers felt reassured. Amo spoke up to explain, I took a close look at the information regarding the Shengtang company while a Chen was asleep. To put it simply, everything remains as it was before, but the houses that need to be built on the mountaintop must be constructed. The location for loading the fruits should be moved down the mountain, and unauthorized individuals must no longer approach the orchards. Furthermore, daily patrols must be intensified. The incident that occurred last night was due to the Miao villagers either participating in the drum festival down the mountain or working at a Chen's home, which naturally led to a relaxation of the guards. Such occurrences must not transpire again. Amo served a Chen a bowl of rice and continued. A Chen discussed this matter with me over the phone the other day, although I was initially opposed, believing it to be an unnecessary expense. A Chen insisted and presented the pros and cons, so I acquiesced. What is this, Holy Maiden? Starting from the second half of the year, everyone working for the orchard will receive wages. The two village chiefs responded in unison, we do not agree. However, Amo countered, esteemed chiefs, your dissent is inconsequential. A Chen is willing to provide the Miao villagers with another means of earning, which reflects his benevolence. Otherwise, why would he allocate funds for everyone to earn through their labor? 70% of the money being distributed is his own. Think about it, grandfather and elder Mu. For the smaller plots of land in the orchard, the distribution may be less, yet those individuals are equally contributing to the orchard's success. Take the Tang family as an example. They possess more land on the mountaintop, naturally receiving a larger share, but their labor is no different from the others. Amo's words were a comprehensive consideration made in her capacity as the Holy Maiden. It was indeed bold of her to directly reference her own Tang family. Had it been anyone else, they might have faced repercussions. A Chen's willingness to consult with you stems from his respect for you all. Otherwise, given his shareholdings, he could dictate the orchard's operations without seeking anyone's opinion. Why would he not utilize the labor force available to him? The matter at hand is not a private family issue. Amo will naturally remain impartial. A Chen focused on his meal, choosing not to interject. However, Ani tugged at Amo, cautioning her not to speak so about her grandfather and elder Mu. Ani, I am not targeting anyone. A Chen conveyed this to me, and my reluctance stems from the fact that he has already contributed significantly. I do not wish for him to expend even more funds. Yet a Chen is correct. With the orchard's development, without a series of management and response measures in place, sustainability is unattainable. Moreover, the contents of the orchard are not merely fruits, esteemed village chiefs, fellow Miao kin, if we do not expedite the establishment of regulations. Once a Chen initiates the next phase of his plans, the orchard will be unable to bear the intense operational demands. Therefore, while I was still in Yanjing, a Chen discussed this matter with me over the phone, and our views align. Since a Chen has decided to uplift the other villages alongside him, the only solution is to establish a company for unified management and coordination. However, I truly did not anticipate him investing 10 million to register a new company. The reason the company bears the character Xing is that it refers to the Lushing, our Miao family's traditional instrument. The industry controlled by this company is destined to encompass 12 branches in the future. In other words, the wealth envisioned by Aiken pertains to the prosperity of the entire Miao clan, not merely the fortunes of the He Miao and High and the Hong Miao in Kedong's High. The words of Saintess Amo resounded like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the Miao people in both villages. The sudden applause startled everyone, and they turned to discover that the 9 clan elders had, unbeknownst to them, already taken their place at the doorway. Behind the elders stood the most esteemed elders from the 12 branches, along with various village leaders, core Miao members, and knowledgeable young women. Well said. This is the foresight of our Miao clan's saintess and king, declared the chief elder as he stepped forward. The gathering rose to greet the chief elder and the other clan elders. Aiken, please take a seat, the chief elder said as he gently pressed Aiken back down, just as he began to rise. The 8 formidable wolves entered and naturally positioned themselves behind Aiken. Once the core Miao members and village leaders settled in, their gazes were fixed upon Aiken, their respect for the future Miao king growing ever deeper. Emo, you shall sit beside Aiken. I can see the joy and pride radiating from you too, the chief elder remarked kindly. Though his expression darkened as he glanced at village leaders Tang and Mu. You two still have not fully broadened your horizons. The 2 village leaders felt a twinge of shame at the chief elder's words. Emo is correct. Aiken should discuss the matters concerning the orchards with everyone as a sign of respect. Otherwise, he could arrange things as he sees fit, and no one else would have the right to interfere, the chief elder continued. All right, I shall not elaborate further. Follow the lead of Aiken and Amo. Let Hai Was Hai and Kadong's Hai feast while ensuring the other branches have enough broth to savor. Moreover, since Aiken has already resolved to lead the entire Miao clan towards prosperity, do not complicate matters for him. The name Xingtong is splendid, embodying both the lushness of the reed pipe and the sweetness of sugar, both of which are Aiken's favorites. Despite the chief elder's fervent discourse, not a single Miao member from Kadong's Hai dared to voice a contradiction. Or perhaps, they found themselves without grounds for dissent. The second elder immediately turned to Aiken and inquired, Aiken, is it not time to develop the Qingsong branch's Balong ancient village next? Such straightforwardness. Aiken had just finished his meal and set down his bowl, smiling as he replied, I still need to collaborate with the saintess to draft a specific plan. However, there is another pressing matter on my mind. What is it? The Qingsong branch will cooperate unconditionally, stated village leader Yang of Balong ancient village, taking the lead in affirming his support. Other branches, except for the Miao, quickly echoed their unconditional backing. Aiken proclaimed, education. This pertains to the cultivation of talent within our Miao clan. What do you mean? He was asked. My intention is for Shengtang Company to finance the establishment of a school that exclusively admits our Miao children, with all expenses covered by the company. If feasible, we will initially limit enrollment to cultivate a select group of exceptional Miao offspring, who will subsequently manage our clan's industries in the future. Yet, this endeavor is fraught with challenges and will necessitate the concerted cooperation of all branches. As the words were spoken, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Even Amo gazed at Chen in disbelief. She had heard a hint of it during their phone conversation, but she never expected Chen to be so earnest. Chen, this matter is monumental, Amo exclaimed. I am aware, Chen replied, his demeanor exuding confidence. If realized, this would stand as one of the most magnificent undertakings for our Miao family for decades, perhaps even a century. Our present plight extends beyond mere economic hardship. It encompasses a deficiency in thought and knowledge. As time progresses, the cultivation of talent cannot be overlooked. My words may invite skepticism, but I urge you to consider this. After we enter the new millennium, look back at this moment. And perhaps some will lament why they did not seize the opportunity to learn more, why they allowed chances to slip by ungrasped. Chen's gaze softened as he addressed the Miao people, continuing, since we have broached this topic, I, Mu Chen, wish to share some heartfelt sentiments. Truthfully, I never aspired to be the Miao king. The burden is far too heavy. It is not fear of the challenge, but rather an awareness that I cannot bear this alone. Fellow Miao compatriots, I am not flaunting my wealth. You may observe that I am not struggling for basic necessities. Having fostered the development of He Wu Zhai and Ke Dong Zhai, and I possess some industries of my own. Why would I subject myself to such toil and strife? Given our family's poverty, among the 37,000 Miao people, at least 70% are in dire need. Before the drum festival, I believed I had a modest savings that would free me from financial worries. Yet, with the sudden imposition of this Miao king title, and upon witnessing the plight of various branches of our people, I felt as though I had reverted to a state of destitution, surrounded by financial demands and the need for assistance. The tasks ahead require not mere brute force, but intellectual management. Without intellect, what can be done? Higher expertise? Setting aside the question of funding, can we, as the Miao family, unconditionally trust those Han individuals entrenched in the complexities of the world of knowledge? Even if I trust them, many Miao people might instinctively resist. Hence, for the Miao family to truly alleviate poverty and discover the path to prosperity, the education of our children must be of paramount importance. This is why I propose that Shengtang Company fund the establishment of a school exclusively for our Miao children. After Chen accepted the water poured by Amo and took a sip, he surveyed the crowd of Miao people and continued, to the 12 branches. If you all concur with my proposal, please promptly compile a list of enrolled students for me, clearly noting their ages, the grades they will enter in the upcoming semester, their family circumstances, and their academic performance. As Chen concluded his remarks, the various branches swiftly expressed their support. This is a wonderful initiative. We could not ask for more. The Bai Miao wholeheartedly supports this and will clarify the details overnight. The Changkun Miao branch also offers unconditional support. All branches, except for the Z Miao branch, expressed their agreement. Chen glanced at the elder of the Z Miao branch before addressing everyone. Since there is unanimous agreement, let us act swiftly. The information must be accurate, without the slightest hint of fabrication. Otherwise, I will be unable to make the final decision. In the midst of their busy lives, the community took moments to envision a future where, 3 to 5 years hence, the Miao people would proudly send their children into examination halls, where they would gain admission to esteemed universities and achieve academic success. They would stand on various platforms across different fields, proclaiming, "I am a Miao from Guizhou, my village leader is this, and I belong to this lineage." Our Miao maiden would be the first to gain entry to Tsinghua University. How does that strike you, esteemed village leaders? Is it not exhilarating? Is there not a sense of pride? At this point, Muakin rose to speak. His words ignited fervor among all the village leaders and core members of the Miao community, including the 9 elders. Particularly moved were those younger siblings already attending school, their hearts swelling with emotion. The maiden could not help but grasp Aiken's hand, her face alight with a captivating smile. The hall was filled with numerous core Miao members and young women, all swept up in the enthusiasm sparked by Aiken's words. The fervor and excitement erupted spontaneously. The young women were especially animated, yearning for the day they could stand on a grand stage, proclaiming, "I am a Miao girl from Guizhou." The 9 elders looked at Muakin, nodding with satisfaction. One elder remarked, "If that day truly comes, what our Miao children should declare is that they have a king who harbors aspirations for the prosperity of the entire Miao community." No, esteemed elder. Please do not mention me. I am but a middle school student. Do not tarnish the reputation of my younger siblings, Aiken insisted, waving his hands in protest. The elder bellowed, "Who dares?" Instantly, laughter erupted among the crowd, resonating far and wide, imbued with boundless hope. It seemed that under the future king's guidance, that glorious day would undoubtedly come to fruition. Chapter 124, Journey to Mother's Burial Site. The Miao Drum Festival had concluded successfully. The grandeur of the festivities had spread through news outlets and newspapers. While the reactions in Tianfeng County remained unknown to the Miao community, they were indeed quite shocking within the county itself. Wherever one roamed, those who had not witnessed the event firsthand would approach the casually dressed Miao people, eager to inquire about the drum festival. They would then recount the impressive scenes they had witnessed, speaking with great enthusiasm. Yet, when inquiries were made regarding the future Miao king and the maiden, these uninformed individuals would mistakenly claim the future king to be 17 or 18 years old, or perhaps 27 or 28. This resulted in a barrage of incredulous responses. At this moment, Muakin, the future Miao king, had sent off a box of sacred fruits to Lu Rue and the others before returning to the mountaintop. "Aiken, do you think we need to bring anything else?" asked Amo as she approached. Aiken glanced at the offerings in the basket and replied, "I am not entirely certain. However, I did check, and everything seems to be in order. My father and mother are conversing with Grandma. Let us first move the offerings outside. Come, Duo, you take this light one." Duo scampered over. Soon, all the items were relocated to the courtyard. Amo and Duo worked swiftly to secure the offerings, and Grandma and the others arrived, each taking a few items before setting off. Chen was unaware of where his mother was buried. Just a moment ago, he had inquired with his grandmother, but sadly, she did not disclose the information. The journey was fraught with rolling hills. As they traversed the peaks flanking Keidongzhai and Heiwuzhai, Amo bore the offerings on her left shoulder while holding on to Duo with her right hand. Her parents insisted on attending, asserting that as they were all family, it would be improper not to pay their respects. Chen, too, carried offerings, lending support to his grandmother. Alongside them from the Mu family were his grandmother, Uncle Adong, and his wife. The two families had crossed several mountain ridges on this expedition. Throughout the journey, Chen remained silent, frequently glancing back as if to memorize the path for future visits during festivals and commemorations. "Hey, brother, isn't that the highest peak on the left Phoenix Mountain?" Following a duo's pointed finger, Chen indeed recognized the notorious Phoenix Mountain, but it seemed rather distant. Upon reaching the mountainside, Grandmother paused to survey the view before proceeding towards the valley. Chen followed closely, and noticing the sweat on his brow, his father-in-law offered to share the burden of his load. It's all right, Uncle Au, it's not heavy. Besides, your load is no light matter either. Let me take it, your back isn't fully healed, and this path is treacherous. We wouldn't want you to injure yourself again. Uncle Au insisted on taking the offering from Chen, but he would not relent. I'm a grown man, not so fragile. You, however, should take it easy. With that, Chen quickened his pace to assist his grandmother. A grown man? Though you are 22, you still seem like a boy. Where's the man in you? His mother-in-law muttered softly, just as Uncle Adong's wife overheard. Wasn't Chen with the saintess last night? It seems he is lacking in that regard. She remarked quietly. Why ask me? Why not inquire with Chen himself? The two women were keen observers. They could easily discern that Amo was still a maiden. Lowering her voice, Uncle Adong's wife continued, though Chen may not be highly educated, he possesses considerable understanding. He wouldn't be waiting until they obtain a marriage certificate to share a bed, would he? The officials stipulate that only with a certificate do they constitute a marital bond. That is their official requirement. For us Miao families, it suffices for the couple to be wed. Moreover, Amo and Chen's union was arranged by the elders of the 9 great clans. Thus, it is legitimate. I shall remind him when I find time. I fear he may not be aware of this. Then I shall trouble you, dear mother-in-law. The two women, in their deliberations, inadvertently sealed Chen's future happiness. Nearby, Uncle Au and Uncle Adong heard their conversation, but feigned ignorance. Saintess, the two ladies seem to be discussing you. In truth, even without a duo's comment, Amo had already overheard. According to Miao customs, unmarried individuals are not permitted to cohabit, and even without a certificate, certain rituals must be observed. Yet, Amo and Chen had been betrothed in the presence of the highest-ranking elders from the 9 great clans, which constituted a marriage. Thus, they were not only permitted but also compelled to expedite the final crucial step. Amo was well aware of this. However, whether Aiken is aware of this remains unclear. Nonetheless, the two were together last night, engrossed in a conversation about finance and the development of the Miao community, losing track of time until they fell asleep. At this moment, a delicate blush spread across Amore's stunning almond-shaped face, her enchanting eyes inadvertently resting upon Aiken. They soon arrived at the edge of a valley, where the babbling brook flowed with abundant moisture, surrounded by dense woods. On a flat area of approximately 70 to 80 square meters atop a crumbling precipice, snakes and insects were ubiquitous. Presently, a few snakes, as thick as an infant's arm, were coiled nearby. One particularly vibrant red snake slowly approached Adu, who, far from being afraid, swiftly seized it by its midsection and hurled it away. As for Amore, she allowed the colorful serpents to entwine around her feet and even perch upon her shoulders. It was only when they attempted to draw closer to Aiken that she flicked her fingers, causing the serpents to retreat as if they had encountered a formidable adversary. After a moment, Abo returned to Aiken, indicating that they needed to navigate around the thicket, but to their surprise, the path had been obstructed by the dense foliage. The distance was considerable, perhaps 200 to 300 zhang. Aiken set down his burden and unsheathed his Miao knife. Abo advised, do not clear everything. Just carve a path so we can pass. She pointed out where to cut, cautioning him to watch his footing. Just then, at the location Abo indicated, a 2-meter-long black snake coiled in their path. Observing this, Abo raised her hand, made a few gestures, and muttered incantations, compelling the surrounding serpents to part. If this scene were witnessed by Han people, they would likely be paralyzed with fear, some fleeing in terror, while others might stand frozen for several moments. However, these venomous creatures were as insignificant as ants to the Miao grass spirits and their matriarchs present at that moment. Indeed, as Aiken began to clear the underbrush, Aunt Adong remained nearby, vigilant against any potential threats to Aiken. Meanwhile, Uncle Aue and Uncle Adong paid little heed to the grass spirit's actions, let alone Aiken himself. Adu, pass me the curved knife. You keep an eye on these creatures to ensure they don't approach the offerings. Amore instructed as she took the blade from Adu's grasp and joined Aiken in the task. They truly shared both hardships and joys. While Amore was undeniably the Miao community's holy maiden and a talented scholar from Tsinghua University, she was also a remarkable young woman, adept in both the arts and the practicalities of life, equally at home in the parlor and the kitchen, and skilled in agricultural work. 3 hours later, a 1-meter-wide passage had been hewn. Throughout this endeavor, Aiken remained silent, following Abo's directions without a word, while Amore steadfastly accompanied him. Despite her deep concern for Aiken, Amore simply wished to alleviate some of his burdens. However, the further they progressed, the more acutely she sensed Aiken's labored breathing. After all, it had been 22 years. Chen was oblivious to the fact that his mother had long since departed from this world, mistakenly believing she had remarried. For him, the past, whether in this life or a previous one, was steeped in cruelty. At this moment, in a secluded valley amidst dense foliage, Chen lifted his gaze to the right, where he was astonished to behold over 100 wooden coffins positioned at the mouth of a cliff cave. He was not alone in his astonishment. Even Amo was taken aback by such a burial method. The practice of hanging coffins, a form of cliff burial, involved carving several holes into the cliff to secure wooden stakes, upon which the coffins were placed. Alternatively, one end of the coffin might rest in a cliff cavity while the other was propped upon stakes driven into the sheer rock face, rendering the coffins visible to those below. Thus, the term hanging coffin was aptly coined. "Grandmother," Chen called out to the elderly woman beside him, his voice trembling with emotion. They had often heard the elders speak of their Miao people, who traditionally practiced earthen burials. Only those who had made significant contributions to the Miao community or illustrious ancestors from feudal times were afforded the honor of a hanging coffin burial. In contemporary times, even the revered patriarch of Kedong village, Tang Ai, would not be granted such an honor upon his passing. In Miao culture, the higher the placement of the hanging coffin, the greater the respect afforded to the deceased. However, the coffin indicated by the elderly woman was located in the second row from the top, at the very end, suggesting that Chen's mother held a status within the Miao community comparable to that of the 9 esteemed clan elders. Yet, if his mother truly held such distinction, how had she met her demise? The elderly woman approached, pointing to a nearby stream bank. "Your father's grave is over there," she indicated, noting a nameless stone tablet beside it that Chen's mother had instructed his father to erect during her lifetime. "Go and see." Turning to the left, Chen's gaze fell upon a tangle of weeds, indicating that this site had likely never been visited for memorialization. In the days of his grandfather, when he was alive, his advanced years had rendered him unable to visit, and as for Mu Lao Da and Mu Lao San, those ungrateful souls would never come. Chen hurried over, clearing the undergrowth from the gravestone, which indeed bore his father's name, with the stone's inscription attributed to his grandfather. His eyes welled with tears. Grasping a Miao knife, he swiftly cleared the surrounding weeds and branches from the grave. Uncle Adong and Uncle Ayue promptly joined him in the endeavor. Amo and her companions, being girls, were unable to approach the elder's grave, so they tended to the weeds nearby. Soon, the grave was cleared, but only one mound remained. "Grandmother, where is my mother's grave?" Aduo's question echoed Chen's own thoughts. Yet the elderly woman replied, "Your mother's grave is not here. It is over by your grandmother's house. Once we finish here, I will tell your brother." Aduo nodded and helped Amo arrange the offerings. Meanwhile, Uncle Adong's wife and mother-in-law were also occupied. The elderly woman moved to stand before the nameless gravestone, beckoning Chen and Amo to join her. "This stone was prepared by your mother during her lifetime, and she instructed your father to place it here before her passing." "Grandmother, was my mother's death natural or due to other circumstances?" Chen inquired. The elderly woman shook her head. "I do not know. I and your mother-in-law only know that your mother, Long Au, is a descendant of the short-skirt Miao branch, the sole blood relative of the Miao saint passed down to this generation." The Miao saint? In his sorrow, Chen was stunned. Amon's delicate brows were tightly knitted, for she had perused the records concerning the Miao saint in the ancestral scriptures. She was also aware of the distinction between the Miao saint and the Miao king. The Miao king is the highest ruler of the Miao clan, held in great esteem. Meanwhile, the Miao saint symbolizes the spiritual realm of the Miao people, revered and worshipped by all Miao folk. In ancient times, the Miao king governed while the Miao saint was venerated as a deity. However, the Miao saint had not been inherited for a millennium, and the Miao king no longer had a spiritual successor. Thus, the subsequent saintess assumed partial authority over the various branches of the Miao clan. Amon shared what she knew with Chen, adding, according to ancient scriptures, that the Miao saint perished while inspiring the Miao people during battle, competing with one of the 3 ancestors of China, the Yellow Emperor, for a piece of iron imbued with the energies of heaven and earth. In that battle a millennium ago, nearly all the Miao kin of the Miao saint perished, leaving but one to carry on the short-skirt Miao lineage. The saintess Amon spoke truly. Your mother, Long Au, is indeed the only descendant of the Miao saint. The elder remarked, as for the cause of her death, we are unaware. She instructed me to convey to you that on that night, I had already told you. Dear child, take your Miao knife and place it upon the unmarked tombstone left by your mother alongside Amon, to pay your respects and inform her that you have come with your wife. Chen nodded. He arranged all offerings with Amon and then knelt before the unmarked stone tablet left by his mother. He prostrated himself. Uncle A Dong and Uncle A Yu stood silently aside, not uttering a word. Yet, none noticed that the Miao knife placed upon the unmarked tablet was gradually growing hot. Mother, I am Amon, a maiden of the Red Miao branch, from the Tang family, the saintess of this generation. Simultaneously, I am your daughter-in-law. Amon bowed deeply. As your daughter-in-law, Amon, who has received Akin's love, is now his wife. In this life, regardless of wealth or poverty, sickness or misfortune, I shall cherish Akin, love him, and care for him. In the days to come, whether smooth or fraught with hardship, I will remain by his side, protecting him with my life, sustaining our little family. Please rest assured, mother-in-law, your daughter-in-law Amon bows to you. After completing her 3 bows, she did not rise, remaining beside Akin as they burned paper offerings. After Akin honored his father's grave, he returned to the unmarked stone tablet. Mother, I am Akin, and this maiden beside me is my one true love from this life and the next. Today, I bring her to you. He lamented, Mother, how cruel you are. Akin's voice grew increasingly hoarse as he burned the paper, gritting his teeth. How could you be so heartless as to abandon me when I was so young? How could you bear to do this, Mother? The images flashing through Akin's mind shattered completely at that moment. He prostrated himself, forehead pressed to the ground, crying out, Mother, you have left me all alone, and soon after, Father departed as well. Your hearts are so ruthless. In this poignant scene, Uncle A Dong and Uncle A Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while the mother-in-law discreetly wiped away her own. Amo, too, succumbed to tears, fully aware of Chen's inner turmoil. However, the anguished cries that escaped Chen's lips, laden with sorrow and despair, pierced her heart like a sharp blade. The pain was unbearable. At the moment when Chen's emotions reached a breaking point, the baodao resting upon the steel seemed to respond to some unseen call, instantly glowing a vivid crimson. In the next heartbeat, a beam of extraordinary light erupted forth from the blade. The luminous flash traveled at a speed beyond comprehension, leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed by shock. Yet, when the beam struck the cliffside where Chen's mother lay in her coffin, it rebounded with 2 exceedingly powerful rays. One plunged into Chen's brow, while the other pierced Mo's heart. In an instant, vibrant butterflies began to emerge uncontrollably from Mo's skin, as if accepting the sanctifying light. Meanwhile, Chen had no time to react. He felt his left hand, the dragon space, slipping from his control. Moreover, it appeared to be enveloped by a more terrifying energy. An overwhelming force surged from the dragon space, rapidly permeating his limbs and coursing toward his very core. Chen, what is happening to you? Amo was the first to recover, her butterflies returning to her, even stronger than before. Yet, Chen's agonized cries drowned out her concern for the ancestral butterflies of the Miao family. Writhing in pain, Chen clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Rolling on the ground, even the baodao began to exude a thick, dark mist, which surged toward his arm. Chen, brother, alarmed. Uncle A Dong and Uncle A Yu rushed to his side, abandoning thoughts of the miraculous spectacle they had just witnessed. A duo threw herself into Chen's embrace, crying out for her brother. Yet, Chen was engulfed in excruciating pain, feeling as though he had been cast into a boiling cauldron. The torment was reaching a breaking point. The energy from the coffin on the cliff continued to bind him, relentlessly infusing him with that inexplicable force. Chen, observing the pallor of his face devoid of any color, Amo disregarded all else and positioned herself to shield him from the beams reflecting off the coffin. At that very moment, Chen's mother's coffin exploded. The beams vanished, and the baodao, drawn by the lost light, fell upon Chen. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Chen, it is your mother. In the hazy void, Chen heard a gentle voice calling out to him. The sound was soft and warm, and as he tried to turn, he found himself unable to move. Everything around him oscillated between day and night, leaving him disoriented. Chen, I am your mother. Long you have not seen me, and thus, you cannot envision my form. Chen yearned to call out to his mother, yet he found himself voiceless, unable even to part his lips. My dear, I have heard your call. Do not weep. Do not weep. You wept. And mother could no longer linger with even this last fragment of her soul. My dear child, how could I ever bear to part with you? Yet, if I do not depart, you must. You are a piece of my flesh, and at all times, I shall protect you. However, the chit iron, which our ancestors preserved from the hands of foes, has been damaged, and I can only spare a fragment to forge your Miao blade. But remember, this is not the divine dragon's realm of the Yellow Emperor. It is the 9U space of my Chiyu and the Julie. And the name of the divine dragon is merely a guise to obscure the truth from the Yellow Emperor's kin. The true 9U space is far more potent than it is now, enabling our Miao clan to flourish. Upon hearing this, Aiken struggled fiercely, yet remained bound by an inexplicable restraint. Mother paused for a moment before continuing. When my soul returns, you shall face grave tribulations. I am helpless to sever the karmic roots of my child. I can only let fate take its course. Should you endure through the myriad trials and be reborn, I shall await you to pass on our ancestral legacy. If not, I harbor no regrets. The 9U space is currently inactive. To reactivate it, you must seek your maternal uncle, the Dragon Village Chief, and present your Miao blade to him. He will provide you with the means to restart it. But you must not disclose the existence of the 9U space. He knows nothing of it. This is a secret shared solely between us, mother and child. My dear child, time is fleeting for me. Your wife, my daughter-in-law Amo, is a saintly maiden, a good girl. You must take good care of her. And your younger sister, she is the heir of the purple Miao lineage, the daughter of your aunt and your sister. The purple Miao must be preserved, and we cannot let it perish easily. Yet, your father, Mu-Laer, Here, mother paused once more, her previously somber tone lifting into a light-hearted laugh. Mu-Laer is indeed a henpecked husband. When I direct him east, he dares not venture west, and he can be quite dull-witted. Nevertheless, he is devoted to me, which is how you came to be. Had I not urged him, your sister would not exist. Ultimately, it is we who have wronged the purple Miao lineage. My child, do not emulate your father's rigidity, but uphold the fidelity of our Miao lineage's love. You must not strike your wife or speak to her harshly. Cherish her. Love her deeply. Amo is a wonderful person. Just now, when she saw your pain, I felt her heartache as if it were my own. Her leap was an act of life itself to shield you, wishing to share your suffering, even to the point of death. My child, I must depart. Remember, do not return to the hanging coffin burial site. I have left nothing behind and have taken your father with me. Let him and I live on in your heart. I find solace knowing I watch over you from above. Mother's voice grew fainter until it finally vanished, leaving no trace. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Aiken struggled with all his might. Ultimately, it was in vain. Tears, like a dam bursting, streamed forth from the corners of his eyes. He wished to raise his hand. Yet though mother had departed, it felt as though someone held him back, preventing his struggle. What could this possibly mean? Aiken longed to cry out, pleading for mother not to leave, begging her to stay. Aiken longed to open his eyes, to behold the visage of his mother. Yet he found himself unable to do so. Amuo, Tang, where are you? The world around him was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sight. But he felt someone clasping his hand. Who was weeping? Aiken was engulfed in ignorance, the blackness overwhelming him, reminiscent of the frigid winter mountains from a past life. That profound sense of isolation and helplessness, the utter destitution, the harrowing abyss of having nothing. Such sorrow, a fury that cried out to heaven and earth in vain, mingled with regret. Was he destined to die once more? In this lifetime, he had yet to see his mother. To possess Amuo might merely be a fleeting illusion. Ultimately, would all be lost. He could not even find a duo. Mu Laoda and Mu Lisan were still alive. Was everything truly gone? In that moment, Aiken felt despair enveloping him in the darkness. Gradually, he began to relinquish hope. Yet, Aiken awakened. It is Amuo, please wake up. The voice pierced through the void. No, this was Amuo's voice, calling to him. This was not a dream. He was still alive. Aiken, please awaken. You have been asleep for 5 days. You cannot linger in slumber any longer. Aiken, I am Amuo. I am Amuo. Please wake up, I implore you. Amuo's voice, hoarse and laden with sorrow, resonated in the night. Aiken sensed someone shaking him, reigniting the flickering flame of his will to survive, dispelling the thoughts of surrender he had just entertained. Chapter 127. A prayer for Aiken's survival. Has he not yet awakened? In the orchard atop the mountain, Aiken's home was teeming with visitors. The 9 clan elders, the 12 core village leaders, and the 8 financial wolves had all gathered. It had been 5 days, and still, Aiken remained in a deep slumber. During these 5 days, the skies above the Miao villages had been overshadowed by dense clouds, an air of desolation permeating the atmosphere. The elders took turns standing guard, while the most skilled herbalists of the Miao clan convened, yet none could ascertain Aiken's condition, whether it was the elders or the 12 branches. Even the core villagers dared not contemplate the prospect of Aiken's demise. Throughout these days, the uncles and aunts from Kedong village and Heiwu village remained steadfast at Aiken's home, unwilling to depart even for an instant. The brothers and sisters had knelt at the ancestral shrine for 5 days and nights, pleading with the heavens not to take away their future king of the Miao clan. As long as Aiken was spared, they would willingly sacrifice their lives for him. They could not alter the fate of the Miao clan, But Aiken could. Surely he could. The words he spoke that night at the home of Tang Zhaizhu would undoubtedly come to fruition. At this moment, in the center of the hall, the 9 clan elders appeared utterly exhausted. Faced with inquiries from Tang Zhaizhu and Mu Zhaizhu, they merely shook their heads, uttering not a word. How could this happen? How could this happen? Mu Zhaizhu bellowed in anguish. Tang Zhaizhu, with tears streaming down his face, gazed at his eldest son, exclaiming, Tang Au, Aiken is your brother-in-law. He is right beside you. Why did you not protect him? Uncle Au felt guilt-ridden as well, but the situation they encountered had been unprecedented, leaving them utterly at a loss. Uncle Adong wore a face of deep remorse. His mother, however, remarked, I always knew that place was ill-suited for a Chen. Now that it has exploded, it may be for the best. What good is it to say such things now? Even the matriarchs of the major branches are at their wits' end. What more can we do? We must await the news of the Saintess, who has been vigilantly watching over him upstairs. Watch over him. If a Chen were to perish, would the Saintess continue to live? You old fool, a Chen will awaken. He is merely exhausted and wishes to sleep a while longer. Dare to curse him again, and I shall poison you. An elderly woman, her face twisted in fury, threatened, infuriating the village chief. Elders, my brother is responding. He is responding. Half an hour later, a Rue dashed in from behind. Her exclamation caused everyone in the hall to spring to their feet. At this moment, on the 3rd floor, Amo held a Chen's somewhat cold hand tightly, bringing it to her lips to warm it with her breath. Her mother and a duo stood nearby, along with several women from the Black Crow village, all with tear-streaked faces. Amo's complexion was particularly pale. She had kept vigil for 5 days and nights, ever watchful over a Chen's condition. She was frightened, terrified that they would not have the chance to enjoy a few days of their own little life together before a Chen was taken from her. At this moment, sensing the warmth returning to a Chen's body, she felt a mix of joy and anxiety. For during these 5 days, a Chen had occasionally struggled, yet showed no signs of awakening. Even in tears, he had seemingly surrendered hope for survival, nearly driving Amo to the brink of despair. However, soon after, approximately a cup of tea's time passed, a Chen's eyelids fluttered, and his fingers no longer struggled as they had that morning. Gradually, in response to Amo's calls, a Chen finally opened his eyes. A Chen, please wake up. You must not sleep, not any longer. A Chen shut his eyes again, prompting Amo to urgently exclaim, A Chen, it is me. Amo, do not sleep, open your eyes. A Chen slowly opened his eyes once more. The blood vessels in his eyes were prominent, shattering Amo's heart. Brother. A duo knelt by the bed, her eyes swollen and red like a panda's. A Chen wished to speak but lacked the strength. He noticed the women in the room, each with bated breath, gazing at him intently. Tears filled the duo's small eyes, and Amo's face was devoid of color. Don't speak, don't move, she implored, hastily wiping her tears before turning to summon her mother to brew medicine. Although a Chen bore no traces of the Miao clan's poisonous grass, the cause remained elusive. There must be something amiss, surely linked to her mother. This something was undoubtedly transmitted from the Miao saint. While Amo had her suspicions, she did not wish to inquire further, as long as a Chen was well. That was enough for her. Moreover, her colorful butterfly had grown exponentially in power. Even if a Chen could no longer do anything, Amo was determined to care for their home and for a Chen. Even if all material possessions outside were lost, at least she could cherish this little brother she had vowed herself to, sharing their lives together. The presence of this little brother was worth more than anything else. Soon, the clan elders arrived. However, since this room belonged to Aiken and Amo, it was inconvenient for them to enter, so they merely peered in from the doorframe. Amo gently supported Aiken against her chest, carefully feeding him the medicinal soup. In that moment, Aiken broke down again. He shook his head to indicate that he was fine, and, regaining some strength, weakly inquired, Where am I? You've returned home, Aiken. It's all right. Don't think about anything else. Just finish the medicine and rest. I'll be here with you, Amo reassured softly. I'm here, she continued, gently urging him to drink. Yet, Aiken still shook his head. I'm fine, really. Amo, was it you who called for me? You've been calling my name all along, haven't you? Amo nodded affirmatively. Aiken smiled faintly and sighed. This dream has been so long. I thought it would end like this. How wonderful it is that I haven't perished. Don't say such things. Aiken, you mustn't speak like that, his mother-in-law admonished, wiping her tears. Aiken's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Yet his smile gradually eased the anxious hearts of those around him. Soon, Aiken regained some of his strength. A dozen elder women entered the room once more to check if Aiken was poisoned. Once they confirmed he was not, they left with a sense of relief. The matriarchs departed under Amo's urging. When only Aiken and Amo remained in the room, Aiken struggled to sit up and gazed at Amo by the edge of the bed. In that dream, Aiken had given up hope. He thought he would never see Amo again. Little did he know, she had not abandoned him, but had pulled him back. At this moment, Aiken's heart brimmed with countless words, yet they seemed feeble and powerless. Amo, Aiken called softly. Amo's face brightened as she moved closer to him, whispering, "Everyone has been here watching over you these past few days. You've frightened all the Miao people, so such events must not happen again. Do you understand?" Aiken leaned in with difficulty, gazing at Amo's pale cheeks. His eyes slowly drifted down to her lips, and then he leaned in. The moment their lips touched, Amo noticeably trembled. However, she did not resist. Instead, she gradually closed her eyes and welcomed him. The two embraced in a passionate kiss, seemingly releasing the torment and longing they had endured over the past few days. Chapter 128, The Old Witch of the Purple Miao. 2 days later. After confirming that Aiken was out of danger, the clan elders and core members of various branches of the Miao people gradually dispersed. The mist that had enveloped the Miao village finally lifted, restoring its refreshing atmosphere. The order in the Keidong and Heiwu villages began to return to its former state. Under Amo's careful nurturing, Aiken's health had improved significantly. He could at least get out of bed and walk normally, though his strength was not as robust as before. At that moment, Aiken stood in the attic, gazing at the distant mountains, the smoke rising from the Miao village, and the greenery in the orchards. He couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful it is to be alive in this life. Amo approached with Aiken's outer garment, noting that the temperature was cooler today than in recent days, urging him not to catch a cold. With that, she draped the garment over him. Aiken smiled and replied, "I'm not that fragile. This incident was merely an accident. Do not speak so definitively. Remain here while I attend to my household duties and come to keep you company afterward. Do not concern yourself with those laborious tasks. They are not yours to bear. Once I rest for a couple of days, I shall take care of them. Stay put. It is not as if I am incapable of handling the heavy work." As Aiken gradually regained his strength, the burden that weighed on Mu's heart began to lift. Her carefree spirit returned to its former self, but just as she turned, Aiken caught her wrist. "Listen to me. Do not engage in such menial labor. After a couple of days of rest, I will manage it. I am in charge of matters at home. If you find yourself restless, simply observe the orchard from this spot and call Uncle Adong and the others to assist with it. They are at a loss regarding the orchard these days. By the way, I almost forgot about the orchard. I must pay a visit shortly." "Ah, you are feeling energetic again, are you? Just when you are well enough. You wish to frolic about. Stay here. I will join you once I finish." Amu descended the stairs, and Aiken watched her retreating figure, smiling. Yet as he smiled, a twinge of sorrow tugged at his heart. This life he now led was one he had never dared to envision before. Amu was a saintess, yet now, she had become a housewife. It was, indeed, rather absurd. No, Amu remained a young lady. He had yet to claim her, so how could she be a wife? With this thought, Aiken broke into a grin, reflecting on whether he was being a tad too ungracious for having the esteemed scholar toil in domestic duties. After all, she was still a saintess. Was he not diminishing his own virtue in doing so? Yet, the presence of Amu made this household feel distinctly different. As Aiken pondered, his thoughts gradually returned to more pressing matters. During his unconsciousness, what he experienced was not a mere dream. It was likely a remnant of his mother's lingering spirit. The Nanyue Space? It seemed that the so-called dragon space he had possessed was merely a facade created by the subordinates of Chi-Yu to obscure the truth from the Yellow Emperor. Aiken had attempted several times the previous night. Indeed, the original space was shrouded in miasma, and something was needed to dispel it for it to transform into the true Nanyue Space. The Nanyue truly belonged to the Miao lineage. The dragon did not. This realization brought clarity. Otherwise, he had often sensed that he knew how to utilize many aspects, but felt powerless to do so. It was akin to the day of the Drum and Flower Festival, when he competed in drinking with a Shi and a Yong, overwhelmed by the terrifying energy that threatened to consume him, leaving him with a sense of impending backlash. But his mother had truly left him with nothing this time. Not even her remains. Aiken felt a deep ache in his heart, unable to bear the thought. In the future, when he wished to honor her memory, it would have to be in silence. As for his own rebirth, it was likely foretold by his mother and connected to the iron used in forging the Miao knives. This iron must have been the very piece that Amu spoke of, imbued with the energies of heaven and earth. He never anticipated that this iron would incite such conflict in ancient times. The Miao people of the saintly Miao lineage suffered near total annihilation. His mother had dispersed her soul to protect him, extinguishing her light in the process. Now, Aiken found himself with no options regarding this matter. He could only gradually come to terms with it and continue forward, heading toward the village of the skirt wearing Miao lineage. This matter must be resolved expeditiously. After careful contemplation, Aiken rose, intending to head to the orchard, when unexpectedly, Grandma Miao approached. Aiken was unfamiliar with the Miao branch, but he would not defy his mother's final wishes. However, he was reluctant to part with Duo. Brother, Duo had followed him, clearly aware that Grandma Miao was her grandmother. Aiken beckoned her to sit beside him and addressed Grandma Miao with respect, calling her Ada, which means grandmother in Miao language. Although Miao was Duo's biological grandmother, Aiken could have simply referred to her as grandmother. Yet, due to his mother's last instructions, which spoke of his father's wrongdoings towards Grandma Miao, Aiken stood, placing his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, and called out, Ada. Indeed, the initially proud Grandma Miao's eyes glistened with tears. She harbored resentment towards the Mu family and despised Mu Laosi, but the young man before her was innocent. Now the future Miao king, his status transformed. He could have addressed her derisively, but instead, he treated her with courtesy, humbling himself and honoring her as a junior. No, you are the future Miao king. You need not bow to an old witch like me, she retorted. But you are my father's mother-in-law and Duo was Ada, thus you are family. In your presence, I stand as equals with Duo. Aiken invited Grandma Miao to take a seat, and she smiled appreciatively. She grasped Aiken's hand with one and Duo's with the other, her joy mingling with tears. Your mother, Long Au, had her schemes even in her final moments, and your father, Mu Laosi, was despicable enough to comply. He seized the finest girl from Miao, but failed to care for her, allowing her to fade away. Aiken, I have harbored hatred for your parents, and I once held animosity towards you as well. Now that you are the future Miao king, and my granddaughter is your wife, why do you still treat me with such decorum? Aiken gazed at her reddened eyes and sighed. As a son, I dare not speak ill of my deceased parents. I understand your hatred towards them, and I realize you may wish to redirect that animosity towards me. However, I implore you, considering my parents have passed, to momentarily set aside your grievances. Whatever you seek from me, I shall deliberate with utmost seriousness. Do you truly feel this way? Grandma Miao seemed taken aback by Aiken's response. He nodded. I will not shy away from my responsibilities. Should matters pertain to the 12 branches, I will address them fairly as the future Miao king. However, if they concern the grass spirits, you must confer with the saintess. Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Grandma Miao's eyes. She had not anticipated that Aiken would preemptively address her forthcoming concerns. Discussing the grass spirit secrets with the saintess? Would she consent? Especially if it involved Duo? Even if, hypothetically, the saintess agreed, could Aiken, under her affection, truly allow Duo to be taken away? Certainly not. Chapter 129. Awaiting the outcome of negotiations at that moment, the saintess, AMO, ascended from below. Duo rushed forward, her voice choked with emotion. Sister-in-law, I will not go. I refuse to join the Miao branch. Amo offered a few words of comfort before approaching. As Grandma Miao stood up, eager to speak, Aiken pulled Amo aside and whispered a few words. Amo nodded discreetly. Aiken then descended the stairs with a Duo. Aiken, please refrain from bouncing around. It's nothing, he reassured. At the stairway, a Duo tugged at Aiken's sleeve, saying, Brother, I do not wish to go to the Miao branch. But brother heard that your mother is buried in Miao. Do you not wish to pay your respects? I do. But I do not want to be at the Miao branch. I want to be by your side. What if Miao is willing to spare some of the Miao people? Brother, what are you saying? I do not understand. Aiken gently patted a Duo's fair cheek and smiled. Do not worry. Your saintly sister is now your sister-in-law. Once she finishes her discussion with your elder, Grandma, you will understand. A Duo blinked her clear eyes, and Aiken added, Hurry and listen to what they are saying. But do not interrupt. Okay, a Duo exclaimed, racing back upstairs, while Aiken stepped out of the house. On their way to the orchard, despite the short distance of merely 300 to 400 meters, it took them over 10 minutes to arrive. Aiken had inexplicably fainted a few days prior, and now, as he slowly recovered, the uncles and aunts from both Kedong village and Heiwu village, as well as the brothers and sisters, gathered around him, their concern palpable. Aiken, are you truly all right? Brother Aiken, you frightened us to death. The aunts and sisters gazed at him with eyes full of worry. Aiken smiled and said, I awoke so swiftly thanks to the blessings from my brothers and sisters at the ancestral shrine and the sincere prayers from my uncles and aunts. I am grateful to you all. You Miao people, once you recover, you still speak in such a way that tugs at our heartstrings. The aunts, with tears welling in their eyes, began to weep as they spoke. After greeting them, Aiken finally entered the orchard. Currently, the orchard had been completely harvested. The mango tree branches and dragon fruit vines had been pruned as Aiken had previously instructed. Even the ground of the orchard was swept clean. Nevertheless, Uncle A Dong, in charge of the orchard, was still inspecting it with the Miao people. The ants had their tasks as well. They were busy, yet their efforts were orderly. Aiken, along with Uncle A Dong and Uncle A Rong, approached briskly, and naturally, their first concern was for Aiken's health. However, Aiken retorted, "It's just standing to urinate. Am I that fragile? Mind your words. Your Uncle A Rong is here," came the admonition. In the past, Uncle A Dong would not have offered such a reminder. But now, Uncle Tang A Rong had certainly risen to the status of Aiken's father-in-law. "All right, let us get down to business. Are we discussing it here? Where else could we go? Let us walk and talk." "Wait, Aiken, please hold on. I'll call the 2 village heads and your Uncle A Chen to join us. Or I fear I might forget." "That works." Soon, all the core Miao people of the orchard gathered. The first thing they inquired about was Aiken's health. Aiken waved his hand dismissively, indicating that everything was fine, before entering the dragon fruit grove. As he surveyed the twisting vines that resembled green serpents, he remarked, "Whether we can cultivate a season's worth of fruit in the second half of the year hinges on the next 2 months, which are crucial and represent the first step toward success. Shortly, I will provide you with the prepared potion. The method and dilution ratio will mirror our previous approach. Water them every 3 days, both morning and evening." Uncle A Dong and the others responsible for the orchard, fearing they might forget, diligently took notes. Aiken inquired, "Who is in charge of pruning the vines?" "I am," came the reply from a woman. "I am from Kedongjai." Coughing slightly, Aiken was momentarily taken aback by her response. "It's all right," he reassured her, waving his hand as he took the large scissors from her grasp and began to instruct them on the art of pruning. After all, cultivating the second season was even more challenging than the first. The women gathered around attentively, eager to learn. Aiken also demonstrated several techniques, personally teaching the uncles and aunts responsible for the mango grove. Once Aiken completed his instruction, the village chief, Tang, remarked, "Aiken, if we succeed in the next season, we will not have enough vines to cover the fruit, and there aren't many to be found in the surrounding mountains. No worries, I have already devised a solution." "What solution?" Tang asked, feeling a tinge of unease. "Actually, these matters are not significant," Aiken replied with a smile. "The vines were merely a temporary measure due to time constraints. Now that we have ample time, we can consider sharing the bounty with other branches of the clan. However, since we require a substantial quantity, we will need more land." Upon hearing that Aiken sought more land to benefit other branches, both village chiefs felt somewhat uneasy, yet they understood. After all, they had already prospered and could not hoard all the benefits. "Aiken, how much land do you need? I will grant you the opportunity." Aiken surveyed the grove, counting on his fingers, and declared, "At least 200 acres. "Very well, I and Elder Tang will approve your request." The chief did not inquire about the type of crops Aiken intended to plant. This time, however, Aiken's ambition was not trivial. It was a grand endeavor that would astonish others. That's all there is to the orchard matters. Now, everyone, get to work. "Uncle A Dong, where is the location of the fruit trees that were cut down that night?" "Over here," A Dong replied as they walked. "Aiken, this is my responsibility." "It's all right. Uncle A Dong, when spring arrives next year, I will buy a few saplings to replace them. And I will find a way to cultivate them to ensure they are identical to the current ones." "Really? You can truly replace them? They will be just like those in our grove?" Aiken nodded, allowing A Dong to exhale a long sigh of relief, though he still insisted. "Even if it can be resolved, we cannot simply let this matter go unaddressed. Has there been any resolution regarding the culprit?" The 2 village chiefs had inquired. And while the situation was clarified, only the compensation issue remained. "We do not seek money. We demand the life of the perpetrator." Uncle A Dong had been deeply troubled by this incident. Aiken remarked, "Had we not alerted the authorities at the time, we could have discreetly chopped it up and buried it on the mountain. However, now that it has come to public attention, we cannot recklessly take a life. Let the law administer justice instead." Uncle A Dong nodded and pointed to a section of the fence ahead, indicating, "Right there." Aiken turned his profile towards that direction and was surprised to see an elderly Han man accompanied by several young men and women, examining the roots of a fruit tree. Clearly, the scholars from Yanjing had not yet departed from the Baojai. "Uncle A Dong, you carry on with your tasks. I will go and take a look," Aiken said. That bespectacled fellow, the one who shouted at Duo, is the Han man surnamed Chi. This elderly Han man has pacified Duo, and she, in turn, has pleaded on behalf of the Saintess. Another Han elder, claiming to be the Saintess's mentor, also advocated for them, which is why they were allowed entry. Aiken recalled that Amo had mentioned this to him the previous night, and he was taken aback by the tenacity of the elder Chi. still so entrenched in the affairs of the world at his age. Old G, lying on the ground studying the roots of this fruit tree, is not a viable approach. If it comes to that, we might as well excavate it. After all, it cannot survive much longer, he suggested. Old Chi, while our expertise may differ, the principle remains the same. Elder G, still crouched in the muddy earth, did not lift his head, continuing to analyze and record data with his equipment. He remarked, although the root may not endure for long, the moisture in the soil is more abundant than if it were excavated. This way, I can gain a few more days for my research. It is truly regrettable, having lost 2 trees. Those scoundrels should be sent to the gallows together. After a brief pause, Elder G added, the value of this orchard is priceless. 2 fruit trees, and that group could never compensate for the loss. Such a pity. The scholars from Yinjing were so engrossed in their work that they failed to notice Aiken approaching to inspect the filled-in gap. It was only when Aiken inquired about the worth of the tree that Elder G and the Elder Chi became aware of the additional presence of a Baojia individual. How much is it worth? Priceless. Elder G evidently did not recognize Aiken at first, and stated, therefore, your Miaojia must ensure that those beasts face the consequences. In response, Aiken smiled and replied, there is no such thing as an item without value. Every treasure has its measure, contingent upon the eyes that behold it. You, young Baojia gentleman, possess a remarkable eloquence at such a tender age. Are you in junior high or high school? Elder G had witnessed the astonishing spectacle of the Baojia during the first day of the drum festival, but from a distance. He had not discerned what the future Moang would look like. Moreover, the dim lighting of the bonfire that night had obscured his view. Importantly, they were aware of the events from a few days prior, and naturally, they would not anticipate Aiken's appearance in the orchard at that moment. Nor would they equate the husband of Qinghua's Tang Mo with the young gentleman before them. Aiken said little more, casting a penetrating glance at Elder Chi before instructing a near Baojia brother to fetch some cloth strips and a bit of red liquid from the greenhouse. Shortly thereafter, the items were retrieved. Aiken knelt beneath the fruit tree, where a significant area of bark had been damaged, pouring out the liquid to moisten the cloth strips and wrapping the injured area. Elder G gazed at the liquid in Aiken's hands, his eyes widening in astonishment. To comprehend the essence of this elixir, they could only gaze in envy, having acquired a mere 50 milliliters, and that was only by seeking out Tang Mo. In the orchard, they were utterly barred from entering the right 2 of the 3 grand greenhouses. Yet now, this young lad from the Miao family had audaciously taken to wrapping tree roots, a sheer act of wanton wastefulness. As Aiken completed the wrapping of the final tree, Elder G approached with a beaming smile, saying, young man of the Miao family, do not squander it so. If you give it to me, I shall ensure you can soak the cloth. As for the remainder, you may gift it to this old man. Aiken turned slightly to see Elder G's eager gaze fixated on the substantial portion of the potion in his hand. He remained silent, first securing the last root before shaking the bottle. There should be another 200 to 300 milliliters. Elder G, would you like some? Yes, indeed. I have dreamt of it. Elder G hastily reached out to grasp it, cradling it as though it were a treasure, his delight evident as he resembled a jubilant child. Elder Chi promptly added, young man of the Miao family, could you possibly spare a few fresh vines? Just then, a duo rushed over, calling out, brother? Saintly sister? Upon hearing such a string of titles, both Elder G and Elder Chi were momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they had surmised the identity of this young man from the Miao family. Gazing at Aiken's retreating figure, Elder Chi, astonished, queried, Elder G, could it be that this is the future Miao king, Tang Mo's young man? It must be, but how can he be so young? And he hasn't caused me any trouble? Not only was Elder Chi incredulous, but Elder G also found himself somewhat bewildered, for he had failed to recognize Mu Aiken. No wonder, no wonder. Elder G sighed deeply, contemplating the bottle in his hand. I was initially perplexed as to how this lad possessed such authority to acquire such a plentiful supply of potion. It turns out he is the future Miao king. I must seek him out. I desire a share of those 2 fruit trees he felled. I too wish for the freshest vines. The 2 elders hastily followed suit. Alas, upon arriving at Aiken's doorstep, they were informed that he was currently preoccupied. Fear not, we shall wait here, organizing our data. The 2 elders were resolute in their determination to intercept Mu Aiken. They had witnessed the recent events from the mountaintop, and were convinced that as long as Tang Mo's young man spoke, nothing in the Miao family would be beyond their reach. Meanwhile, in the aerial pavilion, upon hearing the words of Grandma Zimiao, Aiken fell into a contemplative silence. Although he surmised that Zimiao's intention for a duo was to inherit their most refined secret arts, he had not anticipated that due to his father's usurpation of a duo's mother, this lady would sacrifice herself for his father. leading to the imminent loss of Miao's most profound techniques. Thus, after considerable reflection, he nodded and stated, "If that is the case, I do not oppose. But a duo may only attend when not engaged in her studies." Despite the Miao branch being secluded from the world, they possess their own village, fields, and mountains. And every 2 to 3 years, they would allow the branch's Miao populace to emerge for repairs and maintenance. Now, Granny has consented to allow 300 households from the Miao branch to gradually engage with the outside world. Upon hearing this, what more could Aiken say? If that is the case, then let Duo go. There remains a month before I send her to the provincial capital for her studies, during which she can familiarize herself with Miao and pay respects to our ancestors. As for everything else, we shall wait until winter break. However, Granny, once my sister accompanies you, I hope you can ensure her timely return. It is indeed a significant concession from Aiken. The Miao side has also made considerable compromises, allowing 300 Miao people to step out from their secluded existence. This marks a promising beginning. Perhaps it aligns with what Mother often said: do not let Miao receive things too easily. They have long been reluctant to interact with the outside world. But once they are exposed to fresh experiences, they will understand that Aiken and Ame's intentions are for their benefit. Brother, what will happen to the chickens, ducks, and geese at home? A duo clung to Aiken's arm. Aiken replied with a smile, "Brother will take care of them. That won't do. You are often busy and not at home. What if they starve?" Aiken assured her, "When you return, your chickens, ducks, and geese will be lively and well fed. All right? Well, okay then," a duo chirped in agreement, adding softly, "I'm only willing to go because Sister Saintis is taking care of you. Otherwise I wouldn't go." Upon hearing this, both Aiken and Ame chuckled. A duo is still young and unaware of the perils of the Miao branch, nor does she comprehend the formidable nature of its secret arts. One day, when she masters these secrets and encounters the upper echelons of the outside world, it will herald a profound transformation. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, a duo reluctantly joined the grand procession of Miao. Aiken stood at the entrance of K-Dong village, watching until they vanished into the night, struggling to contain his emotions. In this moment, Aiken experienced a poignant sense of loss reminiscent of his previous life, especially as Duo turned back to wave at him, urging him to return, her innocent voice tugging at his heartstrings. Ame remained by Aiken's side, and he stood at the crossroads, gazing out as the Miao people began their daily toil in the fields. "Aiken, it's all right. There's no need to worry too much. I've already instructed them regarding Miao." "Thank you. If you keep saying thanks, I might just have to give you a good punch," Ame teased, raising her delicate fist, prompting Aiken to laugh. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, checked the time on his phone, and remarked, "Did you inform my father-in-law about the time last night? We need to activate the card at the bank today." "I did. They should be arriving soon. Should I go check?" "Sure. I'll bring the card down." "Uncle Arong is also heading to the county today to pick up goods. You just recovered. Let me drive. You go call my parents." "All right." Half an hour later, Uncle Arong drove the rugged vehicle, trailing behind the Land Rover with the license plate, Chen A58, heading towards Tianfeng County. In the car, my mother-in-law surveyed her surroundings. Although she had traveled this route once before, the experience felt distinctly different on this occasion. She even inquired of the driver, "AMU, is it not possible to handle this in town? Why must we venture all the way to the county?" "Mother, while it is indeed feasible to activate it in town, the card given by Aiken can only be processed at a county-level bank," she explained. "The round trip will consume considerable time, and Guilin is busy today." Upon hearing this, Aiken, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to her and said, "Mother, it is essential to take appropriate breaks. One must not exert oneself excessively. Otherwise, when one truly ages, the accumulated wear and tear will be burdensome. We Miao people are no strangers to toil. We have grown accustomed to it," my mother-in-law replied dismissively. My father-in-law straightened in his seat and asked, "Aiken, when can we expect to finish and return?" "We can complete the necessary transactions upon arrival," Aiken replied. "I spoke with the bank president last night and set an appointment. He is currently awaiting us at the bank. It should take about half an hour." "That's good to hear. We will still have time to attend to other matters upon our return. Uncle Iu, after we finish, you and Mother may need to ride back with Uncle Arong. We will not be returning to the village today." "Not returning to the village?" my mother-in-law immediately inquired. "Where are you going? Is it to the provincial capital? You have just recovered. You must take care of yourself." "I assure you, Mother, I am fine. AMU and I are heading to the short skirt Miao branch," Aiken clarified. Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law quickly understood. My father-in-law subtly nudged her, signaling her to refrain from further questioning, especially considering Aiken's near-fatal incident concerning her biological mother. Though she ceased her inquiries, my mother-in-law turned to Amu and said, "On your journey, please take good care of Aiken. Ensure he does not suffer any further injuries." "Do not worry, mother. I am a grown man." "It is I who should take care of Amu," Aiken interjected warmly. Unexpectedly, my mother-in-law retorted, "A grown man? You are still just a young Miao boy. How can you call yourself a man? Amu is already married to you. Where's the man in that?" Coughing, my mother-in-law's voice grew softer with each word. Aiken felt a pang of embarrassment, while Amu's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. My father-in-law maintained an air of indifference, yet inwardly, he felt a surge of anxiety. He pondered over Aiken's situation. After several days, why was Amu still not showing signs of being a woman? "Mother, what are you saying?" Amu was taken aback that her mother would speak so candidly in front of Aiken. Aiken was rendered speechless, but fortunately, they had now entered the county road. Just then, a phone call came through as they regained signal. "The direction is correct, but we must pay attention to the details. If this investment exceeds 10 million, they will not provide the 40%, so we must delay until September to negotiate further. This is acceptable, but we cannot deviate from our previous commitments." "Oh no. It seems we have lost signal," Amu exclaimed, hastily applying the brakes to reverse and check for reception. "There it is, but the signal is weak." "Not to worry. Let us keep moving. Once we climb this hill, we should have better reception. When we reach the summit, find a spot that offers some space to pull over," Aiken instructed. Amo, with her graceful demeanor, slightly increased her speed, for the call from Aiken held significant importance, and she was determined not to delay him. However, the elders in the back seat appeared perplexed. They understood the Han dialect, yet Aiken's discourse seemed to revolve around substantial business matters. Soon, they reached a signal area at the mountain's peak. Amo pulled the car to the side, signaling to Aiken that it was time to proceed. She took out her small notebook, ready to jot down his words. The call connected. The previous lack of signal was no longer an issue. "Lin Bei, your direction is correct, but do not deviate from the previously established route. The financial institutions in Magic City and Peng City must intensify their efforts to complete all transactions on the papers I provided you, aiming to secure as many shares as possible, especially in the numerous companies I highlighted. Yes, the northern region must not be neglected either. I will be there by early September at the latest. As for finance, you may handle it for now. I will assist you upon my arrival." "What is the situation with Han Feng?" "Han Feng, heed my words. I do not care how you maneuver in the stock market, but do not cross the red line I have drawn for you. How much capital have you managed to retrieve?" "Only this meager amount. You truly astonish me." "I have been explicit. Starting from the end of this month, after several incidents in the financial market of the invaders, multiple banks will collapse in succession. The fraud at the American branch has resulted in a loss of $11 billion, and you have only managed to recover $300 million? Inject that additional $30 billion back in, adhering to the outlined strategy, and results will manifest by early September at the latest. Remember, do not tread the same path as South America. That route leads to ruin, leaving a trail of corpses. Do not make any rash moves in Port City for the time being. The bloodbath there occurred in '97, and I will personally oversee it when the time comes." Hand the phone to Lin Bei. "What? Invite Amo to take charge of Miaojiang capital? Very well, I will discuss it with her, if she is willing. I shall inform you." "All right, let us leave it at that." The call ended. As Amo resumed her journey, they navigated through the most treacherous and steep bends of the county road. Only then did Aiken turn his profile toward her and remark, "Lin Bei is aware that you are at Tsinghua studying finance. Hence, he desires, although Amo knew that Miaojiang capital was financially robust. She had not anticipated it to exceed her expectations. Was what Aiken mentioned during that night about the financial carnage of 1995 truly referring to the battlefield of the financial market? It must be. Yet, Aiken, with his remote control over billions, did he not fear potential mishaps? Chapter 132. Aiken's guidance makes wealth inevitable. Amo glanced at Aiken and replied with a smile. "ISN TMO Chun capital based in Magic City? I cannot be of much assistance in Yinjing. It can be managed remotely." Aiken responded. Amo replied, "If you believe I can be of help, I will go if you ask me to. First, you should take a position to familiarize yourself with the company. And after graduation, you can officially take over. This way, it won't hinder your studies." Amo tilted her head and, with a teasing smile, inquired, "What position do you intend to assign me? Is there a salary involved?" "Acting CEO, but no salary." Before long, Aiken and the others arrived at the county town. Amo expertly parked the car in front of the agricultural bank. The president, awaiting their arrival by the entrance, hurried over upon sighting the license plate. After a polite exchange, they ushered Amo and her companions into a separate room, while Chun merely followed along. Although it was he who made the call, He did so in Mo's name, leaving the bank manager unaware that the true benefactor stood beside him. The manager, mistaking the young lad adorned with a silver collar for Mo's brother, was oblivious to the fact that Chen was merely accompanying his mother-in-law, presenting himself as the epitome of decorum. Once all identity verifications were completed, the password was reset. The manager gazed at the balance displayed on the system. Had he not been aware of the financial situation at Kedongjai, he might have reported it. However, it was curious that the funds in the card did not originate from Kedongjai, but had been transferred from the bustling metropolis. Miss Tang, your parents' cards have been activated. Our bank has adjusted the interest rates this month, which are considerably higher than before. Allow me to introduce you to the options. Would you like to convert your savings from a current account to a fixed deposit? I will inquire about it, Ayu's uncle interjected. We do not have much money in our accounts. Why should we consider a fixed deposit? Indeed, can we even deposit such a meager amount? Amo's mother echoed. Upon hearing this, the manager felt as though he had just swallowed a piece of raw meat. Dear sir and madam, each of your accounts contains 1,200,000. This is a substantial sum. If converted to a fixed deposit, you would earn considerable interest over a year. What? 1,200,000? The father-in-law exclaimed, while the mother-in-law turned in astonishment. Chen pinched his nose and exclaimed, Oh dear, my nose suddenly feels itchy. I shall step outside for some fresh air. Please continue, mother. With that, Chen hastily made his exit. Amo's mother was distressed. Amo, how could he give so much? Did he not claim we had little? What are we to do? The card is now under your name. Indeed, Amo. This cannot stand. We must return it. Uncle Au added, flustered. Amo glanced towards the door, where Chen was squatting outside, engaged in cheerful conversation with Uncle A. Chen's laughter was infectious. But father and mother, you are well aware that he is a generous soul. Accept it. He has the intention of giving it to you, and even if returned, he would not reclaim it. Yet, this is excessive. It weighs heavily on my heart. Her mother replied anxiously. When he returns, you must give him a proper scolding. That is not possible. He is still recovering. With trepidation, Amo's parents tucked the card away. Although they accepted the money with Amo's reassurances, they resolved not to touch a single cent, intending to save it for Chen's urgent needs, thus declining the manager's suggestion for a fixed deposit. The manager sighed in disappointment, eager to say more when Amo's mother suddenly recalled something and said to Amo, Did that young lad not also provide you with a card? Quickly check the balance to ensure it is not another 1,200,000. Amo retrieved the card and her identification. It is golden, sir. Could you kindly check the balance for me? The manager took the card from Amo's hands, and, upon a mere glance, his expression shifted dramatically. The golden card, a recent issuance from Huaxia Bank, required an asset of no less than 100 million to acquire. 100 million? 100 million? The mother-in-law gasped in shock. Amo smiled and nodded. Indeed, you have an excellent eye, sir. This is a golden card, just released this year. I would appreciate it if you could verify the balance. This time, the bank president took personal charge of the operation. After Amu entered the original password and completed the identity verification, the president's expression changed dramatically once more, leaving one to wonder what she had witnessed. Miss Tang, you have now been addressed as you by the president. When Amu inquired about the balance, the president surprisingly urged her to check it herself. However, upon seeing the balance on her card, Amu was taken aback. This golden card not only possessed a fixed limit, but also directly connected to the financial system of Miaojiang capital. Furthermore, this card allowed for overdrafts. With the overdraft limit covered by Miaojiang capital, Amu, how much do you have in your card? Don't spend it recklessly. Save it for when you have children, as every little thing will require funds. Noticing Amu's dazed expression, her mother hastily interjected, despite not knowing the exact amount in her card. With a sigh, Amu exhaled a breath of frustration, her pearly teeth grazing her crimson lips as she cast a sidelong glance at Aiken, who was still outside, laughing and chatting with Uncle Aaron. At that moment, Amu felt a heaviness in her heart, for Aiken had given her far too much, and she felt utterly unable to repay him. Outside, Aiken stood up to stretch his numb legs, as Uncle Aaron returned from buying cigarettes, and offered him one. This cigarette has a pleasant flavor. Would you care to try? I've quit. Quit. I've never seen you smoke. Aiken paused for a moment before responding. That was in my previous life. I have no desire to smoke in this one. Though he spoke the truth, Uncle Aaron assumed Aiken was jesting. Aiken gazed at the modest one-story houses lining the streets of the county town. Uncle Aaron, weren't you just asking me what is the most profitable venture? In 10 years, this street will likely be lined with high-rises. If you have some spare cash, consider purchasing land to hold on to. Really? Uncle Aaron looked around, realizing that this was indeed the county town, and the prices would surely be steep. I can't come up with that much money. Didn't the orchard funds get divided? They did, and there was a considerable amount, but all the money is managed by your wife. She wants he take it out to buy property in the county town, and I don't see it as a profitable venture. Upon hearing this, Aiken smiled and said, now is the time to buy. It's inexpensive. 3 to 4,000 can secure a plot of land or a few decent houses with at least 200 square meters. In a few years, you won't find anything for 30,000. Aiken, are you being serious? You mustn't be joking with Uncle. Uncle Aaron, I'm merely suggesting. If you have any spare funds, go ahead and buy. The locations around this road won't lead to losses. Aiken was quite familiar with the area from his previous life and was well aware of what it would look like in 10 years. If Uncle Aaron took his advice seriously, wealth would be within reach. Aiken, Uncle Aaron trusts you. This matter needs to be discussed with your wife, so she can invest in a few plots of land or some properties. That way, when you come to the county town, you'll have a place to stay, and if you need cash, you can sell them off. Aiken gave Uncle Aaron a thumbs up. At that moment, AMU and the others emerged. AMU, her eyes red-rimmed, directly got into the car, while her mother-in-law and father-in-law also appeared somewhat displeased, leaving Aiken bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Uncle Aaron quickly inquired, what happened? Brother and sister-in-law? What is going on? Chapter 133. It seems another battle is imminent. The father-in-law sighed heavily, remaining silent. The mother-in-law, filled with a mix of disappointment and affection, lightly tapped Aiken's arm, urging him to save money for the couple. Ame, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cry. Go comfort her. We will return with your Uncle Aaron, she instructed. Crying? Why is she crying? Aiken pondered, bewildered. Mother, it's nearly noon. Let us find a restaurant to eat before heading back. Why waste money? It's only about an hour's drive home, he replied. Uncle Aaron still has to load things up. Let us go. I know a restaurant that serves decent food, though I'm not sure if it's still open. Uncle Aaron followed them in his car, declaring, I'll treat you all today. Once in the car, Aiken revealed their destination and Ame started the engine. Yet she didn't utter a single word to him, deepening Aiken's confusion. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Aiken hopped out and called out to the owner, ordering several dishes in one breath. Returning to the vehicle, he noticed Ame biting her lip, gazing intently at him. What's wrong? Did mother scold you? He asked, his expression one of innocence. No, she replied. Did Uncle Ayu say something to you? No. Did the bank manager give you a hard time? I'll deal with him if he dares to bully my Ame. Aiken pretended to be furious, unable to fathom that the bank manager would dare to upset Ame. Surely, upon seeing such a large sum of money, the manager would be eager to solicit deposits and treat them with utmost respect. Aiken, you cannot call me sister, Ame admonished, her beautiful eyes narrowing at him. I am your wife, and you are just slightly older. You cannot call me that. She then presented a gold card, stating, this card contains money that I will not touch. I will keep it for you. Whenever you need it, just come to me, and I'll give it to you. Aiken chuckled at her sweet naivety. He produced an identical card, waving it before her. See, they are the same, couple cards. When did you get this? Ame inquired. I gave your ID number to Lin Bei to have it made in the Magic City. Since it wasn't processed by you in person, you'll need to activate it with your ID upon receiving it. Ame remarked, even if you have a couple card, why put so much money in it? I still have money in hand. I won't need that much. Just keep it. Once we have children, won't we need to spend for their needs? Aiken teased. Ame, if you continue like this, it's I who will be upset. Aiken feigned a stern expression, startling Ame, who thought he was genuinely angry. However, he suddenly broke into a smile, lifting her chin with his finger and seriously intoning. My mother appeared in my dreams and said, one must cherish their own wife to bear the most beautiful daughters. Ame laughed, and Aiken, chuckling heartily, jumped out of the car and dashed back to the restaurant. Upon entering, Ame saw Aiken sitting between his father and mother, appearing quite mature. She felt a delightful mix of embarrassment, irritation, and amusement. Soon after a simple meal, Aiken and Ame took their leave. The Miao clan, dressed in short skirts, closely followed the Qing Miao clan. Although the county town was less than 30 kilometers away, the road conditions were quite poor, making it impossible to drive in many areas. Not every village boasts roads as wide as those in Keidongzhai, let alone cement paths. Upon exiting the county town, Chen and his companions found themselves traversing a path that was neither a county road nor a township road, making it clear that the impoverished county government had no funds to maintain it. Chen, we can't proceed further by car, one of them exclaimed. The potholes are insurmountable, and the road narrows as we go on. We must reverse the vehicle and seek refuge at a nearby house. Very well, but I shall handle the items in the car, he replied. The spirited Saintess Amo exuded a charm that was intoxicating. Yet, How could Chen permit her to take charge? The two found a household to leave the vehicle, offering a token of gratitude and instructing that should anyone arrive with the keys, they were to allow the car to be taken. You young master of the Miao family, what if a thief comes to drive off with it? Inquired an elderly man from the Han family. Chen responded, I am Zhao Baiwan, from the fountain area. If anyone presents that name and address, let them take it. Very well. Chen then handed the old man, who was missing several yellowed teeth, a Tinyuan note. Before he and Imo set off with their gifts in hand. As they walked away, Imo could not contain her laughter. Zhao Baiwan, from the fountain area? You could have chosen a more appealing name. It suits me just fine. My former dream was to become a millionaire, he retorted. Look at you boasting. You're still recuperating, don't overdo it. It's just a minor issue. I can manage. If you're carrying something heavy, share some with me. Let us hurry. We must reach the boundary of the short skirt Miao territory before nightfall. The two exchanged banter, and time seemed to fly. 3 hours later, they arrived at the summit along a path merely a meter wide. As they rested, Imo pointed downwards. From here begins our Miao family's territory. That village below is Balangu Zhai, belonging to the Qing Miao branch. We must traverse at least 30 to 40 more villages to reach the domain of the short skirt Miao. Chen nodded. Memories of the impoverished He Wu Zhai from half a year ago resurfacing in his mind. Indeed, some Miao people were so destitute that even basic sustenance was a struggle. Thus, with your lavish spending, think of how much pain your grandfather and your clansmen must feel. I won't scold you, but don't claim me as your wife when you waste money. You may find joy in spending on me, but I do not share that sentiment. Imo grasped Chen's hand. Regardless of how much wealth you possess or how well off you are now, we must remain vigilant. In this era, not everyone is a billionaire in their 20s. Money is indeed hard to earn. Therefore, we must practice frugality. We should not be stingy where it is necessary to spend. Yet we must be prudent where it is not. Upon hearing her words, a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within Chen. He had endured countless hardships and labored tirelessly. He understood the difficulty of earning money and was not one to squander it frivolously. His sole desire was to provide Imo with a better life and to gradually lead the Miao family out of poverty, ensuring they would no longer worry about their basic needs. Chen, promise me, do not waste resources on trivialities concerning Imo in the future. Because Amu is your wife, the essence of marriage lies in its simplicity. We have a long journey ahead of us, and hand in hand. Amu believes that the Miao family will flourish under your guidance. Amu's warmth nearly caused Aiken to lose himself. He nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Aiken truly comprehended that the insights possessed by Saintess Mu surpassed his imagination. Her affection for him was no less profound than his for her. I understand now, Amu. You look nothing like that graceful little brother who excels in both literature and dance. Amu jested, pointing slightly to the right. In that direction, approximately 25 kilometers away, lies Arcadong village and Haiwas High. If we were not here in the county to obtain cards, that route would be the most direct, with several paths available, each about a meter wide. The scenery along the way is genuinely delightful, pristine, and untainted. Let us take that route on our return. Please call Uncle Arong and ask him to bring someone along when he comes to the county tomorrow, so he can drive the car back. The spare key is with my mother. Aiken nodded in agreement. Amu picked up her belongings and took Aiken's hand. Let us head to Balangu village below to find a couple of horses. This will expedite our journey. I, dressed in black Miao attire, will likely face another battle upon entering the Qing Miao branch's village. Aiken sighed. Chapter 134. The entire village comes to greet, opening the main hall door. They dare. Only in front of Aiken does Amu reveal her most tender and gentle side. She remains the proud daughter of the Miao family, possessing her own indomitable spirit. Should the Qing Miao dare to harm Aiken in the slightest, she would impose severe punishment. Aiken, you are the future Miao king. If the Qing Miao dare to touch you, do they seek rebellion? Upon hearing this, Aiken chuckled. In my current attire, the Qing Miao will not recognize me. Indeed, half an hour later, shouts of the black Miao are coming, echoed as Aiken and Amu approached the entrance of the village. Before they could get close, an unknown voice cried out. And within minutes, hundreds of furious Qing Miao youths surrounded them. Armed with Miao knives, their weapons glinted fiercely in the scorching sun. Each one appeared menacing, concerned for Amu's safety. Aiken drew his Miao knife and stepped forth, exclaiming with commanding presence, "This is the Black Miao branch. I am Mu Aiken from Haiwas High. Whoever dares to make a move, I shall slay them." Aiken boldly proclaimed his name, momentarily stunning the Miao youths from the Qing Miao branch. Haiwas High? Mu Aiken? Is this not the name of the future Miao king? The youths from Balangu village exchanged bewildered glances. Although they had participated in the drum festival, They could not enter the grand square of Kadong village, making their view too distant and unclear. Yet, who among them would dare impersonate Muajiang of the Black Miao? Such an act would invite severe consequences. Quickly, go notify the village chief and have him come to confirm. Soon, the village chief arrived, accompanied by 200 to 300 strong Miao villagers. With just a glance, the chief, over 50 years old, immediately recognized Aiken. Furthermore, upon realizing that the young woman beside Aiken was the saintess, he hurriedly urged the Miao people to sheathe their knives. Aiken, the saintess. The village chief placed his hand over his heart. The Miao villagers of Balangu, witnessing this, promptly paid their respects. Although the Qing Miao and He Miao were traditionally at odds, Aiken had transcended this rivalry. He was destined to be the future Miao king of their clan. While the Qing Miao held animosity towards the He Miao, they could not help but show deference to Aiken. Yet, it was unexpected that the young woman from the Hong Miao branch was, in fact, the saintess. We must quickly return to inform the village that our future Miao king Aiken and the saintess have arrived. The entire village should come out to welcome them. Please wait a moment, Amo interjected. Aiken and I have more pressing matters today. You must find 2 horses for us. We need to ride back to the Jiniago village of the short-skirted Miao branch. Saintess, the Qing Miao lads were unaware of your and Aiken's arrival. Hence the village chief's earlier courtesy. Rest assured, Aiken and I shall return, but we cannot delay important matters. Despite the chief's desire to retain them, the saintess's mention of urgent business made it clear that they could not be hindered. Thus, he instructed the nearby Miao lads to quickly fetch the best horse in the village. He then approached Aiken, surveying him intently, and inquired, Aiken, is your injury healing well? You certainly startled everyone a few days ago. Aiken, brother. Saintess, sister. Several younger siblings rushed out, surrounding Aiken and Amo. Aiken, holding Amo's hand, smiled at everyone, reassuring them that it was merely a false alarm and that he was now fine. The previously fierce Miao villagers also gathered around, grinning at Aiken, while the young women enveloped Amo in a warm embrace. Such sentiments within the Miao family were genuine and heartfelt. However, it was only due to Aiken donning the attire of the He Miao that such an atmosphere could exist in the Qing Miao village. Had it been any other He Miao, a conflict would likely have erupted by now. Aiken, where are the saintess and Aiken? Before long, several hundred Miao villagers surged from the village entrance. An elderly woman, over 60, was hastily supported by 2 robust Miao lads as she ran towards them. Aiken recognized her. She had examined him the day he awoke from his coma. He anticipated her to be from the Qing Miao branch. Seeing her rush so eagerly, he quickly approached, supporting her while cheerfully saying, slow down, grandma, don't fall. Aiken, saintess. The elderly woman first placed her right hand over her left breast in salute. After greeting him, she proceeded to conduct a thorough examination of Aiken. Child, it's good that you're feeling better, but you must rest. Why are you exerting yourself? The journey is long. Are you trying to risk your life? Such an atmosphere, filled with concerned gazes, made Aiken's heart ache with emotion. Before he could respond, the elderly woman took one of his hands and the other of the saintess, leading them towards Balanga village. Aiken is our future Miao king, not a guest, and the saintess is one of us. There's no need for the door wine. As her words fell, the village chief promptly instructed the women to prepare, ensuring they would provide a warm reception for Aiken and the saintess. Aiken exchanged a knowing glance with Amo, and they both smiled, realizing they would not be leaving that evening. Aiken, the elder is aware of your purpose in visiting the Jiniaguzi, yet it is too late to proceed today. Rest for the night and spend some time with the elder. Tomorrow, she will have Aiken accompany you. Very well, Aiken and Amo will heed the elder's words. At this juncture, should Aiken choose to depart, it would indeed be a disservice to the Miao people of Qingyao Balanguzhai. Aiken, as mentioned by the elder, approached Aiken and affectionately embraced him, saying, Aiken, we have already informed Balanguzhai. Ahu and the others will be overjoyed to know of your arrival and will rush over at once. Brother, you clearly wish to ensnare me, Aiken retorted. Indeed, brother wishes to indulge you with our Miao rice wine. The Miao men of Balanguzhai gazed at Aiken with cheerful anticipation, their eyes unmistakably regarding him as their quarry. Aiken cast a pleading glance toward Amo, but to his surprise, Amo merely smiled, biting her lip and shaking her head in a gesture of helplessness. Ultimately, it was the elder who intervened. Aiken has not yet fully recovered. He should refrain from drinking during this period. You must not force him. Oh my, how timely the elder's words are. Aiken, initially apprehensive, felt a surge of relief. Upon entering the village, Aiken intended to distribute the gifts he brought for Jiniaguzi, but the elder forbade it. Unable to argue, he acquiesced to the elder's wishes, allowing the ants to safeguard them. The scale of Balangujai exceeded that of Haiwuzhai, given the larger population. As they entered, groups of 7- or 8-year-old children darted from the alleys, calling out Brother Chen, Sister Saint. Amo picked up a 3-year-old girl who had leaped into her embrace. The child's face was as dappled as a calico cat, sweetly exclaiming, Sister Saint smells delightful, just like Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, hearing this title, was taken aback and inquired, Am I truly that old? Uncle Chen is not old. My parents say that only Uncle Chen is worthy of Sister Saint, while Uncle Aze is not. Quan, nearby, coughed in surprise and quickly admonished, Do not speak indiscriminately in front of Uncle Chen and Sister Saint. I am not speaking out of turn. Father, that is precisely what you said. Chen erupted in laughter. When they arrived at the most magnificent stilted building in the village, the sound of firecrackers erupted around them. The village chief bellowed, The future Miao King and Sister Saint have arrived at Balangujai. Open the main hall door. Welcome. As the proclamation echoed, the lush sounds of the lushing dance began. Chapter 135. A teasing anticipation. This stilted building in Balangujai is regarded as the most sacred site among the surrounding villages. Typically, it is only entered by the village elders accompanied by unmarried young women for cleaning. Other Miao people are not permitted to enter lightly. This place serves as the sacred ground for the 2,000 Miao families of Balangujai and the surrounding areas. For a century, Balangujai has never opened its main door for visiting clan elders. Today, however, with the future Miao King and Sister Saint in attendance, it is necessary to open the main hall door for their reception. As the door swung open, all Miao people present, regardless of age, clutched their right fists to their left chests and bowed slightly. The elders, particularly the grandmothers, began to murmur in reverence. Chen and Amo exchanged glances and clasped hands. Aiken grasped the hand of the chief of Balangu village, while Amu held on to the esteemed elder of the village. Together, they entered through the central hall door. Nevertheless, the chief and the elder hesitated momentarily, allowing Aiken and the saintess to step in first. The Qingmiao clan, steeped in ancestral customs, dared not transgress the traditions passed down through generations. Nor could they allow the future Miao King and the saintess to cross the threshold of the central hall before them. The hall, though long uninhabited, was meticulously maintained. Despite the age of the furniture, which bore the marks of time, it emanated an aura of antiquity. Dear child, this medicinal brew will be beneficial for your health. The elder kindly offered Aiken a steaming bowl of medicine. Thank you, elder. Please, have a seat. The elder settled beside the saintess, ensuring that she was close at hand. After Aiken consumed the potion, he and Amu rose together to accept the incense and candles from the chief, paying their respects to the ancestral portrait in the center of the hall. Following the ritual, Aiken was naturally assigned to the central wooden stool. The most esteemed members of the Miao community and the most beautiful young women soon entered the hall. The 12 branches of the Miao family showcased distinct differences in attire, each with its own style and details, divided primarily into 3 categories: ceremonial, casual, and work clothing. Ceremonial attire, worn during significant festivals or ceremonies, included intricately embroidered blouses, pleated skirts, woolen aprons, and leg wraps, all adorned with vibrant colors and complex patterns, much like those seen during the recent Drum Festival, a major celebration. Casual clothing was worn for daily activities and comprised embroidered blouses, pleated skirts, and woolen aprons. Work attire was practical for everyday labor, typically made of colored linen tops and white skirts, complemented by embroidered sashes and leg wraps. The Qingmiao branch often favored handmade embroidery and wax dyeing. The designs on the young women's garments frequently reflected themes of nature, including mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and celestial bodies, showcasing rich cultural significance and artistic value. Though Aiken and Amu's arrival was unexpected, the young women swiftly donned their ceremonial outfits. At that moment, Aiken gazed at the silver rings adorning the necks of the Qingmiao young men and smiled. The silver rings were indeed beautiful. He too bore one, though his held a deeper meaning. Within the hall, Aiken and Amu engaged in cheerful conversation with the others. The chief approached Aiken, holding 2 small booklets, and said, Aiken, here is the list of students from our Balangu village and 10 nearby villages. Please, chief, take a seat while I take a look, Aiken replied, opening the booklets alongside Amu. Among the 11 Miao villages, Balangu was the largest. Altogether, these villages housed over 1,400 households and a population of more than 5,000 Miao people. However, as Aiken continued to read, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Among the children under 15 in these villages, there were over 800, yet only 30 or so were attending school. It was not that the young men and women did not wish to pursue education. Rather, they lacked the financial means. Tears welled in Akin's eyes. As he perused the final pages, he was struck by the sight of several young girls, merely 15 or 16 years of age, who had already entered into matrimony. One girl, at the tender age of 16, had even borne 2 children. A sense of sorrow enveloped Akin, and his vision grew increasingly blurred. If the Miao clan could transform their current state of impoverishment, why had it come to this? The village chief and the elder, along with all the Miao people of Balangu village, shared a similar sentiment of unease. Miao, do not be disheartened. The elder grasped Akin's hand tightly. Akin Ji. Several young girls, aged 13 or 14, rushed before him, their eyes brimming with tears. Soon, the chief of Balangu village arrived, accompanied by the most prominent members of their community. However, upon entering the main hall, they noticed Akin's reddened eyes. Upon inquiry, they learned the cause of his distress. The chief, Yang, also felt a pang of sorrow, yet he handed several thick volumes to Akin. Akin, this is the comprehensive account. Akin received it and spent a good half-hour skimming through its contents. Chief Yang, your timely arrival seems almost deliberate, as if to thwart me. Akin, we of the Qingmiao branch have been awaiting your return. Very well, I have a general understanding of the situation here, but these records require further organization. You do have university students among you, do you not? Perhaps during the summer break, they could assist. Yang cast a glance at Amo beside him and continued, Akin, do you still harbor resentment towards Azay? Why should I hold a grudge? We are discussing the future of the Qingmiao branch. He is a university student of Qingmiao. Should he not contribute in some capacity? Let him organize this information. I require detailed figures. That settles it, then. Chief Yang let out a sigh of relief. Genuinely concerned that Akin might resent Azay, Akin stepped forward, patting Yang Ahu on the shoulder. Let us venture outside and explore the surroundings. Having seen it, I will have a clearer understanding. Akin, you are not yet fully recovered. Do take a few days to recuperate. Yang Ahu and the others were eager for Akin to visit their Qingmiao branch, yet Akin's health was paramount. Even in haste, there was no need to rush. Qianji, you are familiar with this area. Please show me and the saint around, Akin urged, pulling Amo along. Despite Yang's insistence, Akin remained resolute. They decided to guide Akin and the saint on a tour of the vicinity. As Akin and the saint made their way around Balangu village, other Miao people from surrounding villages began to gather. By evening, several young women from the Qingmiao branch pulled Akin and the saint into a lively celebration, singing and dancing joyously. Meanwhile, Yang, the chief of Balangu, along with Yang Ahu and Chen, sat in a circle observing. Ahu, do you understand what Akin is contemplating? Uncle, I am the foremost of the 8 wolves. I am on the same wavelength as Akin. Yang felt an urge to hand Ahu a smoking pipe and turned to Chen. Did Akin share his thoughts with you upon his return? He did not. However, he conversed extensively with the saint. I could not grasp much, only that he mentioned something about creating a map of the Miao family as paradise. What does that entail? Chen shook his head. I am unsure, but the saint appeared to suggest it would require a substantial sum of money. You rascal, do you now comprehend the significance of education? Yang, the village chief, indignantly exclaimed, your generation is beyond hope. We must heed Achen's words and devote ourselves fully to nurturing the next generation. Aquan rolled his eyes and grinned. Indeed, my esteemed chief. When my Qingmiao branch produces a plethora of talented individuals, the first words they utter will be a tribute to your leadership. For it is your merit that has shaped their success. You little rascal, daring to jest with your elders. Aquan laughed heartily, exchanging a glance with Yang Ahu, and they made plans to outwit Achen. Meanwhile, Yang secretly pondered whether Achen was merely toying with everyone's expectations. Chapter 136. Arrival. Do not disappoint me. The morning breeze gently caressed the Miao village, bringing with it whispers of floral aromas and the essence of the fields. At the entrance of Balangu, the Miao people prepared provisions for Achen and the saintess, securing them upon the backs of their horses. An elderly woman grasped Achen's hand, repeatedly urging him to take care, while also advising the saintess to look after both Achen and her own little household. Rest assured, Granny, I shall return, Achen assured her. Really? She inquired, to which he nodded. Once I finish my tasks, I will come back, and you will witness the changes here. Very well, I shall await your return, the elderly woman replied, and with that, Achen and Amo rode away. Ahu and Aquan led their 12 Qinglang warriors in a protective escort, accompanied by 7 or 8 young women of 17 or 18 years, all sent by the elderly woman. Their purpose was evident. They were concerned about the potential threats lurking in the depths of the mountains, ensuring no malevolent forces approached Achen. Although the saintess was by Chen's side, such trivial matters were hardly worthy of her direct intervention. Thus, a party of 22, mounted on 22 horses, journeyed through the forest, with Chen and Amo at the heart of it, causing all venomous creatures to retreat in their wake. As they traversed each mountain peak, Chen paused to gaze into the distance, and with Amo's assistance, sketched rudimentary maps of the Miao territory and its routes. 2 hours later, they were on the verge of departing from Qingmiao's domain, where a dark mass loomed beyond the peaks, seemingly a grand assembly awaiting their arrival. Chen, look over there. Ahu called, pointing towards the northeast. Yemo remarked, though obscured, that area marks the entrance to the short-skirt Miao branch. They must be anticipating your arrival. How do they know I am coming today? Quan interjected. It is the elderly woman from our village who conveyed the message overnight. Conveyed overnight? The secret arts of the grass spirits? Chen mused, aware that the esoteric practices of the grass spirits were known to him only in fragments, as a male could not learn them. However, he recognized the profound skills of the grass spirit sisters and grandmothers, such as those accompanying him, who were among the most accomplished practitioners of these arts. Yemo approached and said, although we are merely 3 to 4 kilometers from the short-skirt Miao territory, we must descend into the gorge and cross via the suspension bridge. Chen gazed at the gorge ahead, noting, Amo, this river converges 2 kilometers below. Does it not flow towards Kedong village on one side and Balongu on the other? Indeed, this is the principal junction where 2 rivers converge, both deep and serene, while the surrounding landscape remains breathtakingly beautiful. This region of the Miao people, even after 2 decades, remains untainted by pollution. Aiken and his companions traversed the steep mountain path down to the riverbed of the canyon. As they crossed the iron suspension bridge, Aiken gazed upward at the towering cliffs, listening to the sound of the rushing water and the chorus of insects and birds around him. He could not help but exclaim, this is where the Qingmiao and short-skirt Miao branches meet, where heaven, clouds, and canyon unite into one. A splendid sight indeed. The mist gently rises from the canyon, resembling a celestial abode amidst a sea of clouds. Amo seemed to sense a seasonal feeling deep within Aiken's heart. She closed her eyes, inhaling the crisp air, and turned her profile toward him, saying, the river beneath the mountains north of Kedong village and Hai Wuzhai ultimately connects with this confluence. The crystal-clear waters allow Amo and her companions to see, even from a height of several meters, the joyful fish foraging amidst the aquatic plants. I am aware that many of our Miao villages are built upon the mountains surrounding this river. Yet I have forgotten the exact location of the one north of Kedong and Hai Wuzhai. You've forgotten? Amo seemed taken aback by Aiken's lapse of memory, remarking, did you not consider this river when you built the new house atop the mountain? Aiken shook his head. This left Amo somewhat perplexed. It is known that the position near the fruit orchards is exceptionally favorable, particularly the location of Aiken's stilt house, which is essentially the lifeblood of this river from the east. Otherwise, how could there be a continuous source of water emerging from beneath such lofty peaks? Could it be that destiny has chosen him? Amo's delicate brows furrowed and relaxed as she spoke. These areas are too beautiful. The journey is lined with the oldest Miao villages, and some of our kin reside along the riverbanks. I fear that in the future, authorities may recklessly develop this land, allowing unscrupulous developers to tarnish the ancient beauty of the Miao heritage. Amo, do you think they have such an opportunity? Though we Miao people have our own customs and are protected by the Great Summer, we cannot act in opposition to them. Who wishes to challenge them? What do they intend to do? Amo seemed to have an inkling, but remained uncertain. However, Aiken smiled and nodded, revealing that he had contemplated this notion from the beginning. Yet, in these times of economic hardship, he had chosen to wait, at least for another decade. The year 2005? That seems to be the approximate time frame. Though it might come sooner, nevertheless, we still have time. At this point, Aiken turned his gaze toward the astonished faces of Yang, Ahu, and Aquan, and declared, the future brilliance of our Miao people and the realization of those enchanting visions hinge upon our generation. Thus, we must strive to cultivate a multitude of talented individuals across various fields within the next 7 to 8 years, enabling us to showcase the celestial realms we envision to the pinnacle of the world. Brothers and sisters, you are the core strength. Lend your support to me and the Saintess. At this moment, Ahu and Aquan, along with the 12 young wolves and the most formidable grass spirit maiden of the Qingmiao, were ignited by Aiken's words, their blood surging with fervor. Immediately, everyone bowed deeply, hands resting upon their chests. Even Amo's breath quickened. She grasped Chen's hand, an inexplicable yearning for the mystical Miao realm blossoming within her heart. This was the very paradise Amo had longed for. She had been striving towards it, Yet she understood the challenges were akin to scaling the heavens. To her surprise, Chen not only shared this ambition but was also diligently working towards its realization. As the group ascended the mountain, four beautiful young women led the way, clearing the path of toxic plants for Chen and the Saintess. The remaining four girls flanked Chen and the Saintess, vigilant against any serpents or insects that might fall from the branches above. Meanwhile, Ahu and Aquan remained alert to their surroundings. Although this location was not a remote wilderness, wild beasts were plentiful. Should one appear unexpectedly, they would be prepared to deal with it. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous poisonous plants, many of which were highly toxic, yet the leading girls managed to neutralize them. Moreover, they playfully handled several colorful venomous snakes, evidently enamored with their prize. One girl even had a softly glowing scorpion perched upon her shoulder. The narrow trails of the forest would pose a formidable challenge for any unskilled traveler from the Han family, as the dangers of the poisonous plants were manifold. During this trek, Chen held Amo's hand, yet he remained lost in thought, his head bowed, oblivious to all else. Chen, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Amo inquired softly. No, I'm just contemplating some matters, he replied. Then be cautious of your footing, Amo advised with concern. To which Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Behind them, Yang Ahu and Aquan occasionally glanced at Chen and Amo's figures, pondering whether Chen had conceived a new idea since he had been so absorbed in thought since their ascent began. However, Chen was not merely brainstorming. He was reflecting on the inevitable development of the Miao region in the coming decade. Relying solely on tourism for economic enhancement would be far too limiting, especially as the momentum of Miao village tourism would eventually wane. Thus, Chen sought to devise a strategy that would not only preserve the economic benefits of the village's development, but also attract affluent individuals to the Miao community to spend their wealth. Yet, what method could he employ? It seemed clear that, even with a notion forming in his mind, he first needed to resolve the matters concerning the space before him. Relying solely on the information gained from his rebirth might yield some profit, but it was insufficient for the true ascent of the Miao community. Before long, the group emerged from the damp thicket of the forest. Ahead, approximately a kilometer away, at the only entrance nestled between the mountains, thousands of Miao villagers from the short-skirted branch awaited in formation. At last, we have arrived, Chen silently affirmed. Shennong Space. I shall restore you to the splendor of the new century. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 137. The Legacy of My Mother, Chen, Saintess. As Chen and Amo approached, enveloped by Qing Miao and the young women, the grand welcoming ceremony in the valley commenced with great fervor. The sight of 3,000 to 4,000 Miao people eagerly awaiting was indeed quite spectacular on this not-so-spacious land. The lushing dance was naturally indispensable, with the ritual of welcoming drinks being a customary highlight. However, due to Aiken's recent fainting spell, the focus of the short-skirt Miao clan naturally shifted to the saintly Amo. Amo, possessing exceptional drinking capacity and a carefree disposition, being the Miao family's holy maiden, breezed through the challenges. The 12 rounds of welcoming drinks on the mountainside could hardly deter her. Yet, Aiken felt a pang of concern and hurried to assist. To his dismay, rather than alleviating the situation, his intervention led to him being inundated with 7 or 8 horns of liquor by the young women of the short-skirt clan. Ultimately, it was only when the elder of the short-skirt Miao and the chief of the village intervened that he was spared from further indulgence. This short-skirt clan boasts a significant number of fresh young maidens, all residing deep within the mountains. Their traditional attire is exceptionally distinctive, particularly among the young women. The maidens of the ultra-short-skirt clan, adorned in their unique garments and graceful dance, have become a breathtaking aspect of Miao culture. Throughout the year, regardless of the season, they don their remarkably short skirts, merely 5 inches in length, imbued with an air of mysterious allure. The largest village of this clan, Jinyiguzi, is renowned for its sexy ultra-short skirt Miao. Upon entering the village, hand in hand with Amo, Aiken calculated that they were at least 25 kilometers from the fruit orchards of Keidongzhai, forming a triangular shape with Tianfeng County and Balong Ancient Village. As Aiken and Amo stood atop the highest point of the ancient village, they beheld the distant landscape of bizarre stone formations and vast forests. In this region, one mountain embodies 4 seasons, and 10 miles can present different skies. Within the most sacred ancient tower of Jinyiguzi, Aiken and Amo were led in by the village chief and the highest-ranking elder. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the murals adorning the walls. The mural depicted the Miao King and Miao Saint in commanding positions, with the Miao Queen and the Saintess flanking them. Beneath the Miao King, maidens clad in ultra-short skirts were illustrated, symbolizing the uniqueness of the short-skirt Miao as they thrived in water-rich granaries. At this moment, noticing Aiken fixated on the image of the Miao saint, the village chief remarked, "Though all of us in the short-skirt clan are descendants of the Miao saint, it is only your mother, Aiken, who carries the true bloodline." Aiken nodded, aware that during the farming season, as the maidens walked along the ridges of the fields, they resembled the dancers of the ballet Swan Lake in a mesmerizing performance. Consequently, many Han people in later generations likened their graceful movements to the Eastern ballet skirts, as the attire of the ultra-short skirt Miao is rich in ethnic characteristics. This avant-garde fashion has been perpetuated for over a millennium, showcasing the Miao maidens' free-spiritedness and exuberance. It is well known that the weather in eastern Guizhou tends to be damp and cold, creating favorable conditions for rheumatic bone diseases. Strangely, however, the maidens of this clan, despite their year-round exposure, rarely suffer from such ailments, and their legs are remarkably beautiful. This phenomenon can be attributed not only to the Miao's wisdom in health management, but also to their uniquely formulated herbal medicines. Unfortunately, the Han people often lack understanding of the cultural richness of this Miao clan, leading to the utterance of some ungracious remarks. This tale begins many years ago, when the skirts worn by the young maidens measured a mere 5 inches in length, and their lives revolved around 2 primary pursuits: toiling in the fields and bearing children. Once wed, the Miao men ventured forth to engage in 2 endeavors: crafting silver ornaments and constructing stilt houses. However, prolonged absences would stir concern among the married maidens of this lineage, prompting the village elders to establish a custom. For every year a Miao man remained away, his wife would shorten her skirt by an inch. This would continue until the hem reached 3 to 5 inches, at which point, if the man had yet to return, ominous speculations would arise. Whispers abounded, with some claiming that such brief skirts were designed to confront the indolence of the Miao men, allowing glimpses of modesty as they bent to labor in the fields. Now, in the 1990s, while the skirts of the maidens from the short-skirted Miao tribe still measured 5 inches, they now discreetly included undergarments, countering the disparaging rumors that had circulated. Chen remained fixated on the portrait of Miaojiang. Though it merely depicted a silhouette, it represented an ancestor of his mother. Thus, he and Imo approached with reverence to pay their respects. Following his mother's wishes, Chen retrieved his Miao knife, presenting it with both hands before the dragon village chief, who likewise accepted it with respect and placed it on the altar, offering incense with deference. As the fragrant smoke enveloped the knife, it began to emit a subtle crimson glow. Gradually, the radiance expanded, casting its light upon Chen. Although Imo was unaware of his intentions, a lingering apprehension from recent tragedies compelled her to shield him. "It's all right, Imo," Chen reassured her, uncertain of what might unfold, gently guiding her behind him. This seemingly minor gesture only heightened her anxiety. Moments later, the glow from the knife began to fade, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. When the light dissipated, the dragon village chief carefully examined Chen's knife, discovering a miraculous pattern of the Miaojiang lineage adorning the handle and blade. At its center, the character for Chen shimmered faintly, and within it, the colorful character for Mo emerged. The chief, nearing 50, was taken aback, his gaze instinctively shifting to Mo. Chen, your bond with the saintess is indeed divinely ordained. As Chen and Mo leaned in for a closer look, they too were startled. Although Chen had learned from his mother the origins of the iron used to forge the knife, he had not anticipated its extraordinary nature. For Mo, the revelation was even more profound, having perused the records in their ancestral compendium. She recognized that Chen's knife was crafted from the fabled iron imbued with the energies of the cosmos. No wonder she had been plagued by peculiar dreams since his arrival. It became evident that in her previous life, she had been in search of Chen, for their union had been destined long before the Miaojiang ascended to the heavens millennia ago. At this moment, Mo's gaze was fixated on the Miao knife in Chen's hand. Gazing at the familiar totem, she could sense that the Miao clan was on the brink of soaring to great heights. The prophecy was clear: when the holy maiden appears, the Miao king will manifest, the Miao saint will be granted, and the world shall be set in order. These 12 concise characters held profound meaning. Even though we no longer live in the era of feudal dynasties, the ascendance of the Miao clan in the Great Xia would undeniably make it known to all. Great Xia, Qianzhou, the Miao homeland of Qiandong. Under the leadership of the future Miao king, the 370,000 Miao people of Qiandong would undoubtedly stand proud in the Great Xia and strive for supremacy on the world stage. The dragon chieftain then retrieved an ancient wooden box from a concealed compartment in the wall. Chen, this is a legacy from your mother. She said that once you open it, You will need your wife to adorn you with it. Then you shall be alone, no one must disturb you. Chen accepted the box, his heart heavy with complex emotions as he slowly opened it. A silver collar? Contrary to his expectations of a block of iron. The box contained a silver collar, strikingly identical to the token of affection Amo had given him. Both were simple bands. Yet this one bore the names Mo and Chen. Holy maiden, please adorn Chen with it. Let us depart, the dragon chieftain urged. Amo took out the silver collar, placed it around Chen's neck, and then turned to leave. However, at the moment the door to the hall was closed. The two identical silver collars around Chen's neck emitted a brilliant silver light, merging into one. Simultaneously, a wisp of ethereal light shot forth from the collar and penetrated the intricate patterns on Chen's left arm. Chapter 138. The Terrifying Legacy, the Fearsome Nine Yu. At that same instant, both Chen inside the room and Amo outside felt a piercing pain. Amo pressed her hand against her heart, her complexion gradually paling. Holy maiden. The accompanying Qing Miao girl rushed to support Amo upon seeing her distress. Yet, as soon as the Qing Miao girl touched Amo's arm, she was violently repelled by an overwhelming surge of energy. Amo, now crouched in agony, elicited shock from the dragon chieftain, Yang Ahu, and a Quan, who were nearby. The startled Qing Miao girl gazed in terror at the nine-colored light emanating from Amo's heart. Holy maiden, has the fusion occurred? Has the Miao King and Miao Saint merged? The faces of the dragon chieftain and the elders nearby underwent a dramatic transformation. For millennia, whenever the Miao King united with the Miao Saint in spirit, it heralded the emergence of a new Miao Saint. Now, with the Holy Maiden's unusual condition, it was clear that she had inherited the Miao Saint's legacy. This meant that Amo was not only a Holy Maiden, but also the future Miao Saint. In the years to come, when her first daughter with the Miao King reached the age of 7, she would directly inherit her mother's title, and Amo would ascend to the role of Miao Saint. The Miao Saint and Miao Queen would share the burden together. This was a glory that the Miao clan had only known during the era of the first Miao King. The situation was momentous. The dragon chieftain instructed the nearby elders to summon the 3 clan elders residing in their ancient home, Jiao Niaoguzhai. Subsequently, he led all the Miao maidens of the short-skirted Miao lineage to pay their respects to Amo. Amo gazed at the radiance emanating from her chest, and amidst her astonishment, memories of her ancient Miao heritage flooded her mind like an inexorable tide. She recognized it as a legacy, the legacy of the Miao Saint, but she could not fathom why it was bestowed upon her. Enduring a piercing pain, she turned her face towards the main hall's entrance. To her surprise, she realized she could sense Akin's heartbeat at that very moment. Akin was experiencing a torment akin to her own, suffering through a non-human ordeal. She wished to call out to Akin, yet she discerned a more formidable energy within Akin, rapidly cleansing many of her old injuries. Such a miraculous event, which Amo had only encountered in the annals of sacred texts, was now unfolding in their own lives. Amo had ascended to the status of a saintess, wielding the Qin, and her influence within the Miao clan had grown considerably. With the Miao Saint's legacy now within her grasp, the position of saintess could be hereditary. This resplendent honor was overwhelming. All of this was gifted to her by the young master in the main hall. Soon, the elders of the 3 clans arrived. The elder, witnessing the scene before him, was rendered speechless by the profound shock that gripped his heart. He murmured in awe, could it be that the Miao King is to ascend earlier than expected? Will the next Miao King after Akin emerge from her descendants? At this moment, Akin was receiving an influx of information far more extensive than that which Amo had. While Amo absorbed ancient knowledge, Akin was privy to significant events destined to unfold over the next 50 years. The original Dragon Space had vanished, and all its contents had mysteriously transferred to the Jiaoyu space of the Miao clan. This Jiaoyu space was considerably larger than the previous counterfeit realm, housing an infinite wealth of information along with myriad mysterious items and methods propelling the Miao family toward greatness. Moreover, in a corner of this space lay a collection of iron. The energy contained within this iron was immensely powerful, yet only one piece glimmered faintly. At that moment, Akin's mind was once again inundated with knowledge regarding this iron. Goodness, this iron contains pure celestial energy. Could it be that my mother forged the Miao blade from this iron, granting me rebirth? Contemplating the implications, Akin mused that if only one piece resonated, did it signify that her future descendants would need to undergo a rebirth before inheriting the Miao King's title? Was this not a ludicrous game? Akin silently counted the iron pieces, discovering dozens of them. Heavens! How many supreme treasures did the last Miao Saint seize from the Yellow Emperor a millennium ago? The more she pondered, the deeper her connection to the Jiaoyu space grew. Time slipped away as she endeavored to comprehend the true nature of this space and inventory its treasures, ultimately succumbing to sleep while resting against a wooden stool. Upon awakening once more, she found herself lying in bed, with Amo by her side. "You're awake?" Aiken merely stirred, her entire body aching and somewhat sore. However, after a moment, she felt considerably better. "How long have I been asleep, Amo?" she inquired as she propped herself up. 2 days. 2 days? Aiken was taken aback by his own ability to sleep so soundly. He cast a glance at the glaring sunlight outside and turned over to rise, only to find Amo bending down to put on his shoes. No, let me do it myself." Amo smiled brightly and said, "You've been lying down for 2 days. Your body must be sore. Stay still, I'll help you." Although Amo had received the inheritance of the Miao Saint, she remained unaware that Aiken had acquired even more. However, he could not disclose the matters concerning the 9U space to her. It was a secret that could not be shared with anyone, which filled Aiken with a sense of guilt. After all, he was concealing this from the girl he cherished most. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I'm helping you with your shoes? The elders of our clan have been worried about you for the past 2 days and only left after confirming you were fine." Aiken shrugged. "What could I do? They were worrying needlessly." Amo shot him a disapproving look. "So, I'm also worrying needlessly?" Aiken was at a loss for words. Amo then fetched a basin of water, washed a cloth, and gently cleaned Aiken's face, before revealing her own acquisition of the Miao Saint's legacy. Aiken was not surprised in the least, as he had already learned of this in the 9U space. He simply did not expect the relic left to him by his mother to be so remarkable. After freshening up, Amo suddenly pointed to Aiken's neck and asked, "I almost forgot to ask you, what about the other silver collar? You mentioned there were 2. The 2 have fused together. I suspect your acquisition of the Miao Saint's legacy is due to the fusion of the collars." Aiken was indeed correct. It was precisely because of the fusion of the 2 silver collars that he found himself intrigued by the collar Amo had given him as a token of affection. Amo did not conceal the truth and candidly explained, "That appeared together with the Qi-in imprint on me and had absorbed some of my heart's blood." "No wonder. Aiken, I originally intended to give you the silver collar first and present you with the Qi-in imprint on the day you truly became the Miao King. But now that the 2 collars have fused," Aiken, noticing the look of guilt on Amo's apricot-shaped face, took her hand and said, "Both collars are significant to me, whether from you or my mother. But since my mother is no longer here, perhaps the fusion of her collar and yours is meant to accompany me through this life." Upon hearing this, Amo felt a sense of comfort wash over her, and she erupted into laughter. "You certainly have a way with words. I'm serious. You're all I have now, along with Duo. Amo smiled brightly. "All right then. What shall we do next? Let us weave a grand net. The rise of the Miao family will be realized through our hands. Come, let us set off for home." Chapter 139. How old are you? Still quarreling. On the way from the Genian ancient village to the fruit forest of Kedong village, Aiken and Amo galloped ahead, while Yang Ahu and Aquan followed closely behind with a group of Miao girls. Along the journey, their laughter and chatter filled the air. In a fit of excitement, Aiken began to sing aloud, "You are the wind, and I am the sand." Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, the peaks rose and fell majestically. Aiken and Amo arrived at the highest peak on the northeast side of Kedong, gazing out at the vast horizon, feeling an overwhelming sense of ease and contentment. Behind Aiken and Amo, 2 horses grazed peacefully on the lush grass. Yang Ahu and Aquan were resting, puzzled by the detour taken by Chen despite the existence of a shorter route. Even Amo was perplexed. Nevertheless, Chen continued to sketch on his paper, seemingly drafting a rudimentary map. "Amo, in that direction," he said, pointing towards the southeastern horizon. "Can you faintly see that mountain? Is it the highest one behind Kedong-jai and Heiwu-jai?" "Yes, right next to it is Phoenix Mountain." "Why? How far is it from here?" "In a straight line, about 12 to 13 kilometers, but with the winding paths up and down the mountain, it will be at least 20 kilometers." While annotating on his makeshift map, Chen inquired, "With this as the northern boundary and the highest mountain behind Kedong-jai and Heiwu-jai as the southern boundary, which branches mountain and land lies approximately 10 kilometers to the right?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ahu and Aquan, who were resting behind, quickly approached. "That depends on the specific area you are delineating, but in the direction you mentioned, it mostly borders the short-skirt Miao and long-skirt Miao branches." Yang Ahu responded swiftly. "Chen, if you need land from our Balongu-jai, wherever you choose, we will accommodate." Yes, we have plenty in Balongu-jai too." "Chen, you may select any location," Aquan promptly affirmed. Chen turned around and said, The area near Ba Long Gu Zhai is already included in my plans. Really? That is wonderful. Hearing that his village was already part of Chen's plans eased Quan's worries that had lingered for days. Before coming here, the village chief had repeatedly instructed him to ascertain whether Chen was satisfied with their area. What about our Ba Long Gu Zhai? Ba Long Gu Zhai will have to wait a little longer. Wait longer? Chen, do you still hold a grudge against Yang Aze? Yang Ahu gazed at Chen and remarked, if that is the case, I can go fetch Yang Aze for you. Let you vent your frustrations. Brother Ahu, my personal grievances with Yang Aze were resolved that day. What we are discussing now is business. Yang Ahu appeared somewhat bewildered. Chen explained, I am waiting for something regarding your Ba Long Gu Zhai. Waiting for something? Yang Ahu glanced at Quan, who shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding of Chen's words. Yang Ahu then turned his gaze towards Imo, who was beside Chen. Imo pursed her lips and shook her head, seemingly conveying, I don't know either. Saintess, you are Chen's confidant, don't you know? Confidant? The maiden, Imo, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks upon hearing this, then shot a glare at Yang Ahu. Yang Ahu withdrew his neck slightly. Imo then asked Chen, do you have concerns regarding the Qingmiao branch? It's not a concern. It's just that some matters are difficult to articulate. If all goes well, Ba Long Gu Zhai will become a focal point in my plans for the Miao villages, seamlessly connecting with Ba Long Gu Zhai. However, if complications arise, that area will have to wait. Unbeknownst to Yang Aze and the others, their village was about to face significant changes next year, as it had received approval from the upper echelons of the Great Xia for a firearm possession permit. As soon as this document arrives, Aiken can proceed confidently, with minimal concerns. However, should any complications arise, not only would his invested funds be lost, but it would also jeopardize the fruit orchards in Keidongzhai and Heiwuzhai. Thus, in order to ensure prudence, Aiken must wait, for he cannot afford such a risk. After all, the Balong ancient village will remain undeveloped for the next few years, so a little more patience is acceptable. Aiken, what do you intend to cultivate this time? How much land do you plan to acquire? Aiken gazed affectionately at Amo and replied gently, I initially estimate around 1,800 acres, but I must return and calculate precisely, as the scale of this endeavor is considerable. 1,800 acres? Yang Ahu and Quan were utterly astonished, immediately starting to count on their fingers. Noticing their reaction, Amo chuckled. You have no idea what Aiken plans to do with the land. How could you possibly calculate it? Are you perhaps using the fruit orchards as a benchmark? Upon hearing this, Yang Ahu was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. Amo's radiant eyes turned back to Aiken as she spoke. While I am unaware of your plans, whatever arrangements you finalize, once confirmed, we must construct a road. The terrain here poses significant challenges for road building. I will draft a proposal upon my return, and after you review it, we can deliberate further. However, there are some more pressing matters to prepare in advance. Aiken turned to Yang Ahu and Quan, instructing them, you may escort me this far. Make haste back and organize the data I require. Let us finalize the school matters before Amo returns to Yanjing. Aiken, this distance may not seem far from the orchards, yet the journey is quite lengthy. Indeed, this area is a desolate wilderness. Should we encounter a wild beast, it would be a minor concern if you were injured. But what if something were to happen to the Holy Maiden? Enough. Ha! Yang Ahu, having been playfully chastised by Aiken, now attempted to reciprocate the banter. His initial remarks were sensible, but the latter part took an unexpected turn. Aiken retaliated without hesitation. Yang Ahu then leapt onto his horse, laughing heartily as he and the green sprouts galloped away. Quan appeared somewhat bewildered, offering an awkward smile, before hastily following suit. Yang Ahu, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall let you be, Aiken shouted to the already departing Yang Ahu. Amo chuckled softly. Aiken turned, expressing his annoyance. If Yang Ahu doesn't slow down, I might just have to confront him. How childish to engage in such quarrels at our age. Let us proceed. Once we descend the mountain, the path may only be a meter wide, but it is far better than this. Indeed, let us take this opportunity. As we navigate the road, I will share my plans with you. Very well. Aiken grasped Amo's hand as they descended the rugged forest path, recounting his ambitious plans. Aiken's vision this time was exceedingly grand, for it involved far more than just a single branch of the Miao family. After hearing Aiken's lofty aspirations, Amo was taken aback. Although it was merely a broad outline at this stage, the implications and complexities contained within were overwhelmingly vast. Aiken, if that is the case, you will find it overwhelming. Amo expressed her concern for him. Aiken smiled and said, let's take it one step at a time. However, this year we must first accomplish at least the initial half of our first step. AMU, I hope you will oversee our Machin capital, Tangtang capital. and Tianmu Fund in the capacity of the mistress. After all, there is only signal at the mountaintop. Should I become unreachable, they can contact you directly. Amu nodded lightly. All right, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? He inquired. Think for yourself tonight, she replied.